A young man with no strength to bind a chicken. Yet no one dared to look at him on the street. It was all because the young man belonged to a mysterious organization, where everyone had extraordinary skills and was extremely secretive. Not only could they act first and report later, they also had the special permission of the imperial authority to see officials of the third rank. This was the emperor's personal army, the jinyiwei of the court. If they raided a house once, it would be looted twice. And when you woke up, you found yourself dressed as a jinyiwei, a small flag officer in a town in Xinjiang County. You only had 4 people under your command, one short of a full team. There was a silent man known as the Mute, a limping uncle in his 40s called Old Lame, a failed scholar whose family paid to get him into the reserve jinyiwei, and finally, there was one called the Rat, the only legitimate descendant of the jinyiwei, inheriting his father's position. As you just came to your senses, your immediate superior, the chief commander of the jinyiwei, was pointing at you and cursing loudly. You frowned, your face darkening. You knew why 17 was looking for you. It was nothing but the capture of a wanted criminal last night, surrounded by 4 small flag teams, with 17 personally involved, yet the criminal escaped, and it was on your watch. Naturally, the blame was going to fall on you. At that moment, 17 was still ranting furiously. You couldn't take it anymore and angrily shouted, "Shut up!" With a roar. 17 was stunned, seemingly unable to believe it. 17, how dare you blame us? You planned ahead, had 2 small flag teams assisting you, and still let the criminal escape. Are you useless? Can't fight, just good at talking. Are you planning to fight with your mouth in the future? A 7th rank late stage can't handle a 7th rank mid stage. What use are you? You ranted directly, leaving 17 red-faced and speechless, pointing at you but unable to say a word. You turned and walked away without hesitation, feeling a sense of relief. All this was because after crossing over, you also gained a system for mental and physical well-being. As long as you did things that made you feel refreshed in content, you could earn system points. These points could enhance your cultivation, skills, elixirs, or wealth. Ding! The host vented anger at the superior for mental and physical well-being, earning 10 system points. As you left, you calmly took the Rat and another person with you, when there was nothing special. Jinyiwei like you had their own patrol areas. Boss, what did the chief commander say? He won't punish us, right? The Rat asked nervously. Although the job of jinyiwei was dangerous, it paid 3 taels of silver a month, equivalent to half a year's earnings for an ordinary family, especially for their team, consisting of the old, weak, and disabled. They often just patrolled the streets, making it easy and comfortable. It's business as usual, you said lightly. System cultivation points added. The next moment, your cultivation directly broke through from the 9th rank mid-stage to the initial stage. You had 2 system points left. Then you upgraded your basic swordsmanship to a minor achievement. Now you truly possessed the strength of a small flag. Feeling refreshed, the Rat and the other person beside you were completely unaware of all this. What about the Mute and Old Lame? You remembered the 2 and asked casually. Boss, have you forgotten? A few days ago, Who from the Fierce Tiger Gang came to cause trouble for you. You sent the Mute and Old Lame to keep an eye on him whenever they were free, waiting for him to be alone to teach him a lesson. They went early this morning. The Rat spoke up. The Fierce Tiger Gang was a small gang, led by Hu, a 9th rank mid-stage cultivator, with 2 initial stage deputy leaders and over 20 thugs. When you saw Hu collecting protection fees in your territory, you intervened. You've collected. What's left for me? Whose territory is this? Just because the other side has 3 9th grade individuals, and you are alone here. You suffered a little setback at that time. Thinking of this, you sneered. Very well, you are feeling uncomfortable now, so you are very unhappy. You went to the Fierce Tiger Gang. It was a dirty and chaotic street, filled with beggars and impoverished people. At the deepest end, there was a dilapidated large courtyard, which was the address of the Fierce Tiger Gang. The Fierce Tiger Gang was a small gang, usually collecting some protection fees, engaging more in gray transactions, and not hesitating to commit murder and bury bodies. Therefore, they chose to reside in a place where all sorts of people mingled. Hey, boss, you're here. The Old Lame face lit up like a flower when he saw you, walking up with a fawning expression. The old limping man was dressed in a slightly faded gray robe, with a tattered old knife hanging from his waist, stubbled beard, and grayish-white hair. Standing beside him was a young man, handsome in appearance with a cold expression, holding an embroidered spring knife against the wall, nodding at you. Another Mute person. How is it? You asked directly. Boss, they seem to have obtained something these days and have been staying in the courtyard. It's a box that was brought in 3 days ago. The old limping man quickly replied. You furrowed your brows slightly and said to the old Rat beside you, go knock on the door. The old Rat's face immediately froze. looking bitter. Boss, our strength is a bit lacking. Rushing in like this might put us at a disadvantage. He hesitated. Just do as I say. Stop the chatter. You gave the old rat a kick to urge him on. Knock knock. Anyone there? The old rat knocked on the door, nervously asking. Your face darkened instantly. Why weren't you this polite when knocking on my door this morning? Truly timid as a mouse. You pushed the old rat forward and kicked the door open. The embroidered uniform guard is handling the case. No one is allowed to move. Ding! A refreshing and decisive move earned you 1 system point. A cold voice echoed throughout the courtyard. 2 thugs lay by the door, knocked unconscious by the impact. Soon, over 20 people poured out from the courtyard, armed with sticks and a few with knives, all looking fierce and menacing. Shan Mo, are you out of your mind? What business does the fierce tiger gang have with us? Hu angrily questioned the leader. The embroidered uniform guard is investigating, suspecting your involvement with the remnants of the witchcraft cult. You said calmly, holding the embroidered spring knife at your waist, scanning the surroundings with a faint smile. Nonsense, Hu retorted angrily. The witchcraft cult, using witchcraft and curses to control and harm people, once caused chaos in Dao, inciting rebellion and controlling the military forces of 8 counties and a third of the central officials. It took Dao 3 years to quell the chaos and eradicate the witchcraft cult. Could such a behemoth be related to a small fierce tiger gang? Insulting a court official. Give him a slap. You sneered, pointing at the old rat beside you. Me? The old rat pointed at himself, his face stiff. Humph. Shan Mo. I see you're here to cause trouble today. Hu could no longer contain his anger. I have a quick temper. The big blade came down, the wind howling, your eyes filled with killing intent. A cold light flashed in your hand, and the next moment, a pair of bloody hands fell to the ground. Hu fell to his knees, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, attacking the emperor's personal guard. Death penalty. A cold light flashed in your eyes as you kicked the big blade on the ground, piercing through Hu in an instant, blood flowing everywhere, unable to withstand a single move. A flash of surprise flashed through the eyes of the scholar and the mute. The boss had increased in strength. You guys. The 2 remaining vice lords immediately looked horrified and trembled, and, kill. Shinmore an instant step, only heard the knife wind whistling. The 2 people will fall to the ground, the blood on the embroidered spring knife slowly dripping, turned his head and said coldly. In the next second, the mute directly drew his sword and rushed into the fighters, and the old cripple 3 people also immediately joined in. Shinmore looked at the old cripple a few more times, then put away the knife toward the courtyard. The old cripple, although lame, but killing, is not at all nagging, very fluent, and the knife method is ruthless, some like the military knife method. Ding! Eliminate heart discomfort, gain 10 system points. Inside the courtyard, in addition to some daily necessities, Shinemo then only found more than 100 taels of silver tickets, and the rest are all obsolete things. They're really small gangs. They're not much to work with. Finally, Shinmore stood in front of a long picture, looking at the pattern on the painting. The whole compound is dilapidated. As a result, this is a place to hang a new painting, and a group of jungle jerks, fart words do not know a few, the yard to buy a painting to hang. It is too damn unreasonable. The boss, it's all taken care of. Soon the mute few walked in, dripping with murderous rage and, into the jinyiwei, are killed. Even if the scholars spend money to come in, the examination also let it behead a criminal to successfully enter the reserve, as the jinyiwei did not kill people. Play it? Swish! With a chop, the painting split in 2, as well as a man in the hole behind the painting. The mighty tiger gang, a small gang, for a thing not to come out for 3 days, looks like it's some kind of treasure. The old cripple still had a fawning face and said to Shinmore, Boss, I'll get it for you. The mouse at once volunteered and leapt to his feet. The mouse at once acted like a real mouse, and went into the hole in a puff of smoke, and after a short time came out, with a look of excitement, and, silver, boss, a box full of silver. We're rich, said the rat, handing a silver ingot in his hand to Shinmore. Shinmore took it and weighed it, then turned it over, and then his eyes narrowed. When the scholar next to him saw the symbols on the back of the silver ingot, he also instantly stared at his face and, Boss, it's official silver. And the symbol, it's the very same batch of official silver that was lost not long ago, the scribe said with a serious face. Half a month ago, a batch of tax silver transported from Changshan County to Qingyang County strangely disappeared, in the middle of several hundred officials and soldiers escorted, plus a general flag. The result is that when they arrived at the county, the box is still there, and the official silver inside has disappeared. The magistrate of Changshan County and the 100 households were held accountable and ordered to be recovered in 1 month. It looks like we know the unthinkable. A flash of light flashed in Shinmore's eyes, and he said meaningfully, Call out. 003 Chapter The Case of the Lost and Stolen Official Silver of Changshan Mountain. Call out. Shinmore said to the mute behind him after thinking for a while. The mute nodded and immediately stepped out of the compound, taking out a flare and pulling it off, red fireworks blossoming in the daylight. In an instant, everyone in White River County watched as the General Flaghouse, Li Wei just dispelled the gas not long, then heard the sound of firecrackers in the air, out of the door to see a sudden change in color. Zhao Shan, Luo Shang, take your little flag team and follow me. Jinyiwei flare, used for major events, whenever the nearby jinyiwei see are to immediately and unconditionally go forward. Yunshui Town Yamen, at this moment is sitting together to sip tea. Town official Ning Gu and the constable He Han saw the air fireworks, both instantly stood up. The Daw's control over localities went down to the towns, with the establishment of town officials and constables, similar to the county magistrates and lieutenants of counties, both of which were from the 8th rank, and were responsible for the towns and villages below them, which in turn were under the control of the counties. It looks like the brocade guards have discovered something extraordinary again. Ninggu stroked his beard and lamented. The brocade guards have made their move. It's going to be another bloody storm. He Han shook his head and sighed. Boss, why do we need to inform people, even if it's official silver? No one knows about it now. We can secretly swallow it. The rats are a bit puzzled. There are several thousand taels in this box. It's enough to keep them happy for a while. Shenmore glanced directly at the rat, his eyes cold and stern, causing the rat to be silenced at once. The nearby scholar gave a speechless look at the rat, really bold as a rat and greedy as well. Not to mention the fact that this official silver will have to be remelted before it can be spent, and that if word gets out, we could become suspects in the theft of the official silver, or even become the backstabbers of the people behind the scenes. Now that this official silver is still in the eyes of the upper echelons of the county, a few thousand taels is not enough to take such a big risk. Just after the scholar finished speaking, Shenmo's gaze swept over each and every one of them. I hope you know what to take and what not to take. Don't get yourselves killed. Carry it out. Yes. The scholarly four immediately said seriously. Changshan official silver is by Changshan County to the county's annual tax, a full 200,000 taels, and Changshan County is the 5 counties under the Qingyang County is the farthest away from the county, and on the way, you need to pass through the Baijiang County. The loss of $200,000 of official silver is not a small matter. Not only did the county magistrate order to track it down, even Emperor Dod knew about it and had the Qingyang brocade guards investigate it closely. Shenmore, you sent the flare. As soon as he entered the compound, the moment he saw Shenmore, Li Wei immediately had a black face and gritted his teeth and asked, if this kid dared to send out flares indiscriminately, he would twist Shenmore into a twist. Is there anyone else besides me? Shenmore directly disliked his sentence back. Li Wei held back the mood to whack Shenmore to death and said angrily, what happened? Shenmore's face was flat, kicked over the box in front of himself, and the white silver rolled out. ******* money. Li Wei, as well as a group of brocade guards, could not help but straighten their gazes and, what do you mean? You want to bribe me? Let me tell you Shen-mo, who do you think I am? Test me in front of all the brothers? Li Wei immediately righteousness, but the heart is straight blood, this even if you take it will score a point. Shenmo's face darkened, how did he get into such a boss, and immediately said coldly, stupid. With a move of his right foot, a silver ingot struck Li Wei straight in the face and, what are you doing? Shenmore, attacking the boss? A flash of light in Li Wei's eyes caught him, and he couldn't help but say, angrily. However, the next second looked at the hands of the official silver, the face suddenly changed greatly, and could not help but cry out in alarm. Changshan official silver. Then before Li Wei could open his mouth, the scholar stepped forward and told what had happened. Listening to the whole thing, Li Wei looked at Shen-mo, and then looked at the official silver in his hands. His face will be green and red for a while. At the moment, the official silver in his hand is like charcoal fire, burning Li Wei's heart. Want to cry, no tears. Changshan official silver tracing more than half a month have no trace. The discerning personal look know that most likely is impossible. The result is now their own side found a box, will certainly let themselves involved in tracing up. Once they cannot find out will absolutely be accountable. And the water's so deep in here, you could lose your life if you're not careful. I thought it was a surprise, but it turned out to be a flying accident. Report. Changshan official silver has been found in Yunshui town. After Li Wei finished gritting his teeth, he had someone collect the official silver and take it away, and before he left, he glared fiercely at Shenmore a few times. This time the chief flag lord should have a headache. The old cripple beside him suddenly gloated. That's his business. Shenmore looked at the entrance to the compound and said meaningfully, ding. Give your own boss a hard time, refresh yourself, gain 5 system points. Will this screw up the general flag? The scholar said with some concern. After all, they still belong to the Yunshui town general flag office. If something happened to Li Wei, they would eventually be implicated. Hey, don't worry, His Excellency is just testing the waters with Lord Chief Banner. His Excellency will step in at the critical moment. The old cripple rubbed his hands together and offered a fawning smile that. Shenmore looked deeply at the old cripple and did not say anything more. Seal the compound and go. Turning around, he left with a few others as well, and, as the old cripple said, by the time they find out about the official silver they won't be able to run away, so they might as well let Li Wei test the waters first. As for why Shenmore decided to get involved, there are 3 cool things about the brocade guards: killing people, copying families, and visiting greenhouses. How can you investigate a case without conflict and have the identity behind him covered? Chapter 004, The depths of the water are dangerous, the county is coming. Late at night, in the courtyard of Shinmore's house. Boss, got the wine. Mao stepped through the door with an excited look on his face, carrying several jars of wine, and closing the door behind him with his hand. Under a tree in the courtyard, several people in Shinmo were sitting next to a stone table with several dishes on the table. From my point of view, Chief Flagley will either submit or get real. The scholar looks like a standard scholar but at the moment a foot on the stone bench, threw a peanut into the mouth said, no daytime when the elegant kind, is this case that hard? The mouse filled Shinmore up and asked curiously. Oh, it's not hard to do, it's hard to do. The scribe sneered, meaningfully. What do you mean? The mouse touched its head, a little puzzled, next to the old lame slap on its head, You're a melon ball, there's no good in a rat, there's a bunch of bad in a rat. Party fight. Shinemo placed the wine cup heavily on the stone table and faintly spat out 2 words, his face indifferent. It's still the boss who sees clearly. Scribe hammed and hawed. Is it hard to investigate the Changshan official's silver case? The checking officer's silver was still there before we left, but it wasn't when we arrived, and there was no looting, so it was obvious at a glance where it went wrong. Over the years, the Ming Emperor has been working hard, and has the qualifications of a generation of male masters, but has not yet established the crown prince, and those under the emperor have long been fighting for the sky. It seems that with too much wine, the scribe talked a little too much. So someone from above has intervened. Mouse said with some trepidation that, instead of someone from above meddling, someone has their hand in the place. The old cripple shook his head and drank the wine in his hand, and the mute next to him only drank and ate his food one by one. Shinemo listened quietly, his eyes looked at a few of his own men. It looks like in addition to the mouse, the other few are not simple all. While it's obvious behind the scenes on this one, how many people can know? That's not true. I'm afraid that this time Qingyang County is going to have a major blood change. Why? The mouse asked with a don't know if you don't know attitude, stupid and clear, and the scribe gave a blank look that, because the emperor noticed. Shinemo spoke again, his face was flat, and the mouse next to him immediately filled up the wine again. Changshan official silver is tax silver. It's the imperial court's financial revenue, and it was lost even under the escort of 300 officials and soldiers as well as a team of chief banners, which means that, on behalf of the officials of Qingyang County and Changshan County, the brocade guards had a problem. Someone has taken sides. The scribe hiccuped and said, with a glint in his eye. The local armed forces, the tax money, the brocade guards, the hands are reaching out here, and if that one doesn't show something, I'm afraid. The scribe said no more, except with a look of deep meaning that, hey, I heard that the escorting lieutenant's name is Wang Wu, not bad. The old cripple said to himself. This? Someone from the Wujing Wang clan? This time even the rat heard it, and with a somewhat shocked expression on his face, the Wujing Wang's family is one of the great martial arts gate noble family, extensive power, influence, today's great martial arts 4 noble consorts, there is a Wang, today's mother of the 3 emperors. SS. The rat doesn't dare to think about it, drinking and drinking. The sky has collapsed, there are people above the top of the roof, the top of the people cannot toppen the boss, do not be affected by him a small Rex. Mud. I should have known not to talk too much. Heh, so the water is deep here, it depends on how Li Wei chooses, if he doesn't see the intentions from above, then he's dead. It's still the boss who's ruthless, revenge doesn't last overnight. The scribe clinked glasses with the mute, and with his other hand held up his thumb. We were just used as cannon fodder yesterday, and today we're getting our revenge back. Shinemo smiled faintly without explanation, sipping the wine in his hand. The predecessor was sent to the Leaning County place to come, in addition to their own performance, but also because of the fear of accidentally implicated, keep him, at least there is still the bloodline to remain, the system, add some training. In an instant Shinmore broke through to the late 8 product again, to the 8 product breakthrough once started to take 5 points, the remaining 6 points Shinmore added to the body. Inside the general flag office. Inside the office, the candlelight flickered, illuminating Li Wei's hideous face, his eyes red and mud. Shinmore, your ing. Asterisk. Cursing the heavens and the earth, Li Wei's hand propped up on the desktop crushed the paper under his hand into a ball, and finally his eyes flashed with a touch of determination. His mother's, it's a big deal. Early morning. Yunshui Town General Flag Office assembled early in the morning, waiting for something, Li Wei wearing the general flag green striped flying fish uniform, hand holding the waist embroidered spring sword, standing straight in front. Soon several horses galloped up, headed by the same chief flag officer, wearing a green striped flying fish suit that, I am Gung Fei, the chief flag of the brocade guards of Qingyang County, and I have come to investigate the Changshan official silver, and you have assisted us in our investigation. Gung Fei was riding on his horse, looking down at Li Wei with a haughty expression on his face. Seeing this, Li Wei was instantly furious and 9id. Shinmore gasped me, I cannot control even if, what the hell you also come in front of me to show off? Runes. Official orders. Li Wei said indifferently, jinyiwei handing over the task generally to confirm the identity and Rael, generally to jinyiwei token and the official documents carried. Gung Fei's face was a bit ugly. There is no official document, 1000 household ambassador oral message. The less evidence is supposed to know about this kind of thing, the better, so how could there be? No. Li Wei paused, and in the next second kicked the horse. With the power of the late 7th grade, the horse fell down on the spot. Gung Fei was caught off guard and was thrown out of the room. No, what the are you calling it, giving me a hard time? There is no official jinyiwei document, I don't recognize it. Li Wei said viciously. Li Wei, how dare you? Are you going to rebel? Gung Fei climbed to his feet, his face was furious, and the Shouchun sword in his hand was drawn and pointed straight at Li Wei and the others. Swish! Shenmue several people all drew their swords, rats. The old cripple is even pulling out the bow and crossbow aiming. This thing Brocade Guard's arsenal has. Shenmue in advance to take a few out. The other Brocade Guard's hesitation constantly. Good. Gung Fei laughed in anger. You Cloudwater Town Brocade Guards are really something. 7th grade martial artists still cannot avoid the bow and arrow. Gung Fei some from the heart. Not to mention that he also saw that the arrowhead on the color, at a glance is quenched poison, too damn insidious. You wait. Li Wei, you'd better give us that box of official silver to investigate, otherwise it's hard to say what will come out when the time comes. Gung Fei seized one of his men's horses and said viciously. In the next second, a crossbow bolt broke through the air, directly hitting Gung Fei's ass as he just mounted his horse. Sorry, my hand slipped. Shenmue slowly put down the bow and said indifferently. Seek death. You wait. Killing intent appeared in Gung Fei's eyes. A small flag officer dared to take a shot at him. Gung Fei and his party came and went in a hurry. It's a shame. I don't know how many system points he'd have gotten if he'd been the one to play that pussy just now. Shenmue glanced at the departing back, and then prepared to lead the people away. No respect? It's none of Li Wei's business. Wait Shenmue, I have something to ask you. Suddenly Li Wei's voice came from behind him, and when he looked back, he happened to meet Li Wei's serious face. It's starting. The corner of Shenmue's mouth reveals a smile. Chapter 005, Jinyiwei, Shinemo. Woo. In jail. The two men were tied to a wooden frame, their mouths stuffed with burlap, and the whips in the hands of the rat and the old cripple lashed at the two men over and over again, beating them bloody, and their mouths kept emitting whimpering and screaming. Shinemo sat on a chair, crossing his legs, holding a cup of tea in his hand, looking calm, seemingly not hearing the miserable screams beside him. Behind them stood the scholar and the mute, and the two of them exchanged a glance, a touch of shock flowing from the depths of their eyes. Originally, before the boss's performance, they thought it was a playboy punk, did not think it was actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, especially now means, more palpitating. Shenmue lightly sipped a mouthful of tea, his mind thinking about the conversation with Li Wei in the room. Shenmue, I was wrong before, and you took out your anger, and now this is something I definitely can't carry. I didn't realize that even Shito was involved, it's chaos up there. I can only look for you now, only you can protect me. Saying that, Li Wei pushed a small box to Shenmue with a serious face. Now that Xingyang County was about to usher in a bloody storm, he could guarantee that Shinemo would definitely not be in trouble. Have you ever seen a eunuch lead the way to a report? It's either the royal family or a relative of the royal family, or they have a great relationship with the emperor. Although he didn't know why Shenmue was only allowed to serve as a small flag, it would be strange for him to think of the above intentions. During this period of time, Cloudwater Town will listen to me for the time being, including you, is that okay? Shinemo opened the box and took a look at it, a few thousand taels as well as a few bottles of pills, and said indifferently. No problem. How can a small flag officer get involved in a case quickly and reasonably, just pull his boss into the water? In jail. Shenmue put down the teacup, the mouse two people suddenly stopped and looked at their own boss. Open your mouth. Shinemo walked to the two men and said indifferently, and the two rats immediately removed the linen cloth. Since Shenmue took over, he naturally began to investigate immediately, although the mighty tiger gang was destroyed, but it just happened to leave behind two. One was responsible for buying food every day, and one was responsible for prying for news. I've arrested two people, and I've gagged them until now. I'm only going to ask once, where did that box of silver come from? Shenmue's voice was very flat, but it made the two men chill to the bone. Picked it up. It was picked up by the master of the gang. At the Yunshui River, Moz Lin's side. We helped dispose of a man that day and were going to dump his body, right at Moz Lin's place, when we found a chest half buried in the sand by the river, so we fished it out, and it turned out to be silver. We really didn't know it was missing official silver. The two men immediately scrambled, fearing another whip would come the next second that. Head, the box does show signs of being soaked in water. Old Lane whispered from the side. Did you find any suspicious people at that time? Shenmue asked again. At that time there was none, but the master of the gang kept a watchful eye and told me to quietly go to the river every day when I was poking around to see if there were any people, and on the second day's time I found the Yuan family's people. The corner of Shenmue's mouth revealed a cold smile. Even if the escort team has a problem, but in order to transfer the official silver is in the case of many people, to complete the theft of the day, necessarily less help from outsiders. Changshan County into the county to pass through Baijiang County, which will have to pass next to Jinyiwei Town. I did not expect that right under the eyes of the. Take a statement and sign it. Scholar go find Li Wei and ask him to transfer 2 small flag teams to me. Target, Yuan family. Jinyiwei Town Yuan family, one of the local powerhouses, is one of the White River County Yuan family, the local general less people dare to offend. Boss, going without evidence, what if people don't admit it then? Mouse reminded with some apprehension. Do the Jinyiwei need evidence to take someone? Shinmore glanced at the rat and said indifferently, then striding out of the cell door. The Yuan family. Damn the mighty tiger gang. If it wasn't for them, could the Jinyiwei have noticed? Those few people in hiding deserve to die as well. Can't even do this right. Inside the room, Yuan Hua, the head of the Yuan family, slapped his hand on the table, furious. Don't worry Dad, those few people have already been dealt with, and the investigation can't find out about us. Next to him, Yuan Zili smiled blandly and said confidently, as soon as the wind is out of their sails, they'll immediately move on, and then it'll be a mud cow in the sea, and they'll be checking their asses out. Besides, who dares to investigate our Yuan family? I just don't believe that the brocade guards can also break into private homes without proof. Jinyiwei Town, as long as the Yuan family is around, it won't be able to turn over the sky. Yuan Zili sneered and said coldly, boo! There was a loud bang, followed by a cacophony of noises, and Yuan Hua and the two of them instantly frowned and walked out the door to see that the. What's going on out there, all that noise, looking for death? Yuan Hua roared as soon as he went out the door. But the next second was dumbfounded. In the courtyard stood a dozen or so brocade guards, all knives drawn and out. At the head stood a cold young man. Seeing Yuan Hua immediately smiled faintly. On the opposite side were the frightened house servants, and before them lay several corpses. What are you Jinyiwei doing? What for? Trespassing and killing people indiscriminately. Is there any law? Yuan Hua was furious, his chest heaving together, his face full of anger. Master Yuan? Someone has reported that the Yuan family is connected to the Changshan official silver. Come with us. Shenemo smiled faintly and said gently, with a harmless look of a human animal. You fart. My Yuan family is clean. A serious businessman. Next to him, Yuan Jerry immediately yelled in defense. What proof do you have? No, said Shinmore with a smile. How dare you come and arrest people without you? You have no regard for the law. I'm going to the county to sue you. Shinemo smiled faintly and said flatly. Introduce yourself, Jinyiwei, Shinmore. So what? What do you count as a small flag officer? Yuan Jili looked at Shinmore clothes disdainfully, his tone mocking. The four mice looked at each other, and doubt passed through their eyes that this person was a little cutie. Right? Swish. Cold light flashed, a family servant head fell to the ground, blood sprayed wildly, splashed Yuan Zaori face, it's directly frozen in shock. Brocade guards, first to kill, imperial license. You don't need evidence to take a man, so will you leave on your own, or will this officer invite you? Shinemo wore a smile, but his tone was filled with coldness. The harlot seeks death. Yuan Hua was instantly furious, leapt in the air, slapped his palm, and his early 7th grade aura pressed towards Shinmore. The highest strength in Jinyiwei Town was Li Wei, other than that it was Yuan Hua, early 7th grade. In the next second, Yuan Hua's pupils contracted violently, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. Stupid, Shinmore said coldly, and in the next second, with a wave of his hand, a row of brocade guards directly took out a bow and crossbow to launch. Instantly Yuan Hua was hit by more than a dozen arrows, in order to stay alive, but also were only shot in the hands and feet, the abdomen. Lower 5th grade martial artists don't have body protection yet. They can't do it without fear of swords yet. As soon as he landed on the ground, Shinmore stepped on Yuan Hua's face, his face indifferent to knocking his teeth off one by one, then slowly raised his head, his eyes fierce and cold. The Jinyiwei are on the case. Those who resist will be killed. Those who flee, kill. Soldiers, kill. In an instant, those family servants were directly frightened and threw away their weapons, shouting for mercy, and a few Yuan family martial artists tried to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but they were directly shot and killed. Pitifully naive. Shenmore walked to Yuan Hua, one hand patted its face faintly mocking, the blood on his hand left traces on his face. Yuan Hua let out a miserable cry, and was put through his peepa bone with an iron hook by the brocade guards on the spot. Shenmore, you're dead, do you know you're in big trouble? Yuan Hua cloaked his head and said fiercely, his tone morose and, catch me and you're dead. Too much noise, tongue cut out. Shenmore glanced at it and casually said, my lord, with your tongue gone, you won't be able to speak. A genie guard's Rex beside him gulped and carefully reminded. Isn't there still a hand, and there are many ways to get someone to talk when you're in the Jinyiwei prison. Shenmore face blandly uttered, so that the followers of the brocade guards cannot help but feel a chill in their hearts, which is damn them the brocade guards still brocade guards. Was this little flag officer like this before? Pretending? Too tough. In the future, one should never offend this cold-faced Yin Wang. Shenmore, you shall not die, you. The words have not finished, Nude a knife cut off, full of blood let people look at the chills. Down there, who could it be? A cold light flashed in Shenmo's eyes, and he smiled faintly, making the people around him shudder. 006 Chapter Breakthrough, Assassination. Yard. The four rats stood in front of Shenmo, their eyes looking at their own boss in confusion. Boss, is there anything you want to order? Call us over. Ding, a powerful case, copied the local powerful, gained 30 system points. The system voice rang in Shenmo's mind, while he himself took out 2 bottles of pills and put them on the stone table. This is one of the bottles of pills that Li Wei gave him, Qi Condensation Dan, used by 9th grade martial artists, presumably thinking that Shenmo is still in the 9th grade to send it. System, add reinforcement. Wordlessly the 2 bottles of elixirs had been transformed into extreme quality Qi condensation pills, and it only cost 4 points that. You guys take this elixir and cultivate it, your cultivation levels are too low, you can't easily help. After saying that Shenmo went back to the house, leaving the 4 people who looked at each other in dismay. Back inside, Shenmo took out 2 books from his secret compartment. Bloodbath 13 Knives Chasing the Wind Without Shadow A Knife, A Body Method, or before he left his own master to give him, now Shen family is considered the only one who loves him, even if that dad of his are disappointed in him. The 13 Swords of the Blood Fiend is a military sword technique, on the basic side, easy to cultivate. The old master at first also hoped that he could learn a few strokes to defend himself. The original master really learned 2 strokes and then never looked at it again, and the old master also wanted him to learn a few strokes to defend himself. The Chasing the Wind Without Shadow was one of the Shen family's family martial arts, a first-grade martial art. That is to say, it can be applied to any martial artist who has cultivated to the first grade. After reading the 2 feats, Shenmo immediately systematically added points. 3 points, the bloodshed blade technique is complete. 5 o'clock. Chasing the Wind Without Shadow, the first chasing the wind skillfully. Now there's a real kung fu move. Before that, it was all about Mang. The remaining 18 points Shenmo used to break through the cultivation. The next moment the body breath rose, breaking through the 7th grade in one fell swoop, directly into the middle of the 7th grade. Both eyes opened, Shenmo craned his neck, revealing a touch of playfulness. I'm afraid those people in Wujing wouldn't have wanted it for more than a month, and I've already reached the 7th rank. Don't worry, I'll give you guys a big surprise when I go back again. In the eyes of everyone in Wujing, he's just a punk dude who ended up being thrown to a remote corner for the rest of his life. Even his old man gave up on him. Inside a secret room, several people were gathered and, boo! A man slammed his hand on the table, his face angry and, what does Li Wei of Yunchuwei town mean? Actually dared to arrest someone. And he even arrested my people. What, he really wants to solve this case? I'm afraid he'll have the life to investigate and not the life to know the result. Well, now it's time to figure out what to do about it as a matter of urgency, said a low voice beside him. Naturally, it's immediate silencing. Once it's found out what the consequences are, you and I both know. Only the dead are safest. The other one smiled sorrowfully and said coldly that, if we do it now, we risk shooting ourselves in the foot, and it's easier to leave a tail. A clear voice came from the opposite side, with a few. Li Wei is at least a late 7th grade martial artist. Jia, if you ask me to say one way or the other, put the entire Yunchuwei town brocade guards all. A man gestures viciously toward his neck and says, stupid. Do you believe you'll die a horrible death the next day? The clear, cold voice came out coldly again, and, destroying a flag office and slapping the emperor's face in front of the whole world? You don't want to die fast enough, do you? So what do you guys say? Better to silence them, with poison. Oh, whoever's there will go. In an instant several gazes looked toward the first figure that opened his mouth. You guys? Okay, just go. After saying that, the figure flung his sleeves and left, his face furious, and the chamber fell into a silence. The safest way to ditch the car. That cool voice rang out and, what do you mean? Destroy the Yuan family. The Yuan family in Yunchuwei town was arrested, and if anyone confesses it will implicate the Yuan family, which in turn will implicate all of us, so abandon the Yuan family. When the Yuan family makes their move, they will exterminate their clan. The remaining few people were startled, and after looking at each other for a few moments, their eyes grew cold and, it was night, and it was silent, with only the sound of the night watchman beating the night watch echoing through the town. Shenmo, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a flash of cold light. This is the place. Since you dared to arrest someone from the Yuan family, you'll pay for it with your death. On the roof, several black-clad masked men armed with long swords and, set the fire and draw all the attention here, so that the people over there can do it easily. Once you are caught, you all know what to do, said a man at the head, looking at the crowd with sinister eyes. So what's it going to be? An icy voice suddenly rang out, everyone was shocked in their hearts and immediately turned around and, on the ridge of the roof, a figure stood with his hands on his back and the moon at his back, his face indifferent, the flying fish suit on his body was piercing, caught in the act, moving. Before the leader of the group could finish his sentence, the figure instantly appeared in front of him in the next second, and grabbed him by the neck. How can it be? You are a 7th rank. The man's eyes widened in disbelief that a small flag was actually a 7th rank. 1 late 8th grade, 2 mid 8th grades, and 3 late 9th grades, really looking up to me. Shinmore looked at the few people in front of him and said indifferently, the next second only heard a click, and the person in his hand was out of action. Kill. Several masked men looked at each other and all rushed up and the embroidered spring sword was drawn and slashed out, and all the knives of the foremost one were broken. Turning back and kicking out, the person sneaking up behind him had a piece of his back protruding out directly, and rolled down from the house to the ground, killing him on the spot. Then a knife chopped out, the knife wind whistling, killing Aura, and 2 more people cut off the waist, blood splattered in all directions. The last man looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes were horrified, and he turned around to run away. The Shinemo stood still, his face was calm, the embroidered spring sword in his hand threw out, a knife pierced through the man. The ding. Killing the enemy makes me happy. Gain 20 system points. Shinmore, are you alright? As soon as he heard the sound of fighting, Li Wei realized that something was wrong and immediately rushed over. If something happened here, he would be considered completely dead this time. It's okay, go to the brig. Shinmore shook his head, palm window absorption back to the embroidered spring sword said faintly. Next to Li Wei saw the scene, pupils could not help but shrink slightly, this internal strength is almost catching up with him. Could not help but look deeply behind Shinmore. It's true that none of the people from Wujing are simple. In jail. Li Wei's face was ugly. Yuan Hua's father and son had died in the prison at this moment, bleeding from the 7 orifices, and it looked like they were poisoned and died. Mud, there's a ghost in the jinyiwei. Shinmore examined the body and found nothing. Rats, draw while it's hot. The back mouse instantly frozen, this confession nothing, in that draw a pledge ah. The scholar next to him looked at it helplessly, pulled out a piece of white paper, scratched Yuanoa's finger and pressed on it. This. The corners of Li Wei's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he looked embarrassed. Is this okay? After so many years of handling cases, even the brocade guards have bent over backwards, and have yet to see a direct use of a dead man. The Yuanhua had a bad conscience, wrote a confession, and then committed suicide. Those people up there, sometimes all they want is results. Who needs the process? Shinmore patted Li Wei on the shoulder and said meaningfully. Li Wei's face was shocked, this errand was much more ruthless and bold than him. It should be clear who started it, all we need is an excuse to arrest someone. Count the men, arrest them. It's time for this game to end, maybe soon you'll be up there. Shinmore patted Li Wei on the shoulder again and turned to leave. The situation now is such that all the top needs is a result, a list of people who are tainted, and it's up to anyone who dares to hand out that list. Chapter 007, A Trip to Baijiang County. Stepping out of the gate of the General Flag Office, 18 brocade guards were already standing on horseback outside, including 3 small flags that Li Wei gave a dead order, even if again disobeyed 3 small flag can only temporarily hold back. Baijiang County, but there is 100 households sitting in town, according to the current situation, I am afraid that also. You are sure not to let me accompany. Li Wei was a little worried, now Shinemo is his own hope of survival Even the Qingyang County 1,000 households have problems, Li Wei cannot find anyone else, maybe now out of Qingyang County is a problem. I know it in my heart. Shinemo said flatly, then his eyes looked at the dozen or so people in front of him. This official has only one demand of you, unconditional obedience. Those who can't do it get out now. That's not what it's going to look like when I get around to evicting people. Once Shinmo's words fell, the 3 small flags immediately surfaced a touch of anger, but looking at Li Wei and all endured. Tell me if I can. Obey orders to the death. The 18 brocade guards immediately shouted in loud unison. The Shinmore nodded. Just at this time, the rat 4 people similarly rode a horse came also led a horseback carrying a bow, as well as arrows. The 1 each, bring it. Shinmore a flip on the horse, said lightly, this trip to Baijiang County is a dragon pool and tiger's den, not to equip it may be. Heave. Cranking their horses, the backs of the 24 men raised dust and gradually moved away. White River County, with the town of Cloudwater being part of the county. At the moment, there's a lot of people coming and going on the official road, merchants, travelers, peddlers, peasants. Miss, we're almost home. A carriage traveling on the road, a maid-like woman pulled open the car screen to look at the distant county somewhat happy to say. Inside the carriage, a gentle and wan woman was looking at a book, with the demeanor of a lady of the house. Just then, a loud roar came from the rear, as well as a burst of hoofbeats that the jinyiwei are on the case. Get out of the way. The brocade guards are on the case. Make way. A fast horse galloped past, and the dust flew. The maid couldn't help but take a mouthful of dirt, choked hard by the ahem, how brutal. Muanwen put the book in her hand down, a flash of thought in her eyes. Jinyiwei handling cases? Is there any recent case in Baijiang County? At the entrance of the city, seeing Shinmore and his party, a soldier immediately stood out and raised his hand to pause. The horse's hooves were raised forward, hissing in the air, and the soldier was paralyzed with fear as he drew back, and the jinyiwei is on the case. You dare to block it, looking for death? The old cripple immediately said viciously. Having said that, Shinemo directly stepped into the city with a group of people and went straight to the Yuan family. Accompanied by the sound of hoofbeats and shouting, pedestrians on the street have to avoid, so big battle soon also spread into the ears of those who have the heart. Oh, whether it's that Cloudwater Town's brocade guards or the ones coming from above, now you can only find out about a piece of corpse, ha. In a hall, a richly dressed old man put down the teacup in his hand and smiled smugly. Seek your own death. In front of the Yuan family gate, Shinemo looked at the closed door, as well as the faint smell of blood in the air. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. That was fast and furious. Leave a small group of banners behind to blockade the Yuan family, and have the magistrate come over so he can give an explanation. County magistrates are usually positive 7 or from the 6th grade, while the small flag of the jinyiwei 8th grade, but the jinyiwei see the official 3 levels. Yes. Let's go, to the centurion. In the next moment, Shinemo took the remaining dozen people and flew directly in one direction. Soon, the matter of the Yuan family's destruction spread to several nearby streets. System points. On the way Shinmore used 20 system points for cultivation, and noiselessly broke through to the peak of the 7th product, and then up to the 6th product, the middle 3 products, already considered a party of experts. It takes an ordinary person 20 to 30 years. 100 house, resembling the layout of a manor house, with 2 stone lions at the entrance. Stand still. This is the 100th house. The 2 brocade guards at the door saw the fast horse coming and immediately shouted and rebuked. Gung Fei, chief flag of the jinyiwei, is involved in the Chanshan official silver case, bring the man immediately. The fact that Gung Fei could say those words that day meant he knew something, and the fact that he could send him means that the people in the dark trusted him. Shinemo looked at the 2 men and said indifferently, "Where are you brewed from, and do you have a token?" One of the brocade guards asked, while another immediately ran into the gate to report. Flying fish suit, embroidered spring sword. Need a token? What about imposters? Shinmore glanced faintly, his eyes looked inside the gate, and said no more. The mute next to him took a flying leap, his eyes were cold, and he kicked the brocade guard off the. After the help of the elixir, all 4 of them stepped into the late 9th grade, and all of them exclaimed in astonishment at the divine elixir. It's you! As soon as Gung Fei came out, he saw Shinemo on the horse, and immediately his face became angry, his eyes filled with cold. With that last arrow and the poisoning, if he hadn't come back fast he would have been dead. How dare you, a small flag officer, actually dare to make trouble in front of the 100 house? Don't blame me if you seek death yourself. Gung Fei slapped out the embroidered spring sword with a palm, holding it in the air and leaping down towards Shinmore. The knife wind is powerful and explosive, and the momentum is fierce. Shinmo's eyes condensed, backhandedly drew out the embroidered spring sword to chop, cold light flashed. The Gung Fei was directly shaken out, Shinmore, and then leaped in the air, 5 kicks in a row, kicking its chest and waist. Shinemo landed in a dashing manner and looked at Gung Fei, who landed on the ground and spit out blood and was full of disbelief and said coldly. Just at this time, behind the palm wind whistling, Shinmore eyes a flash of cold light, chasing the wind. Step instant flash next to a leg would kick out. The visitor blocked with both hands across the room, taking several steps backwards, each step shattering the floor tiles, and when the man raised his head again, Shinemo chopped down with his sword like a mountain of pressure, and the sword was ferocious. The visitor's pupils shrank, and he dodged with a donkey roll that. The ground was directly transformed into a meter-long crack by the knife chi, and Shinmore kicked out with a heavy foot, a piece of broken stone flying up. Just as the man stood up, debris flew in and hit him hard in the abdomen, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then his eyes were cold, his palms sucked in, and the sky was full of flying stones, ready to attack Shinmore. Squeak! The sound of a bowstring being tightened breaks the tension. Only to see the Scholar 4 and the brocade guards behind them all raising their bows and crossbows at that person at the moment, murderous. 6th grade? That's it? Shinemo slowly raised his left hand, holding a piece of shredded cloth between his 2 fingers, his eyes teasingly looking at the figure in front of him. The same flying fish suit, except that it is green and silver patterned, representing its identity. Try 100 households. 100 households are usually in the middle to late 6th grade, and test 100 households are in the early 6th grade or the peak of the 7th grade. You! Jian Yanqing's face was ashamed and angry, looking at the tattered clothes in front of her chest. A touch of grimness flashed in the depths of her eyes. A small flag officer is actually at the peak of the 7th rank. From Wujing? Is it possible that he's been exposed? They're going to kill him? How dare you! A small flag actually dares to strike out at a superior. You have no honor. And ordering his subordinates to use their military weapons privately. Jian Yanqing was instantly furious, and preemptively, her tone was icy cold. The Shinmo's face was indifferent, too lazy to argue with the person in front of him again. Take it away. I will kill anyone who dares to stop. Shinmore scanned the circle to Jane. Wujing faintly smiled and said softly, but let a crowd of people behind a cold. Wow. Mouse-old cripple directly took out the back chain while Gung Fei bound. Gung Fei also want to say what directly by the rag's gagged mouth. Where are you brocade guards? Jian Muqing asked angrily, with an ugly expression on his face. Yunshui Town. Shinemo took a step onto the horse, turned back and said playfully. What? Jane Muqing was almost spewing out a mouthful of blood from her anger. Stop right there, all of you. Who told you to come and arrest people? Jane Wujing immediately brought people to block, face angry questioning. Disregarding the rules, acting without authorization, striking out at your superiors, are you trying to rebel? Shenmue directly raised his hand, and the dozen or so brocade guards behind him immediately raised their bows and crossbows again. Trial 100 household led the crowd to harbor the suspect with the intent to commit treason. Jinyiwei Shenmue is now executed on the spot. Shenmue revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and said faintly, without the slightest bit of panic. The moment these words came out, Jane Wujing's face changed in disbelief. How dare he? Unauthorized killing of the brocade guards, acting lawlessly, in the eyes of simply not a little bit of rules like, bossy general. Good. You little flag officer, wait for death. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to keep Gung Fei, Jane Wujing gritted her teeth and said, her eyes filled with grimness. I didn't expect to actually start with Gung Fei, and I was caught off guard. Here's the evidence. Shenmue took out a piece of paper, the very same one that Yuan Huan, his father and son, pressed their handprints on after their deaths, and it said that Gung Fei was involved in the official silver case. Then he led his party straight away on horseback, and Jane Wujing looked at the back of the departure, eyes gradually icy cold, since their own looking for death, then cannot blame others. A makeshift house, with rows of brocade guards standing on either side of the doorway, and a scream coming out of the house that, not long after, Shenmue walked out of the house, took the white handkerchief from the scholar's hands to wipe the blood on his hands, his eyes indifferent, and, target, the Chang family. Bloody handkerchief falls to the ground, walks over it with one foot on it. Boo! Two figures crashed right through the gate, blood splattering everywhere. The two rows of brocade guards stepped into the gate, and Shenmue slowly walked into the gate from it. As far as the eye can see, there is a large courtyard with rockeries, ponds, pavilions, and pavilions. At this moment Changwen happened to lead a group of people to the gate, heard the brocade guards to investigate the case. Changwen almost thought it was exposed, ready to take the secret passage to run away, but thought of the Yuan family were destroyed, foolproof, the heart and have a bottom line. Old man Changwen, I don't know what your excellency is looking for, grasshopper? Changwen arched his hand as a salute to Shenmue and politely said, Chanshan official silver. Shenmue faintly spat out 4 words. Changwen's heart jumped violently, inexplicably some panic, but on the surface the face did not change color. Sir, our Chang family is just an honest merchant family? How could we dare to participate in this kind of thing? Changwen immediately argued in his defense. Boo! As soon as the words fell, the mute man and the old cripple threw themselves in front of him with a bloodied and miserable man on their frames. Gung Fei, recognize? Shenmue used the knife to uncover the emanation, revealing that the only better preserved part of the face, and said faintly. At this moment, Changwen only felt sweat pouring down his back like rain, and his heart was cold inside. How could he not recognize it? He was the one who shipped that part of the Chang family. My lord, this, how could a straw man possibly recognize it? Shenmue walked next to Changwen and patted one hand on his shoulder. Your disguise is poor, practice more in your next life. In the next second Changwen's eyes were fierce, one claw attacked Shenmue's lower 3 roads, and the other hand attacked his abdomen. Shenmue's hand embroidered spring sword a rotation blocking the following. The other hand grabbed the hand attacking on the abdomen on the. With a click, one of Changwen's hands was pinched off, then Shenmue kicked out. Changwen flew out directly backwards. TCH, you're useless even when given the chance. Rubbish. The Chang family is involved in the official silver case. Those who bind their hands live, those who resist die. Shenmue turned back and looked sideways at the crowd of Chang family members in front of him, his eyes cold. Just then, 3 silhouettes flew out from the crowd, and one of them flung out a concealed weapon first, a silver needle attacking the acupuncture point of the other 2 attacked with long whips and large swords, all of them exuding a peak 7th grade aura. The 3 Whitewater invaders. The scholar's brow furrowed in some concern. This Whitewater 3 bandits have been active in the White River County around, a 7 product early, 2 people 7 product peak. Even if you meet the 6 product martial arts can be a battle. In the Qingyang County is also a little famous, the knife ko guan kuei, whip ko diao tangled hand, robbing ko valley snake. Don't worry about me, suppress the Chang family line. Shenmue raised his hand palm wind cohesion, airflow around, silver needle was firmly sucked in 3 feet in the air, and then backhand shocked back. The embroidered spring sword in his hand made a spin and drew it out. A bloodthirsty blade wind crossed the air and shook the 2 back. The Guan Kuei's greatsword slashed horizontally, with a thick aura and a force like an ox. Shenmue's embroidered spring sword to meet, the 2 knives touch, directly produce a strong wind. You imperial court hawks and dogs, let me take your dog's life. Guan Kuei's face was covered in flesh, and his eyes were ferocious and Shenmue's eyes cold light, did not make a sound, a knife forced back, reversed a foot, turned smoothly to avoid the long whip behind him. Chopping the ground with a knife, masonry and dust flying up. Several successive kicks were launched, and debris flew out like arrows, one by one knocking down the valley snake's sneak attack darts. Then with his left hand he took out the hook and noose hanging from his waist and entwined it with the incoming whip. The next second body as light as a swallow, instantaneous step to Diao Tangled Hand in front of a knife cut down, Diao Tangled Hand had to give up the whip rolled over to avoid. The next moment the hook and noose struck and lashed at his back, a bloody mark that At the same time Shenmue embroidered spring sword back block behind, block Guan Kuei big knife, a moment to turn around a leg whip hit hard on its head, heavy fall to the ground. Before he could react, another kick was delivered to his abdomen, and Guan Kuei's body directly slid a few meters against the ground, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. The wind from his palm sucked his greatsword from the ground, and he threw it backhanded at Guan Kuei, piercing his chest with a slash that. One of the three major bandits, the sword bandit, was then killed by Shenmue. Go! Seeing this, Valley Snake and Diao Tangler immediately leapt towards the wall, wanting to escape over the wall. The stupid. Shenmue's figure did not move, just looked at the two men and sneered coldly. Looking at Shenmue did not come after them, the two hearts were overjoyed, a light power, the two leaped up in the air, about to escape over the wall. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen arrows made a cracking whistling sound, the two corpses fell, with 7 or 8 arrows in each of their. At this moment, a group of Cheng family members were shivering, their faces were horrified, and those who wanted to resist were already lying on the ground with arrows sticking out of their bodies. And Changwon is now miserable with his hands and feet picked off and his teeth knocked out. My lord, it's been fished. In the compound, Shenmue sat on a chair, calmly drinking tea, a dozen corpses in front of him, next to a crowd of terrified Cheng family members, and Cheng's pawn side of a dozen boxes of wet boxes neatly arranged, one by one to open all the white flowers of silver. Ding, act decisively, follow your heart, don't get aggravated, investigate and arrest Cheng's family, found part of the official silver, gained 50 system points. Just now, the magistrate Fu Changqing rushed over with his men, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw a mess, blood flowing on the ground, corpses, and boxes of silver, and almost fainted from fear. It's over. There really is missing official silver in Baijiang County. Right under our noses. My life is over. 008 Bloodstained Baijiang County. In the Cheng family compound. Magistrate Fu, hiding official silver right under your nose, you're making it hard for this official not to suspect you. Shenemo looked at the forehead sweating, the body cannot help trembling. Fu Changqing said indifferently. This official is absolutely innocent, this lord. At this moment, Fu Changqing heart has already hated Changwon, martyr, you develop your family well even if actually dare to participate in this matter, a few head off? This is the first time that I've seen a lot of people in the world. Now, immediately blockade the county town, and no gates can be opened without this official's order. Do you understand me, prefect? Okay. Fu Changqing at this moment also did not ask anything more, quickly left to send people to blockade the city gates, in their own jurisdiction out of the official silver. This is sure to be held accountable, depending on how this jinyiwei adults write. Fu Changqing had just left, when the old cripple, covered in blood, came with his eyes full of fury. Head, that old thing is dead set against confessing. It's a pity that I have to be forced to be an evil person. Shenmue slowly put down the teacup in his hand and indifferently said. Inside a room, Changwon was currently being hoisted up, drenched in blood, with countless blood marks and a weak breath. As soon as she saw Shenmue come in, her eyes immediately widened and she glared angrily, and, dog, you shall not die. I'll be waiting for you in hell. This tone, do not know also thought that Shenemo and his entourage is the villain. Bring it in, Shenmue said directly and casually, his face flat. The next second he saw a few brocade guards bring in Changwen's concubines. Then in front of Changwen's face, his hand raised his knife and blood was splattered all over the ground. Next batch. Shenemo did not change his face, and lightly said words that made people chilled. Then came Changwen's 7 aunts and other relatives. Heads fell to the ground. Ah, you shall not die. You scumbag. Changwen's face was now grim, cursing angrily, as if he were a man-eating evil spirit, with bloodshot eyes. In this regard, Shenmue did not change his face, his eyes were indifferent, and he waved his hand to indicate the next batch. What am I afraid of dying for, a horizontal death? Seeing his wife and children being escorted in, Changwon could not control himself at once, and kept struggling, with his face hideously twisted and, in order to grow your family, you embarked on this path, and now you're pushing your family into an abyss of 10,000 feet. Changwon, do you want the Chang family to be like the Yuan family? Exterminate the clan. The last sentence knocked heavily on its mind. Changwon was filled with trance. Yeah, he wanted to grow the Chang family, but now he might not even be able to keep a trace of his bloodline. I said, please let them go. Let them go. A mansion. Boo. The teacup in Jiang Shangjuan's hand fell to the ground, his face pale. What did you say? The Chang family was raided and found out about the official silver. How is that possible? Jiang Shangjuan sat paralyzed in his chair, his eyes were lifeless. It's bad, my lord, a group of brocade guards is coming, a dozen of them. So fast. Before Jiang Shangjuan could think of a countermeasure, a bang came from outside. Shenemo then walked in with a line of brocade guards, followed by Fu Changqing and several constables. It's atrocious. Looking at the broken gate, Fu Changqing and the others couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. The style of this group of jinyiwei is completely different from that of Baijiang County. It can't be from above, right? Prefect of Baijiang County, Lord Jiang will come with us. Shenemo held the embroidered spring sword at his waist with his right hand, made a posture of invitation with his left hand, and smiled. Jiang Shangjuan, you actually dared to scheme for official silver. How dare you? Fu Changqing was instantly furious. It's hard not to blame himself for being kept in the dark, and the people next to him have rebelled and, ha 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 ha, birds die for food, people die for money. Who the hell doesn't want money and power? Not to mention a step up. Jiang Shangjuan now broke the pot, let loose a big laugh. Having done this, I'm not unprepared. Jiang Shangjuan slapped the table, and a dozen men ran out at once on both sides, armed with steel swords and Shenmore's neck twisted and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kill! Looking at Jiang Shangjuan, who fell in front of him like a dead dog, full of fear and terror, begging for mercy. Shenmore frowned in disgust. Take away. Thunder and lightning with a line of people stepped out of the gate at the onlookers of the people look at the blood covered with jinyiwei, all killing, all face panic, have to retreat, for fear of getting into trouble. Miss, it's the same brocade guards from yesterday. The same maid who was in the crowd before, with frightened eyes, whispered beside a gentle and wan woman that. Mu Anwen also looked grave as well as shocked at this moment. In just 2 days, the sky of Baijiang County had changed. Behind, Fu Changqing as well as a few constables looked at the mess left behind, a yard full of limbs and arms, blood flowed on the ground, cannot help but all swallowed their saliva. Tough, too tough. In the streets, a fast horse galloped, leaving behind a bloody smell of System Plus. On the road, Shenmore once again spent 40 system points to break through to the middle of the 6th grade. The rest is only enough to break through half of the number of points, and Shenmore has to save to add some skills. In addition to a book of basic sword and body skills, the other is not yet able to. The old master only gave him 2 books for defense, and he didn't expect Shenmore to become a 6th-ranking expert in a month or so. 100 households. The 2 brocade guards guarding the door soon realized that something was wrong, accompanied by the sound of hoofbeats and a neat pace of. Soon they saw that there were actually troops coming out of the streets on both sides, about 100 of them, and the moment they appeared they were in formation, with arrows and bows drawn against the 100 households. What are you doing? Want to revolt? Receiving the report, Jian Muqing immediately came out with her people, and looking at the scene in front of her instantly asked angrily. The private movement of troops without a transfer order can be considered a rebellion. Who told you guys to move? Do you want to be put to death? This officer made it move. The soldiers made way in the middle, and Shenmore rode his horse step by step from the distance, his face indifferent, saying, Dawes military defense of each county required a garrison of 1 battalion of 700 men, and 2 battalions generally in the frontier regions, under the command of a 7th-ranked lieutenant. Normally, even if the jinyiwei are mobilized, they need a transfer order or a military talisman. Shenmore, on the other hand, could mobilize a battalion of troops unconditionally. Because the old master left him something, a life-saving thing, it is given to Shenmore, can be sure to say that said to stay a bloodline, even if Shenmore rebellion failure can stay his life. The late emperor's royal gold medal of immunity from death, no matter what Shen's family commits can save one of them to stay as a bloodline. And with this order, you can mobilize a military camp unconditionally. Sorry, Shen family is so powerful, very big. Warlords and aristocrats, Wujing Shen family, so big that the emperor is afraid to take action now, to wait for the old man to die. It's you again. Are you going to revolt? How dare you mobilize the army privately? Brocade guards listened to the order, immediately behead the brocade guards traitors. Jian Muqing's face was unsightly as he drew out the embroidered spring sword in his hand and shouted. She realized a problem. This little flag officer in front of her was able to mobilize the army, so it must have been noticed by someone from above. This person in front of her must be from Wujing. The jinyiwei trial 100 households, while the 100 households are out, colluded with Cheng Yuan 2 families and the county minister to steal the official silver. The evidence is conclusive. Now arrest the prisoner Jian Muqing. Helpers, all are accomplices. Death. Shen Mo spoke faintly from his mouth word by word, the last word filled with infinite killing intent. Swish. The embroidered spring sword was drawn towards the ground and cut a line that. He who crosses the line to the side and lays down his arms is deemed innocent and lives. Shen Mo smiled faintly and said indifferently. 3 count. 1. The group of brocade guards behind Jian Muqing looked at each other with hesitant eyes. 2. Finally, some of the brocade guards crossed the line to Shenmore's side. Pity. Release the arrows. Shenmore shook his head without the slightest hesitation. You're screwed. We're 3. Jian Muqing shouted at once, still pulling out something in her hand and wanting to take it out. Shenmore's eyes condensed, his eyes were cold, and he snatched the bow and arrow next to him, drew the bow, and shot out, and the arrow directly penetrated Jian Muqing's throat, blood spurted out, her eyes widened and she fell to the ground in death. What right do you have to live if you don't know the rules anymore? Some things Shenmore can know alone, but cannot pass out. The royal things naturally have the emperor to choose. The whole thing. You write up the playbill and give it to me. Remember to wash the floor. Looking at the brocade guards who were shot in front of him, Shen Mo's eyes were indifferent, standing wrong, then accept the results, turned his horse to leave, and said to Fu Changqing faintly, SS. At this moment, Fu Changqing looked at the scene in front of him and sucked in a mouthful of cool air, he had already been shock numb today. The whole Baijiang county, by a small banner of the jinyiwei big change in the sky. How many lives have been lost, plus the ones found out, and how many heads will fall to the ground? This time, Xinjiang County is going to have a big change of blood. 009 Xinjiang changes the sky, General Flag Shenmore. Baijiang County. The people are silent these days. There are very few people in the streets. The figures of the brocade guards were constantly weaving through the streets, and every now and then someone was arrested, or even killed on the spot. While Shen Mo took Changwen, Zhang Shangjuan and his group directly back to Yinshui town. Under the withered tree in the small courtyard, the 4 rats were sitting around a stone table. Mighty! It's awesome, Mouse said, with a glowing face. Come on, if it wasn't for the boss, we'd be in the dark by now. The scribe rolled his eyes, and said, in an unkind manner. But boss, what method did you use to pass up the secret folders? The scholar said with some doubt. You know that the whole Xinjiang County isn't necessarily clean these days, and you're likely to be cut off if you take the official road. Army stagecoach. Shenmore said indifferently as he sipped the wine in his hand. At once the scholar revealed a flash of realization and asked no more questions. That said, Chanshan official silver disappeared $200,000. Baijiang County only found out a total of 100,000. Nothing happened, boss? Mouse asked one more question. This money naturally arrives at the place where it is going. There will be people who want it, Shenmore said faintly. Hey, boss, what exactly are you from? The mouse rubbed his hands together and smiled with a fawning face, and, you can mobilize the army directly. How big is this? Hearing this, the scholarly trio all looked deeply at Shen Mo and did not ask anything more. Just cover you. Hey, chief, after such a big case this time, the top should promote you. The old cripple forked the subject and said excitedly that's not necessarily true. Shen Mo gazed to the northwest, his eyes deep and meaningful, and said, Wujing, the capital of the Dada Kingdom. The founding emperor, Emperor Wu, has been the capital since his rise to power, and has gone through 3 generations of Emperor Wu, Wu Gaozu, Emperor Wu Ying, and Emperor Wu Run, and now the 4th Emperor of De Wu, Emperor Wu Ming, Su Ling Tian, has been the capital. Inside the palace, in the imperial study, a middle-aged man sat in the upper seat, wearing a dragon robe, not angry and authoritative, next to an old eunuch serving the. Su Ling Tian looked at the secret fold in his hand, his face expressionless, his eyes deep. It took a long time to put this secret fold down, tapping his fingers on it. Lu Zhang, the 1000th household of Qingyang County has mutinied, and you didn't realize it until now. In the next second, a figure in the darkness walked out and half-kneeled in front of Su Ling Tian, his head lowered respectfully and said, I have failed to do my job, please punish me, your majesty. Since you've changed your mind, let's get a new batch. How can you use the sword when it's not even your own? Su Ling Tian threw the Zhang folders in front of Lu Gang and said flatly, pass the order the jinyiwei to investigate Xinjiang County severely with the local Jinfu envoy from Jibaihu. None of the people on the list should be spared. Have the Xinjiang County captain mobilize troops to assist, and suppress any signs of rebellion immediately. Have Li Ruxiao of the Ministry of Revenue immediately select a group of officials from the Hanlin Academy to replace them in Xinjiang County. At the same time, send people to secretly investigate the situation in the counties. Yes. Lu Gang cupped his fists and kneeled down, respectfully, then immediately turned around and left. Rumor has it that this one was solved by a chief flag? Su Ling Tian once again returned to the dragon chair and sat down, turning over another Zhang folders faintly asked. Next to the old eunuch Xia Yan hastily returned, back to your majesty, said Yunshui Town General Bannerly Wei. In fact, it is under the hands of the small flag Shenmore broken. Shenmore. Su Ling Tian frowned, feeling somewhat familiar, but could not recall it for a moment. Your Majesty, the first and second grandson of the Duke of Jinghua, Xia Yan reminded in a low voice. It's him. Su Ling Tian's face was a bit surprised. That brat. The one that was sent to a remote place by the Duke of Jinghua to be left alone. Su Ling Tian impression, before can not less hear that kid's ridiculous things, more hateful as this kid into the palace actually molested the dynasty princess, crazy death act. Later, in order to calm his anger and to save his life, Duke Jinghua asked Su Ling Tian to send Shen Mo to the border. Su Ling Tian looked at the face of the Duke of Jinghua. At that time, let people will be thrown in the distance of the boy and the brocade guards, while at least have to let their own people to watch, in case of trouble how to do. Outside the people still think Su Ling Tian secretly under the black-handed. I didn't realize that this kid changed his name and just happened to be dropped off in Xinjiang County. Yes, your majesty. The whole case was his doing. Then Xia Yan gave Su Ling Tian a full account of Shenmore's performance from beginning to end. Listening to Shenmore's performance, Su Ling Tian's eyes became deep, not knowing what he was thinking. Senior companion Xia, do you think the Duke of Jinghua knows this kid's true colors? Su Ling Tian suddenly asked. Your majesty, judging from Jinghua Gong's behavior, I'm afraid Jinghua Gong doesn't know either. Su Ling Tian suddenly smiled and said meaningfully. What a handful of concealment, what a dude. Fooled everyone. At least mid-7th grade, what a heavenly pride. It is said that the 3 children of the Shin family are a tiger, a talent and a dog, but now it's a tiger and a dragon. The Shen family, it's really lucky. Xia Yan didn't dare to guess what Su Ling Tian really meant, so he didn't dare to answer. But the heart is equally horrified. I did not expect that the dude in the eyes of the people of Wujing is actually a self-flagellation, internalizing the sharpness, in order to alleviate the crisis of the Shen family, so that the emperor can rest assured that even his own family members do not know. Good deep heart. Give Yunchuei Town Chief Banner Li Wei 1/6th grade elixir Yuan Shi Dan, 1,000 taels of silver, and promote Baijiang County Trial 100 households. Yunchuei Town's minor flag Shenmore was promoted to Yunchuei Town's general flag. 1 bottle of the 7th grade elixir Qi gathering pill and 100 taels of silver. Let Lu Sang bring it along. Yes. Let Lao San come over to see me. Huh, I'm not dead yet. These people are thinking pretty far ahead. Soon, a message spread throughout Woking. The third prince was grounded for 3 months and fined 100,000 taels of silver. The Minister of Rights, Wang Zhuang, was fined 1 year's salary, and a number of officials, large and small, were arrested and imprisoned. Inside a palace, a young man dressed in a purple ornate python robe, sitting opposite an old man with a rosy face and crane hair. It's a good situation that third brother has been planted this time and his forces have suffered heavy losses. Sui said as he dropped the white disc, his tone filled with delight. Planting it once is nothing, even if the third prince is left by himself it means there is still a chance. The fifth order shook his head, lifted his hand and dropped the black pieces, reminding that the next moment, the board changes, and in a flash, black turns the tables. This is a fight that can be lost many times, but as long as you win the last time that's a win. In the garden, a group of women are traveling to enjoy the flowers, in 1,000 different forms, each with its own beauty. Alas, this time, third brother is considered to have angered father, and will be subjected to old sins, sighed a cute and agile girl. It'll be out in a few months, so there's no need to worry about anything. A cold and noble woman beside her said indifferently. Yeah, not so much as Southwind's brother, who was driven straight to a remote place. Several people's gazes went to a cool woman next to them for a moment. Unworthy dude just, the result of their own making, said the cool woman lightly, her eyes indifferent, while the cold woman next to her thought of what, also face like ice. In a small courtyard, sycamore tree leaves were falling, a white-haired old man was sitting alone under the tree, looking still fit and majestic and energetic, but at this moment, his brows were wrinkled, his face was worried, and he sighed. How is it in Xingyang County? General Flag Office, Yunchuei Township. Shenmore just stepped into the gate. Li Wei came over with an excited face. Shang Wen and others were taken away. Xingyang County directly changed the sky. More than 50% of the officials were arrested. Xingyang County 1,000 households were killed. The county guard was escorted back to the capital, Changshan County. The entire jinyiwei was cleansed. The school lieutenant was suppressed and arrested. The county magistrate and county minister were directly beheaded. The rest of the counties were also cleaned up a little bit, on us now instead of becoming a safer place. Also, the court has sent rewards from above. I've been transferred to Baijiang County, and you've been promoted to chief banner of Yunchuei Town. The rest of the brocade guards are all rewarded with 10 taels of silver and a 9th grade elixir. Li Wei said a lot in one breath. Look excited, said the hand things to Shenmore, a set of general flag official clothes, next to the general flag seal, and a bottle of elixir in silver. Here's your reward. Shenmore calmly took it, unexpected and unexpected. Jinyiwei, gather. In the next second, Li Wei yelled loudly, and immediately a group of brocade guards ran out and stood neatly in a good. This is your new chief banner from now on, and so many of you have seen what he can do. Call out. Greetings to General Flagshan. 30 or so men shouted in unison at once, with voices like thunder. The Shenmo held the embroidered spring sword on his waist with his hand, picked up the general flag seal with his other hand, looked at the scene in front of him with an indifferent face, and was blandly indifferent. At this moment, in the entire compound, Shenmo was the only one who reigned supreme. Chapter 010, The Strange Case of the Dry Bodies in Lu Village. General Flagstaff House. Shenmo called the 4 rats to the room alone and took out his own bottle of 7th grade elixir. Take it to boost your strength, now that you can't keep up with some of it. Yes. The 4 of them looked at each other and finally said together that if they wanted to follow Shenmore, then their strength could not be weak. Old cripple, Newt, you guys secretly go find some people to train, in essence not in numbers. Yes. Without asking any more questions, the 2 of them answered directly and, Boss, it costs a lot to train people, said Mouse with some concern. To copy a family, the jinyiwei never go for nothing. Shenmo directly took out a few silver tickets and put them on the table, tens of thousands of taels. For now. Yes. The General Flag Office Book Depository, which collects some of the merits obtained from the plagiarized family as well as those of the brocade guards, and generally the brocade guards underneath can come in and pick them out after they've made a merit. Shenmore selected once, and finally selected 2 books, a Forging Defensive Gungfu Shin Yuan Tian Gangafei, only the first layer, a Claw Method Soul Breaking Claw, previously obtained by Li Wei and another chief flag to round up a villain. The Claw Method is vicious and deadly. The Shen Yuan Tian Gang method is the exclusive body protection forging method of the jinyiwei. It is said that when practiced to the highest level one can see the gods and break the void. It was created by the founding emperor of Dewu and the Taoist heavenly master of the time. When the official silver case ended, Shenmue gained 100 system points. Extra points. The next moment Shenmue felt like he had practiced these two techniques for more than 10 years. 50 system points were gone in an instant. The first layer of Xian Yuan Tian Gang was complete, the blood and flesh were refined horizontally once, and the soul-breaking claw was complete. All the rest added points of cultivation. In an instant a wave of chi spread out from Shenmue's body, the chi flow surrounded him, and the sixth product was complete. There are still 10 points left, you can keep a spare, and after glancing at what he had left, Shenmue left the book depository. The next dozen days, Yunshui Town is in a calm life, except that many people know the Yunshui Town jinyiwei chief flag changed, said to be ferocious and brutal, killing people like Yunshui Town Yamen. At this moment, we only see two dusty young men come here, directly pick up the mallet to strike the drum, and then fall down on their knees in front of the door, crying and shouting, "My lord, save Yanagi village." Who is suing? Ninggu walked out with his men and asked in a hurry, "My lord, it's us, I'm Wang De, this is my brother Wang Er, we're villagers from Lu village. My lord, people have been dying in my village for the past few days in a row." When Wang De saw Ninggu come out in his official uniform, he hurriedly said, "What? Several people died in a row. Why didn't you report it on the first day?" Ninggu's face was shocked, and he couldn't help but chide that. "My lord, the first two deaths were accidents and no one noticed anything unusual. It wasn't until the third one, Li Binzi, died in a strange manner that we realized something was wrong," Wang De hastened to explain. "The death is bizarre." Ninggu immediately felt that something was not right, and brought the two into the yamen before questioning them carefully. "My lord, when that Li Bin died, his face was hideous and his whole body was dried up, as if he had been sucked dry by something. The old man in the village spoke of a fox spirit and told us to come quickly to find the official. This." Ninggu face ugly, "This kind of thing at a glance is not right, I'm afraid that it involves some kind of cult villains. He usually deal with the people's disputes, a wanted notice is more or less the same. I'm afraid that this matter can only be reported to the brocade guards. General Flagstaff House. My lord, outside, the Yunshui Township officials are seeking an audience." A brocade guard came in and reported. "Bring it in. That's the way it is, Lord Shen, you see?" Ninggu carefully looked at the indifferent-faced youth in front of him. "Let those two lead the way, we'll be right there. I've had enough rest. I've come to live." After Ninggu left, Shenmue directly took the 4 rats and a small team of flags and, when Li Wei left the original several small flag officers were taken away to make way for Shenmue's close friends. Shenmue then let the rat 4 people a person with a small flag, and the extra one chose an excellent person to be promoted to a small flag. When they saw the genie guards traveling, the people on the roadside immediately moved aside. "Lead the way." When he came to the entrance of the yamen, Ninggu had already sent 2 constables on horseback to take Wang De Wang Er, and then the group went straight to Lu village. By the time we reached Willow village, it was dusk at the moment. At the entrance of the village stood a group of villagers looking at the intersection, and next to the entrance there was a thick willow tree. Seeing the brocade guards, a group of people were first shocked but then joyful. "Where's the body?" As soon as he came, Shenmue asked. "My lord, put it in a broken house, I'll take you there now." An old man stood out and said in a hurry. He looked like he should be the village chief. The broken house is surrounded by weeds, looks deserted for some time. Inside the straw mat lying on a body, covered with a straw mat, a group of people with torches, all followed by the brocade guards. Uncovering the straw mat, a corpse stench came to his face. Shenmue frowned. The body in front of him had dry skin, no blood, eyes wide as if he had seen something frightening, 2 holes in the left side of his neck, dark blue around the skin of the holes, and black fingernails on both hands. Tear marks on both shoulders, left by a man who grabbed the victim's shoulders with his claws, but otherwise there were no wounds. The first thing that came to Shenmue's mind was zombies. Boss, highly poisoned at the neck, slightly poisoned at the fingernails of both hands. After examining the body, the scholar said solemnly, "This kind of death is very similar to the methods of the corpse refining sect in the Jianghu. Corpse refining door, the pursuit of longevity, that people die because of the decline of the body, so the refining of the body is the refining of their own, want a refining since the legendary zombie, the flesh does not decay, the knife and gun invulnerable, and also according to the legend of the zombie will be refining their own zombie grade. It is said that the master of the door will be refining their own body into a bronze armored corpse, water and fire do not invade the knife and gun, invulnerable to rival the masters. And the corpse refining sect originated from the Nanzhao kingdom. Before the Nanzhao kingdom there was a corpse catching sect, which could manipulate dead corpses to defend the enemy, and of course, it was also good at refining corpses, and then it was spread into the great martial. At that time, in the name of longevity to attract many people to join, and finally all become inhuman ghosts, and a lot of delirium, everywhere devouring flesh and blood. Later the Daoying Emperor period to let the brocade guards eradication, but left behind the remnants of the. Where are the other 2 bodies? Shenmue turned his head and asked the village chief. Already buried, thought it was an accident at the time and buried it normally. That old man said with a respectful attitude. The other 2, one fell into the water and drowned, a home in the middle of the night away from the water was burned to death, there is no one inside the family, or the villagers together with a bit of money to bury. Open the coffin and examine the body. Shenmue's indifferent voice rang out. The The two were buried on a hillside, the soil was still fresh, and soon a few villagers with hoes dug up the two men, without coffins, wrapped in 2 mats of straw. The stench of the corpses made some of the people vomit at once. The corpses were already maggot-ridden. The scribe covered his mouth and nose with a silk scarf and examined it with a sheepskin glove and holes in all the necks, same technique. The scholar stood up and said to Shinmore, secretly but made a wink. Shinmore did not move and nodded. The 2 corpses will be placed in that shabby house for the time being as well. Yes. Just then, one of the brocade guards came hurrying in and, my lord, 4 men broke into Willow Village and injured the brothers at the village entrance. When these words came out, Shinmo's eyes immediately turned cold. Lead the way. How dare you beat up the Jinyiwei's men? You're tired of living. Chapter 011 Violently beating sword listening mountain disciples, tracing suspects. Not far from the entrance to Willow Village, there stood 4 figures, all wearing brocade robes with green clouds and white stripes, with a mountain pattern embroidered on their chests and a sword inside the mountain, 2 men and 2 women, all holding long swords, while 2 unconscious brocade guards lay before them. Humph, 2 court hawks don't know their own strength. A skinny-looking youth kicked the brocade guards in front of him disdainfully and said, asking for trouble. On the other side, a youth with a haughty face holding his sword in his arms said indifferently, in a mocking tone that, the brocade guards are here, there might be a brocade guard big shot here, there won't be anything wrong, right? The rhyming woman on the side said with some concern, what are you afraid of, Sister Xian? The big thing is to bring up the name of our hearing sword mountain. It's impossible not to give us face. And it's not like we killed them. Being grounded by father for so long, it's not easy to come out, but also said that the jungle is dangerous. So far I haven't met it. Adults like to exaggerate when they talk. When this time we catch that evil person of the cult, let's see what father says. The cute-looking Bai Mu Shui didn't care, and her eyes were filled with anticipation as she said. Just then, the 4 saw a young brocade guard not far away leading a group of people over, looking no more than 17 or 18 years old. Only looking at its body clothes but let them a shock. Young actually is the chief flag. Oh, it looks like it went in through the back door. Chi Hung skimmed his mouth and mocked, even less worried that 4 people, 3 8th grade, the most powerful late 8th grade, a late 9th grade, looking at the 4 people in front of him in similar clothing, Shinmore then guessed that it should be from a clan. Just at this time just one of the thin-looking men walked towards Shinmore. Hello, we are. Chi Hung words had not yet finished, will be a splash in front of the eyes, directly flew out backwards, the whole person directly knocked off the side of a wooden pillar, bone cracking sound, spitting blood, fainted dead on the spot. You find. The man holding the sword's face changed greatly, his eyes were angry, and he was just about to draw his sword. The next second Shin Mo appeared in front of him with an instantaneous step, lifted him up by his neck, and then smashed him heavily towards the ground. There was a dull thud, dust rose, and blood spurted out directly from the man's mouth. Then a heavy foot on the chest, another mouthful of blood sprayed out. At this moment the man's eyes are full of shock and horror. Shock. Want to say something but not a word can be said. The pain makes him want to faint. You quickly stop. We are. In the blink of an eye the situation changed. Their 2 senior brothers were beaten half dead. Bai Mu Shui and Su Xian face changed greatly. Bai Mu Shui immediately stood out and shouted, Pop! Shinemo backhandedly slapped Bai Mu Shui to the ground. The right side of Bai Mu Shui's face quickly red and swollen. A wisp of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. The whole person was also directly in a frozen state. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Did I let you speak? Shinemo said coldly as he stepped on the sword-holding man and glanced at Bai Mu Shui. Hang them and ask them what they're doing here. With a kick to stun the man, Shinemo turned to the mouse and the others, and turned back to look at Su Xian, who was frozen next to him, which instantly caused him to shiver. Under the willow tree, 4 people were hanging from the thick branches of the willow tree, below which Shinmore was sitting on a chair, crossing his legs, and behind him stood a row of brocade guards. The rat and the old cripple held the long whip and whip after whip on the 2 men. The 2 men's mouths were gagged by the rags, and each whip went down with a furious look and a whimpering sound, and the blood was scarred, and put next to Bai Mu Shui 2 scared frozen, do not dare to issue a sound, shed tears or silent. The other places how the jinyiwei trial, Shinmore do not know. But as long as into the hands of Shinmore, have to first gagging whip 30, the whip is also soaked in salt water. Open your mouth. Shinmore put his foot down and said faintly. The next second the cloth was withdrawn from both men's mouths. You're dead. I absolutely want you dead. I'm going to have my master kill you. As soon as he opened his mouth, Shi Hong was filled with resentment and roared, his eyes filled with ferocious hatred towards Shinmore. TSK. Shinmore smacked his lips and raised his hand. All the guards in the back raised their bows in a flash, and drew their bows to aim. In this instant, the 4 of them were cold at the bottom of their hearts, their eyes were terrified and their guts were chilled to the bone. The sword-carrying man swallowed down all the words he wanted to curse in fear. In your next life, behave yourself when you meet the Jinyiwei. Shinemo spoke out flatly, his hand dropped and instantly Chi Han was shot into a hedgehog, bleeding all over the place, blood dripping down, and, Ulu, Bai Mu Shui cried, directly frightened by the shut up. Instantly the whole place was silent. Bai Mu Shui deadened her voice, never felt that death was so close to her. What are you doing in Willow Village? Hunt down a cult villain. Seeing that the two people around her were stunned, Su Xian hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "What kind?" Shen Mo stood sideways, his eyes indifferent, his hand holding the embroidered spring sword on his waist faintly asked. "Youth-like, not too tall. When we saw him, he seemed to be wounded and was killing and sucking blood, so we tried to take him down, but he escaped and tracked him all the way here." Su Xian finished in one breath in a hurry. "What's done is done." Shenmue glanced at the three people and one corpse and said coldly, then turned around and led the people to leave. "Hang them," left the sentence, and sent two of the brocade guards to watch the ding, teach an unruly jungle disciple a lesson, gain 20 system points. Woo woo. Only once Shenmo left did Bai Mushui let out a loud cry. "The jungle is too dangerous, father save me." Entering a room with the 4 rats, the brocade guards under his command immediately guarded the door. Say, what did you find out? Shenmue asked the scholar as soon as he sat down. "Boss, those 2 corpses, the first one showed signs of blunt force trauma to the back of the head, and the second one had very little soot inside the mouth and nose. Suggests that these 2 were dead before the accident, and the first body had abrasions all over the heels, suggesting that it had been dragged. The first body should also have been thrown into the river in the form of a dry corpse, which was not visible because it was puffy from the soaking water, and the second was burned directly into a charred corpse, which was also not easy to see. If it's a martial artist who strikes, an ordinary person is directly killed by a single blow, and now all these cover-ups indicate that there's another person striking again to help, or an ordinary person." The scribe spelled out everything he had found out. "Suspecting the village?" Shenmue spoke up and, "Yes, there should be someone in the village who was helping that evil man, and for the 3rd time he should also be preparing to create an accident, but for some reason it was interrupted." The scribe took over and nodded. According to what that Jianghu disciple just said, that evil person from the refined corpse sect was originally injured and was seriously injured again by a few people, so he might be completely incapacitated back there, and can only rely on others to help him deliver his blood meal. The fact that he fled to Willow Village despite his serious injuries means that there are people he knows in Willow Village that he can still trust absolutely. The 3 people who died were all living alone. It looks like the culprits were familiar with the village, Shenmue said lightly. "Village chief?" Mouse said at once. "It's not necessarily him. It could be one of those assholes that like to hang around." The old cripple shook his head and said, "Scholar, you and Mute spy on that village chief. Mouse, go to the village and ask around. What bizarre things have happened in the village in the last few years, or who has a family that is always away? Cripple, go and secretly find out who was the first to discover the 3rd body and ask about the circumstances." At that time, Shenmue asked. The results of several people answered differently, then did not mention. "Yes, let's find out who the ghost is." Chapter 012, Capturing the Murderer. Under the willow tree, Shenmue leisurely sat on a chair, crossing his legs, and behind him stood 2 brocade guards. On the opposite branch of the tree, still hanging 3 men and a corpse. "What's the name?" Shenmue asked, opening his mouth. "My lord, my name is Su Xian. Next to me are my senior sister and brother, Bai Mushui and Wang Su. Hanging for a day." At this moment Su Xian already has some dry mouth and sore arms, but still immediately said, "Listening Sword Mountain, what? Listening to the wind sword by Zhanfeng taught out of the disciples are so arrogant idiots? Didn't I tell you to keep your eyes open when you walk in the Jianghu? Listen to the Sword Mountain." Shenmue also heard. This generation of Mountain Master White Shou Wind also counted Jianghu famous, 3rd-grade martial artist, sword master, once came to the Wujing everywhere to find people in the martial arts, which will have their own master. The back was picked by their own master with a gun. Hearing Shenmue lightly say the name of his own mountain master, Su Xian and Wang Su's heart trembled. This young man is afraid that the head is not small. "I'll give you guys a chance, 10,000 taels a person plus 10 bottles of 9th grade pills. Go back and ask Bai Zhanfeng to send the stuff over. Don't make me personally lead people to him. Keeping the 3 is killing them at best. Might as well maximize the benefits." That swish, the embroidered spring sword flew out to separate the rope back into its sheath, and the 3 men fell to the ground. Su Xian just stood up. A letter flew in and stuck in front of her. "Bring it to Bai Zhanfeng." When in raised his head, Shenmo left with his men. "Boss, check it out." When they returned to the temporary house, the 4 rats immediately reported that then the village chief is a real suspect. He behaved normally after he went back, nothing unusual behavior, but according to people in the village head had a son who suddenly left home a few years ago for some reason and never came back, and it was said that some of the people who quarreled that day even heard it. Behind the village head directly said his own son died outside, repair a tomb. The village people say this village head old to get a son, in the past to their own son spoiled very much, but said that their own son died without much sadness. While the village head's wife, Wang, was always in a state of delirium, and stopped the village head when the tomb was being repaired, saying something about her son coming back sooner or later. At the time, the villagers thought Wang had gone mad from the excitement. The village chief has also kept Wang locked up in her house without coming out much. But when Mute and I secretly checked it out, we realized that he was the only one in the village chief's house and there was no Wang. And not long ago a villager passed by the village head's house and saw Wang. As for the first person who found the 3rd body, it was the village chief, along with a woman and girl. The woman said nothing, but the old cripple secretly asked the little girl, and she said that she had seen a wild beast eating people that night, and was going to eat her and her mother, and that it was the chief of the village who came and drove the beast away. Saying this, even the scholar surfaced a touch of doubt. Only now I don't understand if that village chief was an accomplice. Why did he save the people again? Revealing himself? An inexplicable light flashed in Shinmo's eyes and said faintly, "Don't you know why when you catch it? Arrest." Jinyiwei arrests, as long as there is a suspicion can be, need evidence to arrest, that is the Ministry of Justice, the Delizi, Yaman knows. It is the style of the Jinyiwei to arrest by mistake rather than to let go. The next moment a dozen or so brocade guards walked murderously toward the village headman's house. Boo! The gate kicked open, and the sudden sound startled the village chief, who was standing in the courtyard, with a shiver of, "Mayor Li, don't you want to talk about it?" Shinmore walked out of the middle of the brocade guards with a slight smile, said faintly, "My lord, what do you mean by this?" A flash of panic flashed through Li Licho's eyes, but he still showed a look of bewildered innocence that, "You don't want to talk to us, then you need to talk to your son." Hearing these words, Li Licho's face subconsciously changed, looking at Shinmo a pair of cold gaze, and finally turned into a bitter smile. "I knew I couldn't hide it. The family is unfortunate. The Li family is ruined when it comes to me." Li Licho suddenly said with sadness that, Li Licho too old to get a son, named Lian, because of 100 pampering, resulting in their own children from a young age to become a bad character. Li Licho can only be educated. When he was a teenager, he had been allowed to learn a craft. I did not expect to beat the teacher master, but also rob the money of others. Li Licho was furious. He was going to send Lian to the government, Wang's death guard, and finally Li Licho went to make amends and apologized, and returned the money. As a result, one day, Lian suddenly mysterious, every day out of the night, do not know where to go. Li Licho afraid of doing something bad, so forced to ask. The results of Lian said that he joined a cultivation sect, can live forever. At first, Li Licho didn't notice anything and didn't care if he didn't do anything bad, but later on, Lian became more and more out of sorts, his eyes turned red, he became more and more violent, and he began to drink the blood of domestic animals in raw form, but he didn't care if he didn't do anything bad. Until one day Li Licho found Lian hands accounted for the blood, panicked, then felt uneasy in the heart, forced to ask, Lian actually killed someone. Li Licho was almost paralyzed on the ground, behind the direct rage, determined to send Lian to the officials, to be killed. The results of Wang's death blocked, let it escape from the back door. This run is a few years. As a result, the night before, Liam passed out at the back door, covered in bruises, mouthing the word for blood. At that time Li Licho already understand Lian is afraid to join what cult, want to report to the police but think of as their son hesitation constantly. The result of Wang saw their son, nothing to care about, directly kill the chicken to take the blood to feed it. When Lian woke up he said he wanted human blood in order to live. At that time Li Licho directly scolded angrily and wanted to beat him to death. I didn't realize that Lian already knew martial arts and slapped Li Licho to the ground. Then Lian ran away with Wang, and later Wang began to help Lian kill people, while Li Licho was confused and didn't want to be found out of such scandalous things, so he made an accidental fake out of it. To the third person appeared accident, a mother and daughter passing by was found, Lian wanted to kill. The secret Li Licho can no longer hold back the conscience condemnation, so he shouted to scare away Lian. As a loving mother can be a great help to her children, so can a loving father. Where are the people? Shinmore asked directly, catching people is the key point. It's right there at the burial mound I erected for him. I'll take you there. Li Licho closed his eyes and said sadly that a deserted slope, overgrown with weeds, and seldom visited, by the look of it, where a solitary grave stands, and you're good at hiding. Shinmo sneered, and the embroidered spring sword in his hand was pulled out in an instant. There was a flash of the knife. The whole graveyard was split in half, and dusty. In the next second in the smoke, a pair of black sharp claws grabbed toward Shinmore. The blade turned and blocked vertically. Shinmore's cold eyes were imprinted on the blade. Yuan astral chi condensed on both hands. Shinmo's other hand backhandedly grabbed a black claw, and a direct bone-cracking sound rang out. Then Lian figure in the dust drilled out, covered with tattered clothes, cloaked hair, eyes blood red, like a wild beast, a bite to Shinmore's neck, teeth sharp and incomparable, still with blood. Withdrawing his sword, he lifted his leg and kicked it, kicking it heavily in the chin, flying directly backwards and crashing into the tombstone, a mouthful of blood spurting out of the next second a knife slapped it in the face and jerked it away again. The hook and line. Looking at Lian, who had a face full of blood and struggled to climb up from the ground, Shinmo said coldly. The four brocade guards instantly stood out to take out the left back of the waist of the iron rope thrown, bound Lian limbs, four people together force Lian immediately into a big shape, constantly struggling. My lord, there is a body in the tomb, it should be that Wang's. A brocade guard reported. Eat your own evil. Shinmore lightly left a sentence, then walked towards Lian. At the moment Liam was struggling like a madman, without reason, and this is the drawback of the corpse refining sex technique. Not being human and not being a ghost, only a very few people can suppress it and stay awake. The scribe said from the sidelines. My lord, if we can get Lian awake, we might be able to find out about the gang from the corpse refining sect. Have those two constables take Li Licho away. Go! Solve the case and solve the trouble, get 30 system points. After settling the matter of Willow Village, Shin Mo then directly took the brocade guards and rode away. At the same time, in a high forest in the distance, a figure hung upside down on a tree branch, a pair of bloody eyes lit up in the dark forest. Damn! I'm too late, I can't believe I let the brocade guards get their hands on me. Humph, a mere general flag, you can't be allowed to sabotage this sect's grand plan. At the same time, Baijiang County 100 House is facing a major event at the moment, 5 brocade guards all the way out of the city, dashing in 5 directions. Chapter 013 Body Refining Sect Rebellion, General Flag attacked. As soon as he returned to the General Flag office, the small flag that stayed behind immediately reported to Shin Mo that the county came up, holding the order of 100 households, and called Shin Mo to enter the county immediately. Have not yet dismounted to rest, Shin Mo will let the people will be escorted into the prison, and leave the mute to sit in the town of the General Flag, and then they took the mouse 3 people and all the way towards the county town direction galloped, and the 3 people will be able to take the mouse to the county town. Bekgang Hayakuto Show, Bekgang County. At this moment there are already 10 people in the hall. The upper seat sits a middle-aged man with a slightly longer face, strong and serious, a silver flying fish suit, next to which is being made Li Wei, his eyes looking towards the door from time to time. Below that, they're all in crisp green fly fishing suits. The chief flag. Sure Wujing at this moment in the heart is also a little depressed, just out of a trip. The results of the entire Qingyang County suddenly changed the sky, back to their own 100 households to see, also changed the sky, their own men died more than a dozen, try the 100 households are no longer, and they have no way to say anything, and in turn have to thank that, to help themselves to remove the hidden dangers. Only now, just a few days after my return, another great thing has come to pass. The chief banners present also made secret eye contact, they knew who they were waiting for, and a flash of curiosity flickered in their eyes. The other places are not clear, they can be clear ruthless, this is a real ruthless role, and even some of the total flag of the 100 house has seen its means. General Flag Shin has arrived. With a shout, everyone looked at the door in unison, and then they saw a youth with a slender figure, handsome appearance, and a suit of flying fish come striding in. Subordinate Shin Mo pays his respects to Lord 100 households. Shin Mo cupped his fists and bowed to Sure Wujing. The surrounding general banners all kept sizing up Shin Mo, some curious and some in awe, but none provoked. This is a little bit of brains or not to find death, others do not know, they know but a clear directly mobilize the army, Baijiang County, a day of bloodshed, and I heard that it is still above the Wujing to come, it seems to be background Okay, sit down. Sure Wujing secretly measured some, but it is a talent, and did not reprimand anything. Shin Mo sat directly next to Li Wei, the others looked moved, but did not say anything. Well, now that everyone is here, let's talk about the purpose of the convocation. Yesterday news came from the Qingyang County side, traces of the Alchemy Corps sect were found, they gathered thousands of people on a mountain, there are traces of rebellion, Qingyang County has already sent troops to surround the mountain, ready to encircle it in one fell swoop, we need the brocade guards to exterminate those real martial arts masters of the Alchemy Corps sect, but the 1,000 households are short of manpower for the recent changes. It is therefore ordered that each county 100 should go forward with 5 general banners to support them. At the bottom, Shin Mo frowned, having just captured the people of the corpse refining sect, they appeared. So now we need 5 men each with 2 small groups of flags under their command to follow me to the Shire. Sure Wujing scanned the bottom circle, paused for a few seconds on Shin Mo then skipped over it. Li Zixing, Luo Ko, Niu Chao. 5 names were Sure Wujing said one by one, everyone's eyes flashed a flash of surprise, actually did not have Shin Mo, to know that this is a meritorious performance, although there is a danger, but the brocade guards are not from these out of it. Sure Wujing listened to the performance of Shin Mo before, coupled with Li Wei reminded, the heart probably guessed that Shin Mo may be where it is, if it really is that, do not need to merit can go up, there is no need for such a dangerous thing, which if something happens, he is sure that he is absolutely dead. During the absence of me and Test 100, General Bannershin will sit in Baijiang County. Any objections? No. Dismissed. At the main entrance, Shin Mo had just gone out the door when Li Wei caught up behind him. Shin Mo, Lord Sure told me to tell you to pay more attention and be more careful when sitting in the town. Li Wei said with a serious face. Shin Mo's eyes narrowed, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, then he nodded and turned to leave. Got it. This kid, still this temper. Li Wei immediately muttered in a bad mood, looking at the back of the departing. When he returned to the general flag office, Shin Mo frowned, and there was actually no one at the door. Mouse and the 3 of them all of a sudden also looked serious, their bows and crossbows ready and, my lord! Just then, one of the brocade guards ran out with a wound on his body and, someone attacked the dungeon. Lin Xiaoqi led the brothers to fight back and captured the criminal. Only Lin Xiaoqi is seriously injured. The mute's last name is Lin, and he's called Lin Yin. Shin Mo's eyes flashed with a cold light, actually someone hit the attention to his head. Immediately into the first to visit the mute lying on the bed, a dozen scratches on the back, a bloody hole in the chest, pale, saw Shin Mo to still want to stand up, was Shin Mo pressed back. Checked it out, thankfully most of it was trauma, except the back scratches were toxic. Shenmue immediately pulled out a bottle of 8th grade healing elixir with a little boost, followed by 2 or 3 bottles of different healing elixirs. These are for the other wounded brothers to share. Where are the people? After handing over the pills, Shenmue asked with cold eyes. Still in the open space in front of the prison, locked in by the dragnet, more than a dozen brothers watching in, do not dare to move. The dragnet is a kind of iron rope net made by the jinyiwei. The iron rope is very thin, but it is made of fine iron, covered with barbs. The more you are caught in the net, the more you struggle, the more painful it is. Came to the general flag in front of the prison, an open space, everywhere is the arrow, and blood, open space on a few iron net covered with a person, surrounded by a dozen brocade guards tightly pressed the net corner, and there are a few brocade guards holding a bow, as long as the person moves on the shooting arrows, so that the person has more than a dozen arrows on the body, did not injure the key points. And the man was cloaked, his eyes bloodshot, blood in his mouth, his nails sharp, the corpse alchemy sect. Loose, Shenmue said indifferently. The next second the brocade guards scattered. In the general flag house, Shenmue has long been asked, for his words only absolute obedience, those who do not serve will roll. The roar. The man saw the people away, suddenly a big hiss, stood up to lift the iron net away, barbs tearing flesh and blood cannot feel the pain as, covered in blood towards Shenmue rushed, the figure with the wind, the boo. The bloody man flew backwards and hit the wall, which cracked and broke bones with the sound of. The bloody man kept struggling to stand up, and the next second Shenmue appeared in front of him and kicked off his leg, and the bloody man suddenly half crouched down, but his claws still grabbed at Shenmue. Yuan astral chi coalesced in his hand, grabbed it, directly backhanded a twist, the bloody man's hand instantly snapped, the bloody man fell to the ground. Shenmue's face was cold, lifted his foot and stepped down heavily, the head cracked like a watermelon, and blood splashed everywhere. Chop up the bodies and feed them to the dogs. Hit his people, messed with him, he let these people die in peace. Yes. The surrounding brocade guards swallowed their saliva and looked at Shenmue in awe. Taking the heat for his men, getting back his face, refreshed, gaining 20 system points. Shenmue then swept his gaze around the general flag house, as if looking outside. Bunch of hide-and-seek trash. At this time, not far away, a figure on a large tree hid behind a tree pole, avoiding Shenmue's gaze. Gia, interesting, I didn't expect to actually meet a heavenly pride. His blood must be delicious. A pair of bloodshot eyes revealed greed and fascination. Chapter 014, Transferring the Tiger from the Mountain, Cat and Mouse? At night, in the small courtyard. I didn't expect such a big event to occur, no wonder I was in a hurry to find the boss. Mouse said, with a look of shock and dawning realization. Qingyang County has just gone through a purge and is in a buffer period. This kind of timing is considered a good time to rebel. And the new county governor and 1,000 households just need a feat to stabilize themselves. What a coincidence. The old cripple took a sip of his wine and casually said, more than 1,000 people, most of whom are still compelled people, also want to rebel? This isn't the end of the dynasty, I'm afraid it's just a decoy, to turn the tiger away from the mountain. The scribe shook his head, and in a word, he guessed that we can guess, I'm sure the county guards they can also see, adjusting a Qingyang County brocade guard to go. I'm afraid the main purpose is not that. White River County alone has transferred nearly 70 people, Qingyang County is not large, only 5 counties, there are more than 300 jinyiwei, plus the county I am afraid that no less than 500 people. Just those 500 men could have wiped out that mountain, not to mention the army that was there. Maybe the people from the corpse refining sect are what made Cheeto and the others think they were bait? Mouse asked rhetorically. That's what those people up there think. Right now we just need to help the boss manage Baijiang County. What Lordly said when he was leaving was for the boss to watch out for sneak attacks from the body refining sect, indicating that the 100 households have discovered that there are people from the body refining sect operating in Baijiang County. Today's attack by the corpse refining sect's corpses is even more proof of this. Monsters who practice the corpse alchemy sect's techniques and turn into wild beasts with no reasoning are called corpse people. There are still people spying in the dark today. It looks like that Lian should have secrets on him. It's strange that there's no secret when you've captured Lian and then come to attack the prison. Since it's someone from the corpse refining sect, it can actually be drawn out quite well. A wry glint flashed in the scholar's eyes, and with a confident smile. Early in the morning, the mouse looked embarrassed and cried, boss, can we not go? This is so embarrassing. Go when you're told. Cut the crap. Shenmue kicked the mouse in the ass and said viciously. In the street, the rat saw a girl and went up and asked, may I ask if you are a virgin? Excuse me, have you come to Aishue? Excuse me, are you bleeding? On the street, a woman all look at the mouse with strange eyes, a face of disgust away from the far, if not wearing a brocade suit, would have hit him. At dusk, Mouse walks through the front door with a bowl on his face, lifeless and, inside the courtyard of the general flag office, there is a big bucket, which is full of blood, and the rich smell of blood fills the courtyard. And next to it stands Shenmue several people. You're ready for blood and you're asking me to ask. Mouse has a pained look of being cheated on his face. These are pig's blood, not very attractive, the people of the corpse refining sect like virgin blood as well as babies, and asking you to order some is just a way to spice things up and add a little flavor. The scribe came over and took the bowl and dumped it into the bucket, looking at the rat with a disgusted look on his face. You've been asking for a bowl all day, you're going to touch the bowl and drink? The mouse was suddenly in a state of despair. The people of the corpse refining sect are sensitive to the smell of blood, so they should be able to attract it, with the addition of women's blood. As he spoke, the scribe added a small bucket of blood. What is this blood again? Mouse asked. The martial artists, the prisoners kept in the dungeon, are also attractive to the corpse refining sect's people. Mice. At night, a wasteland at the edge of town, a broken straw hut yard, a bucket of blood in the house, the smell of blood wafting with the wind. In the darkness of the night, a figure flashed by and blood. The smell of blood. In the woods next to the grass hut, a pair of bloodshot eyes tightly pressed against the hut, their eyes full of covetousness, and the next second the black shadow of flying disappearance to dive into the broken grass house, figure hanging upside down on a broken beam. A glance will see the door open, main house full of buckets of blood, and then the eyes scan the surrounding circle. Unfortunately, it's a trap. And it's so obvious, when I'm a cutie. The dark shadow held back his craving, disdainfully. He had smelled something else in the blood, and was afraid that the drugged. Trying to pinpoint my soft underbelly, but unfortunately this lord has a lot of self-control. The dark figure smiled smugly, and prepared to leave. Just then the sky suddenly brightened, and when I looked up, all that met my eyes was fire. At this moment, in a forest, Shinmore and his party secretly ambushed, until Shinmore saw a black shadow enter the grass hut, and immediately raised his hand and waved it. 36 brocade guards lined up in order, drew their bows, strung their arrows, lit their fires, and fired there. In an instant the grass hut was consumed by the flames of. At the same time Shinmore took a bow and drew it well, and seemed to be waiting for something in the direction of the hayloft. The fire is blazing, lighting up the sky and the earth. The next moment a black shadow rushed out from the fire, stepping on the ground and leaping, extremely good at light skill, and disappeared toward the nearby woods. If you want to burn this lord to death with this fire, do it in your next life. The black shadow leaped in the air, stepped on this branch, seemed to fly in mid-air, and the next second an arrow breaks through the air and the black shadow's face changed, and his body spun together in the air to avoid it. When he had just landed on a branch, the light of the knife came from the face. The black shadow's pupils shrunk, and his hands immediately crossed to resist. A shower of sparks. The black shadow slides out backwards and lands on the ground. I wanted to kill you while you were asleep, but since you sent yourself to the door, I'll be impolite. The black shadow slowly raised its head, revealing an ugly face with many scars that crawled all over its face like a centipede, sharp teeth, bloodshot eyes, a pair of sharp claws, and wrist guards on its wrists, which had been split in half, all dressed in black. His tongue licked his lips in a cruel grin and, on the branch, Shinmore stood with his sword, a bright moon rising behind him, and smiled faintly at the black shadow. The wind is blowing, the leaves are falling. The black shadow sprinted with an instantaneous step, leapt up on the ground, and grabbed at Shinmore with both claws, raising his sword and blocking a kick. The black shadow rolled over and dodged, a cold light flashed in Shinmore's eyes, and once again, the knife was reversed and the black shadow retreated. Shinmore instantly stepped forward, bent down, and stabbed with a knife. The black shadow raised his leg and kicked the knife. The next second Shinmore grabbed a claw, soul-breaking claw potential, 3 fingers like a hook to tear off a piece of flesh, then the knife downward chopping. The black shadow's face changed greatly, a roll to avoid, but Shinmore's speed is not slower than him, and took the opportunity to kick on his waist. The black shadow was instantly sent flying a few meters by a sticking kick, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Eyes looking at Shinmo with horror. How is that possible? He's in early 6th grade and he's actually being suppressed. The point is solid. The wind is tight pulling and whistling. Seeing Shinmore is not to be messed with, the black shadow footsteps a backward turn around and fly away with a light point. Want to go? Shinmo took a step, as if he was in the air, his body moved like the wind, and he was light and dashing. Wow! The hook and rope flew through the air and directly wrapped around one of the black shadow's feet. Pulling hard, the man tripped and fell straight to the ground. Before the black shadow stood up, Shinmo leaped down and stepped on its leg, and the sound of bone breaking rang out. The black shadow endured a huge pain, turned back a sharp claw sweep, then spit out a mouthful of saliva toward Shinmore. A sidestep to avoid, then Shinmore ice cold, backhand and knife chop, the whole arm was cut down, black blood flowed all over the place, weeds were instantly corroded. Another kick to his chin, shattering his teeth, and several consecutive kicks directly knocked the man unconscious, his mouth full of blood. That's it? And bleeping, punk. Take it away. Yes. Rushed over the brocade guards immediately respectfully responded, and then took out the hook and rope directly pierced through its peep of bone, mixed past the black shadow immediately screamed, was directly woke up in pain, just wanted to break the curse, mouth was stuffed with rags. Capture the mastermind, get 30 system points. Prison. Wow. A pot of cold water was poured over the man tied to the wooden frame. 015 Chapter Conspiracy. As soon as he looked up, Yuan saw Shinmore sitting in front of him, lightly drinking the tea in his hand. The eyes were filled with anger and hatred, and he kept struggling, trying to say something. In the next second Mouse and the old cripple were holding long whips, showing a cruel smile that Pop. Whip after whip. Open your mouth. After 30 lashes, Shenmue said indifferently. As soon as he took off the burlap, Wu Yuan suddenly bowed his head and laughed, cloaked in a ouch. Ha 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 ha. I've never been afraid of death since I took this path. Come on, go on. Wu Yuan looked at the group of brocade guards in front of him and mocked. Shenmue first raised his eyebrows, then suddenly smiled. He appreciated this kind of courage. Play with him, don't play dead. Shenmue smiled, but his tone was chilling. Into his Shenmue Jinyui's prison, there is no mouth that cannot be pried. In the first, Mouse and the others stabbed a bamboo stick into the nail slit, followed by the torture of cannon branding, where a red-hot iron block was pressed against Wu Yuan's chest to make a zippy sound, and then a knife was used to cut out wounds all over his body, scattering salt. Wu Yuan kept letting out miserable screams and, upon seeing the rat looking down at him unsuspectingly, Wu Yuan's insides tightened. Wait, I can't take it anymore, you guys can ask whatever you want. Spare me. Wu Yuan said hurriedly, his head dropping and his voice weak. Thought it was more of a hard bone, just like this? Mouse skimmed his lips in mockery, and, the people on the mountains of Qingyang County are your bait? Shenmue picked up Wu Yuan's head with the embroidered spring sword and made him look at himself and faintly asked. Yes. What secrets does Lian have that are worth a 6th grade like you coming after him? He's the one who hears things he shouldn't. Lian was also originally a member of the decoys placed on the mountains of Qingyang County in advance, but as a result, one night he was on watch and accidentally heard Wu Yuan's plans and the conspiracy behind them. In order to keep the secret, he wanted to destroy Lian. Lian also knew that he might know what he shouldn't know and might die, so he tried to sneak out of the mountain. As a result, he was discovered by the people guarding the mountain and escaped with serious injuries. In order to rest assured that Wu Yuan came to arrest the people in person. The group of people from the corpse refining sect in the mountains of Qingyang County were indeed the bait. In addition to that, there was also a group of people ambushed in 2 towns, close to Qingyang County, and then secretly discovered by the brocade guards of Qingyang County. But just to make the brocade guards of Qingyang County think that they deliberately wanted the brocade guards to surround the mountain decoys, and then take advantage of the weakened strength of Qingyang County City to attack in the void, and then the brocade guards would then also secretly set up people to eliminate these 2 groups of people. But all of this was not the real purpose of the corpse refining sect. Their real purpose was Cloud Dream County. Yunmeng County is located in the south of Qingyang County, is close to the border county of Nanzhao Kingdom. Defense of Nanzhao, guarding the border of the Daz Pass will be in Yunmeng County. There are 70,000 Dao army guard. And the reason why the corpse refining sect has been hiding for so long and suddenly showed up to make waves and attract attention is because the Nanzhao secretly found the sect master of the corpse refining sect, taking the complete corpse catching sect's corpse refining technique, plus 3 mixed element pills, a dozen or so 100-year-old medicinal herbs and a 300-year-old medicinal king, as well as giving a county for land after the deed is done as conditions for the corpse refining sect to curry favor and complete the plot, focusing Qingyang County's attention on the county and weakening the strength everywhere. In fact, the corpse refining sect had already additionally prepared 3,000 corpse people to ambush at the border of Jinwu County to the west of Qingyang County, close to Zhouzhi County and Qingyang County. 3,000 corpses, all starting at the 9th grade, are preparing to capture Zhouzhi County, and then blood refine all of the nearly 100,000 people in the county, both to enhance the strength of the corpses and to expand the ranks, and then directly attack Yunmeng County to the south, at which time Nanzhao will also suddenly launch an attack, attacking Yunmeng County from both sides. Prepare to take Yunmeng quickly. Jail, heard all the plans of a group of Jinyuwei all face serious and solemn up. This is not ordinary rebellion, is directly shaking the national capital of the conspiracy, will open the war. Not much heart, but a lot of ambition. Shenmue said with a flat face. The Jinwu County side is also wasted, hiding thousands of people without even realizing it, and the brocade guards at the border have either mutinied or died. When is the action? 3 days later. Inside the house, Shenmue sealed the written secret document with the seal of the general banner and handed it to one of the brocade guards. Immediately expedite a report to Wukio. Yes. Lame old man, pull out those 30 men from training and meet the blood. With the Jinyui's Gongfu, coupled with Shenmue's system-enhanced elixir, these people had long since stepped into the 9th grade, or even reached the middle to late stage. Stepping into the 9th grade is not too difficult, resources can be piled up a bunch of piles. 3,000 9th grade corpses sounds scary, but mobilizing the army for a single annihilation, they can all be overthrown. The reason why the army does not realize all the martial artists, is because there is no need. 9 or 8 grade martial artists, bow and arrow release a round will be resolved, even if it is a melee. A 9 grade martial artist is also at most 4 or 5 soldiers, not to mention that the army also has military formations, gunpowder those. At the entrance of the general flag office, 30 men stood neatly, mantis-legged, wasp-waisted, all clad in flying fish suits, with embroidered spring swords on their right waists, crossbows on their left waists, hooks and cables entwined around their waists, and war horses in their hands, in a formidable manner. Greetings, Chief Flag. As soon as they saw Shenmue they all shouted in unison. It makes sense to add a few more subordinates to the flagship, doesn't it? Mount up. This time, old layman Mute stayed behind in Yunchuei town. Old layman Mute are not simple. Last time, that corpse man was in the middle of the 7th grade, but Mute was able to hold it off. Shinmore led the way, followed by the brocade clothes behind him, and the pedestrians on the road avoided them one after another. Baijiang County. 100 Households Hall, Shinmore calmly sitting on the upper seat, a silhouette was brocade guards invited in. A dozen men all looked at each other with caution and awe, and no one dared to speak. Then the crowd saw Fu Changqing, the county magistrate, and Zhao Changfeng, the lieutenant who guarded the county town. Are all the people here? Shinmore asked the scholar next to him. All together, boss, nodded the scribe, and Shinmo's gaze swept each and every one of them, and then he directly waved his hand. A brocade guard next to him threw something wrapped up in cloth in his hand onto the ground, and a head rolled out in the process, the very head of Lian. Instantly a dozen people's faces changed and the corpse refining sect has been rampant lately, and traces have been found near Baijiang County. Now the government is preparing to round up these people. I'm sure you've heard about it. So I don't want anyone giving me on my turf, got it? Shinmore said lightly, but his eyes were filled with coldness, and his tone revealed a threat. If I hear of anyone having an affair with the corpse practitioner sect or any other evil cultists, I'm sure you're all well aware of this official's methods. A dozen or so people nodded their heads and a cold sweat on their foreheads and, Lord Shin, don't worry, my Xie family will not share the same fate as the Sin and vow to maintain peace in Baijiang County. The head of the Xie family, Xiaitu, immediately stood up with a firm face and said, Yes, whoever dares to sabotage Lord Shin's hard work is messing with my Mu family. Makuta Hua, the head of the Makuta family, also hastened to state his position. Ever since the Yuan and Sheng families fell, it was the Xiamu-tu families that grew, and the remaining group of people hastened to take a stand. Very well, I expect you to do as you say. Prefect Fu, patrol the city more strictly these days. Okay, Mr. Shun Flag. Captain Zhao, I hope the guard will be stepped up a bit lately. Yes. Zhao Changfeng immediately cupped his fists and said respectfully, he had seen the token and naturally knew who this person in front of him was. Night. The group drove their horses out of the city and rode a few. While Baijiang County all arrangements, Shinmore left the scholar to sit on the town, then took the brocade guards secretly out of the city. The goal of this trip, Chao Chao County. Chapter 016 Taking over Zhouzhi County. Zhouzhi County, located in the southwest of Qingyang County, near Jinwu County and Yunming County. On the official road of the county town, 3 figures came riding their horses. Zhouzhi County. A figure in the center, wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, long hair and crown, white and clean, a pair of Danfeng eyes clear and bright, wearing an exquisite long sword at the waist, next to a man and a woman seemingly guards, a vicissitude of the uncle, a valiant female swordsman, Looking at the city in front of him, the man at the head revealed a smile. However, just as the 3 of them wanted to move on, a burst of hoofbeats came from behind them, and dust flew up, as dozens of figures galloped in and out. The jinyiwei are on the case. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The pedestrians on the road have been avoiding it. These people are so rampant. The handsome man at the head of the group frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. Xiao, Gongzi, it's better to get out of the way, this is the brocade guards. There must be an emergency if they're in such a hurry. The uncle next to him said at once, and went straight up to pull his master's horse's rope to avoid it. Humph. The man at the head of the group coldly snorted and said no more. Soon this group of brocade guards drove their horses past before their eyes, all of them mighty and domineering, and, however, when he saw the leader, the handsome man at the head of the roadside was shocked, as well as skeptical. Shun Junmuo? Zhouzhi Prefecture, 100 households. The horse's hooves were raised forward and both hooves landed heavily on the ground, and before the brocade guards at the entrance could react, Shinmo's cold voice came out, have your steward come out to see me. Seeing the crowd of brocade guards in front of him, the brocade guards at the door immediately turned around and went in to report. You're the brood there. The gate walked out of a middle-aged man with a thin face and a treacherous and slippery temperament revealed between his eyebrows, wearing a general flag uniform and with a slightly weak step. As soon as he saw Shinmore and the others, he loudly inquired. White River County. Received exact news, Zhouzhi County has rebels who will rebel. From now on Zhouzhi County Jinyiwei is under my command. Shinemo looked at the person in front of him with indifferent eyes. Vouchers. Sun Guang immediately opened his mouth and asked. No. Sun Guang was immediately angry and laughed. Nothing dare to come to control their Zhouzhi County, funny? There is also Baijiang County and Zhouzhi County level. The youth in front of you is the same as their own general flag, and so young at first glance as the back door. At that moment, Sun Guang's face was mocking, trying to take over us with nothing. Who do you think you are? Cootie. Same operation. And rebels, bull *******, our county is fine. The next second Sun Guang felt a figure flashing in front of his eyes, then he instantly felt that it was hard to breathe, and his neck was tightly pinched by Shinmore. What are you doing? The Zhouzhi County brocade guards have drawn their swords and the rats and others behind Shinmore instantly all raised their bows and crossbows. I'm here to inform you, not to discuss it with you, understand? Those bull ***** rules couldn't kill me, but I can kill you now. Sun Guang only felt more and more difficult to each other, a thick sense of suffocation, and his face reddened. Believe it or not, if something goes wrong, you're going to die a horrible death, and I won't have a thing to do with it. Shenmue approached Sun Guang's ear and said softly, with a smile on his face. As soon as he threw the person to the place, Sun Bang took a big breath and looked at Shenmue with a fearful face. He, amid 7th grade, actually didn't even react, and there was this absolute strength as well as seriousness that. Now, who has any comments? Shenmue scanned the circle, his eyes sharp, coldly said. No comment, follow your lord's orders. Sun Guan was swept by Shenmue, and immediately his heart and soul trembled, and he said in a hurry, Go, call all the brocade guards, as well as the constables of this county, and assemble at the 100 house. Shenmue immediately ordered, then turned and mounted his horse to advance in another direction. Might overrides the crowd, convincing people with virtue, gaining 10 system points. Looking at the distant group of figures, one of the brocade guards couldn't help but ask Sun Guang, Chief Flag, what now? What to do? Call someone. Didn't you hear me? Sun Guang instantly roared, and, inside the county courthouse, Qingjin sat on the chair behind the desk, looked at the official document in his hand, and looked up at the 3 people in front of him. When he saw the last seal, his pupils shrank, and he stood up immediately. Ahem, this official already knows. In that case, the 3 of you will serve as this county's constables, and Mr. Zhou will serve as the head constable. Qingjin coughed twice, calmed down and said mildly, What do you think, Mr. Zhou? I don't have a problem with that. Zhoumin nodded and didn't say anything more, and, Call Sheriff Li for a moment. Qingjin shouted to the door, and a moment later a middle-aged uncle walked in wearing a constable's uniform. Sheriff Li, this is the new Sheriff Zhou, take them to familiarize themselves and entertain them well, no mistakes. Hearing his own magistrate say this, Sheriff Li's heart immediately tightened. These 3 people are not small, and quickly nodded his head to respond to the good. My lord. Just then a constable hurried in and, What is it, so flustered? Qingjin instantly frowned, somewhat dissatisfied, and said, Jinyiwei. Jinyiwei demands that all of our constables gather at the 100 house, now immediately. What happened? The first thing Qingjin pondered was what had been unusual lately. Then let the constable go first. Jinyiwei. Zhoumin's mind recalled the figure she saw on the road suddenly frowned, so she followed suit. In front of the 100 house, there soon stood dozens of brocade guards, as well as more than 100 constables. The constable leader wanted to ask the leader Sun Guang what happened, but Sun Guang stood in front of the brocade guards without saying a word. His face was gloomy, seemed to be waiting for something, so he swallowed back. What is the jinyiwei doing here? Zhoumin muttered in a low voice. Gongzi, wait for the main person to come. Do not know, Dynasty Xiao casually said. Next to Li Muqing is silent, looked at a few eyes of the brocade guards and then looked at the front. Soon there came the sound of a neat step, interspersed with the scuffling of armor. It's the sound of an army marching. Dynasty Tsunami face suddenly serious, eyes flashed a touch of shock. Actually sent out the army. In the end, what happened? A big event. In the next moment, an army appeared before the eyes of the people, armed with long swords, clad in armor, with bows and arrows on their backs, ready to go, and then the sound of hoofbeats rang out, and Shenmue slowly walked out from the army, followed by a group of brocade guards, as well as the general next to him with a palm print on his face and a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. Feeling the pain in the face, Song Lake wanna cry, have a token. Early takeout is not finished, but also to get this beat, Shenjunmuo. Suddenly a shocked voice came. Zhoumin rubbed her eyes and looked at the person in front of her incredulously. A flying fish suit, waist with an embroidered spring sword, head wearing a flying fish hat, handsome face, riding on a horse, a face of majesty, majestic, completely unconnected with the former prodigal son. My goodness! Dynasty Xiao was also shocked to see such a mighty Shenmue. His jaw could not close. Hearing his real name, Shenmue's gaze instantly locked onto Zhoumin's trio and smiled blandly. Zhoumin, it's been a long time. It's really you. Hearing her name being called out, Zhoumin stepped out of the crowd, her eyes surveying the person in front of her over and over again. You. It's a bit of a no-brainer to run this far. Before Zhoumin could finish, Shenmue coldly said. What? Don't look down on people, okay? I'm also a constable now, okay? Zhoumin instantly retorted in anger, and you don't do those things as well as I do. I'm not in the mood to play any house games with you right now, so get back where you came from. Don't flatter yourself that everything revolves around you. Killing doesn't matter who you are. Don't you think so, Muqing? Shenmue looked at the valiant woman next to Zhoumin and said with a smile, but every word was chilling. Once Shenmue often molested sister Zhoumin, so he was always beaten by Li Muqing. Li Muqing eyes flashed a flash of surprise, looked deeply at Shenmue, did not say anything. You are not always as I am. Zhoumin instantly looked furious, and as soon as he pulled out his long sword and stabbed at Shenmue, suddenly a cold light flashed in his eyes, raised his hand and sucked. The strong wind surged. The next second Zhoumin was flying towards Shenmue with a panicked face, and was strangled by his neck. Dynasty Xiao, Li Muqing's pupils shrunk. Expert. How is it possible? Asshole. How come I didn't see you were still this stupid in Wukio? Draw your sword on the Prince of Heaven's own guard. Who gave you the nerve? Shenmue pinched Zhou Min's throat and said coldly. Duke. Dynasty Zhao's face changed greatly, just about to make a move, the rats and the others raised their bows in unison, and suddenly their movements stopped. On the other side, Sun Guang could not help but spit in his heart. Why don't you say that you just made a move on me? In midair, Zhou Min looked at the cold face of Shenmue in front of her, full of strangeness, full of panic. In the past, when Shenmue molested her sister, he used to tease her cheekily, but now it was like he didn't know her at all. Under the extreme pressure, Zhou Min couldn't help but sob and Shenmue immediately frowned and flung it to Li Muqing. Oh, I'm going to tell my sister. To tell him to leave you alone, said Zhou Min, wiping her tears and sobbing as she was caught by Li Muqing and stood still. Waste. Shenmue said faintly, then turned around and left with the army and a group of jinyiwei constables, heading towards the place Wu Yuan said. It's like a different person. Looking at the departing back, Dynasty Zhao said with a grave expression, his eyes filled with shock. Not only did he become cold and decisive, but he was also a master of martial arts. Or maybe this is his true face as well as his purpose. An inexplicable light flashed in Li Muqing's eyes as she said faintly. Everyone in Wujing knows that the second grandson of the Duke of Jin has committed a great crime and has been exiled from Wujing by the emperor and placed in a border county. You mean, are faking it? Dynasty Cao thought of something for a split second. Pretending? Why would he pretend? Zhou Min instantly asked in disbelief. It's hard to believe that he likes my sister, and that those of the Grand Princess are also pretenses? Maybe people never liked it at all, Li Muqing said meaningfully. Fooled everyone, ready to rise from the borderlands? I feel like I've already predicted it. His next appearance in Wuking will definitely leave everyone in a state of shock. Dynasty Xiao lamented that these play mind tricks are all hard horror. 10 years of self-flagellation, only for one submerged dragon to come out of the abyss. Chapter 017, Surrounding the Corpse Man. Boo! Su Ling Tian's face was gloomy as he threw the secret folders in his hand in front of Lu Gang who was kneeling on the ground. Look at it, people are hiding thousands of rebels in their own homes straight away, and the jinyiwei are just now realizing it. What, have the decades of peace and quiet already prevented the brocade guards from lifting their swords? First Qingyang County, then Jinwu County. There will be a next time. There will be no need for the jinyiwei to exist. I know. As soon as he exited the door of the study, Lu Gang's eyes became ferocious. It looks like some of the brocade guards are really used to peaceful days, forgetting their own identity. Inside the study, Su Ling Tian let Xiayan pick up the secret fold, looking at the following two words Shenmue, his face complex. It's that kid again. What, you don't pretend when you leave Wujing, you think I'm invisible and want to develop in secret? Su Ling Tian sighed and threw the secret folders onto the desk. This kid, much more powerful than his sister and brother, smart. Xin Guigong has 3 children and grandchildren, the first 2 have their own outstanding talent, the eldest granddaughter Xin Nanfeng, a generation of talented women, talented, proficient in poetry, music and medical, etc. The first eldest grandson of Xin Shizhou, the son of the general, practicing martial arts from a young age, has entered the late 7th grade at a young age, known as a pride of the heavens. It is a pity that Xin Nanfeng came from a military general meritorious, but favors the text, only because of the influence of his father, while Xin Shizhou is very close to the 4th prince. No wonder Xin Guigong is worried about the future. Will send Shenmue out of the Wujing. Have the secret spy division investigate the movements of the Southern Imperial Edict, humph. Forgetting the pain after decades of good times. By the way, let Xin Guigong come and drink tea with me. I really want to know how Xin Guigong will behave after knowing this kid. Yes, West Hills, near Kingwood County. In the past, when Emperor Wudi built his country, there was a great war here, and many people died. There was a mass grave, located in the depths of the western mountains, very few people go to. Rather a nice place. In a high forest, Shenmue looked at a large barren and messy graveyard below, and inexplicably laughed and said, "Go feel around and see if there's someone under the dirt." As explained by Wu Yuan, these 3,000 people who are lurking are in the underground palace of the mass grave. Yes, underneath the mass graves. At this moment there is a wide underground palace, 3,000 corpses stand quietly and neatly in place, seems to be fixed like, motionless, eyes blood red, and a dozen or so people in front of them looked at the crowd of corpses in front of them with excited faces and, using the corpse refining technique in conjunction with the Nanjiao compulsion technique, I didn't think that I could really control this group of beasts. A man's face marveled as he said, "As soon as tomorrow night arrives, it's time to go on a killing spree, and the blood keeps coming. Night, ignite." With a command, torches lit up in all 4 directions, and the 4 exits of the underground palace, release the smoke. In the next instant, the soldiers shoved sulfurous smoke into the hole in droves, then plugged it up, inside the underground palace. When they felt the smoke drifting in, a dozen or so people instantly sensed that something was wrong with its sulfuric fumes. Exposed? How? Get someone to check it out. Soon, several people came back with ugly faces. The exit is blocked. We've been discovered. Damn, did the other side fail? Wake the corpses and rush out. Outside, the soldiers put in poisonous smoke from time to time, and before long Shenmore's group heard countless hissing sounds, and the exit stones were constantly impacted. Bows and arrows at the ready. The next moment, for boulders were washed away, the soldiers rushed back, and in a flash, hundreds of corpses were rushed out of the. But the next second hundreds of arrows fired, leaving a corpse, then instantly the next round of bows and arrows topped, corpse people out of the hole on the shot, while the scattered will be cleaned up by the jinyiwei and constables, It didn't take long for a pile of corpses to pile up at the mouth of the cave, and the corpses were getting out of the way. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's an army out there. It's blocked. Mud. Who the hell made the hole so small? Now we're caught in a trap. A man said in frustration and anger. This was the first step in the creation of the great cause, and it was aborted. My lord, they're hiding and won't come out. What should we do? A brocade guard ran to report. What to do? Poisoning, releasing poisonous smoke, fire attack, flooding, and closing the door to fight the dog won't do? Shenmore said indifferently. Yes. This brocade guard was instantly shaken and in awe, and keep the poisonous smoke coming. Inside the underground palace, the remaining 10 people looked resolute and concentrate on one exit and get out. Soon, that hole in front of Shenmore corpse people once again continuously rushed out. Swish! The arrows broke through the air, and a body fell, but still kept rushing out, getting closer and closer to Shenmore and the others. The next second a body fell, a figure rushed out from the back, and his hands only took Shenmore's face. This is not coming. Shenmore coldly laughed, quickly chopped out a knife, hands on the ground, then a claw grabbed its head. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and the man suddenly bled from all 7 orifices, and his body went limp before being casually thrown to the side. Shenmore raised his hand, and the archers immediately stopped moving. Craning his neck, Shenmore revealed a cruel smile. In the next second, his figure was like the wind, his hand rose up and his sword fell, the cold light flashed and the corpse man who came out was chopped by Shenmore, lorded, chopped at the waist, chopped vertically, and the blood instantly stained the flying fish suit red. A man blocking the entrance to a cave, slaughtering corpse men. Dog thief. Die. A figure burst from behind the crowd of corpses, throwing darts from his hand that asterisk 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 asterisk. The sneak attacker also shouted. Shenmore backhanded the knife a block, then down the trend of reverse chop back. A sword cuts across 3 people. The Big Dipper chi condensed, 3 fingers formed a claw as soon as he slashed across the man's abdomen, immediately tearing off 3 pieces of flesh. Blood flowed. A rising leap, 5 consecutive kicks in the air, sent the man flying out, crashing into a rock, spitting out blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, and dying directly with his head tilted. Landing a sweeping kick, knocking down 2 corpses, the horizontal sword slashes into a smooth chop, and the head falls to the ground. The blood fury blade technique, killing in condensing fury, slaughtering to become a male. I don't know how long it took, but Shenmore alone killed 300 or 400 people, and then finally the bow and arrows were released, until not a single person came out anymore. Blood continued to drip from the corners of his coat and from the tip of his knife. Watching Sun Guang, Song Hu, and the others gulp straight, their hearts and minds trembling. Knife slowly put into the sheath, took out a white silk scarf and slowly wiped the blood on his hands, walked step by step towards the mouse and others. Every step splashed the blood on the ground. These corpse poison has not yet reached the level of Lian kind of degree from the outside can corrode the flesh. The corpse life is highly poisonous, more than 7 grades. Burned. Throwing the white scarf in his hand into the blood water, Shenmore's cold voice rang out in the dark night, making people feel a chill, and a group of people hurriedly responded. Soon a huge fire blazed behind Shenmore, and a huge stench of corpses filled the entire western mountain. Turned over on the horse, turned back with a sideways glance, the flaming red fireworks illuminated half of Shenmore's face, the flames into reflected in the eyes. Back to the city. Shenmore raised his whip and spurred his horse out, riding in the dust. A group of people behind them hurriedly followed, having seen the cruel and ferocious appearance of Shenmore just now. At this moment all of them had only a deep awe. It's brutal. It's like a living hell. 018, arson in the street. The Qingyang County's siege plan was successful. The decoys of the body refining sect as well as the people who deliberately ambushed them were all exterminated by the Qingyang County brocade guards. But when the Qingyang County 1,000 households and county guards reported the situation up, and the detailed conspiracy as well as the result came from above, the 2 of them immediately trembled in their hearts and souls, and at the same time, they were afraid of the aftermath. It's this Shenmore again. It's really a blessing for this official. Inside one of the rooms of the 1,000 household office, Young Fan looked at the whole thing coming and going, and couldn't help but sigh. Cloud water. After dealing with Zhouji County, Shenmo immediately returned to Baijiang County, and then returned to Yunchuei Town when Li Wei and the others came back. Shenmore, chief flag of the jinyiwei, accepts the decree. A few days later, 3 eunuchs appeared in the compound of the general flag office. Shenmore immediately led a group of brocade guards to clasp hands and bow. The chief flag of the brocade guards, Shenmore, crossed the district without authorization and struck out at his fellow soldiers, acting without discipline, which is a great fault, but in view of the fact that he eradicated the evils of the alchemy corpse sect's evil cult, and that his merits and demerits were balanced, he was only rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver, 10 bottles of 8th grade elixir, and 1 bottle of 7th grade elixir. Shenmue took the imperial decree lightly, gave a little silver and sent the eunuch away. What's the meaning of this, to give the boss a reward when his merits and demerits don't add up? Mouse hastily took the holy decree that Shenmue casually threw and asked. Just a trick of the old emperor. Shenmue sat down and drank a mouthful of tea and said faintly. A holy decree, Su Ling Tian is pointing him out, he already knows it's him, pay attention. Divide the silver elixir among the brothers. Shenmue said indifferently after secretly strengthening a few pills. Then he himself also went back to his house, this trip to Baijiang County, Shenmue and the 100 households to find a few more martial arts. The second layer of the Xian Yuan heavenly deity law, when cultivated to completion, the deity can cover things, the qi and blood are pure yang, and the strength of the flesh will be raised again. The willow leaf dart method, a concealed weapon technique, and the dragon elephant fist, a fierce and vicious fist technique. Together with the previous system points, Shenmue already had 110 points, and this time they were all used to enhance his strength. System Plus. Soon, the second layer of the Xian Yuan Heavenly Dipper was perfected, the willow leaf dart technique was out of this world, the dragon elephant fist technique was punched, the winds of the fists whistled and the air exploded. Raising his cultivation, the next moment Shenmue's internal force surged and swelled, crossing into the 5th grade in one fell swoop, then the middle of the 5th grade. By the 5th grade each realm breakthrough became 30 system points, and in an instant there were 20 points left. Feeling his realm as well as his power, Shenmue's mouth revealed a faint smile. It's the 5th rank now. One could also be an elder in a Jianghu sect, and this was the only time he had truly crossed over into the ranks of the masters. It looks like it's time to move up a bit. Shenmue's eyes flashed with a flash of light, and he whispered. After the incident with the corpse refining sect, Cloudwater Town once again returned to a brief calm. Now it feels too boring to patrol the streets. It's still fun to follow the boss on a case. Mouse said with a yawn as the four of them walked leisurely down the street. There's not so much to do in a day, it's better to be at ease, said the old cripple with a jug of wine and a laugh. In the next moment, the four of them noticed a group of people surrounding the street in front of them, all of them with agitated faces, and vaguely crying sounds. Come on, the scribe shrugged, moving forward and, the brocade guards, get out of the way, all of you. Mouse let out a shout, and instantly a path gave way, and the four of them stepped inside the crowd. In the center of the crowd, only to see an old man with a head full of blood collapse to the ground, while two seemingly slaves are pulling a panicked crying woman. Next to it stands a magnificently dressed and honorable, with a lewd face of a male-like youth, behind which also stands a sword-carrying old man, coldly staring at the scene, and at the same time, there are also two constables fainted on the ground. In broad daylight, they directly robbed people's women by force, beat them up, and attacked government officials, which is too rampant. Stop! The scholar's face was suddenly gloomy, and he shouted out coldly that. However, that eunuch glanced at the scholarly four and snorted, and those two henchmen didn't stop fighting. Dumbfounded, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the old cripple, and they drew their swords, and with a single slash, cut down two of their men. You guys are so bold, how dare you meddle in this Gongzi's business? I didn't expect that the gentry to burst out in anger, and first question the four rats. Do you know who this gentleman is? Who cares who you are, in Jinyiwei town, if it's a dragon you have to dish it out, if it's a tiger, you lie down. The mouse disliked back nonchalantly. Ha 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 ha, just a few brocade guards, don't know how to die. This son is the second son of the Qingyang Zhu clan. It's rare for him to come to your poor wasteland for a trip, it's your honor to look at a few beauties. Xu Zhaya sneered and laughed without the slightest bit of panic. Elder Zhou, give them a lesson to remember, Xu Zhaya said casually. Yes. The old man behind him instantly condensed his eyes, took one step, the floor tiles shattered, his aura was thick-skinned. The four rats also instantly sensed the danger and stood at attention. The next second, swords and sorcery. General Flag Office, Shenmue is sitting in the office hall at this moment, some things also need him to pass through. My lord! It's no good. One of the brocade guards hurriedly ran into the gate and Lin Xiaoqi and the others fought with someone and were all injured. At that moment, Shenmue's eyes narrowed and filled with a cold light. Good for you! I can't believe there are unafraid people looking for trouble in his turf. Lead the way. At this moment, the four rats all fell to the ground with their mouths bleeding from the corners of their mouths, bruised and battered. How dare you look for trouble from this Gongzi with just this much skill, you don't know how to die. Xu Zhaya looked down at the four with a scornful face. Oh, you're dead. The boss won't let you go. The rat forced himself to endure the pain, revealing a cold smile that, ha 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 ha, a chief flag is just that, even if it's 100 of the brocade guards coming my lord is not afraid. Even if he comes, this Gongzi will make him kowtow 3 times before he leaves. Xu Zhaya laughed indulgently, full of arrogance and insubordination. In this Qingyang county, the Shu family is the sky. Boom! The next second an embroidered spring sword broke through the air, like a sharp arrow, emitting a sound of breaking wind and whistling. That next to Zhou Lao immediately sweating hairs shrugged, his heart and soul trembled, and a cold air went straight to the sky. Gritting his teeth, he hurriedly blocked with his sword and, Ka-ching! Instantly the embroidered spring sword shattered the long sword, pierced through that old Joe's shoulder to bring him flying dead, nailed to the wall behind him. Want this official to kowtow to you? Fine. I wonder if you have the life to take it? A cold voice came from, only to see a youth with a dozen or so brocade guards walking slowly, obviously with a smile on his face, but at the moment everyone felt a coldness. Boss, I've embarrassed you. A few of the brocade guards helped the 4 rats up, and the 4 were ashamed of themselves. Not blame you guys, back off. Shenmue nodded lightly, that old man late 6th grade, it is normal that the 4 rats cannot beat it. Lifting his hand and sucking it in, the embroidered spring sword returned, and the old man dropped to the ground with a sudden, "You!" Joe Fa's gaze was shocked as he looked at the youth in front of him, and before the words could be spoken, Shenmue appeared in front of Joe Fa with an instantaneous step, and blasted out with a fist. Immediately, Joe Fa's face changed greatly, and he blocked with both arms. Ka-ching! Straight away, both arms broke, and a punch went straight through Joe Fa's chest, splashing blood in all directions. Old dog, this official's person is also something you can move? Shenmue grabbed Joe Fa's white hair and made him look up at himself. At this moment, Joe Fa's body was weak and had no power to fight back. 2 moves, and he was wasted by the young man in front of him. Joe Fa was inwardly horrified. How could this be possible? This is simply a pride that is rare to see in 100 years. The next second Shenmue stepped on the fingers of Joe Fa's left hand, ruthlessly ravaged them, and all of them were stepped off. Unbridled. How dare you touch my Qingyang Zhu clan's people? Do you want to die? Xu Xiaoye first froze when he saw the scene in front of him, and when he reacted, he instantly became furious and said, "Pop." Another instantaneous step, Shenmue immediately appeared in front of Xu Xiaoye and slapped him. Directly slapped him to the ground, and his teeth fell out a few times, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Feeling his own miserable condition and huge pain in his face, Xu Xiaoye covered his face with one hand and looked at Shenmue with fierce eyes. "You're ing." Before the words were finished, Shenmue drew back with his backhand again, directly sending him flying several meters. "Tell me, who gave you the courage to take on the brocade guards?" Shenmue squatted next to Xu Xiaoye, grabbed his hair and asked with a smile. "I." Before Xu Xiaoye could say anything, the next second he was pressed by his head and hit hard on the ground. "What, do I have to kowtow to you again?" Looking at Xu Xiaoye, whose face was full of blood, Shenmue asked with a smile on his face. "No. Boo." Face was again slammed hard into the ground, followed by a foot on the head of the, "A loser like you say, what am I supposed to save you from?" Shenmue said coldly, a kick on its waist, so that it friction against the ground to slide out a few meters. "Take them away, don't let them go too easy." "Yes." Looking at himself being racked up, Xu Xiaoye struggled in terror and shouted at Shenmue, No, you can't kill me. I am the second son of the Qingyang Zhu clan. If you kill me, my father won't spare you. Get off me. You guys are looking for death, you're in big trouble. This prince is the second prince of the Shu clan. You guys can't kill me, you pariahs." Xu Xiaoye yelled and screamed, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment, glaring at Shenmue in death. "Don't worry, they'll be with you soon." Shenmue turned around and left step by step, saying faintly, "Eyes too mean, gouge them out, don't scare me. The mouth is too noisy, cut it off. I'm a timid person. Don't scare me." Shenmue turned back to the brocade guards, said with a faint smile, so that people cannot help but feel chilled in their hearts. Chapter 019, Hands on Zhu. In front of the General Flag Office, 50 brocade guards rode on horses, fully loaded, with serious faces, and Shenmue wiped the blood on his hands and slowly walked out, indifferent, behind the mute, the old cripple carrying 2 cloth bags, loaded with something, but also slowly dripping blood. Standing up for his subordinates, mighty and overbearing, earns you 20 system points. Depart. Mounting their horses and giving a command, dozens of figures sped down the avenue, leaving dust flying all the way. The brocade guards, out again. It looks like I don't know who's going to be unlucky again. Oh, now Yunchuei brocade guards, but Master Shin in charge. I heard that the means ruthless and decisive. Messed with his people did not have a good end. Looking at the backs of the departing group, the people murmured. And Baijiang County. Li Wei had just stepped out of the gate when he saw Shenmue with a group of people on horseback parked in front of the 100 house. The 2 brocade guards at the door took a look at it with Shenmue, directly and respectfully shouted good Sir Shin, and did not dare to stop at all. "Shenmue, do you have any mission?" Bringing so many people, Li Wei asked with some doubt. This was almost a total number of flags. "Lend me 50 men. Shenmue didn't talk nonsense and spoke directly. "What do you need so many people for? There's a big case?" Li Wei couldn't help but be shocked that 50 men, fully equipped, with me now. "I have to go to report your Baido for a moment." Li Wei saw Shenmue's serious and cold face, and immediately knew that Shenmue was serious, and quickly said that he knew that this kid was lawless. "You can have the 50, but I have to know what you're going to do?" Sure Wujing followed Li Wei out of the gate and opened his mouth and said, "The Qingyang Zhu clan, plotting against the jinyiwei, intending to rebel. Is this reason enough?" The corner of Shenmue's mouth revealed a smile, but his voice was incomparably cold. "What?" Sure Wujing and Li Wei's pupils contracted, their faces incredulous. "Are you serious?" Li Wei couldn't help but ask. Qingyang Zhu's family, that is the top clan in Xinjiang County, very influential, not only in the court, but also in the county. There are a lot of their students. Xinjiang County Minister is Zhu's people, in addition to the Song family, the Lu family, the three families are intertwined, and the family has a lot of influence in the county. Once you move the Qingyang Zhu clan, do you know how many people will be implicated? Do you have definitive proof? And there's a 5th grade martial artist sitting in Zhu, 5th grade. Li Wei and the two of them only felt that Shenmore was too lawless at the moment, and somewhat took things for granted. Really so good move would have moved. Who doesn't know that the emperor is not happy with the clans? Give or don't give. Shenmo just said indifferently, his eyes gazing at the two of them. A few moments later, more than 100 people out of White River County. Alas, how do you think the Zhu family has messed with this Yama king? This is going to shake up Xinjiang once again. Sherwin sighed and shook his head. As for worrying about what? Xinjiang Zhu clan, it sounds powerful, but it also depends on who it's compared to. Wujing Shen family can destroy Zhu clan with a move of their fingers. Xinjiang County City, the center of Xinjiang County, people come and go, all kinds of traders come and go. And not long ago it even went through a big storm, many officials were plagiarized and imprisoned overnight, and all the major forces are also in a prudent convergence. At the gates of the city, the people are lining up to pay to enter the city. A group of men came riding at a gallop on the official road, without slowing down at all. Stop! The two soldiers shouted at once, and, swish! An iron plate broke through the air and plunged straight in front of the soldiers' feet, with the 3 big words jinyiwei written on it. The jinyiwei are on the case. Get out of the way. A shout made the two soldiers subconsciously get out of the way, and a crowd of people also avoided 100 or so brocade guards just flew into the city. What's the big deal that's happening here? Over 100 brocade guards, it doesn't look like a small matter. This jinyiwei is a bit different from the ones we've seen before, it feels like it has a heavier killing aura. The people have discussed, and the soldiers who have returned to their senses also rushed to report, more than 100 foreign jinyiwei into the city, and do not know what big events are going to happen again. On the street, at this moment, a few gentry-looking ones are sitting by the window of a restaurant. This one almost got us involved, luckily it was handled quickly. Damn the brocade guards. The families will just have to tighten up a bit for a while. At this time a young man looked at the street darting past all the way to the brocade guards, and could not help but exclaim. The brocade guards. What's this for again? Brother Zhu. That direction seems to be your Zhu family. What? County Hall. He sat up with a stony face. You said a group of brocade guards entered the city. Toward the Zhu family. Yes. At that moment, He's eyes kept changing and his face was serious. Could it be that the above wants to take advantage of this time to make a move against the Qingyang clan? 1,000 households. Yang Fan's face was equally grave at the moment, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. Gather the men and get there at once. Yes. Shu mansion, high walls and vermilion doors, 2 large stone lions at the entrance, looks luxurious and grand, 4 guards standing at the door. What are you doing? Do you know the rules? No horseback riding in front of Zhu Fu? Seeing Shenmore come over with a group of brocade guards, instead of being afraid, the doorkeeper arrogantly said. Shenmo glanced at it, then looked at the 2 big words Zhu Fu in front of him. You. When the housekeeper saw that Shenmo ignored, he was furious and wanted to say something. But the next second an arrow pierced through his chest, the houseboy fell to the ground and blood flowed all over the place. The other 3 houseboys who were watching the good show suddenly changed their faces greatly. You guys are so bold, how dare you kill our Zhu family? The vermilion door stinks of wine and meat, and there are frozen bones on the road. Shenmo spoke faintly. This Da hasn't even been named Zhu yet, and a houseboy is so wild and ignorant. It looks like the Earth Emperor has been the king for so long that he's forgotten who the master above him is. Kill. Shenmo's face was indifferent, and with a wave of his right hand, the next moment that vermilion door was shot with arrows, and a great pool of blood under it. The gate blasted open, 2 rows of brocade guards entered neatly, all standing sideways, holding the embroidered spring sword in their hands, and Shenmore walked slowly from it. The Shu family members who heard the commotion and rushed here all changed their faces when they saw this scene. At the same time several hundred family members holding sticks as well as swords and axes stood in front, actually stepping into the 9th grade. There are also dozens of people who look like Jianghu people, holding all kinds of weapons, all in the 7th and 8th grade, and at the very front there are also 10 6th grade martial artists. That's great. Shenmo smiled indifferently. A local scholar clan has so many men, can easily destroy 100 households. Who do you work for? Looking at the total flag dress on Shenmore, a middle-aged man with a serious face stepped out, a purple and black gorgeous brocade robe, wearing a jade crown on his head, with a jade belt at his waist, a pair of sword eyebrows, with a decent appearance and a pair of 8-bearded beard, the second master of the Zhu family, Wujing. I know you're Go Baifu. Wujing said and even put his hand into his sleeve robe, revealing the silver ticket that. Shenmore raised his eyebrows. Interesting, looks like Xinjiang County purge is not clean but this is also a normal operation. The Qingyang Zhu clan, attacking the brocade guards with intent to rebel, arrest the entire clan. Shenmue directly opened his mouth and said word by word, and then looked meaningfully at the crowd of Zhu family members in front of him whose faces changed greatly. Wujing even revealed an incredulous expression of shock, which finally turned into a big laugh. This lord, you're joking. We're honestly an ordinary clan. How could you possibly want to rebel? It must be a misunderstanding. Wujing snorted and said. Shenmue glanced at the side of the quartet, suddenly mute. The old limp two people out of the cloth bag will be thrown out. The two heads rolled out, eyes wide and dead. Straight away, some of the women screamed in horror and, Chow yeah. Wujing looked at the human head and shouted in grief, his son had been slaughtered. You guys? Wujing looked at Shenmue with fierce eyes and, don't think the jinyiwei can do whatever they want. Move the Zhu family? Kid, you're not worthy yet. When they heard the first sentence, there was a loud laugh, with mockery, from a group of brocade guards that, sorry, we can still just goof around. Zhu, dead. Shenmue's eyes were ice cold, and his tone was morose as he said, Chapter 020 Bloodstained Zhu. Ha 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 ha, just by you, a little chief banner. An ungrateful scumbag who came out of nowhere. Wujing's eyes were hateful, and he said viciously, with mockery that, this is Qingyang. However, Shenmue was not in that much of a mood to listen to Wujing beeping, and with a big wave of his hand, a dozen or so brocade guards took out their iron ropes and walked step by step towards Zhu's crowd. The others tried to move, and the rows of brocade guards were suddenly aiming with bows and crossbows in hand. Wujing was unusually calm at the moment, looking at Shenmue like a dead man. What for? Rebellion? Where are you jinxes from? Just then a centurion in a silver flying fish suit arrived with several men, thick-browed and large-eyed, and at once exclaimed. Go Doju opened his mouth and shouted at Shenmue. Go back from wherever you came from, get out. Shenmue said coldly without looking back. Arrogant. Go Doju instantly roared in anger, a small general flag flipped the sky. Boo. The next second Shenmue appeared in front of it, a slap fell to the ground, Go Doju directly did not react to it. Get out. Shenmue looked down at Go Doju and said indifferently, his tone cold. For the last time, kneel without killing. Shenmue said slowly as he gazed at Wujing and the others, with infinite killing intent that, Humph. Then let's see who the deer dies. Wujing revealed a cruel look, but his eyes were still cautious and, that Go Baifu was at least at the early stage of the 6th grade, but he was actually slapped to the ground, and I didn't expect that he was actually a heaven's pride. Just like you're kind of smug and unruly. Shenmue twisted his neck, revealed a cruel smile, and slowly drew out the embroidered spring sword. Kill. Instantly 100 arrows broke through the air and shot out in unison, and dozens of houseguards directly fell to the ground. Then a dozen or so brocade guards immediately stood out again, 4 people to pull an iron net unfolded then quickly thrown out. A portion of those who could not dodge were caught in the net, and were suddenly drenched in blood. 10 6th grade masters attacked toward Shenmue in unison, and their concealed weapons arrived first. A flash of cold light, a knife chopped darts, like a shadow with the wind, the next step appeared in front of a big man, Shenmue clawed the neck, with a strong pinch, the throat bone shattered. Then he threw the knife out with his backhand. The cold knife broke through the air. Behind the sneak attack of the person's face changed greatly, hastily want a big knife block, but do not want a big knife actually directly broken, he was a knife pierced through the chest fell to the ground and died. With a wave of his big hand, the big man in his hand was slammed to the side of the 2 men, his head right, and his right hand grabbed across the left shoulder of the empty sword-wielding hand. The ferocity of the claw method directly clawed through the man's arm, and with a forceful pull, the arm was directly torn down, and a miserable scream resounded behind him. Then his arms shook, the astral energy condensed, the incoming swords and knives slashed at Shenmue's shoulders, emitting metal collision sounds, and were shaken away as much as possible. Big Dipper body protection. 4th grade martial artist. The remaining few people's faces changed drastically, and Wujing was equally shocked and unsightly. It's a gong method. The Jinyui's Xian Yuan heavenly deity technique. Go Daju, who was next to him, seemed to see what was going on, and his eyes suddenly widened as he, Xian Yuan Tian Gang method, although it is a jinyiwei technique, but very few people have practiced it. The first layer of the completion will be able to condense the astral energy, the second layer will be able to astral energy to protect the body, and very few people in the 100 households have practiced it, and the third layer will be able to astral energy away from the body, condensed into a soldier. Between the gaps, Shenmue blasted his fist at a man's head, and the wind of the fist whistled. His head was directly blown off, blood splattered everywhere, and he became a headless corpse. Backhanded internal force of suction, the knife back to the hand in the trend of chopping out, the person in front of the face of panic, the hands of the lance to block. A cold flash of light separates the top and bottom of the other few people see the situation is not good, turn around and retreat. Shenmue left hand to the waist, hook and rope broke the air, directly wrapped a woman's feet. The woman was immediately startled, back to the darts thrown, Shenmue astral condensed hand one by one to catch, and then instantly backhand thrown back, the darts penetrated the body of the woman. In the blink of an eye, 10 people were left with only 4 people, all looking at Shenmue with frightened faces. How is it possible? Can't it be that this person in front of us is a 5th grade? Zhu Jing's face was unsightly at the moment, his heart turning over in shocking waves. How old was this person? Stop! Just as the tussle was going on, two parties arrived, and one of them, a middle-aged man, dressed in an official's uniform and with a vicissitude of face, shouted out in a hurry that, at this moment, the front yard of the Zhu mansion is flowing with blood, and hundreds of corpses have fallen to the ground. Seeing the scene in front of him, he almost had two black eyes at once. This is a big deal. Where are you brocade guards? And I wonder what crime the Zhu family has committed. He looked at the Independence Center in the distance, covered with blood. Shenmue asked with some horror. Attacking the jinyiwei with intent to rebel, Shenmue said indifferently. Coincidentally, Yang Fan arrived with a group of brocade guards, dressed in a large red flying fish suit, his waist wrapped in an imposing Xian purple belt. Don't you think so, Lord Qianhu? Shenmue asked Yang Fan, who had just arrived, meaningfully. Yang Fan was instantly confused. What else did he not know? And then asked rhetorically. Where are you a jincher, and do you have orders? Where's the evidence? He continued. Shenmue suddenly smiled, and the scholar next to him faintly spoke. The jinyiwei don't need evidence to arrest people. All the faces in the room immediately changed. These words were too arrogant. The jinyiwei during the time of Emperor Wu could indeed be, but the country gradually stabilized later. Even the jinyiwei arrests need a certain amount of evidence, or else there are a lot of cases of injustice and falsehood. I'd like to see how many kilograms of jinyiwei? So rampant. An old voice filled with anger came from all around. Then I saw a line of people coming in a rage, headed by a middle-aged and an old man with murderous intent in their eyes. Father, big brother. Zhu Jing's face lit up with joy. The people who rushed back were none other than Zhu, the head of the Zhu family, and Zhu Donghe, the oldest member of the Zhu family, two fifth-grade experts. At this moment, Shenmue and his party were surrounded and in the center of the, without any orders, who told you to mobilize privately. Where are you brocade guards? Lawless and without honor. Are you trying to rebel? Yang Fan also realized the seriousness of the situation at this moment. A team of brocade guards without any orders actually arrested people without authorization and killed them at random. Cheeto? Died in the rules too? Shenmue opened his mouth and teased. Young man, you already have a way to take your death. Don't be quick to tie your hands and surrender. Zhu Donghe said with forced anger, killing intent in his eyes. The Qingyang Zhu family attacked the brocade guards with the intent to rebel. The evidence is overwhelming. Whoever stands in the way will be killed without amnesty. However, the next second a cold voice spread throughout the entire front yard, and the next second more than 100 brocade guards split into two halves, raising their bows and crossbows at both sides, killing the Yang Fan's face instantly turned gloomy, and Zhu and Zhu Donghe and a few others also had ugly faces. Their eyes were intense with killing intent. Harpies, seek death. Zhu Donghe was the first to be unable to hold back, leaping in the air and flying his palm. His mid-fifth grade internal force was declared, and the wind flow surged and, adding points. Shenmue directly added another 40 points gained to his cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through to the late 5th grade. Old dog. Shenmue's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his fist blasted out, like a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests. Boom! There was a loud bang. Shenmue did not move in place. Zhu Donghe landed and fell back a dozen steps, a mouthful of blood from the corner of the mouth. Have not waited for its breath, Shenmue hands into claws attacked, a move as ruthless and deadly. Not long Zhu Donghe covered with scratches, more than blood. Father! Zhuyu's face changed, and he hastily stabbed his sword, not realizing that his own father had actually fallen to the ground. A claw grabbed out Zhu Donghe out of the palm to resist. The next second Shenmue hand like a snake to avoid the palm. Backhand winding up. A look was close. Zhu Donghe hastily backed up. The next second Shenmue left hand waved. 3 darts suddenly stabbed out, hit as Zhu Donghe caught off guard, straight in the abdomen. Then Shenmue turned around and clamped his 2 fingers. The tip of the sword stopped, and the astral body shattered with a shock. Zhuyu immediately retreated. Shenmue's palms sucked in, the sword fragments rotated in his palms, and in the next second they were struck by both palms and turned into a dart stabbing at Zhuyu. Zhuyu's pupils shrunk, got up and leaped to avoid, but Shenmue suddenly appeared in front of him, a knee bump in his abdomen. Suddenly Zhuyu, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Then Shenmue raised his foot and stepped down hard, crushing Zhuyu from the air on the ground. The floor tiles were all broken directly, blood stained the ground, and there was no more movement. Zhu Donghe, who had just stood up and seen this scene, suddenly cried out in grief and pain. But the next second Shenmue's figure instantly appeared in front of it, and slapped it over. Zhu Donghe raised his hand to resist, but his stomach hurt miserably, only to see Shenmue kicked on it, and he fell to his knees on the spot. Aha! I'm going to kill you, little bastard. 10 square shadow fist. Zhu Donghe roared furiously and blasted out a fist. 10 fist shadows actually appeared. Shenmue's eyes condensed, stepped back and the ground shattered. The embroidered spring sword in his hand was tightly gripped. Then his internal force surged and his robes flipped. A knife slashed out. Everyone at this moment felt a murderous and decisive knife power, a kind of aura of death for those who blocked me. The ground was directly chopped out by a several meter long slash that. Turning around and slowly closing his sword, Shenmue took a step towards Zhu Jing's group of Zhu family and slowly walked, and the old man behind him split in two. Knife splits 5 pints. He swallowed his saliva, his gaze somewhat dull as he looked at the figure in front of him. Yang Fan's face changed greatly. This is a general flag? At least it is the strength of a deputy 1,000 households. Call someone, I'll see who else is coming to your rescue. Blood slowly dripped from Shenmore's white face, a pair of eyes filled with coldness and killing intent. Let Wujing and his party suddenly feel desperate. 021 Chapter Zhu's Overthrow. I don't believe you really dare to kill us. Wujing's face clouded over and he said viciously. Zhu family, thousands of people, really want to kill the end as the slaughter of the clan, will definitely be known by the above, will certainly make these jinyiwei pay the price. Now the jinyiwei has not been before, witchcraft scourged jinyiwei strength weakened, coupled with a group of ministers continue to suppress, has not been Emperor Wu, Emperor Ying when the jinyiwei. Someone wants to try whether your swords are fast or not, tell them. Shenmo revealed a sneer and said indifferently. The next second Shenmore brought the brocade guards have a killing spree, and those who show their heads above the 8th rank are killed by the bow. No matter male or female, old or young, all of them have been reduced to a dead soul under the knife at this moment, a piece of misery, as well as cruelty. This kind of ruthless means to see the Yihe as well as Yang Fan and other people present in the heart of the chills, simply like the period of the martial emperor's period of the brocade guards. At that time, people are afraid of the wind. You. Zhu Jing tremblingly pointed at Shenmo, looking at the scene in front of him, he actually really dared. I want you dead. Zhu Jing went crazy and slashed at Shenmore with his knife, and was kicked away by him, curling up on the ground in pain. Then Shenmore stepped on its chest and coldly looked down at Zhu Jing. Don't feel anything unfair, cruel. When you step on the people like this, you only feel the blood dirtying your shoes. If you kill, you have to be aware of being killed. Every word filled Zhu Jing with horror, fear, trembling and hundreds of millions of people in Wu. There is no shortage of these 1,000 or so of you. Shenmore smiled. Enough. Stop killing. Truly guilty of taking them all down too is all. Yang Fan looked at the miserable scene, a flash of concern in his eyes, and hurriedly said angrily, no matter where Shenmore is a jinyiwei, so reckless and lawless, too much to put him in his eyes. However, Shenmore glanced at it coldly and ignored it. At that moment, Yang Fan's face turned blue with anger. It was too arrogant. I told you to stop. Stop killing. Yang Fan took a step and instantly flew in front of Shenmore, and slapped his palm out. The palm wind was harsh, and the airwaves lined up. Shenmore's eyes condensed, a fist blasted out, and the tendons and bones exploded. The next moment the two turned over in the air to unload the force. Shenmore retreated 3 steps, Yang Fan retreated 1 step. But at this moment, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This young man in front of him who looked to be around 20 was actually in the late 5th rank. He's not even a beginner. What the hell is this demon? Those Jianghu said what the holy son of the holy daughter, the young master to the front of the shoes are not worthy. What, does Chito-sama sympathize with the prisoner? The brocade guards sympathize with criminals. Lord Chitu should not forget what a brocade guard is in these clothes he is wearing. Don't make a fool of yourself. Shenmo's eyes were flat, revealing a touch of playfulness and said. At this moment, a group of people have surrounded the Zhu family gate. Watching the Zhu family seems to be in trouble, they all clapped and cheered. The Song family, also a great clan of Xingyang. At this moment, Song Wenqing, the head of the Song family, was walking around the hall with a worried look on his face, with a few middle-aged men sitting next to him. Big brother, that brocade guard might just be passing by. There's no need to worry too much. A man opened his mouth and advised. Bull ********. Going straight to the Zhu family as soon as you enter the city, like you're passing through? Song Wenqing chided. House master. A servant came running in a hurry and, all of a sudden, Song Wenqing's eyes looked at them, and his face was anxious. What the hell happened? Song Wenqing asked anxiously. It's gone. The Zhu family is gone. There's blood everywhere. The servants said in horror that. What? Song Wenqing and the others' faces instantly froze. The Lu family. After hearing the news, Lu Yuan immediately sat paralyzed in his chair. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground and broke. The Zhu family is gone? Isn't there a 5th grade sitting in the town? It's hard to believe that it was Yang Fan who made the move. Zhu family, at this time a dead silence, corpses everywhere limbs and broken arms. Almost all of the thousands of people were exterminated, leaving only a few key figures in Wujing. More than 100 of genie guards all stained with blood, murderous, eyes like tigers and leopards, sharp and cold. This is definitely a big mess up there. He let out a bitter laugh. Remember to pack up the bodies, Sheriff. Shenmore wiped the blood on his face and laughed at Yi, immediately sending a shiver down Yi's spine. Walking out of the gate, looking at a group of people in front of him, each of them looking at Shenmo with hope. Hang those men in front of the Zhu family gate. Yes. Then Shenmore said to the people in front of him, the Zhu family intends to rebel and has been plagiarized and exterminated, and those who have grievances can now speak out. At once all the people burst into cheers, revealing expressions of great joy, and some even cried and knelt down on the spot, and soon there were people who, one by one, complained of their grievances. There are servants of the Zhu family who beat people to death, disciples of the Zhu family who forcibly robbed people's women and caused their families to die, made a group of people become debt slaves, and some people even reported that they bribed officials, as well as supporting those gangs to kill people. As the names, gangs, and various offenses were uttered, the scribe took note, one by one, of the "I'll give these credits to you, Mr. Chatos, and Mr. Sheriff." Shinemo looked meaningfully at the two people behind him, and the two people suddenly had complex faces. Zhu family? Qingyang Zhu clan? Looking at the towering plaque, Shinemo sneered. Smash it up for me, how dare a broken clan that doesn't even have a third grade call itself a sure clan, pretending to be a Nima. As the plaque shattered and fell to the ground, the Zhu family, a great clan of Qingyang, came to an end. Soon more than 100 brocade guards mounted their horses in unison, neatly and majestically, their robes stained with blood, intimidating to the kill. Shinemo looked at the hanging Wujing several people after mounting his horse and said indifferently, for his enemies, he only believed in dying before his eyes. The next second a dozen or so brocade guards shot their bows and crossbows in unison, and Wujing's few people were killed by the chaotic arrows. Throughout the entire process, Yi had a bitter smile on his face. Yang Fan was huffing and puffing but could do nothing about it. We can't even fight, and now a bunch of people have complained about the Chu family's crimes, and they deserve to die. Where are you, the jinyiwei? Looking at Shinmore and the others who were about to go far away, Yang Fan hurriedly asked. Yun Shuwei. Shinemo revealed a touch of playfulness, and then led this group of brocade guards to leave. The host punishes the evil and promotes the good. The host fights a painful, physically and mentally pleasurable, gaining 50 system points. Yun Shuwei? Has Yun Shuwei this place? Yang Fan at the moment thought through his head, do not know that this is just a town name, not to mention only come, simply not yet clear Qingyang all places. Now those ministers don't know how to play it again. Yi sighed. When he heard Yun Shuwei he did change his face for a moment, but then he thought that this batch of brocade guards was definitely not from there. Those ministers will not allow the existence of such a lawless, ruthless, disrespectful, do whatever they want. Such a person in charge of the jinyiwei is a huge threat to them. In any case, a general flag in front of a county guard and 1,000 households to kill, and they do not even know the name. This time they are considered to be a big disgrace, and soon a secret report was sent from Qingyang County to Wujing, causing an uproar. 022 Chapter Wujing Storm, Transfer to Zhangxi. Early in the morning, in the courtroom, all the officials entered the court. Su Ling Tian, a dragon robe, head wearing a crown, face serious, sitting on the high platform above the dragon chair, not angry from the authority. Long live the emperor. A group of ministers first bent down in unison and respectfully said, level off. The secretaries have something to report, Su Ling Tian said lightly, then a flash of amusement in his eyes, a look of watching a good show. Your Majesty, I want to impeach the brocade guards. The brocade guards of Qingyang County are lawless and cruel, slaughtering the entire clan of the Zhu family of Qingyang, which is horrifying, and without any proof of the order, arbitrarily executing them, flouting the law, which is simply audacious. As soon as the words fell, the royal historian Yang Zhua stood out, speaking sharply and with righteous indignation, saying, I second the motion that the Qingyang brocade guards directly massacred thousands of people from the Zhu family in broad daylight, and hanged several people from the Zhu family on their gates and shot them in public. Another imperial historian, Chang Tongji, stood out and said seriously. Once the two said, some of the uninformed ministers present had their faces changed. How is this Jinyiwei the same as before? Is it hard to rise again? Your Majesty, now that the world is stabilized and the sea is calm, it's not right for the brocade guards to act like this, as it may cause panic among the people. The one who massacred the Zhu family this time is still only a general banner. If one general banner is so reckless, what's going to happen later? At this time, Taifu Jiang Yunhe stood out and respectfully said, attacking the brocade guards. I think that now that the world is stabilized, we should take back some of the Jinyiwei's privileges. Otherwise I'm afraid it will cause more harm. When these words came out, Li Ruxiao, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Bai Wenkai, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and Fang Zichuan, the Minister of the Ministry of the Army, all looked at Jiang Yunhe in unison. Good for you, letting the emperor cut his own army. That's a bit bold. And the left Prime Minister Wei Yan and the right Prime Minister are both old and calm at the moment, not opening their mouths. This matter will be discussed later. Sure enough, Su Ling Tian said indifferently, but his tone was filled with unquestionable. Jiang Yunhe still wanted to say something, but as a result, Su Ling Tian directly threw down a zhangbiao. Take a look. It's written with the Chu family's sins, all the accusations of the people of Qingyang. It deserves to be killed. One by one, big families, oppressing the people, arrogant and domineering. I don't care how you are, once I know that you and other families behind the oppression of the people, all raise the clan. Su Ling Tian's face was icy cold, his tone was full of coldness. At once the courtroom was silent. Looking at the zhangzui in his hand, Jiang Yunhe's face was ugly and he didn't know what to say. Your Majesty, that chief banner of the brocade guards is indeed lawless and audacious, and should be punished. At this moment the fifth order of the eunuchs suddenly opened his mouth and said, a eunuch's robe, white-haired old man, with a rosy face and two eyes like a torch. On the right side, a row of majestic and powerful military generals are now looking at the left side of the civil officials with a face of eating melon with a face of righteousness to tell the jinyiwei sins. As long as they're not talking about them, they're happy as can be. Jinyiwei also belongs to the military officials? It's not like they belong to the emperor's private army. How can they be counted together? At the forefront of the military officials stood 9 men, 3 dukes and 6 vassals, the leading group of military generals, the Jinguigongshan Battalion, in charge of 100,000 elite blood armor army, 10,000 heavy cavalry purple flag army, North Yan, South Shao, West Li were all defeated by him. Ren Emperor period, Witchcraft Scourge, the northern 8 counties were controlled rebellion, Northern Yan also took the opportunity to move south, Wujing was in danger, it is Jinguigong raid of 100,000 troops diligently, 8 counties to pacify the rebels, defeated the Yan army, and then was specially exempt from the death of a gold medal, no matter what the Shin family later committed a crime. Can be guaranteed to a person, to leave the bloodline, the Shin family will be able to save a person, and the Shin family, 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 and the Shin family. Wei Huatian, Duke of Ngua, with an army of 100,000 men under his command, once fought his way into the steppes of northern desert, destroying 7 major Xiongnu tribes in a row, and so far, only 4 major tribes are left, not daring to move south for decades. Duke Chu Yinkong of Shogua directly hit the 3 counties of Nanzhao, which led to the present Yunmeng, Jinwu, and Annan counties. And the remaining 6 marquises were all formidable, killing from wars and building their careers, Marquis of Changwei Shinfudu, Marquis of Wuhan by Dingwu, Marquis of Zhaowu Haningqi, Marquis of Dingyuan Zhou Kengyan, Marquis of Righteousness and Courage Ji Tannan, and Marquis of Tiger's Might Dianjia. How is the town recognized? Suddenly Su Ling Tian looked at Shinbadian and asked with deep meaning. At that moment, Shinbadian and several people's eyes changed slightly. What does this mean? What is the matter of the brocade guards? Asked Xinguagong. Even the civil officials' side froze for a moment. Shin Boshan's face was flat, stood out and cupped his fists respectfully and said, I'm just a military general, not good at speaking, I don't know much about the affairs of the court, everything is according to your majesty. Seeing this, Su Ling Tian just smiled meaningfully and didn't ask anything else. Then, with a serious face, he addressed the 100 officials and said, Jinwu County has recently been plagued by disasters, especially in Sanxi County. Let the chief flag of the brocade guards take the blame for his crimes and go to Sanxi County to take charge of the famine relief, and if he doesn't succeed, he'll be executed. It's decided. Su Ling Tian said casually, but his tone was full of determination and could not be refuted, and he intentionally did not mention Shin Mo's name and the official position he arrived at. Seeing that His Majesty was so determined, Zhang Yun and the others couldn't say anything more even if they wanted to, and they could only shout that His Majesty was wise. As soon as the court was over, Zhang Yunhe left with a gloomy face. It looks like the emperor is going to reuse the brocade guards, and at the same time secretly looking for someone to check out that brocade guard's chief flag, The 5th Order of the Imperial Master had a flat face and left slowly without any emotions. Dukshin, what does the emperor mean by this? Ji Tiannan followed its lead and wondered. Next to Wei Huatian, Zhu Yenkong gaze also looked at Shinbadian. Even their 2 old guys did not understand the emperor suddenly that asked. Old me doesn't know either, but it should be unhindered. Shinbadian shook his head and said calmly. In the harem, Su Ling stepped into the empress's Fenghuan hall under the sun. I only saw a woman with a gorgeous appearance and a lingering charm come out to meet her, wearing a phoenix crown and a phoenix robe, and it was the Empress Changsun Xianyu. What is it your majesty is so happy about? Changsun Xianyu knew that Su Lingtian was happy in his heart just by looking at him. Ha ha ha, that kid is really rowdy, he's practically lawless out of Wujing. What was done was quite a surprise, a big surprise. It's no wonder you can hide yourself for over a decade. Moving the sword toward the Shirshir is good enough to get my attention, and there's a reason to hold those Shirshir accountable. Listening to Su Ling Tian's words, a flash of doubt flashed through Changsun Xuanyue's eyes and she couldn't help but ask softly, and, who is your majesty talking about? This person you would never have guessed, Xianyu, is the 3rd grandson of the Duke of Jinghua, Shinjun Mo. That dude who molested Ming Xian. Changsun Xianyue said incredulously, her eyes filled with surprise. Right, it's him. Su Ling Tian immediately gave Changsun Xianyue a rundown of everything that had happened to Shin more recently. A moment later, Changsun Xuanyue's eyes were filled with marvel and shock. In that case, it is indeed a unicorn child. Now I want to see how Elder Shin looks when he finds out. Now help hide it. Su Ling Tian laughed out loud and said, such a heavenly pride, still in the Shin family, how can His Majesty still help to conceal, not afraid of? Changsun Xianyue considered a lot in an instant. I know your worries, but I have my own intentions. Su Ling Tian waved his hand and casually said, Qingyang County. Pa! Yang Fan slapped his hand on the table, looking at the men in front of him with a face full of shock as well as disbelief. What did you say? They're the brocade guards of Baijiang County. Yang Fan at the moment felt as bad as if he had eaten a pile of good news to find out where people came from, bad news for the people under his command. Not only did he get slapped in the face by his own men, but his own men were lawless enough to get into trouble, and he had to carry it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tell Shi Wenqing to get his ass over here. Yang Fan immediately roared. Baijiang County. Shenmo has been staying here since he came back. When seeing more than 100 brocade guards returning with blood, Shi Wenqing and Li Wei felt bad, and after knowing that Shenmo directly slaughtered the Zhu family clan, they were even more shocked that their jaws almost did not close. On the spot, shocked, frozen in place, they know this master tiger, but did not expect so tiger. Really is a tiger, eat people without blinking. But the two knew for sure that they were in trouble, so the next few days were spent in apprehension. The Shenmo, chief flag of the brocade guards, accepts the decree. Finally 3 eunuchs arrived, along with a group of guards. Shi Wenqing, 2 people bent over and cupped their fists and bowed, their hearts were uneasy and afraid, but next to Shenmo, his face was calm. Although Shenmo of the brocade guards found out the crimes of the Zhu family and eliminated harm for the people, but his behavior was bold and lawless, and he is hereby ordered to serve as a 100 tenant of Sangxi County and be responsible for the Sangxi famine relief, and if there is any mistake, he will die to thank for his crime. Said 2 small eunuchs behind him brought 2 plates, one contained 100 household flying fish suit and 100 household seal, and on the other side there was an embroidered spring sword. What's going on? Why did you get promoted? The punishment is obvious and secret promotion is it? Shi Wenqing and the 2 of them were dumbfounded. I accept the order. Shenmo received the imperial decree with a flat face. Swish! Took the new embroidered spring knife and drew it out. The cold light flashed, the snow-white blade reflected Shenmo's eyes, cold and sharp. 023 Chapter Status of Sangxi. Jinwu County. After the incident of the corpse refining sect, it has been raining heavily for half a month in a row, crops all over the place have been soaked to death by the rain, houses have been washed away, many low-lying places have been flooded by the water, and the people have been displaced. The Sangxi County is even more because of the proximity of Sangxi, the name with creek, but is a large river. The river surged, the downstream of the large and small 6 or 7 villages washed away, thousands of people all homeless toward the county leaning towards the direction of the rest of the villages are also affected, and the river washed away, the river washed away, the river washed away. It's still raining heavily, with a slight chill. The outside of Sangxi City, there are shacks erected by refugees everywhere, all of them dirty, women holding their children hiding in the leaky shacks, looking at the incessant dripping rain, their eyes full of confusion, as well as sadness. The entrance to the city built 3 porridge hut, 2 of the porridge hut more than a dozen constables are giving porridge, a group of refugees at the moment are scrambling to grab the bowl. The constables are in the rain shelter, the refugees are in the rain is pouring down on them, but they act as if they don't feel it at all. Their lives have been extinguished by this rain, all they have left now is to survive. A few grains of rice are missing from the bucket and a spoonful goes down into a bowl of clear soup. When they see someone jumping the queue or getting confused, a couple of constables next to them will beat them down with a few sticks. Another porridge hut, a dozen domestic servants organize porridge, there is to maintain order, queuing up to receive all the old and weak women and children, just because the porridge hut written on the old and weak women and children. Most of the men went to the 2 kanji huts next to them, and among their families there were old and weak women and children, which was the last of their humanity and conscience to be maintained. The rice is visible in the porridge, and it's a little better than the 2 next to it. Inside the porridge hut, a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes was likewise distributing the porridge to a group of women, with a clear and generous face and gentle temperament, next to the 2 maids as well as the 4 household servants guarding. Every woman who received the porridge wept with gratitude and kept saying thank you to the female bodhisattva, and then most of them left the porridge hut with their sleeves shielding their bowls and hurried off to some place, a temporary home. Miss, you rest, we'll just do it. Don't catch a cold in the rain. Next to a maid wearing a long-sleeved red dress, over a green forged undershirt, below the luo skirt heartbroken, only at this moment a pair of cloth shoes as well as the luo skirt has been dirty by the mud and water. It's okay, can help them more on good luo Qingwan gentle smile whispered, a blue forged white pattern dress has been dirty, but still is a lotus flower, pure and beautiful, Jiangnan women. Harm, miss, we don't have much food left, and master doesn't want to be giving out kanji. Luo Qingwan moved with a slight lurch, and then continued. A moment's help is a moment's help, came the light voice. Harm, that dog official, obviously there is food not released. Simply abominable. Chang Xiao whispered angrily. Tiny, stop it, don't get overheard, let's just do our own. Luo Qingwan sighed and said, she knew it too, but there was nothing she could do about it. At this time, at the entrance of the city, a man with a big belly, wearing a long robe, a pair of small eyes, right hand touching the corner of the mouth beard smiling man walked out, behind a constable for its umbrella, also followed by 2 constables. It's time for today's kanji. All go back. Li Kai shouted directly to. In the next second the 2 constables in the kanji hut directly stopped administering kanji and prepared to pack up and leave. Why? It hasn't been long. My lord, please cast a little while longer. My lord, our family is still waiting for help. At once a crowd of refugees pleaded, disgruntled, questioned, and the scene began to be chaotic. Swish. In the next second a dozen constables drew their swords in unison. Against all odds. It's good enough to give you food. How much money must be wasted day after day? Do you know how much grain you'll have to use if you give more? What about the county? A bunch of pariahs, it's good enough to give you a bite to eat, how dare you be discontented? Li Kai said viciously at once, his small eyes showing ferocity, and a group of refugees had dared to speak out in anger, each glaring fiercely at Li Kai, but the depths of their eyes were filled with grief and despair, helplessness that. Luo Qingwan, who watched this scene from afar, was also full of complexity. She could not do anything. Her own family was also in crisis, but also see not the people suffer. Luo Qingwan smiled to herself and said that she was just like that. Next to her, Chang Xiaoxia was even more filled with anger in her eyes, full of disgust towards Li Kai, but she couldn't say anything. My lord, be gracious. The helpless refugees had to cry and plead, kneeling on the ground in the rain, a voice representing the desire to live. However, Li Kai just looked at the scene in front of him with interest, not taking it seriously at all. Suddenly, a burst of hoofbeats rang out from the rain, instantly causing the crowd to react. They all couldn't help but gaze at the distant road. Li Kai, Luo Qingwan is looking to see who it is. Refugees are looking to see if there's a savior coming. Soon a group of people appeared in the eyes of the crowd, all wearing hats and black cloaks to protect them from the rain, their horses' hooves splashing mud and water, running in the rain. Stopping in unison in front of the city gates, they moved in a neat, strict. Li Kai has not yet opened his mouth to ask what kind of person, then see a person dismounted and went straight to the porridge barrel, took the spoon. Several constables want to stop was kicked away. The spoon scooped up a ladle and poured it down high, the brothy porridge pouring through the air into the bucket of. At this moment, Li Kai felt bad in his heart. Watery porridge, who cooked it? A cold voice came out from the person at the head, his head slightly raised, revealing a pair of ice-cold eyes under the bucket hat. Who are you people? Li Kai was inexplicably uneasy in his heart and immediately asked aloud. The next second immediately more than 30 people unclasped their cloaks in unison, and the cloaks slipped off their bodies, revealing their original clothes. The man at the head, dressed in a silver flying fish suit, wore an embroidered spring sword at his waist, and had a silver token hanging in front of his waist with 3 words written on it, jinyiwei. Behind them, 3 dozen or so brocade guards stood straight up with their upper bodies, their eyes like blades, and the rain continued to drip down from the edges of their bucket hats. For a moment, there was silence, only the sound of rain. Jinyiwei. Li Kai's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back in fear, the leader of which was still a 100th household. At the same time, the people who reacted hastily kowtowed toward Shenmore. Pray for your lordship's mercy. Please, my lord, save us. At this moment the usually feared jinyiwei has become a savior in their eyes. They don't care about anything anymore. They only care that the person in front of them is also an official and can bring them hope. Shenmore scanned a circle, the official road on both sides of the woods. Everywhere is broken shacks, some starving women, old people lying inside. There are women holding swaddling clothes and the child hiding in the leaky shacks. My lord, listen to. I explain. Li Kai could not tell if it was rain or cold sweat on his forehead at this moment, stuttering and trying to say something. What's the name? Shenmore asked, suddenly opening his mouth. Back to your honor, my name is Li Kai. What for? I am now a division master beside the magistrate, replied Li Kai, trembling. The porridge cooked is so thin, add some meat, Shenmo said lightly. Okay, I'll go get it right away. Li Kai first froze for a moment, then hurriedly said. No need, I'll just watch you. Shenmo's indifferent voice came out and, Li Kai froze in his tracks. The next second the 2 brocade guards struck, the hook and rope and the internal power to enhance the air to break the air, directly pierced through the 2 shoulders of Li Kai, and then close to the ground to pull to the brocade guards in front of the. Li Kai immediately let out a miserable scream and, in the next moment Li Kai's eyes reflected the shadow of the knife. Mercy! Big! Dozens of embroidered spring swords chopped down. Li Kai was immediately chopped into dozens of pieces, blood flowed on the ground into blood water, and then was washed away by the heavy rain. Throw it to the dogs! Into the city! Shenmo did not return, riding directly into the city, behind a group of brocade guards to follow. The 2 sides of the constables as well as the city gate soldiers are even more frightened to get out of the way, do not dare to block the road. The refugees cheered, their eyes respectfully and gratefully looking at the distant Shenmore and the others. So awesome! Luo Qingwan looked blankly at Shenmo's back, her eyes could not help but be a little infatuated. Chapter 024, Cleaning Up Sangshi. In the streets, the horses' hooves splashed the rain. Even inside the city there were few people to be seen, and although they were a little cleaner and tidier than the refugees outside the city, they were all hairy and thin. Sanshi Badosho. The 2 brocade guards were hiding under the eaves of the house, napping against a pillar, and did not wake up until the sound of the horses' hoofs approached. What are you guys doing? Want to die? How dare you ride a horse in front of the jinyiwei centurion? Get the down! Being disturbed from their good dreams, the 2 brocade guards were instantly dissatisfied, and with a vicious face, they even drew their embroidered spring swords. As the 2 approached, in the rainy night, the figures of this line of people were revealed, and the first thing that caught their eyes was a silver-colored flying fish suit. The 2 men immediately changed their color and hurriedly kneeled on one knee. Greetings, Lord Hayakuto. Neglect of duty, slap. Shinmore's cold voice came. Before the two people reacted, two figures appeared in front of their eyes and slapped them in unison. The two people were directly slapped to the ground. "Mercy, my lord." The two of them hurriedly kneeled down and begged for mercy. Shinmo frowned, then said indifferently, "Where are the other brood guards?" "It's all in the household office," said a man, in a hurry. "Lead the way." Leaving a few people to watch the horses, Shinmo then led the rats 24 people to step into the gate in a thunderous manner. At this moment, inside a house, the lights are brightly lit, and there are constantly noises coming out, and the shadows of people are gathering. Big, junior, little. Outside the house, Shinmore listened to these voices with a cold smile on his face, and the two leading brocade guards had a sarcastic smile on their faces. The next second Shinmore kicked open the door. Inside about 12 people are gambling around a table, wearing flying fish clothes. All of them are not neatly dressed, just like the city hooligans. "Who? Little six, you guys owe it to yourselves to fight." At once a group of men, with unhappy faces, turned their heads and angrily rebuked the. However, when they saw Shinmore, they all froze at once, and they could not help but look at a person at the table who was also wearing a silver flying fish suit. "What is your honor's business here?" Run Ning froze for a moment, but then asked, his face calm, "So what if he saw it? It's just a small matter that Shinmore, the brocade guard, has been ordered to take over the Tsangxi 100 house as the 100 household." Shinmore opened the holy decree with one hand and said indifferently. At once, Run Ning's face clouded over, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "That's not a funny joke, brother." "Joke?" The corner of Shinmo's mouth revealed a cold smile, walked to the table and stood the gambling bowl up. His eyes looked straight at Run Ning and rotated the bowl in his hand on the tabletop. "Do you see me kidding you? A bunch of losers, not yet worthy of that elegance of this official." Instantly a dozen or so of the surrounding brocade guards were filled with anger in their eyes, leering at Shinmore. Run Ning even had murderous intent in his eyes and said coldly, "Young man, it's better to be a little less youthful, or you won't even know how to die. How can you call yourself a young man without being young and vigorous, languishing like an old dog like you?" Shinmo sneered. Finally Ren Ning couldn't help it, his face was furious, and he clawed at Shinmore's throat. Shinmo's eyes flashed with a cold light. After the hair, his left hand grabbed his hand and pressed it on the table, and his right hand quickly pulled out a dart and directly pierced his palm and nailed it on the table. Then he grabbed his hair and slammed it on the edge of the table, and in the blink of an eye, Run Ning immediately let out a miserable scream and, as soon as he saw the action, a dozen or so brocade guards next to him immediately moved towards Shinmore. The four mouse scholar men at the door looked at each other and silently closed the door behind them. Shinmore directly first backhanded a slap to whip away a brocade guard, then turned around and kicked out. That brocade guard directly flew backwards and crashed into the wall. A claw grabbed at a sneaky hand from behind, bone-cracking sounds rang out, a punch directly broke a man's leg. The whole room was constantly ringing with screams of misery. A few moments later, Shinmore opened the door and wiped the blood on his hands and walked out. "Put them all in jail first." "Yes." 100 Flowers House, one of the hottest green houses in Sangxi County. At the moment a luxury house, filled with a table of meat and wine, a thief-looking, tall, thin, wearing official clothes of the man is a face of enjoyment, left and right, surrounded by 5 or 6 women serving, and women blowing, snickering and laughter, constantly. At this moment a subordinate came in hurriedly, and muttered a few words in the man's ear, and, "Isn't it just a few brocade guards coming in? What's the panic? Didn't Ren Ning's group get even as usual? Besides, the granary is indeed out of food, so they can go ahead and check." Ma Yin hiccuped, unconcerned, and thought it was something, just this? He had dealt with it a long time ago. Even if those brocade guards went to investigate, they couldn't find out anything. Dead people don't talk. If you can't, you can just get rid of the guards. It's all about money and beauty. Then play the music, then dance. Ma Yin raised his cup and drank it all in one go, and said to a few women with a smile on his face. Just as the words fell, the door was instantly kicked open. Shinmore walked in with a smile on his face and clapping his hands. "Magistrate Ma is so elegant." Ma Yan waved his hand. A few women stopped at once, then Ma Yan's eyes narrowed, carefully measuring the youth in front of him. "What's your name?" "Shen." Shen Baifu, can be together. Ma Yan at the moment calm face, without the slightest expression of panic. The people outside the city have nothing to eat, but Magistrate Ma has a good appetite. Shenmore looked at the table of wine and meat and teasingly said, "Do your best to listen to God's fate. The county should be done. The clever woman cannot cook without rice. This magistrate has no way." Ma Yan picked up chopsticks to clip vegetables, said faintly, "We're all men of understanding. Let's open up and talk. Shan Baifu, let go and give you whatever you want. Go on, then each will fight for their skills. Let's see what Centurion Shen can find out." Shenmo revealed a helpless expression. His eyes looked at Ma Yan as if he was looking at an idiot. "This official is really curious. Where do you guys get this kind of fanatical confidence from? Where do you think this official needs any evidence?" When the words fell, Shenmo's figure instantly appeared in front of Ma Yan and choked his neck. "You!" A flash of shock appeared in Ma Yan's eyes, but then he revealed a big smile and, "Ah, young people are so bold. So what if you get me? There's a whole bunch of them back there. Can you take them all?" There's someone at the Tsangxi camp, Lieutenant Zhao Wei, do you dare to go and get it? Ma Yan said as he pulled out a handful of silver tickets from his sleeve robe and scattered them into the air, flying all over the house. See? It's all money, glory and riches. Is it worth it for a bunch of pariahs? Do you believe it's okay to give this money to the untouchables and let them kill you all? What's the point? After one group dies, there's the next. Enough? Said Ma Yan, once again pulling out a handful and scattering them into the air, his face frantic and, listening to Ma Yan's words, Shen Mo put Ma Yan down slowly, and also smoothed his collar for him. Ma Yan revealed a confident smile, this is the strength of money, no one can escape. Boo! Shinmore kicked out, Ma Yan immediately into a bow general flying backwards, directly crashed through the door, flying out of the house, breaking the railing from the second floor straight down, heavily smashed in the middle of the hall. Ma Yan looked from the house out standing in the second floor aisle with a smile. Shinmore, a hand raised, wanted to say something, but the mouth and nose gushed out all the blood, and finally fell straight down. On one side of the hall, all the women of the greenhouse as well as a group of guests were squatting in the corner with frightened faces, surrounded by a circle of brocade guards holding bows and crossbows to watch over them, and a few corpses were lying at their feet. At the sight of this, some of the timid ones screamed outright and, "Shut up, anyone who screams again will die," Mao said, nonchalantly. "Unfortunately, I'm not lacking." Shen Mo looked at the dead Ma Yan and said indifferently, "Hang the body. Just on the gates." As for killing the magistrate without authorization, abolishing 100 households, and being lawless, since the old emperor has transferred himself here, it's not the first day he's known him, Besides, it won't kill you. Now he was going to make the sky of Tsangxi his own. 025 Chapter Reorganization of Tsangxi. Tsangxi Camp. At this moment the heavy rain was still falling, and a dozen figures came slowly from the rainy night. Stand still. What man? The soldiers at the gate of the camp crossed their lances in their hands to block the way, and inquired aloud that. The next second a token appeared in front of the two of them, the rain washing away the words on it. Jinyiwei. The jinyiwei are on the case, get out of the way. Mao snapped at once. You guys wait, I'll go inform. A soldier was just about to turn around to inform, when the old cripple next to him directly drew out his embroidered spring sword and put it on his neck. Before the other soldier could react, he was similarly held at the neck by a rat's knife. It's better to be smart and not throw your life away, understand? Shenmore stepped out of the darkness of the night, said indifferently, one hand patted one of the soldiers on the shoulder. Then he led his party into the camp, leaving behind him two startled skirmishers. Still reporting? Report it, my ass. Didn't you hear what was said? We were forced by the jinyiwei to know nothing, got it? An older veteran said. Inside the camp Shenmore and his group went straight in one direction, and several patrols immediately spotted them. Stop! What are you doing? Stop! A few shouts, seeing no use immediately on guard and lance against the enemy. The brocade guards are on the case, get out of the way. Mao shouted nonchalantly, Soon the noise of alarm caused more and more soldiers to gather and, what is it? Zhao Wei stepped out of the main house at the moment, with a bearded face, a rugged, sturdy and powerful look, jinyiwei. Seeing the visitor, Zhao Wei couldn't help but have his pupils shrink, but then he lightened up when he saw the place and, Zhao Wei? Shenmore looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked indifferently. It's exactly me. I wonder what a few of you have to do. Zhao Wei said calmly. Zhao Wei of the Tsangxi battalion, embezzling relief grain, embezzlement, come with us. Even if a group of soldiers around, Shen Mo did not have the slightest change in his face and said lightly. Zhao Wei first froze, then let loose with a big laugh. A few people who came out of nowhere dare to talk nonsense and impersonate the brocade guards. All of them, take them down for me, Zhao Wei said viciously at once. Looking at the surrounding soldiers gawking intently, Shenmore directly pulled out the holy decree. The holy decree is here. The emperor has paid attention here. Are you still going to listen to the prisoners? Attacking the jinyiwei is an intent to rebel. Not only will you die, but you will also involve your parents, wives and children. At once most of the soldiers looked hesitant and stopped moving forward. False. It's all a bunch of nonsense. Kill their men and reward them with 1,000 taels of silver. Zhao Wei immediately looked nervous and hurriedly said ferociously that. Immediately, some soldiers showed greed and hurriedly attacked towards Shenmore and the others. Swish! A knife cut out, 3 people were directly cut off at the waist. The captain of the Tsangxi battalion has mutinied, and whoever kills him, this official will make him the new captain of Tsangxi, and reward him with 1,000 taels of silver for the same. Death to the mutineers. Extermination. Splitting the soldier in front of him with a knife, his cold voice resounded through the rainy night. At the same moment Shenmore instantly stepped through the soldiers, the embroidered spring sword pointed straight at Zhao Wei. Humph. You can't blame anyone for coming to your own death. Zhao Wei grabbed the soldier's knife next to him and slashed out with the same knife. However, the embroidered spring sword directly cut off the long sword and ruthlessly chopped on Zhao Wei's shoulder, pressing him to half kneel on the ground. When Shenmore wanted to draw his knife, Zhao Wei grabbed it by the throat, then he kicked out. Zhao Wei rolled around in the mud a few times, rain and blood mixing together. Staggering to his feet, he picked up the wooden post next to him and flung it towards Shenmue. The Shou-chun blade split straight through, and behind the wooden pillar Zhao Wei stabbed in with a lance in his hand, pointing it at his throat. Shenmue's head shifted to avoid it, and the lance changed to a horizontal sweep again, a dive to dodge the. Zhao Wei returned his spear and stabbed again. However, in the next second Shenmue's left hand astral energy coalesced, a palm against the tip of the gun, making a metal clink. What? Zhao Wei's pupils shrunk. Gang Chi protection, 4th grade. Shenmue pushed hard, and the lance instantly bent and then broke. With a sucking palm wind, the tip of the gun spun around in his hand then was thrown, instantly piercing through Zhao Wei's chest. Looking at the head of the gun in his chest, Zhao Wei was full of incredulity, and finally collapsed to the ground and fell to the ground. The criminals have bowed down, and you still persist. Shenmue cut down Zhao Wei's head and raised it with a knife, and said coldly. At once the soldiers, who were already hesitating, laid down their weapons and, early in the morning, a group of people gathered at the city gate, looking at the city gate above a man and a head, all clapping their hands and talking. My God, waking up straight away changes the sky. This horse bastard is finally dead. Are those new broods so powerful? Dead. Dead. Miss. Chang Xiaoxiao grabbed Luo Qingwan's arm and said excitedly. Luo Qingwan was also full of shock at the moment as she looked at the corpses on the city gates. In one night, she actually killed the magistrate and the lieutenant. Is this the jinyiwei? The mind can't help but think of that handsome, majestic scene from last night. Miss. It's not good. At this moment a house servant hurriedly ran in and, his lordship has been called away by the brocade guards. What? Chang Xiaoxiao and Luo Qingwan's faces changed, worship to worship, but fear is also really fear. Didn't you see that the magistrate and the lieutenant were executed just one night after entering the city, so it was swift and decisive. The county office. Shenmue was currently sitting in the upper seat with his legs crossed, sipping the tea in his hand. Below sat a dozen people all shivering. The leader of the three is Cangxi. 3 big families: Luo family head Luo Mingzhi, Wang family head Wang Fu, Lu family head Lu Yu. Early in the morning they knew that Cangxi had changed the sky, all because of this young man in front of them, ruthless and decisive. Calling you all here today, in a word, this official needs grain. But money this officer does not want to give. Shenmue put down the teacup in his hand and said faintly. Hearing the demand for grain, some rich landowners all look ugly. What is the reason why their landowners are landowners? They have land and grain. Now they are being asked to give them grain for nothing. Isn't this killing them? There was a silence in the hall, and, that lord. We really don't have much grain left, but my Wang family is willing to donate 3 stones of grain. Wang Fu said with a difficult face, as if he had made up his mind. What about you guys? Shenmue looked at the others, his eyes flat and, seeing someone take the lead, the rest of the people hastened to sell their misery, saying that their own families are not easy, and finally donating 8 buckets, and 5 or 6 buckets came out. That lord, it's true that our family doesn't have much food left, but my Luo family is still willing to take 30 stones of food out. Luo Mingzhi gritted his teeth and finally said, anyway, all the porridge has been done for so long, now by this lord of face, At that moment Lu Yu, Wang Fu others could not help but glare at Luo Mingzhi. Just your family can. Seems to have expected. Shenmue did not get angry in the slightest, just once again picked up the tea and sipped lightly. Before these people could figure out what this lord in front of them meant, the rows of brocade guards standing behind them suddenly moved forward to blindfold their mouths. At once all the people showed horror, except Luo Mingzhi. Then the next second all the brocade guards took out their daggers in unison and ruthlessly stabbed at these people's legs. A dozen landowners let out screams in unison, daggers drawn, blood pouring from their thighs. Except for the Luo family's 30 stones, the rest are 50 stones each, and Wang Lu's 80 stones. Who has a problem with that? Shenmue did not lift his head and said coldly. The entire hall is now filled with moans of pain and the smell of blood. Each looked at the opposite side of the brocade guards. Brocade guards slowly drew out the embroidered spring sword. Lu Yu, Wang Fu and others hastened to nod frantically, and then do not agree to the life or gone. Remember, next time don't be hoity-toity in front of this officer. You have nothing to be hoity-toity about. Drink tea. Shenmue smiled gently, and with a slight lift of the teacup in his hand. Seeing this, Lu Yu, Luo Mingzhi and the others all trembled and picked up the tea that had already gotten cold next to them and drank it in a hurry. The color of their thighs as well as the pain reminded them that they didn't dare to be dissatisfied in the slightest. My lord, can we go now? Wang Fu forced himself to endure the pain and said carefully. Don't worry, there's still one more scene to go. Here, hold the lords. Immediately these people were racked up by the brocade guards, paralyzed with fear, dragged along as they were, and Luo Mingzhi walked trembling, fearing that all of a sudden, the brocade guards would come from behind with a knife. The training field, where the brocade guards train, at this moment there are already 7 or 8 chief flag officers standing on the field, all of them with shocked, horrified faces. Before them a dozen men were at the moment bound and kneeling, and behind each stood the brocade guards, holding their swords to their necks. The chief banners of the town, who had been recalled last night on an expedited basis, and who did not yet know what had happened. At this time, Shenmue appeared on the training ground with a group of people. Seeing Shenmue's flying fish suit, several chief banners immediately bowed. "Greetings, Lord Hayakuto." Shinmore nodded, then kicked over a man and, "You should recognize this man, former Sanshi County 100 Tenant Ren Ning, colluded with the county magistrate, the school lieutenant to embezzle the disaster relief grain, with the intention of murdering the new 100 tenant. What should happen according to the third and fourth guidelines of the brood? Tell this official." Shinemo said in a cold voice to the several chief banners, his eyes icy cold. "The three killings of the scourge of the country and the people, 4 killings of the corrupt officials." Several chief banners shivered and said. Just after the words fell, the standing brocade guards swung their swords in unison, and in a flash of cold light, a dozen heads fell to the ground. Good to know. I don't want anyone going the wrong way," Shenmore said meaningfully. "Report on the disaster everywhere immediately, and then send for food in 3 days. After a while this official will inspect all the places. If there is still that kind of situation outside the city, then bring your head to me." With the last sentence, several chief banners suddenly trembled, their faces horrified, and hastily nodded their heads and said. The group of rich landowners following behind were completely paralyzed, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. Soon, nearly 800 stones of grain were transported into the warehouse, and the real kanji was officially started outside the city, as well as the arrangement of the healer's clinic, and the orderly arrangement of the various places. In less than 10 days, the entire Sanshi County was completely turned around. Chapter 026, Beggar Children, Dirty Tactics. On the street, Shinmore led a group of people on inspection. A string of hard and heavy means went down, and with the heavy rains finally ceasing after a few days, Sangjo County soon improved. Streets are also starting to be filled with people setting up stalls and more pedestrians. But no matter who saw Shinmore and his party, they all gave a respectful greeting. "Greetings, Lord Shin." "Greetings, lords." Nowadays, who doesn't know that it's the new jinyiwei Shin who punishes corrupt officials and distributes grain to the people in the whole Sanshi County? It's only been less than half a month, and you're standing firm, and you're still the boss. Mouse had a smug, enjoyable look on his face, and, in the case of the barracks, if it's not handled properly, there could be a mutiny, and that would be a major crime. However, at this moment Shinmore did not make a sound, his eyebrows wrinkled, looking at both sides of the street, as well as the corner. Many beggars at this moment dirty holding a bowl is begging, most of them are children, and limbs are mutilated. A Baozi store in front of a small beggar begging, only one hand holding a bowl. Baozi store boss see the poor and thought of the previous period. They gave a bun to send, the small beggar instantly turned away, quickly disappeared. When he turned around and saw Shinmore standing in front of him, he immediately jumped. "Lord Shun, do you want some buns? These are just out of the cage, guaranteed fresh." The owner of the Baozi store hurriedly excitedly said that. "No, ask you something, was there so many beggars in Sanshi County before? And so many are children?" "Before not much, maybe because not long ago the torrential rain floods, a lot of children scattered or parents died as a beggar, but also blamed the poor." The boss shook his head, sighed and said. Hearing this, Shinmore immediately narrowed his eyes, really like the boss said those, then these children at least at most just have a yellow face, but many of them have broken limbs and missing bodies. Boss, I'm afraid someone is using the vicious technique of chai-sang folding and cutting. Apparently, the scribe realized something, too. The forest is full of birds, and it's not unusual for some people to take advantage of a disaster to fish in troubled waters. It's just a shame to mess around in my territory, looking for death. A cold light flashed in Shinmore's eyes. Old cripple, Newt go scout around. Find it. Yes, boss. During the night, many figures began to walk in one direction, out of the city and finally gathered in a broken temple. In the temple, there stood a dozen or so middle-aged men holding bamboo poles, wearing patchwork clothes, with disheveled hair, and the first 3 were holding daggers in their hands. "Mud, it's only 3 cents a day, punk." Yang Kai inverted the copper coins in his hand and said with a fierce face, kicking over the little beggar in front of him. "Definitely still not bad enough. If I look at another beating, covered in wounds will be good to ask for money." Dong Fan revealed a touch of cruel smile, making these beggars shiver. "Forget it, if you break it, it's one less to ask for money." Han Yu did not sympathize, he was just afraid that it would affect their ability to make money. "We'll be here for a long time, don't break these slaves or no one will work for us." Yet none of the 3 noticed the 2 pairs of eyes silently watching everything on the broken temple. Boss, that's it, they are now hiding in a broken temple 3 miles outside of the city. Old Lame reported everything to Shinmore. "These people are probably from the Beggars Association." The scholar spoke up from the sidelines and, "Beggars Gang is considered to be a big force in Dao. It is said that there are 100,000 gang members distributed all over the world. The master of Xiao Yuan, a first-rate expert, has been famous for a long time, and people are also very bold and righteous." Then clear the poisonous tumor for the beggar gang. Shinmore faintly opened his mouth. At night, the broken temple once again gathered large and small beggars. A dozen beggar disciples scavenged for money. Not bad today." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed with a smile as he happily said. Seeing this scene, the apprehensive group of beggars couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I think it's just that the good face has been given to them too much and they don't know the power." Dong Fan snorted coldly. With that, he kicked out at a small beggar in front of him. In the next second, a dozen arrows came through the air, and those beggar disciples were killed before they had time to react. There are arrows. Dongfan rolled a few times to hide behind a stone pillar with an arrow sticking out of his thigh. Yang Kai, Hanyu, and a few others also instantly and hastily hid behind something. What people? Yang Kai shouted as he exposed half of his head and scanned the surroundings. A group of beggars have also scattered and fled at this moment, or hid in the corners of the wind howled wildly, blowing the broken door wildly shaking. A few figures stepped into the temple. The brocade guards. Yang Kai and Hanyu's faces changed immediately. What are you doing? Yang Kai actually stood up directly and asked angrily. We haven't messed with you jinyiwei, have we? Shenmore's eyes condensed, and in the next second, his figure instantly flashed like an instantaneous flash, instantly appearing in front of Yang Kai, and strangling his neck. Throwing himself hard onto the stone pillar next to him, he crashed straight through it, and blood spurted out of the. Have not waited for Yang to develop a scream, Shenmore another instantaneous step, a kick in its abdomen, and kicked flying into the wall. A waste of the 7th rank. Who gave you the courage to cause trouble in this official's territory? Shenmore looked at Yang Kai, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and said coldly. Then his eyes slanted coldly to the right and back, and he made a sidestep to avoid the bamboo pole behind him. The sneak attack did not work. Hanyu backhanded a dagger towards Shenmore's calf, but in the next instant there was a flash of cold light, and the palm fell away, and then the blade slapped upon it again, sending it flying. The dog fighting? Shouldn't I beat you dogs? Shenmore coldly smiled, did not return, backhand embroidered spring knife thrown. The knife went through the stone pillar, and Dongfan looked incredulously at the blade in his chest, blood flowing from it. We are the Beggars Association. Hanyu forced the pain to stop the blood from his wound, and looked viciously at Shenmore and said, Our elder Go is in Jinwu County right now. He's a 6-bag elder. He won't spare you if you kill us. You. The next second Shenmore appeared in front of Hanyu, tearing his throat with a claw. At that moment, Hanyu fell to the ground dead, covering his throat. Asterisk. Shenmore glanced at the corpse and said coldly, Chop up the dead bodies and feed them to the dogs, and take that one with you. Shenmore wiped his hand with a white silk scarf and said indifferently, My lord, where are these beggars? The scholar looked at the shivering beggars in the corner. Most of them were still children, and couldn't help but ask. Those who are physically fit are selected to be trained as scouts, and those who are not are gathered together and given to the Good Samaritan. Yes. Chain sound, 2 hooks pierced through Yang Kai's peep a bone, will be unconscious. He directly woke up in pain, looking at the tragic situation in front of him, his eyes were filled with despair. This is the end of the game. The beggars? Shenemo looked at a wooden token recovered from the corpse in his hand, which was engraved with the words Beggars Association and the words 4 bags on the back. A bunch of rabble. Laughing coldly, he crushed the token in his hand into smithereens. Chapter 027, the 4th grade, a shocking case. Next day. Yang Kai's body was then hung at the entrance to the city. Next to the notice wrote all the reasons. Passing by the people have to show disgust at the body. Boss, this is the portrait of that elder Gui, named Gu Changzhen, painted by the artist based on the oral complaint of that person last night. Inside the office, the mouse handed a portrait to Shenmore, which depicted an old man with thieving eyebrows, goatee, long thin face, and a mole at the left corner of his mouth. Send a wanted notice, Shenmore said lightly after a few glances. The men under his command are so vicious, and this old thing is probably no good either. Yes. When the mouse several people retreated, Shenmore gazed to his points. After completing the disaster relief and gaining 120 points, catching the beggar traffickers for 30 points, together with the previous 60 points, there are now a total of 221 points, which is completely enough to break through the add some training. The next second Shenmore breath release open, invisible a pressure, internal force surging, the whole body tendons and bones ringing. 30 points and a breakthrough to 5th grade perfection. Then 40 points. Only the sound of what seemed like bells could be heard throughout the room, continuous, sinewy and thunderous. The next moment a wave of air spread out, rolled up the paper on the desk, and then only saw Shenmore surrounded by blood-colored air currents, like armor to protect him. 4th grade astral condensation. The Big Dipper protects the body. Then another 120 points went down. The ground tiles under Shenmore's feet were directly cracked by the internal force, his robes fluttered, and he broke through to the 4th grade consummation in one fell swoop. Feeling his strength, Shenmore moved his muscles and bones for a while. A perfect 4th grade, even within the 1,000 households it's a front runner. If Qingyang County was a small county, so the 1,000 household Yangfan was only in the middle of the 4th grade, while the 1,000 household of Jinwu County was said to be in the perfect 4th grade. Then Shenmore put all the remaining system points to strengthen the elixir, and he still needed his heart and soul. Old cripple. With the fall of Shenmore's voice, the old cripple walked in, felt the residual breath suddenly pupil contraction, looked deeply at Shenmore. Had. The old cripple said, respectfully. Shenmore looked at the old limp for a few moments before speaking. Take these pills down to you and the scholar and the others, and the rest in training a group of people, preferably fatherless and motherless, got it? Yes. The old cripple took away the pills. There were a bunch of 9th and 8th grade ones, as well as 7th grade ones, which would become even more powerful under the system's reinforcement. Looking at the back of the old limp, Shinemo flickered in his eyes for a moment, and the late 7th grade can be. At night, Sanshi County returned to peace. In addition to patrolling soldiers and night watchmen, it is the dark brocade guards, and there are not many people in the streets. As for the missing magistrates and lieutenants, Shinemo has already reported up to see what the old emperor thinks. Every now and then, a few figures flashed by in the dark alleyway. Meanwhile, in the west, a dozen figures flew over the houses, each one. A dozen men were pursuing 2 men, exchanging blows now and then, and the sound of swords and blades. The 2 men who were being pursued were clearly outmatched, having been hit several times by swords, bruised and battered, and with several arrows sticking out of their backs. Coincidentally, a patrol of soldiers passed by at this time, and immediately found them, immediately on guard. A few soldiers even drew their bows. All of you, drop your weapons. Come down now. Chasing the 2 people to see the soldier immediately face great joy, and hastily flew in the direction of the soldier. When the dozen or so people behind them saw this, their eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness and determination, and they continued to chase after them. A dozen or so black-robed men all took out their crossbows and shot them at the soldiers in unison. Seeing the incoming object, the leader of the soldiers' captain's face changed greatly. Arrows! Get out of the way! A group of soldiers immediately dispersed in all directions. A few soldiers who couldn't dodge were still wounded by arrows that kill. A dozen or so people landed on the ground will be the hands of the sword, a knife-cut soldiers. The leader of the man is straight after the 2 fleeing people. The 2 fleeing men shouted as they fled, "We are secret agents of the Emperor, we have important information, stop them. Silence them all and make it quick." Seeing this scene, the leader of the killers immediately shouted angrily. A dozen of killers immediately struck more viciously and quickly. However, the next moment a dozen or so killers suddenly stagnated in their movements, and the 2 who escaped stopped where they were. On both sides of the street houses, in the dark corners, at this moment all stood brocade guards, dozens of bows and crossbows pointed at them. It's late at night, better keep it down. It's making so much noise we can't sleep. On a house directly in front of him, Shinmore held the embroidered spring sword on his waist with one hand and smiled, saying, "The brocade guards." The dozen or so assassins all instantly looked unsightly, with a flash of panic in their eyes. Kill your way out, absolutely not to be arrested alive. The leader of the black-clothed man said coldly. In the next second all the men in black pulled out their bows and crossbows and wanted to counterattack, but they were directly pinned down by a round of arrows, and a few of those with strong martial arts skills had to roll over and dodge, and their swords and daggers defended against. In the blink of an eye there were only 3 left, 2 of them with a couple of arrows sticking out of them. Catch them alive, Shenmore said indifferently. The next second a dozen or so brocade guards threw out a dragnet. All 3 of them rolled to the ground to avoid it. Before they could react, the next second a dozen of iron ropes broke through the air and wrapped around their hands and feet. With a strong tug, the wire collapsed, and the 3 of them were set up in the air. Seeing that they were to be captured, a flash of determination flashed in the eyes of the 3, and one bit through the poison in his mouth and immediately bled to death, followed by the one behind him. By the time the 3rd was just about to bite down, his own upper jaw was immobilized, held down by 2 fingers, and he could not close his mouth. Then one of the guards to take out the poison in the mouth, and then Shinmore slap its face, back and forth a few times, directly to the person's teeth all knocked out, and then Shinmore slap its face, back and forth a few times, directly to the person's teeth all knocked out. Take them back and keep them under strict guard. Yes, my lord, one is out of breath. The other is almost gone. At this point the scribe ran over to me and said solemnly, "These 2 have been hit by several arrows and knives. It's good enough that they've lasted this long." At this moment the 2 men saw hope, and seemed unable to hold out any longer, both collapsing to the ground, their breath weak and, seeing Shinmore walking, the one who was still alive immediately clutched Shinmore's robe. "King Rome County, go, smuggle, fire." Spitting out a few words with difficulty, before he could finish, the man's voice gradually trailed off, slowly closing his eyes and, snap. The next second Shinmore directly a few slaps slapped down, the next mouse a few people looked dumbfounded. At that moment, the eyes of the dying man suddenly widened, as if he had come to his senses, and looked straight at Shinmore. "Continue," Shinmore said lightly, without changing his color. "Words have not even finished. Want to give him a break, held up for so long, to him this cannot hold up? How can he leave himself in trouble? The king of Rome County smuggles gunpowder, hides private soldiers, and conspires with a cult with ill intent." A sentence rang out in the silent streets, causing everyone's faces to change. "This is a rebellion. I met one not long ago, and now I'm actually here again." Now it was estimated that the entire 4 southeastern counties would face the emperor's wrath. Chapter 028, Standing by, Teaching Jomin a Lesson. Dada didn't have a king with a different surname, but there were princes, county kings, and so on. When Emperor Wu founded the state, he thought that to maintain his rule, he needed not only a group of ministers under him, such as the secret service, but also his own people to monitor the regions, so he divided up a number of clansmen in the regions. These princes, county kings only rank, enjoy the feudal salary, no power, military power, domestic servants can be recruited at most 500, the end of each year need to go to the capital to report to the emperor the local situation, and then combined with the jinyiwei, as well as the secret spying division secretly report to understand the situation around. Jinwu County also has 2 county kings, 1 Rong County king and 1 Kong County king, both of whom are brothers of Emperor Ren. In Da, there are only 2 results for a prince who loses a fight, either he dies, or he is made a county king prince driven out of Wujing, and can only be an idle prince. The county king enjoys the 3rd rank, and the prince enjoys the 2nd rank treatment. And now a shocking news, the king of Rong County actually wants to rebel. Boss, after searching, it is indeed someone from the secret spy division. The mouse handed the token in his hand as well as a piece of clothing to Shenmore. The secret spy division is what was set up when Su Ling Tian was on the throne, specializing in secretly only being responsible for spying on intelligence and monitoring various places. All the officials know it, too. The jinyiwei know it better. After receiving the token and the fabric and checking it for a few moments, Shenmo nodded flatly. The floor is clean. Go! You're the master of your own land. Kill the offenders and get 20 system points. Back to the 100 house, Shenmo then immediately wrote everything sealed to pass out. Boss, aren't we going to check? The mouse next to him couldn't help but look at this in wonder. To the boss nature, there is something directly dry, in front of a not done with the royal related cases. Today how to also write a folding for instructions? I've wrapped up a tale for the old emperor in front of me, this time it's better to let him check it out for himself. Things have come to this point, over and over again, if he still can't straighten things out, then don't call himself Emperor Ming. A county king not only dares to rebel, there is also gunpowder smuggling. You know that gunpowder is always mastered in the army, and Jinwu County relies on the Nanzhao Kingdom, the south side of the establishment of the Sherman Pass to guard the borders, with 50,000 Dao army guards. Obviously there are moths in Sherman Pass, this is a big thing. Once the evil, maybe the southern Zhao army put in, no one above to support the cover. How dare the following smuggling of gunpowder? This time it involves the side of the military generals of the problem. It is difficult not to let Su Lingtian suspected that there are people in the military generals of mischief. The military generals of the wrong intention, the military generals of the wrong intention, the military generals of the wrong intentions. And Shenmore is the descendant of the top batch of military generals. This time to get involved is easy to make Su Ling Tian suspicious, increase the suspicion of the side of the military generals, that the desire to cover up. Not to mention that now Shenmore's performance is known by Su Ling Tian, even if the previous dude model, but also the son of a military general. Su Ling Tian estimated that he would not let Shenmore contact. Do the emperor more or less have more or less suspicious? Shenmore so is also considered to tell Su Ling Tian on initiative to avoid suspicion, lest be looking for trouble. Shenmo is crazy, not stupid. Songshi County Gate. 3 figures rode in on horseback, looking at the 3 words at the city gate. The man in the middle couldn't help but show a happy face. Finally, 100 households. Shenmore had just come out of the office hall when the rat came to report. Boss, the woman who talked back to you last time in Zhoji County is here to see you. Show in? Shenmore immediately frowned and coldly said, in the compound. 2 rows of brocade guards stood neatly and strictly on both sides, all with one hand holding the embroidered spring sword at their waists, heads held high, eyes sharp. In the courtyard, Zhoumin quietly surveyed the 2 sides of the brocade guards. Next to Li Muqing and Dynasty were also shocked in their hearts. These brocade guards had actually all reached the late 9th grade, and had already been considered elites. Just then, Shenmore came from behind the 3 with the 4 rats. Greetings, Lord Hayakuto. Suddenly, the brocade guards on both sides held their fists and bent over in unison, respectfully shouting out, startling Zhoumin's trio for a moment. By the time he got back to his senses, Shenmore had already walked past, and Mouse had placed a chair in the middle of the end of the line. Zhoumin, what are you doing running here? Shenmore's robe was lifted, sat down in a dashing manner, looked at the 3 people and said indifferently, I want to join the Jinyiwei and follow you. You can do what I can do? Zhoumin immediately said, Zhoji County. After she looked for someone to transfer themselves to Baijiang County again, the result is that Shenmo went to Jinwu County Tsangxi County again, and immediately rushed over. Shenmo immediately snorted, his eyes indifferent, his mouth spat out 2 words. That's it? That's right, this is it? Zhoumin said with a firm face, nodding her head and, Zhoumin, do you think everything is like it was in Wukio? Take it for granted? You're so used to being a big lady that you think the world revolves around you? Shenmo's face was icy cold in the next second, and he sneered coldly and said, what do you think this is? A game? Get the hell out of here as far as you can. I don't need trash under me. The cold words were like thorns into Zhoumin's chest, and her eyes immediately reddened. Don't look down on people. I'm not a loser. Zhoumin shouted, as if to give herself a boost, and, behind Li Muqing 2 people looked at each other, did not say anything. Their hearts actually also want is to let Zhoumin back to the capital. Outside is ultimately not as safe as home. Good, prove yourself, Shenmore sneered, his hands snapped. At once 10 death row prisoners in chains were brought to their knees and, with a suction of the palm next to the embroidered spring sword was pulled out then thrown, plunging it straight in front of Zhou Min. "Kill them," Shin Mo said coldly. This statement, Zhou Min could not help but tremble. She, a fledgling young lady, all the way over early mooching two people to protect, although moved but have not killed the. In an instant, the compound was silent. Zhou Min's face was hesitant and struggling, her body trembling, and, "If you don't have the courage to draw your sword, you deserve to be in the jinyiwei. How many people do you want to die because of you?" Shin Mo walked to Zhou Min, a pair of eyes staring at him coldly said, at the same time the palm of his hand sucked the knife into his hand, Then he walked behind the first prisoner in Zhou Min's eyes, swung his sword down, and the head fell to the ground. The second Shin Mo placed the knife under the prisoner's neck and slowly crossed it, cutting his throat with a single stroke. The 8 prisoners in the back are all trembling at the moment. "What, sympathize? Close your eyes and dare not look? Do you realize that each of these prisoners has at least 3 lives on their hands?" Shin Mo did not change his face, said icily, and finally executed all the remaining prisoners. "Courage, ruthlessness, decisiveness. You have none of it. This game is not for you. Go back where you came from." Shin Mo lifted Zhou Min's chin with his bloodstained hand and teased. Deterrent lesson to fledgling little girl, refreshed, gain 20 system points. At this moment, Zhou Min's eyes are woofing, and she doesn't dare to move. Looking at Shin Mo's face is full of fear and dread. She really can't imagine that Shin Mo, who was a playboy not long ago, has actually turned into a devilish person, and she can't imagine that Shin Mo has turned into a devilish person. She can't imagine that Shin Mo has turned into a devilish person. Li Muqing, Dynasty, she's an idiot, and so are you guys? If I were you guys, I'd take her back to the capital now. Instead of making a fool of yourselves here. Shin Mo turned his head to look at the 2 men and said coldly, "Sir Shin, we will immediately take Miss away." Dynasty was stared at by Shin Mo, actually felt a huge pressure, could not help but say, "He has already reached the 6th grade, actually able to invisibly make him feel the pressure. What exactly is the strength of this Shin Mo? Anyone who tells me it's dude trash in the future is, my lord, there's an emergency in Kirimura." Just then a brocade guard hurriedly ran to say, "Hundreds of people from the next mile of Kirimura have all disappeared." Chapter 029, Gathering in the Misty Village. Fog Village, located in the lower reaches of the Tsangxi River. The village previously affected by the disaster includes a medium-sized village with 6 or 7,000 people. Because the village is always foggy, covered by fog, so it is called Fog Village. On the road, Shin Mo with dozens of people sped on the official road, raising dust all the way. "Sir, in addition to the hundreds of people who disappeared, Chief Lu also said a team of small flags have also disappeared." The brocade guard next to him who came to report said to Shin Mo, "Lu Hong is the general flag of Ryukawa town, which is directly under Kirimura." Behind the chief flag, Lu personally went to explore, nearly lost in the fog village, but he heard the hissing of wild beasts inside the fog village, and also saw a 7-colored haze emitting from a certain place in the fog village, suspected to be some kind of treasure. Hearing this, the scholar next to him couldn't help but quietly say to Shin Mo, "Boss, it's probably because of the flooding, which scared out some foreign beast in the water or some treasure washed out. This world also has some rare and exotic beasts, living for a long time plus absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon so as to become wise and understand human nature. It is said that there is a 300-year-old tortoise in the Dewu Palace, which is very humane, and is symbolized as the Dewu Rui beast. It's also possible that someone is playing God." The old cripple beside him spoke up, "And whether it's a person or a ghost, we'll know once we find out." Shin Mo spoke faintly. On the outskirts of the misty village, a group of people have gathered, dressed differently, standing clearly in several camps, with different weapons. "Everyone, since we're all here for the treasure, there's no benefit in stalemating out here, so how about we just go our separate ways?" A young man stood out and smiled and said, a green Confucian robe, gentle and elegant appearance, holding a folding fan, Willow Leaf Villa's third son of Lu Baiwan, and Willow Leaf Villa for the Jiang whose famous concealed weapons villa. Willow Leaf Dart method is Willow Leaf Villa out of the circulation. "No problem. I'm afraid someone is picking up the pieces and playing dirty," a big man said in a Wang voice, his eyes vigilantly sizing up everyone. Li Niu of the Moving Mountain Sect. The Moving Mountain Sect relies on a single moving mountain fist technique to gain a foothold in the Jianghu Lake. Next to a young Taoist silent, wearing a blue Taoist robe, hanging a gossip satchel, just quietly looking at everything in front of him, but the surrounding people look at him flashed a touch of scorn. Li Shui of the Cloud Cliff Cave. The Cloud Cliff Cave and the whole of the great martial arts belongs to the first-class forces, with the first-grade master sitting in the town, and its own reportedly has stepped into the 6th grade, is already in the Jianghu, the top of the younger generation of the pride of the heavens. In addition to that, there's the Wolf Shadow Hall, Crane Ningxian from Qingfeng County, the Fish Gang from Bihai County, and Listening Sword Mountain from Qingyang County. Just then, the sound of horses' hooves came from, drawing everyone's attention to the "Someone is coming again." A middle-aged man from the Wolf Shadow Hall couldn't help but frown, his eyes filled with shade. The next moment dozens of horses rushed out of the white fog and appeared before the crowd. The jinyiwei. The people's faces changed, a bit ugly. The imperial court's coming too. So it's the court hawks and dogs, who did I expect? A short man from the Fish Gang squatting on a knot of dead trees taunted, with a pair of small eyes and a sharp-eared, monkey-like appearance. In the crowd, a figure saw the appearance of the person at the head of the horse's back immediately could not help but tremble, revealing panic, and, how could it be him? Ha 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 ha, or else it's a traitor to the court, coming in on the scent. That middle-aged man from the Wolf Shadow Hall sneered and laughed. On the back of the horse, Shinmore could not help but frown when he saw a group of Jianghu people in front of him. The brocade guards are on the case, through and through, leave. Seeing this, Mao shouted at once, and, oof, what a big bully, jinyiwei. It's a pity that this great master is willing to be here. What can you do? He, this 100 household lord is so young and handsome, truly mesmerizing. A woman wearing a pink strapless palace dress covered her mouth and snickered, her eyes filled with playfulness. Go! Su Xian immediately said to the people around her, with a resolute attitude and without the slightest hesitation. Senior sister Su, there's no need to be like this, so many of us are here, what's there to fear? A youth raised the sword in his hand and confidently said, if we don't leave, we'll die. Su Xian immediately yelled directly at that youth, causing Luoho's face to stagnate and, humph. Senior sister Su has only gone out once, why has she become so timid? Luoho suddenly snorted coldly. Just then Shinmore rode forward a few steps, his face flat. Who just said anything about court hawks? Hey, this grandpa said it, how about it? Kid, your hair hasn't even grown back yet, right? And you want to teach your grandpa me a lesson? Sun Donghai of the fish gang disdainfully said. The next second a chain came jerking, the wind whistling, Sun Donghai immediately dodged backward with a lightweight. Just this? Sun Donghai revealed a touch of mockery and, however, in an instant its pupils shrunk, and another chain suddenly attacked, too late to react was viciously pumped on the chest. Sun Donghai was instantly jerked to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Had not waited to climb up, the two chains continued to whip its body, and soon the blood-scarred Sun Donghai wanted to escape, but found that the spinal column was broken and could not move, can only lie on the ground and let it whip, and constantly emit miserable screams. Stop! Wolf Shadow Hall Feng Wujia shouted and grabbed Shinmo with a claw, and the rest of the few Jianghu martial artists also struck out. They beat themselves up calling it a jungle affair, but if the courtiers took care of them, wouldn't that be a slap in their face? Noisy! Shinmo's tone was icy cold, an iron chain was directly drawn towards those people, the astral energy covered and the internal force added. A claw grabbed on the iron chain, Feng Wujia instantly changed his face, the remaining several people weapons cut in the chain also directly rubbed out sparks, resounding metal collision sound, Feng Wujia's arm was directly smashed, and several other people's weapons were broken in an instant, and were smashed in the chest, and everyone clearly heard the sound of bones cracking. Several people landed on the ground or only out of breath without air, Feng Wujia also paralyzed on the ground, breath gradually weak, eyes alarmed at Shinmo, want to say something. At this moment everyone was incredulous, filled with shock, a few 8th grades, a peak 7th grade, were directly invalidated by a whip. On the other hand, Sun Donghai's voice gradually diminished and his body didn't move much under the lash of a whip. Seeing Shinmore looking at him, at this moment, all of them were like enemies, looking at Shinmore with scornful faces. A bunch of cheeky things, Shinmo said lightly, his tone filled with coldness. If you don't leave when you have the chance, then don't leave. This lord, just now it was those two reckless people who don't know how to be polite who offended you, but it has nothing to do with us. Lu Baiwan hurriedly said respectfully, setting aside his relationship. Is it up to you to say whether there is a relationship or not? Shinmo asked playfully at once. Lu Baiwan's face stagnated. In the next second Shinmore raised his hand, his face indifferent. The other people's faces were puzzled, while Su Xian was already trembling at the moment, biting her own lips to death and not daring to make a sound, and it began. Dozens of brocade guards in the back instantly raised their bows and crossbows and pointed them at the two waves of people. More than 100 of them all changed their faces drastically. With a wave of his hand, arrows broke through the air, and the people of the fish gang and the Wolf Shadow Hall were shot in a moment, eliminating their roots and roots. You! Aren't you afraid they'll retaliate? Some people can't help but ask angrily that. Yet in answer to them were the arrows that. Unfortunately, I'm really not afraid. Shinmore looked at the corpses of several people and said indifferently. Now, you have two choices. Lead the way in front, or outside. As soon as the words fell, several people rushed to say we choose to be outside. Shinmore suddenly smiled slightly. The body flashed instantly, and a cold light flashed. Shinmore slowly retracted his sword, and a few heads fell to the ground behind him. Only the bodies can be outside. Shinmore raised his head and smiled. In the crowd, Lu Baiwan several people are ugly as well as shocked, just now Shinmore's movements they actually did not see, has not spoken Li Shoui at this moment the eyes tightly fixed on Shinmore. This person is unbeatable. With just one glance, Li Shoui made a judgment. 3 times, death to those who have not made their choice. 3. There are so many of us, we'll fight them. How can we be in the company of the imperial court's hawks and dogs? A few people just said it, and they all got an arrow directly to their throats. 1. At once everyone's eyes widened. Where's 2? I choose 1. Lu Baiwan said in a hurry. Those who reacted immediately chose 1. There is no way not to choose, either way is dead. Great, good cooperation. Mighty Jianghu martial artists, gain 20 system points. Shinemo revealed a smile and said faintly, but it has sent chills down the spine of a bunch of people. 030 Chapter Ghost Gate. In the white mist, a group of figures swayed amongst the. At the very front, a group of people in different clothes cautiously probed the surroundings and, behind Shinmore with a group of brocade guards blandly followed this group of Jianghu people. Shinmore secretly surveyed the surrounding environment. The ground is wet, there are puddles of water from time to time, trees are scarce. The people from the Misty Village before were sure they lived here? Shenmore suddenly asked. Yes boss, according to the records, it's been more than 70 years, the scribe quickly replied. It is said that those who live in the fog village seldom communicate with the outside world, and all of them speak coldly and wear hats on their heads, especially if their skin is very white. The scribe told all that he knew. Shenmore listened while calmly took the bow and shot an arrow in one direction. At once a person who wanted to quietly run into the fog to escape fell to the ground. Will be a crowd of Jianghu martial arts once again shocked heart and soul. All people both suffocated anger and helpless, can only obediently move forward, but also cannot go fast, or is also an arrow shot to death. The Mard. When I get out I'll definitely bring someone to kill this kid. It's simply abominable. Using us as a shield. Some of them looked fierce, gritted their teeth, and muttered in whispers that. Just then, a sound of swana, as well as the sound of beating gongs and drums, came unexpectedly from the blank white fog, with a voice like a sob, and a low turn of bleakness. Dozens of flags and shadows swayed in the white mist in front of them, and there were silhouettes of people. In an instant everyone's face was alert, they drew their weapons, and the brocade guards immediately raised their bows and crossbows in unison. Getting closer and closer, finally appearing directly in front of the eyes of the crowd, a group of people cannot help but scalp numb, face surfaced a touch of fear that. I saw a group of people wearing hemp and mourning, and in the forefront a short man wearing a bronze ghost mask and a black and red coat shaking a bronze bell in his hand, jumping and bouncing to lead the way. 3 pairs of men at the back carried white silk flags that fluttered in the air. 2 men at the front and back of the procession kept scattering paper money into the sky, and in the center 4 yellow-skinned creatures carried a large red sedan chair, in front of which hung 2 red lanterns. In front of the palanquin stood 2 men dressed as black and white invincibles of about 2 meters, and behind the palanquin were 2 rows of young girls in white with red umbrellas and white ghost masks, with their black hair flowing, and on either side of the whole procession stood rat-like humanoid creatures with white lanterns and dressed in white. The spooky music coupled with the spooky scene made many people look horrified and, this bumped into a ghost? It's not the legendary ghost marriage, is it? Black and white. Weasels. Rats. In the crowd, Lu Baiwan, Li Niu and a few others also had their faces changed greatly, filled with astonishment and suspicion. Is there really a ghost? Seeing this scene, Li Shui's pupils shrunk. The 5 immortals, the irregulars, the ghost sedan chair, the funeral. Get out of the way, all of you. It's the ghost gate. Li Shui hurriedly shouted. When these words came out, some people could not help but all look shocked and horrified. It's actually the legendary Ghost Gate. Ghost Sect, the entire Jianghu, are circulating its legend, but very few people have seen. Most people only know that the Ghost Sect respect ghosts and gods, with ghosts as the identity, and also a clan-level power. It is said that there are also the existence of clan masters and above. Once a first-grade power had directly exterminated the Ghost Sect in front of a group of people during the daytime because it had messed with the Ghost Sect. The people present only remembered that the Ghost Sect had sent out more than a dozen first-grade experts at that time. I can't believe I ran into someone from the Ghost Sect here. I'm afraid what's going on here has something to do with it. Boss, what to do? The scholar asked with a serious face. Next to a group of brocade guards at the moment no one showed fear. All hands raised their bows, just waiting for Shinemo to give the order. His eyes narrowed slightly. Shinmore's gaze locked on the black and white invincibles in front of the sedan chair. Both of them wore bronze masks, revealing only a pair of icy eyes, looking hideous and terrifying, with no convergence of their martial artist aura. 2 first-rate masters. This was the highest strength person Shinmore had met for so long, and he was not an opponent at all. And those people around him are all starting from the 7th grade. All back off. Shinemo opened his mouth and said indifferently, slowly drew out the embroidered spring sword and walked step by step towards that weird team. System plus. 50 points to break through to the early 3rd grade in one fell swoop, and all the remaining 10 points to strengthen the body on the. No one noticed that both the eyes of the black and white irregulars in the team flashed with a touch of shock. So what if it's a first class? It's just a matter of dying or not dying. Shinmore twisted his neck. As long as other people can kill him, that is that other people have the ability to do so, and if you want to blame it on Shinmore's own skills are not as good as others, and he makes his own death. You seek your own death, and you don't blame anyone but yourself for being a loser when you die. Either you kill someone else, or you kill him. People say that the grievances of those who die horizontally are big. Shinmore feels that he is. What is there to be afraid of after dying once? It's just a matter of being a ghost again. He's going to make a move against the Ghost Sect. Li Shui's pupils shrunk in disbelief. How dare he? It's asking for death itself. Oh, hubris and overweening self-importance. A group of people immediately taunted that. Left hand raised, Shen Mo hooked his finger, face teasingly smiled. Come. The voice was not loud, but it reached clearly into every ear that. This inner strength. Lu Baiwan, Li Shui and several others also looked at Shen Mo in shock. The spooky procession seemed as if it hadn't seen all of them, still marching on its own. Closer and closer to Shen Mo. Paper money was floating all over the sky. A piece of paper money fell from the air, covering Shen Mo's eyes. In the next second Shen Mo swung his sword and chopped out, and the wailing stick passed through the paper money and met with the embroidered spring sword. The internal power fluctuation directly blew away the surrounding paper money. The right side of a dark hand claw chain toward Shen Mo grabbed. The speed of the speeder produced a shadow. Shen Mo dodged by doing an aerial flip. White Impermanence took the opportunity to wave his sleeve robe. A white silk drilled out of his sleeve and hit Shen Mo directly. Withdrawing his sword, he slashed out horizontally, his blade ripping through the white silk. In the air, White Impermanence struck the wailing stick down as hard as a mountain. Shen Mo raised his sword to block. The huge power directly pressed his body to bend. The ground was sunken, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Black Impermanence instantly flashed behind him and slapped his palm heavily. That had thought, Shen Mo suddenly closed the knife, turned toward the Black Impermanence and ruthlessly chopped down, ignoring the White Impermanence behind him. Black Impermanence's face changed greatly. Too late to retreat. Was a knife chopped in the chest. At the same time, White Impermanence wailing rod also hit Shen Mo's back with a stick. Gang Chi protection. Black Impermanence only feel a pain in the chest, but Shen Mo only feel the backbone broken, throat surging up. A mouthful of blood was swallowed back raw. With a backhanded hand, he grabbed the wailer and pulled it hard toward his heel, then kicked out with eye. White Impermanence's other hand slapped out with a palm, and his feet were facing each other. Shen Mo retreated a dozen steps backward. White Impermanence backflipped and took a step backward before standing still. At this moment, the black and white irregulars stood on both sides, looking at Shen Mo in the center. Their eyes both became serious. Shen Mo, this is to exchange injuries for injuries to fight. Feel completely do not want to die like. The person in front of him is a madman. Looking at the serious two, Shen Mo's eyes revealed a touch of madness, grinning, revealing his teeth stained red by blood. Come on, go on, kill me, or I'll kill you. Chapter 031, Swordsman to the Rescue, Mysterious Woman. White Impermanence sucked in both palms, and the surrounding white mist coalesced in his palms, turning into a water arrow that stabbed out toward Shen Mo. Behind, Black Impermanence's robe flipped, a dozen chains drilled out from behind and similarly stabbed toward Shen Mo. Come on. Shen Mo took a step. The ground was sunken, the blade chi tore through the ground, and a sword cut out. The blood fury rushed to the sky. Then he turned around and took his left hand from his waist, and a dozen darts flew out to strike the chain. Just at this time behind the strong wind attacked, Shen Mo and immediately turned back to a palm against the cold internal force instantly invaded Shen Mo's body, as if 10,000 needles pierced the flesh, and immediately slipped backward a few meters. Under the mask, Bai Junyi frowned. This kid's third-grade cultivation, but his inner strength is actually so deep. In the next moment Shen Mo made another flip, and a wailing stick struck down in the same place, and the ground cracked and, before Shen Mo got up, the black and white irregulars instantly flashed in front of him and kicked out in unison. Shen Mo's eyes flashed a touch of ruthlessness, completely ignoring the two men's attack. His hands became claws and attacked towards the two men's eyes. Forced to do so, the two black and white irregulars stepped back and, also taking advantage of this moment, Shen Mo slashed the ground with a knife, and the soil flew toward the two men. With a wave of his robe, White Impermanence dispersed the dust, revealing Shen Mo's figure, his claws viciously grabbing at the two men. The two of them dodged sideways. Shen Mo's double claws grabbed on a tree, directly breaking the tree. Deep internal force, strong astral energy, vicious moves, young age. Rather an extraordinary demon. The black and white irregulars pointed their toes, and the two of them leaped up and stood on two branches respectively, holding their arms and looking at Shen Mo. The gloomy voice of the White Impermanent rang out with a marvelous. In that case, wouldn't killing me make you add to an even prouder battle record? Shen Mo smiled indifferently, his palms sucked in the air and took back the embroidered spring sword. You're a real nutcase, kid. Black Impermanence shook his head with some admiration, and, thinking that the two of them join hands, even if it is a grandmaster can pass two moves, the second grade also do not know how many killed, did not think that this district in front of them the third grade can stop them. Kid, as a sign of respect, the next two of us will go all out to kill you and fulfill your wish. As soon as the words fell, the two figures instantly moved, and this time even Shen Mo could only see two shadows. The next second the two people before and after a palm slap on Shen Mo's back, the sound of bone crushing sounded directly. Shen Mo, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Then White Impermanence went straight for Shen Mo's heart. Stop! Suddenly, a sword chi chopped in the air, and black and white dodged it with an aerial flip. Then looking up into the sky, his face changed slightly as a lotus flower made of sword chi descended and the Xian Di cold palm. White Impermanence crossed his arms, his hands instantly turned dark green, and the air around him suddenly became cold. Then he closed his palms and struck out with a. The naked eye could see a palm chi break through the air and Sword Chi Lotus, Shaoxiang Swordsman by Lu Yu. Black Vagabond's eyes stared in a certain direction and I saw an old man in white, holding his sword in one hand and pouring wine into his mouth at the same time, bearded in white, with a peony flower stuck on his head, and 2 old ghosts. Haven't seen you for years. If you don't stay properly in your ghost sect, why have you run out to bully the juniors? Hiccuping, Bai Luyu flirted. You have to save him. The white vagabond opened his mouth and, can't help it, oh a favor to let me keep him alive. And this boy, you can't move. Bai Luyu pointed at Shenmore, who was taking the opportunity to recover from his injuries at the moment, and waved his hand. After people leave, let you two give a hokey pokey. I guess the whole ghost door is pushed for you. The ghost sect is formidable, but even more so, it's only a few thousand men, and their grandfather had 100,000 elites in his hands, 10,000 heavy cavalry, and well equipped. Directly first pull a few hundred guns against the ghost gate a few times. The ghost gate will be honest, even if the patriarch can dodge, but how many patriarchs, and people Daojingwa, under the hand will not have any powerful people? What is this kid? White Impermanence asked, unable to hear the deeper meaning, and, just then, a cool voice came from the big red sedan chair. Elder Black, Elder White, stand down. Then the sedan chair stretched out a slender white as jade hand, sleeve robe as a red wedding sleeve, will be in the hands of the elixir handed to the side of a weasel creature. The next second the weasel creature walked to Shenmore not far away to put down the elixir. This is a 4th grade elixir, the 100 turns pill, which can restore injuries as an indemnity. The clear and cold voice came out again, then handed out a few more herbs in a jade box. These are all 100-year-old herbs, all together. This conflict is considered a misunderstanding, not to mention it's also considered that this Lord Shen struck first. The clear cold voice sounded again. On one side Shenmore raised his head and looked at the sedan chair curtain that was lifted halfway. His eyes couldn't help but condense. He didn't know what he was thinking about. In addition, we are here because one of the elders in the sect defected and stole the ghost sect's greatest treasure, the ghost vine, and joined forces with the witchcraft sect, and the disappearance of the villagers here is related to them, and we have tracked them down here. In the sedan chair, the cool voice explained that since this matter is being taken over by the brocade guard, we will naturally retire. After saying that, a copper bell rang. The whole team began to turn around, accompanied by weird sound and music. The team disappeared into the white fog again. The black and white invincible glanced at Shenmore, then the two followed and disappeared into the fog. TSK, it seems that luck is not bad. Shenmore stood up and sneered. He promised that the next time they met, he would definitely beat those two up so much that they wouldn't recognize their parents. Bai Luyu circled around Shenmo, stroking his chin and constantly measuring. His mouth occasionally issued a tisk sound. Old man Shen says you're a regular guy, dude, and asked me to look out for you. You're an ordinary person? Then what am I? A loser? In the universal world, a man of the heavens can be an ordinary man. Shenmore said faintly, for Bai Luyu appeared, unexpected but expected. Think about it, the old man cannot be completely assured of their own. Hiss, there's nothing wrong with your kid's words. Bai Luyu marveled, appreciating that. I didn't think you boys were hiding deep enough. Say how many years I haven't seen you, all of a sudden you've grown so big. When you were a child the old man even hugged you. The years have not been kind to you. Bai Luyu shook her head and lamented, and didn't ask anything more. It's normal for everyone to have their own secrets. Taking the elixir on the ground, Shen Mo did not even test it and directly ate it in one mouthful. The few people who came over next to the scholar immediately changed their faces, and Bai Luyu was slightly shocked for a moment. You kids aren't even afraid of poisoning. Have guts. Bai Luyu staggered, his face admiring, and, the courtesy of acquaintances, what fear. Shenmore wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled blandly. You mean that woman knows you? Bai Luyu asked, frowning. She said my last name as soon as she opened her mouth. Shenmore looked around and, those Jianghu people have long run away without a trace. Only a group of brocade guards are left, surrounded by Shenmore around the guard. From the time these people, the black and white irregulars, appeared, Shenmore and the others had never revealed their names. And that voice, Shenmo felt very familiar. Only for a moment he did not think of it. In the meantime, the spooky group appeared on a hillside and, the curtain of the sedan chair lifted, and the figure inside quietly gazed in the direction of Shenmore, seemingly able to see them through the white mist. Shinjunnuo, you're the one that's most surprising. 032 Chapter The Reappearance of the Witchcraft Sect, The Case of King Jinwu. In the white mist. At this moment, in a forest of dead trees, a silhouette was hanging upside down from a tree branch. His body was entangled by vines, each face remained in a horrified expression, while the top of each person's head was opened up a big mouth, and there was nothing inside the head, as if he had been eaten by something, and the head of each person had been opened up by a big mouth, and the entire body was in a parched state, much like the previous means of the corpse refining sect. The boss, the missing villagers as well as that small group of flags are all here. Dozens of brocade guards probed, and then the scribe came to report that At this moment, Shenmore's clothes were tattered and there were still some scars on his body, but his breath was still sharp and cold. Followed by Bai Luyu, sipping his own wine, the TSK, brain-eating, blood-sucking. This situation is either the corpse refining sect or the witchcraft cult, but unfortunately the person in front said it was the witchcraft cult, so it's the witchcraft cult's blood-winged centipede, plus a corpse ghost vine. Bai Luyu belched lazily and said. Shenmue looked at the corpse in front of him, then looked at the scholar. He knew that the scholar knew a lot. Boss, this blood-winged centipede is a witchcraft religion, once a scourge of the people's poisonous parasites, to human brain is food, 100 poisonous refining, and then cultivate the growth, and then put together to raise parasites, and then finally survive. The blood-winged centipede is the king of the parasites, and the eggs laid by the normal people dipped into the blood, martial artists dipped in the meridians are ruined. The scourge of the witchcraft when the witchcraft religion has been used to kill tens of thousands of soldiers, and after the Duke of the Jinguo with fire. Afterwards, it was the Duke of Jin who used fire to attack, plus a Hmong parasitist from Nanzhou who was invited to break it. And that ghoul vine is also called the cannibal vine, feeding on human blood, reproducing very quickly, but the fruited bears can help people directly break a major realm. Once a holy son of the ghost sect used this to cover a town in a vain attempt to ripen the fruit with tens of thousands of people. After being eradicated by the people of the ghost sect in person, the fruit that was born was also given to the Ren Emperor, together with other compensation. It was only then that no prosecution was pursued, because that town was called Bamboo, and thus it was also known as the case of Bamboo. The scholar spoke directly in detail, causing Bai Luyu beside him to raise an eyebrow. Collect the bodies of the small flag party and pay pensions to their families. Bury the rest. Yes. The imperial palace, the royal study room. At this moment several ministers are silent, all sitting cautiously, or ennobled. In front of the desk, there are two folders, both sent by Shenmue, one unusual, one expedited. It is unusual that the relief of Tsangxi County has been completed, but the magistrate and the lieutenant are missing. And the back of the expedited is what makes Su Ling Tian face cold. Jinwu County Rong County King, smuggling gunpowder, hiding private soldiers, and conspire with the evil cult, intent on mischief. Some people just can't see peace in the world. It's all good. Again and again, Lu Gang. Is the jinyiwei rotten to the core? Su Ling Tian's gaze coldly gazed at one person, filled with a sense of oppression. So many things have happened in the 4 southeastern counties recently. What? Thinking that the sky is too high for the emperor and the sun is too high? Your Majesty, I would never dare. Lu Gang instantly fell to his knees and said with a firm face that, you don't dare, some people think so. Zenfa's Hongwu Feng looks like he's taking it easy lately. Su Lingtian let out a cold laugh, his tone icy cold. After a reprimand before people, Lu Gang left, immediately go to find out clearly Rong County King plotting rebellion. Only then did Su Lingtian's gaze look at the other ministers below. The Prime Minister, the ministers of the 6 ministries, and the 3 ministers. Dear secretaries, I want to reorganize the world's 36 counties into 9 states, and set up 9 state governors to manage the political affairs of the 4 counties. What do you think? Su Ling Tian gazed at the following ministers and said in a meaningful way. In an instant, Shin Badian, as well as Li Ruxiao and others understand, this is to feel that now the town commissioner has too much power, coupled with the work is increasingly unfavorable, ready to share power checks and balances. Jinyiwei is the emperor's sword, yes, but this sword, if the control is out of control, then it can also be used. I have no problem with that. It's not a discussion, it's a notification, and naturally they're fine with that. Only a few days later, Shenmue and the others circled out of the fog, and almost got lost. As soon as he returned to the 100 house, a jinyiwei immediately came to report to him. My lord, an imperial decree has arrived and has been waiting for you all day, saying that you must receive it in person. As soon as he entered the 100 households, he saw 3 eunuchs waiting in the hall, and when he saw Shenmue immediately declared the decree, allowing Shenmue to track down the case of King Rong County smuggling gunpowder and colluding with evil cults, and gave a golden dragon token, like the emperor himself. Rong County King plotting rebellion in 9 cases out of 10 is true, but now the old emperor also need evidence, otherwise casually take down a Prince County King, or his uncle generation. How do other people look at it? How do other county kings look at it? Only did not think that the smuggling of gunpowder actually also want a Shenmue investigation. Only after sending the eunuch away did Shin Emo look at Bai Luyu. Do you stay here or go back? What? But I just saved your life and I'm going to kick you out. Bai Luyu immediately blew his beard and eyes out. I haven't told old man Shin about your brat. Only the Jinyiwei Rex is left. Want one? Yes, yes. Bai Luyu immediately nodded her head and said, we don't mind either. Mouse, go call someone. Shinemo said to the mouse next to him, and then turned to leave, ignoring Bai Luyu. Soon a group of brocade guards stood neatly on the training ground. Shenmue was wearing a new silver flying fish suit, standing majestically in front of the crowd with an indifferent expression. Target Jinwu County, depart. Chapter 033, luring a snake out of its hole. This kid is smart enough to try and clean himself up. Inside the Phoenix Luan Hall, Su Ling Tian laughed as he ate the dessert handed to him by Changsun Xianyue. Speaking of which, I still can't believe that this child Jun Mo has changed so much, Changsun Xianyue said with some incredulity. It's normal to hide for a long time and suddenly burst out. Now let's see what surprises this kid can bring me again. Su Ling Tian's pair of eyes looked at the sky outside the door, and an inexplicable light flashed through his eyes. He has reused Shenmue until now, it's really like he said, Shenmue is very smart, he knows his position clearly. Jinyiwei, the emperor's own army, the imperial party. Kingwood County City. 100 brocade guards came speeding in, dusty and. As soon as he entered the city gates, Shinemo led his men straight to the Roan County King's mansion. Since sending people to chase and kill failed, I'm afraid that the King of Roan County has also long known that something has happened, and there is no need to secretly investigate. The Roan County King's mansion was built according to the standard specifications of the county king, with vermilion doors and stone lions, high walls and a large courtyard, divided into 3 courtyards in the front, covering an area of 1,000 acres, with the Roan County King's mansion plaque hanging on the door, and 2 large red lanterns on both sides of the. As soon as he got off his horse, Shinemo led the brocade guards directly into it, and a dozen or so household servants could not stop them at all. In the hall, a middle-aged or old man in his 40s or 50s was sitting on a chair, with gray hair, wearing a 2-clawed python robe, and was drinking tea lightly. The King Roan County. His Majesty ordered me to thoroughly investigate the case about you, and in the meantime, I still hope that you'll just stay in the county king's palace and assist us in our investigation. I'm sure the King of Roan County wishes he was innocent, too. As soon as they met, Shinmore said directly. Any credentials? Su Yuan asked indifferently as he put down the teacup in his hand. In the next second a golden dragon token lit up and, for your safety, I will send a team of brocade guards to guard the various entrances in case someone with ulterior motives is against you, Sheriff King. Shenmore smiled faintly and waved his hand. Instantly 24 brocade guards dispersed. To be able to let you, 100 households, come to check on me, it looks like His Majesty trusts you. Su Yuan's eyes locked with Shinmo's. It was a fluke. Now that the word has been delivered, there will be no further interruptions. After saying that, Shinemo again led the rest of the people to leave in a thunderous manner. 1,000 households. At this moment, the 2 teams were facing each other, and Tang Jun, who was dressed in a red flying fish suit, looked at the person in front of him with a gloomy face. Shenmore, Sangxi County 100 households, the emperor personally appointed, after arriving at the office once did not come to see him, and now actually even more people to take over the 1,000 households. It makes him even more furious. Is the world crazy, or is he sick? 100 households actually reversed the Big Dipper. This is outrageous. It's outrageous. Are you trying to rebel? Shenmore, you're too arrogant, disrespectful, and lawless. Are you trying to rebel and seek death? Tang Jun rebuked in a stern voice, releasing the pressure of his internal force. The next second Shenmore directly took out the holy decree as well as the golden dragon token. Chito-sama, you don't want to disobey the holy order either. You. Tang Jun instantly looked furious. He, a Qianhu, was too suffocated at the moment and. However, all of a sudden, Shenmore kicked. Tang Jun immediately blasted a fist, a flash of joy in his eyes, did not expect to actually send themselves to the door, no matter how to export the gas. However, in the next second, Tang Jun's face changed, a deep internal force crushed, the whole person directly fell back a dozen steps, could not help but stifle a grunt, his arm drooped down, his face shocked, incredulous, looking at Shenmore. Is this the strength of 100 households? Tang Xianhu, this official is now talking to you properly, don't fight at that time, don't say you don't give you face. Shenmo's mouth coldly smiled, meaningfully said. At that moment, Tang Jun's face was green and red, and finally, with a cold snort, he took a few of his own centurions to leave, and vacated a few rooms for Shinemo and the others. Looking at Shinmore's back, a cold light flashed in Tang Jun's eyes, then he left with a wave of his big robe. Night. Inside the house, Shinmore, as well as the 4 scholar, gathered together. Boss, we're investigating gunpowder smuggling and colluding with cults, so we don't have to worry about hiding armies? Mouse couldn't help but wonder. Something like the army must be checked personally by someone from above. The scribe knocked the rat's head in an unkind manner, and, I think it should be easier to start with smuggling gunpowder first. There must be a specialized group of people who transport this kind of stuff. The old cripple thought for a moment seriously. Oh, there's no rush. Shinemo smiled faintly and said with a deep meaning. When this happened, the old emperor was afraid that he would have secretly sent people to secretly investigate, such as the secret spy division, and the brocade guards were just a front, attracting in plain sight that. Moreover, Shinmore bet that the old emperor had definitely mobilized part of his army in secret now, and would quickly suppress the mutiny once it happened. Now let's check the evidence, only need a bright, reasonable hands of the reason, after all, the self-styled Ming emperor, also do not want to leave their own brutal murder of the clan stain. Tomorrow you and I will go to the King of Kong County's residence, and when we come back, you rats will go around the city to catch some ruffians and criminals, and bring them back with their heads covered. Boss, are you trying to lure the snake out of the hole? The scholar quickly understood what Shinmore meant. As the 2 county kings of Jinwu County, naturally, they usually pay attention to each other secretly. Shinmore just need to go to a trip, do not have to say anything, sit for a while, and wait a moment to come back to the brocade guards began to make a big move to arrest people. I am afraid that everyone thinks that the King of County Kong has told Shinemo what news. Some people are expected to sit down. The King of Roan County, these big fish, old and greasy, may not be fooled, but some may be afraid and thus show their tails. Su Guang, the King of Kong County, is also Su Ling Tian's uncle, but he has always been fond of getting away with it, likes poetry, good food and wine. In front of the Vermilion Gate, Shenmue, with a dozen or so brocade guards, It's true that no one who is a prince is not expansive, sighed the mouse as he looked at the equally imposing gate. My lord, the king please come inside. The house servant who informed him came back at this time and said respectfully. Passing through a host of rockeries and waterfalls, pavilions, he came to a garden where, it's early fall, and the garden still has the same kind of vibrancy that all the flowers have. Right in the middle next to the stone table sat a fat man, wearing a two-clawed python robe, face smiling, saw Shenmue and others came and immediately got up. All here, come sit. Su Guang said with a smile on his face and a gentle attitude, making Mouse and the others instantly feel flattered that a king, even a second-class king actually got up to greet them personally. Thank you, your majesty. At that moment a faint voice came. Only then did Su Guang carefully survey the spy-fu in front of him, and when he saw this face of Shenmue, Su Guang suddenly froze, and then looked at Shenmue's silver-colored flying fish suit with astonishment and uncertainty. Shen boy? Aha, Shenmue nodded with a slight smile. This time let the mouse a few people cannot help but side-eye, more look at their own boss. Can let a king to recognize, boss status is not low. Su Guang into the capital had seen Shenmue a few times. You this. Su Guang looked at the person in front of him with some disbelief. Consider it self-reliance, Shenmue shrugged and casually said. Your Highness, this trip came to ask you about the King of Rong County. His Majesty left this matter to you. Su Guang looked at Shenmue with even more astonishment. You kid is really surprising people. Su Guang naturally realized what this meant. It's true that rumors can't be trusted. I actually don't know about Su Yuan, although I've noticed that he's been out of sorts for the last year or two, I can't find out much. Su Guang said slowly as he sat at the stone table. But I do know that in recent years, Su Yuan has secretly opened many casinos and greenhouses. When he said that, Su Guang was all smiles and grins. Come, Shen kid, try the new osmanthus cake I made here, and this golden jade wine. Shenmue raised his cup and smiled, drinking with Su Guang, no more words. It was only after walking out of the Kong County King's residence for some distance that Mouse said with a smile. This king is quite nice. When these words came out, Shenmue glanced at them and said indifferently. None of those who can step back from the struggle for the throne are simple. Would you still be laughing if you knew that his hands were stained with the blood of 3 emperors? Remember yourselves. The last sentence Shenmue said in an icy tone, the scholars several people immediately understood, and hastily nodded. They are the jinyiwei, the Prince of Heaven's personal army. Scholar take a few people to secretly check from the casino, the greenhouse, and the rest of you do as I say. Yes. Kong County King's mansion. At this moment Su Guang sat in the garden, drinking alone. Why don't you tell him that message? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind a flowering tree that, since you can think of coming to me to lend a hand, I also want to see if this Shen family dude is a real waste or a fake waste. Su Guang no longer had that smirk on his face at this moment, his eyes were full of playfulness as he looked at the jade cup he was playing with in his hands. Su Yuan is also a fool, casually being compelled by a few words to believe, a big old still thinking of that position, has already taken the way of death. He even dragged his family into it. Life's too short to fight over a position. Better to drink and be merry. Soon the city of Jinwu County began to have the brocade guards searching and arresting people. One after another people were arrested wearing black sets, causing the people to worry and fear, many officials as well as rich merchants' dissatisfaction. The royal house of Rong County. Inside a secret room, listening to the report from his men, Su Yuan's face was gloomy. Don't worry about it, but trying to trick us so everyone doesn't have to worry and hide. Yes. My lord, a fish has taken the bait. Shenmue, who was sitting in the upper seat and resting his eyes with his eyes closed, instantly opened his eyes, revealing a touch of coldness, and the corners of his mouth smiled slightly. Arrest. Chapter 034, Peeling the Cocoon Layer by Layer, Quiyin Gate. Lier, a nocturnal scent man, specializing in cleaning on the King of Rong County's street, originally did not enter the eyes of the jinyiwei, but the night before, backpack sneaking to the other side of the city, was immediately noticed by the jinyiwei, and then found that the relationship with the Rongxian royal family will immediately control in secret. Inside a room. Wow. A bucket of water was thrown down, and an unconscious man on the ground was instantly awakened, and looking up in bewilderment, only to see the house surrounded by standing full of brocade guards, each waist with the embroidered spring sword, cold eyes looking at their own, was immediately scared of the color of the face, pale. Directly opposite a young man in a silver flying fish suit sat in a chair, with an indifferent face, and behind him stood 4 men. Why are you running? A faint sentence came from the Lier immediately looked terrified, kneeled down in front of Shenmue, shouted in horror, shivering and shaking. My lord have mercy. I've done nothing wrong. The villain escaped because Lier couldn't help but pause at this point, wanting to say something. Want to die? How dare you hide in front of the jinyiwei? The rat shouted in a stern voice all of a sudden. Spare my life, my lord, spare my life. Lier was so frightened that he quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. The villain ran away because he was afraid someone would come and kill him. Who? It's from the Rong County King's mansion. Kai-he, he's a small butler of the Roan County King's Mansion, responsible for cleaning the backyard of the King's Mansion. 5 days ago, I went to the Roan County King's Mansion that street to clear the manure. In the Roan County King's Mansion, when I was digging out the manure, I inadvertently saw that Kyan and a woman to make love to each other. They are hiding behind a rockery not far from the cesspool. I also heard that Kyan called the woman 16 ma'am. I was going to pretend I didn't hear it. Who would have thought that when I finished packing and was ready to leave, that Kai-he suddenly found me and asked me what I saw, with a very fierce look in his eyes. I was saying all the time that I didn't see anything, plus suddenly someone called Kai-he, so I left without any problems. Then the night before my escape, I was up at that time, but when I came back, I saw a man in black rushing into my room and slashing at the bed, and I was so frightened that I hid in the latrine until dawn before I survived. Only this? Mouse trailed off, a flash of disappointment in his eyes, thinking he'd found something that. Yes, Lear said carefully. However, Shenmue smiled faintly without any disappointment. Rats, do you hear me? A murder case, break up our king's household. King Roan's mansion, hall. Su Yuan sat in the upper seat blandly drinking tea, not caring at all about the brocade guards in front of him. I wonder what Lord Shen has found out to prove my king's innocence. That's not true, just found out another thing. Shenemo looked at the pretense of calm. Su Yuan faintly smiled. He would like to see the expression of Su Yuan after the revelation of the matter. Su Yuan's heart was suddenly tightened, but he still said calmly, "Oh, what is it?" Kai-he, the butler of the Roan County King's residence, deliberately murdered another person. Su Yuan frowned and thought for half a day, but also did not have any impression of this person. Kai-he, or the steward of his own royal residence? Your Majesty, it's a small housekeeper who cleans in the backyard. An old man next to him, who looked like a housekeeper, reminded. Oh, I don't know if Lord Shen has any evidence? Su Yuan nodded, but then questioned. No matter what, even if it had nothing to do with that incident, he still wanted Shenmue to be embarrassed. Taking people away from his royal residence was not that easy. Naturally, there is, and the matter has something to do with the king? Shenemo gave a meaningful smile, which immediately made Su Yuan's heart lift up again. Li Er. Say those you said again, be sure to be careful and vividly visualize them well for our king. As the words fell, 2 of the brocade guards brought Li Er. After feeling the chill behind him, Li Er had to tremble and say again. In his seat, Su Yuan's bland expression gradually stiffened and became more and more gloomy, and finally he directly slapped the table, and the teacup in his hand fell hard to the ground. Enough! Su Yuan roared. Bring me these 2. Your Highness should calm down, don't get angry. Shenmo's eyes teased and laughed slightly. Dang, why don't you stop pretending now? Soon a white-faced young man and a woman of nearly 30 were escorted to the hall, both still in a state of confusion. Su Yuan came straight up and gave the woman 2 slaps on the face. Asterisk. Dare to betray the king. And you dog, don't know how to die. Su Yuan kicked the white-faced youth again and, men, drag these 2 dogs down to the dogs. Now that Kai-he and that 16th lady can't help but know that things have been exposed, crying and begging for forgiveness. A few house servants were just about to make a move when they were blocked by the brocade guards with their swords. Your Majesty, these 2 are criminals. Naturally they will be taken away by us, the brocade guards, so I won't bother you. Shenemo looked at Su Yuan with his gaze and smiled, but his tone was full of unquestioning. Humph. This is this king's family matter, and it is not your turn to make the decision. Su Yuan immediately said coldly, no matter if these 2 people know, he can't let Shenemo take away, especially this 16th lady, is considered a pillow. To die can only die in the king's mansion. In case they know some of their other secrets, it would not be a disgrace to say it. Your Highness, it's better not to make things difficult for my humble servant. Shenemo took out the golden dragon token and said faintly. Swish. The brocade guards in the back drew their swords in unison with a murderous aura. You. Su Yuan pointed one hand angrily at Shenemo, wanting to say something that. Take it away. Inside a room. 2 men were hanging from the beams of the room, and 2 of the brocade guards were whipping a few whips down. That 16 ladies will faint. Directly another bucket of cold water splashed to wake up. Shen raised his hand, and the 2 brocade guards stopped at once. I ask and you answer, don't make me ask twice. What's unusual about the royal family lately, or what's strange about the past few years? My lord, the 11th lady of the king's house, that cousin is also good with others. The 16th madam, who was scared of being beaten, hurriedly and weakly said. And Mrs. 8. Shenmue. A few people expression cannot help but a burst of odd. This Su Yuan has really become a green-headed bastard. On this still want to sit in that position, their own home did not keep. That Li Quan in the royal palace has killed several maids. Guards Dong Sung has killed several servants. The 2 of them have been fighting for half a day to talk about a bunch of crappy things in the royal family. The royal family buys another batch of grain every year and stores it separately. The king has a problem there, he's been taking medicine every night. Wait. Shenemo suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes looking at Kai-he. As for the latter sentence, had guessed it long ago. You just said that the royal family has to buy more food every year. Is there not enough food in the royal family? A second-class king, not to mention the fact that he himself has his own hundreds of hectares of fiefs, fields, and salaries, and I'm afraid that there's been a lot of land annexation over the years, and that a county king's house stipulates that the maximum number of people is 500. Unless so one either had either or gunpowder for those private soldiers of his. Enough, the royal family has enough food every year. How much of this grain was bought? When did it start? Not much, just a few dozen stones, kept in a separate storage area in the backyard, about 5 or 6 years ago. What was the team that transported it? I don't know, never seen it before, only the annual delivery of food will come to a trip. Kai and face scared, hurriedly explaining that. I know, it's someone from the Purple Flower sect. The 16th lady beside her spoke excitedly. I overheard the king talking about it with the first mistress. Purple Flower Door, Jinwu County, a greenhouse, fame is not small, a lot of the world's sons, rich children, literati go, but behind the Purple Flower Door is not Su Yuan, but Jinwu County County Magistrate Lu Kai. Interesting. Shinemo revealed a touch of playfulness, then turned around and led a group of people to leave. Stay alive. Yes. Night. Purple Flower Gate. At the moment the door is brightly lit, hung with red damask and silk, the doorway several dressed up flamboyant women shouting at the people coming, and there are constantly rich kids entering. The next moment, however, we saw a group of brocade guards approaching, all of whom were formidable and jinyiwei. A few women at the door instantly changed their faces when they saw the visitor and the rest of them stopped and looked on with awe-stricken faces. Egu, gentlemen, what are you doing? A pimp immediately greeted them with a smile on his face. The jinyiwei are on the case, get out of the way. The mouse directly pushed the pimp who came forward out of the way and roared sternly, and then Shinmore and his party broke in and inside the hall at the moment singing and dancing, silk and bamboo strings around the ear, laughter and endless. The second floor is a door closed. Seeing the brocade guards come in, the hall, which had been bustling with activity a second before, instantly fell silent. Sir, we really don't have anything here. That pimp said anxiously, his body still leaning towards Shinmore, quietly handing out a few ingots of gold in his hand. Directly the mouse slapped it away and sneered. What a class, and to be near our boss. You. The pimp's face was furious, but then he smiled and quietly said, Sir, we've been here a lot as well as the county sheriff, so there's absolutely no problem. Go and call all the men in your Purple Flower sect, remember, all of them. Shinmore scanned the circle and said indifferently, Master, we really. The bod wanted to say something else. The next second a knife is directly on his neck. Didn't you hear me? Mouse said, viciously. At the same time, a portion of the brocade guards dispersed to search and block the exits of the. Hey, what are you guys doing? Just at this moment a man in a gorgeous brocade robe came, with an arrogant face, and shouted at Shinmore, followed by a few doglegs. Exactly, how else are we going to play? Yeah, it's all disturbing interest. Seeing that someone has taken the lead, other disgruntled people have followed suit, shouting that. What are you? Shinemo gazed at this youth at the head and faintly asked. Humph, you don't even recognize my son. My son is Lu Jia, my father is the county governor of Jinwu County. The next second, a slap. Lu Jia directly be jerked flying knocked over a wine table full of food scattered on the body. Not even a dog's ass, how dare you open your mouth? Shinemo withdrew his hand and coldly said, How dare you guys, how dare you hit Mr. Lu? A few people in the back immediately shouted angrily and, swish. In a flash of cold light, several heads fell to the ground and, now there was a screaming riot in the room. Shut up! Old Lame and Mouse both shouted, and the brocade guards behind them all raised their bows at once. Death to those who move. Soon, nearly 100 people were called to the hall, from 50 to 60 old men, down to teenage tortoise slaves, all with their heads bowed and their faces terrified. Shinmore swept through one by one, and finally his eyes lingered on a few turtle slaves, who had white powder on their faces, long breath, and thick fingers, all with their palms on their pants, as if they were afraid of being seen with their palms. You, stand out. Shinmore immediately pointed at those people. Those few people immediately raised their heads, looked at each other for a few moments, a cold light flashed in their eyes, and they all shot out at Shinmore. Boo! Shinmo's face was cold, a kick directly kicked a person flying, bone-cracking sound sounded, fell to the ground and spit out blood and died. Then, with two hands, he grabbed the wrists of two men and twisted them, then he wasted their arms and threw them away, and a hand sucked in the air, and the chopsticks that had fallen to the ground in the distance turned into a sharp arrow piercing through the shoulders of the other two men from behind, nailing them to the pillar. Boo! At this moment, the floor of the attic above his head broke open, and a figure descended from the sky, fiercely slapping at the top of Shinmore's head. Shinmore coldly laughed, 1 foot heavily stepped on the ground, instantly airflow surged around his body, like a storm, rolling the surrounding broken wood. The face of the man in the air changed drastically, revealing shock and horror. Big Dipper. Upper 4th grade expert. Just after the words were said, the violent airflow was like a sharp knife that directly strangled that person, turned into a mess of flesh and blood. This horrifying aspect directly scared some of the women of the greenhouses and the children of the rich families into vomiting, and the rest of the people also turned pale and looked at Shin Mo in horror. At the same time, those brocade guards also chained the several people who were crippled, and pierced the peepa bones of several people in front of a crowd of people, which further chilled the hearts of those people. No one walks out that door without my order. Old cripple, mouse, go and call everyone to the hall. Newt, go get some of the other brothers. This official hopes that you will cooperate well and not let this official do it himself. Everyone obviously looked at Shin Mo and said with a smile, but their hearts were straight cold, and they could not help but nod their heads frantically. The scribe rips open the back of a man's shirt, revealing a pattern of purple flowers that, my lord, it's someone from the Qian sect. The scholar recognized the pattern at a glance, and said to Shin Mo, oh, some people just don't know how to live, and they dare to get involved in the affairs of the temple. Shin Mo sneered and said in an icy tone, 035 lust ration, midnight assassination. Purple Flower Gate. At this moment, hundreds of people gathered in the hall, showing very crowded. Surrounded by a group of brocade guards armed with swords, a murderous aura. Everyone's faces were horrified at the moment, and their gazes looked in one direction, where miserable cries were constantly coming from the miss, what to do? In the crowd, a tender-looking woman quietly asked the person next to her voice could not stop trembling, and next to her was a woman wearing a large green flower pattern dress, with her shoulders exposed, her head full of jade hairpins and other headdresses, a pair of peach blossom eyes, white teeth and lips, and the whole person was charming and attractive. Wait for Lu Kai to come. The charming woman's face was calm and slightly subdued as she said. Inside the room, several of the captured men were now disfigured, bloodied, and Shin Mo looked at everything in front of him indifferently. Boss, these people are just ordered from above to go to an estate on the 3rd day of March every year, where these grains are already prepared, and then they are told to transport them to the Roan County King's mansion, and the rest of them don't know anything else. The mouse said respectfully to Shin Mo. However, these guys did spit out something else. Say, Lu Kai, the county governor of Jinwu County, is secretly working with them, the Qian sect, and Lu Kai collects some women or boymen with good bases for them, and they give him a sum of money every month. Oh, but also a good official. Shin Mo coldly laughed, mocking, said, Qian sect, similar to the Acacia sect of the Evil Door, to pick the yin to complement the yang cultivation method, but also specializes in poisonous techniques. Some of the Jianghu flower thieves or the so-called vixen are out of this door. Until now still exists, because of its own behavior is relatively low profile, most of the secret action, and secondly, the Qian sect is very good at leaving the back door. Certain officials, the family members of the major sects are afraid that there will be Qian sect of the people. And the Qian sect often likes to use greenhouses and brothels as their strongholds, and most of the women, turtle slaves, and boys inside are snatched from other regions. It looks like Lu Kai is being used as a protective cover without even realizing it. Shin Mo understood in an instant that, I can only say that Su Yuan is afraid that he has long envisioned what to do if he is discovered. Knowing Lu Kai's relationship with the Purple Flower sect, I'm afraid that he has secretly turned back the middle and upper levels of a Qian sect, so that each year he sends a few people to help Su Yuan to transport things, so that even if he is found out, he also has a relationship with Lu Kai. As for him, Su Yuan, he's transporting grain. What's it got to do with him? That backyard separate grain warehouse are all real grain, I'm afraid. It's true that an old fox can't leave his tail so easily. Shin Mo sneered, wiped the blood on his hand, turned around and went out. Since it's good that someone in the Qian sect is in contact with Su Yuan, and I'm afraid that this Purple Flower Gate is a stronghold of the Qian sect, and I'm afraid that person hasn't escaped yet, either. Just then, there was a confrontation from outside the Purple Flower Gate. How dare you? I am the guardian of a county, why can't I enter? No one is allowed to enter without your lordship's orders. I'd like to see if you dare to stop this official. Swish! You brocade guards are really lawless. How dare you draw your swords? Outside the door, a slightly chubby, wearing the official robes of the Da County governor, with an ocelot hat on his head and an angry face, followed by a dozen constables, as well as a few subordinate officials. I'm sorry, Lord Lu, but we jinyiwei have always been lawless. The gate opened, Shin Mo walked out with a smile on his face and his hands behind his back. Looking at the person in front of him, Lu Kai's heart was slightly shocked that he was actually so young. Are you their leader? Lu Kai quickly asked angrily. What did the Purple Flower sect commit that you guys actually seized it with great fanfare? Does this make other stores dare to do business in the future? It is not for Lord Lu to know what has been committed, rather it is Lord Lu who should know clearly in his own heart what he has committed. Shin Mo's smile gradually retracted and said indifferently. This official advises Lord Lu to stay honestly, or don't lose your life early without knowing it. Go back where you came from. When he heard this, Lu Kai's pupils instantly shrank, his heart was shocked, and his arrogant aura wilted for an instant. After saying that, Shin Mo directly turned around and entered the door, leaving Lu Kai, who was angry but helpless at the door, leaving with a gloomy face. Inside the hall, a group of people could not help but tremble when they saw Shin Mo, as if they saw the devil. Shin Mo's face was calm, and he beckoned to the shivering pimp. The pimp hurriedly walked to the front in fear, and Shin Mo took out a piece of paper with a purple flower pattern drawn on it. On who? Lord, wifey I. Don't. Don't know. The old bod said trembling, afraid that the next second she would become a corpse lying on the ground. It's okay. Go down. Shinmore patted the pimp's shoulder and smiled, then his eyes looked at everyone in the hall. On the count of 3 by this officer, all take off their clothes. Of course, you should also know that this officer is looking for you now, and can come out on your own. 3. Immediately the surrounding brocade guards raised their bows and crossbows in unison at the hall crowd. Some of the people in the hall looked embarrassed, but thinking of life and death, they shivered and began to undress. As for the difference between men and women? Oh, Shinmore doesn't care at all. How many of those who come here are clean and haven't met each other frankly? What, do you really want to tell Shinmore that they people are here to learn? In the crowd, the flirtatious woman as well as the maid immediately changed her face, although they pretended to be greenhouse girls, but not really and did not really take customers. Now in public let them undress, dead or alive cannot be avoided. Soon Shinmore's eyes looked at the 2 women, and those 2 women also met Shinmore's eyes. Shinmore instantly smiled and reached out his hand to make a please, looking like he made people feel gentle and elegant. Jiang Qing at this moment already knew that because of a momentary hesitation they had been discovered, and then also greatly brought the sight of the stranger out of the crowd. You're quite smart. Jiang Qing and Shinemo looked at each other and opened their mouths. It's not that I'm smart, it's that you guys are too stupid. Shinemo said with a faint smile, which instantly made Jiang Qing angry and, capture me, and all you can show is that he's involved with evil. This is not something you need to worry about. Shinmo's face was indifferent, waved his hand and the 2 brocade guards then walked towards Jiang Qing with hooks and ropes. The 2 women immediately changed their faces. They didn't want to feel the feeling of having their peepa bones pierced through their loot bones. Do we have to be on the hook for that too? I've already gone with you, and I still need to do so? Jiang Qing frowned in dissatisfaction and said, if you dare, nothing you want will ever come out of my mouth. If you don't want to take the bait rope, sure. Shenmore with a smile on his face let the 2 brocade guards retreat. Seeing this scene Jiang Qing was relieved. It looked like her value was important and she could make good use of it. But in the next second Jiang Qing's eyes widened and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Shenmore punched it to the ground, then in Jiang Qing's incredulous gaze, he coldly looked down at her and stomped his foot on its leg, and the sound of bone crushing rang out. If you don't want to take the bait and rope, then enjoy the specialized services of this officer. The corner of Shenmore's mouth revealed a smile. A peak 7th grade martial artist also dared to make conditions with him. His face was given too much, right? Knock out your teeth and take them back. Yes. Purple Flower Sect harboring evil disciples, sealed. 1,000 households. At this moment in a room, Heard Shenmore caught a big fish back. Tang Jun face gloomy and uncertain, wandering in the room. Finally a cold light in the eyes flashed. Rong County King's mansion. Listening to the report of his men, Su Yuan was equally grim. The teacup in his hand was heavily placed on the table. This Shenmore is really quite capable, making a breakthrough so quickly. And on the army side, a bunch of rice balls actually got caught with their tails up. We can't let them look into it. Take them out. Wow. A bucket of cold water splashed away, waking Jiang Qing up. At this moment she was covered in bruises, no longer before the bright and shiny. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Shenemo asked coldly, his eyes like knives gazing at Jiang Qing. It's all true. I promise. Jiang Qing said weakly, her eyes already barely open. This is fun. Shenmore smiled meaningfully. The news of the Su Yuan thing did not get much. I did not expect to actually get a major news of Lu Kai, but also really more and more chaotic. It doesn't look like this Jinwu County is any better. Xingyang, Jinwu, it looks like someone is playing a big game. Go catch the nets. It's going to be a big night. It's really like what Jiang Qing said. I'm afraid that Lu Kai must let her die tonight. In the middle of the night, at this moment, the whole Jinwu city is also quieting down. In the small courtyard, only a few brocade guards were yawning and standing guard. On the roof in the distance, a pair of eyes coldly watched the small courtyard, then took out a piece of paper and looked at it, and in the next second his figure disappeared into the dark night. At night, a cold wind blows, a few dead leaves float by, and a few silver needles in the darkness of the night stabbed at the several brocade guards with a cold light. But the next second the wind flow reversed, the silver needle was rebounded back, a figure in the darkness of the night, face changed, back flip in the air, and then did not hesitate to try to escape. Swish. In an instant, torches were raised in unison, illuminating the darkness and allowing the figure to emerge, dressed in night clothes, revealing only a pair of eyes. A guest from afar, if you don't sit down and have a cup of tea to go, won't it seem that we jinyiwei are too impolite? On the beam of the roof on the other side, Shenmore stood with his hands behind his back, and said with a smile on his face, dressed in a silver-colored flying fish suit, with an embroidered spring sword at his waist. The black-robed man's eyes stared, and he immediately attacked Shenmore with his palms. At the same time, a dozen or so brocade guards suddenly appeared, their bows shooting arrows that. The man in black was immediately surrounded by white air currents, his body shook, and the arrows were all bounced away. 4th grade martial artist. Shinemo took one step and his body instantly flashed. The black-clothed man's pupils shrunk, sensing the crisis, turned around and blocked with both arms, blocked Shenmore's leg whip, retreated a dozen steps backward, his arms were numb and painful. 3 pints. How can that be? It's only how old? The man in black threw a punch and the next second, the fist chi surged, Shenmue slapped out a palm formed by the airflow slapped down fiercely. The two moves collided, directly destroying a house. The dust and fog filled the air, and a cold light broke through and chopped. The black-robed man holding a short sword stabbed toward Shenmue, and his sword aura was overwhelming. Shenmue did not panic in the slightest, and with a drawn sword chop, a blade chi crossed the mid-air, cutting through the dark night. A flash of horror flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes, and he tumbled sideways and fell on the roof, with a knife wound in his chest and blood flowing out of it. The next second rolled over and rolled down the tiles, and the place where he had just been lying was stepped down by Shenmue, directly making the roof crack a big hole, and However, the black-clothed man had just landed on the ground with an aerial flip when a huge pain came from his back end. Shenmue had a knee jerk that almost broke the black-clothed man's waist. You! The man in black subconsciously wanted to say something, but then held his tongue and Wolf rolled a few times, raised his head full of shock and looked at Shenmue. Totally outclassed. And the other guy's not even completely serious yet. The wind is tight pulling and whistling. The man in black quickly pulled out a few black balls and threw them, a white mist rose up, and his figure was about to disappear. The next second a chain broke through the air and wrapped around a foot, and a strong internal force came from the chain, domineering and vicious, and the protective astral chi was instantly broken, hastily mobilized internal force to block, but was still crushed and invaded into the body. Immediately the black-clothed man a mouthful of blood sprayed out, the condensing wind soul-destroying palm. The man in black turned back and closed his palms together, and immediately the wind whistled around him, as if he were scraping a knife, leaving a trail on the trees, on the houses. Both palms separated, internal force converged on the right palm, and a palm was slapped out, the wind flow swirled, flying sand and stones. Shenmue's eyes condensed, took a step out, powerful internal force surged out, instantly suppressing the black-clothed man's breath. Dragon Tiger Broken Dipper. Dragon Shadow Tiger shape emerged in the air, the pressure shocked people, all the present jinyiwei felt an invisible pressure. Two moves against one. The huge power directly destroyed the surrounding houses, the ground was sunken into a big pit, all the brocade guards were shaken back a few meters, and the gusty wind blew so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. The huge sound directly shook half of Jinwu City, and countless people's gazes looked towards the center of the battle. The sky was windy, the air current surged, and an invisible pressure filled the hearts of the people in the vicinity. It's an upper 4th grade expert duel. Who is it? Already capable of martial arts visions, I'm afraid this strength is all at least 3rd grade. That's near the Jinyiwei 1000 house. And the Jinyiwei, it can't be some big shot from the Jinyiwei. The town's governor? Or the 4 great follower knowers? A group of martial artists had gathered around, wanting to find out what was going on. Is this the true strength of your lordship? Is this still the power that people can do? The scholars several people all looked at that figure with shocked and admiring faces. Just then, a sudden scampered out of the darkness. Acting quickly, catching everyone off guard, he threw a punch straight at Shenmue's back. The faces of the scholarly few instantly changed drastically. Boss! Watch out! Chapter 036, Famous Jinwu. In the dark night, another figure's fist wind whistled, fiercely bombarding Shenmue. Seek death. Shenmue's eyes revealed killing intent, his other hand a palm against it. Boom! A wave of air spreads out and smoke dispersed. Shenmue did not move, his robes flew, his body's internal force surged, emitting a sound like a tiger's roar. What? The pupils of the second man in black shrank, full of shock. He did not expect Shenmue's internal strength was actually so deep. Xian Yuan gang shock. Shenmue took another step, the internal force counterquake, the ground exploded, dust flew, 2 figures flew out backwards. The first black man shattered a wall and drowned in its bricks, the second landed in a backflip and fell back a dozen steps. In the dust, Shenmue's figure stepped out from it, his eyes filled with killing intent, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's it? The next second Shenmue instantaneous flash, came to the second black man in front, a leg whip thrown out, the man in black raised his hand to block, and was directly knocked to the ground by a vicious kick that, seeing another kick coming, the man in black leapt up in the air with a slap on the ground, and shattering palm. The black-robed man's hands continuously launched palms, the palm winds were severe, dozens of palm shadows fell in the air, Shenmue drew out the embroidered spring knife and chopped out, a blood-colored knife chi across the air, killing chi rushed to the sky, the ground directly left a few meters of knife marks. The knife breaks the palm, and drives the black-robed man straight to the man in black immediately sidestepped and dodged, and a house behind him was directly chopped off, and when he looked back, Shenmue came with a claw straight to his throat, and his back was instantly cold, and his heart and mind were tightened. Blood Fury Big Dipper. Blinking a blood-colored vortex coalesced in front of the black-robed man, blocking Shenmue. Before waiting to breathe a sigh of relief, the astral aura ruptured, the black-clothed man hastily leapt up, but still caught by a claw, a piece of flesh was torn off his chest. The evil refining ghost prisoner. Leaping to the midair of the black man shouted, all the blood of the gas surrounded, the internal force released, the air gusts of ghastly wind, and there is a mournful hissing sound, really like 100 ghosts walking in the night. Also at this time Shinmore behind the same internal force appeared, is just that the first to strike the man in black. At this moment this person's eyes bleed, internal force wildly gushing out, a palm shadow in the air by the gas cohesion. However, it is not finished, the third figure appeared, seems to have been waiting for a long time, a shot of flying sand, both palms to the ground as suction, a few earth pillars rose up to surround Shinmore. Then another internal power transfer will break the house, rubble are moved into the air toward Shinmore smashed. 3 horrible power attack, directly let Shinmore standing ground crack depression, the surrounding ground were destroyed, anything razed to the ground. However, the next moment a blood color rushed straight into the sky, the intense killing intent, the fury made all the surrounding people could not help but feel a chill in their hearts, as if they were being stared at by the god of death, their bodies could not help but tremble. A blood moon rises out of the dust and fog. A few moves collision immediately produced a huge sonic boom sound, powerful airwaves directly to the distant houses of the tiles are blown away, the center is turned into a piece of rubble. The blade energy was like the moon, and the terrifying blade energy shook the 3 figures away, shattering blood in the air. The next second Shinmore appeared in front of the first man in black, the embroidered spring knife threw out, the cold light broke through the air, directly nailed the first man in black to the ground. The figure flashed instantly, and another punch was thrown at the second black-robed man, whose pupils shrank and Xian Yuan Tian Gang. In a state of panic, he actually used a kung fu exclusive to the brocade guards, finally showing his tail. Shinmo sneered, internal force convergence of a heavy fist smashed down. Only a click was heard as the astral aura ruptured, and a punch pierced through the abdomen of the second black-clothed man, splattering blood in all directions. Waiting to draw his fist, he looked back at the third man, who had struck only once at the end, and who was now fleeing, flying, and swift. Run away? Shinmo revealed a sneer, and in the next second his figure shuttled on the roof of the house, and on the way out, he also sucked in the air, holding 3 arrows. Looking at the figure that was getting closer and closer, Shinmo made a spin, his internal force erupted, the astral body covered the arrow, and threw out an arrow, which sped and broke the air. The third figure glanced back and directly dodged it with an aerial spin that. But just as he landed, another arrow went straight for his thigh, and once again a sideways dodge that. When he came right over, an arrow in his eye came toward his forehead, and immediately he dodged it with another backward glance, and, however, in the next second this figure's pupils shrank and his heart chilled as a teasing voice rang in his ears. Gotcha! Boom! A foot stepped down hard in the air, stepping heavily on its stomach, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from this figure. Then Shinmore didn't hesitate to break the man's legs before removing the covering cloth. Tisk, TSK, look who it is, if it isn't our Lord Sheriff? I didn't realize it was still a great master. Saying that, Shinmo's foot still stepped hard on Lu Kai's stomach, with a teasing face. Lu opened to the outside world to show the strength of the 6 products, did not think actually 4 products, hidden deep enough. I didn't expect to actually do it myself, it really surprised me. Shinmo sneered, and then before Lu Kai said anything, in its sinister gaze directly knocked out lifting the back of the collar will be taken away. And the whole of this fight was seen in the eyes of some of the people who saw the whole thing. I didn't look wrong. A centurion? 3 upper 4th grade experts were suppressed by a single centurion. And actually so young. Too young. Why have I never heard of it before? This is a demon. Those heavenly talents in the rivers and lakes are simply weak compared to this one. This man is called Shinmore, said to be transferred from above to handle a big case. He's ruthless. This is the power of the upper 4th grade. A man looked at the ruins within a few hundred meters, his face in awe. This strength is actually only 100 households. I'm afraid this strength is all of the 3rd grade. It's the number 1 person in the younger generation of Dawu. It's amazing that such a demon has no reputation in Dawu. 3rd grade. Old me never dared to hope for it in my entire life. Now a youth of around 20 has actually stepped into it. An old man stroked his beard inside, not to be outdone by the silence that surrounded him. Not to mention the 3rd grade, there were only a few 5th graders on the scene. In this night's battle, the name of such a demon will surely be known throughout the world. A 3rd grade in his 20s. Even that supreme heavenly ancestor of Dawu once was not so demonic. When Shinmore returned to the original place, the 2 men in black had been arrested by the brocade guards at this moment. One is a middle-aged man, ordinary appearance, mediocre kind, the other was Shinmore punched through the person but let all the jinyiwei shocked. It is Jinwu County 1000 households Tangjun. At the moment both were pierced through the peepa bone. Xian Tu Tang, this official really can't figure out why you want to come and get involved, isn't it good to be alive? Looking at the wretched Tangjun in front of him, Shinmo threw Lu Kai to the ground and teased at Tangjun. Count me in, I just didn't expect that 3 4th grades wouldn't be able to take you. Tangjun snorted coldly with a touch of regret and, looking at the surrounding mess, as well as the captured 3 people, Shinmo took the white silk handed over by the scholar and wiped the blood on his hands. The corner of his mouth revealed a playful smile. It's quite a night, some people won't be able to sleep I'm afraid. Ding, suppressing 3 4th grade martial artists, making a name for yourself in Jinwu, gaining 100 system points. Chapter 037, The Man Behind the Curtain, apprehended. 1,000 households. At this moment dozens of jinyiwei directly broke into the door, alarming the jinyiwei in the household office. What are you doing? A centurion stepped forward, and recognizing at once the group of brocade guards sent from above a few days before, but now actually intruding by force, he immediately rebuked, and the next second the intruding brocade guards made a path. Shenmue walked out from it, with 3 people escorted behind him. Upon seeing that one of them was none other than 1,000 household Tang Jun, this 100 household instantly froze, his mind shaking, and Lord Cheeto was arrested. Tang Jun, the 1,000 household of the brocade guards, murdered the 100 households of the brocade guards, and killed their compatriots, and is now taken down, and the entire 1,000 households will be temporarily taken over by this official from now on. Shenmue directly lit up the golden dragon token and said indifferently. Hearing these words, the crowd of 1,000 households brocade guards were like lightning strikes, all of them looking shocked. Wang Yuan was even more incredulous that Qianhu actually attacked and killed one of his own people. But soon Wang Yuan reacted, just that big battle is afraid that there is this it, and scouts reported that the last suppression is a young 100 households. Looks like it is the lord in front of you. Jinyiwei 110 and Wang Yuan, at your lord's command. Wang Yuan immediately respectfully bent over and cupped his fists in a bow. 1,000 households cannot be beaten, what else can he do? Seeing that their own 100 households were like this, the other brocade guards all withdrew their swords and bowed respectfully. Summoned the others at once. There were generally 500 men in a 1,000 household office, and under each of them there were 100 more. Yes, Wang Yuan immediately answered. It looked like this one was going to make a statement. In the large prison, 3 men were tied to wooden posts and, from the time they entered the 1,000 households, Lu Kai and Tang Jun did not say a word, closed their eyes, and seemed to have resigned themselves to their fate, and as for the other man who tried to say something was gagged. Tang Jun, I'm curious, obviously if you don't make a move, this storm has nothing to do with you. I know the reason why Lu Kai killed this official, and the other assassin is probably sent by that old guy, the king of Rong County, but you suddenly came to trip in this muddy water, for what? Hearing what Shenmue said, Lu Kai felt his eyes open and looked at Shenmue tightly, while Tang Jun still looked as if he was outside of life and death. Directly in front of the 3, Shenmue sat on a chair and crossed his legs, revealing a touch of interest. Go, take this killer down to pry open his mouth, don't get him killed, these 2 adults this official will personally try. Yes. Soon only Shenmue 5 people remained in this cell, as well as Lu Kai and Tang Jun. Lord Lu, let's start with you, you should know what information I want, say it and this official will make you feel better too. Shenmue gazed at Lu Kai and said with a slight smile, or perhaps this officer should address you as the elder of the witchcraft cult. Oh, you really know, Lu Kai looked at Shenmue and sneered. Frequent visits to the Purple Flower Gate were discovered by Jiang Qing. It's a pity that the tail was left behind for the sake of a fish in water. Shenmue teasingly surveyed Lu Kai, 50-something years old. It is really a pear flower pressure begonia. Humph, wanting to make the old man open his mouth. With you being a milquetoast brat, what big tricks do you have? Just give it to me. Lu Kai's face was disdainful as he mocked. Snap. Shenmue stood up and applauded with a smile on his face. This officer loves people like you who are already wasted and still like to bark. When you enter the Jinyiwei's prison, there's no mouth that can't be pried open, don't you think so? 1,000 household Tang, Shenmue teased to Tang Jun. Then, waterboarding, Shenmue said indifferently. Next to him, Tang Jun instantly frowned, his eyes remaining unopened. The 2 rats, the old cripple, glanced at each other, revealing an impish smile, and then brought Lu Kai down. Qian Tu Tang, what do you think a person is afraid of? Some are afraid of death, some are afraid of losing their purity, some are afraid of being powerless, and some are afraid of victimizing their families. Tell me, what are you afraid of? Shenmue stood in front of Tang Jun and looked straight up. Seemingly sensing Shenmue's sharp gaze, Tang Jun finally opened his eyes flattened. Shin Jun more. If you want to kill or die, give it a shot, I won't say anything you want to ask. Hearing his name, Shenmue immediately revealed a playful smile. Interesting, knowing my real name. So you're a Wujing who? Hee hee, I just won't tell you even if I die. Tang Jun sneered. It's okay if you don't tell me, let me guess. If you want to fish in troubled waters and kill me and then frame me, the old master may turn against the current emperor, and then someone can pull the old master's strings. Plus only a few people know where I've been outcast. So the ones who profited the most are those guys, King Zhao, King Ning, King Qi, do you think I'm right? Shenmue's gaze teasingly looked at Tang Jun. Hearing Shenmue's words, Tang Jun couldn't help but flash a flash of shock in the depths of his eyes, but then he sneered. How do I know if you're guessing right? TSK, these hands are still stretching quite long. The old man has told me to stay away from Wujing, but there are still people counting on me. It's still really scary. Tang Jun, you're a brocade guard 1,000, yet you still choose to defect, you deserve to die. Just wait, your family will soon come to accompany you. Shenmue patted his shoulder meaningfully and said. Afterwards, regardless of Tang Jun's expression toward Lu Kai's cell, Shen Mo also wanted to pry open Lu Kai's mouth to ask Su Yuan's things. After all, his task is to check Su Yuan, only now involved so many. Soon there were dismal cries from the cell. Boo! Inside the study, Su Yuan slammed his teacup hard on the ground and, "What did you say? Failed. And captured alive. 3 4th grade experts didn't even kill Shen Mo. It's all crap." Su Yuan heavily slapped on the table in anger, although he did not know who the other 2 people were, but since he came to kill Shen Mo he was happy, but he did not expect that 3 people actually could not take it. Luckily, the assassin that was sent out didn't know who he was and couldn't find out about him. It's all crap. Finally, Su Yuan cursed, and thought that there was no harm in preparing his men to retire. "Your Highness, the other 2 who were said to have been captured were Tang Jun, the 1000th member of the jinyiwei, and Lu Kai, the county guard." Put. Su Yuan, who had repoured a cup of tea and had just taken a sip, sprayed it out all of a sudden. "What? Lu Kai and Tang Jun have been arrested." A Jinwu sheriff and a Jinwu 1000 household, the 2 most powerful people in Jinwu County, were arrested together. And I'm afraid these 2 know more or less about what they've done over the years. After all, controlling Jinwu County. It's simply impossible to hide it from these 2 people, but at most, they only know that he, Su Yuan, has some ulterior secrets, and it's impossible to think of a rebellion. Only Su Yuan didn't know that one of the 2 people was a person of the witchcraft cult behind his back. Of course he wanted Wu to be in civil strife. And the other one was a person of a certain prince. Naturally he also wanted to make use of Su Yuan as a sword. Early in the morning. Inside the chateaus. At this moment, 500 households and a dozen general banners all arrived, and when they saw Shen Mo sitting on the seat of 1,000 households, as well as announcing Tang Jun's crime, some people immediately called out impossibility, but also think that Shen Mo wants to rebel. Buckle a hat. 200 households direct action. The next second will be Shen Mo a claw to break the neck, a knife split in half, and then kill 5 or 6 people after. Suddenly the entire 1,000 households no longer have objections. Soon, a team of brocade-clothed guards walked out of the gate of the 1,000 households office, each in full uniform and majestic. Lingi Merchant House, a group of merchant houses made up of women, all of them martial artists, not large in scale, only about 24 people, and the leading woman was a 6th grade martial artist. I often go out to buy some foreign goods back in Kinwu City, located on the west side of Jinwu City, while the Purple Flower Gate is on the east side. Anyone who has ever connected the 2 can't. But according to what Lu Kai said, once there was a city gate soldier, and this soldier was not honest, so he moved his hand against the people of Lingi Trading Company when they searched their bodies, and inadvertently found a female hiding something inside her clothes, and the exposed powder had a gunpowder smell. At that time, they were suspicious, and at that time, the captain of Jinwu County was just not there, so they told Lu Kai, and then that soldier died that night. I'm afraid that Su Yuan got rid of it, so I'm not sure if he'll be able to do anything about it. Lingi Trading Company. Shen Mo directly kicked open the door, behind a line of brocade guards instantly surged in. There is no one in the front yard, all in the backyard. Some women are still practicing martial arts, some are sewing and mending clothes, and are chatting, waiting until the brocade guards quickly control the whole scene before reacting. What are you doing? A woman questioned angrily. Lingi Trading Company smuggling gunpowder, a serious offense. Arrest them all at once. As soon as Shen Mo's words fell, some of the women's faces changed, but immediately a few women said angrily, "Do you have any proof? How dare you arrest people without evidence? You can't touch us without evidence. Otherwise we'll sue the sheriff. We're just a bunch of women making ends meet and fending for ourselves. Do you guys see us as easy to bully and want to have bad intentions towards us?" Pop. Shen Mo slapped a woman who was chattering in front of him directly. "This officer is informing you, not discussing with you. Kill anyone who resists again. The jinyiwei never need evidence to arrest anyone." Shen Mo said coldly, his face indifferent. However, this action even more enraged Lingi merchants. A few women even took the sword to stab at Shen Mo. The next second they were shot into hedgehogs by the bows, and then a few of the stupid ones were also shot directly to death. There was a moment of silence, and the faces of the people from Lingi trading firm turned into horror. Just then another team of searching brocade guards came over carrying several boxes. "Your Honor, a few boxes of silver were searched. There are also some small cloth bags that smell of gunpowder." Looking at the evidence in front of him, Shen Mo coldly smiled. "Take them all." "Yes." On the other side, several secret casinos were all seized by the jinyiwei. A group of people were taken away, those who resisted were beheaded on the spot, blood splattered in all directions. Every time the gunpowder was brought in by the Lingi Trading Company, Su Yuan would let the following casinos send out 1 or 2 people each time to pretend to go to the Lingi Trading Company to buy something, and then the gunpowder would be transported away secretly, and finally all of them would be placed in a field farm outside the city. Not directly letting the Lingi Merchant Bank go to the fields is to cut off the tail, and a merchant bank that often goes to the fields will easily be suspected. That's quite a setup, layer after layer. Now, some people should be anxious. Shen Mo gazed at the Rome County King's mansion, revealing a touch of playful smile, a flash of cold light in his eyes. Chapter 038, White Dragon Sect, Blockade of King Rong's Mansion. Jail. A dozen of them were all beaten, bloodied and bruised, and a few of them had their fingers filled with silver needles. My lord, they confessed, they were all instructed by Gong Sun Zhu, the chief administrator of the Rong County king's residence. Are we going to catch it now? The rat handed a piece of paper covered in blood to Shen Mo. No need, if I were Su Yuan, this Gong Sun Zhu shouldn't still be alive the moment something happens to these people. Shen Mo said indifferently and took the blood paper. Tsk, that Gong Sun Zhu seems to have been in the Rong County king's mansion for more than 20 years. Mouse couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. For the sake of his own grandeur, a servant only. In addition, boss, Lingy Trading Company's people said that they go to a store in Chai County near Sherman Pass to get gunpowder every time. The store is called Li Ji Rice Shop. It is a grain store, Mouse said again. Let the mute bring a team of people to capture it back, and by the way, check the magistrate of Chai County as well as the brocade guards. Shen Mo looked at the blood paper in his hand and said indifferently. Yes. It's a pity, if only we could have found gunpowder in King Rong County's mansion, said Mouse regretfully. Now the incident, how can you still leave the gunpowder in your own home, is a person no to transfer, said the scholar walked over in a bad mood, and, boss, the king of Kong County's men outside came to say they have something for you. Watch them. Leaving a sentence, Shen Mo went out. The gate of Chitos. A spirited man in a black martial arts robe was waiting respectfully. Shen Mo saw this person as soon as he went out, a flash of interest in his eyes, actually sent a 6th grade martial artist to deliver something. My lord, this is what the king asked me to give you. As soon as he saw Shen Mo, the man immediately bowed respectfully, then took out an object wrapped in black cloth and handed it to Shen Mo. Back to the household office, Shen Mo opened. Brie is a box, open it inside, put a piece of paper. After reading it, Shen Mo revealed a cold smile. Really, these people are ruthless. The key moment to their own people are still stabbing a knife. Although it was just a piece of paper, it recorded several times Su Yuan's dealings with that so-called cult, the time and place, as well as the identities of those people, and even the hiding place of one of them. Until now Shen Mo is also tracing the matter of gunpowder, for that collusion with the cult simply did not care, was going to check the gunpowder to see if you can follow the melon, not on the gunpowder thing is also enough. But now Su Guang directly handed Shen Mo a knife specialized in stabbing Su Yuan, and I am afraid that it has been prepared for a long time. After all, Su Yuan fell, this Jinwu County is only him Su Guang a prince, even if the back again was sealed cannot compare to him. Kill people with a borrowed knife, are a group of old foxes. Shen Mo mouth hooked up a touch of playfulness. The cult that Su Yuan came into contact with was even more special, and was not judged to be a cult because it practiced evil gongs, but rather a rebel sect. The White Dragon Sect. An organization that seeks to rebel and take over the throne. It appeared when the current emperor ascended the throne, and was founded only about 30 years ago. Its founder, however, had a great deal to answer for, the elder brother of the present emperor, the fourth son of the late emperor, Su Zhe. These two were the most likely to be made emperor in the first place, and then Emperor Ren died, and it was written in his posthumous edict that he would make Su Lingtian the new emperor. While Su thought that Su Lingtian had secretly tampered with the posthumous edict, he wanted to raise his troops to seize the throne, but was suppressed by Su Lingtian first, while Su set himself on fire in his own mansion, with no corpse in sight. As a result, 3 years later emerged a White Dragon sect, everywhere flirting with the people to rebel, pulling officials, recruiting martial arts masters. The latter Su Lingtian sent a person to check, as a result, that the White Dragon sect godfather passed out a sentence to find Su Lingtian to get back what belongs to them. Immediately Su Lingtian realized what was going on and immediately ordered the White Dragon sect to be rounded up and designated as a cult. It is no wonder that Su Yuan will be so easily compelled, is his own people plus are going to rebel. It is simply a 1-2 punch. The mouse, call someone. Yes, came the mouse's voice at once from the door. Jinwu County Office. After Lu Kai was arrested by Shen Mo, the county minister is now in charge of all affairs. At this moment, Song Dong was leisurely lying on a recliner, and a maid behind him was massaging his head in a very enjoyable manner. Without Lu Kai pressuring him, Song Dong also experienced the awesome power of a county governor, and was at peace with himself. My lord, my lord. A constable came hurrying in and, what's the matter, yelling like that, out of shape? Song Dong instantly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed in dissatisfaction as he chided. The brocade guards. The jinyiwei are here. Dang. Song Dong fell directly from the recliner, his head crow's feet were askew, and he hurriedly used his hands to hold it upright, his face alarmed. What? You said the brocade guards are here. Song Dong hurriedly stumbled towards the hall. Joking, this time to come to the jinyiwei is not the previous. Did not see Lu Kai said one or the other are taken down? And hard up even their own 1,000 households are in prison. Backyard, handyman's office. An old man was trembling and cleaning the yard, his hair and beard white and, the next second a group of brocade guards rushed out, all raising their bows and crossbows at the old man. My lord, what are you doing? The old man asked with a trembling face of horror, but the next moment a foot kicked directly at the old man's back. The old man's face was shocked, and he fell to the ground with a mouthful of blood sprayed out. What's the point of pretending when so many people have arrested you? You think you're an idiot? Shenmue retracted his feet and coldly mocked. With so many people, do you really think the brocade guards are sick of raising arrows at you alone, and idiots asking more questions? The fallen old man's face reddened. I do not know whether it was flashed by Shenmue's foot or angry, but the next instant the old man drew the crutching sword from his broom and ran in the other direction. Shenmue. He knew him, and saw the fight that night. He was definitely no match for a 5th grade. Boom! Shenmue's figure suddenly appeared above the old man, a foot stepped down and stomped the old man on the ground, then with a flash of cold light, the old man's legs were chopped off, and blood flowed on the ground. Stop the bleeding and take it away. Leave a few more men behind to search it. Wiping off the blood on the knife on the old man, Shenmue said indifferently. Song Dong, who had just arrived, saw the scene of Shenmue wielding the knife, and was instantly frightened into a cold sweat, with 2 strands of war. He waited until Shenmue had led the people away before he slowed down. What a killer, those eyes are so fierce. The Royal House of Rome County. At this moment, more than 200 brocade guards are directly blocking the Rome County King's mansion. In the lobby, Su Yuan looked at everything in front of him with a gloomy face, his eyes furious and, Shenmue, what do you mean? King Rome County, you are now suspected of colluding with a cult and smuggling gunpowder, and you are therefore imprisoned. Shenmue didn't have any nonsense and said directly. Clapping his hands, the old man was brought up, gagged and, the moment he saw the old man, Su Yuan could not help but have his pupils shrink. How is that possible? He's been in contact with these people so secretly that he's only met them a dozen times in a few years. Then Shenmue had someone show 2 pieces of paper, one covered in blood, and the other given by none other than Su Guang. Oomph, can you prove it even with these papers and someone you found from nowhere? Su Yuan bit the bullet and coldly grunted. Don't worry Rome County King, how things are, the result will be out soon, but right now you can't take half a step out of the royal residence. Shenmue directly pulled out the golden dragon token to block what Su Yuan wanted to say. Rome County King, this official still advises you to stay well, don't accidentally go out of the house without authorization at that time and be killed by my brothers. How bad it is. A king's life is worth more than us reckless people, don't you think so, your majesty? Shenmue slightly smiled and bowed to Su Yuan, then turned around with a smile on his face and led the people away. Only the furious Su Yuan was left behind, letting out a roaring fury. Chapter 039, Su Yuan's Rebellion. At night, at the royal palace of Rome County. At this moment, Su Yuan's face was grim, and he was walking around in the study with his hands in the air, and there were 3 black-robed men standing respectfully beside him. Boom! Su Yuan pounded his fist on the desk, and his eyes became gloomy. Now Lingy merchant firm with those transshipment people found out, already can be openly suspected of him, plus already can be traced to the Sherman Pass side, gunpowder this thing sooner or later exposed. And the White Dragon sect, this group of trash, at the very beginning, told them to withdraw from Jinyiwei County, to go to his hidden army valley to hide, had to leave a few people saying that they were secretly observing, but also in order to prevent Su Yuan from selling them. This is good, directly by the Shenmue this guy caught, high private soldiers, smuggling gunpowder these things White Dragon sect also know, is that they put forward. All a bunch of losers. Su Yuan slapped the pen, ink, paper and inkstone on the desktop to the ground with an angry look on his face. According to his expectation at least 2 more years, but now a careless, full plate is lost. Shenmue. This king will let you die without mercy. Su Yuan's face was fierce at the moment, and his eyes were filled with gloom. Originally also said that a good deal of maneuvering to conceal the past, no real evidence, Su Lingtian is really not good on him, at most imprison him, after all, there are so many county kings as well as princes. Since it is now going to be discovered, then rebel. Sooner or later, we'll have to rebel anyway. Might as well let go now and fight for a silver lining. Then rise. Swish. Su Yuan drew out the sword next to him and chopped the desk with a sword, and said viciously. Inside the royal mansion, Su Yuan led several people quietly towards the backyard while the night was still young, each holding a long sword end. And this was taken in by a pair of eyes that, only to see Su Yuan. Several people came to a warehouse, it should be the one that the 216 ladies said, looked around a few times before going in. A figure in the air flew by, Shenmue as silent as the wind to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. The warehouse was dark, but you could still see piles of grain, as well as a couple of support pillars. Su Yuan went to the 3rd pillar will be the base of a few turns, and went to the 5th will be the pillar under the stone base of a few turns. The next moment only an opening sound was heard from the right against the wall, while on it lay several bags of grain, and removing the grain revealed a hole in the ground. Oh, trying to imprison this prince. Dreaming. Su Yuan sneered as he looked at the hole in the ground, then waited for a person to go down before drilling in and the corner of the roof. Shenmue, who saw all this in his eyes, sneered coldly, sure enough, this warehouse hides a hole in the ground. Will gunpowder hidden into the grain put into the warehouse, but also dare to let the subordinates see, shows that the natural chest transfer out, so Shenmue also did not first go to search this warehouse, is also ready to be the last clue. If we can't find out, we'll have to dig up the warehouse and find a secret passage to get something out of it. When Su Yuan's few people all went in, I don't know what they pressed underneath, the hole in the ground recovered into a floor, and it looked as if there was no problem whatsoever. Interesting. The next second Shinmore figure disappeared into the dark night. Boo! Soon the gate of the Roan County mansion was crashed open, hundreds of torches illuminated the compound, and then dispersed in all directions. Soon the Roan County mansion was noisy and restless, all the servants, maids, and a group of relatives were escorted to the compound by the brocade guards, and the Roan County princess was invited over by the scholar. The king of Roan County has fled in fear of his crime, and now you and others have been taken into custody. Princess Roan County and her relatives are temporarily imprisoned in the royal residence. Looking at the bewildered household servants in front of him, Shinmo said coldly. What? The king is fleeing from the law? Roan County princess and a host of other relatives' faces changed greatly. This is not a disguised crime. Warehouse. The scribe examines the string of organs that. Boss, this handiwork looks like the Gongsun family's organ technique. There should be a return mechanism underneath. Go and grab a few servants to head off. Scholar, you take a team and see where this passage leads. Don't scare the snakes. Yes. Early in the morning of the next day, the entire Jinwu city was directly sensationalized. The King Roan County's residence has been seized by the jinyiwei. This is a prince. Some people were especially incredulous and shocked after realizing that the one who gave the order that night was the centurion. 1,000 households. At this moment Shinmore is looking at the mute handed over the evidence of the crime. The mute went not 2 days to catch the Li Ji rice store people. The results of this behind the person is exactly Chai County magistrate, then immediately arrested the magistrate again. After some torture, the magistrate said that he had already defected to the king of Roan County, and the gunpowder was smuggled out by a biased general at the Sherman Pass, and as for the ones further up, he didn't know anymore. And because that partial general was in the army at Sherman Pass, the mute did not act rashly, but only took down the name and what had been done, and this time the evidence is basically collected almost. Shinmo smiled blandly. Just short of actually finding the gunpowder, but I guess it's getting close. Su Yuan absconded out of the place I'm afraid to go is where he hid his soldiers. Rise up and plot against the army. Once it's actually done, this doesn't even need to be checked now. All this earlier checking is just icing on the cake. Boss. Just then the scribe came in with an ugly look on his face and a couple of brothers are hurt. Hearing this, Shinmo frowned. Discovered? No. We traced our way out through the dark passage and after tracing it for a few miles other brocade guards appeared. They say that the king of Roan County is in their sights now, and they don't need us to take care of it. So there was a quarrel, and one of the other chief banners struck out and wounded some of the brothers, and I struck out afterward but was at a disadvantage, said the scholar with a face of shame. With the top quality pills under the adult, he himself is only in the middle of the 7th grade now, disgracing the face of the adult. Oh, it looks like it's the brocade guards from the capital who are tracking down the private soldiers. Shinmo smiled coldly, his eyes were flat, and his tone made the few people present chilled. They are still so rampant when they come to this official's territory, and they still want to grab the credit. I'm afraid they can't afford to take it. Mouse, call someone. He didn't care about other places. In Jinwu he still wouldn't allow the existence of someone who was even wilder than him. Shinmore. Fell Valley, a valley a dozen miles from Jinwu City, located in a mountain forest, only small paths to pass through, usually only medicine pickers go to. After a succession of medicine pickers disappeared, was found only torn clothes and aground blood, so they said that there are man-eating beasts in the forest, plus even if the hunters went in later also disappeared, so fewer and fewer people to go. The trail has been deserted. Shinmore had just led a group of people to sneak in the forest when several figures came out from the grass and trees. Didn't I tell you guys? We're taking over here, you're not needed. Don't spoil it for us. Get out of here. A chief banner frowned and said with an impatient face, his eyes full of disdain, revealing a sense of superiority all over his body. However, the 4 rats looked at the general flag in front of them revealing a touch of playfulness, their eyes full of mockery. Don't you understand human language? The chief banner immediately looked furious and said in a low voice, does it have to be a? You'll get beaten up before you leave. Don't give a, you bunch of losers. As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared in front of this chief banner in an instantaneous flash, and before he could react, he was then pinned against a tree with a hand around his neck. A chief banner is arrogant and unruly. No wonder the jinyiwei are not as good as they used to be. Shinmo looked straight at the chief flag's eyes, and the power in his hands kept increasing. Soon this chief flag was red in the face, and the power of struggle changed under they. Behind the henchmen of the brocade guards see their own adults are not defeated, hastily drew their swords, but before the next step, Shinmore's other hand turned over his hand and pressed. A pressure directly suppressed the remaining few brocade guards to the ground. The eyes of the chief flag who saw this scene widened even more. Only when he was about to be suffocated did Shinmore release his hand and throw this general flag on the ground. At once this chief flag breathed in fresh air with a big mouth, and when he came back to his senses, he immediately worshipped toward Shinmore on one knee with a horrified face. My humble servant pays his respects to Lord Hayakuto. Please forgive me, my lord. Shinmore walked past it and patted the chief banner's shoulder with one hand. You wouldn't be living as well as you are now if you weren't a jinyiwei. These words immediately caused a tremor in the heart of this chief banner. I didn't tell you before I came that the Jinwu County's brocade guards were so fierce. A pressure to suppress people, this is at least a 5th grade and he's only 100. The Valley of the Fells. There are some house buildings faintly visible in the dense forest, and at this moment, in an open field in the valley, thousands of men stood neatly, with lances in their hands, red scarves on their heads, leather armor on their bodies, and great swords at their waists, a whole army of 10,000 men. He, Su Yuan, has saved his family's money for 6 years. There are still 4 cannons. At this moment, looking at his own army on the high platform, Su Yuan's heart is once again passionate and full of ambition. If it is not exposed in advance, at least 2,000 more people in 2 years. Although there are only 10,000, he also secretly controls some small sects in Jinyiwei County, which also has about 2,000 people, plus the White Dragon sect said that once he starts a fight he will send people to help him. There is every hope of capturing Kingwood County. At this moment, Su Yuan has already fantasized about his future ambitious and domineering career. Since there's no way back, it's a dry run. Generals, arise! Su Yuan's face was serious at the moment, the long sword in his hand was raised in the air and he shouted. In a wooded area on the upper side of the valley. At this moment, several people with serious faces, everything in the valley was naturally seen. One was dressed in a red flying fish suit, 2 were in armor, and behind them stood the brocade guards and soldiers. The king of Roan County has really rebelled. Get the soldiers ready. Tisk, TSK, TSK, 10,000 people shouting out the breath of 100,000 people. No wonder they fooled themselves. Suddenly a teasing voice came from behind and the red-robed Xianhu and the 2 generals immediately changed their faces. Someone had circled around behind them without actually noticing it. Turning instantly, his eyes looked around warily. Who? The next second Shenmue walked out from behind a tree, face playful. 040. Suppression. Where are you, a centurion? Seeing the visitor, Li Nianqian didn't let his guard down and asked seriously. The 2 general-like men next to him also looked on guard, and secretly their internal energy gathered. At the same time the surrounding brocade guards quickly drew their swords and stood by, and part of them also brought their bows and crossbows, all aimed at Shenmue. The next second Shenmue behind dozens of brocade guards similarly rushed out, bows and crossbows against each other. Sanxi County's 100 households, Shenmue, is hereby authorized by the Emperor to investigate the case of King Roan County's smuggling of gunpowder and collusion with a cult. Shenmue smiled faintly, his backhand flashed, and the golden dragon token appeared. You're Shenmue. Obviously, Li Nianqian and a few others also knew about this matter, but a flash of astonishment flashed through the eyes of several people. Shenmue was too young. But it was this young man who could silently appear behind them, leaving a 3rd grade and 2 5th grades undetected. With a deep look at Shenmue, Li Nianqian then asked the others to put down their weapons and, what are you doing here if you're not working on your case? Li Nianqian frowned and, come to arrest the prisoner, King Su Yuan of Roan County. Li Nianqian immediately did not have the good taste to sneer, really cannot see the situation, now people Su Yuan are revolting, just with a few dozen people want to arrest people. It so happened that at that moment a soldier came hurrying up, half kneeling in the report general, the rebels are coming to the mouth of the valley. Good, get the soldiers ready to crush the rebels in one fell swoop. The old general, who had been silent beside him, spoke at once, in a tone roughly tinged with firmness, and, after saying this, Wei Xiang gazed at Li Nianqian, Li Qianhu, those martial arts experts, it's up to you guys to take action. No problem. Li Nianqian opened his mouth and responded. Kid, since you're here come along too. Wei Xiang's gaze looked at Shenmue again and said indifferently. Naturally, Shenmue said lightly. The mouth of the Fell Valley. Su Yuan was riding on a horse at the moment, followed by 10,000 troops behind him, and surrounded by a dozen or so people dressed as Jianghu martial artists. Your Majesty, something's wrong. At this moment, a middle-aged man frowned and looked at the surrounding mountains and forests and said seriously. It's so quiet. Oh, I'm afraid that nephew of mine sent someone to ambush him long ago. Su Yuan sneered and waved his hand directly. The army immediately stood on guard, and 4 cannons were pushed up behind him. Give the king a few blasts all around. However, just as the words fell, tens of thousands of arrows pierced through the dense forest, followed by the shaking of the military flags on both sides of the mountains and forests, the bow and arrow. Your Majesty, be careful. Su Yuan next to a dozen or so Jianghu martial artists have shot immediately blocked the arrows, behind the soldiers are also immediately dodge, but there is still a part of the shot. Immediately after the sound of rushing and killing resounded in the sky and earth, and soldiers kept rushing out from both sides of the valley and forest, and instantly fought with the rebels. Su Yuan who was escorted by a dozen or so people, but instead of being surprised, but his face was calm, without the kind of excitement that he had before. Good to see you again, King Wing. Just then a playful voice came from one side, only to see Shenmue standing on a huge rock with a smile on his face. On the other side were Li Nianqian and the others, while those brocade guards also went down to deal with those martial artists. Shenmue. Seeing the visitor, Su Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous hatred and, kill him for me. Su Yuan shouted angrily at a few people beside him. The next moment 3 men and 1 woman killed towards Shenmue, and a few people attacked from Li Nianqian's side. While everyone was fighting, Su Yuan looked at the two sides of the valley with a maniacal smile and ran to a certain place without moving. In front of Shenmue, a man was hunched over, his hair and beard were white, his face was withered and wrinkled, his eyes were filled with grimness, and his body was covered with bottles and jars. The other held twin swords and had a fierce face, with a ring scar on top of his bald head, and a string of Buddha beads around his neck, while the other was a scholarly-looking man, holding an iron fan, and the last woman, with half of her face disfigured, and a pair of palm nails 3 or 4 inches long. The four people's internal power erupted, and all of them were in the late 4th grade. On the other side of Li Nianxian, Wei Xiang, several people are also facing 4 or 5 products. Feel Shenmo's breath over the face cannot help but sink, this time suffered. Actually there are still 4 products, but also are the late stage. Even if Shenmue was more powerful than an unusual 100 households, but looking at his age, he was at most a 5th rank. Trouble. It can only be solved quickly. Li Nianxian's eyes were ruthless as his cultivation at the early 3rd rank erupted, directly killing a 5th rank with a single palm strike. Interesting, 4 4th grades. Still really looking up to this official. Shenmue smiled faintly and, Lord Shen is a top-tier heavenly pride, stepping into the 3rd rank at a young age. We naturally should not be underestimated. The rickety old man sneered. What a nag. The sword-wielding monk shouted and instantly slashed at Shenmue. Shenmue sidestepped and dodged, and the big tree behind him was directly split by the knife chi, and then 2 fingers clamped. At once the monk felt as if his blade was being pressed down by a heavy mountain, and hastened to slash out with his other blade. In the next second, the Xian Yuan heavenly deity was released, directly shocking the sword away from him. Just at this time an iron fan flying attacked, Shenmue leaned back to avoid the iron fan against the face. At the same time that old man sprinkled out a handful of powder and Shenmue's eyes condensed, one hand against the flying iron fan in the air to suck, then flipped back, the same time 1 foot backward sliding, a palm slap to disperse the powder. The stained ground, grass and trees corroded in an instant. Before he could stand, a pair of sharp claws came straight at his face. Seeing this scene the 4 of them looked happy, but in the next second their faces changed drastically, only to see a flash of cold light in Shenmue's eyes, a fist blasted out, and the internal force surged out. A pair of fingernails that could break iron were broken, and before the woman could react, Shenmue chopped off one of the woman's arms with a hand knife, and then kicked her off. Monk hastily again double knife chopping to interrupt Shenmue, the knife chi lingering, knife wind whistling. Swish! Shenmue chopped out horizontally, and the blades were opposite each other, and there was a burst of sparks. The huge force recoiled inside the monk, and directly a mouthful of blood sprayed out. How can it be? You're so strong. The monk looked at Shenmue in disbelief and, is this still the 3rd grade? At this time, a figure from behind stabbed towards Shenmue's back. In an instant Shenmue held the knife in one hand, the other hand to the back of a condensation, internal force cohesion, gusts of wind convergence, the formation of a astral barrier. The scholar's iron fan cannot enter again by inches. Not even capable of killing people. You deserve to be called a martial artist. Shenmue suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes were cold, his tone was full of cold, killing intent, and dragon tiger power. Shenmue suddenly tendons and bones exploded, an invisible airwave swept out from itself. The monk, the scholar was directly lifted off the ground, and the old man's secret poisonous needles were also blown back. There was also a direct blast in the air. The next second Shenmue instantly flashed to the sky above the scholar, a heavy footstep down, directly stepping off the spine of the scholar. Then a palm blasted out at the falling monk. The wind condensed into the shape of a tiger, and the gale roared with fury. The whole person was directly strangled by the astral wind. Flesh and blood. Seeing that the situation has instantly reversed for the worse, the old man leaves the woman and tries to run away. Boom! Shenmue stepped out, the boulder under his feet directly cracked and shattered, leaped up, and the embroidered spring sword chopped down. A curved moon in midair shook everyone around, the blade energy was rampant, and the ground was scratched with countless sharp marks. Seeing the scene of Li Nianxian pupils shrinking, face shocked, almost directly broken defense, this is 100 households? 3rd grade internal breath. How is this possible? A few meters of blade march remained on the ground as the blade chopped down, and the old man was directly split in 2. Of the 4, you're the worst. Shenmue said with a disgusted look on his face, then he turned around and walked towards the woman on the ground. Wait! Before the woman could open her mouth, a knife cut out, and a human head fell to the ground. On the other side 3 late 4th grades surrounded Li Nianxian, but Li Nianxian was not as easy as Shenmue, just fighting back and forth. But the next moment, a person's heart tightened greatly, the back straight cold air, a cool air straight to the sky. Just looked back, then saw a flashing cold light of the embroidered spring knife chopped down, caught off guard, a knife 2 abs. Seeing Shenmue, who was covered in blood, the other 2 were chilled to the bone and turned around in a hurry to run. Kill! Shenmue gave a cold voice and chased after him with his sword, with a murderous aura. What a heavy killing aura! Li Nianxian's face was shocked, and he also hurriedly chased after him. At the same time the rebels gradually subsided under the siege of 30,000 troops, and the mouth of the valley was strewn with corpses, mutilated limbs, and Just as Shenmore killed the last martial artist, Su Yuan suddenly shouted from the mountains and forests. Shenmore, I want you all to be buried with me today. A hillside Su Yuan at the moment holding up a torch, holding a fuse in his hand directly lit. From the moment he was forced to come to this valley, Su Yuan knew that he had failed, and that he might not even be able to get out of the valley. As early as a few years ago Su Yuan had buried gunpowder in the valley, preventing himself from dying a sensational death if he ever lost. Now it's really working. Ha ha ha, 5 years of scheming and in the end it's all in vain. It's fate. Su Yuan looked at the rapidly burning fuse and laughed maniacally, undaunted. Withdraw. All troops retreat. Wei Xiang, who saw this scene, immediately changed his color and hurriedly shouted. Once this valley collapses, the entire army could be buried alive. Lin Yanqian and the others were all wide-eyed and horrified, so they hurriedly retreated towards the entrance of the valley. Even those rebels who heard it scrambled madly toward the mouth of the valley, scattering like birds and beasts. All of you give this king a burial. Standing on the hillside, seeing a mess of confusion and panic below, Su Yuan let out a loud laugh, and, Boss, move. At this moment all covered in blood red a few people shouted to Shenmore anxiously. This is gunpowder all over the valley, even a first-rate expert would have to die if he came. However, Shenmore sucked at the battlefield in the air, a bow and arrow, 2 arrows held in his hands. And then the arrows. And the bow was drawn. Lin Yanqian and the others who looked back and saw this scene were horrified. Is this Shenmore crazy? Not running and thinking about shooting Su Yuan. There's a difference of more than 500 paces between the two. Ha 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 ha, Shenmore, this is where the king is, come and get it. Su Yuan also revealed a scoff and put his hands behind his back. System, add some sight. Add some archery. In an instant Shenmore's eyes flashed a golden light, his eyes became deeper and darker, and at the same time countless arrow techniques flooded into his brain. The heavenly eye of archery. Meticulously detailed within 1,000 meters. Master archery. Swish. With a cracking sound, the arrow cuts through the sky. An arrow passed through Su Yuan's ear and plunged straight into the fuse behind him, cutting off the burning fuse. Master archery. Lin Yanqian and Wei Xiang all changed their faces, incredulous and shocked. 1,000-meter patriarchs, 500 masters. Advanced martial artists could naturally shoot arrows hundreds of meters, but they could only do so with no accuracy. How? Shenmore. Su Yuan's face also instantly stagnant, but instantly after the eyes filled with hatred, resentment, grabbed the remaining fuse and want to light up again. However, Shenmo did not panic and once again knocked his arrow, and once again shot an arrow. Su Yuan let out a scream as his own hands were pierced through by an arrow. At this moment, Lin Yanqian, Wei Xiang, and the scholar all froze in their tracks. The double arrow sets the danger. Where on earth did this demon come out from? Lin Yanqian racked his brain and did not come up with any information about this person, Shenmore. Quickly reacting, Wei Xiang and the others immediately led their troops to suppress the rebels. On the hillside, at this moment, Su Yuan was kneeling on the ground, his hands were pierced by an arrow, blood was flowing, his face was filled with pain, but he smiled bitterly. It's a shame that it's all over. Su Yuan looked at Shenmo, who was walking slowly, and laughed. I'm still too quick and stupid. Everything is not. Shenmo looked at the disheveled middle-aged man in front of him and said indifferently, You just lost. Hearing Shenmore's words, Su Yuan revealed a smile. Yeah, I lost. 041 Chapter Wujing Stormclouds, promoted to 1,000 households. Wujing, the Imperial Palace. Greetings, Your Majesty. Su Ling Tian's face was majestic, wearing a dragon robe sitting on the dragon chair, and the 100 officials under the steps kowtowed. Be excused. Su Ling Tian said indifferently. Your Majesty, the King of Rong County has mutinied and has been taken down, as well as the brocade guards have found out that he is smuggling gunpowder and colluding with evil cults. Please let Your Majesty make a decision. The ministers had just stood up when Lu Gang, the commander of the brocade guards, stood out and respectfully said. When these words came out, at once, some ministers present had a big change in color. Some people who knew in advance had a bland face at the moment, but their eyes were secretly observing Su Ling Tian's complexion. Decree, stripped of the title of King Rong County, relegated to the common people, his family is the same, all the family property confiscated, escorted to the Wujing by the brocade guards to look after. The rest of the people involved will be dealt with severely. Su Ling Tian, who had already known about it, immediately ordered. In addition this case process, the Sangxi County 100 household Shenmore outstanding talent, excellent performance, strong martial arts, a person to suppress a number of 4th grade masters, coupled with the original Jinwu County 1,000 households Tang Jun mutiny arrested, specially promoted to the Jinwu County 1,000 households. He is hereby promoted to the rank of 1,000 household of Jinwu County. He is bestowed with a 100 forged embroidered spring sword and a scarlet and purple python brocade robe. A bottle of 3rd grade Dragon Tiger Dan, a 2nd grade technique, 1,000 taels of gold, a wind chaser colt, and the rest of the meritorious ones will be rewarded according to their merits. This time all the ministers were horrified, and whispered, Where did this Shenmore come from? Actually directly from 100 households to 1,000 households, and was also rewarded with a scarlet-purple python brocade robe. This is something that can only be worn by the level of a Zhenfu envoy. The third-grade dragon Tiger Dan, which could only be taken by a third-grade expert, could allow a third grade to directly break through a realm, which could be considered very precious, not to mention the second-grade technique. On the side of the civil officials among the ministers, Taifu Jiang Yuna frowned. How do I feel that I have heard of this person's name? The fifth order of the Imperial Master was old and calm, as if it had nothing to do with him, but a flash of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. And the Secretary of the Ministry of Rights, Wang Zhuan, flashed a cold light in his eyes. Before the Chanshan silver is this Shen more broken, causing him and the third prince to be punished, and now actually are promoted to 1,000 households. Hiss, what kind of person is this Shen more? One step to heaven. One person suppressing several fourth-grade experts, at least a third-grade martial artist. When did the brocade guards come up with such a person? That chief banner who massacred the Zhu family in Xinjiang County not long ago. Less than 30, I hear. It is said that the Changshan official silver case was also solved by it. Going to Tsanxi County to provide disaster relief was accomplished in less than 10 days with a thunderbolt. Said to be a man of ruthless means. A third grade in his 20s. A demon. Hiss. It's only been a few months, hasn't it? From a general banner to 1,000 households. This can't be His Majesty. One of the officers instantly dared to say no more. On the side of the military generals, when he heard the two words Shenmore, Shen Boshan's pupils instantly shrank and his face changed. However, hearing what outstanding talent, a person to suppress a number of fourth-ranking experts, Jinwu County, third-ranking experts, immediately calmed down the face of the. It's true. How could it be that kid? It's just a rename. Doesn't he know what his own grandson is like? Since Shen Badian sent Shen More to Qingyang County, he stopped paying attention to it. Firstly, he arranged for Bai Luyu to secretly protect it, and secondly, he avoided being noticed by other people and taking advantage of it. However, when he heard that Shen More also came from Qingyang County, Shen Boshan's heart once again became suspicious. Who the hell is this Shen More? Marquis Zhaowu, it looks like your record has been broken. A third grade in his 20s. Impressive. Next to him, Marquis of Righteousness Ji Tiannan laughed. Hearing Ji Tiannan's voice, a valiant woman in front of her, with her hair bound by a red rope and clad in a red martial arts robe, looked back and faintly said, since ancient times, heroes come out of youths, the latter waves push forward the former waves. De Wu is naturally happy to have one more talented person this Marquis. Haningqi's face was stunning, his eyes gleaming, and he carried the mighty style of a military general. A third grade in his 20s. This is going to be famous. Ding Yuan candidate Zhou Kong Nian sighed with emotion, wanting to think that when he was in his 20s he was only in the late 7th grade, even now he is only in the 4th grade consummation. It is really the front wave that shoots the death on the beach. In addition to the civil officials and military generals, on the other side of the room there were a group of princes and several princes. King Ning Suyu squinted his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking about, and King Qi Suhi and King Zhao Sujing looked at Su Ling Tian with serious faces. The others didn't know the identity of the Shen More. Did they still not know? What does His Majesty think? Doesn't this make the Shen family stronger? Behind the prince, at this moment, several princes have different minds, but they all have one goal, if we pull this one in, we'll be one step closer to that position. A county 1,000, a third-grade master. A demon in his 20s. Thinking of this, some of the royals were gradually getting hot inside. Su Ling Tian on the dragon chair will see all the performance of the following ministers in his eyes, his face is calm. Only who knows how horrified he was inside when he first saw this intelligence. In a few months' time, he had become a third-grade expert. Was the strength gradually revealed, or was it a strange encounter? Coupled with Shen More's acting style, thus Su Ling Tian began to have a bold idea. The road I paved for you, don't let me down, Shen More. Su Ling Tian's gaze looked out of the hall door, a stern light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Soon less than 30 of the third-grade experts, the jinyiwei Tianzhou as Jinwu County 1,000 households of the news spread out, attracted a riot in the Jianghu. Listen to Sword Mountain. Looking at the message in his hand, the middle-aged man let out a long breath, and next to him stood a lovely and well-behaved woman, only at the moment with a scared face. Are you sure it's him, Mushu? Bai Zhanfeng asked as his gaze looked at his daughter next to him. I definitely won't misremember this name, father, and senior sister Su Xian who escaped back just said that he's in Jinwu County. Bai Mu Shui said with a palpitating heart. It's really what you guys said, fortunately we were quick to make amends. Bai Zhanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, as soon as Bai Mu Shui and the girls came back and said that, along with that pattern, he immediately sent it over, as requested. Thinking of this, Bai Zhanfeng smiled bitterly, did not think he would one day be scared by a junior, old In a gloomy mountain forest, a group of people gathered together, all with dry and wrinkled skin, sharp teeth, and bloodshot eyes, and a black-robed man at the very top cleaved a big tree next to him with a palm, and, Shen More, this father is going to kill you. Oh, the court is really shameless, it dares to say anything, a third rank in his 20s? Ha! On a cliff, a woman listened to the news reported by the disciple behind her with a cold smile and a sneer on her face. Shen More. Killing my fish gang disciples. Looking for death. Even if you're really a third grade, I'll still want you in pieces. On a piece of river, a small boat traveling alone, a white-clothed young man holding a folding fan, the appearance of a fluttering gentleman, the Shen-mo? Such a heavenly pride should join our sect. A smile appeared at the corner of the white-clothed male's mouth. Humph, a third grade in his 20s? I'd like to learn if it's true. In a teahouse, a young man wearing a bucket hat, listening to the voices around him, placed his teacup heavily on the table, smiled coldly, turned around and left, and, Sanshi County, at this moment, in a secluded valley, a large red sedan chair was carried by several human and rat-headed creatures through the dense forest, with a black and white figure in front of it leading the way. Holy maiden, Shen-mo has become 1,000 household of Jinwu County. A maid with a red umbrella whispered from the side of the sedan chair. Send someone to keep an eye on him, and report any news of him to me. A cold voice came out. Yes. The back garden, even in the fall, still has a variety of flowers open in 1,000 different ways, pleasing to the eye. I heard the people from the Qintian supervisor say that it's going to snow this year. A lively voice rang out. We'll be able to enjoy the snow then. A quirky-looking woman giggled. It's so fast, there are still a few months to go before the new year. Another woman in a long green-colored dress, gentle and clear, exclaimed. Hey, have you guys heard about that heavenly pride more in the past few days? A 20-something-year-old third-grade expert. Hey, even Imperial Brother and the others are far behind. It's now said that he's the #1 person in the younger generation of Dawu. The quaint woman suddenly raised, full of interest, Speaking of which, it's only one word away from that brother Nan Feng. The other woman, who looked churlish and gentle, said softly, Humph, how does he deserve to be compared to others as a dude? Hearing the mention of that person, a flash of disgust flashed through the eyes of the cold and noble woman in the lead, and she said coldly. And the cool woman who was said next to her also smiled faintly, her tone light. Him, no way. Jinwu County, 1,000 households. At this moment, there are rows and rows of brocade guards standing on both sides of the gate, all fully loaded and ready to go, with serious and majestic faces. In the middle of the road, 3 eunuchs respectfully held up 3 wooden trays, and in the very center was placed a set of mighty and domineering scarlet and purple python brocade robes, and the cape of the 1,000 households, with the seal of the 1,000 households next to it. Shinmore walked step by step, his right hand placed on the clothes and gently touched them. The corner of his mouth showed a smile. The next second the cloak is picked up and draped against the wind. Greetings, Cheeto. Congratulations, Cheeto. In an instant all the brocade guards all knelt down on one knee with their swords, and shouted in unison. From today, Jinwu's only surname is Shen. Shen-mo drew out the 100-forged embroidered spring knife, a flash of light in his eyes, his face indifferent. Chapter 042, Taking Charge of Jinwu. Cloud Cliff Cave, located in Jinwu Cloud Cliff County. All the people inside are Taoist priests, a first-rate force in the Jianghu Lake, with a first-rate old Taoist priest sitting in the town. At this moment in a cave, simple and plain, only a table, a stone statue, on the table placed an incense burner, a white-haired old Taoist in the cave is meditating with his eyes closed. Just then, another white-haired old Taoist walked in first, bowing to the meditating old Taoist. Master, the new 1,000 household of Jinwu County has ordered that the leaders of the Jianghu forces of the entire Jinwu County of 6th rank and above must make a trip to the 1,000 household office in 3 days, or else they will suffer the consequences. Cloud Cliff Cave Master Qingfeng said with a respectful face at this moment. On the stone sitting, the old Taoist slowly opened his eyes and, it's a blessing that can't be avoided. Everything has its own heavenly will. Go on. Yun Kongzi slowly spoke, his voice deepened. Yes, Master. Willow Hill. A middle-aged man is hovering by the water pond at the moment, with an elegant face, dressed in white, except that at the moment he has a sad face. It's really just a new officer. LOL. The Moving Mountain sect, famous in the Jianghu by a pair of moving mountain fists. Boo! A few people gathered in the lobby. A big burly man slapped his hand on the table and stood up directly in anger and, this Shinmore has a big mouth. If you don't come, you'll suffer the consequences. He really thinks that he can control the whole county just because he's a county commander. Lu Jingyue said angrily. This Jianghu of Jinwu is not for a brat like him to say. Hee, the brat you're talking about is a hallowed third-grade expert. I'm sure you wouldn't have never heard of the fight that night. Opposite Wang Shi sneered, sipping the tea in his hand and, alright, let's go and see what this one wants first. Patriarch Wu Chang finally spoke, raising his hand to stop the two. Resistance? Who doesn't want to resist? But when you think of Shinmore's strength of 3 grades, forget it. Hold back for a while, and take a step back. Let's see the attitudes of the Cloud Cliff Cave and the Jade Sword sect when the time comes. 1 first-rate and 1 second-rate power. A high mountain in Sanshan County, with dense forests and steep mountains, on top of which a sect was situated. Sanshan clan, who walks the rivers and lakes with a hand of fierce cleaver technique and Songyun leg technique. Humph, what Jinwu Qianhu, but just a yellow mouth. 3rd rank, it's not like I don't have one in Sanshan. Sect Master Huang Chuanjin was dressed in a black and white patterned martial arts robe with a goatee, his eyes were narrow and long, full of disdain and mockery, and his temples were gray and white. Hee, sect master, I can see that it's possible to make a trip. Shinmore, should be trying to give us a downward spiral, it just so happens that we can too. On the other side, Grand Elder Ji Buchang stroked his 8-character beard and smiled meaningfully. Sect master, you can also take this opportunity to not only make a name for the Tsangshan sect, but also to let the entire Jinwu County instantly know that our Tsangshan sect is also a second-ranking power. Second Elder Su Yuan also nodded in agreement. Good. Let's go and meet this Shinmore. Hearing what his own family member said, Huang Chuanjin couldn't help but say with confidence as the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Jade Sword Sect, the second largest Jianghu force in Jinwu County, the door is full of women, except that the disciples rarely walk in the Jianghu. Master. On a mountain cliff, only one maple tree stood welcomingly in the deep fall, and under the tree stood a woman, in a palace dress, with her long hair up, inserting a wooden hairpin, and holding a green sword in her right hand, with a lingering charm. A woman wearing a blue cloud-patterned martial arts robe clasped her sword at the woman, with a cold face and a tall and delicate figure. I already know, no need to care. Before the woman opened her mouth, the woman said faintly that, yes, even the last 1,000 household Tang Jun did not dare to provoke them Jade Sword Sect, because it's know the strength of the Jade Sword Sect. Shin-mo, just a frog in the well. The woman looked at the cloudy scenery in front of her, a flash of sarcasm in her eyes. 1,000 households. At this moment, the backyard is filled with several tables of wine and food, while sitting on the tables are some of the important officials of Jinwu County. All of them are terrified and uneasy, and from time to time, their eyes look at a figure, and on the two sides of the backyard stand rows and rows of brocade guards. The table at the very front, only 3 people are seated. One person has a tough face and wears cloth armor. It is the other general who suppressed the rebels and followed Wei Xiang that day, Jinwu County Lieutenant Cheng Jun. Another person in a purple official robe, chest cloud goose figure, more than 50 years old, sideburns gray, a pair of small eyes, to Shinmore non-stop smile. It is the court's newly sent county guard Guan Shoshing. What does Shin Hu mean by this? Cheng Jun looked at the wine and food in front of him with a flat face and said lightly. In the middle of the two, Shinmore was dressed in scarlet and purple python brocade clothes, smiling and playing with the wine cup in his hand. What can it mean for this Chitos to be newly appointed, and naturally invite all the lords to gather? Shinmo smiled faintly and said with a gentle face, I'll eat. Why are you looking at this official? Shinmore looked at the group of officials who did not dare to move their chopsticks and immediately reminded. At once all the officials immediately moved their chopsticks and buried their heads in their food, not daring to raise their heads again in the least, as if they had been starving for days, and Shinhushin, the city defense army, the county guards, and the brocade guards have always been well watered, each minding their own business, and there are some things that are better left untouched, lest they draw fire. Cheng Jun's gaze met Shinmo and said seriously. Shinmo invited them over, what mind everyone could see at a glance. What do you say, Sheriff Guan? Cheng Jun's gaze turned to Guan Shoshing and, at this moment, Guan Shoshing had a blank look on his face, and looked at Sung Jun as he asked himself to stammer and open his mouth. Ah, Captain Chang has a point, this. We have to find the key to the problem first. This key main. We have to understand this main contradiction first. Looking at Guan Shoshing's answer, Cheng Jun immediately grimaced. Since Captain Chang has been straightforward, I'll be straightforward as well. Normally you do what you want, but when the brocade guards are on the job, this official hopes that all can cooperate so that everyone is happy. This official doesn't want anyone to play dirty tricks in private, and if anyone dares to make this official feel bad, then this official will make his whole family feel bad. In a word, the brocade guards are honored. Who has an opinion? Boo! The wine cup was placed heavily on the table, and all the officials suddenly trembled, and they all stopped and Shinmo stood up and swept his gaze across the room, his face indifferent. You! Cheng Jun's face was gloomy, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the past, the three had always looked after each other, now Shinmo actually wanted to break this balance and override the remaining two. If we really let him succeed, this Jinwu won't be his call from now on. Shinmore, do you realize what you're saying? You are seeking power. Great treason. What do you want? Sung Jun stood up and angrily rebuked. Looking at the confrontational two, Guan Shoshing silently continued to sit and eat. What? Sung Jun, think you have something to fall back on just because you have more than 2,000 men in your hands? Shinmo's eyes slightly narrowed. The internal force pressure directly exerted pressure on Cheng Jun, immediately caused his face to change. His face reddened. Jinyiwei, as the Prince of Heaven's own army, is there a problem with this official's request? You guys say there's a problem? Shinmo looked at the crowd of obsequious officials and asked in a cold voice. Nope. No. Everyone's shaking their heads like crazy. It can't be helped. The dishonest ones are already in jail. Sung Jun, how many Jinyiwei men do you think you have in your barracks? Shinmo suddenly looked at Cheng Jun with a playful face, and the latter's pupils could not help but shrink. The next second Shinmore walked to Cheng Jun. Cheng Jun wanted to retreat but was deadlocked by the internal power pressure. Only to see Shinmo wiping the ash on his shoulder for Cheng Jun with a smile on his face. There's an old saying that those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. It didn't make Captain Sun do anything, did it? And with Jinwu stabilized, Captain Cheng can also spend more time with his own family, isn't that right? Captain Cheng's daughter was just born and is very well behaved, don't you want to see more of her? With Shinmo's words ringing in his ears, Chung Jun instantly trembled, not knowing whether he was angry or afraid. A pair of eyes stared angrily at Shinmo. If you dare to touch them, I'll die with you. Don't worry, this official's sword doesn't cut down the old and the young. Think about it, Captain Sung. Shinmo patted Chung Jun on the shoulder and left, his eyes looking at Guan Shoshing as he left. Seeing Shinmo look, Guan Shoshing immediately withdrew his gaze to eat a large mouthful of meat. It's a smart guy. All of you, let your lords eat and drink well, and don't say that we, the brocade guards, didn't entertain the others. As Shinmo's voice fell, a neat voice immediately rang out, yes. Only after looking at Shinmo's departing back did Guan Shoshing let out a long sigh. I heard about this Shinshindu's ruthlessness before I came here, and now I've seen it. Eyes to look at sitting in the chair silent Chung Jun, slightly shook his head. This Jinwu in the future is considered to be really as the brocade guards are honored. A cup of wine is a cup of power. 3 days later, many Jianghu people appeared in the city of Jinwu County, but all of them were honest, even if there were disputes they didn't dare to fight. Hee, it looks like our new 1,000 household has a lot of prestige. Ji Buchang, who saw this scene on the street, sneered. Just scared by that fight not long ago, Huang Chuanjin sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. The 1,000 households compound. When Huang Chuanjin 2 people arrived, the 2 sides of the seats have been sitting dozens of people, the foremost are also acquaintances they know. Wu Chang, master of the Moving Mountain sect, Lu Chaiyang, master of the Willow Leaf Villa, and even Taoist master Qingfeng, master of the Cloud Cliff Cave, had come. In the middle of the hall, inserted a pillar of incense, Huang Chuanjin 2 people arrived just burned out. Just in time, both of you. An indifferent voice suddenly rang out, only to see a young man dressed in a scarlet-purple python brocade robe walk out from the back of the hall, with a handsome appearance and a smile on his face, but his body reveals an eerie coldness that can't help but send chills down the spine of the heart. Shinmo took a direct step to sit on the upper seat. Behind him stood the 4 people of Mouse. At the same time the brocade guards sprang up instantly around the hall, and stood in all directions. All of a sudden, the faces of the leaders of the major rivers and lakes forces sank, and their eyes became alert. Lord Shin, what is the meaning of this? Seeing this scene, Huang Chuanjin instantly felt happy in his heart. It was a good time to establish authority, and he hurriedly asked in a cold voice, we came here in the spirit of trusting you, Lord Shin, do you not want to kill us all in one fell swoop? As soon as these words came out, some people couldn't sit still. They all looked at Shinmo with stern and ferocious eyes and took out their weapons. Late to the party, with the most to do. Did this officer ask you to speak? Shinmo looked at the 2 Huang Chuanjin with a flat face, and his tone was icy cold. Humph, Shinmo. I'll give you face and call you Lord Shin, but if I don't you're nothing. How dare a yellow-lipped child flaunt his power? Huang Chuanjin didn't avoid it, and directly cursed angrily. Directly let Lu Chaiyang, Wu Chang several people face shocked. This buddy before so fierce? Looking at the surrounding gazes of shocked admiration, Huang Chuanjin was instantly pleased. However, the next second a figure clawed and grabbed at the wind. So fast. Huang Chuanjin's pupils shrunk, immediately lifted his leg and kicked out, with ferocious power and the sound of the wind. Ka-ching! A claw directly tore through its astral aura, grasping and shattering the bones of its lower leg. Then the other hand blew off its leg with a punch. Ah! Reacting to this, Huang Chuanjin immediately let out a miserable scream, and at the same time, his internal force erupted away, trying to shake Shinmo away from him. The 2nd grade. This Huang Chuanjin has broken through to the 2nd grade. No wonder it's so wild. Lu Chaoyang's few people immediately had their minds moved and watched. In the internal power pressure, Shinmo was not affected in the slightest, and his own pressure directly resisted the past. Then a claw grabbed Huang Chuanjin's head, the finger force was deep, the head was directly poked a few bloody holes, blood all over the face. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Shinmo pierced through his chest with one hand, and the bloody hand drilled behind him was still holding a heart. Pinched burst the heart, threw the body of Huang Chuanjin to one side, took the white handkerchief handed by the mouse and wiped the blood on his hand. Shinmo gazed at all the people. It's okay, just ran over a bug. Stepping on the bloody handkerchief that was thrown to the ground and sitting back in his seat, Shinmo directly and coldly opened his mouth and said, from now on, all Jianghu forces in Jinwu will have to pay a tax, per head, 1 person, 1 tael. In addition, whoever dares to cause trouble under this official's watch and act in defiance of the law, this official will surely make your entire clan beg for life and death. In Jinwu, my rules are the rules. Is that clear? Who's in favor and who's against? Shinmo's icy words fell. A group of power leaders looked at the dead Huang Chuanjin on the ground. For a time they were all silent, did not dare to open their mouths. Even Lu Chaoyang several people at this time was also subdued by Shinmo's thunderous tactics. This is the 2nd grade. He was killed by a few moves like this? No voice means no opinion, and this officer appreciates your attitude. Now then, let the scrubbing begin. Shinmo's icy voice sounded again. Chapter 043, Scarlet Jinwu, Jade-Faced Yanluo. Outside the gates of the Chitos, A group of people stood in the street in bewilderment. The rarely come in and then just come out? Lu Chaoyang turned back and looked at the three words Chados on the gate and said in a trance, "Guys, did you really agree with what that man said?" Wu Chang, who had returned to his senses, said with an ugly face at this time, "In all the years that De Wu has been around, we've never seen a Jianghu sect pay taxes to the court. The court wouldn't dare to do it the hard way. Now it's just a matter of being scared and agreeing?" Wu Chang looked at the crowd and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid that Huang Chuanjin is just a fake second grade. Watery, do you guys feel like second grade strength?" For a while some people looked uncertain and reacted thinking that Wu Chang had a point. After glancing at Wu Chang, and then at the door of the brocade guards behind him, Taoist Master Qingfeng and Lu Chaoyang directly turned around and left. It's not such a rush to find death, to conspire in front of others. Thousand Household Hall. Shenmore leisurely sat on the upper seat, drinking tea in his hand. The following Ji Bochang was kneeling in front of Shenmore, covered in blood, with both fingers mutilated, his back full of whip marks, his head cloaked and trembling. In his heart, he now hates this dog Huang Chuanjin. What do you mean by water goods? He has been victimized by him. Boss, in addition to this Tsangshan sect, there is also a Jade Sword sect come or not coming, as well as there are 7 other sects that are not coming, all of which are affiliated with the Jade Sword sect. Then, kill it. Shen Mo put down the teacup in his hand and revealed a smile. The night was dark and cloudy, with no stars or moon in sight. By a mountain gate, 4 disciples wearing green and white robes and holding long swords were sleeping, yawning from time to time. The next second a cold light flashed behind the 4 people, a knife-sealed throat, wanted to make a sound mouth but was dead covered, and finally died in peace. Immediately followed by countless black shadows sneaking into the mountain gate. Inside the house, second elder Su Yuan was looking at the affairs of the gate when he suddenly felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. What's going on? Su Yuan frowned and, can't it be that something has happened to the sect master and the others? I should be overthinking it, the sect master is already second grade, how could something happen to him? Su Yuan then shook his head with a smile. Out of the water. Put out the fire. Someone broke in. The brocade guards. It's the brocade guards. The jinyiwei are killing us. There was a sudden clamor outside, accompanied by the sound of weapons, and Su Yuan's face instantly changed. Open the door and go see what's going on. The moment he opened the door a foot came in his face, Su Yuan didn't react and was kicked in the abdomen. The tremendous force made him feel his internal organs damaged and his bones broken, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Then a knife flew between the doorway, directly penetrating Su Yuan's chest and nailing him to the wall behind him. The wall Su Yuan eyes wide, dead look at the door, to death seemed to want to see clearly who it is. A gust of wind blew, and the door of the house opened, revealing a figure with a purple python pattern printed on his clothes, raising his hand in the air and sucking it back to retrieve the embroidered spring sword and turning to leave. At this moment, the entire Tsangshan gate is brightly lit, illuminating the darkness, and the gate is in chaos, with corpses and blood splattered everywhere. There are brocade guards on the heights shooting with bows and crossbows, and there are brocade guards on the ground clearing up the remnants of the. In the elders' room, a dozen elders died tragically in the room, their heads falling to the ground. Boss, basically cleaned up, still captured dozens of disciples, what to do with them? Send them to their masters and brothers as a good deed. An open space, Shenmore wiped the embroidered spring knife on the body in front of him and wiped the blood, his tone was cold. Take everything of value and burn the rest in a fire. Yes. The Jade Sword sect is located in a valley in Jinwu County, and there is a village on the side of the valley, usually protected by the Jade Sword sect. Raccoon Village. At this time in a comparatively neat and spacious house, a few persons were agonizingly, "Woman, fairy, our village really can't come up with that much money. Just be gracious, guys." The village head, Yuan, pleaded towards the 2 women in white martial arts robes in front of him. Then we don't care, blame it on that new Jinyiwei Chitu of yours. Since he's going to collect our taxes, we'll just have to collect them from you. A woman clasped her sword nonchalantly and said, with a face full of dislike that, of course you can also not pay, in the future, what mountain bandits, wild beasts will be able to cope with their own. Another female disciple casually said, let's just say that your new Chitos doesn't know what he's doing. Yuan looked at the cold faces of the 2 men, and inwardly he was bitter. It really was a fight between gods and mortals. The 1000th member of the Jinyiwei. That's a big man who monitors a county. Oh, I'd like to know how I don't know this guy? Suddenly a voice came, and then a dozen people walked through the door. The person at the head was wearing a big red cape and a scarlet purple python robe with a smile on his face, followed by 5 silver flying fish suits as well as cyan flying fish suits and other people. The brocade guards. The 2 female disciples immediately changed in color and quickly drew their swords, but the next moment the 2 chief banners instantly struck out, breaking their legs. Mercy, my lord. Seeing this scene, Yuan's few people were immediately frightened and knelt on the ground. However, not even paying attention to them, directly taking the 2 female disciples away to leave. At this moment in the village more than 300 brocade guards riding on horses, all fully equipped, the surrounding villagers are afraid to hide in the distance to watch. Into the valley. Mo took a step on the horse, the Emperor's imperial gift of the BMW, a ride of dust. Behind the 300 brocade guards also immediately followed, the dust flies, the Jade Sword sect. Li Yulian was sitting on a cliff and practicing her inner strength, when a female disciple hurriedly ran to the sect master. It's bad. The jinyiwei are calling. Senior Sister Yi and a few elders have already led people there at this moment. Boom! A wave of chi was released from Li Yulian's body, swirling up fallen leaves and, "Humph! Ignorant little child! Go!" With a wave of her sleeve robe, Li Yulian said with a gloomy face, "The entrance to the clan." Mo looked at the huge stone erected next to him, which had the 3 big words Jade Sword Sect written on it. "Nice name, but a shame it's in the wrong place," said a palm shot in the air directly shattered the boulder. This scene happened to be rushed to the Yi Lemon and others saw. Unbridled. Seek death. An elder's face was furious, and with a wave of his sword finger, his long sword was sheathed, and then a sword chopped towards Shenmue. Shenmue on horseback face is not panicked, directly 2 fingers clamped, and then the astral body shock, the sword body broken, and then a palm shot, the fragments instantly flew backward to penetrate the body of this elder. A body falls to the ground, and the whole thing happens in the blink of an eye. 6th Elder. Yi Lemon's group reacted and immediately cried out in grief and pain. The Jade Sword sect is harboring criminals with the intent to commit treason. The crime is unforgivable, slaughter the clan. As soon as these words came out, a group of people from the Jade Sword sect all froze, their faces filled with horror. Did they hear wrong? A massacre? Ha 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 ha. What a yellow-mouthed child. Doesn't know the sky and the earth. Who do you think you are? How dare you say you want to destroy my Jade Sword sect? A sneering voice suddenly rang out, and then a figure was seen flying across the branches and leaves, stepping on the branches and flying over with lightness. As soon as they landed on the ground, the Jade Sword sect disciples surrounded them with joyful expressions on their faces. Master! Gate Master! Li Yulian first raised her hand to quiet the crowd before looking at Mo with a disdainful expression. Shenmue, even Tang Jun wouldn't dare to say such big words about you. Get back from where you came from before the sect master gets angry. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly Shenmue covered his face with one hand and laughed madly. Yeah, I'm so scared. I'm really afraid you can't kill me. In the next second Shenmue's eyes were filled with killing intent, his face was cold, and he leaped up from the horse and slashed down fiercely with a knife. At this moment, the internal force erupted, the surrounding air currents were wild, the astral deities were powerful, and the pressure released made everyone's heart sink. Li Yulian immediately drew her sword to block, and her deep internal energy surged. But the moment of contact, the calm demeanor finally changed drastically. Dang! The embroidered spring sword directly presses the sword ruthlessly cut in Li Yulian's shoulder, like 10,000 pounds of force imposed on the body. Li Yulian was this sword force pressure kneeling on the ground where the knee is cracked, and his own mouthful of blood sprayed out. The ferocious and powerful blade chi split several female disciples behind Li Yulian, leaving a deep blade mark on the ground. You are actually in the late 2nd grade. Li Yulian raised her head with round eyes, filled with shock, incredulity, and horror. Su Yuan's case system rewarded 200 points, plus serving as 1,000 households 20 points, ruling Jinwu County 120 points, exterminating Sangshan 100 points. Shenmue has long since broken through to the 2nd grade, and also cultivated the Xian Yuan Heavenly Dipper to the 3rd layer, as well as the old emperor's bestowal of the 2nd grade Gongfu, the chopping 5 styles, and also cultivated the first 3 styles. The 2nd grade is already unbeatable. Can't even catch a single slash. What are you so proud of? Shenmue's eyes were filled with a cold light, kicked Li Yulian and crashed through a large tree next to him, spitting out blood all mixed with fragments of internal organs. Next to her, eldest senior sister Yi Lime and those Jade Sword sect disciples were pale at the moment, panic surfacing on their faces. Their sect master, a 2nd grade martial artist, couldn't even catch a single move from this young man in front of him. Stop! Watching Shenmue dragging his sword step by step towards Li Yulian, an elder stood out and shouted. Swish! A head falls to the ground after a slash. What kind of bug dares to come out and talk? As soon as he grabbed Li Yulian's hair and lifted his head up, Shenmue's pair of cold eyes met with his. What are you being condescending about? A 2nd rank and you think you're invincible? You can't even get me killed. Why are you pretending? Rubbish! Li Yulian's eyes are full of shame and anger at this moment, regret, want to say something, but hurt cannot open the mouth, can only stare at Shenmue. But Shenmue suddenly flung her in front of the brocade guards. Cuff her and show her how her clan is gone. Shenmue lifted his sword and pointed it at the Jade Sword sect disciples, revealing a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. The 2 centurions immediately took out their hooks and ropes and pierced directly through his peep of bone and hoisted him up. Previously how scenic, now how wretched. However, Li Yulian in addition to resentment looked at Shenmue, but the corner of the mouth showed ridicule. What? Think you can flip the script with those 2 masters of yours? Shenmue knew what Li Yulian was thinking and showed a teasing face. Just as the words fell, a figure was seen flying down lightly from the Jade Swordgate mountain. Shin kid, usually don't burn incense, let old man just when something happens. Bai Luyu was disgruntled and shouted before anyone arrived. Then we saw two heads falling from the sky, all of them with their eyes wide open in anger, dead in peace. The moment she saw the face, Li Yulian directly fainted. "Wake her up, how can you miss the exciting drama?" said Shinmore, gazed to the shivering Jade Sword sect disciples, eyes gradually cold, left hand raised. Instantly a group of brocade guards behind them raised their bows and crossbows in unison and, "Don't blame me, blame your sect master. Remember to give my regards to Hades when you get down there." Shinemo revealed a smile, like a gentle and easygoing gentleman, but said words that made people cold and chilled. "Run! Run! All run! Run!" Seeing this scene, several elders immediately cried out in grief, and all of them shot at Shinemo. Left hand down. Arrows broke through the air, mercilessly harvesting lives, and a body fell on the Mountain Gate Road. Soon after, a ball of flame engulfed everything in the valley and a blazing fire, the firelight illuminated half of Shinmo's face, a blazing flame in his eyes constantly burning. Go! Soon after, the jinyiwei put out a bulletin that a group of criminals had been captured and would be beheaded at the city entrance. On the execution platform, Li Yulian was escorted onto the stage wearing chains, along with 2 Jade Sword sect elders, and the leaders of the remaining 7 Jianghu sects. There was a crowd of people gathered under the execution platform, some of whom were stunned, frozen or incredulous at the sight of the man on the platform, and chop! At the word of command, heads rolled, and it also made some people apprehensive and alarmed. The Willow Hill. Lu Chayan looked at the news in his hand and sat paralyzed in his chair, his face with palpitations, as well as shock. "It's gone! Just gone!" Cloud Cliff Cave. Upon seeing the news in his hand, Xingfeng also could not help but be silent. He knew that with that person's character he would definitely get rid of dissidents, but he didn't expect it to be so fast and ruthless. The strength is so strong. It looks like it's going to be a tough time for the Jianghu sects in Jinwu County in the future. Tell them to stay in their caves and practice. Moving Mountain Sect. At this moment, there were 6 or 7 people gathered inside a house, and the leader was none other than Moving Mountain Sect Patriarch Wujing. "Humph. That Shinmore wants to suppress us. We absolutely cannot compromise. Once we pay every year from now on, how can our clan grow?" Wujing instigated, "As long as we join forces, and then pull the Sanshan Sect, Jade Sword Sect, and Cloud Cliff Cave together, and pressure that Shinmore, I don't believe we won't agree." Patriarch Wu has a point. "Right. A court eagle wants to control us. That's right, it's a good thing we didn't ask the court for money." The other few forces nodded their heads in agreement at once. "Okay, then I." Before Wu Chang could finish his sentence, he saw Lu Jingyue rushing in hurriedly, with panic still on his face. "What for?" Flustered, Wu Chang said with instant dissatisfaction. "Dead. All dead." Lu Jingyue's face was filled with fear, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he shouted out. "What died?" 567 people from the Sanshan sect, 412 from the Jade Sword sect, and more than 1,000 people from 7 6th-rank sects are all dead. The clans have been massacred. Jade Sword sect Master Li Yulian was beheaded in public, the Sanshan sect and Jade Sword sect clans were burned to the ground in a single fire, and there are charred corpses everywhere. There are wooden poles standing at both mountain gates with the heads of those elder disciples stuck on them. The brocade guards. They were all killed by the brocade guards. They all died horribly. Shinemo was simply not a human being, more than Yama. Lu Jingyue said all in one breath. The whole room was silent. Gulp. Someone couldn't help but gulp, and the sound was unmistakable in the room. So what, Patriarch Wu? I remembered that I still have clothes confiscated at home. Farewell. Ah, yes, my wife is in labor. I must hurry. Farewell. A few people were frightened and left in a hurry. Inside the room, Wu Chang froze in place. The 2 great clans were gone just like that. Thinking about what he had just done, Wu Chang's face instantly turned pale. Quick! Exterminate! Wooking! Inside the study, Su Lingtian spewed his tea out in one gulp. What did you say? That kid charged those Jianghu sects. He also destroyed 2 second-grade forces, and he's still a second grade. This kid, what a great spirit, Su Lingtian exclaimed. You should know that if you are not careful, you may cause those Jianghu sects to be in turmoil. After all, the warrior is not saying that he violates the prohibition with his weapons. However, second-rate strength. Su Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed, but it is quite a deep hiding ah. But that's good, and the knife gets sharper. Your Majesty, that Lord Shin is in Jinwu County. Xia Yan opened his mouth to remind. After all, those behaviors of Shinemo are treasonous. There's no harm, I have my own plans. Su Lingtian raised his hand to stop the topic. Keep the secret spy division on the north. Yes. That royal brother of mine really took great pains, exposing all his pawns in the southeast in order to succeed. Looking at a secret letter on the table, Su Lingtian sneered and said, Jinwu County, ever since the jinyiwei showed their ruthless tactics, a bunch of clans rushed to the 1,000 household office to pay up, fearing that they would be next. And in Jinwu Jianghu, also began to circulate the title of Shinmore Jade-faced Yanluo. People like the son of the family, but do things like a vicious man, ruthless, ferocious, let a person chills. Chapter 044, Changes in Sengshi. 1,000 households. At the moment there are rows and rows of wooden crates laid out in the compound, opened up to be full of silver. The Boss, this is the money handed over by those Jianghu sects, it's 500,000 taels. The large and small sects of Jinwu County added up to 50,000 to 60,000 people. It wasn't like in the talking books, where a sect would raise its arm and thousands of disciples would go to war. Let's not talk about expenses for a moment. These Jianghu sects also follow the elite route and recruit disciples who are gifted in practicing martial arts. As for how so much more money, Shinmore said that each person 1 or 2, but if they really pay 1 or 2, then it is someone who does not know what to do. Half of it is handed over, and the rest take 10,000 taels for the brothers to be happy about. As for the rest. Saying this, Shinmore paused for a moment. With the remaining 200,000 or so, let's expand the entire Jinwu County jinyiwei. Remember, make the jinyiwei spread all over Jinwu. Hearing Shinmore's words, the several people in the scholar's face changed slightly. Boss, private expansion of this. Does temporary count? Shinmore casually picked up a silver ingot upside down, said slowly. Understood. Sangshi County. Because it is now rumored that this is the place where the jade-faced Yama has served as 100 households, so those Jianghu martial artists in Jinwu simply do not dare to cause trouble here. In front of the main gate of the 100 house, several beggars were leaning against the wall miserably asking for food. Elder, we're clear. A middle-aged dirty beggar said to an old beggar next to him. Yankai's men were killed by the previous Sangshi County's 100th household, Shinmore. And this Shinmore is now a Jinwu County 1,000 household, suspected to be of second-rate strength, and the entire Jinwu Jianghu was suppressed by it. It is said that Jinwu's political affairs are also under his control. He's ruthless and doesn't look like a good person. Go Changzhen was silent after hearing this. Fortunately, he didn't rush to take revenge. How did these three invoke this great Buddha? Go! However, when Go Changzhen and the others had just turned around, they saw an old man standing behind them in a Confucian robe, with long gray hair and one eye with a white bead and no pupil, looking at Go Changzhen and the others with a smile on his face. Wanna get some revenge? How many? No, we don't want to. Go Changzhen refused outright, raising his hand. Having lived for so long, I naturally know those Jianghu routines, and this man's opening is an old Jianghu snub. No, you guys want to. In the next second the other eye of the Confucian-robed old man in front of him glowed red, half of his face became greenish-black, and his tendons and veins were revealed. Instantly Go Changzhen several people suddenly became stagnant, stiffly followed the Confucian-robed old man disappeared in the alley. Lord Chitos. There's an emergency in Sangshi. 100 households Wang Yuan at this moment hurried to report, 1,000 households 500 households, when the suppression removed 100 households, for total flag, leaving only Wang Yuan, Yang Jitsai, Lu Xing, Zhao Hong 4 people. Ma Dongi, the 100th household of Sangshi County, has disappeared, as well as a village of people who are missing. After Shinmore assumed the position of 1,000 households, he sent 100 households to assume the position of Sangshi. Hearing this message Shinmo frowned. This situation is very similar to the last fog village, except that at that time the villagers' bodies were found, proving that it was a witchcraft sect that was in turmoil, but there were no clues and it was left unsettled. I didn't realize that a centurion is now directly missing. Mouse, gather 100 men. Yes. Shinmore decided to go and see for himself again. It looks like this witchcraft cult is doing something big in Sangshi. Wang Yuan, Zhao Hong, you guys come with me. On the street, looking at the brocade guards who dashed all the way through, especially the young man at the head, immediately all avoided. What's this Yama doing here? You want to know to follow it, don't you? Forget it. I want to live. Sangshi, Luo village, a small village with a population of just over 1,000 people. By the time Shinmore and his party arrived it was already night. The whole village is quiet, no one village-like, even the sound of chickens and dogs are not. Walking in the village, only the sound of footsteps as well as the sound of burning torches, all the brocade guards at the moment face alert, holding a bow or embroidered spring sword. My lord, there's no one. And that the several houses searched were neatly arranged and not cluttered with fighting or struggling. The guards who went to search all came back to report. It was also at this time that Shinmore, who was looking around, suddenly stared with his eyes, walked in a certain direction then crouched down. Under the archery heavenly eyes, Shinmore twisted a smear of red soil in the corner and put it in front of his nose and sniffed it, the smell of blood. It looks like someone covered up the traces, my lord. Wang Yuan spoke when he saw this scene. However, Shinmore did not open his mouth, and then he brought up wet soil with a knife inserted into the belt, with a corpse stench, and the next second Shinmore's ears slightly moved seems to hear something, a knife chopped to the wall stone, the stone shattered open, revealing a dozen centipedes surrounded by a group, while in the center seems to be a rat skull. What a big centipede! Wang Yuan, Zhao Hong were all a bit amazed. A centipede was as thick as a thumb and, my lord, I'm afraid this village gene have all been eaten by centipedes. When the scholar saw the centipede's appearance he immediately said seriously, the witchcraft cult's blood-winged centipede swarms are ordinary centipedes gradually raised to become man-eating, blood-eating poisons. Blood-winged centipede. It's hard to believe that the witchcraft cult wants to have another witchcraft scourge. Hearing this name, both Wang Yuan's faces changed. Back then they also knew about it. It was said that tens of thousands of centipedes broke the army and tens of thousands of soldiers died tragically. Later on, it was the Duke of Jin who wiped it out. My lord, if that's true, I'm afraid this number of us won't be enough to eat, Zhao Hong reminded. But all of a sudden, Shin Mo snatched the side of the brocade guard's bow and crossbow shot in one direction. The arrow disappeared into the blackness of the night and, at the same time, the crowd of brocade guards immediately all drew their swords, bows raised to aim at the next moment in the dark night white paper money floated, followed by the sound of swanna came, a big red sedan chair in the dark night slowly moved to the front and there are two tall figures. Kid, you've gotten even better in a few days, a hoarse voice said. Then I saw Black Impermanence come out of the darkness and throw the arrow to the ground. What's the ghost gate doing here? Looking at the scene in front of him, Shin Mo narrowed his eyes, a flash of cold light in the depths of his eyes, the last revenge Shin Mo can still remember. To catch traitors, naturally. Caught until now? Shin Mo sneered, it's been almost a month since and Shin Mo raised his eyebrows, looking at the blowing and jumping traveling in front of him. What, the traitor is a cutie? Or are you with the traitors? Lord Shin, this place was created by the voodoo cult and the corpse ghost vine that traitor stole. I'm sure Lord Shin would like to apprehend them and bring them to justice. If we let them continue, I'm afraid they'll cultivate the centipede army as well as the mature ghoul vine, and then the entire Jinwu county will suffer. At that moment a cold voice came from inside the sedan chair. We now have their trail and have come here in hopes of cooperating with Lord Shin. How can this Chitos trust you? The ghost sect has always cooperated with the imperial court. Sincerity is not just a matter of words. Let's put it this way, these two men will let me slash them a few times and this official will agree. Shin Mo knife refers to the two black and white irregulars smiled and said, it's a friend. It's okay to slash a few times, right? Black and white. Just then, too, there was a rustling around in the darkness, coming ever closer to the crowd, and the ground began to shake, as if something had come up from underneath it. Centipede. It's all centipedes. Under the illumination of the firelight, the brocade guards also got a good look at what was approaching, and all of their faces changed. Boom! A house collapsed, only to see a giant centipede 7 or 8 feet long burrowing out of the ground, the upper half of its body standing up and looking down at everyone. Chapter 045, Setting Fire to the Mountain. Asterisk. What a big centipede. How strong the wine must be. Mouse exclaimed, looking at the giant object. River interceptor style. Shin Mo wiped his left hand over the embroidered spring blade, the astral energy turned into the color of blood, and the blade aura was fierce, and he slashed out. Directly in front of them a piece of centipede was strangled to death by the blade chi, and black liquid corroded the grass and trees. Charge out at once. Now they are in the village, not good to exert, easy to lose. Soon a dozen or so brocade guards with torches opened the way, and methodically rushed out of the centipede circle. At the same time on the ghost gate side, the black and white irregulars struck at the same time, and the first grade of internal force directly exploded a path to. The giant centipede in the back saw its prey running away and immediately swung its hundreds of legs towards a group of people to chase after it, its mouth actually spewing out venom. Xian Yuan gang wind. Shin Mo slipped back and sucked his hands toward the sides, then closed them together. The wind howled in the air, and the air currents converged to form a barrier to block it. Broken mountain style. Like a great mountain pressing down on the top, Shin Mo's soul shattered, his breath instantly became thick, and the sound of the sword in the air was low. Splitting down with both hands holding a knife. The ground cracked in the center, a large depression, dust flew up, thousands of centipedes were buried, even the giant centipede was chopped away by the sword chi. This kid. His internal strength has gotten deeper and deeper in a few days. The retreating Black Impermanence's pupils shrank, and said with some shock, geniuses just can't be thought of in terms of common sense, glanced back at the white impermanence beside him, and, after a slash, Shin Mo immediately retreated. The centipedes were at least tens of thousands and still poisonous, and with that big poison, even Shin Mo alone would be depleted of his internal energy. Mad. Pitted by these fools. In the light flying across, Shin Mo coldly looked at the group of people from the ghost sect. They've been coming and searching for so long and nothing's happened, and this group comes in with a centipede that's obviously followed them here. Who can't spot you when you're banging a drum? Looking back at the village that gradually disappeared in the darkness, vaguely Shin Mo saw a silhouette standing on a roof. Mouse, call someone. Even he, Shin Mo, dares to cheat him. You've lived long enough, haven't you? Shoo. A red-colored firework bloomed high in the sky, along with the word Shen. Sanshi County saw the red fireworks in the sky. All the brocade guards immediately mounted their horses and left the city, and at the same time there were several horses running out of the city in several other directions. Cheeto ordered a rush call. It's a big deal. There were no centipedes until after they had withdrawn a dozen miles or so, and only then did the two parties stop. Then the brocade guards all rested in full dress, without saying a word, as if waiting for something more. During the ghost door people still want to find Shin Mo to speak, directly by Shin Mo a sentence of rolling away. Angry Black Impermanence are going to strike, only by the white impermanence and the woman in the sedan chair to stop. Until the morning sun. Shin Mo suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, and at the same time, all of the brocade guards behind him also stood up in unison. Coming. Soon the ground began to shake, making the ghost sect people not be alert, thought the centipede was coming after them. But the next moment we saw dust flying in the distance, a group of brocade guards darting in, clear of their flying fish suits, and standing whole and erect in front of Shinmore. "Greetings, Shito-sama." 1,000 brocade guards shouted respectfully in unison, and the top 10 centurions. Seeing this scene, black and white impermanence can't help but pupil contraction. This is considered to be a practical feel the power of a county 1,000 households. I am afraid that 2/3 of the Jinwu County's brocade guards have come, 1,000 well-trained brocade guards, all of them in the middle and late 9th grade. Even if they do it, they can't say that they will be able to get out in one piece. One step on the horse, Shinmore rode to stand in front of 1,000 brocade guards, his eyes looking at the ghost gate. "Lead the way." Shinmo's face was ice cold, and he said nonchalantly, "You." The black impermanence was about to say something when the white impermanence pulled back, and as soon as he looked at the 1,000 men who drew their swords in unison, and others who were actually holding thistles and bones, he swallowed his words deeply, and Mulberry Hill. A bunch of the Wiccan cult is hiding in here, and presumably the traitor is there too. Only that it's very hard to find people in here with the dense woods and thorns, plus it's dangerous to hide the centipedes that roam the mountain, as well as the ghoulish vines, which are estimated to have grown to cover this mountain by now. At the foot of the mountain, white impermanence said, looking at the eerie and dense mountain in front of him. However, on the back of the horse Shinmore suddenly waved his right hand, and the next second 1,000 brocade guards all dismounted and dispersed in all directions, making the black and white impermanence somewhat puzzled. On top of a mountain, in a stone cave, there was a pool of blood, and in the pool grew a huge vine wrapped around a stone pillar. Each leaf of the vine had a human head hanging from it, all grim-faced and dead, seemingly tortured, and the leaves as crimson as blood. Just then, dozens of people wearing basilisk-colored robes with bizarre runes drawn on the back escorted dozens of villager-looking people that, once close to the pool of blood, those people immediately retreated. Before the villagers reacted, dozens of tentacles like chopsticks drilled out of the ground to penetrate the villagers' bodies, and then hung the villagers over the pool of blood, so that they kept struggling, watching their blood dripping into the pool of blood, and finally died from blood loss, and the villagers were able to escape from the pool of blood. A few people in the distance watched this scene with delight on their faces. This ghost sect's corpse ghost vine is just bizarre. Now it's directly controlling this entire Woodthorn Mountain, thanks to Elder Song. Wan Shangyi laughed out loud with a surprised look on his face, and not only can the fruit of the ghoul vine allow one to break through a realm, but it can also form a realm of its own, as in the case of the current Wujing mountain, which was finished being infiltrated by the roots of the ghoul vine. Once someone enters, it will be detected by the ghoul vine, and those stem vein tentacles of itself also carry killing power and necrotic poison. Now even the 6th rank may not be able to escape. When the case of the bamboo but swallowed a town of people, tens of thousands of people have not matured, but can rival a few second-rank join forces, thousands of troops into the direct transformation of the ghoulish vines of the sustenance. With my blood-winged centipede army, plus Elder Song's corpse ghost vine and the witch compass sect disciples of yours, will be able to completely occupy a place, advance to attack and retreat to defend. Ha ha ha, Wan Shangyi laughed triumphantly. Still, don't underestimate the imperial court. Song Yong said with a flat face. After all, he had spent time in the ghost sect before, and the ghost sect had cooperated with the imperial court, and the imperial court was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Fine, I naturally know what Elder Song said. Next batch, said Wan Shangyi as he waved his hand at the disciples. Master, last night. Just then an ugly-looking man whispered in Song Yong's ear. Jinyiwei is also there? Forget it, let's go together. It's no big deal. Song Yong pondered for a while and finally waved his hand and casually said. When looking at the brocade guards who all wore scarves to cover their mouths and noses, the black and white impermanence instantly felt bad. The next moment thick smoke rose into the air, the whole mountain was on fire all around, and very soon the black smoke finally turned into yellow, green, and birds flying through the sky are dropping off the mountain after passing through the smoke. You guys just set the mountain on fire, said the black and white impermanent. All feel a little dizzy, suddenly heart alarmed, looked back, only to see the sedan chair of a group of weasels. Those people dressed as creatures all fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. You added poison, Black Impermanence said in shock, and the two of them hurriedly used their powers to force out the poison. What kind of poison is this that even they were almost poisoned? Shinmore looked at the mountain fire in front of him, glanced at the people of the ghost sect, did not say anything. If you set fire to the mountain, even the ghost gate won't dare to come here casually. You'll be wanted by the government. It's also the brocade guards. The witchcraft disciples patrolling in the mountains, looking at the thick smoke in the sky, can't help but watch where it's coming from. Looks like we're here. Someone set the mountain on fire. What's that smell? It smells pretty good. A disciple sniffed, and in the next second both eyes rolled over and fell to the ground, followed by a group that, in the cave, Wanqingyi and Song Yong clearly felt that something was wrong. Why, it seems to be getting a little hot, Elder Song. I also feel that there seems to be a scent. Just then, several disciples stumbled into the cave and, Elder, it's bad. Someone set fire to the mountain, and added poisonous smoke. The disciples are smoking high, every one of them. After saying that, a few disciples fell to the ground, convulsing all over. What? The two were instantly startled to look at each other. The next second the two white eyes rolled over, to the knees, fainted on the ground. The vile. It's over. The last words floating in the minds of the two men before they fainted. 046 Eradicate the remnants, the north is moving. At the bottom of the mountain, only after the fire had burned for half a day did 1,000 brocade guards enter the mountain forest, and all the disciples of the witchcraft sect were beheaded with a single sword. On the ground, in addition to burnt grass and trees, there were also large centipede corpses, which crunched when stepped on, as well as burnt vines. Cave of Stone. A group of brocade guards are guarding the entrance to the cave. Boss, there's a man-eating vine inside the cave. A few brothers went in and fell, and that big centipede from last time is sneaking around in the dark. Seeing Shinmore coming, the scholar hurriedly came forward and said. At that moment, Shinmore looked at the black and white invincibles who followed him and said coldly, since it was your ghost sect that caused the trouble, is it alright to hand over that corpse ghost vine to you? I'm going to chop up that centipede. After saying that, Shinmore entered the cave entrance with an instantaneous step. The black and white irregulars looked at each other and nodded and then followed. As soon as he entered the cave, Shinmo saw the ghoul vines in the blood pool, as well as some people of the witchcraft cult on the ground who had been poisoned and fainted, and there were also many corpses of villagers. The next second Shinmore suddenly leapt back in the air. A dozen tentacles drilled out of the ground and stabbed at Shinmore. Embroidered spring sword in his hand, a spin to cut off the tentacles. Also at this time the two black and white irregulars descended from the sky, at the same time attacked the ghoul vines. The two men's palm chi was light blue in Chile, and the place they passed instantly became colder and colder. Seemingly sensing their danger, the ground immediately ruptured and countless tentacles stabbed at the two, and part of it transformed into a giant hand that slapped down heavily at the two. This sight Shinmore just landed on the ground, suddenly his eyes condensed, a knife toward the back of the chop. The embroidered spring sword and the big centipede's poisonous calicary collide with sparks. Being forced back by the knife, the centipede turned around and climbed onto the rock wall above, spitting venom at Shinmore. A heavy step on the ground shook the stones up, and was followed by a kick at Venom. Looking at the flying stones, the centipede's poisonous chili directly shattered the broken U. Behind the stone broken, Shinmo's figure revealed, a knife-heavy chopping, the air-whistling cave, the powerful knife chi in the stone wall left traces. With one chop, half of the centipede's head was chopped off, and along with the rock wall behind it, it blew apart. Feeling the death centipede struggle towards the darkness, but immediately after Shinmore leaped in the air, holding the knife in both hands and ruthlessly stabbing down from the sky to nail the centipede to the ground, and finally until the centipede no longer struggled. On the other hand, the black and white irregulars had already settled the ghoul vine, and there was only a section of normal-sized vine left in the blood pool, dry and wrinkled and withered in general. But the two men were at the moment racking up a man they wanted to take away. Stop! The embroidered spring sword flew and plunged straight in front of the two men. Shinmore walked step by step, his face cold and heavy. Who gave you the audacity to take criminals? This person is a traitor of the ghost sect, we need to bring him back. Black Impermanence opened his mouth to explain, but was interrupted by Shinmore. This official asks you, who gave you the authority and the audacity to take away criminals? Shinmo directly drew his knife and pointed at the two men in a cold voice, questioning, his eyes icy cold. At the same time hundreds of brocade guards poured into the cave, their bows and crossbows were all aimed at the two black and white irregulars. You guys? Black Impermanence's eyes flashed with a flash of anger, and his body's internal power surged with, can you give us face? Our ghost sect also cooperates with the court. White Impermanence pressed Black Impermanence and spoke. In the next second Shinmore uncovered his own cloak, revealing the scarlet-purple python brocade clothes inside. So what if this Chitos doesn't give? Because of your ghost sect's mistake, thousands of people died because of it, and now you're here with this Chitos to ask for face. Where's the face? Shinmore nonchalantly sneered. Drop the man and get out. Kid. You. The Black Impermanence was infuriated and tried to dislike him back, but was once again held down by the White Impermanence. Good, today I will give Jinwu Chindu a face, White Impermanence said flatly, said Song Yong threw in front of Shinmore. And the compensation for the thousands of men and the loss of this mountain, remember to make up for it, don't let this Chi-Tu report it to the court. Shinmo retrieved the knife and spoke again. Good. The ghost sect naturally gives. White Impermanence nodded as he looked back deeply at Shinmore, and it was only when he was out of the cave that Black Impermanence indignantly said, why give in to that kid, or I'd have to twist him into a twist. Give the old man gas. Two first-grade experts were disliked by a brat who didn't dare to make a move. How could they still mix in the Jianghu when word got out? Jinwu is someone else's territory, and can't you see what he is? 1,000 of the brocade guards, the 5th rank. Killing him would be making an enemy of the court. Not to mention that the Holy Maiden said that this kid has a lot of power behind him. And it's really the ghost sect's fault, so we can only hold our noses and admit it. After hearing all this, Black Impermanence could only sigh, and the Jianghu is not about fighting and killing. There's still the human condition. Soon Shinmore led a group of brocade guards to escort a group of people from the witchcraft cult back to Jinwu County. When seeing 1,000 brocade guards descending on the city, Zheng Jun and Guan Shoxing were directly startled, and thought that Shinmore couldn't help but make a move. Those people in the city were also frightened and panicked, especially those Jianghu martial artists that. It was only when it was declared to be the elimination of a stronghold of the witchcraft cult that the crowd was relieved. Dozens of witchcraft cult disciples were beheaded in public that day, once again shocking a wave of. Waiting for Wan Shengyi to open his eyes in a daze, what came into his eyes were various kinds of torture instruments. The eerie room of the house, as well as directly across from him was still sitting on a young man, with a dozen or so jinyiwei standing behind him, and himself tied to a crosswood post, with the sound of whipping constantly coming from beside him. Song Yong was being whipped by one of the brocade guards. Yo, awake? Let's get started then. The youth across from him suddenly opened his mouth and, before Wan Shengyi could react, his mouth was gagged by a rag, and then one of the brocade guards took out a dipped whip from a bucket of chili water in front of him and lashed it at himself. What's the situation? It hasn't even been asked yet. 30 lashes before it stops. I'm only going to ask once, where is the voodoo cult? Or what are the strongholds of the voodoo cult that you know of? Yet both were silent. The next second 2 iron nails pierced through one finger of each of the 2 men, followed by the red-hot iron branding the 2 men. Wait! Yelled Song Yong, in pain. Everyone's eyes went to Song Yong, and the branding iron was removed. I'm from the ghost sect. I really don't know about the witchcraft strongholds those are. You asked me about the ghost sect and I know something about it. This one next to me, he's a witchcraft elder. Interrogate him. He knows. Song Yong. You born. Listening to Wan Shengyi break into a rage next to him, Song Yong didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Also at this time the scholar hurriedly ran to whisper something in the ear of Shinmore. Pry them open. Shinmore frowned, said to a few brocade guards and got up to leave. Inside the house. You say the emperor has moved troops toward the north. Shinmo gazed at the scholar. That's right boss, just a day ago the emperor suddenly ordered the Duke of Jin to lead 10,000 blood armor army, 20,000 troops north to Shuemo County, and Marquis Wu Zhao to accompany him, as well as ordering Dukan, Marquis Hu Wei to lead 40,000 cavalry north to Wu Yuan County. Now the news has spread that the desert north and northern Yan are going to war with De Wu again, and the emperor has ordered the counties to collect a portion of the grain to be shipped to the north. Boss, do you think it's really going to be a war? Mouse couldn't help but ask. These troops don't look like a war, they look like a rebellion. Shenmore just pondered for a moment and then probably guessed something. Their own people know their own things. Really fight the war? I'm afraid it's not 10,000 blood armor army. That's when 80,000 to defeat the North Yen 320,000 elite. Blood armor is precisely with the blood stained out. And go to the north of the old man's purple riding heavy armor army did not bring. The scourge of witchcraft arose in the north during the reign of Emperor Ren, when the 8 northern counties were under its control, and the witchcraft cult also colluded with the northern deserts and northern Yen, bringing in the northern Yen army and the Xiongnu cavalry. Later was Jingui Gong 3 years to pacify the rebellion, but the 8 counties have been a mess, the people are displaced, and then in order to stabilize the rule, the benevolent emperor then sealed many royal relatives to stabilize the county, a total of 24 county kings, and also greatly enhance the power of these county kings in the north, have a certain amount of military and financial rights, can recruit soldiers 1,000 people, unlike other local county kings a county house. All people are also only up to 500 people. I'm afraid that this time the troops will be sent out to settle these county kings. I'm afraid the wind is going to pick up in Dala this time. Chapter 047, finally entering the first grade, going to the Blue Sea. 3 days before the extermination of the witchcraft cult, Wan Qingyi finally couldn't bear the torture and revealed 2 other strongholds in Jinwu County, one in Huangchuan County and the other in Zilan County. Immediately Shinmore with a group of brocade guards went to eliminate, arrived when the 2 strongholds are preparing to run, only the 2 strongholds together but about 200 people, is a small stronghold, directly on the spot decapitation, only left a few valuable live. Destroying the remnants of the witchcraft sect, once again gained 150 system points, together with the 200 from destroying the Jade Sword sect in front of him and suppressing the Jinwu Jianghu, Shinmo once again had 350 system points. Returning to the household office, Shinmore immediately closed the door to breakthrough. System plus. 60 points down Shinmore broke through to the 2nd grade of perfection. 70 points. The next second Shinmore around the airflow like a tornado around the side, the horror of the internal force erupted out, the walls shattered, the house tables and chairs were directly crushed. A stream of air rushed straight up into the sky, lifting off the houses, and waves of blood-colored air erupted out, shaking over the group of scholars who had come to look at the. She rushes to the clouds. Boss is breaking through to the 1st grade. The scholar looked at the scene in front of him with a shocked face and said, "What?" The faces of the crowd changed drastically, filled with horror, unbelievably looking at the house in front of them. How old are you? He's in the 1st grade. Is this ing human? Is this in your 20s? Send someone to block this news immediately. The scribe hurriedly said seriously to the few people behind him, a first grade in his 20s, this is already out of the ordinary. I'm afraid that some of the old monsters can't sit still. They will think that the boss has obtained some kind of supreme treasure, and those sect masters, even those above sect masters, will come out and immediately after a murderous aura shrouded the entire compound, making everyone's heart tremble with fear, and then the naked eye can see the blood-colored fury filling the courtyard. The boss won't go off the deep end. Mouse couldn't help but worry as he looked at the bizarre scene in front of him. Boss is condensing his internal power attributes. Scholar knocked the rat's head and said, entering the first grade of internal force undergoes a qualitative change, possessing its own attributes, as in the case of the black and white invincible whose internal force carries the breath of cold ice. If struck, not only is the flesh difficult to bear, but the body will also be eroded by the cold ice, and if it is not forced out, it will be tortured to death. Boom! The next second the house exploded, a silhouette flew out, stood in midair, long hair fluttering, exuding a horrible pressure, surprisingly pressed everyone's body to bend. The first grade can already briefly fly through the air. Congratulations, Cheetos, on another step in strength. Congratulations, Cheeto. Get up. A step landed on the ground. Shinmore felt the infinite power in his body. Late first grade. Now as long as you don't run into those old monsters, even if it's a big martial arts can walk sideways, a real master. Of course, only in the Jianghu, this if the army those out of the masters also have to rest. A patriarch can break 10,000 armies. What about 30,000? What about 50,000? What about 100,000? Not to mention the artillery. That's why the patriarch doesn't dare to mess around. Now I'm looking forward to returning to the capital. I'd love to know the look on those people's faces. Looking to the northwest, Shinmo revealed a touch of meaningful smile. Half a month later, Shinmo was dealing with official documents when the scholar suddenly came in to report. Boss, there's a vice-chancellor here to see you. Vice chief? Shinmore couldn't help but ponder where it came from while he got up to take a look at it. Speaking of Jinwu County, 1,000 households also have 2 deputy 1,000 households, but the same was slaughtered by Shinmore, now empty. Looks like you have to take the time to make up for it. In the lobby, just see a middle-aged woman is sitting on the upper seat with a cold face, a silver and red pattern flying fish suit, girdle, wrist guards, the same waist with the embroidered spring sword, with a few valiant, but also with a few rhyme, at this moment is quietly sipping tea in the hand. It was not until he saw Shinmore leading a group of people that he put down the teacup in his hand. Looking at the woman in front of him, Shinmo frowned, not to mention the fact that this person sat in his own place and actually didn't get up when he saw himself coming. Posing in front of him, Shinmore? Is this the speed at which the jinyiwei of Jinwu County work? It's taken so long for this Qianhu to arrive? The woman looked at Shinmore and said faintly, with a touch of cold irony in her language. Pop. In the next second a slap directly smacked Luoyu to the ground and asterisk, where did you send to pose in front of me? Shinmo retracted his palm and turned to Luoyu in disgust. Shinmore, how dare you? Luoyu covered her face and stood up, pointing at Shinmo with an angry face. Ka-ching! Shinmore directly grabbed the finger being pointed and twisted it off. Next time you point at this officer, I'll break your hand. You know my name and you still come looking for trouble. What? Whoever is upset with me has let you out. Shinmore took a sip of the re-steeped tea. Shinmore, I'm Lord Jinfu Envoy's man. Luoyu forced herself to endure the pain and angrily stared at the youth in front of her. Mud, now you know what to say. Where was you when you first started acting like a ninny? Also, tell this official. What is my rank? Look at this official's clothes. Tell me. The teacup fell in front of Luoyu, and the tea splashed its face. If you don't have the strength, be honest. You have to seek death. You, a deputy Qianhu, what are you proud of in front of this official's hallowed one county Qianhu? What? You think that I won't dare to touch you because I have the Jinfu envoy behind me? Who are you? Squatting in front of Luoyu, Shinmo's pair of cold eyes looked down at the woman in front of him. Say, what is it? Only after a moment did Shinmore sit back in his seat, crossing his legs and rambling, saying, looking at the temperamental youth in front of her, a flash of fear flashed through Luoyu's heart. Twice striking her a late 5th grade didn't even see the shadow. It's hard to believe that it's really the 3rd grade. Hearing Shinmore's words, Luoyu was ready to stand up and say, but in the next second he was pressed to the ground by the 2 centurions behind him, and couldn't help but look at Shinmore in consternation. Has this officer told you to get up? So fond of pretending, get on your knees and talk. You! Shame and indignation flashed in Luoyu's eyes, however, before the words could be uttered, she saw Shinmo's gaze sweeping over, a pair of eyes flashing with red light, and an extreme killing intent that made her shudder. Forget about it and wait until we get back to report him to the town's ambassador. Lord Zhen Fuzhuang has asked you to make a trip to Bihai County. There came a batch of overseas martial artists there. 2 months ago they set up a ring in Bihai County, saying that they wanted to spar with Dao, and they also came with 3 second-grade experts. Until now, the Bihai County side has lost more than it has won, and by taking advantage of the matter of the competition, that group of people from overseas is getting more and more. There are 7 second grade, some can't control it. The Lord Jinfu envoy is afraid of accidents, so he mobilized the other 3 counties of yours to go and help. TSK, something goes wrong and you're looking for someone to take the blame. Shinmore instantly understood, smacked his lips and sneered, no wonder so many things have happened in the past few months have not seen anyone. This official knows, go back where you came from and be good next time. Shinmore waved his hand and mocked. Luoyu lowered his head and did not say much, directly hurriedly left. Boss, how? When Luoyu left, the scholarly few looked at Shinmo. How? Of course it's posing for the road, Bihai County. Take the brothers for a ride. Chapter 048, A Broken Temple on a Rainy Night. At night, a light drizzle. The group rode through the forest at a gallop, their horses' hooves splashing mud and water, all clad in black ponchos and cocked hats. Boss, the rain is getting heavier. There's a broken temple in front of us, let's go and hide from the rain, shouted Mouse as he came back from scouting ahead. Go! The horsewhip raised down, Shinmore led a group of people to follow the mouse forward. More than 24 horses stationed in front of the broken temple. Shinemo looked up and looked around, in front of a large broken temple with a front yard and backyard, behind a piece of bamboo forest, shaking in the wind and rain, there is still a fire in the broken temple. It looks like someone's boss. The scholar and the others looked wary. Broken temple, bamboo forest, rainy night, maybe there's a vixen or a female ghost waiting for us inside right now, Shinmore said in a rare flirtation. Ha 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 ha, we'll have to see what it looks like then. The scholar and his party laughed at once. Entering the front yard, inside bolted a few horses. Shinmore and others then also bolted the horses in the front yard, leaving 5 people to guard the great hall in the backyard, which houses an unrecognizable statue of an unrecognizable god, mutilated and under the statue of a pile of fire is burning. More than 20 people are gathered around the fire. Shinmo and his party immediately all stood up to pick up weapons, face alert. Shinmore and his party were all wrapped in rain ponchos, wearing bucket hats, revealing a pair of cold and stern eyes. It's fate to meet friends from all over the world. All of you are here to escape the rain too. An old man stood out and laughed harmoniously, and then with a wave of his hand, he motioned for his men to make way for the other half of the hall. Many thanks, Shinmore nodded politely. You're welcome. When you're out and about, you have many friends. The old man waved his hand. Soon another fire rises and, sister, look at this group of people, well organized, all surrounded, that youth in the middle. More than a dozen people are standing on guard. Into the house, still wearing a poncho, even the knife is wrapped in cloth. Is it a killer? On the other side, Jihua curiously looked at the opposite side of Shinmo and his party, quietly asked to a gentle and lovely woman next to him. Don't ask nonsense, just mind your own business, Ji Linxia said softly, but her eyes also glanced at Shinmo. Young master, what Miss said is true. When you are out and about, don't pry into other people's identities and origins, for fear of incurring the trouble of killing yourself. The old man who just spoke up said. And Chang Xian's gaze sneaked over to Wang Yuan, Zhao Heng, and the two of them next to Shinmore. I'm afraid that the two people following behind the gentleman are not weaker than the old man, and have a great deal to offer. It's better to mess with such people less. The flames wavered, and only the sound of burning firewood, My lord, another group of people came outside to avoid the rain at this time. A brocade guard in the front yard came to report. We're just the later to get out of the rain too. Since we're getting out of the rain, let's let it in. Shinmo waved his hand, the man nodded respectfully and retreated. Soon dozens of people walked in, variously dressed, most of them youths. Seeing that there were already 2 groups of people in the hall, this group hesitated for a moment and finally headed towards Ji Linxia's group. The main thing is that Shinmore's line of people dressed up don't look like good people. It's a good thing the Great Hall is big enough to accommodate so many people. Excuse me, a flamboyant gentleman with a clear appearance and a white handsome face clasped his fists at Chang Xian and his party and said. The two parties nodded and said no more, and once again a fire was raised. But soon chatting voices came from the pile of youths. Humph. This time, with a few heavenly prides from Mr. Xia, we can surely defeat those overseas people in a big way. That's right, each and every one of them is rampant. They actually want to challenge my entire great martial river and lake. I heard that this group of people from overseas also have bad intentions, saying that they want to plot against the rivers and lakes of Bihai County. Next to listening to the mention of their home place, even Chang Xian, Ji Linxia and others could not help but gaze over. Wasn't it said that the jinyiwei Xinfu envoy mobilized the other 3 counties' 1,000 households to go to Bihai County to prepare for a settlement? Jihua couldn't help but open his mouth to interject. Next to Chang Xian didn't say anything more, the news had already gotten out. Humph, little brother. How can we expect that group of court hawks and dogs for our Jianghu affairs? Hearing jinyiwei, a big, stout man suddenly looked disdainful. All a bunch of booze hounds. It's up to us. Being a man of the Jianghu, it is natural to scoff at his nemesis, the brocade guards. That's not entirely true. We're going to Bihai County this time. Besides dealing with people from overseas, we also have to be careful of that Jinwu County Chinhu. At this time, a woman wearing a green-colored martial arts robe with a few whips held up a gourd and drank wine, saying, That's right, Miss Jia was right. We also passed by Jinwu before. We heard that this Jinwu 1,000 household means extremely ruthless, extinguish the Tsongshan sect, Jade Sword sect, massacred more than 2,000 people on the rivers and lakes in Jinwu, and this person is extremely young, less than 30 years old, will already be the third grade master. The handsome male at the beginning also spoke at this time, with a serious look on his face, and, Uncle Chang, is this true? Both Ji Linxia and Ji Hao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 20-something years old at the third rank. The two of them are only at the 8th grade now. Jianghu now is so said, estimates are not bad, and the entire Jinwu County Jianghu are suppressed by its hand. It is said that this person now in Jinwu County one hand to cover the sky. Chang Xian also said with a serious face at this moment. HM? Who knows if it's true or not? Jinwu County Jianghu was also a waste, being suppressed by a brat. If this was in our Fengling County we would have slaughtered him long ago. A youth carrying a bow and arrow pretended to be disdainful, and, come on, a county of 1,000 households, the court, even if it is no longer stupid, will not send a talentless person to serve. You look at the world's 36 counties, which one of the 1,000 households are not the middle of the 4th grade to start? Drunken Jewel scoffed as she wiped the drink off her mouth with a handful of her sleeve. With your small arms and legs, you won't even be able to withstand 30 lashes if someone catches you. Humph! The bow and arrow youth skimmed his head and said no more. He naturally knew that it was nothing more than bragging. It's a pity that such a demon has become a court eagle dog. A skinny young man in a Confucian robe shook his head and moved to add some firewood to the fire. Sister, when the official is not good, these people how to feel so despise? Ji Huasum do not understand. There's a Yuan dartboard in addition to relying on his father's name of the 4th grade masters to support the relationship with the jinyiwei 100, the county lieutenant, not much trouble, and even his father hopes that he will become an officialate. People have their own aspirations, naturally different, Ji Linxia said softly, but his eyes secretly glanced at Shenmore and his party. From the group of people came to take a look. Shenmore and others have not spoken, although wearing a bucket hat, but in the firelight can still see the handsome face. The boss, that girl peeked at you 5 times, Mao said idly. They say you're vicious, boss, chimed in a nearby scholar. Someone is coming. Ignoring their words, Shenmore's ears moved slightly and heard the sound of messy footsteps treading water in the distance. It seemed that some people were being chased and killed. In the next moment, a figure crashed through the rickety temple courtyard wall and fell into the empty backyard yard, its body crushed by masonry, its blood mingling with the rainwater. The sudden change instantly put everyone on alert, weapons in hand. Miss, young master, hide yourselves. Chang Xian also immediately protected the two. Immediately followed by a scream, another figure was kicked in and rolled a few times on the rainy ground. It's the brocade guards. Seeing clearly the clothes of the person lying on the ground, a man could not help but exclaim, "It looks like this group of court hawks are in trouble," gloated the young man carrying a bow and arrow. Soon only a few figures were seen retreating as they fought, a chief banner and 3 small banners, pursued by 5 men behind them, armed with slender curved swords, with hair on both sides of their heads, shaved in the center, and a dogtail-like bun at the back. This is a bit like the bonobo people from the overseas Fusan Island. At this time an old woman in purple behind that handsome gentleman spoke up. It's actually all deep into here. It looks like Bihai County is really serious now. The Confucian-robed youth frowned. They were now at the junction of Bihai County and Xingyang County, which was already considered the interior. But a group of people just watched as no one made a move, and if they wanted to make a move, they would have to wait until the court hawks were dead. Miss, you guys stay here, I'll go, Chang Xian said with a serious face. Their dartboard walks in the Jianghu is to rely on many friends, pulling out the sword to help each other. But in the next second, he saw 2 of the black-robed men who had been silent on the opposite side fly out and, flying across the river with lightness, and in the blink of an eye, were at the scene of the fight. 6th grade. The purple-clothed crone looked indifferent, but after taking a few more glances at Shenmore and the others, a 6th-ranked guard, at least from a 4th-ranked force. In the air, Wang Yuan and the 2 of them drew their swords and came out, and chopped down towards the 2 frontmost Japanese pirates, and the 2 septuplets were instantly split in 2. The 3 bonobos in the back saw this and turned around to run away, but they were directly killed by the crossbow shots. Asshole! An angry voice rang out in the rainy night, echoing over the broken temple. Wang Yuan two-faced vigilant look around. The next moment underground actually suddenly drilled out 2 full-bodied black clothes, back with a curved sword ninja toward the 2 crotch grabbed. Humph! A cold humming sound rang out, and everyone felt a pressure descending on them. Their heads couldn't help but drift off for a moment, and the rain in the air became slowed down by. Then I only saw the youth surrounded by the black-clothed men raise his hand and pinch it in the air. The next second the 2 ninjas covered their necks and kept struggling, their bodies actually suspended in mid-air. Their eyes were filled with fear. The Big Dipper condenses its form. The faces of the young protector of the path changed greatly, all of them hurriedly protecting their own disciples behind them. This kind of strength is only possible for upper 3rd grade masters, and it's not just about entering the 3rd grade, but it also has to be the kind of person who has deep internal strength and uses it in a pure way. Anyone who can condense the shape of the Big Dipper must be an upper 3rd. This youth is an upper 3rd grade expert. What the hell is he? Reacting to this, Wang Yuan and the 2 of them hurriedly took out their hooks and ropes and pierced through the peepa bones of the 2 ninjas, then broke their legs. Then they dragged the 2 ninjas to Shenmore, followed by a few of the rescued jinyiwei. Thanks for saving me, I wonder who you are. Chief Flag Xiaohuada said gratefully. At this moment everyone's eyes looked toward this group of mysterious black-robed men. In the next second Wang Yuan, Zhao Hong and the two of them uncovered one side of the rain poncho, revealing a silver flying fish suit as well as a token at their waist with 3 big words, jinyiwei. At that moment, Xiaohuada several people immediately face a respectful bow. The chief flag of the Lu Town Brocade Guards, Xiaohuada, pays his respects to both of you, your excellencies. Seeing this scene, the group of youths immediately looked unsightly, meaning that they had just spoken ill of others in front of them, which would be troublesome if they were pursued. And those Dao protectors all had their faces clouded over, it was actually the brocade guards. That youth's strength made them feel suffocated. However, Wang Yuan, Zhao Hong and the two of them dodged away and stood to the sides to reveal Shen Mo's figure. Seeing this one action, Xiaohuada was first stunned, but looking at the respectful faces of the two men, as well as thinking back to the bizarre scene just now, he was suddenly shocked in his heart. Could it be that Lord Qianhu? Xiaohuada bent respectfully at Shen Mo and tried to say, "Youth, 1,000 households, with a high degree of strength." Jihua's mind instantly resounded with what the group had just said, and his eyes instantly filled with a bright light. Uncle Chang, this can't be that Jinwu County Qianhu. Chang Xian's pupils shrunk violently, and Ji Linxia also looked shocked. Jihua's voice wasn't very loud, but it was loud enough for the people present who practiced martial arts. At this moment, the only sounds in the broken temple were the burning of firewood and the ragged breathing of the purple-clothed crone wanted to escape with her own son, but she realized that she had been firmly locked in by a pressure, and she didn't dare to act rashly at all. Finally Shenmore stood up and unlocked the poncho to take away the bucket hat. Next to the mouse and the scholar immediately caught the poncho bucket hat. Under the firelight, the youth in front of him revealed his body scarlet purple python brocade clothes, waist wrapped in purple jade belt, python pattern lifelike. A few people from Xiaohuada were directly shocked and knelt on the ground, and the crowd of Dao protectors all sucked in a breath of cool air, shocked and appalled. The town's ambassador. Chapter 049, Countering the Host. Why are you being hunted? Shenmo's gaze swept toward Xiaohuada and slowly spoke, with a sense of majesty, Your Honor. This group of Japanese invaders came to Lu Town not only control the local gangs raiding the people, but also secretly abducting and selling women. I led the people want to capture them, did not expect to fail, but also all the way to be hunted down. Xiaohuada last faced shame. Why don't you call someone? The Jinx is a firework bomb for emergencies. My lord, the two towns next door are also being held by other people from overseas nowadays, Xiaohuada explained. Hearing this, the rest of the group of brocade guards frowned. Boss, the situation is not optimistic, it's a bit serious, said the scholar with a serious look on his face. Humph. Wu Feng is just indecisive, good for nothing, not enough to accomplish anything, but more than enough to fail. Shenmore snorted coldly, he had heard rumors about this person as early as when he was in Wujing. It is only natural that at the end of each year, the 9 great Zen Fuzhuang envoys would go to the capital to pay homage to the emperor and report on the situation in their respective 4 counties for the year. Wu Feng is known as the Iron Palm, a pair of iron refining hand-open stone break iron, all the way to rely on their own iron palm to fight onto today's position. If not looking at the person can still be used, Su Lingtian, I'm afraid that it has long been changed. Hearing Shenmore directly call the name of the township governor, more so that Xiaohuada firmly in front of this person is also a township governor, but I have not heard of such a young new township governor up. On the other side even Chang Xian's group of Dao protectors were confused. Was this the Jinwu one or an even more demonic one? They only knew that Shenmore was promoted to the position of 1,000 households, and they did not know that Shenmore was given the imperial gift of the robe of the Zhenfu envoy. Walking up to the 2 ninjas who were pressed to the ground, Shenmore revealed a smile. The next second before the 2 men could curse anything, a kick came, knocking out a mouthful of teeth from one man, followed by another. It's yours, dead or alive. Waving his hand, Shenmo turned around and said. Instantly a group of brocade guards all smiled in unison, their gazes looking at the 2 terrified ninjas. The scene sent chills down the spines of a group of youths in Ji Linxia, and then they saw a brutal means of. It stopped raining. Shenmore glanced at the silent crowd then left with a group of brocade guards, scared them directly to stand upright. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe a bit. On his way out Mouse pointed a blood-covered finger at the crowd. Keep your mouths shut. Next time you talk out of turn, you'll have your mouth smashed. Ha 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 ha. A group of brocade guards laughed and went away, leaving behind those Jianghu youths who dared to be angry, as well as the protectors of the way. Kill the enemy, terrorize the young and old, gain 50 system points. And where Shenmore and his party were before, blood splattered everywhere, a ground of blood and flesh as well as 2 frames of white bones. The jinyiwei cut those 2 men alive. At that scene, even their elders who had lived for 50 or 60 years, the protectors of the way couldn't help but want to vomit, and their guts were chilled to the bone. I wasn't sure before, but now it really is the one. Jade Face Yama. Truly there are only wrongly recognized people and no wrongly called titles. Drunken Jora, a group of women at the moment looking at the eaves dripping water is like seeing the flow of blood, cannot help but want to vomit. This sun is truly ruthless, simply evil. Whoever messes with him, I'm afraid his life is over. Bihai County, one of the counties in Daban near the sea, has the Shanghai Pass to guard against people from overseas. As for those overseas people are all long ago in pursuit of the so-called immortal descendants of the people. These people go out to sea in search of immortality, want to seek immortality. Until today there are still people out to sea, and out of this sea is called the East China Sea, 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 the East China Sea. Therefore, some people finally gave up and looked for an island to settle down, and now all the overseas islands have people, forming some island countries. These people also feel that an island is not enough to think of returning to Dawu, Aing Dawu. An increase in the number of people from overseas can be clearly seen on the streets, and the dress is noticeably different. At this moment in the county government, a line of people sitting, the right side sitting County Governor Wen Yan, County Lieutenant Yi Chang, Lieutenant Chen Shui, the left side sitting three are wearing scarlet flying fish clothing of the Brocade Guard's 1,000 households. Bai Su from Bihai County, Yang Fan from Qingyang County, Ji Tsuanqi from Yunming County. The uppermost seat sat a middle-aged man in his 50s, a scarlet and purple python brocade clothes, grey sideburns, a pair of larger than normal palms, wearing black iron armor gloves, but at the moment the face was gloomy. Behind stood two deputy Qianhu, one of them is exactly the previous Luoyu, the "What the hell is Shenmore of Jinwu County doing? It's been 2 days late," Wu Feng asked, holding back his anger. Send people to look for it, but they all said there was no trace of it. Bai Su shook his head and said helplessly. Next to Yang Fan at the moment muttered in his heart, since he heard himself next to Jinwu County a person in his 20s as 1,000 households, also called Shenmore, he wondered if it was that person, but he remembered that at that time, Shenmore was only 5 products, right, and 2 months did not see on the 3rd product? Boo! Wu Feng had anger in his eyes and slapped his palm. The table in front of him exploded and, are there any rules in this Shenmore's eyes? Is there any more of this Shenfu envoy? Of course there is in the eyes of this Qianhu. I just don't know if the town's governor has it? Just at this time a teasing voice came, and then saw Shenmore striding, sitting on his but in the last empty seat. Looking at Shenmore's scarlet purple python brocade coat, a few thousand tenants' eyes flashed a flash of surprise, but also too careless. After all, this matter in the brocade guards have long been spread. Wu Feng's eyes stared angrily at Shenmore. He naturally knew that Shenmore also had the Jinfu envoy's brocade coat, and he also knew what it could mean, but now that he hadn't left yet, he was so disrespectful and lawless. Simply to not put him in his eyes. Shenmore, you. Wu Feng was just about to open his mouth and angrily rebuke some. Then he was interrupted by Shenmore raising his hand. Cut the crap. You called us here today. Do you want us to carry this burden for you, clean up this mess for you? The moment these words came out, the whole room was silent. Yunming Qinhu Ji Tsuanqi and Yang Fan both looked at the calm Shenmore with shocked gazes. No, are you serious, big brother? Yang Fan was inwardly horrified and admired, who all knew that this matter was actually caused by Wu Feng, and then asked them to come to help, but no one said it so blatantly and directly. And carry this burden for Wu Feng, you really dare to say now it's 8 2nd grade, we 4,000 households 2 4th grade, 2 3rd grade, how to carry? Sure enough on the seat, Wu Feng's face is now green with anger and trembling. Shenmore, you're unbridled. Beside her, Luo Yu immediately opened her mouth and chided. Wu Feng, if you can't control the dog you raised, this official doesn't mind slaughtering it for you. Shenmore directly called him by his name, not giving Wu Feng any face at all. This makes a group of people both feel shocked and doubtful where Shenmore's bottom line comes from. This kind of idiot can become a deputy 1,000 household. Where do you think the brains are used? It won't be used to please you, right, Wu Feng? Shenmo directly laughed coldly, his tone filled with sarcasm and asshole. Wu Feng's face was furious. He leaped up and instantly arrived in front of Shenmore and slapped his palm down. The 2nd grade internal force made the wind howl in the room, and a group of people were bored. Shenmo's face stared, sitting in his seat and similarly slapping out a palm. In a split second, a wave of air overturned the tables and chairs in the house. Yang Fan and his group hurriedly rammed their internal force to resist. Shenmore underneath the seat exploded. The same time Shenmore internal force outbreak, Wu Feng face changed in the air backward flip, landing directly backward a dozen steps before stabilizing. And Shenmore's cloak swung away from the dust, not moving at all. Wu Feng actually fell. Yang Fan's face changed in disbelief. This is a ING human being? Wu Feng, this matter was caused by you and you still don't dare to admit it. One word and you want the brothers to clean up your mess, is that good enough? Shenmo's eyes turned on Wu Feng and chided him, turning his face green for a while and red for a while. This Shenfu envoy was also careless for a moment. Wu Feng argued at this moment. Acting incorrectly, can you shrug it off with just one sentence of carelessness? Shenmo showed a sneer on his face. Wu Feng wanted to say something. Shenmo directly waved his hand. This time, the brothers carried this burden for you, and the next time, you can wipe it out yourself. After saying that, Shenmore directly left. Cloak fluttering, back quickly disappeared in the eyes of the crowd. Say, isn't it not quite right? Yang Fan felt weird and, are these two people's identities reversed? Why do you feel that Shenmore is the ambassador? At this time, Wu Feng, who had come back to his senses, also realized what was going on. His face became even more ferocious, and his eyes were filled with anger. Shen More. Teach your boss a lesson, feel refreshed and gain 50 system points. 050 Chapter Iron-Blooded means. At night, in a room, with candles flickering. Wu Feng stood in front of the desk with his hands behind his back with a flat face, his eyes reflecting the candlelight, not knowing what he was thinking. Inside the room also stood Bai Su, Luo Yu, and another deputy Qianhu. The three looked at each other and then shook their heads slightly. All of them did not know what Wu Feng was thinking at the moment. My lord, that Shen More is so rude. Why don't you send someone to him? Luo Yu opened his mouth and asked tentatively, gesturing with one hand towards his neck. Good, came Wu Feng's voice, and Luo Yu's face was suddenly happy. You go. The next sentence then followed, making Luo Yu's face freeze. Ha? My lord, me? Wu Feng turned his gaze to look at Luo Yu coldly. You brought it up naturally, you go. My lord. My subordinate's strength may not be enough, Luo Yu stammered sheepishly. Humph. You're not strong enough for this town envoy? Everyone here today has seen that Shen Mo is not weaker than Wu Feng at all. Who the hell passed on the 3rd grade? Stupid. Murdering the 1000th member of the jinyiwei. Don't you know the consequences of being a jinyiwei yourself? Not to mention moments like these. Wu Feng rebuked in a bad mood. Then, my lord? Bai Su spoke up in confusion, and, humph. This town marshal is happy. Wu Feng revealed a smile, the corners of his mouth rising as a look of relief surfaced. Originally this is not handled well. The court will be held responsible for the town of the ambassador. Now well. Shen More own bravado to take, after the inquiry is not his problem naturally. Wu Feng was in a happy mood and said, there is no way out of the mountain, and there is a village in the darkness, and I ran into a conceited person like Shen More. As for daytime annoyance, there's real but it's also feigned. How else is it supposed to look like it's really fooling everyone? God knows how happy he was when he heard Shen More's words. Someone voluntarily stepped forward to take the blame. He couldn't be happier. Then should we give Shen More to increase some? The three people suddenly realized, in which Bai Su tone gloomy said, no, he must not be given any trouble, and must be helped vigorously. Wu Feng said with a firm attitude. Since he's taking things over, we need to support him strongly. This way things succeeded, the court will naturally think that Wu Feng is still capable of merit and demerit, failure, that is, Shen More to one person alone to show off, but they are honestly provided all the help, blame them for it. We'll see what the kid does next. My lord, the 1000 households of Qingyang County and the 1000 households of Yunming pay their respects. Inside a study, the scribe came in and reported. Bring them in. As soon as he entered the door, Yang Fan sighed, and, older brother, you're too reckless about this. That Wu Feng would love to have a scapegoat. Next to Jitsuanshi, middle-aged look but angular, sword eyes and eyebrows star, wearing a red flying fish suit, cloaked in a cloak more handsome. What are you going to do? Jitsuanshi wasn't as pessimistic as Yang Fan, and her gaze went to Shen Mo. I've already made my plans. When the time comes, I only need the two of you to help me. Good. Protecting the country and securing the people is the duty of our brocade guards. When the time comes, my Yunming 300 brocade guards will be at your command. Jitsuanshi didn't make any excuses and directly agreed. Older brother, it is said that there are more than a few thousand people from overseas. This is a big trouble once it is in turmoil. You have to think about it. Don't worry, Yang Chi too. I know what's in my heart. Shen Mo's face was calm and did not change at all. To the west of the city, is the place of the trade market of Bihai County, where the most people come and go. And the mouth of the city is set up a ring, surrounded by different people on both sides, one side of the obvious big martial arts people, the other side of the different costumes of overseas people, the far side is set up rows of watching seat platform, from the major forces of people sitting on it. In the ring, we saw a man with a sword fighting against a man wearing a dress with a snake bun, with jade hairpins and various hair ornaments in his hair, and gold bracelets on his hands and feet, which looked charming and attractive. The woman's pace was light and ethereal, and each of the man's sword cuts were dodged or blocked by his gold bracelet. Even Zhang Hao of this Wujing sect can't hold this demon girl. One more defeat and this demon girl will have won 5 games. Watching his own disciple's wretched appearance from the stands, Ho Changfeng's face was a bit ugly. Wan Linger covered her mouth and smiled charmingly, her voice pretentious, and, looks like another defeat. In the crowd, Ji Hua sighed a sigh of regret, and next to him, Ji Linxia swept his gaze across the room and, strange, didn't they say they were going to do something about these people? Even that one saw it the other night, why haven't they done it yet? On the other side of the bow and arrow young man looked around and wondered. What's the hurry? Yen Luo have come, surely Hans, drunk Joer did not have a good temper. In the ring, the man with the sword had now collapsed to the ground, his lips purple and, seeing this scene Ho Changfeng instantly flashed to the ring in a single step, first looking at the situation of his own disciples before looking ferociously at Wan Linger. Demoness, hand over the antidote. What? Do Wu Du is used to bullying the small with the big? A cold voice came from behind Wan Linger as an old crone walked out on her crutches. The two internal forces clashed, and the air currents surged and, The guys down there have seen it all before, and it's been many times that the little ones have hit and the big ones have gone on. Swish! Just then, too, an arrow broke through the air and shot through the middle of the two sides, onto the wooden post at the edge of the ring. The next second on both sides of the room upstairs rows of brocade guards suddenly appeared, holding bows and crossbows all at the crowd gathered below. Then came the sound of neat steps, only to see an army coming head-on, at a distance of 100 paces all instantly drawing their bows and aiming at them. This sudden change instantly caused everyone's face to change in panic, especially those from overseas. What does that mean? What are you doing? The court is going to strike? The next moment the army gave way, and a few horses came out of it, and the Lieutenant Chen Shui looked at the youth in front of him with a complicated gaze. This is actually the descendant of that honored lord, who in the army doesn't recognize the death-free gold medal? Just as a Confucian must know that each famous sentence was written by that Confucian celebrity, so naturally all generals and soldiers in the army must recognize each kind of token and be clear about the role of each one. Let me see. Shenemo looked at the whole room with a smile on his face. TSK, gathering a crowd with the intention of plotting a rebellion, you guys have a lot of guts. Shenmo's tone turned icy cold and his face was indifferent. What? The faces of all the people were horrified. Such a big charge was just attached to it? You're spitting blood. We set up the ring here for the great competition. It was passed by the county government, and the jinyiwei Jinfu envoy also agreed to it, a big man argued. Yes? Where are the official documents? Shenmore asked teasingly with his arm propped on the back of the horse looking down at the crowd. At this moment everyone's heart was shocked, and their backs were cold. How could there be a paperwork for such a thing as a verbal promise? Looking at a group of people silent, Shenmore directly raised his hand. The bowstring-taut sound made some people begin to panic. This Lord Jinfu envoy, we are all from overseas, this is merely a martial arts meeting. If you are like this our overseas islands will reflect it to your emperor. The old crone behind Wan Linger spoke. A group of life-hungry forsaken people are worthy of meeting my great martial emperor? Shenmo's face sneered. This officer will say it again, put down your weapons at once, or else you will be killed without pardon. The next second a dozen or so figures leapt up in the air, borrowing lightweight skills to try to escape. Boom! A terrifying majesty instantly pressed down on the crowd, and then only a dozen phantoms appeared in the air as well as miserable screams. In the end, the phantom dissipated, and there were more than a dozen corpses on the ground, all killed by a single slap. Those who kneel live. He who stands dies. A palm smashed the last person's head, blood splattered everywhere. Shenmo's gaze coldly looked at everyone, his tone was grim. A group of people looked at other people, the crowd Ji Linxia and Drunkenjor and other people decisively kneel, face and life or life is important. 3 breaths later there were still some people standing. The next second 100 arrows broke through the air. Instantly hundreds of corpses fell to the ground bleeding. The old crone and the crowd's astral energy recoiled, bouncing the arrow away and protecting her own disciple. The next second the old crone pupil shrinks, a hand to break their own astral energy, a hand to pinch their own neck and then lift it up hard toward the ground, and then a foot hard step, blood splash face. Then Shenmore turned over his hand and pressed. Wan Linger and others were instantly heavily pressed on the ground, and the floor tiles at their knees were shattered. The other hand sucked in the air, the ground swords floated in the air then instantly pierced through a dozen or so bonobos. Then backhanded pull out the embroidered spring knife cut down the kneeling next to the Japanese head, blood directly spread next to a few people of face, the tragic situation of a few people scared to the ground, paralyzed. TCH, kill smooth, next time I'll let you hack back. Shenmore said in a casual tone, and then his gaze looked contemptuously at the group of people who were intimidated on one side. You're so timid, and you're still out in the jungle. Outside a group of people gathered around, although their faces were afraid but still did not leave, and vegetables and loved to play. Sheriff, come out to wash the floor. Shenmore flung his hands toward the sky and shouted, and behind him continued to kill. Evening. Hundreds of men in black suddenly appeared on the wall of a compound, all wearing black cloaks and hats, tumbling over the wall and entering. Soon a killing sound rang out in the mansion courtyard. Outside, rows of black-clothed men surround the compound, shooting anyone who escapes. Sir, this Japanese gathering point has several hundred people, ostensibly overseas merchants, but actually hidden Japanese assassins, ninjas. They have been assassinating rich merchants, collecting skills, abducting women, and bribing officials to steal gunpowder in the past few months. Mouse whispered, cloaked in a black robe. Next to him, Shenmore was peeling an orange, his face cold. Soon the sound gradually diminished, and 2 figures leapt out of the air in a Shenmore, the rest of the people have been resolved, but that Japanese second-ranked expert took the third-ranked expert out with something. The 2 figures rolled onto their horses, revealing their faces to be none other than Jitsu and Shi and Young Fan. No harm in taking what's worth. Shenemo lowered his head and said flatly, broke a petal of orange and put it into his mouth, and in the next second, he frowned. Burned. Throwing the oranges into the compound he turned his horse and left, leaving a cold voice that, accompanied by a group of men in black riding their horses and disappearing into the darkness of the night, leaving behind only the firelit courtyard of the mansion. Soon the surrounding people woke up, shouting to go to the water, put out the fire, wait until the fire is extinguished. A crowd of people saw the scene in the courtyard, all became pale, vomiting, panic. The 300 corpses, all of them hideous, bound by ropes, should have been hung from the beams and burned alive, but now only a few of them are still hanging from the beams, and most of them have already been turned into charcoal and buried in the ruins. Soon the officials came to block everything. Inside the sheriff's palace, when Yen looked at the two things in front of her heart cold, this Shinmore means really ruthless. But I'm afraid that this would soon provoke those people to anger. After all, there were still 8 second-grade experts inside the town hall. To actually be able to directly mobilize the army, surname Shin, wouldn't be that person's descendant, right? It's a good thing we didn't do it. Wu Feng's face was a bit shocked and fearful. It's just that wood shows in the forest and wind destroys it. This Shinfu envoy would like to see how he will deal with the fury of those 8 second-grade experts. Chang County seat. King Su Quan of Chang County, and uncle of the current emperor. Before the few guards at the entrance could react, the rows of brocade guards blocked the gate and stood neatly on both sides. The Shenmore, Yang Fan, Jitsuanshi and the 3 of them walked directly toward the vermilion red gate. Inside the hall, Su Quan was currently reprimanding his daughter. Xin Yuan, why are you bringing everyone to the mansion? Don't you know that it's time to clean up after these people from overseas? Su, who had a thin body with a goatee and looked to be in his 50s, said with a saddened look on his face. These are my friends. It's not like they're bad people, they're not like the others, they haven't done anything bad on the sly. Su Xinyuan retorted, staring wide-eyed with Su Quan. Where's my little ancestor? Do you know who it is that's investigating this thing thoroughly right now? Jinwu Qinhu Shenmore, known as the Jade-faced Yama, was given a python robe by the emperor himself as an ambassador of Jinfu. Even now, when the king sees him, he has to give him some face. Do you know what happened yesterday? That Shenmore suppressed the ring competition with a single strike, killing hundreds of people on the spot and palming a dozen or so 4th or 5th rank experts. He slaughtered a stronghold in Fusan that night. This kid's methods are incredibly ruthless, so he's not a good person. Humph. What jade-faced Yen Luo, but just a small Qinhu. I don't believe he can behead this county princess. Su Xin Yuan said in defiance. Well Su Quan to the gas, almost 2 black eyes. Your old man, I just said that even I have to give people a few points of face. You zoomed in on the words. Typical left ear in, right ear out. Don't know any better. Said a hand grabbed Su Xinyuan ears. No matter what, quickly get out of the house. If they really have nothing to do, naturally will not have trouble. Body is not afraid of the shadow slant. Nothing to hide. What? Let go, pops. Just then a servant came hurrying to report that the Your Majesty, Chitos Jinwu, Chitos Yunmeng, and Chitos Qingyang seek an audience. At that moment, Su Comprehensive Color's face changed, and she glared at Su Xinyuan. Please. Soon 3 figures walked in and, looking at the youth in the lead who only seemed to be about the same age as himself, a flash of shock flashed through Su Xin Yuan's eyes. Shen. Jun Mo? Su Quan suddenly said uncertainly, looking up and down at the youth in front of him and, Your Highness, Shenmore cupped his fists and bowed. You. Su Quan saw that Shenmore had admitted it, and immediately looked at Shenmore in disbelief, his fingers trembling and, then he slapped Su Xin Yuan on the back of his head. It's really you. My god. Su Xin Yuan? Dang, why are you hitting me? You are that jade-faced Yama. Su Quan was really full of shock at the moment. Is this the legendary dude? And what's this next to me? Su Xin Yuan? It's just a false name. Shinemo smiled faintly. This time I came, I'm sure your highness is also aware of it. Shinemo then spoke. Naturally, Su Quan nodded, then turned to Su Xin Yuan and said, Go get those friends of yours. What? Don't go yet. Su Quan slapped the back of its head and, soon Su Xin Yuan came out with a dozen women. Su Quan suddenly mouth pull, actually hide so many people, wanna harm your old me my reputation, come to a golden house to hide a girl are still good, buckle a harboring criminals that will be fun. Ahem, my daughter doesn't know any better, said Su Quan with some embarrassment. Luaya with her own disciples apprehensively followed Su Xinyuan out. When he saw that youth in the hall, his face suddenly pale. Behind a group of disciples are also alarmed, afraid, and, my lord, spare my life. We're really just visiting Dao to see Dao. There really were no other intentions. In an instant, Luaya was silky smooth kneeling in front of Shenmore, with a sobbing voice, trembling. Nice guy. Su Quan is considered to see, a face to scare people so miserable. This kid is really as the rumor. Look at the harmless, move the hands of human animals, no life. Su Xin Yuan also directly face stunned. No, this person does not look so terrible. Grow up a little better. About her age. This. Lord, I assure you that they have definitely not committed any crime. Disconcerted as he was, Su Xin Yuan still opened his mouth to plead for mercy, saying, This official is checked, they really haven't committed anything. Shen Mo glanced at his eyes before speaking. This glance caused Su Xin Yuan to instantly freeze in place, a chill running straight to the sky. TSK, experience the society's poisonous beatings, Su Quan, with a face of watching a good show. Swish. A dozen cards flew out of Shenmore's hand and inserted in front of Luya and the others. This is a pass. If you don't have it, you'll be executed as a rebel. Thank you, my lord. Luya and the others immediately kowed out in thanks. Your Majesty, we take our leave. After saying that, Shenmore and his group left immediately. This, drink a cup of tea and then go, eat a meal is also okay, Su Quan shouted at Shenmore's back. Only when the figure disappeared into thin air did Su Quan look at Su Xian Yuan, sitting in his seat and picking up his teacup. Well, underestimating people, huh? Too handsome, too majestic. I want to be a brocade guard too. Father, send me to the jinyiwei. Pfft, Su Quan spewed out a mouthful of tea. What? Soon the cleansing extended from the shire to the whole county. The kill one, warn one, pacify one. For a while, all the overseas people returned overseas, especially those who had bad intentions and hated their parents for not having 2 legs. Chapter 051, Successive Beheadings of the Second Grade, The Great Purge. Boom. Inside an inn, a man with a short sedan chair slapped the table in front of him, and, asshole. This Shenmore must die. More than 300 Fuzangs were slaughtered outright, the entire Chamber of Commerce was reduced to rubble, and all their stuff was gone. The other islands have all suffered heavy losses as well, and I believe that those guys also want Shenmore to die. Kamada said with a grim look on his face. Contact those guys now, and force that kid tomorrow, I'm going to beat that kid to death. An angry Hasegawa looked up and gritted his teeth. Spirit Moon Island, a small island of 100,000 or so, which honors only one sect, the Sacred Moon Sect, what a ruthless brat. To kill dozens of people from my sect. Lu Qingling, who was dressed in a white dress, had a face like frost, and her tone was full of killing intent. Apart from Fusan, nowadays the main overseas forces come from the 7 islands of Spirit Moon, Phantom Star, Heaven's Gate, Flying Fairy, Golden Cloud, Shanghao, and Thousand Refinements, and each of these islands has sent a second-grade expert to sit in on them. The Thousand Households office, where all the people are gathered at this moment. Shenmore, it looks like those 8 will be coming for you tomorrow. Wu Feng gazed at Shenmore, implying what you do. These days Shenmore's tactics did make him admire, decisive and ruthless, but he didn't have as big a background as Shenmore. He had to consider all kinds of situations. For example, now that the 8 second-grade masters were out of the way, what could he take to block them? Mobilizing an army? Not to mention the fact that there are only 3,000 soldiers and horses in a county with no artillery, leaving these 8 second-ranking hangers-on, not to mention a host of others from overseas, and the mobilization of armies to be reported. He doesn't have Shenmore's ability to transfer a military camp directly. Next to him, Shenmore played with the cup in his hand, his eyes deep and profound. Naturally, this Chitos has been ready for a long time. Hearing Shenmo say this, everyone's hearts felt a little more at ease. Anyone who dares to make trouble tomorrow, this Chinhu will make them beg for their lives. Ka chow. Icy cold words fell, the cup was instantly pinched and crushed. Early the next morning, nearly 1,000 people have gathered in front of the Thousand Household office, all of them holding weapons, with 8 people standing at the head, all of them exuding the majesty of the second grade, and a dozen or so third-grade masters behind them. Asshole Shenmore, get out! Kamita shouted as he held his sword in his arms, and Lu Qingling's 7 men all looked at the gate coldly as well. On a loft in the distance, Su Quan and Su Xian Yuan were sitting with a small bench, with dried fruits and pastries next to them. It's finally on. Su Quan was all excited. Watching a good show was a waste of time. Sitting so far away, cannot see clearly, why not sit closer? Su Xin Yuan dissatisfied. You'll know in a moment. Su Quan blankly glanced at Su Xian Yuan. With a shout, the next moment rows of brocade guards ran out of the gate in unison, holding crossbows and arrows. At the same time on both sides of the street there are also each 200 brocade guards appeared. Behind them again is the army. Knowing this Chitos, and still bringing people to throw yourselves into the net, should I say that you guys are really stupid and cute or overconfident? Shenmore, wearing a purple python suit, walked out of the gate with Wu Feng, followed by Ji Tsuanxi and several others. 2 town criers. Lu Qingling's few people's faces changed slightly, but then they calmed down. That was only 2 second grades. Shenmore, you brutalized our disciples and killed innocents indiscriminately. We are here to seek revenge on you today. Tianmen Island is led by an old man, dressed in sackcloth. How dare you make trouble in front of the 1,000 households? Seek death. Lingyu, the Japanese island and others have rebelled. Kill them at once. Shenmore directly waved his hand and released arrows, without saying more than a few words. No, why don't you go through the process? Shouldn't you have theorized first? Lu Qingling and the others were slightly stunned, then their faces turned furious. A group of disciples died in an instant, but soon these overseas martial artists immediately counterattacked, and naturally they had brought their bows and arrows with them this time around. But a group of brocade guards immediately killed after releasing arrows, and in the blink of an eye, a group of people were killing each other. It was also at this moment that a figure descended from the sky, slashing horizontally with a sword, its aura cutting through the sky. Lu Qingling's several people immediately backed up. Also at this time behind a brocade guard rose into the air, a sword chop too. Sword chi breaks through the air. Sneak attack. Kamita turned to draw the sword to chop the same blade chi split, but immediately crushed by the sword chi. The aftermath of the power is not reduced to attack. Bastard! It's a first-grade grandmaster. On the other side, Wu Feng was just about to make a move, when Shenmore's voice came to his ears, go and take care of those 3rd and 4th grades. I'm a skirmisher? Soon 8 people were divided into 2 groups by Shenmore and by Lu Yu. On Shenmore's side is none other than Lu Qingling, Kamita, the hem-clad old man from Tianmen Island, and a mysterious masked white woman from Shanghai. The 2nd grade is enough to make you guys crazy. You guys are really fanatically confident. With a sword placed horizontally in front of him, Shenmore's face sneered. You're actually a 1st grade. Lu Qingling's hands were slightly trembling at the moment, looking at the youth in front of him in disbelief. A quick battle. The old man in hemp clothes had a serious face, a foot stepped out, and the floor tiles flew up layer by layer and smashed into Shenmore. The next second I'm afraid that the astral wind tore through the floor tiles, the air Lu Qingling thin sword stabbing to come, the sword chi divided into shadows, a sword into 100 shadows, the Kamita a flash disappeared, the white woman's sleeve robe waved, behind a dozen white damask toward Shenmore winding. Cut off the river. The masonry scatters, a blade of cold light meets the ground cracks, the dust flies, Kamita is shaken right out of the room, the white ayah is torn to shreds, the old man in hemp suddenly appeared in the dust and threw a punch at Shenmore's chest, and his palm was greenish-black, crossed his sword and blocked with a heavy thud, In the next second, the pupils of the hemp-clothed old man shrank, Shenmore kicked, and the tip of his foot actually hit a short sword blade. You're a first-class man. You're still so mean. The speed of a foot into the waist of the hemp-clothed old man, followed by a flip back to avoid the ground drilling out sneak attack Kamita, landing on the ground and then a back-blocking blade, blocking Lu Qingling's sword, quickly turning his head and spitting a dart out of his mouth, Lu Qingling's face changed backward sliding to avoid, the same moment Shenmore leaped in the air, a knife-heavy chopping down. However, at this time Kamita from the back of a knife chopped, Shenmore in the hands of the embroidered spring sword immediately threw back, stabbing at Kamita. Landing in the air, Shenmo instantly surged his internal force, and his palms sucked at the surroundings. In an instant the wind was howling, the whole street floor tiles were lifted, weapons, arrows were sucked away. The air actually came from the sound of tigers roaring and dragons roaring, open wide. In the distance, Su Quan excitedly stood up and looked at the scene that changed the sky on one side of the room. Dragon Tiger Wind Cloud Palm. The wind transformed into a large palm carrying floor tiles and other broken items toward the 4 people to suppress them. The terror of the inner strength made the 4 men's bodies sink. Combined blade stream. Kamita once again drew a sword, and with both blades chopping out, his blade aura transformed into a cross-that. Soul-refining palm. Sackcloth old man's face sank, both palms together, radiating internal force so that the surrounding air currents into black mist, next to a few people sticking suddenly turned into blood in water. Thousand Shadow Sword Lu Qingling's long sword stood upright, one hand wiped across the sword, instantly a circle of sword shadows appeared behind his back just like a peacock opening its screen, a circle of sword shadows appeared. Love wire. The white-clothed woman leapt in the air, countless white threads stabbed, piercing through the giant palm. A huge wave of air directly toppled the people around them and, mountain-breaking style. The moment the palm shattered, a cold voice rang out and, instantly, the 4 felt their bodies as if they were being pressed by a mountain, and a blood moon rose in the sky. Boom! With a slash, the ground around the 4 people directly collapsed, a 10-meter or so crack causing the entire room to go silent. What terrifying strength! Wu Feng's group of people were shocked in their hearts. The dust dispersed, and only 3 people were left in the pit, seriously injured, and the other woman in white was nowhere to be seen. Shenmore frowned, but in the next second a foot stepped on Kamita's head, his face contemptuous. Can't even take revenge, how pathetic. Before Kamita could say anything, he crushed his head with a foot and, kill me. Spirit Moon Island will not let you go. Lu Qingling looked at Shenmo, who was walking step by step, and hurriedly opened her mouth and said, but Shenmo's face did not change, and then directly stepped on both of its legs and broke them. This officer waits for them. Shenmo looked at the agonizing Lu Qingling, while the embroidered spring knife in his hand flew out and stabbed the hemp-clothed old man who was struggling to crawl to death. Go! Seeing this scene, the faces of the 4 people entangled with by Lu Yu instantly changed drastically, turning around and wanting to leave. But at this time in the air Shenmore came step by step with his sword, stepping in the air and, this is not the way. Wiping off the blood on his face with his left hand, Shenmo revealed a smile. The 4 of them were in despair. West of the city, the ring is still standing, only now it's been turned into a beheading stage. Chop! With a single command, Lu Qingling's 5 were directly beheaded, followed by another batch that surrendered. More than 400 people were all executed by Shenmore, and then the 8 forces of the people were even arrested in a big way. Chapter 052, Combining Counties and States. 10 days of cleansing, and Bayshore County is once again returning to stability. At the entrance to the city of Bihai County, the 3 brocade guards sped out, and the pedestrians on the road avoided them. Brother Shin, see you later. Jitsuanshi cupped his fists at Shenmo, and then left with 300 brocade guards. Older brother, come to Qingyang to play when you have time, Yang Fan also said enthusiastically at this moment. A grade master of the first grade, perhaps a commanding officer in the future. Naturally when I have time, Shenmore nodded at Yang Fan, and then sped away with the brocade guards, dust flying up and, with the matter of Bishop's County settled, it's naturally time to go back to Kingwood. Suppressing the matter of Bikai County and gaining fame, gaining 150 points. Military capital. Can't find out where it came from? How can that be? Inside the study of Taifu's residence, Zhang Yunha's face was cloudy, incredulous, and asked, as a martial artist knelt below him. He is the current Taifu, actually cannot find out a person's origin. Have this kind of means is no more than that a few people, or even. Taifu's face was suddenly gloomy. It couldn't be some outer prince from above, could it? My lord, that person is called Shenmore, the second grandson of the Duke of Jinghua. The subordinate looked up and carefully said. You mean Shenjunmore? Come on, I look like a little cutie to you. Zhang Yunha's face was furious as he pointed at himself and said that. But that Shenjunmuo was rumored to have been sent out of Wujing more than half a year ago. Zhang Yunha couldn't help but be silent, but then with a wave of his sleeve robe, and that's absolutely impossible. Impossible. Shenjun Mo does not know martial arts, there is no talent for practicing martial arts, the whole martial arts Kyoto knows that Shinbody and that old man spent all his efforts only to let him step into the 9th grade. Forget it, don't investigate yet, whether it's a person or a ghost will surface sooner or later. If he can't find out, he's afraid it's that one. Wang Fu, the residence of the Minister of Rights, Wang Zhuang. At this moment, within the backyard, two figures were sitting together opposite each other. How could you not be able to find out? Su Fangwen's face was ugly. The third Prince Su Fangwen, mother for one of the 4 noble consorts, grandfather is the Minister of Rights, behind the back of the Langyue Wang family, is a group of people think the most promising one of the people. I should have known I should have killed him in the first place. Grandpa, you have to make me wait until the end of the confinement, Su Fangwen said to the old man in front of him in dissatisfaction. Between confinements you still go and kill people, kill the brocade guards. What do you think His Majesty will think when he finds out? Where is the brain? Wang Zhuang immediately reprimanded. Well, now I've asked you to come here is to think about the matter of the state pastors. If not wrong, soon the state system will come down, and then there will be a need for 9 state pastors. This is a good opportunity. A flash of light flashed in Wang Zhuang's eyes, the chief of a state, leading the political affairs of 4 counties, this power is not small. In a pavilion in the middle of a lake, an old man and a young man play against each other. Teacher, that Shenmore's origin cannot be found, the young man slowly spoke up. Then there is no need to check, find someone to draw a portrait will know, the 5th order of the face of the Kong, the hands of the white sun fell, right now your sights should be set on more important things. Teacher, you mean? Jinbui Gongfu, not that kind of luxury majestic atmosphere, just an ordinary house. But all people do not dare to take liberties here. When 100 officials pass by, they are required to dismount from their horses for military officials and dismount from their sedan chairs for civil officials, which is an imperial order. Inside the study, an old servant walked in and inside was sitting a middle-aged man in a green-colored Confucian robe, with a pair of willowy eyebrows, eyes gleaming with a bit of harshness, looking stern and meticulous, holding a volume of books to read. Uncle Fu, do you have something to do? Seeing the visitor, the middle-aged man put down the book in his hand and inquired. Young master asked me to check something and send it to the study, Fu Bo replied respectfully. Oh, what is it, can I take a look? The middle-aged man inquired with a flash of doubt in his eyes. Naturally, Fu Bo handed the paper in his hand to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the contents of the paper and soon had a complex expression on his face. Alas, father is also concerned, how could this man be that rebellious son? 1,000 households, 3rd rank in his 20s, is this something that rebellious son can do? Go down Fubo, I'll give father the word, the middle-aged man sighed and waved his hand, and, now that my father is mobilizing his troops to prepare for his trip north, the emperor's intentions are clear. The middle-aged man put the paper on the table and sighed again, eventful he actually does not advocate the war to pacify, this fight the people in suffering. Inside the palace, in the imperial study. At this moment, Su Ling Tian had his hands behind his back, looking at a large map on the wall in silence. There were only a few people standing below, Wei Yan, the left and right prime ministers, and Changsun Oracle, Li Ruxiao, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and Fang Zichuan, the minister of the Ministry of War. Li Ruoxiao, does the state shepherd have anyone in mind? Su Ling Tian turned his gaze to a refined man. Your Majesty, I have only thought of Xingyan, with Siming, Li Fengxian, Kong Yuan, and Ming, Zhang Xiu, Shou Ziyuan for the time being, and there are still 2 more to go. Li Ruxiao immediately bowed respectfully and said, enough, the remaining 2 just stay until tomorrow's court. I would like to see how many bulls and snakes jump out. Su Ling Tian waved his dragon robe, his tone indifferent. The world's 36 counties for the 9 states, but also Su Ling Tian thought through, one is more conducive to the central control, the second is that in recent years those townships to make the power of some of the inflated. Take for example, Wu Feng, who even privately agreed to carry out a ring match with people from overseas, almost causing turmoil in Bihai County. and the two in the north, secretly having affairs with those county kings. Some of them have forgotten the jinyiwei's duty and original intent. Damn it! Kingwood County. Shenmue was looking at the training list the old cripple had given him, as well as the training situation. Boss. The scribe and a couple of rats walked in and, what's wrong? Shenmue looked up at a few people and, the combined counties and states are up. His Majesty has issued an imperial decree. Jinwu County, Qingyang County, Yunmeng County, and Bihai County will be merged into Qingzhou, with the state pastor leading the affairs of the four counties, and the town commissioner overseeing Qingzhou. The new state pastor of Qingzhou is called Sima Jing, and will be arriving soon, with the state office located in Qingyang. Hearing the name of the state pastor, Shenmue could not help but raise his eyebrows. Sima family's people. And this Sima Jing he also knows, today's 7th princess's uncle, Su Ling Tian's brother-in-law, whose sister is Shufei, the. When he was molesting that girl Su Junmo in the state prison, this guy happened to be the teacher, punished Shenmue to stand for a day, and also copied spring and autumn 300 times. What about the rest? Shenmue asked the others, turning back to. Excluding Wujing, the 36 counties were transformed into 9 states, with Liangzhou, Arezu, and Yuzhou in the north, and the state shepherds were Li Fengxian, Kong Yuan, and Xinji. Yuzhou state pastor who? Shenmue asked with some rare surprise. The crown prince is Crown Prince Xinyan, Lord Shena. The scholar hurriedly replied, but the next moment he reacted, this can't be the boss's. I'm sure it's the cheap old man. He's all mixed up in the capital. Huasiming of Haizhou in the east, and Ming of Jinzhou in the center, Zhangxiu of Yunzhou in the west, Xiao Ziyuan of Yangzhou in the southwest, and Lu Shang of Lingzhou in the south, and then the scholar named the remaining several state ministers one by one. My lord, are we going to meet the new state shepherd when he arrives? Mao spoke up and inquired. What the are you welcoming? What should we do? Shenmue slapped on its head, then his eyes looked at the scholar. How's the account coming along? Boss, we have 2 of your men in the Jinwu Jinyuei prison. The 2 deputy 1,000 households are still empty. Shenmue always have to make up for it. Come on, go check it out. Chapter 053, Recruiting Manpower, Heart-Digging Case. The dungeon was brightly lit, and there was a constant stream of wailing and mournful sounds. Greetings, my lord. Seeing Shenmue lead people to come, a group of brocade guards in the prison immediately bent down and clasped their fists and bowed. Take me to the A room. Shenmue waved his left hand to let the crowd rise. Cell A, all of which hold criminals above the 5th grade. In a cell, a middle-aged man with his limbs chained by a 2-meter-long chain and his peep of bone pierced through, with a long scar on the left side of his face, was lying on a straw mat with his eyes closed. Hearing a footstep stop in front of his cell, the man opened his eyes and glanced over. Seeing the visitor, his gaze couldn't help but shrink slightly. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I've never seen such a young ambassador. Lin Duanji smacked his lips, somewhat flattered, and said, Lin Duiki, Jianghu people say 100 poison hand, used to be the poison door big disciple, a poison skill stove fire, poison death over the 4th grade of martial arts, after because of her righteousness and courage to save a woman to provoke on the Valley County magistrate's son. The magistrate's son joined forces with that woman to falsely accuse you of committing adultery and misdemeanor against her, and colluded with the then 100 of the Jinyuei to make you a wanted man and arrest you. After a rage poisoned the county magistrate's family, as well as 100 households, the woman's entire family, and finally attracted Jinwu Qin who Tang Jun shot, was suppressed and arrested into the prison. Hearing the scholar speak out about himself, Lin Duiji's face sank down coldly. Oh, they're a nest of snakes and rats. If they were ordinary people they would have been forced to die long ago. Rarely do they not deserve to die? Lin Duanji gaze on Shenmue words sharp asked. That Tang Jun that is to know that I am wrongly accused, so what? Only for their own face as much as arrested me. Now I hate myself for not seeing you people earlier, otherwise I would have killed more of you dog officials. I learned a skill that should be used on you, Lin Duanji said viciously. I can't tell you're still a righteous, hot-blooded kid. Shenmue waved his head at the person next to him, and immediately people came to open the cell. Ka! Now I'll give you a chance to kill all those dog officials. It's up to you. Shinemo walked to Lin Ziogi, instantly chopped off 4 chains, took out an embroidered spring sword and placed it in front of him. You! Lin Duanji looked at Shinemo with some shock. Wasn't he afraid that he would make a move? Soon Shenmue went towards the depths of the prison again. Room A 1. In the cell an old Taoist sat cross-legged on a straw mat, meditating with his eyes closed, wearing a tattered Taoist robe without chains, his hair white, 2 strands of white hair hanging down from either side of his face. The Zhang Daoyin, a 3rd-grade consummate expert. He used to be the master of Yunfeng Guan, but when he broke through the 2nd grade, he went crazy and went on a killing spree, slaughtering several families in the nearby mountains as well as several disciples in the Guan. When he came to his senses, he realized that he had committed a sin, and then he found himself to ask for his execution to atone for the sins of the others, and then he asked for the death of Tang Jun. But Tang Jun, a 4th grade, didn't dare to strike at a 3rd grade consummate, so he kept Zhang Daoyin locked up all the time. Zhang Daoyin, punishing yourself won't atone for your sins, nor will it save the world. Saving the people of the world from the fire and preventing disasters for all beings is the best policy. A flat voice came. The old Taoist sitting on a plate could not help but tremble, slowly opened his eyes. At night, the sound of the beat of the night watch resounded through the silent streets of the night watchman was walking down the street with a lantern and a bamboo stick, and in the next moment he couldn't help but shiver. Why is it suddenly cold? Rubbing his arms, the night watchman continued to walk forward, but the next corner, the night watchman suddenly eyes confused, the hands of the lantern to beat the night watchman tools thrown to the ground, as if lost soul disappeared into the darkness. Early in the morning, at the sheriff's office, a dozen corpses lay in the compound, covered with white cloths, and another dead one. Besides the night watchman, all the others were out at night, too. Took a look at the new corpse, put the white cloth down. Yuan sighed. 2 nights on the death of a dozen people. The situation is a little serious. All killed by a single move, with disoriented expressions, their hearts ripped out. Did the people underneath find out anything? Guan Shouxing looked to the county minister Fu Yuan and the chief constable Lu Feng. All the scene except for the bloodstains, there are only corpses, no other traces have been found. Lu Feng shook his head, his face grim. My lord, should we let the brocade guards take a look? Fu Yuan spoke up from the sidelines. Instantly Guan Shouxing's eyes lit up. Right. Since Shin Mo wants to be in charge of everything, let him have a headache with this matter. In the compound, surrounded at the moment by rows and rows of brocade guards, the scholar lifted one side of the white cloth, and a dozen corpses were all displayed in front of the crowd. Shin Shenhu, look, we have no choice but to look for you, Guan Shouxing said with a smile on his face at this moment. Shin Mo ignored Guan Shouxing, his eyes surveying the dozen or so corpses. Only then did Guan Shouxing notice that there were 2 more people behind Shin Mo, an old man and a middle-aged scarred man with a silver and red striped flying fish suit, the jinyiwei deputy thousand-tenant. Where did it come from? The heart was ripped out by hand, in one fell swoop, specializing in claw work. Next to him, Lin Duig closed his eyes and sniffed his nose, and in the next second his eyes opened and hit by the enchanting poison. Boss, the dead are all in their 20s to 50s, they are all young and strong men, there is no connection between the dead, and there is no abnormality, they are all ordinary people. The scholar's side came over after checking it out. The hearts were all removed, 3 of them had horrified faces, and there were signs of a second strike on their chests, so there were at least 2 killers. Good at charming poison, claw power, rat. You go to the Jianghu sects or people with these characteristics to check over. Shin Mo to the side of the rat commanded. More evil arts in the Jianghu. There are some people who seek longevity will use the heart as a medicine, or heart alchemy can be youthful forever and other evil methods. You can also check this aspect. Zhang Daoin opened his mouth to add. Mute, go check to see if any outsiders have entered recently. Old lame, go and ask those Jianghu sects in Jinwu to see if they know or have seen this technique. The 2 mute men nodded and led a few people away. My lord, the king of Kong County has come to look for you, says the young prince, and the county princess are missing. Just then one of the brocade guards came in a hurry to report that the Shin Mo immediately frowned. Scholar, you continue to check these corpses and the place of the crime, see if you can still find anything. Let's go. Commanded to go down, Shin Mo with a line of brocade guards and thundering away. 1,000 Households Hall. At this moment Su Guang face anxious, no previous days that kind of joyful appearance. The moment she saw Shin Mo, she immediately ran over to him. Jun Mo, you have to save Ir Engineer. Chapter 054, Haunted, Grave Robbery. Although Su Guang was a county king, he had only 2 children, County Princess Su Aya and young County King Su Jin. Yesterday the 2 went to the nearby Taoist temple to incense and play, but until the evening has not returned. Su Guang immediately sent people to find, looking for a night did not find, this early in the morning to find Shin Mo. Your Highness, you just said that you sent people to look for them at night, have your people found anyone suspicious? Sheriff, are there any other experts around them to protect them? Shin Mo looked up at Su Guang. Nope, I sent Ayachan and the others a 4th grade martial artist for protection. The 4th product in Jinwu County is already considered to be the top of the group of experts, now actually also silently disappeared. At the very least, a 3rd ranked expert has stepped in, or that 4th ranked martial artist has gone rogue. Don't worry, Your Highness, we'll find the sheriff and the others as soon as possible. My lord, a group of people have come outside, they all say they see ghosts at night. Now it's said that evil spirits eat the hearts of men. It was also at this time that one of the brocade guards came to report. Haunted. Shin Mo and Lin Xiaogi. Several people exchanged glances, next to Su Guang also revealed a touch of shock. Find some people and ask what's going on. Yes. At night, the wind is cold and sluggish, because of the rumor of haunted people eating. Rumors spread, the streets have been cold and quiet, no one, even the people who beat the night watch have not been these days. White clothes floating, ghost fire levitating, and bloody faces, all just a bunch of people pretending to be gods and goddesses. On the roof, Lin Xiaogi disdained, he never believed in these, Jianghu tricks only. What a ghost! Why only the south, west, and east of the city? Because the Jinyui's office is in the north. Dao Master, do you believe it or not? Shin Mo turned his head to look at Zhang Daoyin. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, even if there is a poor Taoist who does this. Zhang Daoyin glanced faintly at Shin Mo. Taking Suaya and the others and digging up hearts is not a group of people, how do you plan to investigate? Lin Duanji gazed at Shenmue and curiously said, "The people who dug out their hearts all targeted ordinary people, and they also used pandering poison, which means that their martial arts skills are not high. And Su Aya and his entourage have a 4th grade martial artist protection or still quietly disappeared, shows that there is definitely a master shot, even if it is using poison is at least with the Lina level, 5th grade poison master, the." As for hauntings, which seem to be a cover-up tactic by heart diggers. "Here it comes," without answering, Shenmue gazed in a direction and suddenly said, "Just a dimly lit street, a long white coat floating around in midair, sleeve robes waving as if someone was dancing, This side is also there." Zhang Daoing pointed to the other side, only to see a few black-clothed people keep knocking on the door of a few homes, waiting for people to open the door, then hide, consecutively a few times, and finally in front of people's gates to put a few paper dolls, and the door of the house. Zhanghu tricks don't even count, Tai pretending to be a god. Lin Duiqi's face darkened as he looked at the street he was watching, 2 balls of green fire floating around. A whistle sounded, and instantly a group of brocade guards drilled out of the darkness of the night to seize the group of pretenders. Thought it was more powerful, Lin Duiqi said in a bad mood. The 3 leapt down from the air, ghost knocking on the street, a few black-clothed people kneeling on the ground, 2 knives on their necks, and at the moment, their faces were terrified and kept begging for mercy. "Mercy! My lord! Mercy! Who told you guys to do this?" Walking up to a person, Shenmue looked down and asked, his tone cold and, "It was a man who paid us to do this, and gave us 100 taels each for doing it once a night. That person we don't know. Every time we meet, we're at the Wilai Tea House, table C10. Seeing his scarlet and purple python brocade suit, a few black-clothed men were almost fainted with fear. Speaking directly from their heads, the damn when doing this, did not say that there is not much danger, the most is to be arrested and quickly arrested into the prison for a while. How's the brocade guards? Go check." As for these people temporarily escorted into the dungeon, after carefully observing that these people were not lying, Shenmue arranged that. Early in the morning, Lu Feng, the chief constable, found Guan Shouxing with several copies of the pleadings. "Boo!" Guan Shouxing looked at Lu Feng with a sulky face and directly slapped the table. "Lu Feng, what does this official need you for as chief constable? A few grave robbers also seek this official. Is it that you still want this official to guard the tomb in the back? Martyr! Originally there is a Shenmue pressure has been annoying, there are a group of unreliable underlings below more annoying, cannot let this official to save a little heart. Sir, these several stolen tombs were all born at the same time, I thought if it was related to the previous case, so I brought it to you to take a look." Lu Feng said stiffly. "I want you to worry more. There's something he, Shenmue, will naturally investigate." Guan Shouxing said, "What am I looking for?" Suddenly a voice came, the 2 turned back only to see Shenmue with Zhang Dao and several people smiling and laughing at the 2. As for Lin Duiqi was sent to investigate the disappearance of the sheriff's master. "Egu, Xianhu is here." Guan Shouxing immediately laughed and walked up and, "This just said that Xianhu solved the case like a god, what else can't you find out?" "No, this sheriff here has just found a clue ready to send to Xianhu to do his bit for the case." Guan Shouxing hurriedly asked his subordinates to serve tea, while smiling and handing the paper in his hand to Shenmue. "Tomb raiding. It's not stolen treasure, it's stolen corpses, 7 of them, born in the same year, on the same day, on the same month." Next to Zhang Daoing looked at this birth date and couldn't help but feel familiar. "Boss, I've found it." It was also at this moment that Mouse hurriedly approached the old Taoist remembered. At this time, Zhang Daoing also remembered something and, placing the pleading paper on the table, Shenmue looked at the 2 men and, once there was a cult called the Eternal Life Cult, the pursuit of the so-called longevity, obsessed with refining all kinds of longevity pills, one of which is to use the heart of a living person as a citation, but then rumor has it that most of the refined pills are poisonous, and ate themselves to death. The cult gradually disappeared. There's also the corpse refining sect that eats people's hearts, and the Nanjiao's compulsion and witchcraft cults that use the heart to raise parasites. Everything that the monk Shang said is actually incorrect. Zhang Daoing shook his head and said flatly, "The rat's name is Zhang Hao. I'm afraid that all of these stolen corpses have been taken to stew." Zhang Daoing spoke up. "Stew?" Mouse Guan Shouxing several people's faces changed. "So heavy taste?" "There is a kind of corpse bone soup that nourishes the body and keeps it alive. It is an evil technique that requires taking 749 strong men's hearts, and then 7 bones of people born on the Yang month and Yang day, and then adding all kinds of extremely sunny things to boil them for 9 days. This concept originated from the fact that people tend to die, their bodies are lean, and they need extreme yang stimulation, along with the partial belief that what you eat makes up for what you eat, and was refined, originally originating from the ghost sect. Cannibalism for survival. Hiss, is this still human? Mouse. Several people couldn't help but feel sick to their stomachs and Shenmue raised an eyebrow. Another ghost door? Is it too much research on evil, afraid of being put to death by everyone to defect to the court? The rats go to check on any members of the scholarly family, wealthy family members or important officials in Jinwu County who will die or have died in the past few years. Those who dare to do so are either rich or powerful. It can only be the group of Jinwu. Maybe some people have already started to plan for a long time. Inside a dimly lit chamber lay 36 corpses, all grim-faced and dead with their hearts ripped out. In the middle of the chamber a large pot was being cooked by a large fire, surprisingly emitting a strange fragrance. Not far from the cauldron a dying old man sat on a futon with his eyes closed, clad in a surplice, his hands constantly turning the Buddha beads, his mouth constantly reciting some kind of scripture. At that moment an old servant-like man appeared in the chamber and, "Master, those men have been captured by the jinyiwei," the old servant whispered in the old man's ear. After a long time, the old man stopped his hand movements and slowly opened his eyes and, "What can a dead man find out?" 055 Chapter Jinyiwei, the king of Kong County's residence. This king has done what you said, why don't Ayachan and the others let go? At this moment, inside the backyard, Suguan looked at the two people in front of him with a sulky expression. A man in his 20s dressed in gorgeous clothes, holding a folding fan, at the moment with a haughty face standing behind a woman. The woman was dressed in a cloud brocade lily skirt, her demeanor elegantly sipping tea in her hands, her face light and graceful. What's the hurry, your highness, when things are done, we'll naturally release the young prince and the others. Wang Xiaoyu lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and said, without any hesitation, your highness also don't think of any other means, otherwise we can hardly guarantee the safety of the county lord and the others. The youth behind him smiled faintly, his tone filled with threats. Good. This king according to your due, but if it is a child they have an accident, this king must let Yuan clan pay the price. Su Guang forced to hold back his anger and gritted his teeth, said. The youth smiled disdainfully and didn't say much, a powerless local prince is just we naturally do what we say. Wang Xiaoyu said blandly, you guys have to be careful of that Shinmore. If he finds out, you guys will die a horrible death. Be sure to be careful. Su Guang suddenly warned. I don't need to worry about your highness, it's just 1,000 households. The youth sneered at once, thinking about what kind of people their Wang family didn't have. Wang Xiaoyu didn't say anything more, and obviously thought the same thing. Then the two of them left. When the two left, Su Guang slammed the teacup heavily on the ground. Mud, after a lifetime of playing with eagles I can't imagine that I've actually been pecked by an eagle. It's great. As early as Shinmore first came to Jinwu County, these two have come. When Su Light looked at the identity of the two thought of friendship, did not think that actually also became a wolf into the house. The idea came to me. Good. Su Guang laughed back in anger and, really think he is a powerless local downtrodden prince, he is old, not lifting the knife cannot move. I think when the time to fight for that position to play mind games, these two people have not been born yet. You guys really need to be careful. Don't let Shinmore get you killed so early. Looking at the direction of departure, Su Guang gave a meaningful smile. Then background? He would like to see meet Shinmore, you still what can be crazy? 1,000 households. My lord, this is a list of the people of the great families who have died strangely or suddenly in the past 2 or 3 years, and those who will die in the near future. Among them, the Wood family, the Hong family, and the Tang family have had servants mysteriously disappear in the past few years, and the rest of the families have also had more or less missing servants or lost people in the neighborhood. Mouse handed several pieces of information to Shinmore. A dozen clans, big and small, that's quite a lot. Rats, tell me how many people they've killed? Shinemo looked at the hands of a name to reveal a cold smile. This is still in Jinwu County, the entire Dawu? Write a letter and report it immediately. The old emperor looked at it whether he cared or not that was his business, but in Jinwu County, these man-eating bloodworms were not allowed to live. Boo! A dagger nailed these lists dead center on the table. Soon the entire 1,000 households mobilized, hundreds of brocade guards in full gear. Hundreds of fast horses galloped through the streets, clear of the flying fish suits that. The brocade guards are on the case. Get out of the way. No need to shout, heard the sound of hooves coming a crowd of people have to avoid. In the whole city of Jinwu only brocade guards dare to openly drive horses. The Wood family. Before the gatekeeper's domestic servant could react, the gate directly shattered and flew in, followed by rows and rows of brocade guards pouring in. What are you doing? Who told you to arrest people? No, who's behind us? Wood family head Mu Lihuo looked at the jinyiwei who were arresting people everywhere with a furious face and said, the 2 6th grade guards behind them wanted to strike, but in the next second 2 flying daggers pierced through, nailing the 2 directly to death. Lihuo still wanted to say something, 2 brocade guards directly grabbed his shoulders, 1 person punched in his abdomen, then 1 knocked out his teeth. The Wood family's backyard 100 Wang Yuan just sniffed his nose, then he smelled a blood as well as putrid odor coming from under the wigwam. The next second directly a knife unfolded, instantly a stench rushed to the sky, almost a crowd of brocade guards stench vomit. However, when they saw the scene inside, they all looked furious. A big pit under the wigwam, with white bones, and even corpses that hadn't been fresh for long, and even though it was fall, they all had maggots. Damn them all. The Hong family, a large family in Jinwu County, started out on tea and porcelain. At this moment, looking at the white bones dug out of the backyard full of white bones, the osmanthus blossoms above open, the fragrance of the garden full of golden laurel cannot suppress this endless corpse stench. Sparing the Jiang Daoin who had been practicing for many years, when he saw this scene, he could not help but break his defense and become furious. directly kicking the Hong family head. Mother asterisk 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 error. You beasts, you dog bastards, what are you doing alive? Why don't you go to hell? It's nine. The firstborn is not even as good as the firstborn. The god of thunder should strike you all to death. Dollar and. Kong Doyen kicked and cursed angrily over and over again. Scholar Shin is right, for people like you to live is a sin against the world. Get the knife. Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907. Shan Qianhu. What do you mean by that? Tang Shan stared angrily at Shenmore in front of him. Around the Tang family members were all escorted by the brocade guards kneeling on the ground, the knife on the neck, but all those who resisted were all beheaded by a knife. This Chitos will only ask once, where is the stuff? Shenmo said with a smile on his face. What is it? Xianhushan, this official doesn't know what you're talking about? A flash of panic flashed in Tang Shan's eyes, but then he calmed down and said. However, in the next second, we saw Shenmore reaching out to the two sides, and the two sides of the brocade guards immediately respectfully handed over willow leaf-like fine knives. Unfortunately, you don't even deserve a reward of 30 lashes. But you should be glad that this Chitos is doing it himself, said Shenmore with a smile on his face as he walked towards Tang Shan. What are you doing? Watch out, I'll sue to Wujing. Stay back. You can't take it away too. Kill me and Wang won't let you go. Tang Shan was hoisted up and looked at Shenmore walking in horror, followed by a loud scream. The blood keeps dripping. Half an hour later, Shenmore took the white handkerchief and wiped the blood on his hand. Cut off the head, hang it on the marketplace, and throw the meat to the dogs. Behind him, Tang Shan had only one head left, with a hideous face, a white bone all over his body, and a pile of flesh and blood underneath. The entire process was witnessed by everyone. The Tang family line was pale. Some people directly fainted from fear. Wiping off the blood on his face, the bloody handkerchief fluttering to the ground, Shenmo led his party toward a dry well in the backyard. In the chamber, the robe-clad old man's eyes slowly opened when he heard a footstep coming and, didn't I tell you not to come looking for me lately? However, when he turned back to the old man froze, eyes are all flying fish clothes, the head is scarlet purple python robe. You should have died 2 years ago, Donmore. How many people do you think you've eaten to survive? Shenmore carried the embroidered spring sword and took a step toward Tang Mo, craning his neck. You think you can wash away the sins on your body by putting on a robe and pretending to chant? This Chitos knows a good way to get rid of your sins and make sure you're clean. Shenmore was behind Tang Mo with a grin on his face. The embroidered spring sword in his hand was placed under his neck. Shin Qianhu, right. Don't kill me. I can give you a share of it, too, and live forever. And the entire Tang family is yours. Don't kill me, there's Wang behind me. They'll come after you if you kill me. Please don't kill me, I don't want to die yet. Tang Mo's face is now fearful, trembling and pleading. He has been living for so long, why is still want to live? For this reason also embarked on this inhuman ghost road. Use fire. Fire burns all sins, and when the time comes, this official will let the entire Jinwu city watch you. Shenmo said as if he didn't hear it, still talking to himself. No, I'm not wrong. What's wrong with me? I just want to live. They're weak, they deserve to be refined by us. Who can blame you? Tang Mo shouted like a madman at this moment, and, in the next second Shenmore kicked over Tang Mo and stomped him under his feet. You're right, and that's why you're under my feet now. It's a shame we're the jinyiwei. 1 kill for treason. The second killers have been interfering with the dynasty and messing with the government. 3 kills of woe. 4 kills of corrupt officials. 5 kills for wrongdoing. This official likes to mess with you people who claim to be strong. If you don't like it you can come and mess with me too. Hee, you think you jinyiwei have a good reputation? But just like us, brutal and cruel, Tang Mo sneered. Ha 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 ha. Shenmore as well as a group of brocade guards laughed out loud. The strength of the feet increased, if not to stay on fire has long been trampled to death. We're the brocade guards. We do what we're told. Are we the good guys? Who doesn't have a dozen lives on their hands? Ha! A group of brocade guards with scoffing faces. Don't worry, this Chitos will make sure you go all the way. Shenmore stepped on Tang Mo, bent down, said word by word with a smile, but word by word let a person feel a wave of coldness. Chapter 056, Jinwu's heavenly surname Shen. The food market, at the moment, is surrounded by a group of people. Another beheading. Where's my mother? These people deserve to die. Taking our people to make medicine for immortality. Yes, it is abominable to the extreme. I heard that when the jinyiwei copied the family, they dug out a large area of white bones directly from these people's homes. A bunch of beastly things. They deserve to be killed. Since that Lord Shen came, Jinwu is much better now. All those jungle martial artists don't dare to do anything. The execution platform, dozens of people in prison uniforms kneeling on the ground. It's next to stand not the executioner but the brocade guards. Chop. A command was given. Dozens of Xiao-chun swords were raised and slashed down in unison, splashing blood in the air. Chop. Batch after batch. 13 clans of thousands of people, killing the people present, gradually chilled up. The execution platform directly dyed into the color of blood. At the end of the execution platform, a wooden frame was set up, and Tang Mo was tied to it, with dry wood placed under the frame. This isn't going to burn this man. What a crime this must be. Stay at the end, it must be some vicious dog. Criminal Tang Mo, mastermind of the manipulation of raw human alchemy, murdering 372 people, guiding the rest of the family to join in the line of crime, is now under the order of the 1,000 households. Torture by fire. The rat directly took out the bulletin and read out his crime, then directly a fire ignited. Shen Mo. You shall not die. I can't die. I haven't lived enough. Mercy. From the flames came the screams of Donmore, and towards the end the sound faded to nothing. After the fire, all that was left was a pile of grass and wood ashes and the ashes in the mix. Raise this pile of ashes in the countryside, His Excellency has said to thwart it. Mouse said coldly, as he looked. Sins eliminated, refreshed, 150 system points gained. A small courtyard. Boom. Wang Cheng closed the folding fan in his hand fiercely and, this Jinwu Qianhu is too ungrateful. I can't believe he knows it's one of our Wangs and still grabs it. Auntie, I think we should teach him a lesson straight away. Opposite Wang Xiaoyu's face was bland as he leisurely sipped the tea in his hand. What's the hurry? People don't matter. It's the stuff that's important. Tang Mo has already refined the stuff, now the main thing is to get the soup. A few old men in the family are still waiting for it. It's just 1,000 households, nothing more than a few more favors. What if he doesn't want it? Wang Cheng spoke up. Then it's just a matter of honoring the wine and refusing to eat the penalty wine. In the next second Wang Xiaoyu's eyes went cold and his tone was icy cold. Let's teach him a lesson then, said Wang Cheng, revealing a sinister smile. 1,000 households. Boss, there are 2 men outside who want to see you, claiming to be Wang's men. A brocade guard reported to Shen Mo. Inside the study Shen Mo put down the book in his hand, the corner of his mouth showed a cold smile, finally came to the, let them in. Soon saw a man and a woman come in, the man looked proud, the woman has a kind of graceful and noble temperament, but also lurks in the eyes of a haughty. Wang Clan Wang Xiaoyu met Shen Qianhu. Wang Xiaoyu made a polite bow to Shen Mo, while Wang Cheng behind him did not make any move at all. Say, what is it? Dumping the book on the table, Shen Mo looked indifferent and, this action let the back of the Wang Cheng eyes flash a flash of anger, every time they light up the identity of which is not a pleasant and respectful. 1,000 household Shen is quick to speak, then I'll be blunt. We want the item that 1,000 household Shen copied from his family in the hands of Tang Mo. Wang Xiaoyu said with a bland face, not the least bit timid and, good point. Shen Mo leaned back in his chair, his feet resting on the table with a playful expression. $100,000 at one price. Take it away. At once, a flash of contempt flashed in the eyes of Wang Xiaoyu and Wang Cheng. It was really for the sake of money. Deliberately taking something for a price. Yes, one hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Wang Xiaoyu directly agreed. 100,000 taels is nothing to Wang. No, this Qianhu wants to see the money first. Shen Mo put up a finger and shook it. Money to this 1,000 households naturally give you. 1,000 households, and how can I dare to renege on your Wang's things? You say is not it? Shen Mo a treacherous look. Humph. I don't think you dare. Wang Cheng disdainfully glanced at Shen Mo and, we'll give you the money as soon as we get back, and we'll pick up the stuff tonight. If you try any tricks, I'll kill you. After saying that, the two of them left directly, their looks always high and mighty. Rats, a moment to let people collect money to give the brothers a treat. Shen Mo reflipped the book casually said. Okay boss, that thing. The rat paused for a moment, his eyes looking at Shen Mo. What is it? Shen Mo raised his head and said blandly. Yes. Night. Wang Xiaoyu. 2 people with a few people again came to the 1,000 households, one into the compound lights, both sides of the brocade guards holding torches respectfully stood on one side. Oomph, count on him to have some eyesight. Wang Cheng looked at the battle and nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't help but feel a few points of satisfaction in his heart. What heaven's pride demon, but not met. Wang obediently bowed his head. Really rumors cannot be fully believed in the Jianghu. There was a table of wine and food in the hall, and Shen Mo was sitting and eating by himself. Humph. Jinhu Shen, you're really hungry, you've eaten before we've even arrived. Seeing this scene, Wang Cheng was instantly disgruntled, and behind him, Wang Xiaoyu also frowned and, both of them thought that this table of wine and food was prepared by Shen Mo to please them. Forget it, things are more important. Qian Shen, since you've taken the money, take out the stuff. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes went cold, but his face was calm as he said, what is it? Shen Mo put down the chopsticks in his hand and said indifferently, and the wine in his hand was drunk. At once, Wang Xiaoyu's 2 faces turned gloomy. Shen Mo, you want to renege on your debt? Wang Cheng immediately looked furious, and his eyes were fierce as he said, boom. Shen Mo directly slapped on the table. Humph. You dare to blame this Chitos for something that's not true. You have to go to the 1,000 households office to ask for money. How dare you? Shen Mo looked at the 2 men with an icy face, and his tone was morose. Swish. In the next second the brocade guards on both sides drew their swords in unison, and the cold light flashed their eyes and, good. Wang Cheng was instantly furious, his face furious and, how dare you take Wang's money? Qianhu, you have to think of the consequences. Wang Xiaoyu's tone was also cold and full of threats. Be careful that this money has a life to take but no life to spend. The next second a glass of wine slammed directly in front of the two men, splashing both of them in. The money is what this Chitos has taken, and the things are here with this Chitos. What can you do? Shinemo stood up and looked at the two with a cold face. Good. The two lords have heard it as well. Wang Xiaoyu suddenly smiled and said to the back of. In the next second, he saw two figures walk out from Wang Cheng's group. Seeing these two people, Shinmo's face was first odd, then slightly smiled blandly sitting on the chair. Sheriff Guan, Captain Chang, tell them what you heard, Shinemo leisurely said, with a smile on his face. Humph. What audacity. You two. To actually dare to threaten a court official. How dare you try to make me complicit. And you dare to slander our diligent, people-loving Qingtian Lord of Jinwu County, Lord Shen. I'm telling you, I don't share the same fate as sinful people like you. Guan Shouxing turned to Wang's two nuns and nephews and angrily rebuked with righteous indignation. Looking at the well-spoken Guan Shouxing, Sung Jun was silent for a long time before spitting out 4 words, me too. If Chung Jun was still unconvinced after that banquet, but after looking at that token, he directly lost his temper. His superior's superior is directly a disciple of the other master, and this is still getting a fart. You guys? Wang Xiaoyu's face froze, and Wang Chang was shaking with anger as he pointed at the two of them. You guys weren't like this before. Where's the righteousness of bringing evil to justice? You guys didn't say that sin is this one either. The two of them angrily cursed Wang's aunt and nephew in their hearts and, Wang is nothing. His lordship is the Duke of Zhen. He is in charge of 100,000 elite soldiers and 10,000 heavy cavalry. One of you Wans is a noble consort? A prince? People aunt is also a consort, although it is a princess but the same favored, and the sister of the late emperor, now the emperor's royal aunt and people old man also has an unusual relationship. How do you win? Older brother. The two Guan Shouxing men sympathized with the two men in front of them for 3 seconds. Good. Wang Chang looked at the three of them, trembling with anger, and said 3 good words in a row. Let's go. Wang Xiaoyu looked around and opened his mouth. Auntie, go. Wang Xiaoyu said again without any doubt. Wang Chang could only look at the three of them leaving with indignation. They were careless this time, they only brought a few people with them, and their martial arts skills were not high enough, so they could only go back and talk about it. Seeing the two leave, Guan Shouxing immediately looked at Shenmore and laughed. Ha, Shenshenu, this official also didn't expect them to let me identify you It's really a case of a family not recognizing a family when the water hits the Dragon King's temple. It's alright, you two, come sit and eat, there may be a good show later. Guan Shouxing two people immediately face a stiff, bad, those two goods will not go back to call people, right? It shouldn't be possible. The next second the two looked at each other and, it's really possible. Wang's people are used to being arrogant in Luanjia. They don't give a damn about the county guards in Luanjia. 2 Wang clan members died in Jinwu County, and the Langyue Wang clan will definitely be looking for trouble from them. But the next second the two saw Shenmore who was eating the dishes, and directly exhaled, the sky collapsed with a tall man on top of it. Eat the vegetables. In the small courtyard, a dozen or so black-clothed men were standing at the moment, armed with swords and Wang Chang was also dressed in black at the moment, holding a portrait of Shen Mo in his hand. Get inside and kill this man when you see him. Yes. Seeing the crowd of experts in front of him, Wang Chang revealed his confidence. Shenmore was no more than a 3rd-grade martial artist. This time he made a move on 3 late 3rd-grade and 4 4th-grade martial artists. Just now people did not bring enough, just really think he is afraid. I can't kill you this time, Shenmore. Little ant, don't worry. I will definitely fetch the dog head of Shenmore and get the stuff. Wang Chang looked back and said to Wang Xiaoyu, then he took a dozen or so people and disappeared into the darkness. At night, a cold wind blows through. A silhouette flashed across the houses and, looking at the dark and silent 1,000 households compound, a flash of doubt flashed in Wang Chang's eyes. So soon? Not a single person? But seeing that there were still lights on in the hall, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes and, I'll let you eat. Go to hell and eat. With a dozen people quietly approaching towards the hall, first blew the misty smoke, and so on. After a while, Wang Chang let people quietly open the door. Then the party instantly tumbled into the hall, each showing their likeness of being. But the next second Wang Chang looked up and froze, only to see that the table of wine and food in the hall was still there, and Shenmore was holding a wineglass with a teasing face as he looked at them. Guan Shouxing Chung Jun two people directly shook their heads. This child is hopeless. Wonderful. Shenmore clapped his hands and laughed. At this moment, Wang Chang only felt like a monkey, his face flushed with anger. Kill them. Wang Chang shouted at once, and, in the next second several people behind them directly paralyzed on the ground. Wang Chang also felt weak directly on the ground. Behind the 3rd grade, the 4th grade experts shook their heads, their faces changed greatly. Poisoned. The next moment Jiang Daoing scurried out from the side, both palms striking directly at the 2 3rd grades. At the same time the whole compound was lit up with fire, and the brocade guards came out of the darkness in unison, lighting their torches and 100 households Wang Yuan several people make a few hooks and ropes directly hook away the paralyzed killers. Lin Duanji also appeared, a few poison darts flung at the two fourth grade. The other third grade saw this and hurriedly turned around to escape, but in the next second his body was sucked backwards by a powerful internal force. Directly a hand grabbed the back of his neck and pressed him to the wine table. Wine and food poured all over him, then a chopstick went through his throat and nailed him to the table in death. Loosening the person in his hand, Shinemo looked at the other few people who were terrified, and his right hand sucked in the air. The chopsticks levitated, and in the next second turned into a sharp arrow that broke through the air. Several people either fled or blocked, all of them were pierced through the heart in an instant, chopsticks nailed to the wall, blood dripping slowly. This scene directly made the crowd of killers' eyes widen in horror, and their guts chilled to the bone. Looking at the struggling Wang Chang on the ground, Shinemo walked towards him step by step. At this moment, seeing the real strength of Shinmore, Wang Chang's face was horrified, and he wanted to retreat but found that he could not at all. Being lifted up by Shinmore with a hand on his neck, Wang Chang shouted with a fearful face, "You can't kill me! I'm a member of the Langyuan clan. My eldest uncle is the head of the Langyuan clan. My cousin is the third prince. Boo!" Wang Chang was directly smashed hard on the ground, and immediately bled from his mouth and nose, and was dizzy and lightheaded. The next second Shinmore stepped on Wang Chang's face directly with a sneer on his face. "Wang Tang, Su Fanguin doesn't even dare to make a move against me? What are you? Assassinating an imperial official? Or the jinyiwei? Now this Jinhu says that the Langyuan clan is plotting a rebellion. Your clan doesn't even dare to utter a fart. Getting you killed is as simple as crushing an ant for this official. How dare you be arrogant and make things happen in this official's territory? Do you know that this Jinwu, its surname is Shen?" Shinmore kicked Wang Chang in the abdomen and sent him flying a few meters, straightening him up to receive a mouthful of blood and spit it out. "Take him down. Keep him alive. If he dies, he's worthless." Shinmore waved his hand, his tone indifferent said, "At this moment the hall has been a bloody smell, more than a dozen corpses. The king of Kong County's residence. Master Wang. Wang Chang has taken a group of people out. Now there is only one fourth grade expert before Wang Xiaoyu." Inside the study, at this moment, a man in black suddenly appeared and knelt on the ground to report. "Good. Immediately bring someone to capture her for this king." Su Guang immediately stood up, his eyes showing a fierce light. "If you dare to touch this king's person, this king will make her beg for her life and beg for her death." 057 Chapter Shinmore's background, 3,000 brocade guards. Boom! A splash of cold water on Wang Xiaoyu's face. When it came to its senses, it realized that it was tied to a wooden post, surrounded by mottled stone walls, and the glow of a dozen oil lamps illuminating the room. Directly across from him, Su Guang's chubby body sat in a chair, looking down and playing with the walnuts in his hands. "Su Guang, what do you want?" Wang Xiaoyu asked angrily, suppressing the panic within him. "What do I want? What do you think I want?" Hearing Wang Xiaoyu's angry question, Su Guang suddenly laughed and waved his left hand. The next second a man in black next to him stuck a thin needle into Wang Xiaoyu's finger cracks. Immediately, Wang Xiaoyu let out a miserable scream, and his face turned pale. "Where are they?" Su Guang walked to its front and flung a vicious slap and asked. "Su Guang." Wang Xiaoyu felt the pain that tore his heart and lungs apart, but his eyes glared fiercely at Su Guang. Admirable, with a few backbones. Su Guang suddenly smiled, walnuts coiled in his hands and, "What? Wanna wait for your punk-ass nephew to save you?" Su Guang broke through what Wang Xiaoyu was thinking in his heart with a single word, and his face sneered. "Wang Xiaoyu, it's true to say that you guys are stupid wastes. What's the matter? Do you think you can do whatever you want with Jinwu after you've pinned me down? Out of the brain lost in Luanhua, go wherever arrogant to where. Jinwu dares to fight with others without even knowing who he really is. Do you know how much this king laughed when he heard that the people you called to support the scene were the two Guan Shoshing?" Su Guang mocked and rebuked at Wang Xiaoyu nonchalantly. Wang Xiaoyu endured the pain at the moment, listening to Su Guang sneer back at himself. "Oh, so what? Luangjia Wang clan, do you dare to kill me? Does that Shinmore dare to kill Wang Chang? Ha 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 ha." Su Guang suddenly threw back his head and laughed. "It's true to say you guys are stupid. You're right, this king won't kill you and cause a whole lot of trouble, but this king will give you to the person who dares to kill you. Even if he kills you, Langjia Wang clan will still have to break your teeth and swallow it in your stomach." Su Guang said with an indifferent face. "Do you really think that the Langjia Wang clan is the only one in the world?" The next second Su Guang smacked out again and, "Do you know what Shinmore's status is? Idiot, even your Wang family's so-called civil and military pride Wang Tang wouldn't dare to touch someone else. Wujing Shen. What do you think?" Instantly Wang Xiaoyu's pupils shrank and were filled with horror. But immediately after that, 5 more silver needles pierced in, and the pain caused Wang Xiaoyu to cry out miserably. "Aya, where are they? 1,000 households." The blood on the floor had been washed away, but the smell of it still lingered. "My lord, when we went there Wang Xiaoyu had already been captured by King Kong County's men. 100 household Wang Yuan respectfully reported. Shenemo could not help but frown. How did Su Guang snatch someone from him? "I'm afraid it has something to do with the missing Sheriff King of Kong and them. It might be the kidnapping of them trying to interfere with our investigation of the corpse bone soup." Lin Duanji spoke up at this moment. Go and say hello to the king of Kong County. People don't get dead, leave a living mouth. Dead is worthless. Shen Mo waved his hand. Let Wang Yuan immediately go and say. Scholar. Shen Mo shouted at the door of the boss. It's here, said Lima, as the scholar walked in. Immediately write a Zhangbiao. Will Jinwu corpse bone soup report up? Let the old emperor personally look at the serious or not, and this corpse bone soup and the ghost door to get out. Caused Jinwu how many deaths, so that the imperial court to the ghost door to ask for money to compensate Jinwu. There's also the Langya Wang clan's people who assassinated this official and participated in the corpse bone soup case, which is a heinous crime. Let the court take the blame. In addition to write another letter sent to the Langya Wang, in the name of this 1,000 households, Wang Chang Wang Xiao Fish murder this 1,000 households, and evidence of rebellion, and do not more. To this official compensation of a few 100,000 will be enough. Shen Mo did not hesitate to say, his face was calm. The next scholar hastened to remember one by one. Boss. That's when old cripple came over and. Those guys are trained, what do you think? Said the old cripple handing the roster in his hand to Shen Mo. More than 2 months ago Shen Mo had the old cripple train a group of people, taking the money collected from the Jianghu sects and relying on Shen Mo's strength and pills. 3,000 9th grade martial artists. Organized into Jinwu, that's 3,000 jinyiwei. And there are only about 1,700 jinyiwei under the command of a county Qian duo. Now there are close to twice as many directly. 5,000 brocade guards spread all over Jinwu County. Distribute these men throughout the counties of Jinwu, both openly and secretly. This Qianhu wants to know of any windy movements in Jinwu. Send some more men to Qingzhou as well as outside of Qingzhou to lurk in the shadows. Closing the roster in his hand, Shen Mo said seriously to the old cripple, a flash of light in his eyes. Yes. Soon 2 letters out of Jinwu, all the way to fly. Wujing. Saw the contents of the letter. Su Ling Tian once again furious. A group of officials scolded the dog's blood. At the same time let the whole world jinyiwei intensified the investigation. Any person involved in the case of corpse and bone soup to kill. In an exquisite garden, every step is scenic. The paths are quiet and skillfully crafted. In the pavilion, a woman with a white face scarf and a light blue jacket, with incense lit on the stone table in front of her, holding a book in her hand and savoring the holy maiden. That kid Shen Mo is suing us. He wants money from us again. The next second 2 figures appeared in the pavilion, and Black Impermanence was disgruntled and the incident was caused by the corpse bone soup and originated from the ghost gate, so I am indeed responsible. The woman gently turned a page, and a cool voice came out. The TCH, let the kid catch a break again. Black Impermanence nodded and Luanjia Wang clan. At this moment those people in the clan saw the letter in the hands of the face of anger, but saw the letter that the seal case and are silent down. Abercrombie. Jin Gui Gong's people. Go, prepare the silver. And immediately remove all traces of the 2 Wang Xiaoyu in the Wang clan and expel them from the genealogy. What the 2 of them did has nothing to do with the Wang clan. 058 Chapter The Jade Seal of the State. Jinwu, soon Shen Mo received the Ghost Gate and Wang silver, a full 500,000, catching up with the county's tax money for a year. Will part of the money to those victims of the people sent down, and then send some to the brocade guards, and then to Guan Shoxing Chengjun 2 people sent, the rest will not know where to go. As for Wang Xiaoyu, Su Guang sent the person over at dawn, and really left a breath, very different from the previous high and graceful appearance. Money in hand, coupled with Wang's operation, Shen Mo directly cut the head of Wang Cheng 2 people in public. With these 2 people Shen Mo also did not think that he could directly bring down the Wang's military capital. Inside the imperial study, Su Ling Tian was now looking at the people of the secret spy division kneeling on the ground underneath with a serious face. What did you say? Those remnants of the former dynasty have found traces of the Jade Seal of Passage. The Jade Seal of the former dynasty, that is not the former dynasty to build, but several generations of dynasties passed down, is the first dynasty established in the Central Plains when the founding of the country. It is said that a mountain range shook the ground, a large mountain cracked open, revealing a piece of crystalline jade. Jade body has a pattern of dragons, and warm in winter and cool in summer. Qin, the first dynasty, cast it as a dragon jade seal. All the people who built the country and dynasty behind them took getting this jade seal as orthodoxy, symbolizing obedience to the heavenly order, recognized by heaven and earth, not family inheritance, but dynasty inheritance, also known as the jade seal of the state. However, when Emperor Wu of the Dao dynasty overthrew the former Chu dynasty, the last emperor of the Chu kingdom, Emperor Wu of Chu, set himself on fire in the palace, and the whereabouts of the jade seal of the state were unknown. Some people say that was the last to escape the morning emperor of the 9th prince took away. Some people say that the morning emperor will be the jade seal has been destroyed, but more rumors are Chu palace chaos. The morning emperor led his personal eunuch quietly with the jade seal left the palace, the whereabouts are unknown, and the jade seal has been destroyed. Not getting the transmission jade seal has also become a regret in the heart of Emperor Taizuwudi, and now the Dao jade seals are all recast. I didn't expect that there would actually be news of the jade seal of transmission now. Even Su Ling Tian couldn't help but look serious. Heaven and earth are ruled by the emperor's orthodoxy. Which emperor can resist this temptation? That's right, your majesty. Now the news has come that it's in the smoky south county of Lingzhou. Now those remnants of the former dynasty are converging on the smoky South County. It seems that Shili, Nanzhao, and Baijiang all know about this news and are sending people towards Lingzhou. Humph. How can you want to call yourself orthodox when you don't even have a place in the center of the world? Su Lingtian waved his dragon robe and let out a cold laugh. Have the jinyiwei next to the borders of the three countries and your secret spy division step up their scrutiny, and maximize the number of scouts from the three countries to stop them. And let the Lingzhou Jinfu envoy Jiang Yuji, state pastor Lu Shang to the entire smoky South County to me turned over to find the jade seal of transmission. Otherwise, take them for questioning. After saying that, Su Lingtian paused for a moment, pondering in his eyes for a moment, he turned his head and asked Xia Yan, his eldest companion next to him. The closest to smoky South County is Jinwu County, right? Your Majesty, yes, Xia Yan hurriedly said respectfully. Decree that the Jinyu County 1,000 households assist Jiang Yuji in solving the case. Shenmore, this kid is decisive and ruthless, letting him deal with those remnants of the former dynasty and enemy scouts is more than appropriate. Yes. Jinwu County 1,000 households. Shenmore receives the decree. Inside the hall of the 1,000 households, the shrill voice of a eunuch opening an imperial decree rang out and order 1,000 household Jinwu to immediately rush to the smoky South County with immediate effect, to assist Jinfu envoy of Lingzhou in retrieving the jade seal of the passing state, and to put to death the remnants of the former dynasty and others who have ill intentions. Jinwu Qianhu is not under the control of Lingzhou Jinfu envoy and can act on his own. Inside the hall, Shenmore stood with a line of people. Chitost Jinwu leads the way. Waiting for the eunuch to pass the decree to leave, a line of people looked at Shenmo's hands before they opened their mouths. I did not expect that the seal of the state actually has the whereabouts of Zhang Daoin. Slightly surprised, from Emperor Wu to now have been missing for more than 100 years. Sending the boss even after sending the Lingzhou Jinfu envoy, it looks like His Majesty is very uneasy. Mao spoke up from the side. This is the jade seal of transmission. The sovereign emperor of heaven and earth is orthodox. I guess it won't be long before the entire smoky South County will be raining blood, the scholar said with a serious face. I'm afraid some great masters are going to pop up, especially since the remnants of the former dynasty are surely imperative as well. At the time of the fall of Great Chu in the previous dynasty, a ninth prince and a prince survived, and have been secretly gathering the remnants of Great Chu to rebel against Great Wu. However, it also caused the remnants of the former dynasty to split into two parts with internal strife, one supporting the descendants of the ninth prince and the other supporting the descendants of the prince. And boss, be careful of that spirit state Jinfu envoy. The scholar looked at Shenmore and suddenly said seriously. That Jiang Yuji is known as the bloody handsword in the Jianghu, killing and ruthless, a match for you, boss. There's no harm in it, I know it in my heart. Jinwu City Gate. 300 brocade-clothed guards rode in neat rows, all majestic, with eyes of fury that. The first figure, a scarlet-purple python robe, waist wrapped in purple jade belt, behind a purple python lifelike, big red cape fluttering in the wind. Safe journey, Sir Shen. Huan Shouxing's face was almost smiling, waving his hand vigorously. Next to him were Jiang Daoin, Cheng Jun, and this time, Shenmo only took Lin Xiaogi, the scholar old lame mute a few people, so that Jiang Daoin stayed at the 1,000 households. Hiya! With a whip, 300 fast horses rolled up the dust and mist, heading straight for the smoky South County. Smoky South County, at this time the entire county brocade guards are directly doubled the number of all over the place are tightly checked. In the county governor's office, several figures were sitting in the hall. Ma Liang, the county governor of Yannan County, Changjia, the county lieutenant Shidu, as well as the county magistrates of all counties, 100 households and the other 3,000 households of the county, Lu Kite, the 1,000 household of Xiuling County, Zhengyi, the 1,000 household of Annan, and Dong Tian, the 1,000 household of Tsanglu. On top of it sat two figures, one wearing scarlet official robes, elegant temperament, wearing an official hat, middle-aged appearance. It was the new state pastor of the Lingzhou state Lu Shan. The other side is also in scarlet flying fish clothes, wearing a big red cloak, waist wrapped in purple jade belt, left waist hanging a Xiuchuan knife and a green fine sword, skin like white snow, appearance is cold and beautiful, temperament is cold, eyes are cold and stern, exudes a majesty. Jiang Yuji, the town commissioner of Lingzhou. What this town envoy has said I hope you've all memorized it clearly. If anyone dares to make a mistake at the critical moment, then don't blame this town envoy for being impolite. A clear and cold voice rang out. Jiang Yuji's pair of eyes swept across the room, her face stern. Any outsiders, anyone out of the ordinary, are under immediate surveillance. Feeling the invisible pressure, a group of people could not help but tighten their hearts and hurriedly said, "My lord." Just then one of the brocade guards came in and reported. "What is it?" Jiang Yuji instantly gazed at the brocade guards and, "Word has come from above that His Majesty has asked the 1,000 household of Jinwu County to assist us in our search for the Jade Seal of Passage. This Lord Qianhu is already on his way." At that moment, Jiang Yuji's eyes stared, and a touch of indifference appeared in her eyes. Jade-faced Yama. She's heard of it, naturally. Jinwu County 1,000 households, the one known in the Jianghu as Jade-face Yama? Changjia, the 1,000th member of the Smoky South, said with a frown. Does the emperor not trust them? He's sending the other state guards. I heard that this son kills without blinking an eye, his methods are ruthless, and the entire Jinwu County was suppressed by his hand. Ma Liang, the guard of the Smoky South County, lamented. It is indeed remarkable to be able to single-handedly suppress those Jianghu sects and solve a major headache in one county. Oh, not only, now the whole Qingzhou are rumored out more than a deputy township ambassador. The key is the Wu township ambassador did not argue San Lu Qian who Dong Tian meaningfully said. Lingzhou is right next to Qingzhou, so naturally he knows more or less about Qingzhou. The point is that this Jinwu Qianhu seems to be a master with a strong character, and their lord Zhen Fuzhuang is likewise, which if they were to face each other. For a while a crowd of gazes couldn't help but look at Zhang Yuji. 059, and they're filled with people who are filled with. Alright, I'll serve his majesty, don't let people find out first. Then the whole Lingzhou brocade guard will become a joke. Zhang Yuji frowned and lightly laughed. Chengjia, the city of Smoky South County is sure to be a mixed bag of fish and snakes lately, so be sure to keep a close eye on it. Yes, more and more people are coming to Smoky South these days. Inside an inn, a group of people were sitting together, drinking wine and talking loudly. It's not all attracted by the news of that jade seal of transmission, said a big man, his face red with drink. All kinds of people are gathering in Yan'an. Spirit states 4,000 households, the Jinfu envoy, and the state pastor have long been sitting in Smoky South. A lean man on the other side hiccuped and waved his hand and said, not only that, but the Ghost Sect, the Beggars Association, the Wujing Sect, the Spirit Vulture Monastery, and the Green Spectre Mountain, all these major sects are here as well. These sects dare to meddle in such matters? A few people in the surroundings couldn't help but look startled. This is the Jade Seal of Passage. It may be able to start a war directly, and its importance to the four dynasties of Dewu is self-evident. This is if these sects grabbed it waiting for them is definitely a big army, the disaster of extermination. Even a superpower like the Ghost Sect would have to be finished. This thing Jianhu Sect who dare to take? I really think that if I get it, I'll be the emperor, said the speaker with an exaggerated look of surprise. They're all ready to snatch it and offer it to his majesty in exchange for favors. What do you think all these gangs are doing here? The Jianghu sects are considered supporting characters, and I heard that the rest of the three kingdoms are mixed in as well. So tight all mixed up? And don't look for what? The Jade Seal of Passage. Maybe it's all around us, yelled a big man, picking up a jug of wine. A couple of ordinary-looking people in the corner listening to the chatting couldn't help but pause in their food-pinching motions. And all the major clans are here, the Langyue Wang clan, the Feng Bai clan, the Tianwei Lan clan, and the Wujing Wen clan are all trying to obtain the Jade Seal to gain a favorable position for the emperor behind it. By the way, there's also the Jinwu County 1,000 houses that are heading towards Smoky South. That jade-faced Yama Shenmore? That's a god of killing. It's said that in Jinwu County heads rolled to the ground from killing, and no one was afraid of him. I've heard that it's also a top-tier heavenly pride. Now it's said that the young generation is the first one. On the other side of a table, a fluttering gentleman-look white youth shook his hand folding fan, surrounded by sitting a few people. Third Duke, didn't you happen to be preparing to go looking for others after the end of the Smoky South? But now it's the others who have sent themselves to the door, a quirky-looking girl beside him snickered. Just take this trip to see if this Shenmore is like the rumors in the Jianghu, another black-clothed middle-aged man said in a cold voice. It's better to be cautious, since it says it's a third-ranked expert, 8 or 9 is not far off. Another brocade-clothed old man stroked his beard and reminded. The main thing is still the Jade Seal of Transmission, don't forget the sect leader's mandate. With the Jade Seal you can overthrow Su Ling Tian's rule in a more honorable manner. My lord naturally remembers. At the entrance to the city of Smoky South County, dust suddenly rose in the distance, bursts of hoofbeats came, instantly attracting the attention of the soldiers guarding the city, and the people in front of the city gate looked at the horses running behind them and also dodged away. Stop! Stop! One of the soldiers shouted in a hurry that. The next second a token flew out from the dust and mist, crossing the soldier's face actually straight into the city wall. The Qingzhou Jinwu Brocade Guards, hereby decree, get out of the way. To the front, 300 fast horses appeared in the eyes of the crowd, all of them are colorful flying fish suit. The leader is scarlet-purple python robe, cloak fluttering, and a horsewhip was drawn out of thin air in front of the soldier, scaring him back to one side. Then 300 brocade guards galloped all the way into the city. How arrogant! Nonsense! The king of hell is here. Behind them, a group of people's martial artists were talking about it. In the city, Shenmore just brought people in and saw a side street in chaos, a group of people surrounded. There are still jinyiwei, constable figure. What's the situation? The scholar next to him immediately dismounted and pulled one of the men down and asked. Turning back to the group of brocade guards, the man almost collapsed to the ground, only to be lifted by the scholar so that he didn't go limp. Sir, just now a family man was buying something in this store and ended up fancying the shopkeeper's daughter. He had his men close the door in broad daylight and tried to dominate the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper resisted to the death and then attracted the constables. As a result, one of that gentleman's men killed a constable outright, and a few others were wounded on the ground, and then they drew the jinyiwei here. It looks like they're all going to do it again. Shenmore, who heard on the horseback, sneered, a group of dogs cannot change to eat things. usually flaunted forcefulness accustomed to other places and how can be peaceful and abide by their own. A cocky voice came from the crowd. Mard is not just killed a few constables, let this early obedience to me is not alright. White balance arrogance, attitude arrogant, that is surrounded by the brocade guards not the slightest goat. Come with us. The small flag at the head said in a cold voice with an ugly expression on his face. What class is worthy of letting our young master make a trip? Even if your 1,000 households came, so what? A dog's leg beside Baihong directly opened his mouth and spewed. Our son is a white man. Hearing his men's boasting, Baihong revealed a smug expression. After being governed by that father of his in the family, now he could finally come out and let himself go. Swish! A few of the brocade guards immediately drew their swords and, come with us at once. Mard, dare to draw a sword with little master, Lao Chi teach them a lesson. Baihong instantly waved his hand, his eyes looking towards a middle-aged man behind him and, young master, this is the brocade guard. The middle-aged man said with a hesitant look on his face. What are you afraid of? It's just a few ordinary guards. I'll take the blame if anything happens. Baihong faced disdain, attacking the brocade guards he certainly knows what the consequences, but as long as it is not a big deal, and do not kill them, the district a few wrecks and a small flag, easily wiped out. Hearing his master's words, the middle-aged man immediately stopped hesitating, his eyes revealed a ferocious light, his internal energy breath radiated out, and he slapped his palm out. Late 6th grade. The leader of the small flag's face changed drastically, but he didn't take a step back, gritting his teeth and slashing out with a blade that, pop. The next second an iron chain out of thin air, the speed of the middle-aged man directly unable to react. A chain directly broke his spine and he fell to the ground. Who? Seeing this scene, Baihong immediately looked furious and, the next second the crowd dispersed layer after layer, only to see a young man wearing a scarlet-purple python robe riding a horse slowly from the crowd, behind the 300 brocade guards all dismounted and followed in its wake. See Lord Jinfu envoy. The moment they saw the uniforms, a few of the brocade guards immediately bowed and, though he did not recognize who the man before him was, who did not recognize the robes of the town's governor, As Baihong looked at Shinemo, his face instantly turned ugly, and he just wanted to say something. The horsewhip whipped him directly in the face, knocking Baihong to the ground, with an additional bloody mark on his face. Instantly a pig-killing scream rang out. You guys are so big. The several guards behind him immediately changed their faces, and there were even those who struck out at Shinmore. Eyes-killing intent flashed, Shinmore directly raised his hand in the air and pinched, and in an instant several people were suspended in space, constantly buckling their necks. Under the breath of death several people suddenly came to their senses, their faces were horrified, they wanted to say something but could not open their mouths at all. This hand directly caused the faces of the martial artists and the crowd to be shocked, looking at Shinemo in disbelief. Big Dipper condensed form, 3rd grade master. Several corpses landed on the ground, one of them had his eyes protruding out, his dead eyes just happened to meet Baihong's eyes on the ground, frightening his people back and forth. Wait a minute. You can't kill me, I'm from the Bai clan, a member of the Fengyang Bai clan. Baihong said aloud in a hurry, his eyes filled with panic. The next moment another whip came, leaving it with an additional bloodstain. Weren't you pretty wild just now? Go on. Shinmore on horseback said with a smile on his face, and the whip in his hand swung out again. Whip after whip. Soon Baihong collapsed on the ground drenched in blood, his screams couldn't even come out. Go, Shinmore said to the brocade guards behind him, and all of a sudden a group of brocade guards understood and walked out of the 2 brocade guards. The 2 brocade guards picked up Baihong and pressed him to kneel on the ground. Shinemo also dismounted at this moment and stepped towards Baihong and slowly drew out the embroidered spring sword. Seeing this scene, all the people still do not understand, instantly all backed up, their faces scared. Stop! An angry roar came from afar, and, however, Shinemo turned a deaf ear and raised the embroidered spring sword to slash down. The head fell to the ground, blood like a fountain, splashing Shinmore as well as the 2 brocade guards all over. Blood dripped slowly down the tip of the blade, and the red brocade python robe became even more vivid. An old man who came from afar saw this scene, and cried out in grief, and, no! 060 chapter Old Friend, Conspiracy. Kicking away the corpse of Baihong next to him, Shinemo and the 300 brocade guards all gazed at the old man. Do you know who you killed? Yuan stared angrily at Shinmore, and the 4th grade internal force pressure crushed towards Shinmore. The 4th son of the Bai family that he was protecting was dead. How would this make him go back and explain himself? However, the next second Shinmore eyes a cold, a more powerful pressure so that the body of all people cannot help but sink. Even the people who retreated far away from the people at the moment feel a sense of fear that suffocates the heart cold. Yuan's pupils shrunk before he could react, a palm kept enlarging in his eyes, and then his own head was pressed hard on the ground. Then Shinmore grabbed Yuan's hair and lifted his head up and slammed it again. Throughout the process Yuan mobilized his inner strength to try to resist but found himself deadlocked. Boo! Smashed again, Yuan's face was already covered in blood. Then lifted up again, Shinmore crouched down to meet its eyes, a pair of eyes full of viciousness. Here, recognize this outfit on my officer? By this time Yuan was already confused, his eyes were swimming, but in an instant they cleared, and he let out a miserable scream, trying to pull his fingers out from under Shenmore's black cloud-patterned boots, but they were stomped on to death. Recognize! Jinyiwei Jinfu envoy robe. Yuan hastily nodded his head and exclaimed that. Then what are you barking at this official dog for? Tell this officer, who gave you the courage to bark at this officer? The horsewhip in his hand slapped Yuan in the face, and the icy language made his heart tremble at the moment. The town's governor. He actually lost his head and struck out at a town envoy. In your next life, keep your eyes open. Yuan's face instantly changed drastically, and before he could say anything, his head was twisted off by Shenmore. Punish the evil and promote the good, enjoy your body and mind, gain 50 points. Not bad. Courageous. Passing by those few brocade guards next to Shenmore nodded appreciatively and said, Thank you, Jinfu envoy, for your praise. A few of the genie guards immediately looked happy and, after dealing with things, Shenmo then led a group of people straight to the smoky South Thousand house. A line of people in a distant loft had everything in their eyes. What an arrogant and cocky Shenmore. Wang Lang's eyes narrowed, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and, if I remember correctly, that cousin and sister-in-law of brother Wang died from this Shenmore, right? A youth next to him teasingly laughed. Humph. Lan Xianji, you don't have to gloat, this Shenmore must have come for the jade seal as well. With his character, do you think he will let us take it? Wang Lang disliked with a cold face. Oh, that's not for you to worry about. Lan Xianji's chest was clear and his face was bland and, our Wang family is also determined to win this time. Wang Lang, two people with the two old men behind them glanced at each other, as the so-called layman watching the inner line to see the doorway, that Shenmore astral condensation so skillful, not only is the internal forces very deep but also the use of pure fire, and the internal pressure release the moment they that is in the distance feel a trace of oppression, and the two old men looked at each other, Fourth prince, fifth young master, that Shenmore might be a second-grade expert. We'd better be careful. The two of them opened their mouths at the same time and reminded, they didn't want to lose their lives because of a carelessness. Hearing their protector's words, Wang Lang and the two of them immediately stiffened their faces. The strongest person they brought with them this time was the second grade, which was already the limit, and the first grade, that was an existence that sat in the family. Ahem, brother Wang, I think we should talk about this matter of cooperation. TSK, it's still this kid, who went on a killing spree as soon as he entered the city. Looking at the information in his hand, Black Impermanence smacked his lips. Don't look, the Holy Maiden asked us to come and help the brocade guard this time. Follow Shenmore. White Impermanence spoke up from the side. Looking at Shenmore's distant back by the corner, the young man in white shook his folding fan and walked out, followed by the maid, the middle-aged man in black, and the old man in brocade. Elder Hua, how do you feel? The white-clothed youth looked at the serious-faced old man next to him and, at the very least, third-grade perfection, most likely second grade. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Hua Kaiyang shook his head. Looking so young. Lin Yan couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the real person. Such a supreme demon, if he can work for our sect, not only will it give us wings, but it will also directly and secretly control a county. The white-clothed youth's eyes revealed ambition, looking at the direction Shenmo left, must take this person. 1,000 households. At this moment in the hall sat the 4 great 1,000 households of Lingzhou as well as Jiang Yuji. This Shenmo, as rumor has it, just entered the city and killed the Fengyang by clanspeople, directly giving everyone a downward spiral. Cheng Jia exclaimed, but it also caused us a problem. Sanlu 1,000 household Dong Tian looked a little disgruntled. Is it hard to let that Bai Heng do whatever he wants? Xiaoling Qiandu Lu Kite said coldly. Enough. I called you all here because this Jinwu Chitos will be arriving soon, meet me. The upper Jiang Yuji show eyebrow a wrinkle coldly. Suddenly the 4 people quiet down. Soon one of the guards came to report that Lord Shin of Jinwu has arrived. 5 gazes instantly looked toward the door, only to see a handsome young man wearing a scarlet and purple python brocade suit striding in, his left hand gripping the embroidered spring sword at his waist, with bloodstains still on his body, his cape behind him swaying in the wind, followed by Lin Duanji and a few others. The moment he entered the hall, Shenmo's eyes met with the cold woman in front of him, who was also wearing a purple python robe. For a while everyone felt that the scene was inexplicably tense. Jiang Yuji. But soon Jiang Yuji opened her mouth to break the silence and, Shenmore nodded and said likewise. I want to know what your plan is without nagging, Shenmore directly asked Jiang Yuji. Cheng Jia and the 4 of them immediately frowned. This one was ready to intervene forcefully? Shin Xian who assisted us, so naturally he should know Jiang Yuji's face was calm, and she spoke out all the arrangements. So, you are now monitoring the movements of the remnants of the former dynasty while waiting. Shenmo listened with indifference and seemed to have expected it. Sensing the contempt in Shenmore's tone, Dong Tian said in a conspiratorial manner, why, Shin Xian who has a better plan, why don't you take it out and say it? Where do my people and I live? Ignoring Dong Tian, Shenmo opened his mouth and asked. Lu Kite, take Shin Xian do there. Jiang Yuji's eyes narrowed as she thoughtfully said. As soon as Shenmo left, Dong Tian immediately said in dissatisfaction, what an attitude. Those who don't know really think that they are the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy. Forget it, that's the character of the person Zhang. He looked equally unimpressed, but waved his hand and said, being kind of overbearing and despised by others in their own territory. Feeling wrong, when the three reacted but realized that Zhang Yuji had already left at an unknown time as well. Night. Shin Mo sat next to the stone table, picked up the wine pot and poured 2 cups of wine. If you're here, why hide? The black and white irregulars in the dark looked at each other, a flash of shock in their eyes and, we've been discovered? Guess if you guys have been discovered yet? Suddenly a low voice came from the side of the room, sending a shiver down the spine of the black and white irregulars. Turning back, I saw Bai Luyu holding a wine pot and hiding behind the 2 of them. Oh come on, it looks like the kid found out long ago, and the 2 of them were about to show up right after that. Not calling you guys. Keep hiding. Bai Luyu's voice came out leisurely. You really are more than the rumors. A cold voice came from the darkness, then Zhang Yuji walked out. And you're as stunning as ever, Auntie Jiang. Shin Mo smiled casually at him and said, Zhang Yuji, Shenmore in the time of Wujing met a few times, with their own mother to recognize. Shenmore called Aunt Jiang. Do not look at Zhang Yuji, looks only 20-something years old, with a little girl, in fact, has been more than 40, full of Shenmore 2 rounds, only the internal power to stay in the face, when it was a heavenly pride of the girl. I haven't seen you in a year, but you've changed so much that everyone can be surprised. Zhang Yuji sat opposite Shenmore. The wine in the cup on the table was drunk in one go, and her eyes were fixed on Shenmore. Makes me wonder if you're that dude Shin Junmuo. Last year into the capital to report to Zhang Yuji has seen Shenmore, then still a family son of a playboy look. But when he stepped through the gate during the day, he was filled with a sense of oppression, with an air of coldness, full of majesty and, Auntie Jiang, people change. No one stays the same. Shin-mo raised the wine cup in his hand and said meaningfully, or maybe I am, and the world just thinks I should be. There was silence in the courtyard. So you called me alone for what? Did not ask Shenmore parents no, saw Shenmore in this time no, nearly a year time to go to the position of 1,000 households I'm afraid that also paid more than ordinary people's efforts, the average person simply cannot do. Naturally, for the matter of the Jade Seal, Auntie Jiang. Instead of being reactive, we should be proactive. When it comes to business Shen-mo's mouth showed a smile. What do you want to do? Has Auntie Jiang ever fished? In order to have fish on the hook, you have to make a nest with bait first to attract those fish to gather together, and then you can catch them all in one net. The Jade Seal of Passage is now known to the rest of the people except for the remnants of the former dynasty who know some information. Do they know exactly where the Jade Seal of Transmission is? They don't know, but they do know that if they keep an eye on us jinyiwei they can follow and find it, just as you keep an eye on the remnants of the former dynasty. If all of a sudden the brocade guards first keep traveling to a certain place in secret and then move en masse to blockade that place, how many people do you think would think that we brocade guards have discovered something? Shin-mo propped his hands on the table and looked down at Zhang Yuji with a cold light in his eyes. Then the army will be mobilized, and the brocade guards will ambush these people in secret to wipe them out. Zhang Yuji took over the conversation, her eyes also gradually turned ice cold and, no one is coming to snatch it from us. Do we still need to worry about being snatched by others? We just need to keep a good eye on the remnants of the former dynasty. Wouldn't it be better if even the remnants of the former dynasty were lured out and captured? 2 birds with 1 stone. Shin-mo poured wine for Zhang Yuji again. But how are you sure those people believe? And some people naturally know that following the remnants of the former dynasty is the right thing to do. Zhang Yuji turned her head, and her eyes met Shin-mo's. Then you need to not only act the part, but you need key players, people from the remnants of the former dynasty. The remnants of the former dynasty, we can naturally have them as well. Shin-mo smiled meaningfully. You've really changed a lot, you've become ruthless and cunning. Zhang Yuji looked at the youth in front of her with a complicated face, to say the least. She also hugged Shenmore in the beginning, and brought Shenmore for a while, only this kid didn't know that. So you were afraid of a mole and called me in. The less people know about this kind of thing, the better. Shenmore returned to his seat and casually said, after all, Auntie Jiang, you don't want the Jade Seal to be taken by someone else, do you? Chapter 061, Fishing in the Nest, Fishing in the Net. A street with people coming and going, hawkers shouting on both sides, and a medical clinic open on the corner, with people coming in and out from time to time. The doctors and medicine boys in this medical center are all from the remnants of the former dynasty. We checked for a long time before we found out. Luke Kite in the dark said to Shin-more next to him. Confirmed. Then arrest. Shin-more waved his left hand forward. Dozens of brocade guards behind him instantly rushed towards the medical center. A dozen or so brocade guards immediately blocked off the entrance, and Lin Duanji stepped inside the medical center with the rest of his men. This sudden scene immediately attracted the attention of the people on the street, have gathered around in disgust. Soon came the sound of fighting in the medical center, then a few brocade guards collapsed, the doorplate flew out and rolled on the ground, a figure then flew out, want to escape toward the crowd. It is the medical center doctor, the doctor. But the next second the doctor's eyes were horrified, his own body involuntarily levitated and, taking advantage of this time, 4 brocade guards immediately pulled out hooks and cables wrapped around the doctor's limbs. At the same time Lin Duiki also chased out of the palm to slap its back. At once the doctor's mouthful of blood spurted out and fell to the ground, then was quickly escorted by the brocade guards. Take them all away. Without saying a word more, Lin Duanji directly ordered. Soon the brocade guards escorted the doctor and 2 medicine boys from the medical center away. A few silhouettes in the crowd watched the departing backs of the brocade guards also quickly disappeared into the crowd. Next day, early morning. Have you heard? The north of the city was in an uproar last night. I heard a lot of people died. A clamor soon came from the tea house, and some of the men spoke loudly and, it's rumored to be a direct robbery of the Jinyiwei jail for the man who was captured on Greenstone Street yesterday. Hiss! You're tired of living. You dare to rob the Jinyiwei prison. At this moment, the people in the tea house all sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces shocked, and, Hey, that I know, my house is in that neighborhood, and during last night I heard the brocade guards shouting that those people were remnants of the former dynasty. Can't it be that the people arrested yesterday were remnants of the former dynasty? An inexplicable light flashed in the eyes of several people in the tea house at that moment. How many years has it been since all these people died? So that captured man is a big shot, or else he'd dare to rob a prison. Not necessarily, maybe he knows some big secret, something to do with that jade seal or whatever it is these days. 2 figures hurriedly drilled into a courtyard. Master, there's a jade seal whereabouts. In the courtyard, an old man wearing a black and white martial arts robe was practicing his fist, and when he heard the words of the returning disciple, he immediately blasted out a fist, and the fist energy shattered the stone table in front of him. Where? The old man's gaze looked towards the 2 of them, a refined light in his eyes, and the pressure he exuded made the 2 disciples feel an impression that the man arrested by the brocade guards yesterday was a remnant of the former dynasty, rumored to know the whereabouts of the jade seal. Ha, it's right to keep an eye on these court hawks and dogs. Continue to keep an eye on, the old man laughed triumphantly. A temple stands on a scenic hill in the countryside. A few monks in the meditation room were chanting with their eyes closed, when a middle-aged monk hurriedly came and, Venerable Jing Hong, the incense burners at the bottom of the mountain have brought a message. This temple is just a sub-temple of the Spirit Vulture Temple in the Jianghu, and several of the people in the meditation room are venerable masters from the Spirit Vulture Temple. Instantly several monks' eyes slowly opened, and the movements in their hands stopped. The Jinyiwei have captured the remnants of the former dynasty, and that man is said to know the whereabouts of the jade seal. The middle-aged monk stopped talking after he finished. A white-browed old monk at the head of the group spoke slowly after a moment, Amat Babuda, true and false and true, we still need to see more. Yes, a country road. Eldest brother, why did we come? So tired. I saw a young man wearing a green brocade coat with a handsome face, carrying a girl with 2 braids on her back, followed by a fat man and a stout hunk of man. Come on little sister, you still have eldest brother on your back, muttered little fatty from behind. Master said that my chances in this strife, so I'll let you guys come and experience it as well, Ning Luoy said gently with a faint smile. All master knows how to do all day is drink, stinks. I don't even know where he's gone now. Damn girl, bad-mouthing old man again. Cheng Yao's words had just fallen, when a voice came from the sky, and Ren Yuyao descended from the sky, giving his own disciple a blank look without any good reason. Go, let's go to the city gates to guard outside. I have inquired. The brocade guards estimated that maybe soon out of the city, then we secretly follow up to watch the show. Renishio, dressed in a tattered Taoist robe, with white hair and a beard, laughed lewdly and said, Where did you hear that? Cheng Yao said suspiciously, lying on Ning Luoyi's shoulder. Wine, naturally. Just poking around like that. Master, is the news heard from the tavern reliable? The little fatty next to him said with a look of distrust. Cut the crap. Go. So soon the brocade guards have made a discovery? Wang Lang looked a bit incredulous. At this moment there are 4 parties standing in a room, the 4 clans of Wang by Lanwen. Just from the rumors of the marketplace, the credibility is not high. Lan Xianji shook his head, did not believe that. Believe it or not, send someone to keep an eye on the brocade guards. If there are any recent movements it might be true, if not we'll just stick to the plan and wait for the remnants of the former dynasty to show their heads. Humph, no matter what this Shin Mor must die. Bai Ting spoke coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. At night, a figure flew into a house and the men captured by the Jinyiwei were indeed our men. When that man was captured, he was guarded by the Jinyiwei, and I couldn't get into the prison. You should know better than me whether that person knows the whereabouts of the stuff or not. It's still not clear if it's a ploy by the Jinyiwei. You guys are still looking for a grave for so long. The longer you delay, the more dangerous it is. You guys need to be more careful. I'll let you know if anything happens. Inside the room 2 figures were talking in close conversation, and in the light of the fire one exhibited the flying fish figure on his body. Soon several parties began to notice that every night there will be a small group of brocade guards out of the city do not know where to go, a series of 4 or 5 days, to the back of the action more and more frequently, and even during the day brocade guards are a large number of out, and finally nearly 1,000 brocade guards out of the city gates altogether to go, completely alarmed by those who could no longer hold back. Did you find out where it went? Have you followed up the last few days to find out? What? It's starting to blockade the place. That shouldn't be wrong. All the forces have been given a destination. 10 miles west of the city, an unnamed barren mountain, a cave tomb has been discovered.
What? Really found a tomb?
A middle-aged man's face changed drastically. They had searched for so long without finding it, and they really let the brocade guards find it.
Send a few men to follow and check it out.
If it's real, grab the jade seal. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, and he finally made up his mind to open his mouth and said. A group of people followed the brocade guards to the barren mountain, and indeed found a stone cave and a mountain wall. Around the vines have been cleared away, on both sides of the two ancient stone door, around hundreds of brocade guards guarding the hiss.
Sure enough, it's true.
It is said that this is the tomb of the last emperor's personal eunuch of the previous dynasty, and inside, besides the jade seal of the passing state, there are many treasures and secret books of martial arts of the previous dynasty.
Damn it, the brocade guards are guarding. Should we rush in? There are so many of us.
It's a bright daytime death wish.
We'll talk about it at night.
At this moment, all the big sects and clans of scholars are all looking at the stone door with their eyes like torches. In the evening, when a group of people were just about to make their move, they saw a vice chief come out of a stone cave with a few brocade guards and, "You all come with me, there's too much stuff inside, all of you move things," Lin Diaoji shouted. Outside, all of the guards followed into the cave, and in an instant, the surrounding area was plunged into darkness, with only a faint firelight emanating from the cave entrance.
Isn't that too easy? Why do I get the feeling it's a trap?
What if it's true? For a moment the group hesitated, their instincts telling them this felt like a trap, but internally struggling with the possibility that it was real. It's all here, send someone in to check it out. Finally Wang Lang and his group opened their mouths, and soon each force sent a part of their people into the stone cave. But when they went in there was no more sound coming from them, and instantly the faces of the party were gloomy. Marred, these courthawks are really despicable, setting up such a big trap.
Go! A group of people were just about to turn around and retreat. The next moment dawn.
The torches were instantly lit up all around them, illuminating this mountain forest as bright as the sky.
Immediately following the arrival of 10,000 arrows. Discovered!
Just as a man shouted out, he was pierced by an arrow and fell to the ground. Wang Lang, Lan Qianji and the others behind the protector of the Dao quickly stood in front. The astral body blocked the bow and arrow. In order to follow the brocade guards, each power has brought elite good soldiers, but now directly by a round of arrow rain killed half of the people. A few of the Dao protectors led Wang Lang and another dozen or so third or fourth grade masked experts to prepare to rush out, braving the rain of arrows. But the next second, accompanied by too eerie laughter as well as the sound of hooks and cables, only to see the black and white invincible walked out from the left, followed by hundreds of jinyiwei as well as hundreds of soldiers. In the hands of the weeping rod directly to fourth grade a stick to death, the black astral body transformed into a chain general blockade of the left side. A dozen of blood shadow sword she chopped to the right. A fourth grade martial artist body. Instantly more than a dozen holes fell to the ground, so that a crowd of people also stopped. Jiang Yuji and his men 4,000 households walked out, followed by the same crowd of jinyiwei and soldiers. TSK, that's quite a net of good fish. A figure walked over, carrying two corpses in his hands, the two third-ranked experts who tried to escape before. All of them have their heads shattered at the moment, which is very horrible. Every time Shen Mo took a step forward, Wang Lang's group of people could not help but take a few steps back. Two corpses thrown before this crowd. At this moment, the remaining people from the various forces looked up, all with horrified faces. They had been surrounded by a group of brocade guards and troops.
It's over. Chapter 062, a Zhongsher may not enter the smoky south, sword intentions into Zhongsher. Shen Mo, we're all here for treasure hunting. We haven't committed any offense. You can't arrest us.
Seeing that he could not escape, Wang Lang hardened his head and shouted.
We just wandered into the mountains and accidentally came here. We're members of several great warrior clans. Lan Qianji also calmed down and said, a trip to the mountains? To this? Even next to the surrounded crowd cannot help but mouth twitching. This when the brocade guards are stupid? But this official only saw a group of scheming curmudgeons intent on attacking the jinyiwei. And you want to slander the Shi family? They're in the county town right now. If this officer says you are thieves, you are thieves. Shen Mo wiped the blood on his hand and smiled. His tone was morose. Take it down. Those who resist, die. On a small hill in the distance, a few figures hid behind the grass and, my goodness, it's been wiped out in one fell swoop. Little Fatty had a shocked look on his face and, luckily, I didn't listen to Master. Chang Yao skimmed her lips, her gaze looking at Renichio beside her. Ahem, who knew that this brocade guard was so insidious? Renii said with a sarcastic smile. That's it? You're still an old geezer? If it were not for our group of small Jiang who lead, Qingming ancestor should have a pillar of incense in front of, the little fat man disdain, said. The next moment a fist comes crashing down. The border of smoky South County. A dozen figures confronted each other in the air, each exuding a terrifying aura as the astral winds raged. Seemingly sensing something, a few people frowned and couldn't help but take a step in the air and, an instant later a few people across the street had their knives raised in their hands, causing a few people to stop and, Wakongzi, you'd better stay here. Patriarch may not enter the smoky south now, and whoever dares to move this commander will be killed.
The man at the head was dressed in a purple and gold python robe with a crimson sash and a black gold pattern cape, with a stalwart appearance, eyes full of sharpness, and holding a coiled dragon-handled embroidered spring sword in his hand. Behind them stood 4 others dressed in scarlet and gold-eyed black python brocade robes, all holding embroidered spring swords. Liu Gang, the commander of the jinyiwei, and the 4 commanders of the jinyiwei from the knowledge. However, what really frightened Wukongzi and his group was an old man sitting in the void behind the 5 of Liu Gang. A green cloud pattern robe with a taiji figure on his chest, a word for heaven embroidered on his left chest, and a 7-star pattern on his back, his beard and hair all white, immortal and Taoist.
Chinatown Earth Officer. The Qintian Supervisor, a powerless civil official who observes the sky and divines misfortune and fortune in the eyes of ordinary people.
But only the real understanding of the people know. Qintian Supervision is one of the 2 top force institutions of the great martial arts. The other is the Royal Palace of Worship. Usually observe the stars, these are only the people's deputy position, and the other is the Royal Palace of Worship. The Qintian Supervisor is divided into the Earth Officials and Heavenly Officials. The Earth Officials are all above the late stage of the Zongshi, and there are 12 Heavenly Officials, all of them are above the Zongshi, they are all above the Zongshi.
Retreat.
The old man in the air faintly spat out a word that instantly the surrounding wind flow transformed into a wall, pushing a dozen or so people from the hollowness sun back across the room to their original positions. A dozen or so people dared to be angry, and could only stare angrily at the 6 people in front of them. Jinyiwei Jail. A dozen men were hoisted up and lashed with 30 lashes in quick succession, and the screams were unceasing. In the rows and rows of cells behind them, Wang Lang and his party who saw this scene couldn't help but tremble and swallow their saliva. None of the dozen or so belonged to any other sects or clans of scholars, so they could be other forces mixed in or remnants of the former dynasty.
I want to see Shen more.
Bai Ting of the Bai clan next to him suddenly shouted.
I want to see Lord Shen. I'll pay the money. Let us go. Bringing them back without beating them or killing them, isn't that just asking for money?
I thought you guys were going to be hard for a little while longer. I was going to let you guys feel the opening of your mouths as well. What's the matter?
Don't you want to take revenge on me?
Just as Bai Ting's words fell, Shen Mo walked into the prison with someone, his tone playful.
How can it be?
Lord Shen, my admiration for you is as great as the unresolved waters of the river, and my younger brother Bai Hong is to blame for messing with you, blaming his eyes for not recognizing him. Tai. Bai Ting with a fawning flattering smile, will be next to Wang Lang Lanxianji. A few people are looking stunned.
If you're not a brother, how quickly you change your face. Don't you have a blood feud between you?
Lord Shen, we buy take money, it's winter soon, take 200,000 to add some cotton clothing money to the jinyiwei. Bai Ting respectfully said.
I'll fix a letter right away for the family to send money. Knowing that we were arrested will definitely pay.
Bai Ting was afraid that Shen Mo couldn't believe it, and hurriedly assured that.
Us too, Lord Shen. Reacting, Wang Lang and the others hurriedly said. Good. I accept your intentions.
When all the letters were written, Shen Mo glanced at the fawning Bai Ting. In a few days when the money arrives and the people are released, find a group of people to ambush Bai on his way back and deal with it cleanly. Next to the scholar, Lin Duig nodded with a serious face at once. He's capable of giving in to his own enemies, and his heart is too deep.
This son will become a danger in the future.
Suppressing all forces, having money makes me happy, physically and mentally, gaining 150 points.
Sir, someone has recruited.
Just at this moment, a brocade guard with bloodied hands ran over and respectfully reported.
The former dynasty's last emperor's personal eunuch named Lin Hai, now Lingzhou Smoky South County people. When the Chu Palace of Fire will be everything burned down. The former dynasty remnants are not long ago traced the tomb of a eunuch who went through the change of the Chu Palace escaped. Happens to be the same hometown as the Lin Hai, but died in the Liangzhou.
So the tomb happened to mention a wish to return to Smoky South and be buried in his hometown, just like Lin Hai. Therefore, the remnants of the former dynasty are now looking for Lin Hai's tomb, which is near the city of Smoky South County, only the range is too large to find it until now. This is the difference between a rebel and the court. Shen Mo smiled blandly. These people can only secretly rely on their own check, and cannot be like Shen Mo. These people openly mobilized all the power to find check.
Go and post a notice, say that the remnants of the former dynasty buried a large pile of poison canisters in the ruined tomb near the Smoky South County, ready to poison the people. If there are people found in the vicinity of the people, come to report the reward of 1,000 taels of silver, concealment of the report, and those who are in private possession of it, copy the family and ask for the death of the people. I'm afraid if we rely on the jinyiwei to find them, we'll only make as much progress as those remnants of the former dynasty. It's better to rely on the masses.
Send people to keep an eye on all 8 directions of the county, and report any situation in a timely and controlled manner.
Yes.
In the secret room, Shen Mo sat in a coiled position with his eyes closed tightly, and a stream of meaning flowed around his body, revealing an unstoppable sharpness, a murderous aura.
System Plus.
The next moment in the chamber actually resounded bursts of knife sound, airflow wildly chaotic, the surrounding walls left knife marks, at the same time Shen Mo behind thousands of knife shadow cohesion, each exudes a sharp sharpness. The tables and chairs in the chamber were all instantly crushed by an invisible force, and finally the airflow turned into a purple python coiled behind Shenmue.
At the same time Shenmue's eyes snapped open and his embroidered mouth spat out.
A blade chi was spat out from his mouth, and the stone wall opposite him exploded with a bang, and, in the air above the chamber, everyone couldn't help but feel a palpitation. The sky was suddenly cloudy, as if a heavy rain was about to fall, and the wind was howling. In the courtyard of the 1,000 household office, Zhang Yuji abruptly got up, her eyes looking tightly into the sky.
This is the sign of someone who is going to achieve the patriarch. 063 Chapter Zhongshi. Xingzhou Deputy Jinfu Envoy. Boom!
Inside a small courtyard, the ground instantly exploded with dust and dirt. A figure flew into the sky, behind the heaven and earth airflow convergence into a dozen meters of purple python, the horror of the atmosphere so that the nearby residents all trembled, thinking that the gods descended to punish them. They all kneeled on the ground. The sky was dark and cloudy, and the winds and clouds were changing, as if there was a violent storm. The purple python head Shenmue closed his eyes and sat down, the cloak behind him fluttered in the gale, and there seemed to be purple light flashing in the sky above his head. At this instant, the entire smoky South County city seemed to have heard a sword roar. Zhang Yuji in the 1,000 house leaped in the air, weaving through the roofs, and finally stood on the top of an attic looking at the purple python vision in the distance. At the same time Changjia 4,000 households also followed over. When they saw the scene in front of them all couldn't help but look shocked and full of horror.
Is this a manifestation of the gods? Even the river Yuji at this moment also fell into a deep suspicion. If the beginning of the heavenly phenomenon seems to be a master breakthrough of the scene, but now this scene is said to be the feather into a fairy may be believed. It was also at this moment that everyone saw the figure atop the purple python's head stand up and slash towards the sky.
How is it like Shenmue? Zhang Yuji's pupils all shrank. In the darkness, the crowd heard a clicking and shattering sound, followed by a terrifying aura descending to make the people nearby feel a deathly danger. The border of smoky South County. The eyes of the old man sitting in the air suddenly opened, frightening the opposite group of Wukongzi's faces. Someone from smoky South has stepped into the clan master. The wind did not easily frown and said with some surprise, "White Tiger, go and take a look." Lu Gang instantly looked serious and said to a middle-aged mighty man behind him, "Yes." The purple python in the air dissipated in a swimming dance between heaven and earth. Only a young man walked step by step in the air towards Zhang Yuji and the others.
"Greetings, Sovereign Master."
The moment the 4,000 households saw Shenmue all eyes wide, incredulous, really is this one? But once they thought of the fact that he is now a grandmaster, they all bowed in unison.
This is a sign of respect for the patriarch. It's actually really you.
Zhang Yuji looked at the youth in front of her with a complicated expression. She had seen too many demons in her life, but she had never seen someone like Shenmue who did not speak of heavenly justice.
23 years old. Patriarch. The young man is spirited. The world says that their own heavenly pride is unrivaled, but nowadays, the heavenly pride just looks up to his existence, and can't even see his face. The Jiang Jinfu Envoy, don't recognize this Qianhu?
Looking at Zhang Yuji who froze in place, Shenmue said with a faint smile, "No, congratulations to Patriarch Shen, wishing Patriarch Shen a prosperous martial arts career." Zhang Yuji, who had slowed down, looked at Shenmue staring at himself, and could not help but blush, also hurriedly cupped her fists and congratulated him.
"I can't believe I lost my concentration on a junior just now. It's a big loss. Is it your excellency who has broken through to the sovereign?"
An uncertain voice came from the air, and the white tiger came from the air to look at Zhang Yuji and Shenmue, and finally his gaze was placed on Shenmue. Its body exuded the martial intent of a patriarch. From first grade to grandmaster, it was no longer just a breakthrough in internal force, but also required a mastery of the comprehension of intent. To use martial arts to comprehend the will of heaven and earth to bestow on one's own already proficient martial arts, thus breaking the yoke of the sovereign master, as well as one's own mortal yoke. The Shenmue had never broken through in the beginning, that is, he added system points to the knife intention, and only until today's consummation did he step into the sect master with a bang. "It's me." Looking back at the white tiger's body of the brocade guards from the knowledge of the brocade clothes, Shenmue nodded. "Greetings to Lord Sonji." Seeing the golden-eyed black python pattern, Zhang Yuji's few people bowed to the white tiger.
"You're a Jinfu?"
Seeing Shenmue's appearance as well as his clothes, he almost gave the white tiger dry silence, and he recognized all 9 of the Jinfu envoys, but who was so young?
In the next second a bright light flashed in the white tiger's eyes and, "You wouldn't be Shenmue, would you?" "I am."
White tiger instantly silent. He did not remember wrongly. Shenmue seems to be 1,000 households, right? Zhongshi 1,000 households, do not know. Also thought that the jinyiwei, how powerful, how arrogant, Zhongshi are sent to be 1,000 households.
So what, you? Keep up the good work. Martial arts luck.
After saying that, the white tiger directly turned around and left. This has to immediately go back to report.
A jinyiwei patriarch.
It looks like you are expected to move soon. Zhang Yuji walked next to Shenmue and congratulated him.
"Look at that one," said Shenmue with an inexplicable gleam in his eyes.
Knowing that he is a member of the Shen family, but also so has been reusing Shenmue naturally more or less guessed some of it. One is naturally because of his strength coupled with his identity, a perfect knife to sweep away dissenters, and then there is his own master, who started supporting Su Ling Tian when he succeeded to the throne, and is now also in the Imperial Party, and Shen Mor is now also a brocade guards, and does work for Su Ling Tian, and is also in the Imperial Party. But the later Su Ling Tian how to think that is not necessarily. Boss. Found it. Found it. Just then the scholar ran over with a happy face and said, tomb found. In an instant, all eyes looked to the scholar, Shen Mor and Jiang Yuji eyes show light, the 4,000 households also look different, the side of Dong Tian eyes show a touch of cold light, but glanced at the back of Shen Mor flashed a touch of hesitation. Lead the way. A few miles east of smoky South City, there are groups and groups of people surrounding the city at this moment. In the center, dozens of brocade guards surrounded the entrance of a hole in the ground. Seeing Shen Mor and his party, the people instantly made a path. My lord! This is exactly the tomb of that Lin Hai, the hole in the ground has been explored underneath. It's a tomb with Lin Hai's autobiography written on the door. A brocade guard came and reported. Good, all stand back, Shen Mor nodded, his face flat, and the next second Shen Mor grabbed in the air, instantly in front of a large area of land folds up, and then this land actually directly floating in the air and will be a crowd of people scared back and forth. The underground catacombs were exposed to all eyes, as well as a sarcophagus that. A few jinyiwei immediately went down to the tomb to open the coffin, in which lay a white bone, the white bone in the arms of a fine wooden box, the four sides of the dragon's head is quite a head. The moment he saw it, Dong Tian hardened his heart and pressed back his desire to snatch it. The patriarch is in front. Will die. Damn. Cheap Takeshi. Wujing, Jiang Yuji personally escorted the Jade Seal of Transmission with 500 brocade guards, and there were 6 great masters in the air. Let Shen Mor follow to the capital. Shen Mor refused, only left a sentence that now is not the time. Leave like a defeated dog. Leave without a word. When he returns, he must make all men tremble, and all honors will be bestowed upon him. After all, even a young man has a mouthful of grievances, and his python robes are used to walk around Wujing city. Soon a holy decree announced to the world, a month later will be held in the heavenly ceremony, to welcome the Jade Seal of the state to highlight the world's orthodoxy. At the same time promoted Jinwu Qianhu Shen Mor as Qingzhou Deputy Jinfu Envoy and Jinwu Qianhu, Qin Tian Supervisor of the Earth Officer, given the Qin Tian Supervisor of the Roadstar Robe, 20-something years old, Patriarch, Jinfu Envoy, Qintanji Officer. In an instant, the entire world shook. Chapter 064 War rises in the north, southern Zhao's visitors. Bihai County, Qingzhou. Wu Feng looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help but tremble. More than a month of not seeing him, Shen Mo has become a Zongshi? Last time when Shen Mor even beheaded the second product he sensed that Shen Mor was already a first product, only that he did not make a sound, and his men were even more powerful than the boss, which made it difficult for him to do so. As a result, the whole world now knows that Shen Mo, the patriarch's heavenly pride. The world is unrivaled. He's also the Deputy Jinfu Envoy of Qingzhou, an official of the Qin Tian Supervisory Bureau. Now the states have no deputies and Fuzhuang, on the Qingzhou for Shen Mor set up. Wu Feng feels that if there is no himself, maybe now the Qingzhou Zen Fuzhuang will have to be surnamed Shen. Obviously, I'm afraid that the above intends to let Shen Mor take charge of the Qingzhou brocade guards, so where should I go from here? For a while Wu Feng sat paralyzed in his chair, his face aging as if he had aged a few years. My lord! Maybe it's not necessarily for you to stand down seeing Wu Feng like this. Bihai County's Qianhu Bai Su opened his mouth and comforted him. With the above letting Shen Mor take over Qingzhou, it's very likely that His Excellency will go to the north. Now the situation in the north is imminent, and those two in the north are said to be unclear with those county kings. I'm afraid that His Majesty absolutely can't tolerate them. When the time comes the north is short of people should let your lord go. Bai Su seriously analyzed it, he said. Instantly, Wu Feng's eyes lit up. He almost forgot about the northern situation. It was really possible. Even though it's changed, he's still a state governor. Qingzhou, this Shinfu envoy will let Shen Mor. In Yuzhou, Shinjinji listened to the news reported by the people below, looked into the distance, and sighed quietly, and the latter is a great thing. How come they don't have such a proud son of God in the old Shin family? Wujing, at this moment the forces of all parties have no longer nonchalant, that is, the great irreverence also crazy investigation Shen Mor. Shen Mo, this name is spread all over Wujing, everyone talks about it. Kingwood County. At this moment, the city gate several miles away from the station is full of people. There are Jiang Daoyin with the brocade guards, Guan Shoxing with a group of officials, there is a group of Jianghu people, the back is a group of people to follow the watch, all look at the far side of the official road. Soon all that could be seen was dust, and a group of men on horseback galloping in and the man at the head was still in the scarlet and purple python robe, with his cape fluttering behind him, and with a spirited greetings to the Lord Zen Fuzhuang. The moment they saw Shen Mor, the entire audience knelt down and shouted in unison that freeze salute. Shen Mor on horseback with a smile on his face, life must be happy back to the city. For the next half a month or so, there wasn't a single case in the entire Jinwu city, and even Jinwu County was pitifully low. Anyone who passes by Jinwu County puts away their arrogance and cockiness, simply because everyone knows that Jinwu has a patriarch sitting in the town. And just 10 days after Shenmue returned, the north went to war. The Duke of Jingguo and the Duke of Nguo led their armies to take action against the county kings of the two northern states. All of them instantly took the two counties, and the emperor's decree was to pacify the deserted state and the state of Yu before the end of the year. The remaining 12 county kings formed an alliance and gathered 150,000 troops to fight on both sides. The entire north was thrown into chaos. At the same time, North Yan, Desert North, Wesley also deployed troops at the border of Dewu, Stupid, and Su Ling Tian has also sent people to guard the border in advance.
Beacon for 3 months. Kingwood County.
At this moment in the Hall of the Thousand Households, Shenmue once again received the imperial decree. Shinjinfu Envoy, His Majesty asked us to bring you a word. He is very optimistic about you. Don't let His Majesty down. The imperial eunuch said with a smile on his face. Your Excellency, don't worry. I will surely live up to His Majesty's hope, Shenmue said flatly. Waiting for the eunuch to leave, Shenmue only sat on the upper seat pondering something.
I didn't expect Nanzhao to actually want to ally with Dewu at this moment, Mao said with some surprise.
Maybe the alliance is fake, and spying is real, Zhang Daoing mused. There are Xinguo Gong and Nguo Gong to go out, and just to pacify a few county kings, and not really a war, but also really think that it will be the great martial arts to fight the virtual. Mao skimmed his mouth disdainfully, said. Not necessarily, maybe Nanzhao really came to seek an alliance, the scholar suddenly spoke up. Nanzhao was first divided into Wu barbarians and White barbarians, the two sides for the annexation of each other for several decades of war. The latter Wu barbarians conquered the White barbarians, but in Nanzhao established 6 Wu barbarians regime, known as the 6 Edicts, and one of the Mangshezhao in the southernmost, and is also known as Nanzhao, and the two sides were in the southernmost. It was not until the time of King Pilagak of Nanzhao that the other 5 edicts were destroyed and Nanzhao was unified, with its capital at Taiya, that it became the capital of Nanzhao. And now the White barbarians have grown again. There are still the remnants of the 5 edicts. The southern edicts are now not peaceful internally, plus now the king of the southern edicts is bedridden, so I'm afraid that I want to use the power of the great martial arts, the scholar said slowly.
In any case, our goal is to escort them safely out of Qingzhou, gather people and go to Cloud Dream.
As Shenmue opened his mouth, several people sprang into action and the 100,000 mountains, the mountain range that divides Nanzhao from Dao. At this moment, on a big road, several carriages are traveling, 100 soldiers riding in front of them to open the road, followed by a few hundred soldiers, holding banners, and guards on both sides of the carriages. A huge, luxurious carriage in the very center.
Princess, we're about to reach Dewu Yunmeng County up ahead.
A maid at the side of the carriage whispered. Well, speed up and try to be there tomorrow. A gentle voice came out of the carriage.
Yunmeng County, it's now under the control of Qingzhou, right?
Lord Wuzhu, a big man in front of him, clad in armor, half naked, with a witch tattoo on his back, holding a long sword in his hand, turned his head to look at an old man on horseback next to him. The old man had dry, wrinkled skin, one eye was eyeless, half his face had tattoos, and he held a wooden staff in his hand that.
Not bad.
Zhang Xian nodded, and his hoarse voice rang out as he. Oh, isn't that the Shenmue that was recently rumored to be in Dewu? I heard that he became the youngest Jinfu envoy in Dewu. This general would like to try and see if this man is as rumored.
Luo Tong raised the large sword in his hand and confidently said, Stupid.
Zhang Xian swept in with a single glance that. Luo Tong instantly felt his heart stagnate, and his body went cold and.
The patriarch cannot be insulted. Go if you want to die.
The great martial state is strong, with many talented people, crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Put away your arrogance.
Zhang Xian's warning voice came and Luo Tong couldn't help but nod his head. Yes. Yunmeng City.
Shenmue with a line of people rushed to the door of Yunmeng Thousand Households. They saw Wu Fengfei's iron green, followed by Luo Yu, as well as another deputy Thousand Households, and Yunmeng Thousand Households Jitsuanshi, except that the face of a few people at this time is not good. And across the street, we only saw an old man with a calm demeanor, dressed in a scarlet official's robe, holding an imperial decree in his hand, pointing at Wu Feng's several people. Hearing the sound of hoofbeats, several people turned around only to see that Shenmue had already dismounted and walked over with a group of people. Seeing Shenmue, Wu Feng's eyes lit up, and the old man opposite him frowned.
What's the situation? Shenmue asked Jitsuanshi directly.
This one is from Wujing, the Minister of Rights, Shi Wenqing. The Emperor sent him a Zhang, let him be responsible for a good reception of the Nanzhao envoys. This man then took the holy decree and came here to the brocade guards to point his finger, looking for bones in the egg, saying that we are not well groomed, and also saying that we are not very good in strength, leading to so much going on in Qingzhou. Jitsuanshi glanced at Shi Wenqing and spoke. Wu Zhenfu make a return to the mouth. We'll take the imperial decree to pressure people. I heard that in the Wujing is not reused. Before all have been in the Hanlin Academy to do a bookkeeper. This time it is the Ministry of Rights of the Shangshu elected, sealed with a third-grade minister. Seeing that Shenmue had been ignoring himself, a flash of sulkiness flashed across Shi Wenqing's eyes. I believe this is Vice Shenfu envoy Lord Shen. Shi Wenqing suddenly opened his mouth, pronouncing the word vice emphatically, saying, Shinmore was a patriarch, he naturally knew that, but he had come here this time by His Majesty's imperial decree, and he had the imperial decree to protect his body. What is he afraid of? Lord Shin, everyone has come so early to get ready for the Nanzhao mission. I'm afraid it's not too good for you to come so late. Beware of the emperor nose, fear unhappy Ashur wenching face with a smile, Tonin and Yang. Shin Mo immediately frowned, a slap directly slapped the past, Shur wenching official hat are drawn crooked,
Can you talk properly? Who is disgusting? How dare you call someone from Wujing who doesn't even know him?
You! Shur wenching pointed at Shin Mo, his face dumbfounded and,
how dare you? Can't you see the imperial decree in my hand? Shen More, how dare you? To actually assault a court official, or one dispatched by His Majesty. You are defying His Majesty. This official will definitely report you when I return to the capital.
Shur wenching said with an agitated look on his face. Shin Mo raised his eyebrows. Su Ling Tian has such a loyal dog like you, does he know that?
Next kick over Shur wenching. Send this official a sum?
Shin Mo directly picked up the imperial decree that fell on the ground and smashed it on Shur wenching's head, with a ferocious look on his face. This official is the deputy Jinfu envoy of the Qinzhou Brocade Guards, from the 4th rank.
See, the official is 3 ranks greater.
Official of the Qin Tian Supervisor of the Earth.
The 3rd rank.
You're just an attendant. In terms of status, in terms of etiquette, this official is above you.
Not bowing to your superior officer when you meet, is this how the Ministry of Rights teaches the etiquette system? Shin Mo lifted Shur wenching collar eyes coldly asked. The next group of brocade guards all skimmed their heads and didn't see it. Even Wu Feng was old and calm. Anyway, he was ready to apply to go to the north as soon as the north was over. He was no longer going to care about Qingzhou, and if he messed with Shenyan Luo, he should ask for his own luck. If you weren't sent by the court, you'd be a corpse by now.
Shin Mo revealed a smile and said in a low voice. Shur wenching's eyes suddenly shrunk, his face changed greatly, his body trembled and pointed at Shin Mo wanting to say something, but half a day could not say a word. All stop. At that moment a majestic voice came, only to see several figures hurrying in.
065 Chapter Sima Jing's shock, stealing the sky and changing the sun.
The head of the person is also a big red official robes, elegant temperament, has a scholarly style, face slightly vicissitudes, middle-aged look,
It's Sima Jing, the state minister of Qingzhou.
The next second Shin Mo turned his head to look, and Sima Jing on the eyes, still carrying Shur wenching in his hand. Seeing the moment Shin Mo's face, Sima Jing who rushed over froze in place, the whole person was like being struck by lightning, the heart set off shockwaves, the whole face was out of shape due to shock.
Shin Jun More.
Sima Jing directly shouted out, her tone incredulous. This scene caused a crowd of people to be a bit overwhelmed, looking at the two of them.
You're a jinx now. And, Sima Jing eyes looked at Shin More in a scarlet-purple python robe, eyes wide open. Or the town's governor.
Seemingly thinking of something, Sima Jing even lost her temper and exclaimed.
You're that Shin More. Mr. Sima, it's been a long time, haven't you seen me? Throwing Shur wenching aside, Shin Mo nodded with a smile. It's really you.
Rather than having seen a great storm, Sima Jing also lost her composure one after the other at this moment. It's like a student who was known to be uneducated and suddenly one day became the head of a land. And the legend of him is spreading throughout the country. No, you Sima Jing tried to say something, but realized she couldn't even put it into words. He remembered that when he left Wujing to take up his position in Qingzhou, the princess, the prince, and those second generation of theirs were all still studying in the Imperial College, going up and down to school every day, traveling to the mountains, eating, drinking, and having fun, and secretly competing with each other. And a year ago suddenly left the state prison. Shinju Nemo goodbye, has been a state Shinfu envoy, in charge of the 4 counties of Jinyiwei, the young patriarch.
1 day's absence is like 3 autumns. That's a lot of separation.
Lord Sima, this Shin More assaulted a court official.
How dare he?
Shur wenching at this time covered his bleeding head and ran behind Sima Jing and pointed at Shin Mo viciously said, Lord Shur,
since His Majesty sent you here for what you do your job and don't cause trouble.
Sima Jing turned back and said coldly, a flash of contempt in her eyes,
Even if he does beat you to death, he's afraid that nothing will happen to him. Sima Jing concluded with a meaningful warning.
Shur wenching's face instantly changed greatly, looked at Shin Mo with horror, and then remembered that Sima Jing had just shouted a name that was a bit familiar. The next moment his face paled. It cannot be the Shin family.
Inside the hall of the Chitos office,
Shin More, Wu Feng, and Sima Jing were sitting in the upper seat, and Shur wenching was honestly sitting down at the moment, not daring to speak. Wu Shinfu envoy, this time the Southern Zhao mission came to Dao to make an alliance. Secretly those white barbarians from the Southern Zhao will send assassins to prepare to sabotage this alliance. Maybe there are people hiding in the mission. At the very least, the Southern Zhao mission can't do anything in the territory of Qingzhou, or else it will be easy to stir up the contradiction between the Southern Zhao and the Dao. Do you understand? Wu Shinfu envoy, beside him, Sima Jing slowly said, her tone of voice serious. Don't worry, this Shinfu envoy has given full authority to Shinfu envoy Shin.
With Ambassador Shin Jinfu to do his work, Lord Sima can rest assured.
Wu Feng waved his big hand and patted his chest to assure him.
Next to him, Shen Mo glanced at Wu Feng as he sipped the tea in his hand and did not say anything. Shen Mo. Sima Jing just wanted to blurt out how can it work, but suddenly realized that Shen Mo is no longer the old Shen Mo. Then I would like to thank Shen Jinfu make it Sima Jing. Still some did not adapt to come over, smiled sarcastically, and said, no harm, duty calls. Shen Mo said flatly at this moment, a serious look that made Sima Jing a little jaw-dropped, and Ji Tsuenshi. In the name of this town's ambassador, order the major Jianghu sects in Yunmeng, Qingyang, and Jinwu counties to clean up the official roads in their respective neighborhoods in 3 days' time, sweep away all suspicious people, and block both sides of the official roads. Whoever wants to disobey, this official will personally pay a visit. Whoever is in charge of an official road that has gone awry, this official will likewise have a good talk with the clan in charge. Tell them that those who disobey this official in Qingzhou will all try. As long as this official is in Qingzhou for 1 day. This day is the day of the jinyiwei. This official doesn't mind another bloodbath in the Jinwu Jianghu. Yes, Ji Tsuenshi immediately led the order to leave. Looking at the majestic and domineering Shen Mo, Sima Jing has been silent at this moment. Is this the might of the jade-faced Yin Luo? Soon this order spread throughout the 3 counties of Qingzhou, and immediately stirred up 1,000 waves. Qingyang, Yunmeng 2 counties Jianghu forces all angry dissatisfaction, have protested, even if Shen Mo is a master, cannot be so unreasonable. The next day each of the 2 counties of first-grade power was destroyed overnight. The head of the patriarch hung on the clan door. Instantly the 2 counties calmed down, and Jinwu County began to line the official road as early as the moment the order came out. At the entrance of the city, Shen Mo waited for the arrival of the Nanzhao delegation with hundreds of genie guards, next to Sima Jing, Shi Wenqing, and others. Shinjinfu envoy, you make such a fanfare to let the 3 counties clear a road, is not it obvious to tell those killers your whereabouts? Sima Jing said with some concern. Lord Sima, could it be that those people wouldn't know if this official didn't? This is the legation, nearly 1,000 people. In that case this official why not let those Jianghu sects go ahead to test the water? This official can't let their own brothers rush in front of everything. These rivers and lakes reckless dead on death, Shen Mo said with a flat face. This cold-blooded and ruthless means but let Sima Jing cannot help but tremble in his heart. His eyes complex look at Shen Mo. Soon a procession gradually approached, bearing the flag of Nanzhao, the Nanzhao which wizard Zhang Xian meets you all. Zhang Xian took the lead and saluted Shen Mo and the others. Is Princess Sacred Moon there? Shen Mo on horseback gazed at the most luxurious carriage. This princess is here, came a soft voice from the carriage. The curtain lifted, only to see a lower body wearing a greenish-blue pleated skirt, the upper body with all kinds of silver ornaments, clothes embroidered with flowers, birds, fishes, and insects, and the head with a silver cast tiara, gentle, elegant, and clear. Curtain half lifted, only for a moment. Now jinyiwei Shen Mo on the eyes, looking at the horse on the back of the mighty young man, the face cannot help but a red and then put the curtain down. Next, for your safety, princess, please cooperate. Shen Mo's head was turned away, and hundreds of brocade guards behind him surrounded towards the luxurious carriage. What are you doing? Luo Tong shouted with a furious look on his face and, fellow De Wu officials, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Xian also asked coldly with his eyes glued shut. From now on, all escorts for the princess will be arranged by us, the brocade guards. This official does not trust anyone from your legation. Shen Mo looked at Zhang Xian and said, I believe you all know the consequences of something going wrong. No way. What if something happens to the princess if she's handed over to you? What is your De Wu's intention? Luo Tong asked angrily, pointing at Shen Mo. The next second Shen Mo instantly moved in front of Luo Tong. This action caused Zhang Xian's eyes to narrow, and a touch of scorn appeared in his eyes. As soon as he lifted Luo Tong by the neck, Shen Mo's eyes looked straight up and, more than any of you, this official does not want anything to happen to your princess in our territory. It would be a disgrace to this official. Also, it's you Nanzhao who came to beg us his De Wu. The next time, this official will kill you. After saying that, Shen Mo directly threw Luo Tong to the ground, his face cold, turned his head to look at Zhang Xian. Good. This witch blessing believes in Lord Shen. The moment Shen Mo struck out, Zhang Xian felt the strength. The only one in Qingzhou who was so young and still so strong was Shen Mo. Very well, Lin Duanji. You take a group of brothers and lead Lord Zhang and the others down another path. Yes. Lin Duanji stepped forward and respectfully said. This town crier would like to see what kind of bulls *** T jumps out of that road. Looking at Miao Crescent carriage, Shen Mo's eyes flashed a cold light. Chapter 066, The remaining sun is like blood. Oh, I was thinking about how to make a move, but now it's God's help. Inside a cave, Yuan Shen's eyes flashed with cold light, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, dressed in hemp clothes, with white hair, and next to him were 2 other old men. Although this Shen Mo is incredibly ruthless, he is also arrogant and conceited, actually letting our Jianghu sect clear the obstacles for him. Luo Wanghui's expression sneered, and his tone carried some jealousy. Junior patriarch. He's still young, so of course he's wild enough. Unlike a few of us old guys, said Zhu Qi, stroking his beard with a flat expression. Then let us few old guys teach our juniors a lesson. Luo Wanghui crushed a stone with one hand, his eyes fierce and,
If we kill them, we can get the last half of the herbs in the hands of those barbarians to refine the dragon tiger pill. At the mention of this, a glint flashed in the eyes of the three of them. They had spent 100 years lurking in Dragon Tiger Mountain before finally stealing one of the unique pills of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the Dragon Tiger Pill. It is said that a single one can make a master breakthrough. Now that they are approaching the end of their lives, they can't even collect all the herbs, and they are being hunted down by the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain. Just a short time ago the people of the white barbarians looked for them, and as long as they killed the princess of the southern Zhao mission and destroyed the alliance between Dao and the southern Zhao, they would give them the medicinal herbs, and it was natural that the patriarchs looking for Dao would have trouble getting into Dao. The patriarchs of the white barbarians had trouble getting into Dao. Right there on Sunset Slope, the border of Jinwu County, into their own territory. Then I'm afraid to relax. On the official road, a luxury carriage traveling around the escort number is not much, only a dozen or so jinyiwei rexes, the forefront of Shenmue Road to open the way. My lord, the Sunset Slope is ahead, a brocade guard came to report. Sunset Slope, where you can see the peculiar scene of the sun fading into the ground, hence the name Sunset Slope. At this moment, the sky was approaching dusk, a big golden sun was beginning to rejoin the ground, and the setting sun was infinite. The procession continued to march against the setting sun, all clothed in its rays. The next instant arrows were shot from the woods on either side of the. Finally came, Shenmue's mouth revealed a smile, the cold light under his eyes coalesced, raised his hand and grabbed in the air. In an instant, the arrows on both sides all turned to smithereens. At the same time hundreds of people in the woods on both sides rushed out towards the carriage to kill. A dozen or so brocade guards did not have the slightest panic, they all drew their swords out. The 6th grade, 3rd grade, and even 1st grade auras were exposed one after another. The leading Jinyiwei warriors were Jitsuanshi, Bai Luyu, and a group of 100 households and deputy 1,000 households. The air suddenly darkened, only to see a huge stone smashing towards Shenmue. Boom! The boulder shattered. Shenmue leaped into the air and Yuan Shen's palm against each other. The powerful air current stirred the woods on both sides. Behind Luo Wang Hui appeared holding a wooden staff toward the back of Shenmue smashed, breaking wind sound whistling. With his eyes condensed, Shenmue made a turn and threw out his cloak. The sky was full of flying darts stabbing at the two of them, each of them glowing with green light and covered with astral energy breaking through the air. Yuan Shen and the two of them waved their big hands, and their astral energy coalesced to resist. It was also at this time that the wind and clouds behind Shenmue changed, and the leaves flew all over the sky. Draw leaves as swords. Zhu Qi used a Dao seal maneuver with both hands to. Countless leaves in the air immediately transformed into a sword, and the sky was filled with sword shadows. One step back, Shenmue turned around and pointed a finger out. All of a sudden, the air was filled with the sound of swords and long whistles. The sword shadows shattered, the astral deities ripped apart, and Zhu Qi's hemp clothes were torn apart by invisible forces, leaving a trail of blood. Blade intent complete. Zhu Qi retreated in a sorry state, looking at Shenmue with a shocked expression on his face. He had actually cultivated his intent to perfection. Generally, the breakthrough of a grandmaster is just a matter of the intention to enter the embryonic form, and the main thing for a grandmaster is to comprehend and improve the intention. Hearing Zhu Qi's words, Luo Wang Hui and the two of them couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. Move the mountain. Things can only be fought now. Yuan Shan raised his hands in the air and, all of a sudden the ground shook. The killing by Luyu and his party felt wrong and hurriedly moved away. A ground thorn sprang up and stabbed into midair in an instant, and a line of people who couldn't react were pierced through. This is the power of the patriarch. Bai Luyu's eyes were filled with longing at the moment, transforming his surroundings into his own. Luo Wang Hui drew his crutching sword from his wooden staff and chopped it out in a cross, his sword chi crossing heaven and earth. On the other hand, Zhu Qi looked at the carriage on the ground, and immediately slapped his palm to the broken U. In the air, Shenmue drew out the embroidered spring knife and chopped out a knife. The sound of the knife is dull, like the sound of a bell. The ground those fleeing killers feel like they are pressed with a big mountain. All of them were pressed on the ground and spit out blood. The ground is a big mountain. A knife chopped down, the ground thorns shattered, the ground cracked, and a 10-meter slash made a crowd of people tremble with fear and horror. This is still human. Then he turned around and threw a punch. The dragon and tiger roared. The strength was like thunder, and the sword chi shattered. Then Shenmue leaped in the air and chopped towards Luo Wang Hui with a knife. When the swords connected, Luo Wang Hui's body couldn't help but one night, his face changed, and a forest behind him was directly shredded by the sword intent. Behind the back of Yuan Shen a fist bombardment, at the same time Shenmue's whole body a blood-colored astral energy condensed shape. Below the three of them, the ground was blasted out of a large crater by the fist chi. While Shenmue did not move, Yuan Shen's fist was firmly blocked by the blood-colored astral aura. How could it be? Yuan Shen hastily retreated, horror in his eyes, but the sound of chains rang out. Shenmue threw out the hook and rope for a moment to wrap Yuan Shen, then kicked in the chest. The ground Zhu Qi split the carriage with a palm, and in the next second his face changed, and his sleeve robe swept. There was not a single person in the carriage, only organs and bows in all directions, as well as poisonous powder, which was cheated. Just then, too, the sky clouded over and A giant hand descended like the sky covering the sun. Underneath the palm Luo Wanghui Yuanchen, two people resisted with all their might. Half of their bodies were bent by the pressure. This kid! Why such a deep internal force? Luo Wanghui clenched his teeth in disbelief and, I'll help you. Zhu Qi flew through the air and blasted the same palm towards the giant palm. Bloodbath. The air is surrounded by blood-colored air currents. The gloomy wind is cold. A group of people present can even feel the wind with a mournful hissing, their own blood flow coagulation. A blood-colored skeleton appeared in the air, and the next moment a mournful shriek resounded through this heaven and earth. Cover your ears. Bai Luyu hurriedly pulled out the earplugs that Shen Mor had asked them to prepare in advance. The remaining dozens of killers all covered their ears in pain at the moment and rolled on the ground, whether it was a first grade or a sixth or seventh grade, letting out miserable screams, and soon all of them were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and some of them directly collapsed to the ground. What evil technique did this kid refine? At this time, the 3 of them were equally bad. Their heads were like the bites of 10,000 insects, and their ears were bleeding. With this scene, no one would object to saying that this kid is an evil martial artist, right? Shen Yan. As the 3 of them shattered the giant palm, Yuan Shen took a step forward and released his internal energy. The 2 men behind Luo Wanhui placed their palms on its back, and their internal power was transmitted. I'm afraid that if I fight separately again, I'll be pressed to death by the Shen Mor guy here. Immediately the air became hot, as if roasted by a great fire. But Shen Mor at this moment, the corner of his mouth showed a smile, and the embroidered spring sword in his hand emitted the sound of the blade. Cut off the river. The sun and the moon were in the same sky, a round curved moon was in the sky, and the horrible blade intent made the 3 people's cold hairs stand up. Before the 3 could release their big moves, the curved moon passed through the bodies of the 3, splitting them in 2. The 6 corpses fell to the ground, and their entrails and blood and flesh were scattered all over the place. By now the whole official road was in tatters, the woods on both sides were a mess, and corpses everywhere. A martial artist by the side of the road was shivering with his head in his hands, and still had the aura of the 3rd grade on his body, and there was a sound of footsteps in his ears. Cautiously looking up, a scarlet brocade robe with a purple python pattern coming to life, a pair of eyes that were cold to the core, and a knife in his hand that glowed with a cold light. Instantly paralyzed with fear and horror. Mercy, my lord, please. Which clan? Shenemo put his sword on his shoulder and asked indifferently. You Blade Sect, the martial artist stuttered. Swish. A line of blood splattered to the ground as a cold light flashed through the. Turning around and wiping off the blood on his face with his cloak, Shenmo's eyes were filled with a cold light. Slaughter them. Yes, the several people beside Jitsuanshi hurriedly responded. There's still a half sunset in the sky, brightly colored, and the sun goes down like blood. Chapter 067, 2 birds with 1 stone, reorganizing Qingzhou. The Yakuzas. Zhu Changshi was leisurely leaning back in his chair sipping tea in his hand, and the 2 elders next to him had worried faces. Sect Master. Is it really okay to go and surround and kill Shen Mor? If this fails, then our Blade Sect will be finished. Elder Chu Shangtian frowned worriedly. No wonder he's so scared. That's King Shen Yan. He's the one who slaughters the whole clan when he moves. That's the kind of reputation you get from killing. Zhu Changshi's leisurely expression suddenly sank, and the teacup in his hand heaved, and, Elder Chu, I know what you're worried about. But don't forget that the ones who stepped in were the 3 sect masters of the fallen Dao. The 3 of them can fight even if they're in the middle of the sect master stage. That Shen Mor is still a human being even if he's blown up in the Jianghu. Beginning sect master is just that. 3 against 1 sect master doesn't believe that he'll still be killed back. Do you really think those 3 are a bunch of losers? Zhu Changshi bitterly enlightened. Zhu Shangtian opened his mouth to say something. The reason is this reason, but he always feel that his heart is in 7. Alright, Elder Chu, I see that you're living back more and more. Seeing Zhu Shangtian remain like this, Zhu Changshi immediately looked dissatisfied and coldly snorted, and, what the hell jade face Yan Luo? By the time those 3 will bring Shen Mor head, see what those Jianghu sects dare to say? After so many years, really bluffed by a brat. Shame on you. Still wanting to say something, but there was a burst of noise from outside, which seemed to be mixed with the sound of swords and knives. Zhu Changshi frowned and, what's going on out there? Where are the rules? Zhu Changshi stood up and prepared to walk out of the courtyard door, with Zhu Shangtian and the 2 men following behind him. As a result, just as he arrived at the door, an elder, covered in blood, broke through the door and collapsed in front of Zhu Changshi's feet. Gate Master. Jinyiwei. The killers are coming. A sentence directly let a cold air from the bottom of Zhu Changshi's feet straight to the sky. Behind Zhu Shangtian 2 people's faces changed greatly. How is that possible? Zhu Changshi hurriedly turned around and ran towards his house, fleeing. Immediately flee. There was still a secret passage in his house. The next second a head flew in and smashed directly onto Zhu Changshi's back. Then I saw a dozen or so brocade guards walk in, covered in blood and covered in a murderous aura. Sect Master Zhu, where is this preparing to go? Shenemo slowly walked out from behind Jitsuanshi Bai Luyu, with a smile on his lips. Seeing a scarlet-purple python robe, Zhu Changshi was scared out of his wits, and hurriedly crawled from the ground to Shen More's feet.
Spare your life, Mr. Shun Jinfu. It was those three who forced us to do it.
I definitely don't dare to have any ill intentions towards Ambassador Shen Jinfu. Please beg the Shen Jinfu envoy to spare his life.
I beg you, Mr. Shen, to spare my life.
Zhu Changshi continuously kowtowed vigorously, not daring to stop even when blood oozed from his forehead.
Shen Mo squatted down with a teasing face and patted its face with his palm. Now that you know you're scared, what were you doing? Others can kill you, what? Think this official can't kill you?
In the next second Shen More's eyes were cold, and he drew a dagger from his boots and stabbed Zhu Changshi a dozen times, and blood splattered everywhere.
Be good in your next life.
Standing up and kicking away the corpse, Shen More took the white handkerchief and wiped the blood and said coldly, "Boss, the U-Blade sect is left with these two." The scholar's eyes looked toward the two Chu Shangtian, who were shivering and pale.
Give them a hard time.
Turned away, the bloody handkerchief fluttering in the wind, and finally falling in a pool of blood. Standing at the foot of a mountain, with a fire burning behind me. My lord, news has come, the South Imperial envoys have all entered Jinzhou. A jinyiwei handed a letter stained with blood to Shen More. From the Southern Imperial legation into the Cloud Dream, Shen More will first let Zheng Xianmei and the Southern Imperial princess all separate, and then take another road, and then Shen More with the princess to take the Jiangshi sects to clean up the official road. But in fact, the real princess has let Wu Feng, Sima Jing with the escort to go on the waterway and up. Unsurprisingly, Shen More and Zhang Xian, the two roads were attacked, so fortunately, the South China Imperial mission losses are not big, but also into the Jinzhou. How the back of that is not the Shen More headache. In addition to this, Shen More also took the opportunity to pressurize the Jianghu sects in Qingzhou and start a cleanup in advance. Now that Qingzhou is taken over by itself, the rules of Qingzhou must be surnamed Shen. At the same time, Shen More took the opportunity of the mission to send Sima Jing and Wu Feng away, in order to better take ownership of Qingzhou in one fell swoop.
Husband? If you give me face, you're a teacher. If you don't, what are you? Crushing the envelope in his hand, Shen Mo's eyes revealed ambition and cold light. How's it going with the bookie asking you to look into it?
Boss, other than Jinwu, the lists of officials in the other 3 counties who are corrupt, accepting bribes, and disregarding the law have all been collected. And all the sects that have been doing wrong and oppressing the people over the years have been memorized as well.
Then do it.
Soon Jinwu County assembled a full 4,000 brocade guards to go to 3 counties respectively. This scene even emboldened a group of Jianghu sects as well as officials in Jinwu to settle down and Qinyang County. Before Yang Fan could react, more than 1,000 brocade guards poured into the 1,000 household office. Then Jiang Daoing directly took out the Shen Mo warrant, as well as an order with only 4 words: cleaning Qingyang. Yang Fan immediately had a chill in his heart. What does this Shen More want? This is a great disrespect. Once the top knows about it, directly wanted to refuse, but the result was that Jiang Daoyin's third-grade consummate pressure made Yang Fan's face stagnate. Yunmeng, Jitsuanqi looked at Lin Duiqi and a group of brocade guards, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he directly led the order. Together with the Yunmeng brocade guards, more than 2,000 brocade guards cleansed Yunmeng city that night. Among them, there are several carrier pigeons as well as the spies of the secret spy division who want to sneak out of the city have all disappeared. Bay Shore. 1,000 House Hall, Shen More crossed his legs and sat high in the upper seat. Below, Bai Su was deftly pressed to his knees by the patriarch's might. Wu Feng isn't here, and even if he was, do you think he'd dare back you up? Shen More lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and said with a leisurely expression, Shen More, do you realize that you're already tantamount to plotting a rebellion? Bai Su stared at Shen Mo with a deadly gaze and, rebellion? No, no, no. This Shenfu envoy is only trying to clean up the moths in Qingzhou, so that the entire Qingzhou can serve his majesty with one heart. Have you seen this town envoy recruiting? Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but some words can't be said indiscriminately. Bai Qianhu. Shen More walked to the front of Bai Su, one foot stepped on its palm dead crushing, with a smile on his face. Bai Su instantly face pain, forehead cold sweat, but clenched his teeth dead not to open his mouth. 1,000 households, this Shenfu envoy can also be changed. Shen Mo opened his mouth in a cloudy manner and said. Bai Su immediately pupilled a contraction of the color of the struggle. Greetings, Lord Zhen Fuzhuang. A moment later in the hall, a low voice rang out and, for 5 days, Qingzhou was in a state of turmoil. Dozens of officials in the night directly broken and arrested. The next day will be announced the crime of beheading. The rest of the officials are in the back into the county's 1,000 households a trip, trembling out. The Qingyang County is more than 2,000 brocade guards directly night siege lieutenant, the county governor's residence, so that the whole Qingyang County shook. At the same time also on the remaining 3 counties of Qingzhou Jianghu suppression, ordered to start paying taxes, resistance to kill, for wrongdoing, kill. Bihai County Fish Gang led by more than a dozen clans even want to join together to make a fuss, directly by more than 2,000 brocade guards and a battalion of troops plus Shen Mo personally to suppress. The mouth of the sea was dyed red. 5 days later, Qingzhou returned to tranquility. The entire Qingzhou was controlled by a big hand, no one objected.
068 Chapter Walking on the Scale, Chopping the Snake. Xingyang, Prefectural Office. Sima Jing was looking at a list of names in his hands at the moment, and his face turned ironic. I didn't expect it. A trip out of the house was stolen. Or by his own students. After all, I was gullible. This is the official world. He's already a state governor. Governor, the town commissioner, will inevitably involve a power struggle. Just he Sima Jing will focus on Wu Feng, Shen more or less think they understand, relaxed attention. Slapping the information in his hand on the table, Sima Jing sighed with a complex expression. Have those officials secretly make a trip to see me? I'd like to see how many people Shen Kid has pulled together. Yanya County, the birthplace of the Yanya River, the largest river in Jinwu County, with waters spreading throughout the northern part of Jinwu County, with many branches of the river, and also the location of Yanya Cave. At this time, in a section of the river, a long strip of creatures about 12 or 13 meters in length was rolling and swaying in the water, stirring up waves that flooded the riverbanks on both sides. The next moment the creature surfaced, revealing its original appearance, a large black snake with a bulge in the middle of its head, golden pupils, and several thick chains wrapped around its body that kept struggling. Both sides of the river bank stood a group of people dressed in green silk clothes similar to the constable, all tightly pulling the chain. A few figures with a knife jumped up toward the black snake cut. Seemingly sensing the danger, the black snake swung violently, its long tail flung over to directly whip the two men away. The next second the snake head toward the other side of the colorless venom sprayed. The leader of the face changed greatly, palm wind sucking astral cohesion to resist. But immediately after the snake's head came crashing down so hard that the man in charge was immediately sent flying out of the room. Captain Li. Before the crowd could react, the black snake actually made a violent leap, and its enormous strength directly dragged both sides of the people into the river. A bloody mouth floated out of the water and swallowed several people, and then disappeared into the water, leaving the water a bloody color. Lieutenant, are you alright? A few men in green and silver stripes ran up and asked. Damn! Chase after him. If this beast escapes, this lieutenant will make you suffer. Pushing away the tree that crashed down and pressed against his body, Li Shang roared in anger and rage. It's hard to find such a beast. If we catch it and present it to His Majesty at the New Year's Eve, it will definitely be a great achievement. My lord, there is an embankment in the lower reaches of this river, and there is a village next to it, so if we anger that black snake and destroy the embankment, the consequences will be great. A person's face hesitates. This beast has the ability to make waves. When the time comes to take advantage of the riverbank to break the dike and flood the village, then I'm afraid things will be troublesome. Just don't let it destroy the riverbank. Let's go after it. If you let this black snake escape, this school captain will let you know that the consequences are serious. Li Shang impatiently and eagerly said. Boss, urgent report from Yanya County. The scribe hurried inside the study with a letter in his hand and, there is a black snake has become a spirit, in the town of Duko to Gojiao, making waves, washed out a riverbank, flooded a village, Cloud Cliff 100 went to block, was seriously injured, the estimated strength of at least 3 products. Also there are people from the Demon Hunting Division. Demon Hunting Division is not like this kind of jinyiwei, the name is very powerful. In fact, it is an organization that collects exotic beasts for the royal family, roaming all over Dawu. The royal family has a special imperial mountain forest, the whole mountain is fenced off, and all the exotic beasts are put in there for appreciation. The Demon Hunting Division has a division master, 2 division lieutenants, then a lieutenant who is a 4th grade martial artist, as well as a 6th grade martial artist, the chief of guards and the division sergeant, who are divided into small squads to search for exotic beasts or treasures throughout the country each year. Have Guan Shoxing transfer a shipment of grain to Duku Town, and then send someone to rebuild it. Let the Cloud Cliff 100 house investigate the cause of the walking jiao, Shenmore immediately ordered down. Duku Town, Yujia village. At this time the whole village was washed away by the water, thousands of people were displaced, hiding in high places, and many corpses were still floating on the water, and there was miserable wailing everywhere. And not far away, near a cave, Li Shang was guarding the entrance with his men. Just yesterday he led a group of people again caught up with the Black Snake War. The result of the crash destroyed the embankment, the water rushed out, the Black Snake also took the water and fled, but also wounded and hid in this cave. What a damnation! Letting this beast escape again. Li Shang's face was grim at the moment, and, my lord, that village. A man beside him turned back to look at the mess and spoke with some concern. What village? They can only blame their bad luck for building the village here. Do you think this lieutenant wants this? Li Shang turned his head and looked at the man with a fierce gaze. A hillside, dozens of horses stand here, looking at the miserable scene in front of him, Shenmore face icy cold. My lord, we found out clearly that it was the Demon Hunting Division's men who forced that black snake spirit all the way here in order to capture it, and ended up fighting at the riverbank, causing the dike to break and walk away from the auger. Next to the Yunya Baifu, who was healed by Shenmore, said with a respectful face. For a moment everyone felt a chill at the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't help trembling and, good, very good. It seems that this town envoy is still too merciful and his reputation is too small. What kind of cat or dog dares to find trouble in this town's territory?
Shenmo's icy words rang out, and no one present dared to answer them. The next second Shenmore leaped in the air, directly stepping on the water. The water waves on both sides rolled. Shenmore's feet gradually formed a large snake from the water. The snake's head is bigger than a house. Patriarch's pressure was released. The sky above Yujia village could not help but be howling with wild winds. The place where Shenmo passed was gradually shrouded by a blood mist and became gloomy, and everyone could not help but feel an inexplicable palpitation of the heart. At the entrance of the cave, looking back and seeing this scene, several guard chiefs were all stunned in place at once, their whole bodies stiffened, their eyes stagnant. Your lordship's strength has gotten stronger again. Zhang Daoyin lamented on the hillside. A few of you. Looking at the next few people's movements, Li Sheng directly stormed out of anger, turned back and was ready to curse, but for a split second the movement froze. A serpent nearly 20 meters in size breaks the waves, and the winds and clouds in the air. Mother asterisk 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 error. This will not be that black snake parents came. Someone. Li Sheng looked at the head of the snake standing on a figure, and his pupils instantly shrunk. What kind of expert was this? At the same time there was a hissing sound from the cave, as if sensing a great terror. The black snake rushed out of the cave and fled towards the distance. The next second the blood mist in the air coalesced into a giant claw. A claw grabbed down, the horror of the breath so that the black snake hissed. Li Sheng, a group of people were directly pressed to the ground. Wait a minute. Wait. Watching the blood claws fall, Li Sheng's heart was in a great hurry and he quickly shouted. Boom! A claw directly tore the black snake into 5 sections, leaving a claw pit on the ground. The river water backed up, the snake's body rolled over in the water, and the nearby water surface was turned into bloody water. A cold voice rang out in the air immediately after the broken you. The sword roared and whistled, the wind raged, a huge sword shadow in the air chopped away at a mountain with low terrain. Directly the ground shook, and in the midst of a crowd of dumbfounded people, a 2 to 3 meter wide blade scar was cut through the mountain between the two mountains. The river water was gradually discharged along the slash. Holy, boss, this is still human? If the patriarch is like this, wouldn't the patriarch above him really be an immortal? The mouse said, dumbfounded, his face full of shock. Have you ever heard of someone above the sovereign making a move? The scholar said in a disinterested manner. On the other side, looking at the black snake being decapitated, Li Sheng's eyes were suddenly filled with heartache and unwillingness. I've been tracking it for a year. We found this head, and it's gone. The next second a figure descended from the sky and stood in front of Li Sheng and the others. Looking at the scarlet-purple python robe on Shenmore, Li Sheng's heart was shocked. Actually, even the Jinfu envoy came. This is not good. This Lord Town Councillor, His Majesty. Li Sheng walked toward Shenmore with a smile on his face, wanting to say something. In the next second a slap came straight at him, with the power of a zoner. In an instant Li Sheng's head spun around a few times, and he ended up with his face toward his back, and a smile on his face, and, bunch of losers. Looking at the group of people of the demon hunting division who were stared back, Shenmore's eyes condensed, and his eyes were full of ice cold. The sovereign's mighty pressure directly crushed on them, and all of them were crushed to death on the muddy ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices, and died. At the back, Zhang Daoyin also brought his men over at this time. Cut off their heads and send them to the demon hunting division. In my official capacity, the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy. Let them give an explanation. Otherwise, this Jinfu envoy wouldn't mind personally making a trip to the demon hunting division to twist the head off of their division master. Chapter 069, Science and Technology cries foul. The last day of autumn is the Daw of Autumn examination. Before the establishment of the state system, the Daw scientific examination will start from March-spring to participate in the township examination, then the summer county examination, the fall county examination. Through the county examination can be in the winter waxing month to Wujing to participate in the examination of the Ministry of Rights. Those who have passed can be an official. The Ministry of Rights of the top 30 can also participate in His Majesty's personal inspection of the palace examination. Nowadays, the county test is placed in the early fall and the state test in the late fall, and those who pass the county test can be officials, and those who pass the state test can be officials of the 7th rank and below. Jinwu City, the number of constables has increased significantly in the past few days, along with candidates from all over Qingzhou. The state examination center should be located in Xingyang County, but Sima Jing opened his mouth, but most of the officials said that it was located in Jinwu. Sima Jing finally had no choice. And the north of the city, 1,000 households not far from the newly built state examination courtyard, next to the most powerful jinyiwei house in Qingzhou, as well as the first person in Qingzhou, and who come to dare to cause trouble. Dang! Crackle! Candidates enter! With the sound of a gong and firecrackers, thousands of candidates outside the examination center entered the field one after another, the state examination for a total of 3 days. Tisk, TSK, this tension is reminding me of taking my exams a few years ago. The bookworm and the mouse in the examination room led the invigilator, and could not help but lament that according to Guan Shouxing said close to the 1,000 households, sent the brocade guards to supervise the examination more solemn and strict. What have you passed? The mouse could not help but look curiously at the scholar, who was a son following in his father's footsteps, only recognizing words, and had not even passed the township exams. I'm not talented, I'm just a lifer. The scholar flung his robes, looking proud, and, if he passes the county examination, he becomes a graduate.
Nima, let's get you loaded up, mouse skulked.
10 days later, the list was released in each county. More than 1,000 people, and only 100 or so finally passed the state examination, and could go to Wujing to take the great examination of the Ministry of Rights. Those who passed the exams were so ecstatic that they seemed crazy, and some of them simply indulged in the greenhouse. A few days later, on the official road of Jinwu County, a dirty beggar assisted another young beggar. The young beggar was blind in both eyes, and also limped a leg, with a dead face.
Brother beg, we've arrived at Jinwu City.
Looking at the two words on the city, the dirty beggar took out a wrinkled piece of paper and compared it to the surprise, saying, hearing the two words Jinwu, the young beggar couldn't help but tremble. His disheveled face instantly lifted up, pointing towards the front, wanting to say something, but he couldn't say it at all.
Brother beg, I know, look for the brocade guard.
Looking for a brocade guard named Shinmore, isn't it? The young beggar nodded frantically in a hurry, and 1,000 households, a bunch of people gathered around at the moment to watch. I saw two beggars kneeling in front of the gate of the 1,000-door house, and the dirty beggar was holding up a bloody piece of paper. The first sentence of the opening sentence is a cry of injustice from the imperial examinations.
It's an accusation of favoritism and fraud. Impersonation. The candidates are being brutalized.
Onlookers of the people are all shocked. Shenmore inaugurated Jinwu more than half a year. Their own this 1,000 temper, even their people are clear. Although ruthless and cold, but the work is absolutely fair. Jinwu is now well up with Lord Shen related, and now Su actually sued to the front of the Lord, and the people are all shocked. This is going to shake up Qingzhou. The moment the jinyiwei at the door saw the blood, he immediately went in to inform Soon the news of someone suing for blood spread throughout Jinwu City. Inside the county governor's mansion, when he heard the news, Yuan Shoxing's teacup in his hand directly fell to the ground, sitting in his seat for half a day without getting up.
Asshole. Hasn't this official said over and over again that all favoritism is strictly forbidden? Who is? Let me know, I have to get him killed. His mother's.
Yuan Shoxing had a rare outburst of anger and cursed. Not only was he angry at the appearance of such a thing, but he also felt that the sky had collapsed.
Shenmo's temper, he knows
this thing is a big deal. Yuan Shoxing at the moment to get dead that person, and then whip the body of the mood. At the same time received the news of those responsible for the examination of the Jinwu officials are all horrified, angrily scolded that person, some even directly paralyzed on the ground, walking all shivering.
1,000 households. Ka chow.
Shenmore pinched the teacup in his hand into powder, his face smiled, but the crowd present all felt a cold.
Go, bring those two in.
Soon two beggars were brought in to kneel in front of Shenmore.
This officer Shenmore. I'm the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy.
What grievances you have, feel free to speak up. The superior Shenmore said flatly, his eyes looking at the youth in front of him. The moment he heard Shenmore's voice, the young beggar trembled, face excited, kept kowtowing. Next to the dirty little beggar again pulled out the blood form. The scholar took over and handed it to Shenmore. The moment he saw the blood shape, Shenmo's eyes flashed a flash of cold light, but saw the content above but frowned.
Liang Wenshan.
You are from Qingfeng County in Haizhou. Why did you sue and run to Jinwu and Qingzhou to find this official?
Or is it that the governor of Haizhou, the Jinfu envoy are not worthy of your trust? Qingfeng County is just north of Jinwu.
The two counties are next to each other, but they belong to different states. The young beggar Liang Wenshan excitedly wanted to say something but could only wow and scream. The scholar had to bring a pen and ink, but found that Liang Wenshan's right hand had been wasted, having had 3 of its fingers broken, and Liang Wenshan's left hand picked up a pen and wrote crookedly, and Liang Wenshan, who was originally the first A in the state examination of Haizhou, was approached the day before the release of the list, saying that he would give him 10,000 taels to give up the first place. How could Liang Wenshan agree when he had to study hard for several years to achieve this ranking? As a result, a few black-clothed men broke into his guest room that night to assassinate him. His legs were cut with a knife and wasted, his eyes and throat were poisoned and wasted, and finally his right hand blocked the knife and jumped off the building, just as the inn was by the river before he picked up a life. After that, there were people chasing him, and Liang Wenshan was saved by a beggar next to him after he passed out in the river. Liang Wenshan naturally looked for the county sheriff, but the moment after he did, someone came to kill him, and if he hadn't reacted quickly and stayed alert he would have been killed, so he suspected that there was a county sheriff involved in this matter. I went to look for Qingfeng County's Qianfu, but I couldn't see him at all, and as soon as I revealed my whereabouts, the killers came after me.
Want to go to Linhai County to find the governor, but the township governor is simply impossible, and finally desperate Liang Wenshan remembered the famous jade-faced Yama in Qingzhou Township Governor Shenmore.
He is decisive and fair in handling cases, and he is ruthless in his actions.
He came all the way south pretending to be a beggar. Hearing that it wasn't from Qingzhou, the brocade guards present were relieved.
If it's really from Qingzhou, then it's their fault for poor monitoring. Oh, it's hard not to blame the old emperor for setting up the secret spy division, and maybe even setting up other organizations to monitor it again, Shenmue sneered, his face indifferent. But more than 50 years, the brocade guards began to appear to go downhill, the work is unfavorable, and dare to participate in the struggle for the throne, lethargic waste. Haizhou, this Shenfu envoy would like to see how deep the water is here.
Which one of you has stretched his hand out again?
Shenmue's eyes narrowed and he smiled slightly. In the county governor's mansion, a group of officials gathered in front of Guan Shouxing, all of them looking horrified, with cold sweat pouring from their foreheads, constantly wiping the.
A bunch of people gathered together, and without a single question. This is the rhythm of being dragged to death. Everyone is trembling in their hearts. My lord, just got word from the brocade guards that those two aren't from our Qingzhou, they're from Haizhou. They're here to seek justice for Lord Shen. A house servant came hurrying up and exclaimed.
The moment the words fell, a group of officials all sat paralyzed in their chairs, with expressions of having survived a robbery.
The hanging heart finally died. 070 Chapter Haizhou Investigation.
In the hall, when Liang Wenshan two people were brought down after the scholar, several people eyes only looked at Shenmue.
Lord Shen, we are the Qingzhou brocade guards. Will directly meddling in Haizhou now cause dissatisfaction with the Haizhous and Fuzhuang and the emperor?
Jiang Daoing frowned slightly. This is in case the emperor thinks that Shenmue is trying to intervene in Haizhou, then it will not be good.
Did I say Qingzhou brocade guards go?
Shenmue looked up with an intriguing smile and,
are none of the people present ordinary people anymore?
As soon as Shenmue's words came out, the scholar several people immediately understood their meaning. Also report this matter to the old emperor. If he doesn't care that his own foundation is being dug up, then he shouldn't be the Ming emperor and abdicate earlier. Seat Shenmue will be in the hands of the porcelain powder. A wisp raised off, the corners of the mouth to reveal a smile, the depths of the eyes flashed a cold light. What's the point of bullying the weak? This official likes to get these self-proclaimed superior existences. On the following day, when the sky was light, a few fast horses galloped out of the city, clothed in the morning sun. Qingyang received the news. Sima Jing immediately face excited, and quickly ordered the Qingzhou county guards as well as officials above the 6th grade to see him. The results of waiting for a day, only a few of their own people came to Qingyang. The Guan Shouxing received the order and then directly did not care, leisurely went to drink tea. Shenmue was out, not dead. Today to go, tomorrow ready to eat his seat? Clearwater County. After paying the entry fee, Shenmue's 4 men led their horses down the street. Haizhou near the East China Sea. There are many people from overseas to do business here. Only a few months ago, because of the Qingzhou Jinfu Shenmue in the Bihai County killing spree, some people from overseas were scared directly back, and the people from overseas were scared directly back. Casually find an inn, the horse to the second. Shenmue 4 people will sit in the hall. Shenmue at this time a black cloud patterned brocade clothing, head wearing a jade crown, waist wrapped in green belt, family son model, next to the scholar wearing a Confucian robe, really a scholar like, Lin Duiki, and the mouse is dressed in a simple and plain, as the guards. At this time from the state exams released the list of the past 7 or 8 days, but still the topic does not abate, the hall is still discussing. The most mentioned is the state exams in Haizhou, the first at Fu Binquan, and also for the Qingfeng County people. The most important thing is that the state exams in Haizhou.
Junior, I want to ask you about an inn.
This side of the little two served the food. Shenmue suddenly opened his mouth, his tone was gentle. AI, this gentleman you say? The second was a bit flattered and nodded his head.
Mingxiang Inn, you know?
As soon as the words were spoken, Shenmue and the 4 of them felt that there were several gazes gazing over in the hall.
Burned.
Prince, 5 days ago, the midnight suddenly go water. It is said that the innkeeper and those store assistants, guests were all burned to death.
Miserable very Lu.
Then Xiao looked around and said quietly to the 4 Shenmue. I heard that it was this and that knew something it shouldn't, and someone was afraid of leaking it, so, said Xiao pretending to be ferocious and comparing his hands. Okay, get busy. The rat threw out a piece of silver to send away the second. That was quick, killing people, Mao said with a sigh of relief.
How is the new number 1 going to come out without erasing all traces of Liang Wenshan?
The scholar set up his chopsticks and casually said, believe it or not, I'm afraid those who have seen Liang Man Shan are also long gone. Tisk, TSK, that's pretty tough for an official position, sighed Mouse. Before I met my boss, I'm afraid I could only stay in a small town for the rest of my life, and now the farther I follow my boss the more I see the horror of the power and intrigue from above, and the more I see the power and intrigue from above. A state first, can be compared to the previous county first, weight much heavier, at least over the Ministry of Rights after the examination of the 6th grade to start, if coupled with someone behind the operation, not for a few years as a county official, in a place to plant an ale. Sacrificing a small number of people for long-term benefits, those above are naturally willing, the scholar said slowly.
What's more, replacing one is a replacement, replacing several is not.
The words made the rat stagger a bit, too bold, not afraid of death. Those people will only ever think, hold up the bold, starve the timid, as long as they have not been found out what is there to fear, the struggle for the throne, the party struggle, always. Shenmue suddenly opened his mouth, his tone cold.
Come on, let's sue too.
The Qingfeng Sheriff's Office. Shinmore, 4 people just want to enter, the door constable will stop.
Stop, what are you doing? We want to sue.
The rat took a step forward and opened his mouth to shout loudly, drawing some of the people passing by, unable to help but. What are you going to sue for? Asked the constable, frowning and in an icy tone.
We can't talk until we see the sheriff, Mouse said, nonchalantly.
Humph. The county magistrate has a lot of things to do in a day, which has time to see you several, either say, or roll. The leader of the constable immediately impatient reprimanded, the county magistrate has a lot of things to do in a day. After glancing back at Shinmore's complexion, the rat then puffed out his chest with a playful face, and, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to catch it if we told you. You are here to pick a fight, right? A group of constables immediately wanted to draw their swords, their faces fierce. Listen up. We're going to sue Fu Binquan, the first day in the state examination of Haizhou nowadays, for cheating in the imperial examination, impersonating Liang Wenshan, the real first day, and sending someone to murder Liang Wenshan.
Mouse stopped talking nonsense and just shouted out.
In an instant the head constable's face changed dramatically, and the surrounding people were in an uproar.
Daring! How dare you start rumors? Demonic words! Take them down!
The head constable immediately had fierce eyes and led a group of people who wanted to take down the 4 Shinmore. In the next second the bookworm struck out in unison, directly beating the crowd of constables, all lying on the ground.
Stop!
Just then a lean old man, dressed in the robes of a master-at-arms, came hurrying in and,
several people, are you the ones who want to sue?
The visitor first stopped the 2 parties, and then looked at the 4 Shinmore with a smiling face, his eyes kept sizing up, not knowing what he was thinking about.
Nonsense, or come here to whip you. The rat pretended to have a hot temper and disliked it.
Pang Su's face stiffened and a cold light flashed in his eyes, but then he laughed and said, several people, this is a big case for you guys. It must be picked up by the county governor himself, but the county governor went out on business a few days ago and won't be back until tomorrow. Why don't you guys wait for a day? Pang Su said with a smile on his face, without a trace of temper at all. It's okay, Shinmore said suddenly, nodding his head and, after saying that, he directly left with the 3 of them, so fast that Pang Su almost didn't react to it. But looking at the backs of the 4 departing, the next second his eyes revealed a grim, and,
there's a tail following us. Estimated 5 pints.
Walking down the street, Lin Duanji suddenly opened his mouth and said, the moment we come, we'll be in the 5th grade, it looks like when we find out where we live, we'll be ready to kill us in one breath. The rat's face was calm, without the slightest change. Isn't that the reason for dragging a day, said the scholar casually, opening his folding fan.
Where to next, boss?
Since there are people watching, let's go along with what they want to see. Shinmore smiled faintly, his tone flat. At night, just after dark, in a forest outside the city, a figure was digging something with a hoe, and from time to time there were crows cawing around them, as well as gusts of cloudy wind.
I knew it. I came for the hard labor.
The mouse held up his hoe and dug, one at a time, with a mournful face that, there is a constable tied up next to him, his mouth is blocked at the moment, and his expression is horrified, and beside him stands Shinmore 3 people. Soon the earth was thrown away, revealing several charred corpses. Seeing this the scribe covered his mouth and nose with a cloth and put on sheep's gut gloves and looked over the body for a while. Sure enough, boss, these men were killed before the fire, no smoke in their throats, and all killed by a nail driven into the back of their heads. After checking, the scribe said to Shinmore, well, go back, tomorrow. Glanced at the woods somewhere dark, Shinmore nodded flatly, said,
the sheriff's office.
At this moment a room, brightly lit, is, my lord. After those men left the county residence they first went around asking for news of Liang Wenshan, then at night they also went to a mass grave to check out the batch of disposed corpses at Ningxiang Inn before returning to Shandin. A man in black inside the room half kneeled on the ground, and said respectfully, one by one, Humph. A couple of guys who don't know their place in the world. In front of the desk a stout old man with a grim face and a hawkish, wolfish look, his eyes narrowed and glowing with cold light. I didn't expect to really let Liang Wenshan escape and find someone beside, Pang Su said with some surprise. It's still you bunch of losers who can't even kill a defenseless scholar. Bunch of losers. Bai Shokai's gaze swept, immediately scared. Pang Su did not dare to say anything else, and even bowed his head to admit his mistake.
What is the strength of all of them? Bai Shokai looked to his men and,
that middle-aged man should be in the late 5th grade, the remaining 2 are in the middle 6th grade, and one should be in the 6th grade as well. After a pause, the man in black went on to say that the young man couldn't detect it, but being so young it should be similar to the 2 next to him.
Good, take the men tonight and make it pretty. If there's another runoff, you won't have to come back.
Bai Shokai's eyes were cold and his tone was grim.
Yes. The man in black couldn't help but tremble, and then left. My lord, could it be the brocade guards? Pang Su opened his mouth to remind him.
Heh, are they wearing brocade clothes?
Bai Shokai sneered. A bunch of people looking for death. Do you really think that skin of theirs will save their lives? Whoever it is that dares to swim in any water, then don't blame them for being drowned. 071 Chapter Haizhou Investigation, 2. Dark and windy night.
Several silhouettes shuttled on the roof, and finally sneaked into an inn, the leader of the black-clothed man half squatting in front of a room door on both sides of several black-clothed people leaning against the wall, took out a thin bamboo tube poked through the window paper blowing into the smoke, and the black-clothed person in front of the door of the room. A few moments later the man in black took out a dagger and pried open the bolt and pushed open the door, and the men in black on both sides instantly rushed in and took out their crossbows and shot. However, the next second the room light suddenly came on, and a figure was seen sitting on a chair, with 3 other people standing on either side of it. Dozens of arrows were suspended in the air. Seeing clearly the person sitting in the front seat, the pupils of the black-robed man in the lead shrunk violently. How is that possible? Opposite Shinmore's mouth revealed a teasing smile, and with a wave of one hand, the arrow instantly reflected back. A dozen black-clothed men could not even react in time to be shot directly, leaving the leader black-clothed man alone. I've been following you all day, and I thought I'd send a few people who looked good, but it's just 4 5th grades. Shinmore stood up with a regretful face and walked towards the man in black step by step. Every step the man in black felt the pressure on his body aggravated, and when Shinmore arrived in front of him, he was already completely pressed to kneel on the ground. Speak! Who sent you? Looking down at the killer in front of him, Shinmore's indifferent voice sounded. The black man's head was crushed and knocked to the ground, his expression invisible and silent. Boo! The next second next to the rat directly pulled out a dagger nail through the black-clothed man's palm. Can't you understand human language? Speak! Mouse asked sternly, with one foot on its hand, twirling the dagger. However, the body of the man in black trembled all over, but still did not open his mouth, wanting to bite his tongue to kill himself but found that at the moment all the body cannot move, even the mouth cannot be. Hey, hard bones? That's what I like about people like you, the rat said with a cruel smile I just don't know if I've ever experienced the torture of worm eating. The rat drew a dagger and cut a wound in the arm of the man in black, and blood flowed out, then he pulled out a bamboo tube, and the moment he opened it, a few ants ran out, and a few moments later the man in black had bloodshot eyes, his body kept twitching, and his face was hideous. Miserable screams resounded throughout the entire house. If not Shinmore Gangchi blocked in advance, it would have alarmed the entire inn. I say, the sheriff sent us. You know too much and want to kill you to silence you, the man in black said, gritting his teeth in agony. Did you guys do it to Liang Wunshan too? That's right. What's the relationship between Qingfeng County Governor Bai Shokai and Fu Binquan? I don't know, all I know is that the county sheriff was also ordered to make this person, Fu Binquan, the first A. The pain of 10,000 insect bites caused the black-clothed man to convulse continuously, and in the end, he directly fainted from the pain. Shenmore raised his hand and sucked in the air. The man in black trembled, his mouth actually ran out a group of ants. Waste him, put some poison and then find a place to lock him up, Shenmore said to Lin Zaogi. It's not polite to come. Let's go sit in the county governor's mansion as well. Shinemo stood with his hands up, his eyes condensed, then the astral windblade will rise out of the air, will be the ground body twisted to pieces. The sheriff's office. Bai Shokai sat in his chair looking at the public case in his hands, his heart could not help but panic. How long have they been there? Baek Shokai asked Pang Su, feeling a hint of inexplicable unease. It's been an hour my lord, Pang Su replied hastily. Boom! Just then the window was suddenly blown open by the night wind, and the leaves drifted in and Bai Shokai and the two of them were startled, and Pang Su hastened to close the window. The wind blew it away my lord, it's getting colder lately, your lordship should put on more clothes. Pang Su turned around and flattered. In the next second Pang Su's face froze, his body stiffened and inside the study Bai Shokai's face was cold at the moment, but he stood still, a knife on his neck flooded with cold light under the lamplight. The cold sweat slowly left Pang Su's forehead, dripping onto the two knives on his neck. My lord, the brothers have no money lately. Lend us some money. The rat opened his mouth like a landlubber, and slapped Pang Su's face with one hand. Spare your lives, good men. There's money, there's money. Pang Su felt the coldness on his neck, and hurriedly said in terror that, it looks like you guys have some skills, taking care of that bunch of losers. Bai Shokai's face was calm, and he spoke coldly. Why, old man, know us. Shenmore sat on his butt on the chair and kicked Bai Shokai down and, ha. The embroidered spring sword, the old man did not have to deal with it. Bai Shokai was kicked to the ground with a flash of grimness in his eyes, but then stood up and laughed, saying, Pop. Before the words were finished, Shinemo directly slapped him in the air and sent him flying to the ground. Laughing too hard, re-laughing, Shinmo's eyes teasingly looked at Bai Shokai. Good. Regardless of where you're from in the brocade guards, this sheriff advises you to mind your own business. Being continuously insulted, Bai Shokai was also sulking at the moment. You can't afford to mess with the people behind this. Do you think your flying fish suits will protect you? Do you guys think that the 1,000 household of Qingfeng County doesn't know about this matter? Doesn't the governor of Haizhou know about it? Even they have acquiesced. You're just a few ants. From your behavior today, do you still think you can walk out of Qingfeng County? Old man, what are you talking about? We're not the mighty and valiant Jinyiwei. As soon as the words were spoken, a token fell from the rat, with the words jinyiwei written on it. Ahem, I picked it up, said the mouse, picking it up with bemused eyes. By Shokai, our smart people also do not talk to you in circles. This official only needs you to come forward to say that the imperial examination fraud, the first impostor on the line. Just after Shenmore's words fell, Bai Shokai suddenly looked at him like a little cutie. He looked at Shenmo with contempt. Shenmore looked at the emboldened Bai Shokai, certain that Shenmore and his party did not dare to move him, and then smiled slightly. Ka-ching! In a flash Shenmore pressed one of Bai Shokai's hands on the table, and an iron nail pierced through one of his fingers. Before Bai Shou developed a miserable scream, Shenmo grabbed its head and heavily smashed it on the table edge. Give face! Shenmo's face was icy cold, lifting Bai Shokai's head to stare at him. This officer can't afford to mess with you? The next second Shenmore directly broke one of Bai Shokai's legs again. Under the sky, besides the old emperor and the old master, who can withstand what this official can do? I'm talking to you nicely but I can't understand you. Is it good to talk on your knees? Shenmore repeatedly crushed one foot on Bai Shokai's leg, his tone cold. Ha 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 ha, who do you think you are? Hearing Shenmore's arrogant words, Bai Shokai endured the pain and scoffed. The next second a golden token lit up in front of his eyes with the word Jinfu Envoy written on it. By virtue of the fact that this official is the daughter Qingzhou Jinfu Envoy, an official of the Qin Tian Supervisor. I'm the grandson of the Duke of Jin. With a few thousand brocade guards under this official, I have 100,000 blood armor army and 10,000 purple flag army to rely on behind me. Tell this official how you and the people behind you are going to get this official killed. Bai Shokai's face instantly stiffened, his eyes filled with disbelief. 072 Chapter 800 Qingzhou brocade guards entered Haizhou. What? Dumb? Looking at Bai Shokai, who was stunned and stagnant, Shenmo woke him up with a slap. Back to God. Bai Shokai could not even care about the pain in his face, a pair of eyes staring at Shenmore, still full of disbelief. How can it be? How can it be? You are the Qingzhou Jinfu Envoy, and the first grandson of the Duke of Jin. Come on, tell me who I can't afford to mess with. As soon as he grabbed Bai Shokai who kept mumbling, Shenmo's eyes revealed a cold aura. Who's behind it? The last sentence shocked Bai Shokai trembled, and his eyes looked at Shenmo in horror. Wasn't it said that one of the first grandsons of the Duke of Jin was only at the peak of the 7th rank and the other was a fop? Even if you really are, I can't say it. I'd be dead if I did. And my family. Bai Shokai struggled with his expression at this time, but opened his mouth and firmly said, ha 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 ha. The mouse scholar and the two of them burst out laughing. On what basis do you feel that the swords of the brocade guards can't kill people? Shenmore also laughed and, plagiarize and exterminate your family. Do you think the jinyiwei won't? There. Backhanding directly a dagger pierced through Bai Shokai's nailed palm. This sheriff is a 4th rank official. Even if you are the brocade guards, you can't mess around. It needs to be reviewed by the Delizi, the Ministry of Justice. Bai Shokai looked alarmed and said in a hurry that, are we the jinyiwei? We're bandits, said the scholar mouse suddenly face cold, the knife in his hand directly stabbed into the chest of Pang Su on the. Pang Su's eyes were rounded, looking at the two in disbelief. He didn't say a word how to stab him. Looking at the collapsed Pang Su, Bai Shokai finally looked scared. I say, but you must save my life. It's the 5th prince, and the Taifu, and the Minister of Public Works. They want to replace the first A in Haizhou with one of their own, and in addition a dozen or so of the successful candidates have been replaced. They want to take the opportunity to bury their own people all over the place and form into a huge network of relationships. 5th Prince Su Yenying, whose mother consort is noble consort 1, of the Tianwei Lan clan, and whose maternal grandfather is the Minister of Works. Only Jiang Yunhe, this old guy, actually also intervened to let Shenmore some surprise. He remembered correctly. If Jiang Yunhe is not with the 6th Prince Su Mingli mixed together, is it? That's kind of interesting. Keep your dog's life, but do everything this officer says next, understand? Shenmo lowered his head and looked down at Bai Shokai indifferently and said, well. The next day Qingfeng County Guardhouse issued a notice, Haizhou first of Fu Binquan impostor, the imperial examination fraud, because of its Qingfeng County capacity is insufficient, is now asked to Qingzhou Jinwu County Jinyiwei come to assist in the investigation. At once the whole county shook, the people were in an uproar, and there was a lot of talk. The first place in Haizhou is a fake. The imperial examination fraud. Some Confucian scholars and readers immediately looked angry as well as rekindled their hope, and began to march and make a fuss. The Qingfeng County is not enough capacity. This sentence is even more intriguing to a crowd. A county is not enough capacity? I'm afraid it's not too involved behind the scenes. And it was the last sentence that horrified the entire Qingfeng County's great families and wealthy officials. I can't believe I'm letting an out-of-state investigation come in. And it's still Jinwu in Qingzhou. Now who doesn't know that Jinwu is sitting on Jade Face Yama? A time all the big families, officials are all honest up. Those who have their own playboys are all locked up. Do not want to go back to directly break the legs and dragged back. At night, in the county town of Kingwood, Zhang Daoing raised his hand to catch the flying carrier pigeon, removed the letter and looked at it. His eyes flashed through a flash of light. Soon the door of the 1,000 households was wide open, and hundreds of brocade guards sped out, all the way out of Jinwu toward the north. Tisk, tsk, which unlucky bastard has got the king of hell on his tail? Aloft Guan Shouxing shook his head with a sympathetic face and, Chongbong County 1,000 households.
Kong Su's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. What does Bai Shukai mean by this?
How dare you stab this chitos in the back?
Dare to betray? Don't you want to live?
When he took great pains to pull him into the water, he, Kong Su, agreed at the risk of losing his head, and now he actually ran away to pretend to be a good person himself, and to invite the Qingzhou brocade guards. This is pressing the entire Qingfeng County brocade guards and even the Haizhou brocade guards face to face.
And to expose this, then what's all this he's done? Send someone to take that notice down immediately.
Kong Su said to the deputy Qianhu next to him, this Qianhu will personally go to the county governor's residence.
Linhai County.
Lin Xiaoyan put down the information in his hand, his face complex. My lord, should this matter be stopped, spoke a nearby subchief.
Why stop it?
Lin Xiaoyan turned his head and stared with both eyes at that deputy Qianhu. This town caresser has retreated. Already ashamed of the brocade clothes on my body. Now there is someone who is not afraid of danger and returns the world to an understanding.
Return that Liang Wenshan and innocence. What is done is the real jinyiwei.
The sound of hoofbeats on the official road of Qingfeng County, only to see a group of brocade guards darting in, coming aggressively and directly breaking into the city gates. The soldiers guarding the city didn't even react to it. The 800 brocade-clothed guards stand in front of the county governor's residence. All of them have a stern and murderous aura, their faces are serious, and they ride majestically on horseback, directly alarming the entire Qingfeng County city. The next moment only to see a figure out of the gate of the county governor's residence. The mute old cripple immediately put the purple python robe for Shenmore to put on.
See the town councillor. 800 men dismounted and knelt in unison.
Go to the 1,000 house of Qingfeng County. Kong Su was just about to go out of the house to ask Bai Shukai, when he saw a jinyiwei hurrying to report.
My lord, it's not good. Our 1,000 house is surrounded by the jinyiwei. What? The jinyiwei 1,000 house was surrounded by jinyiwei. Kong Su's face was furious, that ungrateful one.
It's a group of brocade guards that just came in from outside the city. There are several hundred of them.
Kong Su was instantly shocked in his heart. It couldn't be the Qingzhou brocade guards, could it? But how can it be so fast? At the very least, it would take a day.
As soon as I stepped out of the gate of the 1,000 households office, I saw a large number of brocade-clad guards blocking the 1,000 households office with bows and crossbows in their hands.
The person at the head was dressed in a scarlet-purple python robe. His appearance is young and handsome. Qingzhou Zenfu's Wang Shenmore. For a moment Kong Su thought of this. Why don't you kneel if you see this town envoy?
On the back of the horse Shenmore looked at Kong Su, a group of brocade guards with cold eyes. At once Qingfeng County brocade guards face hesitation for a moment have kneeled. Kong Su gritted his teeth and also kneeled down.
My humble position, Qingfeng County 1,000 household, meets Lord Jinfu envoy.
Qingfeng County 1,000 household Kong Su has aided and abetted the enemy and disregarded his duties.
Poor supervision. He's in the same boat.
I hereby strip him of his flying fish suit. Take away his embroidered spring sword. Take back the seal of the 1,000 households. However, the next second Kong Su's face changed dramatically, and he looked at Shen Mo with an incredulous face. My lord. Why? It's all a rumor. You can't. At the end of his words Kong Su stood up and looked at Shen Mo with a sulky face. Shenmore, you don't have such authority. You're the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy, not Haizhou's. After a lifetime of mixing it up to get to 1,000 households, now a word is going to be taken off the table. Pop. In a flash an iron chain directly draws. Kong Su even dodge cannot dodge directly be pumped over, just a blood mark. When this town marshal says you're guilty, you're guilty. Shen Mo's tone was icy cold, and the iron chain in his hand was drawn out again. Kong Su's pupils shrunk, wanting to dodge away but realizing that he couldn't move at all, and once again a bloodstain appeared on his body. Take that. The entire Qingfeng 1,000 house is temporarily sealed. Those who resist will be killed without pardon. Immediately send people to imprison the officials from Qingfeng County who participated in the imperial examinations. Then send people to escort all the officials from Linhai County who participated in the imperial examination to Qingfeng County, and those who disobey will be killed.
Immediately issue a wanted notice for Fu Binquan,
and have the Linhai County brocade guards arrest Fu Binquan. Immediately send someone to Linhai County to seal off the examination center, all examination papers, and the roster of candidates under strict guard. 073 Chapter A Smile from the Gates of Hell. Clearwater County. At this time everywhere you can see the figures of the brocade guards traveling through the streets of the eastern part of the city, and one by one, officials are being broken into and taken away. Let go of this official. Who are you to arrest us? We want to see the sheriff. We're just an invigilator. You are out of order. The arrested officials all kept yelling and struggling, but in the next second a few whips came directly, and they were all dumbfounded.
In broad daylight, they actually directly tortured them.
Psyches Chitos. Boss, all of the brocade guards in the household office have temporarily surrendered their swords and are staying in the 1000 household office, the scholar reported as he entered the door. This list, the officials involved in Qingfeng County that Bai Shukai confessed to.
Make them talk. Shenemo took out a piece of paper and indifferently said, My lord, news from our brothers in Linhai County. A brocade guard reported with a serious face. Those Linhai County officials refused to come. Fu Binquan also directly disappeared, and those officials also sent people to injure Jiang Qinhu and a dozen brothers, and said here that brocade guard directly stopped, head lowered, dare not say again, Speak. Shen More's eyes swept over and when two small teams of flags went to the examination center to check the rolls of the examination papers, the entire center suddenly caught fire, and the two small teams of flags all died. At once the whole room became cold and silent, and that brocade guard lowered his head and dared not say anything more. A fire that burns to the ground, a good burn. Prepare the horses, I have to go and take a look at such a big gift for this official. A long time Shenmore mouth a smile, slowly said, but his eyes are full of killing intent. Linhai County.
At this moment, in a small courtyard, several figures were gathered around.
Now that the story has leaked out and lured the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy here, what should we do? Humph, what else can we do? Can't you see they've sent for us? Don't be too quick to take care of it. Then pay in full. This man is the one's man, he cannot be moved. Told you this was too risky. Now it's good. It's a mess. Did you get rid of those things yet? A fire burned it straight clean. Even two teams of brocade guards were burned to death. Guaranteed nothing can be found out. Now it's up to the guys to move. Zhenfuzhuang office, Lin Xiaoyan looked at the information in his hands, and immediately smiled. A group of self-righteous people, thinking that they can get rid of all the evidence after dealing with it cleanly, but it is a pity that they have messed with Yan Luo. With that person's vengeful and ruthless character, these people are dead. At the Haizhou State Office, Simon was sitting quietly by the pond fishing with a fishing rod. My lord, that's the situation now, said an officer at the back respectfully. Make a scene, make a scene. In the end, what goes around comes around. Siming's face was flat, the fishing rod in his hand shook, a fish took the bait. Let's borrow this Yan Lo's hand to clean Haizhou once, so that those people don't put their hands in. In Linhai County City, a few fast horses galloped through the streets, drawing a crowd of surprised people. It's too bold to be prancing around the county town. But once I saw that it was the Imperial Guards, I accepted it with open arms. The ruins of the Heiju Examination Center, built for the first state examination in Heiju, have now been reduced to ashes in less than a month. The sight of dozens of brocade guards stand, blocking the sight in front of a few officials are huffing and puffing, and the head of the 100 non-stop dispute, angry reprimand, followed by a group of minor officials. This is our Haizhou Examination Center. Why aren't we allowed to come closer? We're going in now to see if there's any better information. Ancient books. At the head of a white-bearded old man dressed in purple official robes, righteous indignation and anger, followed by a fat official dressed in green and a Confucian-robed young man. Just said they heard the sound of hoofbeats, turned around and saw a dozen people have dismounted. The leader is a scarlet-purple python robe. Who's in charge of the examination center? Shinemo dismounted, then walked all the way towards the white-bearded old man and the others, and opened his mouth to ask. This official is. The fat official next to him first stared, then replied. The next second Shinmore instantly appeared in front of it, a hand choked its back neck, will be pressed to bend over and dragged towards the ruins. Have not waited for the crowd to react, Shinmore pressed the fat man into the carbon ash in the ruins. The fat man instantly wanted to struggle up. The next second Shinmore stepped on its head, did not let it raise its head. You can't even look at a house well enough to start a fire in broad daylight. What's a waste of space still alive for? This official will give you a ride. Dare to get involved in everything. A 7th rank who gave you the guts? Shenmore's feet repeatedly crushed, his eyes indifferent, his tone cold. What are you doing? You actually tried to murder a court official. How dare you? When the white-bearded old man saw the scene, he immediately shouted in anger and rebuked. Old immortal. See this python robe of my official? Shinemo raised his head and looked at the white-bearded old man with both eyes. Why don't you kneel? Boom! The patriarchal pressure erupted out, directly causing the white-bearded old man and the others to instantly kneel on the ground, and the ground cracked into a spider's web. Not coming? It looks like it's trying to be insincere. I'll go and invite it myself. Looking at the large Linhai County city in front of him, Shinemo smiled faintly, and there was no more movement under his feet. 1,000 households. Boo! The gate shattered open, and a group of brocade guards poured right in and instantly confronted the brocade guards of the household office. What are you doing? Rebellion! 1,000 household He Yu Chang walked out, his face changed and shouted seriously, his brow furrowed as he. The next second a whip came out of nowhere. He Yu Chang was instantly sent flying. Shinmore walked out with a long whip, and with a sweeping glance, the Linhai County 1,000 households of the brocade guards are instantly trembling, cannot help but retreat a few steps. He Yu Chang looked at Shinemo with a horrified face, wanting to say something, but the next moment Shinmore directly whip. Just in the county, the examination center caught fire.
the same family members died, the supervision is not effective, this 30 lashes this town governor reward you. After 30 lashes Shenmore looked at the bruised Yuan on the ground and coldly said, tell Lin Xiaoyan that this town envoy lost a dozen of his brothers in his territory, and that this is not over. Putting away the whip Shenmore turned around and left, the big red cloak swinging in the wind. Other people dying in Shenmore's territory is none of his business, but Shenmore's people dying in other people's territory is his business.
The sheriff's department.
The sound of chains accompanied by a scream of misery. Shenmore was sitting on the upper seat in the hall with a smile on his face. Right in the middle of the county minister Luo Haishaka's limbs are now pierced by iron hooks, and his peepa bone is also hooked through. This great gift, I still hope that Lord County Minister Luo likes it. A greenhouse where songs and dances are sung and sung. Inside a room several middle-aged and older men were being full of lewdness, all with women in their arms, a table of good wine and food, and the next second a body crashes through the door. Tisk, tsk, 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 a few lords are really still elegant. Shenmore clapped his hands and walked in with a smile on his face. County Governor's mansion. At this moment, Linhai County Governor Qian Fong looked at the person sitting opposite him with a complicated face.
If we don't invite this one here, the officials of Linhai County City will be arrested. Lord Shun, you're being too lawless. Arresting people at will. You know the consequences. Once those big officials in the capital know about this, they will absolutely send you to death. And I'm afraid you're displeasing His Majesty as well. Arresting random officials without evidence, lawlessness, you're making it difficult for me. Qian Fong had a difficult and complicated look on his face. Hard to do? Then don't do it.
Shenmo had a casual face at the moment, always with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and didn't put Qian Fong in his eyes at all. When this official talked to those people about following the rules, they had to break them. In that case this official is happy to do it their way.
Now, what this officer says is the rule. 074 Chapter Haizhou Autumn Examination. What will it take for you to stop? Lord Shun. Qian Fong gritted his teeth, ready to hemorrhage. Wrap it up? Lord Qian, can I come back after a dozen or so of my brethren have died?
Shenmo's face turned cold, and the teacup in his hand was put down.
Now, they have to die even if they don't want to. No one can save them.
Shenmo stood up and said, with a word filled with endless coldness.
Qian Fong, this official hasn't held you accountable yet. This official doesn't believe that you don't know a single thing about this matter. So, give this official an honest stay. Otherwise, this official will do you in. Hearing Shenmore's blatant threat, Chen Xiangsai looked at the other parties departing back with anger and helplessness. It's not like he can do anything about it if he knows. Can't he see the governor is silent? Well, all of them don't care, and neither does this official. It's all a bunch of deserved. The more Qian Fong thought about it, the angrier he became, and he left with a wave of his sleeve robe. Wooking. Humph, what a Qingzhou Zhenfu envoy.
His hands are reaching out to Haizhou. It's really something. In the garden, a young man with a sulky face, followed by two old men, This Shenmore is lawless, directly arresting people without following the rules. Part of us have already been arrested. I'm just afraid that we'll be implicated. An old man with shadowy eyes and a head full of white hair on his left coldly said,
Jinyiwei Zhenfu envoy? Humph, even if it's no longer a demon in the end it's just a dog of our royal family.
A flash of disdain flashed through the youth's eyes. Have Chiu Mingyao and Linhai give that Shenmore a warning. Take this emperor's token. Hearing these words, a flash of playfulness flashed in the eyes of the old man who had been so old and calm on the right side, and he didn't say anything more. In a compound, which was originally an official's mansion, but was directly copied by the brocade guards along with his family, and is now converted into a temporary prison, I want to see the sheriff. What are you doing? It's lawless. You brocade guards, this official will sue you. There was a constant stream of angry curses coming from the room where they were being held. The next moment the doors of the rooms have opened, each room a few brocade guards influx will be shouting officials are all brought out, In the compound, a dozen officials were tied to stakes, their faces panicked and afraid, and in front of each stood two brocade guards holding long whips,
What are you doing? We're court officials. Don't you guys mess around.
The next second a dozen people's mouths were gagged by rags in unison, and across the way two long whips swung over It was only after 60 lashes had passed that Shenmore came slowly with a group of people. This official will only ask once, who was involved in the Haizhou Autumn Examination case. Shenmo's gaze swept over a dozen people, his eyes cold and indifferent. When the rags were taken down, there was a scream, but the next instant a whip came, and whoever dared to cry out in misery was given a whip that.
Shenmore, you used lynching indiscriminately, persecuting court officials. I will report you to His Majesty. We are clean officials, how can we allow you to slander us? A few hardcore old man officials directly toward Shenmo angrily rebuked. However, Shenmo's face was calm, and his head was directly a little. A dozen or so brocade guards in the back walked out at once, and stripped those people of their clothes and the crowd's horrified gazes. What are you doing? Since it's so clean, let's hang it outside for the people to see, so they can get a good look at a few of the adults naked. By the way, incite the grown-ups' contraptions, find a good hand, don't kill them, and hang the stuff in front of them.
Looking at the few officials who were dragged away, the rest of them all couldn't help but gulp, their faces horrified.
Where is Fu Binquan? Shinemo walked to the first middle-aged official and asked coldly. I don't know.
The middle-aged official was immediately stuttering with fear, and his pants turned wet directly underneath
I really don't know, Lord Shin.
After looking at the middle-aged official for a few moments, Shinmore waved his hand and then let the brocade guards take away.
Did you know?
Shinmo's gaze went directly to the fourth official, a short, thievish man who,
my lord, I don't know. No.
Blow him up. However, Shinmore directly turned his head to the brocade guards behind him and indifferently said true or false for the patriarch at a glance will feel out, even the ordinary jinyiwei can obviously see some. Immediately a frying pan was set up in front of the man, the fire was blazing, the oil had boiled away. Watching this scene, the remaining officials' faces changed drastically and were filled with fear.
Wait a minute. Wait.
When lifted up by the 4 brocade guards, the man directly pissed his pants and went limp with fear.
I said, I know. My lord, someone is looking for you, a brocade guard reported.
In the courtyard at this time there had been only 7 or 8 officials left, all of them spiritually broken, crying in pain and terror. Next to the frying pan that thieving man still went in, a streak of blood in front of some columns of the ground. Bring people, these people accounted for all the people to catch back, will hand blood wipe clean. Shinmore to the side of Lindwanji said.
Let's go, let's see who can't sit still again.
The corner of Shinmore's mouth revealed a smile, that the remaining several officials saw all instantly trembling. At the main entrance, a middle-aged man in a white robe stood with his arms folded, his face bland and, who did I think it was? It turned out to be Chiu Mingyao. Suddenly a teasing voice rang out, and Chiu Mingyao immediately frowned. Upon seeing the visitor, the look of disbelief, which had been bland a second before, went straight to incredulity.
Shen Junmuo, how could it be you?
Chiu Mingyao exclaimed in dismay, and, Shinmore and Wujing although is a playboy, but the identity is not low, but also often in and out of the palace, naturally with those princes have seen, and Chiu Mingyao is the 5th prince Su Yenying, one of the guards, naturally seen as today's Jinguogong, first grandson of Shinmore, and the first grandson of Jinguogong. Every prince of Dewu has a first great expert and 3 second-grade experts to protect him, and this Chiu Mingyao is one of Su Yenying's 3 second-grade guards.
Why can't this officer be here? A patriarchal pressure directly suppressed Chiu Mingyao to the ground. It looks like Jiang Daoyin was injured by you.
Sending yourself to the door, it saves this official from having to look for it. Shinmo's eyes condensed, and the patriarchal pressure increased again, pressing Chiu Mingyao to spit out a mouthful of blood.
A second-grade expert hadn't even made a move yet and was directly suppressed. What, Su Yenying sent you to this official to warn me? Shinemo walked to Chiu Mingyao, squatted down and looked at his wretched appearance, his face showed a sneer. Didn't you used to be quite contemptuous of my son? Su Fanguin is little cute. Su Yenying is also a dumbass, he doesn't even know when he's being used as a standout. Of all the royal sons, these 2 are the most wasted. Chiu Mingyao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Shinemo. You! The next second Shinmore directly pinched its neck and lifted it up. Sent you out all the way, who's he going to waste if he doesn't? Shinmo's eyes revealed a sneer, sending his own close friends, is afraid that others do not know that this matter is his Su Yenying. Shin Jun Moore. Since you know my identity, why don't you let go, or else?
Chiu Mingyao's eyes flashed with a touch of panic at this moment, and he hurriedly said,
careless. It's actually Shin Junmuo. The Qingzhou Jinfu envoy is actually him.
It was surprising that this news hadn't traveled back to Wujing for so long. When I think of this, even Chiu Mingyao's heart is still scared, only His Majesty can hide all this.
Then what does His Majesty want? Then do you not know the identity and temper of this official?
Said Shinmore directly broke Chiu Mingyao legs, then next to the 2 brocade guards with an iron rope hook through its peepa bone.
Take it away. It's an important witness.
Soon the news that the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy will openly try the case of the true or false first day of the Haizhou autumn examination in the Linhai County Guardian's residence spread throughout the entire Haizhou, causing a shock.
Chapter 075, degraded to a Rex. The following day,
the door of the sheriff's residence was wide open, and on either side stood the brocade-clothed guards, all neatly arrayed, with their embroidered spring swords in their hands. The courtyard outside the hall was crowded with people, and around them stood the same brocade guards. The Shinmore on the main seat was dressed in a scarlet-purple python robe, his eyes were cold and stern, and his body exuded a pressure. Next to Qian Fong sat with a bitter face. Things have come to this point, it will only be able to clear up the matter. Zhen Fuzhuang and the governor until now do not even show their faces. In the end, it is their own resistance to all.
Take the prisoner to Pei Binquan.
With a startling sound, he saw a young man covered in wounds brought up to kneel on the ground. After the accident, Fu Binquan was hidden in a farmhouse on the outskirts of the countryside by the county chancellor Luo Haizhang, which was arranged by the official in the frying pan. The sinner, Fu Binquan, has committed imperial examination fraud, impersonation, and mutilated the first day of the state examination. The crime is so heinous that he will be executed on the same day.
Qian Fong beside him was dumbfounded. No, where is the evidence? Just like that, who believes it?
Fu Binquan, who was already covered in wounds under the hall, heard this verdict, and his eyes immediately stared at Shin Mo with an agitated expression.
In the prison is not so said
Fu Binquan immediately wanted to struggle but was deadlocked by the brocade guards, opened his mouth and tried to say something but could only make a whimpering sound. Seeing this scene, Shen Fang's heart chilled. What a ruthless tactic, directly making it impossible to open his mouth.
This is the full story of the crime written by the sinner Fu Binquan. Post it.
Shen Mo took out a piece of paper with a few drops of blood dripping from it.
Bring Mastermind Xiao Mingyao.
Shen Mo then looked back to the hall, a cold light flashed in his eyes and Xiao Mingyao's limbs were wearing chains, his face was wooden and was brought up by the brocade guards. Xiao Mingyao was bold enough to murder 12 students of the imperial examinations, and plotted to impersonate them with mischievous intentions.
Sentenced to death.
Xiao Mingyao stared at Shen Mo in death, wanting to eat people.
He can't say it, he can only admit it.
If he doesn't say it, only he will die. If he says it, his whole family will die.
Shen Mo,
I'll be waiting for you down there. How long do you think your Shen family can survive? Xiao Mingyao gritted his teeth and said viciously. Don't worry, with that wasteful and stupid person above you, it might not be long before he comes to accompany you.
Do you think someone like that could have survived that fight? Shen Mo smiled faintly, not angry.
Xiao Mingyao instantly faced stagnation.
Soon the remaining dozen officials, including the Qingfeng County, were all executed and copied. Lord Shen, you handle cases like this. Qian Fang hesitantly opened his mouth. What's the problem? It just turned out right. There are times when the most desperate thing is to do it again with dark results. Shen Mo patted Qian Fang on the shoulder and said meaningfully, the jinyiwei only seeks results when handling cases. Wujing. Su Ling Tian threw the secret report in his hand on the table, his face was flat, making it impossible to tell what was going on. The following Lu Gang and Li Ruoxiao, Wei Yin, several people all dare not speak. Intelligence they have just read, plotting to murder students of the imperial examinations, imposters, and plotting for local power. That's a lot of nerve. And it's hard to describe the way he did it. He chose the stupidest and riskiest of all the tricks. I haven't fallen yet, but these heirs of mine can't wait one by one. Su Lingtian sighed in a flat tone. He's delayed in making a crown prince until now because he's never thought it through. For the prince, do you have a suitable person? Turning his head and gazing at Li Ruxiao's crowd, a few people were shocked. It was a giveaway that the various imperial sons are all phoenixes and phoenixes among men. It is difficult for me to judge for a moment, Wei Yan said respectfully with a bow of his hand. The imperial sons are all phoenixes among men. It is difficult for me to judge for a moment. Alright, there's no need to beat a dead horse. Su Ling Tian waved his hand. For this thing that old five did, does he deserve to be a dragon amongst men, being shaded by old six and still not knowing it? In terms of simplicity, old 3 and old 5 are about the same. In terms of hypocrisy, old 4 is number 1. In terms of insidiousness, old 6 is the most successful. And in terms of bravery, old 8 is number 1. Unfortunately, said at the end of the Su Ling Tian shook his head, simply cannot live or not good to say, now there is his town. It is difficult to say after death. Hypocrisy, sinister emperor chest and courage is not enough. Courage is only suitable for when the general can win. Can martial arts is the best. Thinking of this, Su Ling Tian remembered Shen Mo, his eyes narrowed slightly. The Shen family is really lucky. But in the end, he had a complicated face. He couldn't move the Shen family now, and he couldn't move it yet. If he didn't get rid of it before he died, who else could get rid of the Shen family behind him? But for the Shen family he now loved and hated them. De Wu still needed the Shen family, he still needed the Shen family. LOL. Pass on my decree, the governor of Haizhou and the Jinfu envoy are ineffective in monitoring, fine 1 year's salary, and the Qingfeng County 1,000 households and the Linhai County 1,000 households are reorganized. The Linhai County governor will be demoted 1 grade and fined 1 year's salary. All officials involved are to be raped. Have the 5th prince go to the patriarch's office to receive 30 rods, copy the Confucian scriptures 100 times, 3 months of confinement, and a 3-year salary penalty. In addition, Su Ling Tian paused for a moment and Xingzhou Deputy Jinfu envoy Shen Mo is lawless and beheads an imperial official without authorization, but because of his merit in solving the case, his merits and demerits will be offset, and he will be relegated to the rank of jinyiwei Rex. Lu Gangli Ruxiao. Several people immediately face odd, nodded yes. If I remember correctly, this Shen Mo is a patriarch, right? A patriarch is a jinyiwei Rex. It's a little ridiculous. It looks like it's time to refrigerate this Shen Mo for a while. Jinwu Chitos. After dealing with all the things Shen Mo will bring people back, Liang Wenshan has become a cripple. Shen Mo gave it a sum of money, let people arrange anonymity to live elsewhere to go. Only at this moment, in the hall, a eunuch was reading the imperial decree that when heard Shen Mo was relegated to the jinyiwei Rex, everyone's face changed dramatically, but only Shen Mo's face was flat. The next moment Shen Mo was ready to take off the purple python robe. The scholar mouse group of people wanted to make a move to stop it, but they could not do anything about it. Cough cough cough, the eunuch who announced the decree suddenly spoke out, looking at Shen Mo with a smiling face. Lord Shen, His Majesty didn't say anything about taking back the Jinfu envoy's robe and Jinfu envoy's seal. After saying that, the eunuch left with his men. Tisk, TSK, you're just like me. Bai Luyu suddenly appeared with a flirtatious look on his face, holding a wine pot. Qingzhou's most powerful brocade guards, is 2 brocade guards Rex now, the set out who believe? 076 Chapter Martial Arts Conference, White Dragon Sect drawing together. The Baiki County office of the governor. Wu Feng was sitting on a recliner, relaxing, with tea and pastries beside him. He has now completely accepted the reality of the main fight alive flat, something Shinjinfu make on the. My lord. Good news. Luo Yu walked in with an excited face at the moment. Shenmore has been relegated to the rank of jinyiwei Rex, and this Qingzhou is yours again, my lord. Wu Feng on the recliner took a sip of the tea in his hand with a flat face. Oh, Maya, I'll call out to Qingzhou, how many people say yes? Luo Yu's face immediately stagnated, my lord, but what? What? Think that if people go down to this Qingzhou, their surname won't be Shen anymore? Wu Feng glanced at Luo Yu and said indifferently. Don't forget that people are still officials of the China Trust. Zhang Shi. If you want to stay alive and well, don't beg this minister for help. Wu Feng finally rebuked with a stern face. As long as he, Shen Mo, is in Qingzhou for one day, no one in this Qingzhou will dare to turn the tide. The gate of Chitos. A young man in a jinyiwei Rex uniform was at that moment resting his feet on the table, leaning back in his chair and looking at the book in his hands. Behind them stood a dozen chief banners as well as 100 households. On both sides was the deputy 1,000 households, and on the opposite side was a group of people with smiles on their faces quietly waiting, not daring to say anything at all. Finally the youth closed the book before his eyes went to the pile of people in front of him. What's the matter? Speak, Shenmore spoke. Lord Shen, it's like this, the Jianghu will hold a martial arts conference every year, and all the major Jianghu sects will participate, and then now some of the sects in our 4 counties in Qingzhou have received invitations, so I've come to ask you for a look at it. You see, martial arts conference from the time of the Chu has always been there, at first the first place to hold, behind the world around the sects do not serve, it evolved into an annual world martial arts conference, but now this martial arts conference is the home of the big sects, small sects are to go to see a lively this year is in the cloud state of Fengling County, and the world's largest martial arts conference. The world's largest martial arts conference. The person in the lead was none other than Cloud Cliff Cave's master, Yin Kongzi, who said with a careful face, this official is now a small jinyiwei Rex, but cannot manage these, Shen more casually said, tone flat. The group of people in front of them changed their faces and kneeled down in a hurry. Lord Shen, you're breaking us by saying that. Yes, Lord Shen, we are absolutely head for you. Lord Shen will always be our Lord Shen, who dares to disrespect that? We have no second thoughts whatsoever. Some of the timid ones are already starting to break out in a cold sweat on their foreheads and, get up, looking at a group of people who were trembling with fear, Shenmore face indifferent, these words will listen to it. Those who want to go will naturally go, when the time comes to come to Jinwu, this official will personally take you there to see. Shenmo's words came out a group of people first froze, but then nodded. Who dares to refuse? Sir, someone wants to see you. A brocade guard stopped an ordinary citizen and said respectfully to Shenmore. Because Shenmore stayed at the door, the brocade guards directly emptied the surrounding area. Bring it on. Shenmore had seen the commoner long ago. Duh. Lord, someone asked me to give this to you. Seeing the surrounding formation, the man's face was afraid, shivering and pulling out a letter and handing it to Shenmore. Lin Diaoji checked before handing it over to Shenmore. Interesting. Looking at the contents of the letter, Shenmo's mouth revealed a touch of teasing. I can't believe someone put their hand on him. It's so cute how stupid it is. Night. Shenmo's figure appeared in a broken temple, and faintly swept the surroundings. This officer has no time to play this boring game with you, come out or never come out. Snap. As the words fell out of his mouth, he saw several people walk out of the darkness, led by a middle-aged man that, worthy of being Jade-Face Yama, Junior Patriarch. Lord Shen, it's not easy to be suddenly relegated from being a state's town envoy to being a tiny Rex. The middle-aged man looked at Shenmo with a sympathetic face and said, Shenmo's eyes are flat, originally thought that there are some big fish over to sea, the result is really just a few people, also who will be stupid enough to come personally, in addition to Su Yenying those 2 goods. Lord Shen, you've done so much for the court, and killed so many people who were plotting against you, but as a result, that dog emperor relegated you to the rank of jinyiwei Rex. Are you willing to do that? We all feel bad for you. You. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but in the next second he turned red and clasped his hands around his neck. Talking a bunch of nonsense and wasting this official's time, since it's not worth it then add a merit to this official's list. Shenmo's eyes condensed, directly break the middle-aged man's neck, the district of 4th product to pretend what, the remaining few people saw this face changed greatly, but then looked at each other. All kill Shenmore. With a wave of Shenmore's big hand, the astral wind turned into blades, and several people directly cracked into 2 halves. A group of unseen rats are also worthy of pulling as Shenmore. Shenmore even if he does not do anything is a son of a family, let alone now. Waiting for a long time after Shenmore's back gradually disappeared, several figures appeared. My lord, he really doesn't agree. Hualao felt the leftover aura, his face serious. No matter, it's expected.
Wanting to completely tame someone naturally takes a long time, especially someone this outstanding. This Gonzi can afford to wait. The youth took a fan in his hand and patted his other hand, saying meaningfully, 077 chapter gathering at the Wind Tomb. Jinwu Chitos. At the moment the compound is filled with hundreds of people, all of them are quiet and do not dare to talk nonsense.
In Jinwu County, Cloud Cliff Cave and Willow Leaf Villa were the leaders. In Yunmeng County, the Green Feather Sect and the Spirit Embroidery Workshop were the leaders. In Xingyang County, listening to the Sword Mountain, the Yang Sect, and in Bihai County, the Swallow Rain Sect and the Chaoming Mountain were the leaders. When a figure walked out, more than 100 people bowed in unison and, "Greetings, Lord Shen."
Some sect disciples were quietly sizing up the figure above them that made even their own elders afraid of them. "Sir Shen, this official has come to see you off at this time." Guan Shoxing's voice came from the doorway, and then he saw him rushing in with his men. Although he was happy that Shenmore had left, he didn't have the guts not to go to see him off. In case Shenmore thought that he was not in the right frame of mind, it would not be fun.
As for Shenmore being a jinyiwei Rex, what's the problem? Is it a delay for him to come and deliver Lord Shen?
Departure. Without saying much, Shenemo took a step on his horse and led a group of people to directly gallop out of the city.
It'll be interesting to see the Jinyui bring a Jianghu sect to the martial arts tournament.
Fengling County, in the last few days there has been a marked increase in the number of constables in various places, and the figures of the brocade guards can be seen everywhere. In the 1,000 households, at this moment, 5 figures gathered together in a circle. These Jianghu sects are organizing some kind of martial arts conference, causing chaos everywhere in Fengling County now.
A bunch of reckless people. Fengling County 1,000 husbandman Zhang Kai had a sulky look on his face, adding to his burden for no reason at all.
If I say, directly mobilize the army to encircle and cripple these Jianghu sects at once, how good?
Yuan Sun, the 1,000th household of Lintong County, said in an ice-cold tone.
You think you're that Qingzhou Jinfu envoy Shenmore?
You just say you're going to do it.
Gao Wujing, a 1,000 household of Yunma County, said in a bad mood. Now the brocade guards have spread all over that Shenmore's various deeds, making a group of brocade guards admire.
This is the real Jinyui, returning to the elegance of the time period of Emperor Wu. Alright, let's not even talk about it. Now is the time to stabilize Fengling County and not make any mess.
A figure in the upper position spoke up, causing the four to stop and Kong Jingming rubbed his brow with a bitter and helpless expression. He's a little envious of Wu Feng now. Even though he's been hollowed out, he doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. Warn those Jianghu sects not to mess around.
Otherwise, this Shenfu envoy will personally take action to destroy that sect.
Yes. On the street, at this moment, a group of people were looking at the scene in front of them with odd expressions. A Jinyui Rex is leading a group of people who look like they're going to a Jianghu martial artist, and all the people behind him are respectful. Cloud Empty son of a group of people were staring at the face is also a little embarrassed, but as soon as he saw the person in front of him and then relieved, face, and life then, or life is important. Where is this Jianghu martial artist from?
He's actually following a Jinyui Rex, he's disgracing us too much, isn't he? That one seems to be the Cloud Cliff Cave Master, and the Green Feather Sect Master. They're all from Qingzhou, so it's hard not to be surprised. I've heard that the Jianghu sects of Qingzhou have now become the dogs of the brocade guards. They've been ruled into submission. A bunch of spineless people. To actually bow down to the court hawks and dogs. Now the Qingzhou Jianghu sect is considered to have lost a lot of face, and a bunch of sect masters and patriarchs are actually being led by a Jinyui Rex. The streets were currently filled with various martial artists discussing and showing mockery. A dozen youths converged on a luxurious attic in the distance to take this scene into their eyes. The Qingzhou Jianghu is already so bad. There isn't even a bit of backbone left. A single Jinyui Rex has suppressed them.
A young man slapped his hand on the railing with an ugly look on his face and, that's right, I'll see that in the future. What Green Feather sects Ning Qingyao, Chaoming Mountains Yuanzong and these so-called celestial pride of Qingzhou are also worthy of gaining a foothold in this Jianghu?
Shame on them.
However, when a few figures in the crowd saw the appearance of the leader of the force, they all showed their horror.
What's this one doing here? My mother, big brother, let's quickly take master and run. The little fat man saw Shen more directly said quietly to Ning Luoyi next to him. When this one gets mad, it's possible to chop up everyone in Fengling County. Several youths on the other side also showed fear, once again remembering the scene in the broken temple on the rainy night that night. Quickly! Immediately go back and inform your sect to be honest. Joer's face was serious, and she directly turned around to leave. The group of prideful people behind us who still think they're proud don't pay any attention to them at all. Heaven's pride? He's not even worthy of that man's shoes. If you mess with him, he'll give you a knife. The Cloud Residence Pavilion, established by the Xingyan Chamber of Commerce, is a special place for martial artists to reside and rest, and the Xingyan Chamber of Commerce is also a chamber of martial artists that walks all over the Great Martial. What do you mean? Spare the monastic Yun Konzi at this moment also looked at the shopkeeper in front of him with a sulky face. I'm sorry, there are no more rooms available in this store. An adulterer-like man in front of the counter said with disinterest, an abacus in his hand, and 7 or 8 floors filled.
There are so many people this time, naturally, the shopkeeper said perfunctorily. The crowd of martial artists in the hall behind them were watching the show with sneers on their faces. Ha 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 ha, of course court hawks and court dogs are not allowed inside. That's right, get lost and go back to Qingzhou, disgrace us. A bunch of jeers went up and, listening to the mockery of the surrounding people, Yun Kongzi and the other leaders of the Qingzhou sects had ugly faces, but all of them gazed at Shin-mo.
Cloud-dwelling pavilion, doing business under the court, hitting the court in the face, who gave you permission?
Shin-mo's eyes looked at the shopkeeper with cold eyes. In an instant the shopkeeper looked as if he had been stared at by a tiger, trembling all over, unable to say a word. Oh, what this lord said would be wrong. Whether it's us, the cloud-dwelling pavilion or the Xingyun Chamber of Commerce.
Making money relies on our own skills. What does it have to do with the imperial court? Why do you think we can still keep the store open like this? It's all just on our own money. What officer wouldn't want that?
A woman with a few people from the side behind the curtain out, wearing a green dress, the appearance of a lady, eyes teasingly looking at Shin-mo and his party. Chivalry uses martial arts to violate prohibitions.
Sure enough, each and every one of them is arrogant and stupid. Self-righteous. The corner of Shin-mo's mouth smiled and said flatly.
When Yun Kongzi and the others beside him saw Shin-mo smile, they all swallowed their saliva and took a few steps back. One by one, they bully the people because of their martial arts skills.
In the name of chivalry and righteousness. How many of the people do you think you are good? Shin-mo said while slowly draw the embroidered spring sword, all the way over. The street is not moving is fighting, the people suffer.
Heh, don't you think it's ridiculous for a brocade guard to say that? The woman on the other side sneered and despised it. So the brocade guards of Yunzhou are still too merciful to you.
What? Thinking that no one would dare to touch you if the world's Jianghu sects gathered together?
Watching Shin-mo draw his sword, all the martial artists in the hall all stood up and looked at Shin-mo with fierce faces. Oh, a jinyiwei Rex, making trouble in the wrong place. As soon as the words fell, a sword chiming sound rang out. A terrifying patriarchal pressure directly enveloped the entire hall, everyone's bodies sank, and the weak were directly crushed to the ground. Before the woman could react, a knife was stabbed straight through the abdomen, followed by a downward slash that split in two.
How can this official save you from losers like you? Only by sending you to hell.
Shin-mo raised his hand and sucked. A martial artist was directly sucked over to him.
Disgrace? Shin-mo directly slapped his face. Do you guys deserve to have a face? Boom.
Crushing and exploding the person in his hand, Shin-mo gazed at all the martial artists in the hall, blood splattering in all directions. The cold temperature caused the Yun Kongzi group to shudder.
My lord. It's not good. Something big has happened.
A brocade guard hurriedly ran to report.
What again? Kong Jingming's head is now spinning when he hears this. There's a fight. There's a fight at Cloud-Dwelling Pavilion. A tragic mess.
All the other street martial artists are heading there.
They say they've ed with the Qingzhou Jianghu. Thousands of people have already converged. What?
Kong Jingming stood up directly, his face shocked, and,
martyr.
This group of kung fu masters just won't let go.
It's better if they're all dead. Large gangs gather to fight. Will you stop it? Send a blockade immediately.
Kong Jingming also hurriedly rushed there with 4,000 households.
Waiting until the scene Kong Jingming, a group of people all froze. There's blood everywhere. There's limbs everywhere.
A figure stands in the middle of a sea of corpses, blood dripping from the tip of the knife. All around were martial artists with terrified faces paralyzed on the ground.
Whose men are these? I can't believe they're so fierce. Kong Jingming was horrified in his heart. Such a person is actually only a Rex, which brain is confused. Arranged like this. Chapter 078, seeing it is like seeing the sky. Jinyiwei Thousand House.
Kong Jingming at the moment looked at a jinyiwei Rex sitting next to him, his body still emitting a smell of blood, his face complex, the following 4,000 households with a face of awe.
Shen.
Lord Shen, I didn't expect that you would actually come to Yunzhou as well, without giving me a greeting. Kong Jingming opened his mouth to break the embarrassment in front of him, and politely said to the youth next to him. To now that scene are printed in the mind lingering, a person killed through hundreds of people, several second grade, a few first grade, around the Jianghu martial arts are scared to cry one by one, even rolling with crawling, 2 Cloud State Gate faction directly by Shin-mo to interrupt the spine, 6 or 7 Yuan Chi greatly injured, and Cloud Residence Pavilion, the line of Cloud's Chamber of Commerce in the future at least even the door of the Qingzhou cannot be entered. The first time they met, he, Kong Jingming, had seen the tactics and ruthless cruelty of the jade-faced Yama. This official is bringing the Jianghu sect of Qingzhou to this so-called martial arts conference. This word out of the following 4,000 households a face of admiration, but also people. They can only keep pressurizing and arresting people, and people directly suppress a state of rivers and lakes. The 4 men's gazes could not help but look at Kong Jingming, immediately causing his face to stagnate.
Does this Shinfu envoy have the strength of Shin-mo? Kong Jingming's eyes glared.
Fengling Ferry, located next to the Lingjiang River, in front of the rolling waters of the Yangtze River to the east, a few sandbars stand in the river.
At this moment, the river bank gathered many martial artists, the Beggars Association, the Ghost Sect, the Sky's Edge, the 100 Flowers Palace, the Wujing Sect, the Spirit Vulture Temple, the Cloud Dangshan Mountain and other major sects gathered here. Guys, everyone.
After a year, we gather once again to witness the various warriors. A young man on a boulder shouted, dressed in brocade, with two old men standing behind him.
It's Li Yuan, the second son of Bai Shaoshang. Immediately, someone recognized the youth's identity.
This year, those who have grudges from various sects will all settle in here, and the several sandbars in the river will be the location of this competition. Li Yuan laughed as he pointed his sword in his hand towards the river. If you can't even cross this river, then I'm afraid it would be a laughing matter, so you should all do what you can. For the individual first in this year's competition, we, Bai Shaoshang, will present a sword, as well as 10,000 taels of silver and 10 bottles of third-grade pills, said Li Yuan as he drew out half of the green-colored sword in his hand. The cold light was so compelling that it blew off hair. The clan winner is the head of the clan and receives 10,000 gold. 1 bottle of the first-grade elixir white jade longevity pill. Once this word came out, some people present were shocked. Gold. Secondly, this white jade Sheng Dan is known as a life-saving elixir. As long as there is a breath can be saved, even if the patriarch has a certain effect.
Amitba Buddha, scholarly is really a great deal.
A monk in a robe flashed a glint in his eyes, his face admiringly saying, great, with this elixir, master's injuries will be saved. A group of beggars formed a team. The head of a middle-aged man with clear-cut angles had a happy face. I'm afraid this kind of elixir is beneficial to anyone who thinks about it. This is something to see. A middle-aged man with a bland face said, dressed in a Taoist robe, carrying a sword behind his back, followed by a few disciples. Not necessarily, Lu Kid, said a scruffy old man next to him, holding a wine jug and wearing a tattered Taoist robe. You look at others, ghost door is good, not heart. Rennie skimmed his mouth and looked to the other side. 2 figures stood silently with their arms wrapped around them watching everything, one wearing hemp clothes with a bronze mask with a bull's head, and a person in a Confucian robe with a horseface mask. The ghost sect's bull head and horseface, a great master of the first grade. Senior uncle, of course the other ghost sect's family is so big that they can't see it, Lu Qianji said with a bitter smile. Say, why aren't those brats here yet?
Ren muttered as he looked around. Strange. Why hasn't senior brother Yu Hao brought anyone over yet? What are Luo Yu and the others doing? It's almost started.
Some in the crowd began to worry, their eyes constantly looking into the distance. Just then a bunch of martial artists ran over in panic in the distance, some even rolling and crawling, some with blood on their bodies.
It immediately attracted the attention of several large sect leaders and Jianghu martial artists. Guys, what's happening? Li Yuan frowned and walked down to stop one person and asked, Senior brother Hook, how did you become like this? Wang Defa, where are the rest of the people? How come you're the only one? Senior sister Yu.
Soon some of the sect's people stepped forward, all with gloomy and unsightly faces, their hearts uneasy and
killing over. The brocade guards have made their move. The brocade guards are on a killing spree.
A group of people shouted in horror and instantly a crowd of Jianghu martial artists' faces changed greatly. The brocade guards actually dared to make a move.
No! Damn imperial court hawks and dogs. I want you all dead.
At this time a sound of grief rang out, only to see an old man in a black robe yelling up to the sky, his body's internal strength released, the groundland exploded up and
the people brought by the Xianing clan were exterminated.
Only Shui Wujing is left, the man next to him explained. Xianing sect, a renowned great sect in Yunzhou, with 4 or 5 first grades sitting in the town.
Aren't there 2 other second-grade experts among the other elders? 100 Flowers Palace Chu Qingling was a bit incredulous. It's hard to believe that Kong Jingming made a move? That shouldn't even be able to escape. Boom!
Before the others could regain their senses from their shock, a woman in a palace dress next to them slapped a stone with her palm, her eyes containing a fury and
Jinyiwei,
this sect master is at loggerheads with you. Yang Ning didn't expect his Feiyu sect to be destroyed as well. Several elders and elite disciples were all dead.
Amitba Buddha, it looks like the brocade guards want to touch base with us this year. Huijua had a serious look on his face.
In fact, every year when the martial arts conference was held, the brocade guards would intervene, but in the end, they could only step back and I'm afraid that a first-grade grandmaster has come. In the Beggars Association, Master Qiao Yun was excited, as if he wanted to have a showdown. Drunken Weinxian, the great clan of Fengling County, at this moment, Zhouer said with an anxious face following the woman in front of her.
Master, hurry up and go. The Jinyiwei is here this time, a Zongshur. Patriarch. Seriously. Fei Yuqing's face changed drastically, grabbing Zhouer's arms and really, he is the Qingzhou Zhenfu envoy. Jade-faced Yama Shen Moore.
Zhouer words out, the surrounding martial artists also all face changed greatly, has been silent ox head horse face also turned their heads, the
name of a man is the shadow of a tree.
Lu Qianji, Chu Qingling, and Xiao Yun all looked shocked.
Shui Wuching, Yang Ning and the others who were threatening to take revenge all froze in their tracks. There's no need to be afraid, everyone. Even the sovereigns have rules.
Dawu, but he himself stipulated that a zongsher may not strike at random.
Seeing this scene, Li Qingyuan frowned and hurriedly said, "There are several thousand of us here. Even a patriarch may not be able to kill us all." "That's right. He, the jinyiwei, slaughtered us, and we should still ask them for an account. Even if it's him, Shenmore, he can't act like this. It's not like we don't have any patriarchs." "That's right, when the time comes, all the great sects of patriarchs will ask for punishment even if he is the Jinfu envoy, he can't afford it." Soon several thousand martial artists were all furious and denounced Shenmore. In the crowd, Ran Yiqing's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly said to Lu Qianji next to him, "Run! Those brats must have seen Shenmore in the city and ran straight away. Almost pitted old me to death." "Senior uncle, is this Shenmore really that powerful?" A youth behind Lu Qianji frowned, somewhat unconvinced, and, "You're young and don't know what you're doing. Now that you are only in the 6th or 7th grade, seeing him is like a frog in a well looking at the moon. When you reach the first rank and see him again, you'll be like a mayfly seeing the sky." Ren Yi rebuked nonchalantly, no longer having a playful smile. If you don't want your Yindang Mountain Dao lineage to be severed, don't go yet." It was also at this moment that a mighty pressure descended to make Rinniwu as well as a group of people's faces change drastically. Patriarchal might. Then the next scene caused Li Qingyuan's crowd to directly freeze in place. The rolling waters of the Ling's river actually split in two from it, with waves crashing on both sides. A figure in the air walked slowly with his hands in the air, each step stepping on the waves, a green robe hunting, a taiji diagram on his chest, and a diagram of the 7 stars behind him. Behind them, there was even a giant python of river water converging in a majestic manner. It makes you feel like you're covering up the sky in the sun. The moment their feet finally stepped down, everyone felt a chill in their hearts as if their hearts had been pinched. Shenmo stood in the air with his hands in the air, looking down on the thousands of people, like the second round of How Sun in the sky. Let people not dare to look directly. The momentum is like an on, the pressure of the thousands of people at this moment actually no one dared to make a sound, even some of the long-established reputation of the Jianghu sect patriarchs lowered their heads. What will you do when this officer comes? 079 Chapter Fengling Dangu, Bloodstained Lingxi River. Jade-faced Yama. Shenmore. It's really coming. At the same time nearly 1,000 brocade guards in the surrounding area all emerged in unison, their bows and crossbows aimed at the martial artists. Kong Jingming walked out with 4 Qianhu, and next to him were all the major Jianghu sects in Qingzhou. The moment they came out, Yun Konzi and Kong Jingming's group of people sucked in a breath of cool air. "Lift your hand and turn the river. This is surely still the sovereign. Lord Shun. What do you mean by that?" Forcing back the fear in his heart, Li Qingyuan respectfully said, "Gathering a crowd for rebellion. Kill without pardon." However, the next second Shenmo's face was indifferent and he directly struck out. A palm shot out. Li Qingyuan, Xiao Yun and the others immediately changed their faces, all of them immediately shot out in unison. As a palm fell, the ground instantly formed a large pit, and dozens of people were crushed into flesh and mud. "Shenmore, we all have patriarchs behind us. Aren't you afraid that a dozen or so patriarchs will step in?" Li Qingyuan, who was saved by the old man behind him, had a backward look on his face and his eyes were filled with disbelief that he actually dared to make a move. There are thousands of martial artists here, representing dozens of sects in the world. Boom! Shenmo pointed out a finger in the air, and the ground instantly exploded. Blade Intent directly strangled a piece of people, his eyes indifferent, as if crushing a piece of ants. Dragon Cloud Palm. Xiaoyan leapt into the air and slapped his palm out, a dragon's roar in the air, palm winds whistling and 100 flowers flying leaves 100 flowers palace Chu Qingling double finger pointing out, instantly behind a leaf blade condensed shape chopped out. Luohan Palm Huijue stepped on his legs and struck out with both palms. Shui Wuching, Yang Ning and a group of sect leaders also all shot out and blasted at Shenmo. Cut off the river. In the air Shenmore sword finger in the air instantly a white moonblade gas chopped out. The huge pressure of internal force caused the crowd to stagnate in their movements, and the ground was torn into a mesh by the intent of the blades. The crowd of ox heads and horse faces glanced at each other, and while the crowd struck out against Shenmore hurriedly ran away, and Renichi also took the opportunity to escape with Lu Qianji and his party. You guys, what a bunch of animals! Looking at the backs of the fleeing ox-headed horseface and his group, Li Qingyuan was furious and cursed. The tremendous power directly shook Xiao Yun and his group back to the ground. Before waiting to react, Shenmo's figure instantly appeared in front of Shui Wuching, his pupils dilated, his face terrified. Shenmore clawed on its ceiling, 5 fingers pierced through its head. Seeking revenge on this official, are you worthy? A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he directly crushed his head under everyone's gaze, blood splattering and dang! Just at this time 3 swords from behind stabbed at Shenmore, issued a metal collision sound, the sword was directly shattered away, the 3 people even more on the spot by the astral counterattack 7 bleeding and died. Shenmo's eyes glanced diagonally to the rear, a claw pinched another sneak attacker's neck directly twisted off, and, at the same time on the other side of the dozens of people knives and swords to chop, Shenmore's other hand raised a grip, instantly knives and swords into fragments back through the dozens of people's bodies.
One person stood alone in the middle of thousands of martial artists, the surrounding directly empty, more than 10 meters of empty space. All the people's eyes at the moment looked at the figure in horror.
Lord Shun, can we talk about this? Chu Qingling pleaded, covering her abdomen.
We're just Jianghu meeting martial arts, we didn't think of rebelling. However, the next second Shenmue slapped out a palm, and dozens more people were directly slapped to death.
You demon! Simply killing people for fun.
Li Qingyuan's face was fearful, but he accused with angry eyes that, from the time he appeared, he just said one word and then went on a killing spree, which was more than demonic. Your rules of the Jianghu, the strong are honored and the weak live and die.
What? Is it the devil when it comes to this officer?
Shenmue suddenly smiled slightly and said in a teasing tone.
This officer is no good, are you? Who hasn't had blood on their hands? Now play pathetic with this official. Bunch of losers. As soon as the words came out, Shenmue's figure instantly appeared in front of Li Qingyuan, and a foot directly kicked away.
Swords and swords rained down from the rivers and lakes, and 1 foot of green at the grave.
Today, this official will send Dao Jianghu on his way.
The embroidered spring sword chopped out, the blade energy spread across the river, and a piece of blood flowed into the Ling's river, dyeing the water of the river red. Outside, looking at Shenmue in the guise of Yama, Kong Jingming, and a group of Qingzhou Jianghu sect people, all cannot help but swallow their saliva.
How did you survive?
Fengling Qinhu Zhang Kai turned his head to look at Yun Kongzi and the others and asked incredulously.
It's thanks to our resourceful leaders back then.
The Yun Kongzi group of people suddenly puffed out their chests and rose up with a proud look on their faces. It was finally understood that it wasn't that we were too weak, it was just that our opponents were through the roof. Dismembered limbs and broken arms flew up everywhere in the group of martial artists, and Shenmue left a piece of corpses wherever he passed. A knife nailed 100 Flowers Palace Chu Qingling to a tree, and palmed down the master of Lingwu Temple. One claw tore apart the grand elder of the Wujing sect.
Ka-ching! Shenmue catched Xiaoyan fist backhand twisted off its arm. Xiaoyan endured the pain of the other hand, took the opportunity to a fist bombardment, directly by a kick flying, blood spilled in the air. Just at this time, behind the Li Qingyuan side of the two old men toward Shenmue attack, Shenmue turned around and double palms against. Both of them instantly had their arms explode and flew out backwards. Then Shenmue pointed out a finger, and the knife intent penetrated the foreheads of the two men. The air is more blood mist cohesion into a skeleton, then miserable hissing sound is shocked to kill a piece of martial artists. Ruthless, powerful, and formidable. My goodness. This is the jinyiwei of my heart. Lintong Qinhu Yuan Sin at the moment, a face of worship looking at Shenmue. Even the surrounding hundreds of brocade guards at the moment are also. I can't imagine how awesome the Qingzhou brocade guards would be under the leadership of such a person. And Kong Jingming at the moment, that is, he was both excited and worried. Shenmue with his own power to suppress the Jianghu martial artists, but also fast killing off many Jianghu sects Dao lineage. Basically broken. I'm afraid that the patriarchs behind those great powers won't let up. It's not going to break out into a patriarchal battle. 080 Chapter The Incident in Lingzhou, Official Reinstatement. Soon several thousand martial artists were dispersed, more than 2,000 people died, the elders and patriarchs of all the major sects died and were injured, and the entire Windling County martial artists fled in all directions. Jade Face Yama Windling Swings martial arts thing at the same time also spread all over the world, causing a big martial arts and uproar. All the big sects immediately all denounced Shenmue. The rivers and lakes are full of rumors of Shenmue. However, many people were surprised that those Jianghu sects that were killed by Shenmue were all silent, as if they were afraid. Wooking. Su Ling Tian looked at the information in his hand and frowned. Splitting the river and splitting the earth, a thought of imperial water. Lu Gang, how do you compare to Shenmue? Su Ling Tian sighed and asked Lu Gang, who was wearing the robes of the chief commander below. Your Majesty, if I were to face Shenmue, I would have a maximum of 30 to 70%. Lu Gang arched his hand and respectfully said, with this kind of power, I'm afraid he's already at least in the late stage of the clan. Even if he had already guessed in his heart, Su Ling Tian could not help but be silent at this moment. What a demonic awe! A long time. Su Ling Tian sighed once again and said, he, still, had underestimated Shenmue. Your Majesty, an urgent report from the Spirit State Brocade Guards. A eunuch hurriedly entered the study, kneeling on the ground and presenting an urgent report with both hands. Next to him, Xia Yan hurriedly took the check and handed it to Su Ling Tian. Boo! Su Ling Tian read the face suddenly gloomy down a slap on the table, rare anger. Seeing this, Lu Gang and Xia Yan, a few people present, kneeled down on the ground at once. Assholes! Someone actually dares to put their hands on the brocade guards openly and honestly. Lingzhou incident. Sanglu County 1,000 households was actually attacked by night and suffered heavy losses. Jinfu envoy Jian Yuji brought people to support, and his whereabouts are unknown. Even if the brocade guards are not as good as they used to be, they are still Su Ling Tian's people, the son of heaven's own army. Now there are actually people who have the audacity to take direct action against a county's 1,000 households. And the whereabouts of a state's ambassador is unknown. This is hitting him, Su Ling Tian, the emperor's face. Good. Very good. You all think I'm too old to use my sword, don't you?
Su Lingtian laughed back in anger, his eyes revealing a cold light.
Xia Yan immediately passed the decree. Reinstate Shenmore's status as Deputy Jinfu Envoy of Qingzhou as well as the status of Jinwu Qinhu. At the same time, he will temporarily take over the position of the governor of Lingzhou. Take charge of the Lingzhou Jinyiwei. Track down the attack on Lingzhou's 1,000 households and search for the whereabouts of Lingzhou's Jinfu Envoy. One of them are quite noisy is not it, he directly to the spirit of the state to transfer a killing god over, just Shenmore also idle or running to the Wind Mausoleum to clear the scene, Tell Shenmore, doesn't he like to kill? Now give me a clear sky to kill in Lingzhou. I will give him the golden dragon token. Seeing the token is like me coming in person. First to die. Imperial license. Originally he depreciated Shenmore as also to hide this kid for a period of time, to reduce the ulterior motives of some people, did not expect to become a Rex is also not peaceful, but also made a windling swinging woo, in that case then let this kid make a mess. Yes. Xia Yan respectfully returned, this time his majesty was truly angered. The martial arts conference is gone, Shenmo naturally led a group of people back to Qingzhou again, going off in a daze and coming back in a daze. As soon as he returned to the 1,000 households office, he received the official reply to the holy decree and told Shenmo to go to Lingzhou immediately. In Bihai County, Wu Feng threw the message in his hand aside and continued to relax and enjoy himself. He was right, how long has it been? Directly activate Shenmore again, not only restored the Qingzhou Deputy Jinfu Envoy, but also temporarily acting as the Lingzhou Jinfu Envoy. Nah, this is called foresight. Glanced at the sight of the dumbfounded, stunned Luoyu, Wu Feng shook his head, young people still have to learn. The prince's mansion. Every prince gets his own mansion at the age of 15. The fifth prince's residence, Su Yenying listening to the news reported by the subordinate immediately startled from the bed, but the pain coming from the buttocks and immediately let it lie on the bed, next to a table full of copying things. What? That Shen-mo has been reinstated to his official position. He's also the temporary governor of Lingzhou. Su Yenying's face was shocked and angry, he hadn't even recovered from his injuries yet, and people were already considered to have been promoted to a higher position. Then what's he doing? What does he count? At that moment, a cold light flashed in Su Yenying's eyes, and the pen in his hand was snapped raw. In a pavilion in the garden of the left minister's residence, two figures sitting opposite each other, a game of Go in the center. I told you that this Shenmore can't go down. Wei Yin dropped a black piece and spoke leisurely. Wei Lao, this Shenmore as a person can see that it will not fall. Li Ruxiao did not have a good mood. The two states town commissioner. TSK. It's really powerful. The younger generation is fearful. Wei Yin stroked his beard with a look of emotion. Recently also made a windling Dangwu, the wind is infinite. Li Ruxiao other hand lifted up his robe, the white chess pieces in his hand fell. It's the wood show that destroys the wind. I'm afraid many people already want this one dead. A silhouette stood behind Wei Yin, beautiful and pure, with a look of curiosity in her eyes. Grandpa, is this Shen-mo really that powerful? What does it look like? Wei Nianan asked gently. Ha, what? Nianan also wants to meet this teenage hero? Wei Yin laughed out loud, looking at his granddaughter with a flirtatious expression on his face. Shen-mo, they naturally checked, but could not find out. Living in the temple for a long time, they naturally knew what this meant, so they did not make any more moves. The fact that His Majesty is helping to conceal a person whom he doesn't want them to know means that this person, I'm afraid, is known to many people, and in an unexpected sort of way. Surname Shen. But I haven't heard that old man Shen or that kid has an illegitimate son. Soon the other Jinfu envoys also received this news. Their minds were different, but one thing was certain, this Shenmore will definitely be a state Jinfu envoy. Spirit State, in a secret room, the swaying firelight mapped out several figures. Didn't I tell you guys? Don't touch Jiang Yuji. She's the first state Jinfu envoy. You've already taken a huge risk by attacking the Jinyiwei 1,000 house. It's serious. A figure spoke angrily, questioning the few people in front of him. Oh, you think that if you don't kill Jiang Yuji the dog emperor will let us go? Idiot. If you want to do it to decide. The other figure sneered with a cold snort. The person who opened his mouth first was immediately exasperated and laughed, and then? Now the dog emperor directly sent Shenmore to Lingzhou in person. Shenmore, the jade-faced Yama. Qingzhou, what happened in Fengling? What is he? Don't tell me you don't know. Come. You tell me, how? Kill him? Speak. The figure that was first roared out, He had seen Shenmore strike with his own eyes, that kind of ruthless and merciless attitude, treating life as if it were a mole. Killing a person was like stepping on an ant without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. A few people in the chamber couldn't help but be silent and, if you don't go to kill Jiang Yuji, will you transfer Shenmore? Alright. A figure at the head of the group spoke up to stop it, and, we're not the only ones who want to kill Shenmore. And this time it just so happens that we can design a deadly situation against Shenmore. That is, growing others' prestige and demoralizing ourselves. No matter how powerful Shenmore is, he's still just a zongsher. Looking at the confident faces of the group, the face of the figure that first opened his mouth looked ugly down. Unless we shake in 6 or 7 patriarchs. How else can we fight? Shen Mo had chopped up 3 zongshi when he first entered the zongshi. This is the jade-faced Yama. It's a title for killing. North of Qinwu City. At this moment the lively streets are all silent, the people hiding on both sides of the road in awe of the scene in front of them. Street rows of brocade guards rode by, all wearing a flying fish hat, wearing a flying fish suit, wasp waist, praying mantis legs, embroidered spring sword belt on the waist, all gathered at the entrance of the 1,000 households. 2 streets are densely packed with brocade guards standing, neatly arranged, majestic and spectacular. Guan Shouxing, who was blocked outside, had a shocked and incredulous face. No, how could there be so many brocade guards? There are at least 2,000 of them. What is Shen Mo going to do? 1,000 Jinwu brocade guards have arrived. At the behest of the Xinjianfu envoy, the 500 brocade guards of Qingyang have arrived. At the behest of the commander Shen, the 500 brocade guards of Yunmeng have arrived. At the behest of the commander of Xinjianfu, the 500 brocade guards of Bihai have arrived. At the behest of the commander of Xinjianfu, a shout resounded through this part of town. Finally, only to see the door of the 1,000 household office wide open, 2 rows of brocade guards quickly ran out to stand on both sides. Shen Mo held the embroidered spring sword at his waist with his left hand and walked out from the middle of the gate, wearing a scarlet and purple python, a purple jade belt around his waist, long cloud-patterned black boots, a flying fish hat on his head, and 1,000 cape fluttering, with a pair of eyes that swept across the field in a mighty manner. Greetings to the Lord Zhen Fuzhuang. In an instant, more than 2,000 brocade guards all dismounted and knelt on one knee and bowed their hands, their mouths shouting in a loud voice, causing all the surrounding people to fall to their knees. Chapter 081, Blockade of Lingzhou, Swallow in front of the hall. Smoky South County, Lingzhou, near Jinwu, Qingzhou. At this moment on the official road 10 miles away from the county town stood a group of officials, divided into 2 sides. One side was wearing a flying fish suit, headed by 3,000 households, while the other side was all in official robes, and at the forefront of it was Lu Shang, the state pastor of Lingzhou, all waiting for something. Both sides of the official road are arrested fast, the officials and soldiers blockade, the people are standing in the official road on both sides of the path, curious onlookers, talking about it. I drop a mother. So many big officials. I have lived for so long and have only seen the county magistrate. What kind of big shot is this coming? So many big officials actually came out of the city to greet them. It's said to be the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy, that jade-faced Yan Luo who was famous in the Jianghu. Now the storytellers in the taverns and tea houses are talking about it everywhere. I've heard that this lord is as cynical as he is vengeful, and his martial arts skills are strong. Now officials and martial artists all over the southeast of Dewu are afraid of him. Soon the official road was dusty, the sound of horses' hooves, and the clear color of the flying fish clothes made a crowd of people look away. The next moment more than 2,000 brocade guards stand in front of the officials in Lingzhou, the head of a figure on horseback overlooking the crowd in front of them. A python robe is very dazzling. Where are the Tsanglu officials? Before the group of officials could speak, a cold voice came out and, stand out. Shen Mo once again let out a cold. A dozen or so people could not help but tremble, and reacted by immediately stepping forward and, take that. This word out of a crowd of officials' face changed. Sanglu County Guard Xiao Hua is even stunned, and then shouted, Lord Shen, it has nothing to do with us. We don't know anything at all. Lord Shen, you're abusing your power. Dozens of brocade guards directly dismounted to take down the Sanglu officials. Some people want to resist but see in front of the eyes of a flush piece of brocade guards immediately gave up. Shen Mo didn't pay the slightest attention to the shouts of Xiao Hua's crowd, and his eyes looked at Lu Kite's 3 people, Smoky South, Xiuling, and Anan Xin who listened to the order. Immediately each bring 500 brocade guards to search every county in Sanglu. Anyone suspected, all places are arrested and blocked. Yes, the 3 immediately clasped their fists and said respectfully. Shen Mo then turned his head to look at Lu Shang, who was frozen at this moment, and pulled out the golden dragon token. In an instant the officials fell to their knees in unison. The Prefectural Minister of Lingzhou, captains of the 3 counties of Smoky South, Xiuling, and Annan, and the county guards listened to this order. Immediately send troops to blockade all the intersections in Spirit Prefecture and scrutinize every single person. And blockade the entire Sanglu County. From now on, Sanglu County is only allowed to enter and not to leave. There aren't enough men, this official will transfer you from Qingzhou. Now this official is going to make you check Sanglu to the bottom. Those who disobey kill. Those who resist kill. Arrest those who are suspected. If Sanglu doesn't have it, check Xiuling. If Xiuling is not there, then smoke south. I want to uncover those people one by one. Of course, if any of you let this official find out that you have something to do with this official will make sure that you and your entire family will not be allowed to die. Sun Ran, ruthless tone as well as a murderous pressure so that the officials present could not help but forehead cold sweat slowly out, the body slightly trembling. Once you come, you strike hard. It's really Yen Lo. Too vicious. Lu Shang in a daze to lead the order, rubbed his eyes to make a look at the horseback that mighty figure. He is really old and confused? Is this Shen Mo or Shen Jun Mo?
Soon the whole Lingzhou big move up, each out of the state intersection soldiers guard, county intersection constable strict review, a piece of wind.
All the people in Lingzhou were very nervous.
Especially know this time to descend to the spirit of the state of the town envoy is Shinmore, those big families, Jianghu sects all honest up, out of the house are afraid to.
Sanlu County, 1,000 households. It's dead silent. There's dried bloodstains everywhere. Sword marks.
There are more than 300 corpses laid out in the compound, surrounded by hundreds of brocade guards on guard. The scribe and a few jinyiwei in the corpses examined dozens of corpses and then came to Shinmore to report.
Boss,
most of these corpses' wounds are straight inside, then a reverse arc opening at the end of the wound. No surprise it was caused by a weapon like the gooseplume blade. And this one of the deputy 1,000 households body, and 100 households body fatal wounds are in the back. The wound light arc, the width is not big, is the embroidery spring knife slash. The scholar's face is serious, will all the discovery to say. At once Shinmore behind Zhang Daoyin, the rat and other people's faces changed, behind the back was killed, embroidered spring knife injury, this is the emergence of a traitor. The whereabouts of Tsanglu Qianhu Dong Tian and a deputy Qianhu are unknown, it looks like they fled in fear of being convicted. Shinmo's face is calm, seems to have expected, perhaps the spirit stake brocade guards have long been found, but this kind of thing how do they dare to say, can only be uncovered by Shinmo and them. It's going to be exposed sooner or later anyway, it's just one more crime to add to the list. But it's better to have a big shot at the top than to face it on their own.
Yanling blade, huh? A bunch of rats hiding in the gutter. Shinmo smiled disdainfully and sneered. The rat behind him blanched, feeling unfriendly even though it wasn't him. Although the remnants of the former dynasty were divided into two factions, they jointly created a secret service organization, independent of the two factions, which only does things related to the restoration of the country, assassinating officials of Dawu, dealing with traitors, going undercover in Dawu, and stealing information from all parties in Dawu, and named it as Tang Xinyan. It means that they will always be the subjects of Chu. They were set up to fight against the jinyiwei, and the weapon they used was the gooseplume sword, which was once the standard weapon of Chu. That's why the jinyiwei are most familiar with this kind of stab wound. Only to be mostly defeated in their encounters with the brocade guards, and having run out of men in their constant pursuit, seldom striking again. I didn't realize that the next attack would be on the Chitos office.
Start with those officials, and the constables who patrolled that day, the soldiers who guarded the gate, and the body collectors. All the corpses will be buried, and the money will be sent to their families.
Leaving a sentence, Shinmore led the people to leave.
In the recorded intelligence of that time handed over to him by Yangju, when others arrived to collect the bodies, the scene was devoid of other bodies, weapons, except for the bodies of the brocade guards. More than 300 genie guards died, 1 deputy 1,400 and a dozen chief banners, so not even 10 of the enemy were left behind, right? 1,000 households resident jinyiwei about 500 people. It just so happens that night 200 households received Dong Tian's order to go on an errand, taking away more than 200 people. Then the rest were wiped out. Even with the addition of Dong Tian and a deputy 1,000 at least need to be nearly 100 people. A few hundred people killed near the neighborhood did not hear a single person, right?
He'd like to see who wanted to be a ghost for real. 082 chapter pushing for clues. Sanglu County border, Xiangtan Ridge,
where Jiang Yuji, the Jinfu ambassador of Lingzhou, and his entourage were ambushed. At this moment in a forest, a mess, trees broken and collapsed on the ground, all over the knife marks, and the reddish soil, there are scattered arrows around. Shinmore stood in the woods and looked around, and everywhere around him the brocade guards searched.
At least 3 second grades out. They're really generous.
Shinmo squatted down and twisted up a smear of bloody soil, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Auntie Jiang, you must live. Otherwise it's time to change the blood in this Lingzhou. This official doesn't need these disobedient dogs, don't you think so?
Fingers twisted, blood and soil turned into dust drifting away with the wind, a pair of eyes flashing with a cold light.
Sanlu Chitos.
My lord, the result of the review of the 200 jinyiwei came out. Inside there are 5 people who were suspected to have been arrested, 3 of them are the people of the secret spy division, and the other 2 are still unknown. And those officials, constables, of which Chief Constable Han Yang is a suspect. In addition, each county searched and found out the body refining sect, the Kuayin sect, the witchcraft sect, these cult martial artists, and a few remnants of the former dynasty, but did not participate in this matter, do not know the situation, have been arrested or beheaded. The scholar reported to Shinmore with a bow. In the dungeon, flames burning brightly illuminated every part of the dungeon. Shinmore looked at the 2 already scarred brocade guards tied up in front of him, expressionless. A hand unloaded the cloak thrown to the side of the mouse, purple python in the flame light vividly.
If you join the jinyiwei, you're a jinyiwei for life.
This official doesn't care if you came in undercover at the beginning or mutinied in the middle, you've all betrayed the jinyiwei. Shinmore walked to the side of a row of torture instruments, one by one. Pick up and see, tone of voice flat said. Then Shinmore walked towards one of the middle-aged looking brocade guards, whose eyes also revealed the intention of death. The next second 5 silver needles pierced through the fingers. The middle-aged man suddenly grunted, followed by insect eating, chili water, iron branding and other tortures.
What? Think you've accomplished everything and can die without a burden? A few moments later the middle-aged brocade guard had become blurred in consciousness and weak, his eyes could barely open, and a flash of fear flashed in the eyes of the brocade guard tied up next to him, and his body could not help but tremble. The Shinmo pinched its chin to reveal a cold smile, and waved his other hand. At once a couple of brocade guards came in pressing a couple of people, a woman and 2 children, and, "What, think it's okay to let your family run ahead? Can you run out of dough?" Looking at the 3 people in front of him in a trance as well as the cries of his children echoing in his ears, the middle-aged brocade guard suddenly glared with his eyes wide open and stared angrily at Shinmore. "Let them go!" Boom! The next moment next to the brocade guards a stick stabbed his abdomen, the middle-aged man screamed out in pain. A family member can be a handle on an enemy or a handle on this official. If you want them to live, say so. A few moments later, Shinemo wiped the blood on his hands and walked out of the prison, followed by Scholar Mouse and others. "Give that mother and child 3 a sum of money to look after for the time being, and tell her to keep her mouth shut, and not to talk nonsense about the play. Order the other brothers to make arrests. Put that Han Yang out there under false pretenses of torture and keep an eye on him." "Yes." Looking at the miserable 2 corpses in the prison, Lin Duanji shook his head and snuffed out the incense in his hand, or his own lord is ruthless enough. "Drag these 2 corpses down and feed them to this Chitosa's poisonous insects." According to the last words of the mutinous middle-aged brocade guards, the people were brought in by Dong Tian who directly asked him to pretend to be a brocade guard, and there were people from the remnants of the former dynasty among the soldiers at the city gates that day. The distress flare was also replaced with a bad one the day before by Dong Tian on the grounds that he will be on a big mission, and the fear of too many people exposed in advance, but also transferred 200 brocade guards, he is mixed in which always passes the message, to prevent early return to crash, and Han Yang that night in the name of the patrol blockade around the 1,000 households, but all the people out of the people all dealt with, blockade, the hands of all the people behind the cultivation of the gangs, so no one to report to the police as well as missing people, and the people who are missing. When it was over Han Yang then went to clean up the scene, moving the bodies to the people's pits a little farther away while it was still night, and then using the corpse water to melt them away so that the stench could be masked, and the weapons were all taken away, in the pretense of discovering that the Chitos office had been attacked. And I am afraid that only Han Yang knows how Dong Tian's people retreated, and I am afraid that only those Tankianyan's people know why they attacked the 1,000 house. 1,000 households, just infiltrated and attacked on their own turf, with heavy losses, and not a single official in the entire county noticing. Coldness appeared in Shinmo's eyes, all a bunch of rice buckets. In the secret room, several figures all looked a bit ugly. "Why are all of you silent? What about your plans? I've already said that Shinmo is evil and crazy. Well now, withdraw my ass. The entire Sanglu and even Spirit State are arresting people everywhere. Shinmo has gone crazy." Dong Tian slammed his palm on the table with an angry expression. Who would have thought that Shinmo would actually dare to blockade the entire Sanglu and even Spirit State? A man beside him defended in defiance. "And we have a siege plan in the works, so what's the rush? Told you long ago, just leave directly. Must what to do a big thing intelligence state seal of revenge, hit the face of the great martial arts, attack the 1,000 households, intercept and kill the Jinfu ambassador. This is good or ready to wait for death." Dong Tian face annoyed rebuke. "I should have known that directly run away, have to mix with these Dudown Moncler outlet." "Dong Tian, what are you screaming about? Don't you can't beat Shinmo yourself and are afraid? Just take it out on us." One of the people on the opposite side of the street instantly said angrily that Dong Tian was directly laughed at and mocked. "I can't beat you? Can't you guys beat them? Why are you still hiding here like a lost dog if you fought?" "Alright." The man at the head of the group finally chimed in, and now our task is to find Jiang Yuji. Trace must kill her, cover that identity, at the same time then surround and kill Shinmo. Killing 2 Jinfu envoys in a row will also weather Su Ling for a while. Let De Wu lose face. Even death is worth it. Dong Tian faced stagnation, to the mouth of the words swallowed back. This is said really light, and actually ready to hold the heart of certain death. He does not want to die. Looking around a few people, Dong Tian eyes flashing inexplicable light, he is going to leave himself a back road. 083. Operation Juni. Sanglu County Town, Yuan Mansion. Yuan family, Sanglu one of the powerful families, even the county guard Xiaohua. These people also have friendship, in Sanglu influence is very big. Only at this moment in the hall Yuan Shichen sat trembling on a chair, his face fearful, in front of a table of wine and food but did not dare to move chopsticks in the slightest. On both sides stood a row of brocade guards. Next to him, Shinmo was smiling and picking at the dishes on the table. At this moment Yuan Shichen thought about all the things he had committed in his half-life. "Master Yuan, don't be nervous, this official is here to find your son." Shenmore patted Yuan Shichen's shoulder to put him under a jolt, but when he heard the latter sentence he was relieved. "Your son was involved in that Sanglu 1,000 house attack case, helping the criminals to handle the road guide to escape. How to do it doesn't need this official to teach the Yuan family head." Hearing this sentence Yuan Shichen almost fainted with 2 black eyes, paralyzed on the spot from the seat to the ground. "This is great, no mistake in this life can compare to the trouble your own sins have caused. Pray for your excellency's mercy. Yuan Chen immediately kowtowed toward Shinemo. Kane. I know absolutely nothing about it. The Yuan family is copied. All of them are escorted to the dungeon. Yuan's family will be beheaded on the same day. However, a cold voice directly shattered everything, and Yuan Chen instantly fainted on the ground. In a word, the Tsanglu Yuan family is removed. City Defense Battalion, Captain Zhao Xiankai looked at Shinemo with a sulky face. Lord Shun, don't bite the bullet just to solve the case. I've brought up all these soldiers with my own hands. I know better than anyone else. How could there be remnants of the former dynasty? Boom! A patriarchal pressure erupted and directly pressed Zhao Xiankai to his knees. Has this officer asked you to reply? Shinmo's eyes were indifferent and his tone was cold as he asked. You only have yes. Arrest. Yes, the brocade guards behind him immediately entered the barracks. When he saw the few people escorted out by the brocade guards, Zhao Xiankai immediately looked at the few people in disbelief. You guys, all of them will be executed, and those with families behind them will be raised. Those with close ties will be sent to the prison for scrutiny. An ice-cold sentence came to directly judge the results of several people. As for implicating innocents, it's the people they follow who are to blame for their deaths. They join the remnants of the past dynasty when they're not doing well. There are no good men in the jinyiwei. The hands that hold the sword cannot be washed in water. The constables and gangs involved were also taken down secretly. Boss. Han Yang escaped through one of his own tunnels without even taking his own family with him. The old cripple who had been keeping an eye on it came and reported. Go, follow the rats to find the nest. To see Shinmo's mouth showed a smile, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In a dense forest on the outskirts of the city, a rock was pushed aside to reveal a hole in the ground, and then a figure burrowed out and, dressed in a simple people's cloth coat, with a disheveled appearance, it was Han Yang, the chief constable of the Tsanglu. The person of the former dynasty of Chu Tanqianyan, codename Pangshanjia, has been undercover in Sanglu County, was released the moment he noticed that the brocade guards are afraid of suspecting their own, cannot stay long, even if really exposed to escaped Sanglu County. After coming out, Han Yang quickly hid again in the ground pit prepared in advance in the nearby woods, covering the ground and completely unnoticeable. Soon through the gap Han Yang saw a dozen or so brocade guards drilling out of the hole in the ground, checking out the traces that Han Yang had deliberately left behind before chasing after them in one direction. But Han Yang still didn't move, and a few moments later the group of brocade guards returned and searched again before leaving. Just want to get ready to come out. The hole in the ground and out of more than a dozen brocade guards, Han Yang once again to stay in place, do not dare to move, and so away for half an hour, no one out before immediately jumping out in another direction to escape. This brocade guard is also too cautious. Luckily, we got rid of them. Han Yang looked back to see that there were no more pursuers, and made a point of circling around a few more times before heading off in a direction towards the countryside. A dilapidated village under a bamboo forest is all gone, devoid of people, the houses are rotting and collapsing, and there are only a few rickety bamboo huts. Han Yang looked around and once again determined that no one was there before walking to a thatched straw hut that was already collapsing to go inside. Tisk, tsk, rats really are rats, this choice of place. In the next second hundreds of brocade guards came out of the bamboo forest around them, and the scholar smacked his lips in admiration and, "Can you change the word?" The mouse next to him said, irritated. This hiding place is indeed very human. Even the mute couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "Release the poisonous smoke. Smoke it out." A sentence fell, dozens of brocade guards lit poisonous smoke and threw it into the pit. At the same time all the brocade guards put on their masks and, soon a dozen or so figures scurried out, and it was at this instant that the bows and crossbows were fired, and a dozen or so people were instantly shot into hedgehogs. The brocade guards. How can that be? Didn't I lose you guys? Han Yang, who revealed his head from the thatched pit house and quickly retracted it, was shocked. Han Yang, you stupid bastard. Bringing the brocade guards. Several other voices came out and, hearing this, at once all the brocade guards mocked and laughed. I'll teach you a good lesson. From now on, if anyone tells you that the brocade guards have lost someone, don't believe them. Shinemo figure out from behind the scholar, mouth with a smile, eyes teasing. 084 Chapter Jiang Yuji's whereabouts, above the patriarchs. In the prison. Han Yang returned once again, hung up and whipped, and on the other side the dozen or so assassins left alive were likewise being severely tortured. 70 people, all of them of the 7th or 8th grade, Tang Qianyan is really willing to give it up. Shinemo sat on a chair and looked at the whipped Han Yang in a sarcastic tone. When the 30 lashes were over, Shinmore got up and went to Han Yang, and his eyes were sharp and, "Where are those Dong Tian people?" And Han Yang was bowing his head at the moment, not knowing what he was thinking. No tears until you see the coffin. The next second Shinmore's eyes revealed ferocity, pulled out a dagger and directly chopped off one of its fingers. Han Yang immediately raised his head and screamed miserably. Immediately after Shinmore grabbed into its wound, fingers in the flesh constantly stirring, Han Yang immediately painful convulsions, cold sweat, and, take out the bloody hand. Shinmore an inclined head gesture, next to a few brocade guards immediately pulled out the wooden clip put on its toes to pull hard. Ah!
Han Yang screamed again, and, upon seeing the boiling frying pan being brought in, Han Yang was finally filled with horror, shivering and, in Mushroom Ridge County,
Fungus Ridge County, ancient burial mound 10 miles to the east,
hiding therein after attacking the Thousand House. Afraid that Shinmore wouldn't believe him, Han Yang hurriedly explained. Next to it is Xiangtan Ridge. They attacked Ambassador Jiang Jinfu there before, and are now hiding there just to find out what happened to Ambassador Jiang Jinfu.
They say they want to see the dead alive.
Hearing this, Shinmore pinched its chin, and his eyes stared.
Zhang Yuji is still alive?
Not sure, said he was forced to jump off the cliff, but searches at the bottom of the cliff didn't show his body either. Seeing Shinmore's cannibalistic eyes, Han Yang hurriedly said,
Ka-ching!
With a pinch of its jaw, Shin-mo turned around and left with a lift of his cloak, leaving behind an icy sentence.
To Mushroom Ridge County.
Fungus Ridge County, a county on the border of Sanglu County, named for the abundance of various mushrooms around it, and every year there were deaths due to poisonous mushrooms, and it was rumored that the most poisonous mushrooms had once poisoned a first-grade grandmaster. The night was silent, with only the rustling of the leaves as they were blown by the wind. The old burial mound, which was a forest of graves in the former dynasty, has become a mass grave. A graveyard of rocks, overgrown with weeds, underneath which was none other than a secret chamber. At this moment, in addition to the first few people, there were a few more figures that. Grand Commander Yu Zixuan glanced at the people who had arrived and realized that Dong Tian was missing, but then his gaze went back to the several people across the room. Several people, now we all have the same goal, to kill Shinmore. Now that everyone is here, we can also start the hunting plan. When the opposite several people heard the word Shin-mo, they couldn't help but look cold and full of killing intent.
Amitabha Buddha.
Scholar Shin has already become a demon and should be subdued.
He must not be allowed to jeopardize the world again.
A white-bearded old monk in a red robe clasped his hands together and said with a compassionate expression, Transmission of the Jade Seal in Fengling County twice. The people of the Lingwu Temple were killed by Shinmore. If he is a person of Tanhua, naturally do not dare to find Shinmore revenge, but now well. Shinyen Luo killed my disciple Qing Ling, 100 Flowers Palace, dozens of disciples. This old ancestor is bound to settle with it.
An old woman's eyes contained a fierce aura, gritted her teeth and said,
My Xianing sect, almost half of it perished. I will not share the same hatred with this old devil Shen. Yi Senru's eyes were filled with killing intent. On the other side an old man just nodded, but there was just as much killing intent in his eyes. Ma Lei, the old ancestor of the Wujing sect,
Good. We 5 patriarchs will make a move, and we will definitely tell that Shinmore to die without a burial place.
Yu Zi's eyes flashed with a touch of confidence. They weren't like the 3 watery Zongshi that Shinmore had killed. All of them started at the middle stage of Zongshi. There was also him, the late stage, while Shinmore had only entered the early stage of Zongshi for a few months.
Even if one is no longer a demon, each realm of the sovereign is not as easy to break through as it was before. As long as that he dares to appear in front of us, he will immediately be broken into pieces. Boom! Just after the words fell overhead came a crushing roar, and the next second the whole tomb cracked open, and the dark starry night sky was directly displayed in the eyes of the crowd. Yu Zixuan and the others immediately changed their faces. What person? Yu Zixuan took a step and flew out, his body's internal force exploding out, his pressure spreading out, his gaze sweeping the surrounding darkness. Yi Senru. Several people also immediately alert leaped out to look around. A piece of silence, only the sound of the wind, led a crowd of hearts inexplicably uneasy. The next second eyes all look in one direction. Just as the night wind blew, the black clouds dispersed, a round of bright moon appeared, a figure stood on a tree branch, the knife in his hand revealed a cold aura under the moonlight, the scarlet and purple python's brocade robe was revealed under the moonlight, and the cape gently fluttered behind him, with the bright moon as the background. The town's governor's robe. Yu Zixuan immediately recognized it, with a serious look on his face. In Lingzhou, there is now only one Zhen Fuzhuang. Do you know how hard this official has been looking for you?
Shenmore on the branch slowly opened his mouth, the corner of his mouth with a smile, but the depths of his eyes are all cold aura.
Isn't it good to be alive?
You have to seek death. Bottom saw the enemy, Yi Senru directly flying through the air, astral wind attack rolled, a palm slap to Shenmore. The palm wind directly destroys the ground explodes, the dust flies, and the trees and rocks break up where the palm air passes through. Tell this official. Why do you want to die? Shen-mo stepped out with a cold face, and his body was actually covered with white gas rising and surrounded by air mist, just like an immortal. At the same time, the entire ancient burial heights was locked by a powerful pressure, and all of Yu Zixuan's people all instantly sank. Their faces were shocked, incredulous, and terrified. Even more, as Shinmore's words fell, the ancient burial mound, stone, ground, trees all exploded, and Shinmore as a direct claw to tear the palm gas, condensed air as suck, Yi Senru body suddenly uncontrollable toward Shinmore flying, was a hand to grab the head, a rage of Kunchi changes. Might turns into force. Essence of wolf smoke. At this moment Yu Zixuan's several people forehead cold sweat, eyes full of panic, face pale, body cannot stop trembling, the brain is blank, want to turn to escape but found that the body has been powerless. How can that be?
Shenmue is actually above the sovereign. Hidden Yuan realm.
Internal power hooked life essence hidden in the body, molding vitality, life re-exuberance, lifting the hand to change the river terrain, life expectancy to 300.
In the eyes of the world, he can already be considered an immortal. How old is he? Didn't he just break through to the sovereign? How could he be at the hidden Yuan realm? Is this still human? How can this be a fight?
Yu Zishuang's few hearts were in despair.
Shen hiding so deeply. He's fooled the whole world. 5 patriarchs, it's already a joke. Even 10 more wouldn't be enough. Everything you do is a joke. A bunch of losers. You can't even hold a chance to live. Pop. Yi Zhenru's head was directly pinched and burst by Shenmue, blood spilled on the ground, and the body even fell in front of Yu Zishuang. Several people. Looking at Shenmue, who came step by step in the air, the pressure on Yu Zishuang's body became heavier and heavier, and he even felt that he heard the beating of his heart. Boo! In the next second Yu Zishuang's head was stomped hard on the ground by a foot. How are you going to kill me when I'm right here? Stepping on a person's head, Shenmue's eyes looked at the cold and sweaty Tuan Hua, raised his hand and pinched it in the air. A patriarch will be defenseless, suspended in the air, face red and hideous, body convulsions, no longer before the face of calm compassion, soon blood from the mouth spit out mixed with visceral debris. When he saw Shenmue's ice-cold eyes looking at him, Zhu Zishu, the old ancestor of the 100 Flowers Palace, immediately cowed out in a hurry. Lord Shen, spare my concubine's life. Willing to be a cow and horse for you, said Zhu Zishu, directly tearing her clothes apart and revealing her spring light. However, the next second Zhu Zishu looked at his chest incredulously, the embroidered spring sword went through, blood flowed out staining his clothes red. Disgusting who? As soon as Shenmue drew his sword, then cut off the head and kicked the body away. Looking at Shenmue, who was walking towards him, Yu Zishuang sat paralyzed on the ground and laughed. Ha, it's hopeless. You Shenmue will not die. There is no hope for the restoration of Great Chu. Heaven forbid. Just as the words fell, Yu Zishuang's head fell to the ground, tears in his smiling eyes, full of despair. Under the night moon, splattered blood slowly flowed down from one side of Shenmue's face, and a pair of eyes looked at the corpse on the ground with indifference and ruthlessness. Are you worthy? 085 Chapter Cleaning Sanlu, treating Zhang Yuji. Under the darkness. The Wujing sect's old ancestor Malay's eyes were wide with death as he looked at the fallen body in the distance. On the other side, Shenmue looked at the list seized from Yu Zishuang's body and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Roll call can begin. The next day 5 human heads hung on the city gates of Sanlu County, shocking everyone. At the same time, the guards are running out of the city in all directions, each with a murderous spirit. Mushroom Ridge County, the county headmaster, the county constable, a dozen officials were arrested, and 2 families were destroyed. 3 gangs in Changning County have been wiped out, the county magistrate plagiarized, and the stronghold of remnants of the former dynasty eradicated. A greenhouse in Fujiwo County was sealed, and more than 10 people were executed, including the master of the division, the chief historian, and the chief bookkeeper, as well as the officials of the following town were all purged. In the county town, Han Yang and all the arrested people were beheaded, and the county governor and county minister were imprisoned. All the pedestrians passing by the city gate stopped to look at the head of the above discussion, and soon it is a pile of people. A pudgy, dirty peasant man in the crowd looked at the heads on the wall, a flash of celebration in his eyes, and then turned and pretended to limp away, with a broken hoe on his shoulder. Still have to be as witty as me, you commander I'll send you here Ziying Tamling. At the moment everywhere at the bottom of the cliffs are constables, brocade guards search, as well as the bottom of the cliffs have a river along the river to look for. Boss, traces of Jiang Jinfu envoy were found at the bottom of the western cliff, the man seems to have been washed away by the flowing water, the brothers have already gone to look for it along the current, the rat came to report. Live and let die. Shenmue looked at a blood-stained piece of information in his hand, turned out last night, and Zhang Yuji has found a clue to an important person in the dynasty from the remnants of the former dynasty, and it seems that he is still a descendant of the former king. When Yu Zishuang found out, he immediately prepared to kill Jiang Yuji. Just at this time, Dong Tian wrote to say that Jiang Yuji suspected him, and wanted to leave the 1,000 households. So Yu Zishuang plotted a big plan. First, let Dong Tian inside and outside, Han Yang Auxiliary, massacre 1,000 households, ruthlessly hit the face of the dog emperor, and then use the news of the attack on the 1,000 households to lure Jiang Yuji to come out to intercept the killings. One move, 2 gains. As a result, he did not expect to provoke Shenmue out and directly blockade the entire spirit state. Then they wanted to unite with the sect masters of Fengling County who had been slaughtered by Shenmue before to lay hands on Shenmue again. Just did not expect that Shenmue is actually above the Zhongshu, everything became a joke. Jiang Yuji got the news before he had time to report it, and it was likely that such important information was in its possession. After a long time, the scribe came hurrying in. Boss, I found it. Man in a whole pit. There was a dissolving pit beside that river, and the side of it was just blocked by bushes, and it would have been really difficult to discover it, had it not been found that there were still slight traces of creeping along the edge of the river, which had not been cleared away by the water. When Shinmore arrived, Jiang Yuji has been rescued by Lu Kite, a few female jinyiwei at this moment.
At the moment it was covered with wounds, the scars had scabbed over, its complexion was pale, its lips were white, and its eyes were forbiddingly closed. The side bushes had been pulled out just enough to reveal a small opening, and it looked as if he had been awakened in the water and had crawled into this opening with his last waking consciousness and covered it up. One could only say that Jiang Yuji was indeed lucky that she hadn't been discovered, or that Shinmo had moved too quickly so that Yu Zixuang and the others hadn't searched here yet.
Lord Shun. Lord Jiang has no breath. Please save her.
Lu Kai felt a Jiang Yuji nostrils, face changed greatly, but in the feeling of the expiration of the pulse is still weak, suddenly pleaded to Shinmore. At the moment, Jiang Yuji's skin was pale, her hair was cloaked, and she had a morbid beauty. Shinmore swept a glance, a palm pressed on the chest, internal force slowly injected. She protected her heart chakra on her own. I've revived it a little now. Go back to the city immediately.
Yes.
Inside a room, Jiang Yuji was lying quietly on the bed. Shinmo first served the system strengthened healing pills, and then Jiang Yuji sat up and slapped his palm on his back, and the internal force with life essence was injected into his body to accelerate recovery. The next moment Shinmo frowned. Jiang Yuji's body actually had another wave of medicinal power also burst open. In an instant its internal force riotously released in the body, directly shattering its clothes, revealing Jiang Yuji's white body. After calming the internal medicine, Shinmo put it on the bed, looked at it for a few moments and then covered the quilt and left.
Kingwood County City.
At this moment, Guan Shouxing was looking at the urgent reports in front of him, all of which were about missing people and poisoned people. Since 3 days ago, there have been urgent reports from the counties that corpses have been found, attacking people in villages or towns in the middle of the night. At the beginning of the jinyiwei to clean up, I did not expect this time as not a corpse people, actually as upgraded poisonous people. All the jinyiwei have damage, and even poison and died, and now Jiang Daoin everywhere to bring people to calm down.
It's finished, Shinmo, this kid shall not skin me when he comes back. Guan Shouxing's face collapsed. My lord. It's not good. It's not good. Qian Tu Kong is injured. And poisoned.
A constable came in a hurry to report that the... What? Guan Shouxing directly jumped up from his seat and... Quickly! Go get the doctor! Bring all the doctors in the city! Send a message to Lord Shin immediately! Hurry! Sunlu County, Lingzhou. Shinmo looked at the piece of paper in his hand that he had retrieved from Jiang Yuji, and there was only one word written on it. Wu.
The people in the dynasty surnamed Wu?
Shinmore's eyes cannot help but flash an inexplicable light. He knows a few, but they are in important positions.
Boss, a report from Qingzhou.
A large number of poisonous people have appeared. The scholar said with a serious face and handed the envelope to Shinmore. Interesting, knowing that it's this official's turf still dares to cause trouble. Having read the contents of the letter, Shinmo revealed a cold smile. Why do some people just hate to live long?
086 Chapter Plague Poison.
Qingzhou, in the past few days, 4 counties have been poisoned, resulting in the scarcity of people on the streets. The people do not dare to go out, presenting a scene of depression. And some of the villages attacked by the poisonous people began to spread the plague and infected the surrounding area. Sima Jing immediately ordered to blockade those villages with the plague, not allowing anyone to go out, and cremated and buried the corpses of the poisonous people, as well as those who had died of the plague and the domestic animals. At the same time, the state's doctors were summoned, and the doctors immediately went around treating and researching the antidote. The Jingdu County Sheriff's Office. At this moment, Guan Shouxing's face looks changed and tired. In front of a pile of case reports, all of them are poisoned people incident and plague.
My lord.
Sir. A constable came rushing in, looking excited and shouting.
Lord Shin is back.
What? Guan Shouxing was instantly energized, his eyes lit up and...
Quickly take this official to see Lord Shin.
Guan Shouxing said with a face full of excitement.
Lord Shun. You're finally back. Qingzhou and Jinwu can't live without you.
The morgue, at the moment, is surrounded by all the brocade guards, all wearing masks and holding swords. Inside lay dozens of corpses, all of the brocade guards as well as the people who were poisoned to death by the poisoner, as well as the corpse of the poisoner. In the corpse room, the scholar and Lin Zhaogi looked serious, carefully examining the corpse. It was only after a few moments that the two stopped and reported to Shinmore. Boss, all of them were indeed poisoned to death. There were no hidden weapons or mending knives, and the dead all had scratches or teeth marks on their bodies. The scholar spoke first.
My lord, those several poisonous people carry mottled and mixed poisons on their exterior, but inside their bodies is a kind of poison that has never been seen before. This kind of poison has already fused with the blood and internal organs. This kind of poisonous people should have been gradually raised by soaking in a poisonous jar every day and then being forced to drink a kind of poison. And among these several poisonous people, there is one whose body's venom is higher than that of the other corpses, and whose pupils are greenish in color, while the rest have white pupils. I'm afraid that this poisoner is still infectious. Together with those missing people, there must be a source of poisonous people behind them. Let him infect those missing people, then soak them in the poison tanks to make new poisonous people quickly. Lin Diaoji said what he had found out, one by one. Can an antidote be developed?
In the middle of the room, Shenmue was dressed in a python robe with a large red cape, and his eyes stared as he asked.
Difficult. I can't see the poison in this poisonous person's body for now. Lin Duanji shook his head and...
Just then an excited shout came from the courtyard. Where is Lord Shen?
You're finally back.
Guan Shouxing came with a happy face, his eyes were very happy and excited.
Are there any miracle doctors in Jinwu? Ignoring Guan Shouxing's performance, Shenmue directly and coldly asked. Yes, there is one.
I sent someone to invite it a few days ago, but it turned out that this divine doctor was quite grumpy and threw our people out. Said something about having to work for him for a year if we want him to save people. Seeing Shenmue's cold face, Guan Shouxing smiled and said, Oh, still so arrogant in this official's territory. Did you ask this official? After hearing this, Shenmue suddenly sneered, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Called what? It's called Valley Season, and it's in the town of Plau Kao, in Kinwaki Valley County. A lakeside, a few bamboo houses built on the lake near the shore, rows of bamboo built into a road leading to the bamboo houses, bamboo pings sunning all kinds of herbs. A little girl in a blue cloth jacket was tending to the medicinal herbs, and next to her, an old man in a white cloth coat was leisurely lying on a chaise longue, sunbathing in the sun. The next moment a burst of footsteps sounded on the bamboo road, an old man and a young man turned around, only to see that both sides of the bamboo road stood brocade-clothed guards. The head of a young man dressed in a scarlet and purple python robe walked in stride, with a cold, mighty and overbearing face, followed by a few people. Grandpa, this. Gu Chui looked at this situation, cannot help but some worry to look at the Valley Season. Valley Season stood up from the recliner and waved his hand to indicate that there is no need to worry. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Shenmue and the others. Jinyiwei Jinfu Envoy. I didn't expect this level to come in person, and it's so young. For a moment Valley Season remembered the man rumored to be in the Jianghu that. Valley Season? To the front, Shenmue looked at the old man in front of him directly and coldly opened his mouth and asked. It is precisely the old man. The Valley Season made a slight bow to Shenmue. Looking at the Valley Season action, suddenly Shenmue eyebrows. Then come with this official. Shenmue waved his hand, his tone flat and. Lord Shen, old man said, let the old man out of the hand must be under the old man is a year of medicine apprentice. Valley Season face calm, stroking his beard slowly said. At this instant Shenmue's eyes narrowed, looking up and down at the old man in front of him. For a time the scene was silent. The scholar mouse and other brocade guards with sneers on their faces looked at the Valley Season. Next to the Valley Chui could not help but feel inexplicably uneasy. Boo! The next second Valley Season directly by Shenmue, a hand pressed the head ruthlessly smashed through the bamboo ground. The sudden scene scared the nearby Gutsuetsue to the point of shrieking. Then Shenmue lifted the Valley Season and threw it to the back, hitting a few bamboo racks of medicinal herbs spilled all over. Before Valley Season could slow down from the pain, a foot stomped hard on his chest, causing him to spew out a mouthful of. Knowing this official and still dare to be cross in front of this official, living out of patience. In the entire Qingzhou, even Sima Jing, Wu Feng wouldn't dare to throw a look at me. What the hell are you? Shenmue looked down at the wretched Valley Season on the ground. The soles of his feet kept exerting force, his eyes were ice cold, and, Lord Shun, I'm a close friend of the Pill Sect Master, as well as the Wujing Sect, the Wanchan Sect, and the Thousand Chance Sect. All of these sect masters are close friends of my husband. Guji said with difficulty, his eyes looking closely at Shenmue. Threaten this official? The next second embroidered spring knife blade body directly slapped over the Valley Season face, then Shenmue put his foot on its face again. If it weren't for this poison man incident, these close friends of yours, this official would have gone to see for you personally. Seeing his grandfather being beaten, Gutsuetsue rushed to run, directly trying to move away from Shenmue's feet. Tsuetsue, you run! The Valley Season instantly widened its eyes and hastily shouted that In the next second, in the eyes of the Valley Season, Valley Trisha was lifted up by a large hand by the neck, and, in the Jianghu we talk about strength, in the official world we talk about power. You are an old immortal with nothing. What are you pretending in front of this official? What? Think this official doesn't dare to touch you? Who gave you that confidence? In midair, Gutsuetsue kept arguing, her hands trying to clasp away the big hand on her neck, her face terrified. Lord Shun, I was wrong. I was wrong. I would like to serve the jinyiwei. Looking at Gutsuetsue, who was struggling weaker and weaker in the air, the Valley Season trembled all over and begged loudly, and, this kind of leaning on the old and disrespectful old thing, Shenmue is not used to it in the slightest. The soles of his feet stepped hard on his face, and with a disdainful contemptuous smile on his lips, remember, it was this official who saw your medical skills and rewarded you for this opportunity. Don't give your face away in the future. After saying that his hand was loose, Gutsuetsue fell to the ground, already unconscious. Yes. After loosening his feet, the Valley Season knelt in front of Shenmue and constantly nodded his head. His heart was full of remorse, without any previous arrogance. At this moment in a street, there are still some people's figures. The street corner is the noise that comes from in a room with a dilapidated appearance, but spacious inside, a bunch of people gathered together to gamble, accompanied by the sound of dice and shouting. Underneath the ground was a large chamber, with countless jars on either side of it, and all of them were filled with people, all of them green and dark. In the middle of the secret room a cloaked woman was locked in a deep sleep by 5 thick chains. Behind her was a pill furnace, a dan furnace, and countless herbs, and some of the pill pots were bubbling with green gas. Brother How we, thanks to your poison, not only did the corpses become more powerful, the danger is even greater. Not only can they infect other people, they also carry the plague poison. Now the entire Qingzhou will soon be plunged into a plague. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face revealed a big smile. If you can't take revenge on Shenmore, this protector will make trouble for him. Make a big deal out of it and let the dog emperor clean him up. Let them dog eat dog. There's no need to be polite, Brother Zhang. I only agreed to help you in order to complete the sect's examination and leave the school successfully. Zhou Haohui's face was bland and his tone was flat as he said, "This time, I just want to let Master, Sect Master, and those people see who is the real genius of the poison Dao." Chapter 087 Victory in the North, Qingzhou Zhenfu. At night, a village had been plunged into darkness, with only sporadic fires milling about. Because of the attacks of the poisonous people, Sima Jing ordered the young and strong people of each village to form their own patrols every night to guard against the attacks of the poisonous people. Late at night a hissing sound like that of a wild beast suddenly rang out, and the surrounding woods were full of shadows, and pairs of green eyes lit up in the darkness like hungry wolves. The poisonous people are coming. Seeing this scene of several young adults are all horrified, and hastily turned toward the village shouting, hand bamboo tube kept knocking. Yet in the next instant the torches around the woods lit up in unison, illuminating a sky that. Then countless arrows were shot out from the woods, waves of poisonous people instantly fell to the ground, then a dozen iron nets descended in the air to net a group of poisonous people. Accompanied by the sound of neatly drawn swords, hundreds of brocade-clothed guards rushed out from the dense forest to behead the poisonous man, all of them tightly wrapped, wearing masks, their eyes revealing a cold light, and their movements were stern. It's the jinyiwei. Great! The jinyiwei are here. Seeing the instantaneous change in the scene, the villagers who ran out all showed surprise. Normally, of course, they were afraid of the brocade guards, but now the brocade guards were their protectors. Soon hundreds of poisoners were suppressed, dead and captured. My lord, these poison men cannot be cremated. The gases produced by burning contain the same kind of infectious poison. Looking at a few brocade guards ready to set fire to the corpse, Lin Duiqi face changed hastily walked out and said, I have also reported this matter to the state minister. Then I'll leave it to you to deal with it. Shenmore nodded and said flatly. Then his eyes looked at the struggling poisonous man in the iron net, with long pointed nails, and sharp teeth, green pupils, and delirium plus that hardened skin. It was almost the same as the corpse refining sex corpse man that had been eliminated before. Making Shenmore directly more certain of the person who was behind the ghost, he smiled disdainfully and, revenge of the losers. Now that we've identified the target, then there's no fear of not being able to catch them. The following day, Shenmore is watching the valley season and Lin Xiaogi study the venom on the poisoner in the backyard of the 1000 household office. The scholar hurriedly came with a piece of information. Boss, the war in the north is over. The rebel county kings of Yuzhou and Desolate Zhou have all been taken down and escorted to Wujing. The 12 County Kings Alliance first commanded 150,000 to break through towards Wasteland, which was stopped by the Duke of An, and then the Duke of Jin outflanked the allied forces and defeated them in one battle. The remaining county king was furious, so he took his remaining troops and horses and went directly south to try to hit Wujing, but he was stopped by Marquis Zhaowu who had already ambushed him, and was finally surrounded and annihilated. Your news comes quite fast. Shen Mo gave a meaningful look at the scholar. The scholar could not help but laugh a few times. This battle is still too slow. It took more than 2 months. If we didn't take into account the people and His Majesty's desire to minimize the loss of the 2 states, with the 2 princes we would have taken them long ago. The scholar said next to him. In 10 days, the 2 princes will return to the court, and His Majesty has already decreed that the 100 officials will come out of the city to welcome them then. 2 states rewashed. Looks like someone should be happy. Shenmore revealed a smile and a glint flashed in his eyes. He was going to be happy too. Bihai County, these days because of the incident of the poisoned man Wu Feng couldn't be at his leisure and was busy for several days. But at this moment inside the study, Wu Feng looked at the information in his hand and let out a loud laugh. After waiting for so long, the opportunity had finally come. Finally, I can get rid of Shenmore's control. This official can be that iron palm Wu Feng again. Now the whole Qingzhou only recognize Shenmore as the Zhenfu envoy. He Wu Feng has long had no say. This time do not go. What to wait for? Immediately Wu Feng put pen to paper. Wukio, the Imperial Study Room. At this moment Wei Yan, Changsun Oracle, Li Ruxiu, a crowd of people standing on both sides. The upper Su Ling Tian looked at the hands of a few Zhangzhua, the face of the plain. Dear Ministers, Wu Feng, the Qingzhou Township Governor, has requested to be transferred to the Wasteland State Township Governor. What do you all think? Hands Zhang folding square under Su Ling Tian raised his eyes faintly asked. This. Jinyiwei matter how to ask about them. Li Ruxiu. Several people looked at each other, and finally the eyes to Lu Gang. Your Majesty, I think Wu Feng is already a bit old, and now that the desolate prefecture, the Yu prefecture has only calmed down the war, absolute force is needed to suppress it. I think Wu Feng is still almost there. Lu Gang stood out and reported respectfully, having followed Su Ling Tian for so long, he knew very well that His Majesty also disagreed, or else he wouldn't have asked for any opinions, and he was still asking the civil officials, Lu Gang, do you have a candidate? Su Ling Tian nodded and, Your Majesty, Commander of the Brocade Guards, Lin Yun, Yi Zhang's strength has broken through to the first rank, and his heart and ability are both available.
Prepare a decree to appoint jinyiwei Lin Yun as the town envoy of Wasteland State, and Yi Zhang as the town envoy of Yu State. Appoint Wu Feng as Wasteland State's deputy town envoy, and send 3 second-ranked jinyiwei to be the deputy town envoys of the 2 states.
Wei Yan, Li Ruxiao. Several people looked at each other, a township ambassador, 2 deputy township ambassadors. His Majesty, this is to the 2 states' strong control.
Your Majesty, that Qingzhou.
Lu Gang could not help but ask in a low voice. At the mention of Qingzhou, Su Lingtian's eyes flashed with a flash of light, and then after some thought he opened his mouth. Pass on the decree that Shen Mo will take over the position of Qingzhou's Jinfu envoy. Wasn't Qingzhou recently haunted by poisoners? Send 2 more Qin Tian supervisory earth officers forward to assist.
Yes.
Lu Gang's face changed slightly, but he quickly collected himself respectfully, and next to him, Wei Yan's eyes couldn't help but condense as well. His Majesty doesn't trust that Shen Mo.
Then why does he reuse and promote him so often? Identity reasons? A few of the older ministers thought of the reason in a flash. Whose people were they? Chapter 088. Qingzhou is under my control. Infighting. Jinwu County, Qingzhou. At this moment, in front of the gate of the 1,000 households, dozens of horses stand on one side, the other side of the rows of official sedan chair parked, the entrance of hundreds of brocade guards stand. In the courtyard are some small officials and jinyiwei 100 households. The hall sits a dozen people, all purple official robes start, red flying fish suit, the 4 county governors, the county chancellor, the remaining 3 counties' 1,000 households, the 100 households, and the Qingzhou state pastor Sima Jing are all gathered here at this moment. In the middle of the hall stood several figures, headed by the eunuch who proclaimed the decree, next to the 2 small eunuchs standing respectfully with a wooden tray in their hands, and 2 small eunuchs. Behind them stood 2 figures wearing the 7-star robes of the Taiji, and directly in front of Shen Mo at the moment stood straight, majestic and domineering, calm and unruffled, so that people could not help but look at the fear. By the grace of God. With immediate effect, Shen Mo, deputy Jinfu envoy of Qingzhou, is appointed Jinfu envoy of Qingzhou. Give the Jinfu envoy purple python cloak, the Jinfu envoy great seal, the Jinfu envoy purple gold python belt, a pair of metaphysical pattern gold silk wrist guards, and the Jinfu envoy 1,000 forged embroidered spring sword. The purple and gold token of the imperial assassins. I am in charge of the brocade guards of Qingzhou. Personally bestow the title of Shen Mo, the jade-faced Yen Luo, of the Qingzhou Jinyui Jinfu envoy. Send 2 other Qintian supervisors of the earth to assist the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy in solving the case of the poisoned man. Here you go. The eunuch's words fell in an instant. The 2 small eunuchs standing immediately picked up the purple python cloak and walked behind Shen Mo to change the cloak for him. The Jinfu envoy's seal and knife, wrist guards, etc. also handed to Shen Mo in an instant. Congratulations to Ambassador Shin Jinfu. When Shen Mo picked up that big seal, all the Jinyui in the hall, the officials stood up in unison and said loudly. In the back, Bu Qifeng and Mo Dong looked at each other, a flash of shock flashed in their eyes. They sort of understood the words that His Majesty had told them before they set out. Qingzhou, to still be Dao's. Very fast step Qifeng. 2 people also meet with Shen Mo, attitude polite and courteous. They are not so arrogant because they came from Wujing. People. Shen Mo is also the earth official master, or estates and Fuzhuang. Natural can not offend on not offend. In the study, Shen Mo leaned back in his chair and played with the great seal of the Jinfu envoy in his hand. His expression was indifferent, not knowing what he was thinking about. A state governor. Although it is not yet comparable to the old man, but it is already an important official of the court. Even his cheap old man will have to call Lord Shen when he sees him. Those in the past could only look at their backs. When we meet again in the future, the breeze will move heaven and earth. Boss, are you thinking about those 2 Qintian supervisors? The scholar couldn't help but ask as he watched Shen Mo contemplating. If you really can't, should you? A flash of ferocity appeared in the eyes of several people. No need, I have my own plans for those 2. Hearing the words of the few people under him, Shen Mo faintly said, Scholar, how's the investigation of the poisoner going? Boss, the jinyiwei's secret spies came with the news that the first place where poisoned people appeared was in Xingyang County, and the first place where people started to go missing was in Shanglin County, and one of the spies came with the news that a beastly hissing sound had been heard underneath a Jubo Kai gambling house in Shanglin County City, and that there were people often going missing from this gambling house as well. Send people to check. Shen Mo immediately spoke, eyes flashed contempt. Really think he transferred more than 2,000 brocade guards? Qingzhou will be empty? The 3,000 Jinyui spies are all over Qingzhou. In addition, Qian Tulin said that research on their side was hindered, and that the source of the poison needed to be found completely before an antidote could be created. Then let them wait, right away. Yes. Also, old lame, Yuan Mute will secretly train another 4,000 men. This official wants the entire Qingzhou to be covered with our men. The entire Qingzhou, from now on, is under my control. Scholar several people were all pupils shrinking, shocked, quickly and respectfully no longer say anything else. Shanglin County, Jubokai Gambling House. At this time inside is still hot, a group of people shouting points, some people had been his crazy face, eyes red, the corner of the more people were interrupted hand dragged away, next to the people as if they were oblivious to the same, in the underground chamber. The chained woman in the center had red eyes at the moment, and her chained hands grabbed a man in front of her and bit down on him with a mouthful of. The group of people who were tied up at the back saw the scene and all of them looked horrified and let out miserable screams. This is the last batch of poisoners. The jinyiwei have been searching hard lately. Zhang Li's eyes were shadowy and his tone was grim as he said, Brother Zhou, we should withdraw after this batch is manufactured. It's Shinmore's territory after all. This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, once he's discovered, he's dead. After all, he is only the 3rd grade, really want to run into Shinmore even the corners of people cannot touch. Zhou Haohui frowned and refused outright, no way. My poison source isn't finished yet. It's still close. It can't go yet. Once it succeeds when the time comes to place it in the waters of the Yenya River, the entire Qingzhou will be poisoned. At that time, even if I die, I can still leave my name in the history books. The world will have to admire my poison skills. Zhou Haohui's eyes revealed a touch of madness, his face excited. Next to him, Zhang Li's face sank, but he still advised, Brother Zhou, that Shinmore is a patriarch. And ruthless. If you want to finish you can follow me and leave before continuing. Zhou Haohui this poison source could make their corpse refining sect corpseman's strength increase, and it was too harmful. It must be taken away. I said no leaving. No one can get in my way. Zhou Haohui's eyes instantly looked at Zhang Li ferociously, his tone was morose. You! Zhang Li was just about to say something when his body suddenly went limp and he fell to the ground, his face changing drastically, and, you poisoned me! Reacting, Zhang Li roared at Zhou Haohui and, we're in this together. Ha 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 ha, what together? All are nothing but samples in my eyes. Zhou Haohui laughed crazily and grabbed Zhang Li as he walked towards the woman in the middle of the chamber. A poison source refined by a 4th grade has such an effect. Wouldn't it be better if it was a 3rd grade, 2nd grade or even a zongshi? Ha 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 ha, said Zhou Haohui looking at Zhang Li as if he were a baby, his eyes gentle and cherishing, one hand caressing its face. Don't worry, I'll make sure you ring out the world too. Zhou Haohui, if you dare to touch this protector, our corpse refining sect will definitely not let you go. A wave of nausea ran through Zhang Li's mind as he hurriedly threatened that. Martyr! After so many years of traveling to Jianghu, I've actually been undermined by someone else. The people of the poison sect are all crazy. No, it wasn't me who killed you, it was Shinmore who killed you. I took pity on you and refined you into a poisonous person. Isn't this the longevity that your body refining sect also pursues? Zhou Haohui revealed a perverted smile that gave people chills. Chow Hoafai, $, and I curse you for falling into Shinmore's hands and not being allowed to die. Looking at the poison source woman who pounced over, Zhang Li turned to Zhou Haohui with eyes full of resentment and cursed angrily, and, a new source of poison has arrived. Ha 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 ha, a maniacal smile echoed through the chamber. My lord, there are 2 people coming outside who say they've come to help us solve the poisoner incident. A brocade guard reported to Shinmore. In the study Shinmore suddenly his head lifted up and his eyes could not help but narrow. Let them in. Soon saw an old man and a young man walk in. The old man was dressed in linen, with all kinds of bottles and jars, walking with a tinkling sound, holding a wooden staff, followed by a quirky girl, wearing a floral lab coat. The Nan Shuahang, patriarch of the 10,000 Poisons sect, greets Lord Shen. As soon as he arrived, the old man made a polite bow to Shinmore. The matter of the poisoned man is related to your clan, isn't it? Hearing Nan Shuahang introduce himself, Shinmo then probably guessed that the Lord Shin is indeed extremely clever. This matter should have been lured out by that traitorous disciple of mine. Nan Shuahang sighed, his face ashamed, and said, this matter still has to start from the time this sinner met the people of the Ghost Gate. Who did you say you met? Shinmore instantly raised his eyebrows and, Ghost Gate again. Chapter 089 Poisoner case solved, no Jianghu and Qingzhou. Nan Shuahang froze for a moment, but then said again, Lord Shin, it's the Ghost Gate. My rebellious disciple was fine before, he was just devoted to practicing poisonous arts, but one day he ran into Meng from the Ghost Sect. This Mona is a master of the poison arts. Using poison like a god, she is also a madwoman who believes that the human body is as encompassing as heaven and earth, so it can also incorporate poison. Treating poison as life support, while discarding rice these miscellaneous food, so as to obtain more pure energy, and to fight poison with poison, forcing out the acquired mixed toxins in a person's body, and purifying the poison into the body's life energy. That rebellious disciple at that time with its refute, later do not know why also began to magic general, research to poison to raise people, poison refining people, and directly defected from the division, when we realized it was already too late.
Listening to the words of Nan Shuihang, Shenmo's eyes flashed a brilliant light. This ghost door is also afraid that they are all a group of crazy people, dabbling everywhere. I came to help Lord Shen to break the plague poison of that rebellious disciple. Scholar, take the two of you to Lin Xiaogi. Shenmore nodded and shouted at the door, the mouse, gather the brothers and make an arrest. Shanglin County. At this moment a whole street was cleaned up by the brocade guards, blocked off. Jubilee Kai gambling house was directly broken into. Hundreds of brocade guards poured in to press a group of gamblers to the ground. My money! Let go of me! I'll win in a minute! I'm gonna win this one! I'm going to win! This one for sure! Swish! With a flash of cold light, several gamblers who were madly struggling and shouting directly landed on their heads, and in an instant everyone came to their senses, with horrified faces. In the next second, we saw Shin Mo step on the blood to come, followed by Zhang Daoyin, the mouse. Several people, casually glancing across the room, to the scribe next to him. Mouse inclined his head in a gesture of. Immediately the two men's eyes flashed and they waved their hands, collect all of this stolen money. Shenmore's eyes looked at the ground, and seemed to have seen the underground situation through the floor. Stay back. Immediately all the brocade guards escorted these gamblers to the back of Shenmore. Only to see Shin Mo raised his hand to the ground and made a stroke in the air. The ground shook, and the invisible blade intent directly tore through the entire ground, along with the gambling house cracked into two halves. A huge medicine tank soaked in the center of the secret room. The person inside was none other than Zhang Li, whose fangs were growing out at the moment. His eyes were green and black, and his facial veins were rippling. Zhou Haohui was adding various poisons into the medicine vat continuously, his face excited. But the next moment the day dawned, and the sun shone directly on the chamber, revealing a ghastly scene inside, littered with corpses, and poisoned men soaking in jars of medicine. The moment the ground cracked, a green smoke could be seen with the naked eye rising from the ground. A mole cricket like you is quite good at finding things for this official, came an indifferent voice. Zhou Haohui instantly felt that he was levitated by an invisible giant hand that grabbed him and kept floating out of the ground. It was only at this moment that Zhou Haohui saw clearly the whole body of the brocade guards on the ground, headed by a mighty young man wearing a python robe and a fluttering cape. Said Shenmore is going to directly pinch and burst. Zhou Haohui instantly feel the death breath. It's not even close. I can't die yet. Shenmore, isn't it? Don't you want to become stronger? Or don't you want this poison technique? Poison secrets, money, all of that. I can also be of service to you. Zhou Haohui kept talking, his eyes filled with madness, excitement, and, it's too noisy. However, Shenmore only said a faint sentence that. The next second Zhou Haohui directly exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Let Lin Xiaobi bring those people here to study the source of the poison and crack the antidote. Then destroy them all. This plague can't be had by others, but Shenmore's side must be able to. At the same time, an order was sent to the 4 counties that all the Jianghu sects in Qingzhou should attend the meeting in Jinwu. Those who don't come will be slaughtered. At once, the entire Qingzhou Jianghu stirred, all the sects felt a wave of uneasiness. Shenyan Luo seemed to have this scene when he served as Jinwu Qianhu. A few days later, the entire 1,000 households compound was filled with people, representatives of all the clans in Qingzhou, more than 500 people. All of them were apprehensive and restless. Headed by the Cloud Cliff Cave, the Willow Leaf Villa, the Cloud Dream Green Feather Sect, Qingyang's Listening Sword Mountain, the High Swallow Rain Sect, the Chaoming Mountain, and other great sects. The next moment saw Shenmore walked out of the hall. In an instant everyone stood up, a silence. The eyes looked at Shenmore. The scholar mouse put the chair so that Shenmore sat down. Are we all here? Sweeping Shenmore's gaze to the scholar. All here, the scholar nodded. Who else in Qingzhou today would not dare to listen to the boss? Very well, this officer will say only 3 things. First, from now on, all clans pay taxes per head. 1 person 1 tael. Those who don't pay can try. Secondly, all clans immediately report everyone in their clan, including servants, to their local jinyiwei guard station, the number of people, each person's name, age and gender, clan name, address, building. The third reported clans, the brocade guards to each person, and the clan-issued identification. The future recruitment of new disciples also have to report. In addition, each clan should send 1/3 of the clan disciples to the local yamen to serve as constable labor every year. If those without identification are found within the clan in the future, those who do not comply will be implicated by the entire clan. A few words out, a group of sect representatives all face hesitation. Ugly up. This represents the future will be controlled by the imperial court. They really have to be honest in the future. And also have to pay taxes and serve as laborers. Qingzhou will really have no more Jianghu. This official is very open-minded, so anyone who has an opinion can mention it. Shen Mo then looked at the crowd with a smile on his face. In an instant, the entire room was silent, and they didn't dare make eye contact. Of course, if there are any outstanding performers in the future, they can also follow this official. Join the Jinyiwei. These words made some people unable to help but be moved. Now the entire Qingzhou to say that the most cannot be messed with, that is definitely the brocade guards. In the backyard, Bu Qifang and Mo Dong were looking at each other at the moment. What the hell? They wake up from a nap and the poisoner case is solved. So what's the point of them coming? Sitting up from a deathly illness?
Chapter 090, New Snow Calls for Love. The wind was tight all night, the cold came suddenly, the snow flew, the sky and the earth were white. Chitos, Mouse pushed open the door of his room against the wind and snow, and entered, intermingled with the wind and snow. Inside the house, Shenmore, the scholars several people are gathered together, the center of the firepot, the slight charcoal fire warmed the whole house. This snow really came out of nowhere, it's so white out there. Mouse shook the snow from his body, and pulled out of his arms the meat and vegetables he had bought, and the wine he carried in his hand, and, have they all been sent down? Shenmore turned his head and asked. Don't worry boss, it's all been handed out to the brothers so they can buy some wine and drink to warm up. They all say the boss is good. The rat handed the bookworm the wine and food dumbly and laughed. When the snow arrives, the year is not far off. The scribe warmed the wine, and with a sigh of relief that a year had just passed by. Hey, not boss, we are still in Jinyiwei town now where we are parading around. Now that I can get this far, I'm already content. Mouse said with a satisfied face. When it's cold, coupled with the rare absence of a case, people are prone to get together in a pile when they're free, and the conversation is never finished. Following Lord Shen, only then did Lao Dao truly realize that killing people is also saving people, and ferrying people is also ferrying oneself. Zhang Daoyin sighed with emotion and finished the wine in his hand in one drink. Hey, boss, can you tell us about you? Mouse looked at Shenmore looking straight at the charcoal fire, seemed to be thinking about what silence opened his mouth and asked. Now that Shenmore's identity is known to several of them. Hearing the mouse's words, the old lame mute several people's gazes also looked at Shenmo. Me? Shenmo raised his head and listened to the sound of the wind and snow outside the house with a faint smile, took the wine handed by the scholar and took a generous sip. Just a punk dude in the eyes of the people of Wujing. A waste dude who is just well-born. Shenmo said with a flat face. Ahem, boss, that's not a funny joke. Mouse snapped. If this is crap, what are they? In the eyes of those people I am a fop who only eats and drinks and looks for trouble every day, uneducated, molesting women in the state prison and insulting the teacher, which Sima Jing knows, staying in the greenhouse and fighting with the sons of other princes and generals. In the end, because I molested Su Mingxian and Su Junmo, Su Qingwan was dumped by the old emperor and the old man in Jinyiwei town and left Wujing on a day that no one knew about. Su Mingxian, the eldest princess of Dao, Su Qingwan, the second princess of Dao, and Su Junmo, the seventh princess of Dao, molested 3 princesses in one breath. The mouse scholars several people gave a thumbs up in unison, eyes full of admiration. This kind of thing they didn't even dare to think about, the clan behind them couldn't afford to dissipate it at all. Then boss, you'll definitely surprise everyone when you go back this time. Every year at the end of the year, the 9 major town commissioners have to return to the capital to report their duties, to stay for more than a month. This year there are 9 more state pastors only. Shenmore smiled faintly and did not say anything. Outside the house, the wind and snow remain, 3 or 2 pale for the new face of the mountains and rivers. Wooking. Su Ling Tian stood in front of the door of the temple, clad in fur with a layer of red cloak. On both sides of the small eunuchs propped up Huagai for its blocking the snow. Xia Yan respectfully stood next to. At this moment, the whole palace is covered in silver, with red walls, white snow and glazed tiles, jade trees and branches. Senior companion Xia, what do you think of the snow? Su Ling Tian looked at the palace maids and guards eunuchs walking through the snow with his hands behind his back. The snow is an omen of a good year. Your Majesty, next year will be another good year. Xia Yan hurriedly complimented that. When the snow comes to fill the sky, don't worry about the warm fragrance of the red tent. The gentleman in the restaurant laughs and talks happily, but the mountain man is worried about his salary. Su Ling Tian couldn't help but open his mouth to recite a few lines of poetry, and then said to Xia Yan, let every place be mindful of the people's protection from the cold. It is a snowstorm as well as a cold snowstorm. Yes, a luxurious and exquisite, classical atmosphere in an attic, with the sound of silk and bamboo lingering, and several fireplaces warming the attic. A group of youths gathered together to recite poetry and paintings and enjoy the snow, with only a few in the corner drinking wine, out of place. A bunch of pretenders. A purple-robed brocade-robed male looked at the group of people in front of him with a disdainful face and said, calling us over was just a deliberate attempt to make fun of us. A young man in red next to him sneered. If it was Brother Shen here, he would have taunted these people long ago. I don't know where Brother Shen has gone nowadays, and how he's doing. The 3 of them sighed as they raised their glasses and shared a drink, somewhat missing the days when they had Brother Shen. Wujing various princes and feudal lords and generals' sons and daughters will naturally have their own faction, and the 3 of them plus Shen More is naturally the dude that everyone despises, no literature, no martial arts. Look at that Shen Nanfeng, Shen Shizhou's face is so relaxed and at ease that he hasn't thought about Brother Shen at all, right? The purple-robed, brocade-clothed gentleman's gaze looked toward the 2. A cool woman was talking with a few princesses, and on the other side, a young man in martial arts robes with a handsome appearance was talking with the 4th prince over a glass of wine. How many are the descendants of a room full of princes and lords? Yuzhou, located in the northern part of Dao, started snowing long ago, a few days ago. At this time on a path 2 figures walking in the wind and snow pressed on the shoulders, white snow full of head. A
A person wearing armor behind the red cape in the wind and snow fluttering, beard or white, still look energetic, another person in a large red official robe, elegant and modest, and the damage caused by this county king's rebellion is not small, and with the heavy snowfall, your burden will be a bit heavier. Don't let the people suffer. The two of them walked forward and backward for a long time before the old man opened his mouth and said, Father, don't worry, naturally not. With the court's funding it's perfectly possible to get through. In 2 days I'll be departing for the capital, so I'll wait for you to come back at the end of the year before I go home for a visit. The old man sighed and said, The two children, Nanfeng and Shizhou, there are some things you're better suited to say than old me, and I believe you understand them as well. Now the royal family of Shin patience has reached the top, the Ming emperor fear, but also no cannot move the Shin family, but also rely on the old man. If I die or if the next generation of emperors comes to power, I'm afraid that the Shin family will be purged sooner or later. You are bent on paranoia, go away from the civil officials, the old man does not blame you, people have their own aspirations, you can understand your aspirations. The old man is also very pleased. But Nanfeng and the others are still early, it's better not to involve them too deeply in royal matters. Who can say about the youngster's best friend's love at the back of the line? The old man said slowly, in a flat tone that, I know, father, Shinji nodded and, I'm going to take Jun Mo back for a trip at the New Year's Eve, Shinbadian suddenly said. Naturally, if father doesn't say it, I'll mention it too. Shin words didn't have any dissatisfaction. In the end Shinjun Mo was his son no matter what. The son doesn't teach the father's faults, he himself has a responsibility. I'm getting old. The Shin family will depend on you in the future. Alas, Shinbadian sighed as if he had thought of something. Nowadays, Dao is in a state of prosperity. Su Lingtian has defeated the northern county king in one blow, making the rule more solid. The southeast has produced a demon jinyiwei to lead Qingzhou, and the 4 countries have not fought any more wars, so Dao is recuperating and resting. Shun Jiaqiao. The two of them were walking on a white field in the snow and wind, and behind them was a county town. The sky and the earth are vast and pale, and snow dominates at the moment. Chapter 091, The Death of the County King. The 4 great Jinfu envoys enter Langya. Only stole a few days of leisure, a big case will be urgently transmitted to the hands of Shinmore. The death of King Hua of Langya County. It is said that the emperor lost his temper and sent the Jinzhou Jinfu envoy straight back to Wujing for a furious reprimand. This not only slapped the face of the entire royal family, it slapped the face of him, Su Lingtian. It was even easier to make those county kings in the south think that they were going to make a move against them. It's almost the end of the year, and now there's such a mess, and once it's not handled well, it could cause another wave of unrest in the south. Therefore, Su Lingtian directly gave the Jinzhou Jinfu envoy half a month's time, and if he couldn't find out, he would have to die to apologize for his crime. And the order to transfer the township commissioner of Lingzhou, the township commissioner of Haizhou, and the township commissioner of Qingzhou into Langya County to investigate at the same time. The 4 major town commissioners personally investigated the case. Showing the southern county kings the meaning of Su Lingtian is a further indication of the importance attached to this case. Interesting, actually daring to lay hands on the county king. Shinemo raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, this is the first time in these decades. The last time was 30 years ago when the throne was up for grabs. Mouse, gather the brothers. Take a trip to Langya. Lingzhou, looking at the together with the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy, Zhang Yuji cannot help but lowered his eyes, do not know what to think. With Shinmore here, this trip is probably a sure thing. Lin Xiaoyan put away the holy decree in his hand, a slight smile. From the time of the autumn test case in Haizhou, it can be seen that Shinemo this person is very strong, very bold. Langya County, the most famous is the Langya Wang clan, almost affecting the entire Langya County. Luangjia city gate at the moment a mess, only to see a few people are beating an old man. Beating the old man is covered in blood, next to the onlookers people heart and sympathy, but look at those people wearing clothes and have to fear, the brocade guards are coming. I don't know who shouted, and instantly the people dispersed, those few beating ones also immediately turned around and ran towards the city gates, leaving only the old man lying moribund in the freezing snow and ice. In the snow and wind only to see the leader of the people riding a horse to come, scarlet purple python, cloak is a lifelike python pattern, purple and gold python belt, the purple and gold tokens hanging on the waist is written on the Zenfujian ambassador 3 big words, see you, my lord. Several soldiers at the door hurriedly put away their laziness and bowed to Shinmore and his group. Who was the one who just hit the guy? Sweeping a glance at the old man, Shinemo opened his mouth and asked in a light tone, and the 2 brocade guards behind him dismounted to help the old man up. At that moment, several soldiers hesitated and stammered. The head veteran soldier smiled at Shinmore and said, my lord, this old man has committed a crime, so teach him a lesson. Was it the officials just now? Shinmore's eyes stared over. The veteran instantly felt a terrified pressure and became scared inside. No. No. Pop. The next moment the horsewhip came straight at him, knocking the veteran over in the snow. So why don't you answer me? The cold voice came accompanied by an intimidating pressure that made the remaining few soldiers shiver and, duh. The veteran looked horrified and tried to say something when another whip came and, on your knees and slap your mouth. Just at this time the old man woke up, saw Shenmue and his party directly face angry, cursing. You dog officials, you shall not die, the old man is to curse you even in hell. Come on. Beat the old man to death. I'll fight you to the end if I don't die. Big deal, the old man went to the capital to sue the royal court. Master, we are the outer state brocade guards, speak up if you have any grievances, our lord can do it for you. Seeing the old man's misunderstanding, the mouse opened his mouth and said. At once the old man froze, and then with a look of excitement, you guys are telling the truth. Of course, the one in front of you is the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy. Tell me what your grievances are. In an instant, the old man directly knelt and kowtowed toward Shenmue. My lord, please save my granddaughter. That Wang's Wang Fong tricked the old man's family by means of a trick, and captured the old man's granddaughter. Shenmue gazed at a few soldiers and smiled faintly. Looks like you guys are loyal to Wang, huh? You don't even say anything when asked. This one sentence instantly brought a few soldiers to their knees in fear. The Lord Shen is so powerful as soon as he arrives. Truly worthy of being the jade-faced Yama. A conspiratorial voice came, only to see the same man in the robes of the Jinfu envoy coming through the city gates with a group of brocade guards. The leader is precisely Jinzhou Jinfu envoy Nangongshu. The figure is thin, the face is clear, but more than a few points of femininity, at this moment is a cold smile looking at Shenmue. Shame on you, Shenmue looked at the old man and spat out 2 words at Nangongshu. Nangongshu naturally understand what Shenmue said, outsiders come to stumble upon such a thing as naturally his management is not good, which is comparable to Lord Shen's methods, Nangongshu once again said in a conspiratorial manner. Shenmue immediately frowned, a trip to the palace, the emperor gave you incitement? The chirping, give you scolded cool is it? Nangongshu, if it weren't for your waist, would this official have made the trip himself? Braving the snow and having to clean up your mess for you, it's a good thing this official hasn't smoked you to death right now. Shenmue. You. Nangongshu was instantly infuriated, his eyes looked at Shenmue with anger and, give lousy pointing again, fingers to you chopped believe it or not, Shenmue suddenly face icy cold said. Shenmue, you also don't be too arrogant. Nangongshu put his hand down and coldly snorted, mainly because he also heard about Shenmue. This guy is ruthless and lawless also really may have a hand, not to mention the fact that this guy was still a zongsher, and couldn't be beaten if he moved. Nangongshu, I don't know how long this official can still be arrogant, but don't forget that you only have half a month to live. Rubbish thing, said Shenmue horsewhip raised with his man and the old man rushed into the city gate. Nangongshu and his entourage immediately hastened to get out of the way, looking at Shenmue's back with ugly faces. Martyr, the emperor actually transferred this god of killing to him. Wang's residence, directly a garden, carved beams and paintings, landscape Huatang, majestic. Under a wigwam, a middle-aged man directly slapped a young man to the ground. Asshole. I told you to be honest lately. And you still go out and cause trouble. Said a few times, this time something big happened, the emperor directly transferred 4 Jinfu envoys to investigate. Even that Shenmue is here. Don't forget that 2 of your cousins died at his hands. It's alright now. That Shenmue knows. Do you have any idea how difficult it will be once it's really investigated? Said the middle-aged man as he slapped the youth in front of him again. Isn't it just a Jinfu envoy? Doesn't that Nangongshu not dare to do anything to our Wang clan all the same? The youth was also immediately unconvinced, with an unrepentant face that, asshole. In Langya County, you can do whatever you want. That Nangongshu control here naturally leave a few points. Now there's the other 3 continents. Especially that Shenmue, do you know how many people died in his hands? In Langya, you've gotten used to being a bully and don't know what's good for you. The Wang is very powerful, in Langya County can be said to cover the sky, but don't really arrogance without bounds, when convergence is also no, or else have long been eliminated. Now the death of the king of Hua County, the 4 major Jinfu envoy case, the emperor attaches great importance to this time Wang still ventured that is looking for death. 092. Investigation. The king's house of Washburn. Shenmue entered the city and led people straight to the scene. At this moment the entire county king's residence is blocked, all the subordinates are being guarded. Hua County King Su Jing, Su Lingtian's 31st brother, was named county king after supporting Su Lingtian in the first place. The county king's mansion is hung with white silk, and the casket is still parked in the lobby, where several women and a bunch of youths are kneeling in the lobby, crying and burning paper money. Seeing Shenmue leading the brocade guards to come in, a woman wiped her tears and stood up. Hua County Princess Luli. Greetings, Your Highness. Shenmue just arched his hand and said, this official is now ordered to thoroughly investigate the case of the king, and I hope that Your Highness will cooperate. Said Shenmue led people toward the coffin, inside lying a middle-aged man, the periphery also put ice, the next second next to the scholar will put on sheep's intestine gloves to prepare for the autopsy. A group of family members beside her gazed at Princess Hua County, while Luli did not utter a word to stop it. Stop! What are you doing? What are you doing to my father? Didn't you do the autopsy? Suddenly a young woman dressed as Bai Su opened her mouth and shouted, her eyes staring angrily at Shenmue. Luli's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly pulled the woman next to her. The youth in front of me is wearing the robe of a Jinfu envoy. Even when the king was alive, he had to give a few points of face. Mother, they have disturbed father again and again, how else can father get peace? Su Bailing said with a sulky face. However, Shen Mor and his entourage turned a deaf ear, and the scholar continued to examine the corpse.
You guys, Su Bailing looked at Shen Mo in annoyance.
Sister, you do not disturb people investigating the case, early to find out or give father an explanation. Next to Su Bailey stood out to accuse said. That's right, bringing those criminals to justice is the only way to console father's soul in heaven. Su Beish also rebuked with a sneer.
Don't I know what you two have in mind? Don't you just want to find out earlier so that you can succeed the throne? What kind of filial son are you pretending to be? Disgusting.
Su Bailing turned her head and glared angrily at the two men sneered. The two men shrugged their shoulders without arguing. It was also at this time that Nangong Shu arrived with his men. Lord Shen, the results of the autopsy of the king of Hua County have come out. He died of poisoning. The poison was in the tea, and all those who touched this cup of tea have been taken into custody.
When Nangong Shu and Luli nodded, they said to Shen Mo without any good humor. This officer does not trust your technology. Shen Mo directly coldly returned a sentence. The Nangong Shu angry forehead veins rippled. Surname Shen is too old to fight.
Boss, no trauma, eyes normally dilated, no shock, tongue and lips show signs of poisoning, fresh ink on right fingernails. The scholar said seriously to Shen Mor after checking.
Then where is the tea? Shen Mo asked directly as he gazed at Nangong Shu.
Although upset but Nangong Shu still spoke. It's sealed at the Thousand House, with 2 brocade guards watching over it. Lin Duanji, you go and test for poison, the rest of you start arraigning those underlings. Scholar, go with this official to search the first location. Nangong Shu, you follow. Won't you wait for the other two? Nangong Shu spoke up. Shen Mo instantly turned back to Nangong Shu and smiled. Of course we can wait now. We can wait as long as we want. This official can afford to wait. Nangong Zhen Fuzhuang, can you afford to wait?
Instantly, Nangong Shu's face turned blue, an ugly look on his face.
Study, Hua County King Su Jing's accident place, according to those subordinates said. At that time, only Su Jing was alone in the study. In the middle of it, only the old housekeeper sent tea once. Until the evening meal when the old housekeeper called Su Jing only to find that it has died. And that the old housekeeper said at that time Su Jing was writing something, only he came and Su Jing immediately covered up. Where's the paper?
Shen Mo gazed straight at Nangong Shu and, what paper? Nangong Shu was instantly confused and, the paper written by the king of Hua County. No.
At that time, we searched the entire study and there was nothing.
Nangong Shu shook his head and, who entered the study after the incident? Shen Mo asked again. A lot of people. Shen Mo.
Seeing that Shen Mo's face turned cold and a pressure descended on him, Nangong Shu hurriedly opened his mouth. After the accident, King Hua's consort, concubines, and children all went in, and when asked, they all said they'd never seen them. Conversing with you is like conversing with a stupid pig, Shen Mo said in a cold mocking tone.
Marred. Nangong Shu directly clenched his fists, his face huffing and puffing.
Then Shen Mo looked at the investigation of Luli and others. When Su Jing had an accident, Luli was doing the female red in the backyard, and there were a few maidservants as evidence. Su Bailing was in the room at that time, and the 2 maidservants at the door didn't see it come out. Su Baili went to the greenhouse, and Su Baishir went out with a few friends. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that the poisoner is someone from the royal family. Under the investigation report, it was also written that Nangong Shu and the others speculated that the most suspected were Su Berry and Su Beish, who murdered Su Jing in order to compete for the right to succeed the throne. And this is all because according to reason, the right of succession of the king of Hua County should be in the eldest son Su Baili, but Su Jing favors the second son Su Beish, so Su Baili has always been dissatisfied with Su Jing. And it's also possible that Su Bosh is afraid of a late change and wants to fight for the right to succeed the throne early. My lord, Lin Qian who was back, something to report at this time. A jinyiwei outside came to report.
Let him in.
Soon Lin Duanji walked in, revealing something in his hand to Shen Mo, a few pieces of tea leaves. My lord, this is poison. Lin Duanji said seriously. This kind of poison is called hadahan leaf, which resembles tea leaves after frying, and is not very toxic when brewed or eaten alone, but if it is combined with persimmons, it produces a very strong poison. And I just asked, the king of Hua County ate the persimmon cake before entering the study, and checked the tea and found that it had been replaced. Send a team of people to search the city, there is no by this poison, in addition to ask those underlings Su Jing has no abnormalities, and Luli these people recently there is no major conflict or quarrel. Shen Mo immediately ordered down.
What are you waiting for? Go check it out too.
Looking at his own indifferent henchmen behind him, Nangong Shu angrily roared, in the prison. At this moment an old man was dying, tied to a wooden post, his head hanging down, covered with wounds, and a bucket of water splashed to wake up the old man straight away, and opened his eyes only to see 2 python-robed brocade guards standing in front of him. My lord, I really don't know anything. I've been serving His Majesty for decades. Loyal and devoted. How could I possibly betray His Majesty? The old butler immediately pleaded, in a sincere tone that, I ask you, who told you to bring the tea? It was the king himself, and the little man was waiting at the door when the king called for tea to be made for him. Who asked for the persimmons to be made? It's also what the king himself wants to eat. The royal family recently have any unusual things, or Hua County king has any unusual behavior? Shen Mo opened his mouth again and asked. A few days ago, the Grand Duke had a fight with the king in the study, then there was the young lady who was confined by the king for a day for some reason, and there was a merchant who met the king for some reason before that, and after that for a few days the king has been looking worried. Next to Nangongshu immediately spoke to Shen Mo in a bad mood. That merchant has long since disappeared, and has long since been searched for. Hearing Nangongshu's words, Shen Mo's gaze was withdrawn, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Nangongshu, you immediately bring someone to take control of Su Bailing and the other three. Since these few are suspected, let's start asking questions from these few. Nangongshu immediately face upset glanced at Shen Mo, turned around and led people to leave. 093. Interrogation. In a room in the royal palace of Hua County, with the brocade guards standing at the entrance. What do you mean by this, my lords? Su Bailei's face was a bit ugly, looking at the scene inside the house, only to see himself sitting in the middle of the house. On both sides stood the brocade guards, and on top of them sat Shenmore and Nangongshu. Is this doubting yourself? Only to see Shenmore pick up a statement from the side desktop and raise it, his face flat. On the day of the King of Hua County's accident, you said that you went to the Lichuan hospital, but in the Lichuan hospital only the bod said that she had seen you, and the other women hadn't seen you, so where were you? This is the private matter of this son. Su Bailey instantly grimaced and coldly said, Dang. The next second a dagger was inserted directly in front of Su Bailey, straight into the floor tiles. Scared Su Bailey's face was white. Su Bailey, this official is now letting you sit and question you, or I can let you walk to the Jinyiwei prison. Let you stand and talk. Don't give your face away. Even if the king of Hua County were alive, he would still have to be polite when he sees this official. Shenmore's eyes were indifferent and his tone was cold. At that moment, Su Bailey looked embarrassed and stammered to open his mouth. There's a dark room in the Lichuan Yuan, and I'm in it. What's going on in there? Nangongshu asked in a hurry. Of course it's looking for someone like Lord Nangong, came Shenmo's leisurely voice from the side. Nangongshu instantly stagnated in his face. Su Bailey, who was stared at by Shenmore, nodded with a reddened face. So the other day you quarreled with the king of Hua County because of this? Yes, my father found out about this fetish of mine and reprimanded me. But who is to blame for all this? If he hadn't been favoring the older two, would I have needed to go looking for dissipation? In the end it wasn't exciting enough to be like this. Su Bailey's eyes were angry and loudly accused that he had been forced to be psychopathic. The next second Shenmore took out a can of tea. Su Bailey could not help but stare at Shenmore in confusion. Looking at this reaction of Su Bailey, Shenmo instantly had an idea in his heart and waved his hand. It's okay, take Su Shizi down. When it was Su Baishi's turn, he saw this situation in the house and immediately broke into a rage. Old me is a member of the royal family. How dare you? You are also worthy of interrogating this Seiji. Nangongshu immediately faced gloomy down. Shenmore scolded me. Even if you a junior really think rely on the name of the royal rampage? But just as Nangongshu stood up, a chain was directly thrown out to whip on Su Baishi. A blood scar was revealed, and Su Baishi fell to the ground in pain and screamed miserably. But Su Baishi lay on the ground and cursed even more fiercely, spraying wildly at Shenmore. At once, Shenmore smiled and waved his hand at the two brocade guards on both sides of the. Hang it. I'm the Seiji. I'm the son of the world. You can't hit me. Stop. Stop. I say. Suspended from the beams of the room, Su Baishi didn't even hold out for 30 lashes, so he opened his mouth straight, covered in a dozen bloodstains. Be honest next time you see this officer, or it won't be a whipping now, got it? Shenmore smiled and said, his tone was gentle, but his eyes were flooded with cold light. Su Baishi nodded his head fiercely. You were out with friends when the king's accident happened, with whom and where? And Wang Miao of the Wang clan, the court of wonderful fragrance. When Shenmore took out the tea leaves, Su Baishi felt a little familiar. Seen it or have you bought it? Seeing this reaction, Shenmo opened his mouth and asked. I think I've had it. Su Baishi blinked, seeming to remember, and, where? Seeing a clue Nangongshu opened his mouth again and asked. In my own house, I think my personal mate Xiao Chui made it for me. Shenmore immediately nodded to the scholar next to him, and the scholar immediately let a few people out. Bring in Su Bailing. The two brocade guards immediately helped Su Baishi out. Su Bailing is still a white plain dress, was called in the same face of indifference to look at Shenmore. Two people. What does that mean? County Princess Su, this official is asking you why you were confined by the king. Su Bailing looked deeply at Shenmo, silent for a moment before speaking. Because father won't let me see Jiang Gushun again, that's why he locked me up. Who is Jiang Gushun? Half a year ago when I went out for incense, I accidentally met my father's enemies. The guards were no match for me. I was forced to jump off the cliff, and then my life didn't die and was rescued by a medicine picker, who took care of me for 2 months and then sent me back to the royal residence. My father also gave him a sum of money at that time, but later I kept looking for him privately, and recently my father found out and told me to cut it off. It's just me and my father who know about it, and he's doing it for my reputation so no one else knows about it. Su Bailing said with a flat face. Finally, a group of concubines were interrogated as well as even Luli. Now it seems the most suspicious are Su Baish and Su Bailing.
Nangongshu thought for a moment and opened his mouth.
Boss, the person who investigated the poison is back. The old cripple came in at this moment and reported.
Let him in. My lord.
The brothers have checked around. There are only 2 places in the entire Luanjia city to buy this kind of Hadahan leaf. One is the black market and the other is the Xingyun Chamber of Commerce. The Xingyun Chamber of Commerce didn't allow the investigation at first, and only agreed to do so after revealing your name, my lord, and they haven't sold this poison in the past 2 months.
And there was a man in the black market who had sold it, a minor assassin, half a month ago, and the man who bought it was a house servant, and the house servant was a servant of Wang Miaoli.
Hearing this, Nangongshu's eyes instantly lit up. I think it's this Wang Miao who conspired with Su Baish to kill the county king of Hua and then plotted for the county king's throne.
What?
Afraid that there's no poison, he, Su Baish, tried it himself?
Shinemo glanced faintly at Nangongshu and, maybe it's a way to clear your name by testing the poison on your body.
Come on people, go and brew a cup for Lord Nangong, Shinemo directly shouted to the brocade guards next to him. At that moment, Nangongshu's face turned blue, and his mouth slightly opened to continuously spit out words wordlessly. Boss, the trial is over. The scholar walked in at that moment, his hands still stained with blood. That Xiaochui hand things is Wang Mia to her. Wang Mia to its slightly tactics will capture its feelings, and then let her this Hadong Hongyi daily rush to Subai Shi. Only this Xiaochui said that this poison behind the disappeared, but also did not dare to Wang Mia to say, poison Subai Shi. Lin Duanji, what part of the body did you say this poison mainly acts on? Shenmore suddenly remembered something, turned his head and asked. My lord, the greatest effect of this medicine is sterilization. But it won't hurt your life.
Nangongshu's face changed. This is still not poisonous. 094 Chapter White Dragon making a scam.
My lord, the Lingzhou Jinfu envoy and the Haizhou Jinfu envoy have arrived.
A brocade guard in the room came in and reported towards Shenmore and Nangongshu.
Do not come again, are almost solved the case. With clues, Nangongshu face relaxed, once again gloomy, said. Then he saw 2 figures striding in, both wearing red python robes, with capes swaying behind them. The valiant Jiang Yuji and the thick-browed Lin Chaoyan. Lord Shen, the grace of saving his life, have not yet had time to words to report. Once met Jiang Yuji on Shenmore clasped his fist and thanked him. Haizhou autumn test case, this town causers are also ashamed, have not thanked Lord Shen on Lin Chaoyan also brightly smiled and thanked. Egu, you 2 really have good eyesight, you can see Lord Shen alone, it's this Shinfu envoy who is not worthy of your eyes. Next to him, Nangongshu immediately smiled in a conspiratorial manner and said. Jiang Yuji's 2 faces got embarrassed, and they just wanted to say hello to Nangongshu.
Ignore him, the emperor didn't incite him clean, looking for a fight.
Shenmore's faint voice came from beside him. In an instant, Nangongshu's smile retracted, his face was gloomy, his face reddened, and the teacup in his hand pinched and shattered. You 2 are just in time, the case is pretty much wrapped up, locked up a few suspects. So fast. The 2 of them were shocked, and then a little later are not all solved the case. There's a man here who needs to be picked up by the 2 of you, Jiang Gushun. Here's the address. He may have escaped, or he may be protected by an expert. Said Shenmore will be a piece of information to Jiang Yuji. Want to provoke the war of the great martial arts is only that a few forces. Tang Chenyan not long ago was Shenmore. No surprise should be the White Dragon sect of the people. Lord Nangon will go with this official to Wang's.
Shenemo turned his head to look at the iron-faced Nangongshu and blandly said, Wang's manner. When he learned that the 2 major Jinfu envoys led the jinyiwei to come, Wang Xingrong, the head of the Wang clan, could not help but change his eyes. How could he find out about the Wang clan? In the front yard surrounded by standing full of brocade guards, 2 figures standing straight in the middle of the compound, next to a housekeeper is full of smiles to let Shenmore 2 people wait. Soon he saw Wang Xingrong arrive with a few domestic servants, all dressed in brocade, slender and thin, with a jade trigger finger on his hand and a jade belt around his waist. Heard Wang Xingrong pay respects to the 2 adults, did not imagine the overbearing, Wang Xingrong a polite face to Shenmore 2 people a worship. A flash of contempt flashed in the eyes of Nangongshu next to him, really good at pretending. I don't know how the 2 adults. Are you? Wang Xingrong just wanted to ask something, then saw the back of Shenemo slowly turned around, and immediately lost his voice directly. Jingui Gong, that incompetent grandson, he went to Wujing naturally also because his own son Wang Tang also met Shenemo a few times. Now what? I can't believe he hasn't heard a thing about such a big thing. Has Wang declined? Ignoring Wang Shengrong's loss of composure, Shenemo directly said coldly. Wang family master, Wang clan Wang Miao is suspected in the case of the death of the king of Hua County. Now we need to arrest him for a trip to the Jinyiwei prison. What? The consecutive shock directly caused the head of the first clan to almost not react. Suspected of the death of the county king. If the emperor knew about this he would still think that the Wang family is plotting against the emperor. Didn't he warn long ago that some things should not be moved? Wang Xingrong's face could not help but condense, and solemnly explained to Shenmore that, don't worry, Lord Shen, I'm calling that bastard. True involvement will never be tolerated.
Turning around, he told his subordinates to let Wang Miao be tied up. At the same time his eyes hinted at Nangongshu. However, Nangongshu was pretending not to see it at the moment. Wang Xingrong immediately flashed a touch of gloom in his eyes. Damn it! I don't see you like this when you're taking things. Not a moment later, I saw a young man with a rag in his mouth tied up was carried over, followed by a middle-aged man with a puzzled look. My two lords, this is my nephew Wang Miao, at your disposal, said Wang Xingrong. Also kicked its 2 feet. Wang Miao looked at the patriarch in front of him with an incredulous face. Take away, Shen Mo gave Wang Xingrong a meaningful look, then led the people away, and when he left, Nangongshu gave Wang Xingrong a look of self-seeking. Big brother, this is. The middle-aged man looked at the back of the brocade guard and spoke. Shut up. How many times have I told you guys? Mind your ears. It's all right now. Participate in the case of the death of the county king. Once it's true, even the Wang clan will suffer. Write to the 3 Wukio sisters at once, and to father to have them prepare in advance. Wang Xingrong's face was gloomy at the moment, and he chided the middle-aged man next to him. And tell them that Qingzhou's Zhenfuzhong is the first grandson of Duke Xinghua, Xinzhenmuo. Who? The middle-aged man who heard this news was instantly shocked with his mouth wide open in disbelief. Luanjia Chitos. At this moment in the prison Wang Miao has been unrecognizable, no longer before the arrogant and domineering appearance. Gujiang Shun, the name does not even change a little. Really look down on people. Nangongshu looked at the interrogated information in his hands and sneered. Not just look down on you, Shen Mo wiped the blood on his hands and said indifferently. Nangong book. According to Wang Miao, it was a person from Gujiang Shun who approached him and told him that if he let Su Baishir lose his fertility, and then once Su Jing knew about it, then the county king's position would definitely be given to Su Bailey. When the time comes, he will then say that the Wang clan will make a move to help Su Baish to sit as the county king. Not only pulling in a prince can also highlight his own ability, and the status of the entire Wang clan will be improved. Wang Miao was then said although he knew that this Gujiang Shun certainly does not have good intentions, but it is indeed possible to succeed, so he went to find this Had Hongyi, and then convinced Su Baishir's personal maid to let it poison. This Had Hongyi is also that Gujiang Shun recommended. I have to say that Wang Miao is really a dead man. He dares to do this kind of thing. My lord, the 2 lords of the Zhenfuzhuang have returned. The place has been emptied, only a note left behind, said the brocade guard handing the note to Shen Mo. The second white dragon stays. Looking at the words on the note, Nangongshu's head was running, and his eyes couldn't help but get weird. If I remember correctly, the White Dragon sect master and his majesty are brothers, so is the county king of Hua. Su Bailing is the daughter of the county king of Hua, and this White Dragon second duke is the White Dragon sect master's second son, and these 2 are together. Hiss. What a game. You'd do anything to plot against your own cousin. Immediately send people, retrial Su Bailing at once. Shen Mo to the side of the brocade guards flatly said. Inside a room in the royal palace of Hua County. Shen Mo and Nangongshu at this moment looked at Su Bailing who stood in the middle of the house with a cold face, then Shen Mo directly threw a bloodstained dress in front of Su Bailing. Su Bailing, Zhang Gushun is the main culprit, has been executed. What else do you have to say? Nangongshu slapped his palm on the table and said sternly. When she saw the familiar clothes Su Bailing's expression changed slightly but then she smiled disdainfully. And there's no need to scare me, Zhang Lang ran away a long time ago. So you admit it? Shen Mo stood up, his eyes looked at Su Bailing faintly said. Humph, what did this county princess admit? Su Bailing snorted coldly. And you knew that Zhang Gusun was a member of the White Dragon sect and you helped him murder his own father. Shen Mo's eyes narrowed and his tone was indifferent, saying, this county princess doesn't know anything, and it's impossible to kill her own father. Su Bailing looked at the 2 Shen Mo with a cold smile on her face at this time, denying it, and, this sheriff lord is not like that idiot Su Baish. Only the sovereign's office can take action against this sheriff lord. If you guys dare to torture me, you are disrespecting the royal family. Disobedience and offense. The offense of copying and destroying the family. When these words came out, Nangongshu and Shen Mo couldn't help but glance at each other, looking at Su Bailing like an idiot. The 2 of them then unclipped their cloaks and threw them to the brocade guards next to them. Did that Zhang Gusun give you that information? Or did you think so yourself? Shen Mo pulled up his sleeve robe to receive the whip handed by the brocade guards next to him, faintly asked. Both. Su Bailing frowned as she watched the movements of the 2. And did he tell you anything about the town crier? The next second a whip came accompanied by a cold voice that, raise my clan? You are also worthy. This official will let you write a report now. You see if this official has anything to do with it? It's just a county princess. If she didn't carry the royal name, she wouldn't be standing around right now. Shen Mo dragged the long whip step by step towards the frozen Su Bailing. It is disloyal to aid a rebel when you know he is a rebel. It is unfilial to murder one's own father. How does an unfaithful and unfilial person like you deserve to be called a sheriff? Said Shen Mo in the hands of the whip hard to Su Bailing, next to the Nangong book slowed down, also rushed to whip on a few lashes. Comfortable. All the anger of the past few days is out. Tell this official. Did you do it? Finally, Shen Mo sucked the bloodstained Su Bailing in the air and pinched her neck, and the mighty pressure of a shock coldly questioned. Su Bailing nodded in a trance under the misery. Yes.
As early as 2 months ago that Jiang Gushun told her true identity, is the White Dragon people, when Su Bailing directly difficult to accept a few days no longer see, but finally the emotion occupies the peak of the back to continue to be with its together. But later was Su Jing discovered, and perceived what immediately severely prohibited Su Bailing again with its contacts, and sent people to kill that Jiang Gushun but failed, more let Su Jing realize that this person is not good. And Su Bailing is still going to see this Jiang Gushun in private, the back will be its compulsion to get rid of Su Jing. He then went to propose marriage, so that they can be together openly and honestly. The back then there is a series of manipulation, from Su Baishur and then steal the poison. Something happened can also be framed Su Baishur. After the incident, Na Jiang Gushun explained to him what to do next, and then he said he was going to take shelter and ran away like that. Is this the love brain? Shenmo's face was flat, a touch of contempt flashed in his eyes. In order to do this thing Han's patricide, digging their own backing is really stupid. From beginning to end, I am afraid that this White Dragon's second son is just playing, borrow Su Bailing's hand to stir up trouble. If it can cause the Southern County King dissatisfaction is successful. Jiang Gushun, this name is a fake at first hearing, and finally even do not know the real name is really enough to waste, just like this to be fooled. Escort them down. Keep under strict guard. Lazy to look at Shen more directly to the side of the brocade guards. The door to the room opened and outside stood Luli as well as the two brothers Su Baili. At this moment the three are all incredibly looking at Su Bailing, eyes angry. Luli is accusing Su Bailing want to scold what but the gas fainted. The two brothers, Su Baili, hurriedly supported the angry look at Su Bailing. Su Bailing, you're a ruthless person. Su Baishur was so angry that he was shivering. Not only did he kill his father but he also tried to harm him. On a hillside outside of Langya County, three figures stood looking at the county town. The first one has a handsome white face, youthful appearance, a brocade robe, and it's a shame about the pawn. The youth shook his head and sighed. This is a dark chess piece that has been cultivated for a long time, not only obedient but also very moist. The Shen Moore, the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy. Oh, that's interesting. After taking one more look at the county, the youth turned around and left with the two people behind him. Chapter 095 Western Spy. Soon a decree from Wujing descended on Langya. The daughter of the king of Hua County, Su Bailing, was stripped of her status as a county princess, relegated to the status of a commoner and escorted to Wujing on the same day. The throne of Hua County was succeeded by the eldest son, Su Baili, and the second son, Su Baish, was appointed as the Marquis of Baifeng. At the same time Wang was secretly fined 500,000 silver. Wang Miao and a group of servants ordered to be executed, as well as Jinzhou Zhen Fuzhuang not monitor the effectiveness of the penalty of 1 year's salary. Shame, haven't even done much to help, gone through the process. At the entrance of the city, Lin Chaoyan turned to Shen Mo with a face of shame, showing that they were too incompetent. There is no harm, Shen Moore nodded, did not care to say. Lord Shen, in a month's time, you will be going to the capital to report on your duties. Do you need to go with me at that time? Lin Chaoyan asked. Next to Zhang Yuji also could not help but look back at Shen Mo. Okay, I'll see you in a month. Shen Mo nodded his head with a flat face, then raised the whip in his hand and led a group of brocade-clothed guards to steer their horses away in the wind and snow. Lord Shen is really thunderous, Lin Chaoyan sighed as he looked at the distant back. He has always been like this. Zhang Yuji nodded, then excused herself to Nangong Shu and Lin Chaoyan and likewise left. Lord Nangong, this Shinfu envoy is also leaving, said. Lin Chaoyan also led the people to leave, came and went in a hurry, also in a hurry. Looking at the figure disappeared in the wind and snow, Nangong Shu stood with his hands in front of him. At this moment, his face was calm, no longer before the feminine and clumsy like. It's good that it's all gone. It's all over. Shen-mo, this Shinfu envoy is really getting more and more optimistic about you. Who would do their job for them if they don't show weakness and hold up others? But this guy's got a big mouth. Nangong Shu shook his head and smiled, one hand behind his back playing with a gold ingot, the other hand holding a pleading paper. Both were handed over to him by Shen Moore. The pleading paper was written by the old man at the city gate. Standing for a long time Nangong Shu only turned to look at the Langya Chinhu next to him. His eyes were grim, and the things in his hands were thrown in front of him. Don't forget whose dog it is just because someone gives you a few bones. Next time, I'll take care of you myself. It's okay to deal with people, but don't really just hang out and forget who you are. Wujing, Feng Wuan Hall. At this moment, Changsun Xianyue was massaging Su Lingtian's head to soothe the pain. Su Lingtian was infuriated after knowing what happened. He didn't think that their Su family had actually produced such a talent. It was simply a travesty. Shameful. But all those who say it's for the sake of seeking a position seem to still have ambitions, so let's admire them for a moment. Well, Your Majesty, there's no need to get angry over something like that. In the end it wasn't the Ming Xian girls Changsun Xianyue comforted. When he heard this, Su Lingtian opened his eyes and said with a serious face, if it were really them, they would have directly aborted it back then. I don't recognize it. What are you talking nonsense about? Changsun Xianyue lightly slapped Su Lingtian and said in a bad mood. I heard that this time it's that Shen family kid again? Changsun Xianyue asked as she sat down next to him. Yeah, said Su Lingtian sighed, his face somewhat serious. This Shen Moore is now in control of Qingzhou,
and has also allowed him to clean up a bit of Haizhou, Lingzhou, and now the entire southeast is almost completely pacified. But its power in Qingzhou is also getting bigger and bigger. Take advantage of this time to report to the capital. I'm ready to seal him as extra horse harnessed by the side of a team to stay in the capital. Began to recover the power of Qingzhou. The Shin family now as Xingguogong is already great, and Shin Yan has become a state pastor, and then let Shin Mo as a state Shinfu envoy. This Shin family has at least 2 states of influence. Even the Langyue Wang clan is only 1 county. How can Su Ling Tian not be worried? How did the Shin family boy become so powerful? Changsun Xianyue also had a shocked face at this time. She just knew that Shin Mo was now powerful in Qingzhou. She didn't realize that the influence was actually so great. Harm, this kid is growing up too fast, doing things even more decisively and viciously. Lawlessness. Su Lingtian sighed again. Shin Mo definitely cannot be killed, can only stay in the capital. It's so tiring to be an emperor. It's like walking on thin ice every day. A year has not seen. I did not expect that now this Shin family boy has also become a party of big people. But then Ming Xian, Er, they are much stronger. Changsun Xian Yuan also could not help but sigh. Hee, compared to Shin Mo kid they are just a small fight, or a bunch of kids. Shin Mo this kid, now even his old man can't compare to him when he sees him. Su Ling Tian hated the iron and said, forget it, wait for this kid to return to the capital and then plan properly. This kid is not a good master to deal with now. As soon as he thought of this, Su Ling Tian had a headache again. Finally could not help but lie in the arms of Changsun Xianyue to enjoy the tenderness again. The emperor can't enjoy himself yet. Jinwu Chitos. Shen Mo and his party had just returned, then a brocade guard immediately came to report. My lord, the scouts from Qingyang County have discovered Shili's secret agents. Shili is located in the west of Dawen, is really called the Dali dynasty. It is said that once Dechu drove many slaves to the desolate land in the west to reclaim and plant trees, and then the slaves revolted to overthrow Dechu's rule in the area, because in the remote west, when Dechu received the news that the revolted slave army had already fought over several counties and collected iron to cast out the weaponry, after 3 wars waged by Chu, all of which were lost because of its cruel climate and the ferocity of the slave insurgents, Shili was founded 100 years ago. What are they doing here? Shin Mo asked, opening his mouth. The reporting jinyiwei immediately looked odd and looked at Shin Mo and said, it seems to have come to assassinate you, my lord. Chapter 096, Eliminating Dali's Undercover Spies. On a street in Xingyang County City. A few vendors in the street-side stalls selling vegetables or some puppets, next to a pork store selling meat, butcher a facebeard, burly and strong exposed bladder wearing linen pants. It wasn't until the afternoon that a couple of vendors closed up their stalls and the pork store closed its doors. Night pork store and a dozen figures gathered together, with the daytime vendors, the head of the precisely that sell pork butcher. Commander, the brethren are ready. A thin monkey-looking man said solemnly. Good. Tonight, I'll chop up this dog Shin Mo, the Qingyang Qinhu, and complete the mission. Hu Xiaolei revealed a flash of fierce smile, hand-chopping bone knife swung fiercely. They are a long way from the great away all the way trekking over, but also temporarily hidden a few days is in order to complete the above to his task. In return for loyalty. A mere 3rd grade. Hand to hand. Brothers, go. As Hu Xiaolei's voice fell, a dozen men drew their long knives from under the table in unison, glowing with a cold light that. Soon a dozen black shadows flew over the eaves of the house in the night, heading straight in the direction of the Qingyang Thousand House. A dozen black shadows jumped off the roof of a house and converged on an alleyway leaning against the wall. Commander, something doesn't seem right. A black-clothed man came up to Hu Xiaolei and whispered, it's too quiet and. Looking at the dark night under the surrounding silence of the alleyway, Hu Xiaolei, also a moment of inexplicable uneasiness in the heart, seems to be stared at by the king of Hades, felt the breath of death. On guard. Hu Xiaolei couldn't help but whisper, his eyes filled with vigilance. The very moment the words fell, the torches lit up in unison. Various alleys brocade guards from both sides of the emergence. The roof is even more flush emergence holding a crossbow. The surrounding windows immediately open the crossbow to reveal. At the same time the east side of Yang Fan in a big red flying fish suit holding a sword standing on the roof. The west side of Lin Duanji, the south side of Jiang Daoyin, the northernmost Hai Shin Mo with his hands on the beams of the room, behind the cloak fluttering in the moonlit night. Hu Xiaolei's dozen or so people couldn't help but freeze in place in disbelief. People had found out a long time ago, waiting for them to throw themselves into the net. Hu Xiaolei reacted to the ferocious eyes. A step leaped up towards the opposite of Shin Mo, a knife chop, a product of astral deities, lifted up layers of tiles, leaving scratches in the surrounding walls. Brothers, kill your way out. Boom. Before the dozen or so black-clothed men behind him could move, a black shadow descended from the sky and Hu Xiaolei was Shin Mo a foot from the air, dead into the ground. The ground was smashed directly out of a large pit. The pit Hu Xiaolei has been alive or dead, do not know. This scene caused the dozen or so black-clothed men to glance at each other, their eyes filled with horror. This is the 3rd rank? Damn it! The intel was wrong. Looking at the dozen or so trembling greatly killers, Shin Mo waved one hand. Instantly the sound of iron cables rubbing together could be heard, and then dozens of chains flew out all around the A dozen men hastened to block it with their swords, and the iron ropes passed through the heap of people, and soon one after another were hooked. Finally, I saw the chain taut, more than a dozen killers, all limbs taut, suspended in the air. Boom! A bucket of water to splash while Hu Xiaolei woke up, eyes open only to see that he has been in a large prison. Have not yet opened his mouth to speak, will instantly be stuffed with cloth. Then Hu Xiaolei will see a brocade guards from the side of the chilly water bucket out of the whip covered with similar thorns and thorns. A whip came. Hu Xiaolei instantly forehead veins rippled. Double eyes round stare. 30 lashes after the spare. Hu Xiaolei is a great master of the first grade, is also at the moment pale, drenched in blood. Hu Xiaolei, the commander of the Flying Swallow Guards in Dali, received an order to assassinate Shen Mor, the 1000th household of Qingyang and Qingzhou, didn't he? Shen Mo sat on a chair and crossed his legs, holding a secret letter in his hand with an odd expression on his face. That's right, it's me. Hu Xiaolei spat out a mouthful of blood, contemptuously looking at Shen Mor. Who are you? Hearing this, all of the guards present looked at the person in front of them with the eyes of a kind of idiot, and they all looked at the person in front of them with the eyes of an idiot. You assassinate this official, you don't even know who it is? Shen Mo said in a rare breathless manner. The last time was at Nangongshu's place. That. What? Hu Xiaolei immediately widened his eyes, looking at the youth in front of him wearing a scarlet python robe, the jinyiwei Zhenfu envoy robe he still recognized. Aren't you 1,000 households? Hu Xiaolei lost his voice, but immediately reacted in the next second, having been tricked. How could this be? Who did you offend that you came all the way here to give away your head? Beside, even the rat was speechless with a blank face. Intelligence given in the secret letter. Shen Mor, Qingyang County, 1000 household, strength of 3 products, perfect. One cannot be right. This look is not to kill the boss, is to kill this little cutie. Thought it was a big fish, but turned out to be a too little cutie. He came here to get himself killed. Hearing the words of the mouse, Hu Xiaolei, as if struck by lightning, seems to think of what eyes gradually angry up, his face fierce. Chao Zhikuan, Luo Hai. You deserve to die. Chao Zhikuan. You castrated dogs. Looking at the cursing Hu Xiaolei, the scholar shrugged his shoulders, seemed to understand what the boss. It looks like this should be an infighting between the Great Li Fei Yin guards and the North Division sect, and then borrowing our brocade guards' knives to kill people. As for why they chose the boss, I'm not sure. Flying Swallow Guards and North Division Gate are the special services set up by Dali. One is selected from the military and the other is served by eunuchs. By now the Dali Emperor is young and the court is divided into 3 parts. One side of the Chancellor's party, one side of the Dali Palace eunuch-in-chief, the Emperor's personal eunuch, Zhezhong, and the other side of Dali's king of a different name. Fianwei is now under the control of the Prime Minister, and North Division Gate is naturally in the hands of Grand Eunuch Zhezhong. This Hu Xiaolei should become a sacrifice. Not surprisingly, is the North Division of those who use the scheme to get rid of him, after all, is a product of the great masters, can also break the Prime Minister of the Great Li a finger. Then the scholar looked at Hu Xiaolei with a speechless face, saying that this person is smart, and the result is so stupid to be counted on, not yet found. Even the wrong information are only now aware of the name Shen Mor in the whole of Qingzhou who do not know. Just find a person to ask, all know, or find a tea house tavern listening to books may hear, or Fianwei already so short of people or so bad? Said he stupid it, with more than a dozen people still know to walk through the mountains to avoid the county, these crowded places, to avoid along the way brocade guards, hard from the west side of the Dao, safety to the southeast of the Dao, to the also no camouflage lurking a bit. The deal with it. Shen Mo waved his hand with a flat face and said indifferently, wait, I won't let them have a good time even if I die. Just then Hu Xiaolei looked up at Shen Mor and said angrily, I know of a large stronghold of the northern sect in your southeast. It's something the Chancellor was going to save for a key role. It just happened to be mentioned to me. The North Division sect has a first-grade grandmaster sitting there as well. Langya, satin sleeve court. Shen Mor instantly raised his eyebrows, and in Langya, just so when the return to the capital when passing through Langya by hand destroyed, as a gift to the old emperor, will not say that they went empty-handed, and people off, glanced at Hu Xiaolei. Shen Mo opened his mouth, when the time to bring back to the capital. Now it seems that Su Ling Tian, this Ming emperor, is really rely on peers to set off. Dali Power 3, Desert North is now the grasslands within the struggle to seize the position of the Khan, Northern Yen 3 emperor in the dynasty, the Empress Dowager, the emperor. The Empress is considered to be a 3-pointed force. The Southern Zhao is now also the White Barbarians rebellion. The emperor is ill, the emperor fights. And the emperor's son, the emperor's son. It doesn't look like it's going to be long before there might be a war again. 097 Chapter Guan Shaoxing is investigated, Inspector. Snow day. Shen Mo stood under the eaves of the roof and looked at the sky full of snow, and the compound of the 1000 households was covered in silver. Boss, the weather is getting colder and colder, add some clothes, said the scholar, handing over a sable fur cloak. Boss, is this thinking about returning to Wujing? The scholar spoke up and asked. He knew a little more than the rest of the group. The boss, how decisive and ruthless, let people fear, but now is still also the age of youthful arrogance. I'm afraid that the heart held a breath. And then wait for the snow. How big? Shen Mor, eyes still looking at the white sky, Toneflat said. Boss, it's not good. Here's Mouse running through the snow and wind. Old Man Guan has been captured. At that moment, Shinmore's eyes narrowed to look at the mouse, actually dared someone to arrest his people without saying hello to him. Where? Because of what? At the Qingye for. Shopping at the greenhouse. The mouse held his tongue for half a day and didn't know what to say. He couldn't say he went to play and got caught, right? Who did it? Shinmore put on the purple python cloak tone flat, said. It seems to be the inspector, with a dozen men caught old man Guan on the spot, saying he was negligent in his duties.
Take the men and give this one the rules of Qingzhou.
Leaving his sentence, Shinmore then stride out of the gate of the 1,000 households. In the last month, Wujing City will send 9 inspectors to inspect the livelihood of the 4 counties, as well as the assessment of the officials, and then return to the capital to report to the Ministry of Households and the Ministry of Appointments. The 2 ministries collated and then reported to the emperor. When it comes time to report to the capital, the emperor will combine the situation reported by these people and finally make a general judgment, giving local officials rewards and punishments. The systematic supervision of the localities was formed by the local governor, the prefectural pastor, the local king, the inspector, and the secret spy department. Jinyiwei, an elegant embroidery workshop, a fine attic around the 4 seasons ornamental landscape. Inside, the women are multi-talented, so more than those who come to the big family disciples. Only at the moment the door surrounded a bunch of people, and the exquisite and gorgeous hall there are a bunch of choo-choo women as well as a charming woman, but the eyes are looking up to the 2nd floor of a house. The brocade guards are coming. I don't know who shouted. They all turned around. Seeing only the clear color of the flying fish suit in the white snow, and the figure at the head, the purple python pattern is especially piercing. Greetings, Lord Jinfu. The people at the entrance all knelt on both sides of the road in an instant. It was actually this lord who had come. Instantly the last 4 brocade guards blocked the doorway, and the rest followed Shinmore to step into the hall. The woman in the hall, who was still charming, saw that it was actually Shinmore himself, and immediately her legs went soft and she was supported by the 2 women next to her, with a terrified look on her face. Where are the people?
Standing sideways in front of the woman, Shinemo did not turn his head and said faintly, In.
There, as if with all her strength, the woman faltered and pointed to a room on the 2nd floor of the. At this time in a wide room, a white-faced middle-aged man sat beside the table calmly drinking tea. At the door stood 2 guards with swords, and on each side of the house also stood 4. The other side of the room behind the bead curtain, at this time Guan Shoshing with a quilt blocking the body face angry, behind also hiding a delicate woman, revealing half of the red belly band.
Chao Hua, what do you want to do?
You've gone too far like this. Guan Shoshing said angrily at this point that. Oh, Lord Guan, this inspector is just enforcing the law. What's wrong with that? On the contrary, you as a court official, negligence of duty, indulge in fun.
Can you stand up to your own official robe?
Chao Hua put down the teacup in his hand and said with a sneer on his face.
Guan Shoshing, what do you say I invite you or you come out on your own? Chao Hua, do you know whose territory you're in?
Guan Shoshing sneered. You want to say that Qingzhou Jinfu envoy Shinmore is it? This official is also an inspector now. What is there to fear? The inspector was for some time like a minister, equivalent to the state pastor, the town governor, and so on. Chao Hua, if I were you, I would be ready to run away now. Hearing Chao Hua's words, Guan Shoshing mocked.
Humph. Guan Shoshing, it's not enough to scare me with Shinmore. Boo. The door to the room was kicked in and shattered right off the.
Both sides of the guards have not reacted to the 2 embroidered spring knife will be racked on the neck. The other 8 just want to do it. Come in. Shinmore raised his hand and waved. Instantly 8 people were dead on the ground, and the other 8 just want to do it. Chao Hua was so startled that he was just about to get up when a hand pressed him back to his original position. Inspector Lord came. How also do not give me this town governor to say, this official also do a landlord friendship. Shen Mo stood behind Chao Hua with a smile on his face, one hand pressing his shoulder and.
Lord Shun. Seeing the visitor Guan Shoshing could not help but be happy.
Looking back at Guan Shoshing, Shinmore faintly spat out 2 words virtue.
Shenmore. What do you mean by that? Chao Hua turned around with a gloomy face and said. And what does the Lord Inspector mean?
Coming to my territory without a word and arresting my men as soon as he arrives.
Humph. Guan Shoshing neglected his duty, naturally.
Before the words were finished, Chao Hua's head was instantly pressed by Shinmore and slammed on the table with a loud bang.
You need to be in charge of my people?
Grabbing its hair and lifting its head up, Shinmo's eyes were full of coldness and sternness on the eyes. Why, what's the problem with resting for a few days after a month of labor?
Guan Shoshing, did you play for nothing?
Hearing Shinmo's voice, Guan Shoshing, who was busy dressing, hurriedly shouted, I paid the money, Lord Shin.
Hear that? What's the law?
Grabbing Chao Hua's hair to make his head tilt up, Shinmo's eyes stared, his tone cold.
Shenmore, I'm the inspector.
Chao Hua said with a face full of anger that. Boom backhandedly slapped Chao Hua to the ground, and then with a foot on his back, Shinimo coldly laughed and said, You're the king of heaven, you'll have to lie down in this official's territory. Give you face and call you an inspector, if not this officer will let you lie wherever you want.
What? There's no one left in Wukio, so you send out a dumbass like you?
Shinmore, this inspector will definitely report this behavior of yours to the emperor. However, Chao Hua only felt humiliated at the moment, and with a face full of furious rage he said,
Yoo-hoo, so wild.
Shinmore suddenly laughed and drew out the chain to the next brocade guards and said,
Strip off your clothes, don't let people see and say we mistreated the Lord Inspector.
Immediately, Xiaohua, full of panic, was stripped naked, and in the next second, chains were drawn across his back.
Ah!
A miserable scream directly penetrated the room, and all the people in the hall as well as the onlookers at the door all turned white and were ready to run away.
What are you doing? Come in, all of you.
His Excellency said to continue the music and the dance.
Didn't you hear? Today's spending is on Lord Guan's tab.
At this time a brocade guard walked out of the room to the second floor railing and shouted. Hearing that it was Shinmore, everyone didn't dare to hesitate to come in immediately. Soon the silk bamboo and Xiao music sounded again, covering the screams.
098 Chapter Letter from Home.
Inside the 1,000 households. Just see a person kneeling on the ground trembling with a pen to write something. Behind the clothes were oozing blood-stained red. Every write a few times will need to use the sleeve robe to wipe away the cold sweat on the forehead, inadvertently revealing the blood marks on the arm. The Jinwu County Shoguan Shoshing scrupulously fulfill their duties, dedication and honesty, diligence and love for the people.
A paragraph of the assessment evaluation was written out.
It was only when he had finally finished writing that Xiaohua raised the paper with trembling hands and handed it over.
Lord, look, is this okay?
His voice was full of weakness, but Xiaohua didn't dare to put his hand down in the slightest with a face full of fear and said, Lord Qiao really does write well. The upper Shinmore sitting in a chair with a face of casual sweep through the banter. Some people eyes cheap, do not play a meal do not know the sky high and thick. There, it's my honor to be in Lord Shin's eyes, Xiaohua said with a pleasing smile on his face, no more arrogance. Lord Qiao has to go on an inspection tour elsewhere, so this official won't keep you, but for the sake of Lord Qiao's safety this official will definitely send more people to protect him. Lin Duanji, it's up to you to show Lord Qiao around Qingzhou, make sure you show Lord Qiao every part of Qingzhou. Shinmore turned his head to look at the nearby Lin Duanji and instructed, the corner of his mouth with a smile. Don't worry my lord. Hearing this Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a touch of bitterness, but feeling the pain in his body he hurriedly smiled and nodded his head and responded.
Yunshui Township, Baijiang County, Qing'an County.
Yunshui General Flag Office, since Shinmore was transferred then by the county to send a general flag, and the original Shinmore to stay in the small courtyard directly sealed. Who would have thought that from here out of a small flag in a year's time has become the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy, commanding the Qingzhou brocade guards. At that time to know the news of Li Wei and Shi Wenqing scared enough. In the blink of an eye, the subordinate mixed into his boss's boss. At this moment, at the entrance of the general flag office, I only saw a middle-aged man riding a horse, wearing a martial arts robe with a tough face. This adult, can you help small pass a message, small looking for a person Lu San to the door standing guard brocade guards cupped fists and politely said. Although as a person of the state government, but Xingui Gong on the subordinate control is very strict, character is the first choice of subordinates, would have been a big tree beckons the wind, if the following people and then Fox Tiger Way last don't thousands of miles of embankment, collapsed in an ant hole. Who are you looking for? Asked the brocade guard at the door as he looked and opened his mouth. My lord, I'm looking for my son, who is now called Shinmore. Tell him there are some letters from him.
Who are you talking about?
The two brocade guards at the door instantly changed their colors and said incredulously.
Baijiang County.
Shi Wenqing was looking at the case report in his hand when he saw Li Wei running to him. Lord Shi, the Yunshui town brocade guard sent a man who said he was a guard from Lord Shin's family to find Lord Shin and brought a letter from Lord Shin's family.
Lord Shin's matter?
That's a big deal, bring that brother to see Lord Shin. Who Shi Wenqing immediately stood up with a serious face and said,
a rare opportunity to perform has come. As for why he didn't just send it to Jinwu, what did he send Lord Chito's? Kingwood County City.
Yang Fan with a polite face said to Lu San next to him, this brother, the person you're looking for is here. I'll take you to see Lord Jinfu envoy and you'll know. At this moment Lu San has some numbness, think he has seen a lot of dignitaries in the capital, but now he is looking for a person from the total flag to 100 households and then to 1,000 households, and now it is even more important to see estates and Fujian.
The master did not say that your son is a small flag?
Inside the Jinwu 1,000 house, Shenmore was constantly looking at various martial arts editions to improve himself when the scholar walked in. Boss, outside Qingyang Qian 2 has sent a man who says he's your family's guard named Lu San. At once Shenmore put down the book in his hand, a flash of surprise in his eyes.
Let him in.
Soon saw a middle-aged man walk in, and as soon as he entered the door, he bent down and bowed his hand to Shenmore to show his respect.
My name is Lu San. I'd like to greet you, Mr. Shinfu. Get up, Lu San.
Suddenly a familiar voice came. Lu San couldn't help but look up and, only to see a figure sitting upright in the middle of the study behind a desk, with a handsome face, sharp eyes, and a body full of majesty, the second prince. Looking at the youth in front of him wearing a python robe, heroic and powerful, Lu San's eyes rounded, incredibly lost his voice and said,
My son is the town councilor. Is it really you? Lu San asked tentatively.
Lu San, this Gongzi has only been away from home for a year and you can't recognize anyone anymore, Shin Mo said with a slight smile.
Second Duke, you. famous under the sky the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy is the second Dukyu?
Lu San's mind was in a mess at the moment, looking blankly at the youth in front of him.
Shenmue nodded.
The emperor's appointed official of the Qintian supervisor of the earth is also the second duke.
The junior patriarch or you, second prince.
Seeing Shenmue all nodded, Lu San at the moment at a loss for words, staring blankly at the original place.
Is this still the second son of our Jingwo mansion who was good at eating, drinking and having fun? Master, is this the little flag officer you were talking about? Lu San, where's the letter?
Hearing Shenmue's words, Lu San just woke up from a dream, and hurriedly pulled out the 3 letters in his arms and handed them to Shenmue. His eyes were still thick with shock. The world-famous Shenmue is really the second prince. Looking at the letter in his hand, Shenmue's heart instantly thoughts, this year who did not find him again, seems to have forgotten him in general. When the time to leave the capital of the old master said, let its name to go to a remote place is also for him to live in peace, the back will not often contact him to contact more than let Wujing. Some people noticed the hand to Shenmue on the danger. After all, in the eyes of the old master, Shenmue is still a dude who will only eat and drink. There is no strength. 3 letters, one from that cheap old dad, one from my mother, and one from my old man. Cheap old man wrote a dense, lengthy and educational meaning, and finally summarized in 2 sentences, do a good job, home at the end of the year. The one written by my own mother is a bit shorter, but it is all about Shenmue's concern as well as inquiries.
The old man's letter was even simpler, just 2 sentences, are you safe? Are you coming back? How is the old master? After reading the letter, Shenmue looked up and asked Lu San. His lordship is in good health. He was rewarded by his majesty just a few days ago.
Young master is also ready to leave for the capital in 10 days.
The second Prince Yu.
Thought of this, Lu San gazed to Shenmue. He did not remember wrongly if the Jinfu ambassador also want to return to the capital to report duty.
In 10 days' time, this town envoy will likewise depart for the capital. Shenmue opened his mouth with a flash of light in his eyes.
Soon Shenmue arranged for people to take Lu San down to wait for 10 days to return to the capital together. Scholar, summon the rest of the 3 major 1,000 households and county guards as well as the patriarchs of the major sects in Qingzhou to Jinwu City. Since he is going, Shenmue naturally want to arrange everything well. Don't wait for him to go and then some people who don't know how to die jumped out.
Yes.
Soon in order Jinwu out, all over the Qingzhou move, no one dares not from the.
It's almost the end of the year.
Looking at the heavy snow outside the door, Shenmue exhaled a mouthful of hot air and lamented.
It's New Year's Eve, time to go home.
Chapter 099, respectfully sending the envoy to the capital.
The 1,000 households compound.
Both sides were filled with people, officials from all over the world and the brocade guards on one side, the patriarchs of all the major sects in Qingzhou on the other side, and in the center, a figure sat in the upper seat.
Greetings, Mr. Governor.
All of them bowed respectfully in unison to the upper position, and
I have summoned you here today to tell you one thing.
Shenmue stood up and stood with his hands in the air, his eyes narrowed, his body exuded a murderous aura that made everyone present shudder. This official left Qingzhou for more than a month during this time, all to this official honestly, who dares to make things this official will get killed. Let his whole clan, his whole family be buried with him. When these words came out, everyone felt like they were suffocated by the killing intent, full of panic, all immediately kneeled down to show their loyalty.
The snow-drifting compound wasn't even as cold as the death they felt at the moment. Early in the morning, still windy and snowy.
However, the former sparsely populated streets are surrounded by people on both sides of the street. The sound of people, the street on both sides of the constable standing, the whole street to the city gate are like this. And in front of the Jinwu Chidos stood 100 brocade guards in unison, standing straight and erect, all dressed in black small flag flying fish uniforms, with black cloaks, hands with arm guards, black cloud-patterned belts, the left waist uniformly wearing the embroidered spring sword, the right side hung with bows and crossbows, and the hindquarters flashed with chilling hooks and cords. The upper half of the body is wearing the black leather armor of the brocade guards, wearing no longer a flying fish hat but a bucket hat helmet. Under the helmet hat is a pair of stern eyes, all left hand holding a warhorse. Finally a figure stepped out of the gate, dressed in scarlet purple python brocade clothes, hands with purple and gold python arm guards, waist wrapped with purple and gold python belt, the Jinfu envoy token hanging in front of his waist, wearing a purple python Jinfu envoy cloak, looking indifferent, with an embroidered spring sword hanging on his waist. Behind them, 3 major red-clothed Qianhuos, and a dozen silver-clothed Baihuos followed.
See Lord Jinfu envoy.
100 brocade guards shouted in unison, kneeling on one knee.
These 100 jinyiwei are following Shenmue all the way, each at least small flag strength, jinyiwei elite. Shenmue walked through the middle of the kneeling with an indifferent face, turned over and mounted his horse. The warhorse gave a neigh, its hoofs raised forward, and the horse whistled through the wind and snow, its cloak fluttering. Follow this town envoy, into the capital.
A shout, Shenmue horsewhip raised under the steering horse and out, raising 1,000 layers of snow. Instantly the brocade guards rose in unison and turned on their horses, and the sound of hoofbeats followed them out. When seeing Shenmue and his entourage of people on both sides of the street shouted in unison, swarming and following all the way out of the city. The entrance to the city is now full of people on both sides of the road. Countless disciples of all the major sects in Qingzhou are standing on both sides of the road. The Cloud Cliff Cave, Willow Leaf Villa, Listen to the Sword Mountain, all the major sects of the patriarchs in person. At the same time, Guanshoxing Four Counties county guards led a group of Qingzhou officials standing in the wind and snow, purple and green official robes in a row, all eyes looking toward the city gate. And both sides of the road is full of thousands of brocade guards, a colorful flying fish suit, left hand holding the embroidered spring sword, right hand holding a pole flag, sharp eyes, all proudly stood in the wind and snow, immobile as a mountain, let the wind and snow pressure full of body.
The flags are flying in the wind and snow. There were even countless people standing and watching the scene from afar.
Finally the sound of horses' hooves came, only to see the figure come stepping out of the city gate with the brocade guards.
Greetings to the Lord Jinfu Envoy. Greetings to the Lord Jinfu Envoy. Good luck to Lord Zhen Fuzhuang in his visit to the capital. Good luck to Lord Zhen Fuzhuang in his visit to the capital to face the Holy Spirit. In an instant thousands of brocade-clothed guards all knelt down on one knee, holding flags that would not fall, and roaring loudly, their voices startling down the branches and snow. At the same time all the disciples and patriarchs of all the Jianghu sects in Qingzhou as well as Guanshoxing and other officials bent down in unison to pay homage, likewise shouting. Seeing such a spectacular and amazing scene, a crowd of people could not help but kneel down in unison. The heavens and the earth were pale, and all the people knelt only for the purple python. Seeing such a scene, Shinemo immediately let out a loud laugh, a kind of arrogant and heroic laugh, and, ha 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 ha, wait for the return of this town's ambassador.
Leaving a smooth and bold voice to cover the sound of the wind and snow, Shinmore led 100 of Jinyi guards in the Qingzhou crowd kneeling to send laughing away, leaving only a hoofprints on the ground. I must know that in the early days I apprehended the clouds and promised to be the first on earth.
Yushu, the sky is full of snow.
Only to see in front of a county city, the 4 county governors as well as a group of officials bowed their hands to bid farewell to a group of people. Let's hope everything goes well with the relief and restoration of people's livelihoods after we leave. Once again looked back at the county behind him as well as those officials. Xinyan's horsewhip raised down the rate of a group of people stepped into the wind and snow, the state passed her back to the capital. In Lingzhou, Jiang Yuji was draped in a sable cloak wearing a python robe, and behind her, the same 100 brocade guards were all draped in snow-blocking cloaks. With a hiss of wind and snow, the group disappeared into the snow and, on the official highway of Haizhou, Lin Chaoyan rode his horse at a gallop, followed by a group of brocade guards. All hurry up, don't miss the rendezvous with elder brother Shin and the others.
Ha 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 ha. Luanjia County, Jinzhou.
At this moment near Jinwu, a small town, an inn and the shopkeeper and 2 are all looking at the hall sitting figure, a scarlet-purple python robe. All around the hall are standing brocade guards, the door is even brocade guards guarding. My lord, men have been sent to guard the intersections and will report as soon as we find Lord Shin. Good, Nangongshu nodded, playing with the teacup in his hand, revealing a meaningful smile, and,
Shinmore, don't keep my lord waiting.
At the same time, almost all of the state governors of the various states in Da departed for the capital on this day. 9 major governors, 9 major state ministers all traveling to one destination. Wujing, the center of Da, the most prosperous place, where kings and lords gather, and dignitaries gather. At this moment the streets everywhere have already manifested the flavor of the new year, red paper and red lanterns, all kinds of shouting and selling, merchants from all over the world to bring strange and bizarre things for sale. The Yenyu Huagong is full of red sleeves, even in the daytime, people are also endless. The imperial study room of the palace. Su Ling Tian tasted a mouthful of the newly made pastries from the imperial catering room, then smiled at Wei Yan, Li Ruxiao, and the others below and said, "These are the new pastries made by the imperial catering house, they are delicious, try them all."
"Thank you, your majesty."
Wei Yan and a few others immediately said respectfully.
"Lu Gang, have those everywhere moved?"
Su Ling Tian suddenly opened his mouth and asked. "Your majesty, the 9 state governors, the state pastors, and the kings of the counties have all risen and are on their way to the capital." "Good, pay more attention to it." Su Ling Tian nodded and looked at Li Ruxiao and Bai Wenkai, the minister of households.
"Li Ruoxiao, Bai Wenkai, year off those officials' assessment and around the inspection completed?"
"Your majesty, all is well," Li Ruxiao returned. "It's just that the inspector who traveled to Qingzhou came back seemingly not in a very good state of mind. Hesitated next to Baiwen before opening his mouth." "I know." Su Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his hand and interrupted. "Dear secretaries, immediately the year is coming to an end, all over the town to make those officials also want to go to the capital. I do not want to appear anything, understand?"
"Yes."
At that moment, Li Ruxiao said with a serious face.
"It's about to start."
Su Ling Tian raised his head to look at the wind and snow outside the door, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his eyes.
Chapter 0100, Entering the Capital.
The sound of hoofbeats on the wintry road, only to see a line of brocade guards galloping from the snow. Soon only see a small town into the eyes of the crowd, the town entrance 3 figures on horseback standing in the wind and snow, each behind a line of brocade guards standing. The leader of the figure of the reins pulled the front hooves of the warhorse raised to raise and then fell heavily splashed snowflakes, behind the cloak fluttering in the cold wind, under the helmet hat reveals a pair of indifferent eyes, behind a crowd of brocade-clothed guards all stopped their horses and stood. Lord Shen, you finally arrived. Lin Chaoyan took the lead and laughed, next to Jiang Yuji who nodded with a slight smile at Shen Mo. Lord Shen is really a big frame, let us a few waiting for a long time on. Nangong Shu looked at Shen Mo with a teasing face, said. People have not spoken, what is the dog barking at? Lightly glanced at Nangong Shu, Shen Mo coldly opened his mouth and said. Since everyone has arrived, let's go. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Lin Chaoyan hurriedly spoke. This town crier has to go to the satin sleeve court. Hearing this, Nangong Shu immediately looked at Shen Mo with an odd gaze. I don't see that Lord Shen also has that kind of taste, unique taste, no wonder I haven't heard of Lord Shen with any women. Oh, how can this Shinfu envoy compare to such a waste as Lord Nangong? Others have put a nail in Lord Nangong's chest and still don't know. Shen Mo's eyes glanced at Nangong Shu with contempt and sneered. At once, Nangong Shu's face was gloomy, he did not doubt the authenticity of what Shen Mo said. Let's go. Bring the old emperor some gifts. Under the whip Shen Mo led his men to run in one direction, Jiang Yuji led his men to follow immediately, and the reactive Lin Chaoyan and Nangong Shu also drove their horses to follow. Satin Sleeve Court. At the moment the hall was streaming with blood, littered with corpses, and a host of delicate or feminine men panicked and shivering and hiding away from. Looking at the bottom of the foot of the eyes of the north division of the door of the first-grade spies, Shen Mo eyes indifferent hands of the embroidered spring knife on its head chopped down, blood splattered into a line. Eunuchs are eunuchs, choosing places with such unique tastes. Lin Chaoyan spat as he smacked his lips while carrying a head in his hand. Then the attic blazed in the snowy sky, the flames were dazzling, and hundreds of brocade-clothed guards steered out of the blaze and disappeared into the snow. A piece of heaven and earth in the white blanket, a lofty city stands in the snow, covering more than 300 miles, simple city walls towering spectacular, above inserted a big martial arts dragon flag fluttering in the wind and snow, rows and rows of soldiers standing on the walls, but also has dozens of artillery set up on the walls, and the city of the city. Hundreds of soldiers stood on both sides of the city gates, and there were horses on the side of the road. The soldiers one by one checked the people coming into the city in an endless stream, and 3 big words were written on the city gates, Wujing City. In the distance on the official road horse hooves fell, rows of brocade guards stood down, the foremost 4 figures looked at the spectacular city in front of them. The Wujing City, my lord is back again. On horseback looking at the city in front of him, which is more than familiar, Shen Mo's eyes flashed a flash of severity. Hundreds of brocade-clothed guards at the city gate showed up in unison, instantly making the surrounding crowd of people's faces tense and at the same time their eyes full of curiosity, especially the foremost 4 actually wearing python robes. Behind some of the carriage and the rich merchants, the family also cannot help but probe out a look. When saw the front 4 figures also cannot help but face shocked. For honored Jinfu envoys. The city guard general who saw the scene immediately rushed to run to pay a bow to the 4 Shen Mo. Greetings to the 4 lords of Jinfu. I wonder which side of the town all 4 of you are from. Lingzhou, Jiang Yuji spoke. Hey Ju. Jianzhou. In the next second all gazes coincidentally looked at the youngest youth at the head of the group. Qingzhou. Shen Mo looked indifferent and spat out 2 words. Instantly some people who had heard of Shen Mo's deeds could not help but look startled, their eyes curiously looking at the legendary Qingzhou Jinfu envoy in front of them. Then in the eyes of the crowd Shen Mo led the people to drive their horses into the city. I didn't expect to run into 4 Jinfu envoys today. In the past few days, all the ambassadors and state ministers have returned to the capital. Yesterday, the ambassadors from Yunzhou and Yangzhou also arrived. That one just now is actually the jade-faced Yan Luo that's been rumored in the Jianghu. It's also too young, right? Is it really like the rumors? It is said that one is a juvenile sect master. Blood washed the rivers and lakes of Qingzhou, and once also foamling swept the martial arts, and up to now those rivers and lake sects have not said that they have taken revenge. Nowadays, among these 9 Jinfu envoys, this one is the strongest, and is the head of the Jinfu envoys. Didn't you see that the other 3 were vaguely led by him? A carriage, luxurious and exquisite, and there is a heater-warm car, only to see a woman wearing a green jacket and Confucian skirt half lying on a long seat. A maid lifted the curtain to come in. Miss, just now there are 4 town envoys returning to the capital, so it caused a lot of alarm, the maid said respectfully. One of them is the recently renowned Qingzhou Jinfu envoy. Very young, and I think I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, is that so? The woman on the long seat slowly opened her eyes, revealing a touch of curiosity. She didn't remember having any dealings with this Qingzhou Jinfu envoy. The streets of Wujing are bustling with people streaming in and out, the surrounding buildings tower over each other, and there are taverns and tea houses and stores everywhere. North of the city, the Jinyiwei General Headquarters. Sea Lord Zhen Fuzhuang. The brocade-clothes guards on both sides of the doorway all immediately bent down and bowed. Shen Mo 4 people directly in a crowd of brocade guards worship stepped into the gate. Ha ha ha, Jiang Jinfu envoy, Lin Jinfu envoy, you have finally come. Only when he entered the compound, he heard a bright laughter, and then he saw a refined and easygoing middle-aged man walking, in a scarlet and blue python robe, with purple stripes on the cuffs, Commander Bai, seeing the visitor, Zhang Yuji and Ling Xiaoyan clasped their fists and politely said, "This is Commander Bai Lu Fei, look like a good person, but in reality is a sinister and cunning villain." Beside Nan Gongshu suddenly opened his mouth and said to Shen Mor, "This is Commander Bai Lu Fei, look like a good person, but in reality is a sinister and cunning villain."
Oh, this is the recently notorious Qingzhou Jinfu envoy, right? He really is a talented man. Seems to deliberately omit Nan Gongshu. Bai Luofei smiled at Shen Mo. Nan Gongshu skimmed his mouth and did not say anything. Aha, Shen Mor nodded without saying more.
Bai Luofei also didn't care to say to the four, "Lord Commander and the four co-conspirators have gone to the palace, so I was sent to greet you all.
The rest of the Jinfu ambassadors have arrived, and at night His Majesty will receive you all at the Dragon Terrace Pavilion."
While saying that, Bai Luofei led the four of them towards the arranged small courtyard, during which his eyes kept looking at Shen Mor.
"Jinfu envoy Shen, haven't we met before? It always feels like you look familiar," Bai Luofei asked with a smile.
"I'm from Wujing, I may have seen it." Shen Mor nodded lightly and said, next to Zhang Yuji could not help but snicker slightly, "And,
you are Shen Mor?"
Just then, a questioning voice came from the side end. Only to see 5 figures coming from the other side, also in scarlet and purple python robes, the leader's eyes coldly surveyed Shen Mor, but the next second his eyebrows tightly frowned.
In an instant, the 9 Jinfu ambassadors came together in unison.
However, the next moment the opposite several Jinfu envoys couldn't help but change their faces greatly, especially the person at the head, full of disbelief.
"It's you! How could it be you?" The left minister's residence.
In the garden, left Prime Minister Wei Yan was sipping tea and chatting with Li Ruxiao. The next moment you see a middle-aged man hurriedly ran to, sweating a face of shock, saw the teapot on the stone table grabbed to drink. This sudden move caused both Wei Yan to fail to react.
"What are you doing? Panicking? What's the matter with you? What's gotten into you? You've met a ghost."
Seeing his son like this, Wei Yan frowned and scolded. "It's not a ghost, but I saw something more frightening than a ghost." Wei Xiaochan waved his hand and gasped. "What is it that makes you like this?" Wei Yan picked up the tea and took a sip. Opposite Li Ruxiao also looked curious.
I saw that full grandson of the Duke of Jinhua, Shinjun Mo, who entered the general commandery of the brocade guards in his Shinfu envoy's brocade clothes."
Put. Wei Yan directly a mouthful of tea sprayed out, spit Wei Xiaochang a face. Opposite Li Ruxiao is also a change in color directly stood up.
"What did you say?" The master of the imperial household, the Fifth Order, who was sitting in his seat at the moment, listened to the report from his men, and then his eyes stared, his face was serious, and he slowly stood up and, "It's true that eliminating all the impossibilities leaves the only answer." It took a long time for the Fifth Order to spit out a sentence, his eyes indifferent. As early as when Shen Mor was famous he sent people to check, but they couldn't find out anything. Even the portrait couldn't be gotten out, and to be able to make His Majesty hide so much, together with the name, he had a bold idea. In the past few days the town governor returned to the capital. He specially sent people to squat just to take a look. Shen Junmo, what is Shen Jun Mor? Hiding it from everyone.
Wang Fu, Wang Zhuang dropped the teacup in his hand and grabbed the subordinate in front of him.
"It's really him. Did you see it clearly?" "Yes, master. It's Shen Junniwo."
Wang Zhuang with a hard look loosened his hand. When Wang Shengrong wrote to him about this matter he almost thought that Wang Shengrong had gone crazy, and had been half believing it.
Now it's actually confirmed.
Doesn't that mean that Shen Mo is now feuding with their Wang clan as well as the third prince?
This is troublesome. The town hall.
At this moment in a small courtyard Shen Badian wearing a martial arts robe was playing chess with another old man. Next to him stood Shen Jiwei as well as 4 youths.
"Father, are you really not going to the Dragon Pavilion banquet?" Shinjin said seriously.
"That is the emperor to give you these Jinzhou big officials to receive the dust. We these old guys to go what to go. Are you young people's world?" Shen Badian waved absent-mindedly said. "Once your old man is gone, where else in the whole field are you people?" Ha ha, laughed Wei Huatian from the opposite side of the room. "Shin kid, my grandson and granddaughter will be together, you bring to the line." Wei Huatian waved his hand at the 2 youths next to him.
"Grandpa."
A cool woman next to him wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shen Badian raising his hand. "Go on, Nanfeng, Shizhou, grandpa's getting old and doesn't like to have a good time." Unable to do anything about it, Shen Jiwei left with the 4 people, leaving only 2 people in the small courtyard. Shen Badian. "You're dead, old man Shen." When the white discs fell and the black pieces had no chance of survival, Wei Huatian laughed with a smug smile on his face.
"You can't even concentrate on chess. What are you thinking about?"
Looking at the chess game in front of him, Shen Badian kept thinking of ways to break the game. "It's not that kid, the letter was sent out and there's no reply till now, and Lusan is dead as if he's dead too.
Ugh, I don't know if that kid is coming back."
Wujing was a whirlpool. Shen Badian both wanted to meet Shen Mor and did not want him to come back and get involved.
"His mother's break."
Suddenly Shen Badian cried out and slapped the chessboard. The pieces shook down, and only 1 black piece remained on the finely shattered chessboard. "The
old undead. You're cheating again."
0101 Chapter Dragon Pavilion Banquet, Pillar of the Dynasty. Longtai Pavilion Banquet, the emperor every year for those local county kings, Jinfu envoy and now the state pastor set up to receive the dust of the banquet, usually those who are the son of the family, the son of the official to go more. But this time, news came from the palace that His Majesty would personally attend this Dragon Pavilion Banquet, and this instant all the ministers were ready to go to
The emperor has gone, who dares not to go?
Dragon Terrace Pavilion, at the moment dressed in brilliant, magnificent. The hall are now some of the lower and middle grade officials, the second floor platform is those real ministers,
At this moment, there are already the right and left prime ministers, Tu Fu Jiang Yunhe, the fifth order of the imperial master, the minister of the Ministry of Administration Li Ruxiao, the royal historian Wei Yinzheng, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue Bai Wenkai, the minister of war Fang Zichuan, Marquis of Dingyuan Zhou Kangyan, Marquis of Yang Ji Tannan and other important officials of the imperial court to converge together. Strange, why did His Majesty remember to attend this Dragon Terrace banquet again this year? Zhou Kangyan was a bit puzzled.
His Majesty had not attended for several years. Maybe on a whim, Jitanan said casually, taking the wine from the table next to him.
Next to Wei Yin and Li Ruxiao, the old gods didn't say anything more, but their eyes kept looking at that platform on the third floor.
If they're really there, then they must be on the third floor waiting to be received by His Majesty himself. The hall was buzzing with activity at the moment. The princesses are here. Suddenly the little eunuch at the door shouted. Then only saw a line of young people walked in, each dressed in gorgeous and exquisite. The right side of the third Prince Su Fangguan in a yellow brocade robe, embroidered with three-clawed python robe. The eyes of the Jejia swept the whole scene. The fourth Prince Sui was wearing a blue three-clawed python robe, with a smile on his face, nodding his head in a gentle manner to the surrounding group of officials. The fifth Prince Su Yenying was dressed in a red three-clawed python robe, walking with a slight limp. His eyes contained fury, and his eyes were full of shade. Sixth Prince Su Mingli was dressed in a white-yellow patterned three-clawed python robe, holding a folding fan with a cynical look. The eighth Prince, Su Liu, was wearing a purple python robe with a blue python belt, a pair of wrist guards, and a pair of gleaming eyes. On the left, the eldest Princess Su Mingxian was dressed in a pleated Rui Moon skirt, with green silk hanging down to her waist. Her face was cold, her temperament noble, and her pair of eyes indifferent, and in her right hand she led a 12 or 13-year-old maid, wearing a crushed flower coat and jacket, lively and lovely. The youngest princess, Su Mingyue, behind the second Princess Su Qingwan dressed in palace satin plain snow silk dress, hair coiled up inserted jade hairpin, as well as a host of hair ornaments, such as a clear beauty in general. Seventh Princess Su Junmo was dressed in a Rui satin embroidered colorful auspicious clouds court dress. Her eyes were clear, her green silk was only tied up with a simple white cloth, pure and beautiful. The moment he appeared the officials in the hall all bowed to him in unison. Yet the next moment a group of youths were seen walking in, either imposing or 1,000. The first few people and a person wearing black cloud pattern brocade clothing, face tough, appearance in Shinmore has 6 or 7 points similar. At this moment the face of silent, eyes measuring the whole scene, Jin Guigong first grandson Shin Shizhou. Next to a cool woman, a luo smoke green clothes, green silk simply coiled up inserted hairpin, face white and clean, Qingcheng, the first daughter of the Duke of Jingui Shin Nanfeng.
As well as behind them, the first grandson of Dukan, Wei Chaiyang, the first granddaughter, Wei Zian, the first eldest grandson of Duke Xiu, Chu Su, the second grandson, Chu Qiang, the granddaughters of the Marquis of Dingyuan, Zhou Luoyun and Zhou Min, and other descendants of the generals of the armed forces.
Before the hall officials could react, some of them couldn't help but look at the door again and those of the Prime Minister's granddaughter are also here, the descendants of civil officials. Wei Yan'an, granddaughter of the left Prime Minister, Zhang Lin, eldest grandson of the Crown Prince, Fang Xianming and Fang An, sons of the Minister of War. With the arrival of these people in the hall those officials began to gather around those royal sons, the eldest grandson before the Shin Nanfeng saw Su Mingxian several people then led Wei Zian and other people over. Sui saw Shin Shizhou immediately a face of surprise came to talk together. In an instant, the hall became the home of these youths, all of whom couldn't help but show a sense of pride. Ha ha ha, this prince can feel the envious and jealous eyes around him. Su Fangguan laughed freely, with a smug and proud face towards Jiang Lin. On the third floor, a few pairs of eyes looked across the room and the royal prince and princesses, the military generals represented by the first grandson of the Duke of Jinbei, and the civil officials represented by the descendants of the Prime Minister, the second and third generations carrying the future of Dewu are all here. Lin Xiaoyan smacked his lips with some emotion. These people will all start out much easier than ordinary people in the future. A group of future courtiers, kings and lords, it's really spectacular. Nangong Shu said, conspiratorially. Why, what are the feelings? Zhang Yuji looked at the group of youths in the hall, turned her head to look at Shinmore and flirted. Still just a bunch of sheltered teenagers. Shinemo said indifferently as his eyes swept over a familiar face in the hall. They are in the future, and this official is now the dog pillar. They are only under the protection of this official and others. What? Lord Shin doesn't go down to say hello to your little friends. After all, you were once one of them. The first grandson of the Duke of Jin. Next to him, Nangong Shu said, watching the show. By the way, is your father across the street? said the four eyes cannot help but look to the third floor opposite the attic platform, only to see the opposite side of the state pastor stood 9 wearing scarlet official robes. At this moment is also looking at the hall scene. One of the elegant middle-aged man is the state pastor of the state of Yuzhou. Tisk, TSK, father and son a civil official and a military official. Is this not your old Shin family unique inheritance? Nangong Shu not afraid to die said. It looks like your old man doesn't know you. Sima Jing, Lu Shang these two boys are probably waiting for a good show too. Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived. Suddenly a shout, the whole scene instantly quiet, eyes all look to the third floor platform in the middle of that position.
Chapter 0102 Shin Moore, the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy.
With Xiaoyan's shout, imperial guards with swords and yellow robes instantly appeared around the hall, and the third floor platform was likewise surrounded by guards standing vigilant. Soon after, we saw a row of palace maids coming out from behind the screen on the right side of the third floor platform, followed by eunuchs. Only to see Su Ling Tian in a 5-clawed dragon robe, head wearing a gold silk dragon crown, left hand holding the Empress Changsun Xianyue, who's similarly wearing a phoenix robe, wearing a beautifully exquisite phoenix crown, graceful and luxurious, walked to the platform of the dragon chair phoenix seat to sit down. The greetings to His Majesty, the Empress, long live His Majesty, long live the Empress. In an instant the entire Dragon Terrace pavilion bowed toward the center of the third floor, and those officials in the hall even knelt on the ground. Shen Moore on the third floor is just a bow with a clasped fist, and the ministers above the third rank cannot kneel, including the Jinfu envoy. The level off. Su Ling Tian sat on the dragon chair and said, without anger, today I come here specially for the important ministers of the 9 states to receive the dust to show condolences. Of course, this year the 9 states around the stability of the peace, but also thanks to the efforts of all the secretary. Xia Yan beside him immediately understood after Su Lingtian finished speaking and took a step forward and said in a loud voice, summon the Kyushu state minister, the Jinfu envoy. Su Lingtian's gaze couldn't help but glance to his left, revealing a touch of playfulness. Wei Yan on the second floor, Li Ruxiao several people gazed tightly staring at that platform on the third floor. Su Mingxian, Shen Nanfeng, Sui, Wei Nianen and a group of other youths in the hall couldn't help but look towards the platform with curious gazes. In the next second, I saw 9 figures coming out from the right side, all of them in big red official robes, with lifelike brocade chicken patterns in front of their chests and jade belts around their waists, wearing dark-colored cloud pattern boots and black official hats, and the leader of them was Hua Siming, the state pastor of the Haizhou state. Nanfeng, I saw Uncle Shen, Su Qingwan said as she looked at the fourth figure. I saw it too. Shen Nanfeng looked at his father and nodded back. Shizhou, Uncle Shen is still really powerful, Sui complimented Shen Shizhou next to him, causing a flash of pride in Shen Shizhou's eyes. The Shen family has a Duke of Shen, and now there's a Shen prefecture pastor. It's really something, isn't it? Now look at that Shen Nanfeng. Shen Shizhou is another generation of talented, heavenly pride. The Shen family is really lucky. Oh, who can say what will happen later? Some officials in the hall looked at the 9 figures on the third floor also couldn't help but whisper, there was envy and jealousy in their eyes. Alas, the Duke of Shen appears to be mighty and the Shen family is thriving, but in fact, it has become somewhat dangerous. Zhou Kangyan looked at Shen Yan and shook his head, a top military general meritorious noble offspring went civilian, giving up the future life preservation card. As for Shen Shizhou is still almost, and also with the 4 emperors go close behind how it is not good enough to say. Unless the Shen family produces another top-tier martial general, the 110,000 elite troops will be successfully recovered by the emperor. The Shen family would be in danger at that time. Don't talk nonsense if you shouldn't. Ji Tiannan looked around, elbowed Zhou Kangyan and whispered, can't you see that none of the 3 princes are here today? In the crowd's discussion in the third floor platform on the left side of the 9 Chi-Chi figure, each scarlet purple python robe, purple and gold python belt, cape swaying, mighty and overbearing, the leader is a young man, eyes stern, indifferent face, the put. When you see the face clearly, Xu Chang, Fang'an, and the second grandson of the Marquis of Righteousness, Ji Yinfu, who were drinking together, all spewed out their wine in one mouthful. The second floor Wei Yan, Li Ruoxiao, the fifth order several people dead stared at the face, see with their own eyes is still full of disbelief, the hiss. Zhou Kangyan rubbed his eyes and sucked in a breath of cool air. Old Ji, help me see if my eyes are blurred, is that the Shinju Nemo kid? It's Shinjunmuo. Ji Tiannan's face was equally filled with horror at this moment. How? Su Fangwen and Su Yenying were incredibly angry on the spot. This is Shinjunmuo. How can he be the Jinfu envoy? Su Yi's smiling face stiffened, 6th Prince Su Mingli folding fan closed to put away his cynical appearance, and the pupils in his eyes shrunk. The princess sighed Su Mingxian, Su Junmo, Su Qingwan. 3 people immediately stood up, dead look at the figure above the high platform. The body is like being struck by lightning in general, trembling all over the face full of unbelief. How could it be him? Wasn't he relegated to a faraway place by his father? Shen Nanfeng's cool face at this moment also revealed a bewilderment, stagnation, eyes full of unbelievable. The body a moment of powerlessness cannot help but support a side table. Has always only eat, drink and play. They look down on the playboy brother a year gone into a state of the town governor. Looking at the stage that the attention of all the people, the majestic figure, Shen Shizhou clenched his fists and the eyes of the pupils shrinking, the whole person is petrified, stayed in place. Zhou Min in the crowd looked at the figure without much surprise, just full of complexity.
Shinjun Mo.
Once the head of the four major foppish sons of martial arts, molesting the girls of various families, stayed in the major greenhouses of Wujing, arrogant and domineering, played over the prince and molested the princess, turned over the minister's yard and spoofed the minister, and openly stole things from the palace to sell for money.
Now it's turned into a town envoy?
You know that the strength of a state's town commissioner must be at least the late second grade or even the first grade, and there must also be a multitude of accomplishments. Opposite Shinward's the moment he saw Shinmore couldn't help but take a few steps back, his eyes were round, and he opened his mouth several times but didn't know what to say, his face was full of horror. Almost collapsed on the ground, next to Sima Jing and Lu Shang immediately out to help, waiting for so long still standing next to Can Be for this moment. At the same time the entire hall, all recognized officials, generals are all in an uproar, are hard to believe.
Father! This one is Shinjunnuo. How could he be the Jinfu envoy? It must be his prank.
Su Fangguan immediately stepped forward and shouted, his face full of anger and horror,
Lao San, no fooling around.
Su Ling Tian immediately said seriously. Next to Changsun Xianyue was also a face of curiosity to measure the youth in front of him, who had a calm face and was not shocked by the changes, as if he was reacquainted with the same.
The one standing in front of you is the newly appointed Qinzhou Jinfu envoy, the Qin Tian supervisor of the earth, Shinmore. Shen Aiqing.
Su Ling Tian said with a serious face. When these words came out, Su Fangguan immediately looked pale and powerless, and took a few steps back, looking at the towering figure of Shin Mo with a face of disbelief.
I can't believe it's true.
Su Mingxian and the others also looked at the figure dumbfounded, biting their lips in disbelief that father had personally admitted it.
Qinzhou Jinfu envoy. Isn't that the so-called jade-faced Yama that's been rumored lately? Ruthless and murderous, this is talking about Shinjun Mo? Wait a minute, wouldn't that make Shinjunnuo a grandmaster?
This.
The first state Jinghua.
A state pastor of a state, the Duke of Jin. What does the Shin family want?
That one to think? Shinjunnuo is only in his 20s, right? Hiss. Demon.
On the second floor, Taifu Jiangyun and the teacups in his hands were shocked off, and his face was unsightly. The later generations are fearful.
Wei Yan shook his head and laughed bitterly. My goodness. Shenmore doesn't die.
This Shin family can continue for at least another 100 years. Next to him, Zhou Kangyan's jaw dropped and said, it's not that easy. Ji Tiannan shook his head, his eyes complicated. On the other side of the second floor, County King and the Su light a face to see a good show, sipping a good wine while all the expressions in the eyes to reveal a playful expression.
Awesome. Too imposing. Su Xinyuan leaned over the railing and looked at Shin Mo with an envious face and said,
you don't look at how others pacified Qinzhou, you want to learn from others even with your small arms and legs? Next to Su Quan sipping tea slowly said. At this moment, everyone in the entire Dragon Terrace pavilion now understood one thing. The Shin family was really as good as new this time.
I pay my respects to your majesty.
The 18 people of Shinmore all bowed to Su Ling Tian. Level off, Su Ling Tian said with a smile on his face. The opposite side of the Shinjiji looked at a face of indifference. Shinmore several times wanted to say something but held back.
Your majesty, I have a gift for your majesty.
Suddenly Shinmore opened his mouth, and his tone was flat.
Oh, what kind of gift?
Su Ling Tian and Changsun Xianyue revealed a touch of curiosity. At the same time all the officials gazed at Shinmore. They also wanted to see what gifts this former dude would prepare.
Bring it up.
With Shinmore's voice, a dozen or so brocade guards holding a wooden box as well as carrying a few wooden boxes to put in front of Su Ling Tian.
Boom.
First, 2 wooden boxes were opened, revealing 2 heads with bloodstains still on them. At once, Changsun Xianyue as well as a group of palace maids could not help but be startled, and their faces changed. Your Majesty, these are the first-grade Grandmasters of the Flying Swallow Guards and the first-grade Grandmasters of the Northern Division sect that were lurking in Daw from greatly. All of them were beheaded by me, and the entire stronghold has been pulled out.
Shen Mo said with a bland face.
2 first-grade Grand Masters. Killed by Shinmore just like that. Su Fangguan, Sui, and the other imperial princes couldn't help but stiffen their faces. Their guards were only of the first rank at the highest. Then one by one, the wooden boxes were opened, revealing silver and white flowers.
Your Majesty, this is an offering to your Majesty from the Jianghu of Qinzhou. 500,000 pieces of silver.
When this sentence came out, Xinyan's several state ministers looked at Shinmore with an unbelievable face. Wei Yan on the second floor, and Li Ruxiao could not help but flash admiration in his eyes.
Even the Fifth Order, Zhang Yunhe, had a complex face.
$500,000 in silver is not much, but it's what the Qinzhou Jianghu offered.
This represents one thing. Qinzhou Jianghu has really surrendered to the imperial court. It was suppressed by Shenmore. Good. Yes.
Su Ling Tian said 3 good in a row. The corner of his mouth showed a smile, not only because Shinmore did a good job, but also this money is his own. Come on people, bestow 1 Linglong jade pendant on Envoy Shinjinfu, and 1 Zongshire jade bone pill, 10 bottles of first-grade pills. In an instant everyone's eyes showed envy as well as emotion, having been shocked numb to the
At the same time a message came out from the Dragon Terrace Pavilion.
A figure in Jingguo Fu hurriedly ran into a small courtyard.
Master! Master! Heavenly good! The second prince is back. Came back. He's at the Dragon Terrace Pavilion now. The second prince is now the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy. He's now the governor of Qingzhou.
In the small courtyard, Shin Badian and Wei Huatian stopped and looked at the visitor in unison.
What did you say? Chapter 0103 Shin Junmore is dead, now Shinmore.
Su Ling Tian consoled a few words and then took Changsun Shanyue to leave. With him and without him is certainly two scenes, that is, left him also know all the things that happened at the banquet. Without the emperor's deterrent, the banquet instantly lively again, but the most talked about is Shinmore. There are constantly eyes looking at that figure.
It's no fun anymore. Let's go. Shinmo looked at the scene and said indifferently.
The Dragon Pavilion banquet is just like that. Why else would few ministers have come before? Lin Xiaoyan smiled and explained. Without paying attention to the other Jinfu envoys, the three of them, Nangong Shu, followed Shinmo and prepared to leave.
Wait, Shin.
Just at this time a voice came from behind. Shinji was going to call Shinmore's name, but when he saw Shinmore turn around that pair of plain eyes with an inexplicable majesty, he couldn't help but change his mouth.
Shin. Ambassador Shinjinfu.
Father, if there's something, just say it.
Shinmo also did not intentionally ignore old Shin, nodded back and said.
Tisk, TSK, look at that, to Lord Shin.
I just don't know what the state pastor Shin wants with us, Mr.
Shunjinfu. It's hard not to discuss what state affairs. How can you two, one in charge of Yuzhou and one in charge of Qingzhou, talk together? Nangong Shu said with a flirtatious look on his face. Shinjinji immediately looked embarrassed, for the first time revealing a sense of urgency in front of his own son, a kind of majesty of being on top.
Boo!
Shinmore kicked Nangong Shu in the buttocks, his face was flat and,
don't mind him, father.
Okay, do you want to go home at night? Shin said subconsciously as she couldn't help but nod her head.
I'll be back tomorrow. The commander-in-chief wants to see us tonight. After saying that Shinmo nodded and turned to leave, Zhang Yuji smiled at Xingyan and nodded then followed Shinmo to leave.
Shinmore and old Shin is like a universal father-son relationship. When he was young, old Shin on its strict, high hopes, grew up also naturally hope that Shinmore has a good way out, only less communication naturally there is a disconnect. Looking at Shinmore's back, Xingyan opened his mouth several times finally turned into a sigh.
Lord Shin, with such a unicorn son why aren't you happy?
Sima Jing and Lu Shan walked over with a smile on their faces as they watched the show.
You guys knew this already, why didn't you tell me?
Turning back to look at the two smiling people behind him, Xingyan gritted his teeth and said,
look at the fun.
When they reached the second floor, they bumped into Wei Yin and the others, and at the moment, a group of people were looking at Shinmo with complicated faces.
Prime Minister Wei, it's been a long time, Shinmo cupped his fists and said.
It's quite a long time, so long that old me thought it was over a AZ. Wei Yin sized up Shinmore and lamented.
Shinwazi, is it really you? Zhou Kangyan came over with a rare face and said. Grandpa Zhou, naturally it's me. Really grown up while looking at the bashful Shinmore, Ji Tiannan lamented.
Farewell. After exchanging pleasantries Shinmore led the people to leave. There may be plenty of opportunities to deal with these old foxes in the future. As soon as they arrived in the hall there was already a bunch of youths surrounding them, and their eyes all looked over in an instant. Su Mingxian, Shin Nanfeng, Sui, Wei Nianen and the others, their eyes had anger, surprise, disbelief, jealousy, and
Shen Junmuo. You.
Su Mingxian looked at the youth in front of him with a complicated face, just wanting to say something. He was interrupted by Shinmore raising his hand. Eldest princess, Shin Junmuo of the Jingguo mansion is dead, and the only one standing before you today is Shinmore, the Jinfu envoy of Qingzhou.
Please address the Jinfu envoy by name. Shinmo turned back with indifferent eyes and said in a flat tone. Shin Junmuo, what are you pretending for?
Su Fangguan gritted his teeth and said angrily, anyone could be a Jinfu envoy, how could it be Shinmore?
Shin Junmo, how can we say that we were also close friends before, so too cold isn't it?
Jiang Lin stood out and said coldly, why bother how not to give face? However, Shinmo's eyes looked toward Chu Chang, Fang'an, and Ji Yunfu. Come here, you three. Hearing Shinmore's words, the three of them, Chu Chang, burst out laughing.
Ha 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 ha, I knew Brother Shin wouldn't forget us. Brother Shin is imposing now. Boom.
The three of them had just come over a second before, and a pressure enveloped Su Fangguan and the others. All of them immediately changed their faces, with a hard look on their faces. Su Mingxian several people immediately stared at Shinmo with wide eyes in disbelief. He actually dared to make a move on them. Face? You deserve it? The skins on your bodies are nothing more than the foxes and tigers that you got by relying on the patronage of previous generations. The python robes on this Shinfu envoy were dyed step by stepping on blood. Even your grandfather, Taifu Jiangyun and this Shinfu envoy cannot give face. Every word was like a needle into Jiang Lin's heart. His eyes looked at Shinmo angrily.
Shen Junmuo, what are you doing? Don't stop yet.
Do you want to cause trouble for Grandpa again? Shin Shizhou suddenly opened his mouth and chided.
Shin Shizhou, using the old man to pressure me? You're a fool too.
Sweeping a glance at everyone, Shinmo's face was disdainful, sneering and ridiculing with a cold smile.
Bunch of brats, better do the homework left by the husband. Playing these little tricks with this town's ambassador. The last time I did that, the grass grew 3 feet deep. The moment these words came out, whether it was Sui and other princes, or Su Mingxian and other princesses, or Jiang Lin, Shen Nanfeng and other disciples of the family, all had ugly faces, faces of shame and indignation. After saying that Shen Mo took Nangong Shu and the others to leave, there is plenty of time to play with them for more than a month. As soon as the pressure withdrew, Shen Shizhou, Jiang Lin and others immediately chased out. Stop right there for us, Shen Junmuo. However, the next second 2 embroidered spring swords blocked in front of its, only to see the Dragon Terrace Pavilion entrance on both sides of the rows of brocade guards standing, all wearing a bucket hat helmet, cloaked in black cloak, one by one fully armed, Shen Mo 4 people walking in the middle. A pair of ferocious eyes containing fury actually scared Shen Nanfeng, Su Mingxian and other women back a few steps. Assholes! Can't you recognize who we are? Su Yenying's face was furious, and he was about to slap at one of the brocade guards. Swish! In the next second the brocade guards on both sides drew their swords in unison, and cold light flashed. The second and third generations were actually shocked for a while. Attacking the jinyiwei is tantamount to conspiracy. One more time, and this Shinfu envoy will personally send you all on a trip to the imperial prison. Shinemo turned back and glanced coldly, his tone was icy cold, then his cloak flung and left. The 2 rows of brocade guards immediately put away their swords, and their movements were neatly organized to turn around and follow the 4 people behind Shen Mo, making a neat pace sound, leaving only a group of hard-faced youths at the door. Chapter 0104, The Case of the Hanlin Academy. Soon Shen Guogong's grandson Shen Junimo returned, and is also the news of the Qingzhou Shenfu envoy spread throughout the entire Wujing, directly caused some shock. The foppish son of the year had actually become a Statestown commissioner as well. Shen Guigongfu, Shen Badian really heard Shen Jiyan talking about the moment he personally saw Shen Mo, directly laughed up to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Bravo! Bravo! The Shen family, finally, has a successor. Why are you so lucky, you old bastard, said Wei Huatian next to him with a look of envy and jealousy. Where is that brat? How come he didn't come back? Suddenly remembering that he hadn't seen Shen Mo, Shen Badian hurriedly asked Shen Yan. Junemo said he has official business and will be back tomorrow, Shen Yan said with a bitter smile. What official business is so important that not going can do anything to him? I think it's just that this kid has hardened his wings. Shen Badian pretended to be displeased and said, how about the south wind and the western continent? Shen Badian suddenly turned his words around, his face flattening out. It doesn't look like it's been hit too hard. Shen Jiwei shook his head. The 2 have always been proud and accustomed to it. It's normal to be struck by a brother who thinks he's no good. Let them slow down. The residence of the 3rd prince. Boo! Su Fangwen slammed the things in the house onto the floor without stopping, his face grimacing. Shen Junmuo. Why would it be him? How could a loser like him become like this? It was he who took the beating of the emperor back then, causing him to be ridiculed by the others, and from then on its 2 people have been at odds with each other. This emperor would rather be a dog as a Zhenfu envoy than this bastard Shen Junmo. Shen Junmuo. You deserve to die. In a garden, Sui was walking with the 5th order at the moment. What did Father Emperor think? To actually let Shen Junmuo be the governor of a state. Do you think the Shen family is not powerful enough? Sui's brow furrowed, his face hardened as he said. Next to him, the 5th order's face was flat. Your Majesty is cupping. Even you guys can see that the Shen family's power is too big now. So what do the people think when the news spreads? His Majesty can't move the Shen family by force now, so he can only use great justice to oppress people. Now everyone knows that the Shen family is in the ascendant. There's a possibility of misbehavior. Once the Shen family really has any deviant behavior, that's the title of the rebellious and traitorous. The Shen family will be nailed with this title for the rest of their lives. And it's a measure of a peaceful Shen family now, too. Sui sighed. I understand the reasoning, but this is creating too much momentum. If heaven wants to make it die, it must first make it mad. His Majesty has no way back now. Is it hard for you to think that after His Majesty's death, any of you will be able to suppress the Shen family? The 5th order looked at Sui with a flat face and said. At once the latter's face became ugly. In a palace in the harem. Su Mingxian 3 people faced dumbfounded sitting at the table, until now cannot believe that is Shinjun Mo, and their attitude towards them also no longer have the previous kind of mild. What are you thinking about? Changsun Xianyue asked softly as she walked in with her palace maid. Mother! Su Mingxian, Su Junmo, and Su Qingwan all stood up and saluted at once when they came back to their senses and said, nothing. Su Mingxian shook his head. It's just that I feel that Shinjun Mo has suddenly become strange. Su Qingwan spoke up, her eyes puzzled. Next to her, Su Junmo's eyes couldn't help but flash a touch of gloom, too. People change. You should have heard about this child Jun Mo thinking of Shinmo's calmness when he opened the box of human heads at the banquet, Changsun Xianyue also said with some emotion. But His Majesty himself gave him the official title of Jinyiwei, Jade-faced Yenluo. He's killed this title step by step. Left minister's mansion. At this moment Wei Nianan was absent-minded, his eyes full of sorrow. How did you come back like this? Beside Wei Xiaochang with an anxious face. Pops, what did you do with Nianan?
It can't be that the Shinjun Mo brat has been scared, Wei Yan said with a somewhat unsightly face. What? Don't stop me, I'm going to settle the score with that kid. Wei Xiaochang rolled up his sleeves with an angry face and said, his eyes looked around as a result, there was not a single person to stop. Go, win our Wei family also more than one Jinfu envoy, lose the ancestral hall more than one tablets. Wei Yan waved his sleeve robe in a bad mood, he said. At that moment, Wei Xiaochang had a sardonic smile on his face and silently lowered his sleeve robe. Yan Embroidery Workshop, Wujing, an elegant place, inside the women are all charming and multi-talented, the entrance fee will need 10 taels of silver, which is known as the Three Big Flower Girl Wujing. In the beginning, the grandson of the Duke of Jinghua threw away $10,000 plus a lot of coercion to buy the first of the 3 leaders of the Beacon Moonlight only to let her serve their own one. At this moment in a boudoir of living colors, red curtains fluttering in the wind, an ancient zither placed on the loft table, a pair of white legs exposed on the gorgeous bed, a red rope with bells tied around the ankles, the division master, that man has returned, and has now become the Qingzhou Jinfu magistrate. One of the maids knelt down towards the red bed and said, respectfully, you mean Shin Junmuo? A charming voice came with hesitation. Yes, I didn't realize that the little kid had grown up too. The seductive voice recalled again, with a hint of an unknown meaning. The next day, yellow walls, red tiles, white snow cover, the majestic palace snow neutral, with the sound of the court, the 100 officials to the court, the great hall and the civil and military officials stand on both sides, but today both eyes are looking at a column, military officials next to the extra column, the brocade guards, 9 town commissioners, the 4 co-commander, as well as the commander-in-chief Lu Gang. The first one is a young man, wearing a python robe. When Shin Badian, the head of the column of military generals, saw Shin Moore with his own eyes, his face was full of joy and happiness, and his face was pleased to see Wei Huatian and Chu Kong beside him, who were not happy. Soon he saw Su Ling Tian sitting on the dragon chair in a dragon robe with a gloomy face. Lu Gang, haven't you found out yet? He asked Lu Gang angrily. Your Majesty, forgive me, give me a few more days. Lu Gang's face was unsightly as he cupped his fists and knelt on the ground. Humph, not even a single clue after a few days of checking. Su Ling Tian said coldly with a gloomy face. 2 days before entering the capital, 2 Hanlin scholars of the examination Yuan and the Hanlin Academy were killed, and this year's Ministry of Ceremony Grand Examination scrolls were lost, and have been checked for 4 days. Next to him, Nangongshu suddenly opened his mouth and said leisurely, with a look of watching a good show. Looks like this one's coming for you. Hearing the words of Nangongshu, Shinmo's eyes narrowed. This kind of thing happened at the foot of the Son of Heaven, the water is very deep. Enough! Su Ling Tian raised his hand to interrupt and coldly rebuked, then his gaze resolutely looked at Shin Moore. Shen Moore, the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy, is under orders. Investigate the Hanlin Academy case thoroughly with immediate effect. I accept the order. Shen Mo stood out with a flat face and cupped his fists. Seeing that the emperor actually let Shen Mo investigate the case, some people in the hall had different colors. His Majesty is actually letting a Jinfu envoy investigate the case. Can't you see that Lu Gang is having a hard time investigating even for a generalissimo? Seemingly thinking of something, Su Lingtian looked at Shen Mo with a serious face. It's better to be disciplined in handling cases. It's Wujing, after all. Yes. Some ministers could not help but stare. What does this mean? Who dares to mess around in Wujing? Chapter 0105, Yama's Investigation. The General Command Post of the Brocade. At this moment, only 6 people gathered together, Lu Gang, as well as the 4 major co-conspirators gazed at Shen Mo. Qinglong is a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, always silent and mute-like. Xuanwu is a sturdy and strong man with a simple smile. The white tiger looks mediocre, nodded to Shen Moore. Zhuke is a middle-aged woman, looks indifferent, and the white tiger is a middle-aged man with an indifferent look, and the white tiger is a middle-aged man with an indifferent look. This is the case. Lu Gang handed a secret paper to Shen Moore. This case is very involved. We have actually been able to identify a few people from the Hanlin Academy, but can't arrest them. Lu Gang said with a resigned and angry expression on his face. Think he a hall general commanding officer? The result is not as good as those local thousands of households. Jinfu make like, check a person is subject to a variety of obstacles. Once the use of force on a variety of big names out, he would like to catch the results of a variety of folding up. Some add together even the emperor cannot carry. The last bad luck is him. It's not easy. Shen Moore one by one swept through the content of the paper. 5 days ago, the Hanlin Academy Zheng Hong and Yang Sun, 2 bachelors guarding the Ministry of Rights of the Great Examination file. Outside the house at that time there were guards guarding. As a result, when the door was opened in the morning, it was found that the 2 men were dead, the scrolls in the sealed cabinet had disappeared, and none of the guards outside had heard any sound. The bodies have been examined. Both men were stunned and then killed with a single stab to the chest. During the whole process, only 1 guard went in to deliver tea and midnight snacks, has been examined without problems. Room searched also temporarily, did not find anything, Lu Zine said on the side. After reading the case file, Shen Mo then directly got up and walked toward the outside. What are you doing to go? Lu Zhang and the others said with puzzled faces.
Since it's already all written that there's a suspect, it's natural to arrest him. Leaving a voice, Shinmore walked out the door and, young and impetuous, Lu Gang shook his head. If it's so easy to catch, it would have been caught long ago. Those rotten old men were a blockade difficult to deal with. Jinfu Envoy's courtyard, Shinmore kicked open the door of Nangong Academy of Books. You're going to die, Shinmore. Nangong Shu was instantly startled and angry, and, give me your man. Is this how you beg? Nangong Shu said with a look of displeasure, where's the attitude? After a while, Nangong Shu presented his Jinfu Envoy token and said with a swollen nose, Brother Shin, have a good trip. Soon before the gate of the General Commandery 400 brocade guards gathered together, riding on horses neatly arranged. Squire, depart. Shin Mo held the embroidered spring sword at his waist with his left hand and walked in stride, thunderous and cold. The brocade guards pulled their war horses back to the sides in unison, making way for Shin Mo. Yes. With Shinmore turning on his horse and steering out, the 400 brocade guards immediately followed, and the sound of the horses' hooves resounded through the streets. The brocade guards are on the case. Get out of the way. Seeing the aggressive genie guards on the street, a group of people hurriedly flashed to the sides. What is this jinyiwei doing? The city is actually so vertical with horses. How dare you? Almost bumped into my lord. The brocade guards are going crazy. There seems to be something different about this batch of brocade guards. The one at the head seems to be the Jinfu Envoy. A Jinfu Envoy actually dares to run amok in Wujing City. Who gave him the guts? Hanlin Academy, Wujing City South, and the Baijiang Zhaoyin House, the state scholarship, these in one place, as a rich family compound, the doorway with 2 stone lions, the doorway to come and go, a lot of bookkeeper, compilation of canonical books and other officials. Once at the door, the brocade guards all dismounted and poured into the doorway, standing neatly on both sides. Shin Mo stepped into the gate, eyes swept over a group of bewildered officials, eyes showing a cold light. Seal all the exits and kill anyone who dares to resist. Yes. You brocade guards are still coming. I've told you that there's no problem on our side. What do you guys want? A middle-aged man wearing a Confucian hat and a green shirt, full of dissatisfaction and with angry eyes, came over and chided. Pop. Shinmore did not even look at a slap, directly slapped him to the ground, full of blood, teeth fell to the ground. At this time, more and more Hanlin officials gathered in front of the gate courtyard, saw Shin Mo hands all full of anger. This Shin Fuji called to the name of the Yao to go with us. Do not let this official personally come to invite. Shinmore, tone of voice icy cold, said. How dare you? Do you Jinyiwei have any rules? Just at this time, several old men wearing Hanlin University scholar robes came, followed by a dozen or so bachelors, a huffy face looking at Shinmore. This is the Hanlin Academy. It's not your Jinyiwei's office. If you want to make trouble, go elsewhere. Tao Jijie directly scolded. Fu Shu, Liang Zikong, Wang Minghua. However, Shinmore read the name to himself as if he did not hear it. No. We don't have those 3 here. If you're going to arrest us all. Another university scholar, Zhao Qingyi, said with great righteousness, as if a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. Right. If you want to arrest us, arrest us. At one time, hundreds of Hanlin officials gathered together toward Shinmore, with a generous expression of righteousness. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shin Mo immediately let out a cold laugh. A bunch of old nobodies, giving face. The next second, directly a chain in the air to draw, a few leaning forward, the officials were immediately jerked away from the body, more than a blood scar. The Hanlin Academy is colluding to harbor criminals and gathering crowds. Suppress and arrest. Those who resist will be killed. A cold voice rang out, and the next second both sides of the brocade guards all draw their knives. Cold light flashes will be, some people's eyes are shaken for a moment. At the same time, the Qingzhou brocade guards standing directly in front of Shinmore in a row raised their bows and crossbows. Humph. Scare the old man. I've taught for so many years and have many disciples. I've long been fearless. The middle university scholar, Shin Snap, smiled disdainfully, and the next second a dozen arrows flew past the trio, splattering blood. At that moment, everyone froze. Zhao Qingyi and the 3 of them also froze in their faces, and after the arrows, the brocade guards stepped forward in unison with their swords. The faces of the crowd that finally reacted were horrified and enraged that they actually dared to kill. However, with every step forward taken by the brocade guards, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Kneel. The 4 men in the lead scholar rat opened their mouths in unison, their eyes fierce, and kneel. In an instant, all the brocade guards shouted ferociously. You guys have a lot of guts. Tao Jijie was trembling with anger, pointing at the brocade guards in front of him. This is the Hanlin Academy. Boo! Shin Mo instantly appeared in front of him and kicked him in the abdomen, then stepped down ruthlessly, and this Zen Fuzwang is a Jinyiwei. Looking at Tao Jijie, who was knocked out by a kick, Shinmore sneered and said. Then he looked up at the crowd of officials whose faces had changed greatly with fear at this time. The corners of his mouth rose, and with a wave of his right hand, the next second everyone saw the blades in the hands of the brocade guards turn in unison. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! In the back garden, Su Ling Tian was currently taking a leisurely walk with Changsun Xianyue when Xia Yan hurriedly ran to him with a panicked look on his face. What's the matter, summer companion? Your Majesty! Shenmue led a raid on the Hanlin Academy. More than 300 people have been imprisoned. The academy has been seized. Tao Jijie, Zhao Qingyi, and Xin Xiao, the three great scholars, were hung naked in front of the Hanlin Academy. Dozens of Hanlin officials were beheaded on the spot. This has alarmed the entire Wujing, and now a crowd of ministers have gathered outside the palace to demand a statement. What? Didn't I tell him to keep it in check? Su Ling Tian's face changed in disbelief. Chapter 0106, Intimidating Officials, Confrontation in the Great Hall. Imperial Prison. The Wujing Brocade Guard's prison, with 9 floors, holds at the bottom, Zhongshu, or even hidden Yuan realm. The first floor was as wide as a square, surrounded by cells, and right in the middle of the interrogation ground. At this moment a dozen or so Confucian-robed officials are hung up, their mouths stuffed with rags full of horror. Opposite, more than a dozen brocade guards from the side of the chilly water bucket took out a long whip in unison. The next second will be drawn to. At once a wail resounded in the prison, are a group of pen-wielding civil officials. A dozen lashes down will be someone fainted, but a ladle of chilly water directly splashed. The pain woke up these people. On the opposite side of Shenmo sat on a chair with a lazy face, one hand propped up his head and watched with a flat face. Next to him stood the scholar and others. There were only a few awake after 30 lashes, and then another bucket of chilly water was thrown to wake them up. This official will only ask once. Who has leaked the great examination papers? Shenmore's tone was indifferent, and his eyes were full of indifference. Killing the warden maester and stealing the dossier will only have one consequence, a new set of dossiers to track down the culprits behind it. It means that the person who did it didn't want this set of question papers to be used. If it was just to peek at the questions at all, they wouldn't have wanted to make such a big fuss. It can only mean that this set of question papers was leaked out and someone knew about it, so that it breaks some kind of interest relationship to mess with some people. As to why it's not publicized, it's either for fear of being exposed and killed or not being clean enough to do it yourself. So the premise is that the dossier really was leaked out first. The Hanlin Academy and the Ministry of Rights of those officials who issued the questions of the university scholar is now still closed. The most likely is that the dossier into the storage of the Hanlin Academy when However, a dozen officials all shook their heads with fearful faces. Next batch. Shenmue directly said in an indifferent tone. Shenmue, you caught us, you're out of luck. What are you doing? As the man who was brought up before rebuked loudly. Palace Hall at the moment. Su Ling Tian faceboard, a hand pinching between the eyebrows, the following kneeling more than a dozen ministers, the Crown Prince, Silver and Green Guanglu Daifu, Tongzheng Minister, the State Children's Prison Priests, Hanlin Academy, etc. And so on. Your Majesty, that Shenmue is simply audacious, killing people at will, with no discipline. If he dares to directly plunge the Hanlin Academy today, tomorrow he will dare to plunge the Imperial College. How can such a harridan be allowed to run amok? Your Majesty, if Shenmue is not punished, where is the discipline of this De Wu law? Where is the justice of heaven? Please, Your Majesty, punish Shenmue. At last a dozen ministers knelt in unison and cried out. Shenmue's investigation of the case is permitted by me. Perhaps the means are a bit more drastic. I will have him pay attention. Well, now that the great examination of the Ministry of Rights is about to begin, the candidates from all over the world are coming back one after another. You all should worry more about this. We'll talk about it when the case is solved. A group of people still want to say something, but only to see Su Ling Tian turn around and walk away with a wave of his dragon robe. A group of people looked at each other with somewhat ugly faces. His Majesty was also too biased in favor of Shenmue, just because of his identity. First go back. The Crown Prince Minister Mushin's eyes condensed, stood up, sleeve robe flung fatally. Even if His Majesty does not take action, there are other ways. Xinguofu, Shinbadian lying in the eunuch chair, leisurely sunshine, cozy drinking tea, rare, really so relaxed and leisurely. Dad, it's not good. Shinjinji came running with an anxious face and said eagerly, Junmo has seized the Hanlin Academy, and more than 300 people, including a dozen university professors, have been directly arrested and sent to the imperial prison. What did the old man expect? Just this. Being disturbed from his good mood, Shinbadian didn't have the good sense to say. The Hanlin Academy is from the Crown Prince's faction, and it is said that it has now led people into the palace to face the Saint. Shin Words was a little worried, and said, the words. You're already a grown man. A state pastor now. How can you still do things and lose your temper so easily? Not like the usual you. Shinbadian said with a frown on his face that, not to mention the fact that Junmo's handling of the case was ordered by the emperor himself. Even if anything happens to Junmo, the Shin family can't protect him. All that Wachamacalet food and drink he used to have was bull ********. Now this is called play. If you lose, you lose. Those people of Mushin sees old man can be squashed with one hand. Shin Boshin's expression was bland at the moment, disdain showing in his eyes. In the imperial prison, after some rounds of beatings, finally two old maesters spoke up. The dossier was sent into the Hanlin Academy at the very beginning as Tao Jijie University Sergeant with people sealed, and then suddenly changed to other college students to transfer the sealing of the place.
Only when the dossier was sent in secrecy and secretly, not many people knew, and when it was transferred later, they all thought it was the university scholar who was escorting it.
Boss, just now came the news, the Crown Prince Master Mushin and others went to the palace to face the same to sue you. Mouse walked over and said seriously. Sue me? Oh, this is not Qingzhou, but this official is not Lu Gang. Shenmore immediately revealed a cold smile. He had not heard this sentence in Qingzhou. Soon a group of brocade guards escorted a group of death row inmates into the darkness, and then the sound of knives falling could be heard. At night, the moon is dark and the wind is high, most of the city of Wujing is also plunged into darkness, only the imperial palace as well as the place of smoke and willow in the south of the city are brightly lit. Early the next morning,
Prince Taisher house, Mu Xinshi eyes once open suddenly face changed, pupils shrinking violently, rolled over and rolled out of bed, Somebody! Mac Xinxi shouted angrily at once, and Mrs. Mac on the other side of the bed was also awakened, and when the moment she opened her eyes a scream resounded through the house. Only a human head hung over the bed, its face already blurred and hideously horrified by scratches. At the same time a roar or a shriek came from several of the mansions. A dozen ministers woke up with either heads hanging from their beds or long swords, some with daggers stuck by their faces, and even a few woke up with their faces full of blood, splattered all over the room. Hiss! Who did this?
This is in Wuking. It's said to be a warning from the jinyiwei.
These are all the people who sued that Shinjunmo yesterday.
This is too bold. Don't want to die. It's simply lawless. This is going to be a hoot.
Soon the story of a dozen ministers being terrorized at home spread throughout Wuking.
This Shinmo was indeed as rumored, ruthless, and vindictive.
A flash of admiration flashed in the eyes of the Fifth Order. In Wujing actually all still dare to be like this, really is young and bold. Good boy. He's the first one to do this in so long in Wujing. I can already think of the faces of Mu Xinxi's gang. Wei Yan was also filled with shock at the moment, terrorizing officials. Too bold. Tisk, TSK, I'm afraid if this were Qingzhou these dozen or so people would be gone.
In the Jinfu envoy's courtyard, Nangong Shu was in awe.
This kid has a temper. Why didn't I see it before? I rare. A few middle-aged and elderly people sat together, and Warden Huiho laughed out loud.
Dukshin is so lucky. Zhou Kanyan lamented.
It did not take long for the imperial palace to decree the commanding house of the brocade guards, declaring that the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy Shenmore to enter the palace. A dozen ministers in the Great Hall at this moment, with weeping faces, have denounced the evils of the brocade guards. Su Lingtian also had an ugly face at this moment. He did not expect Shenmore to actually dare to do this. The next moment he saw Shenmore stepping into the hall, a python robe of might and power.
I, Shenmore, the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy, greet your majesty. Just after Shenmo finished speaking, a few ministers beside him immediately said angrily, Shenmore, how dare you? How dare you terrorize an official? It's just lawlessness. There's no one in your sight, no law. Do you still have His Majesty in your eyes? Do you have any more law and order in your eyes? People like you are the rotten vermin of Dao. Looking at the group of people who were verbally attacking in front of him, Shenmo suddenly narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The next second directly kicked out, one of the officials in the forefront immediately flew out backwards bumping into several ministers behind him, spitting out blood. Su Lingtian was confused, Mu Xinxi was confused, and Xia Yan was also confused. The crowd that was clamoring was also confused. This is the Dragon Palace, the hall of the court. The emperor is still here. How dare you do it? What big guts? Shenmo said in a cold tone, a flash of sternness in his eyes, and, how dare you disregard His Majesty? His Majesty hasn't even spoken yet, and you all dare to speak, treating His Majesty as if he doesn't exist. Also, this official asked you and others to say that the brocade guards intimidated all the lords. Where is the evidence? Do you think you can be convicted just by your words? This town ambassador see you are lawless. Even the jinyiwei is a public defender. We arrest people with evidence. We never do anything wrong. Slandering the jinyiwei without evidence. You're trying to blacken His Majesty's name. I think you're all deserving of death. A series of reprimands sentence by sentence, so that Mu Xinxi a group of people are speechless, angry body trembling pointing at Shenmore. Your Majesty, I have no second thoughts whatsoever. This Shenmore has wronged us. A group of people hurriedly kneeled on the ground and sincerely said, all right. Su Lingtian said with a serious face at this moment. Shenmo, I'll give you 3 days to catch the murderer who terrorized the ministers. Give the ministers an explanation. This can't happen again in Wujing. Su Lingtian's pair of eyes gazed at Shenmore, and his tone was serious. Do it in the Great Hall, and you will be fined 1 year's salary. Since the other Ai Qing have been frightened, each of them will be rewarded with 1,000 taels as a sign of comfort. Your Majesty, Mu Xinxi's group said, their faces reddening in resignation. However, Su Lingtian raised his hand to interrupt, signaling that there was no need to say more, and then got up to leave. Mu Xinxi turned his head with eyes full of hatred, angrily looking at Shenmo who was bland on one side. Seems to feel Mu Xinxi's resentful eyes. Shenmo suddenly turned his head with a smile at the corner of his mouth. His lips wordlessly spit out 2 words. Mushinsi read the two words in a flash. The waste. Put. Quickly comes someone. Lord Makoto has vomited blood and fainted. Where's the eunuch? Summon the eunuch. Seeing Mushinsi fall to the ground, the surrounding crowd all looked frightened and shouted in a hurry. And Mushinsi also saw Shinemo turn away with a sneer on his face before he closed his eyes, but he couldn't help but twitch. Chapter 0107, Candidates Causing Trouble. Shinmore intact into the palace, safe and sound out, and accompanied by the Crown Prince Master Mushinsi was angry and spit blood in Shinmore Dragon Palace to do the news out. Some people cannot help but think differently up. The side of the military general is to see up a good show. Mushinsi, an old fox, actually also was a brat, angry bleeding also cannot On the other hand, Su Ling Tian sent someone to let put Zhao Qingyi 3 people down. After all, hanging is also degrading to the majesty of the court. The result is that the eunuch came back to tell the 3 people have been taken away by Shinmore. Well, these 3 will lose their skin if they don't die. In the General Command Center, Nangongshu looked at Shinmore in front of him with a face of admiration and gave a thumbs up. The Dragon Palace hit someone with their hands, and in front of His Majesty. You are this. Where is the chief commander? Shinemo ignored Nangongshu, turned his head and asked Zhang Yuji, Lin Chaoyan and the 2 of them. Went on a case. It was said that there was a paranormal incident in the outskirts of Wujing City. Zhang Yuji spoke up. It is rumored that there are water ghosts that eat people at night, and the White Tiger Tongji all ran into a Zongshire level 1. Lin Chaoyan added. Boss. It's not good. The scholar and the mouse came rushing in and there's a group of candidates for the capital gathering to march and cause trouble, heading this way toward the general command post. Screaming for you, boss, to release them and apologize. And saying that boss, you are vicious and not a good person. The city defense battalion has all moved. Shinmore frowned. What's it got to do with them? What's the fuss? You don't know that some of these candidates study in the official schools of the counties, and the teachers in them are from the Hanlin Academy or the Imperial College, And among them, the Imperial College is mostly filled with children from the Cole family, and many bachelors in the Hanlin Academy are also from the Cole family, so these 2 institutions are also considered to represent the Cole family faction. Hearing Zhang Yuji say this, Shinemo seemed to remember that there was such a saying. Oh, every day, the pen is waving, to become someone else's pen. Seeing that Shinemo revealed a cold smile, Zhang Yuji hurriedly advised. Shinmore, these people are all candidates from all over the world, you can't mess around. It's not a good influence on the court. His Majesty will surely punish you. Don't worry, Auntie Jiang, this official never has a measure. Really not in Qingzhou, all do not know Shinmore's temper. On the streets of the north of the city, at the moment more than 200 people dressed in Confucian robes, face indignation toward the jinyiwei general command post all the way to go. Release the people. Even the jinyiwei must act according to the law. We want proof. Jinyiwei Shinmore innocently killed someone. Is it possible to disregard the law because of his status? We want the truth. Evidence. More than 200 men kept shouting, and a group of soldiers had gathered beside them but were slow to make a move. Lieutenant, don't we care? Asked one of the soldiers. Stop them? And then what if there's a clash? The leading lieutenant said with an ugly expression on his face. He's been around for years and he knows exactly who's behind this. Evacuate the road and wait for the jinyiwei to deal with it. It's here for the jinyiwei anyway, the lieutenant said helplessly, waving his hand. A line of people in a restaurant next to the street looked at the scene in front of them. Shinmore this time is considered to have messed with the candidates related to the Hanlin Academy. There are still candidates who have not arrived in Wujing. Let's see what he does. Su Yenying said with a sneer, his eyes full of gloating. Oh, I can only blame him for deserving it, really thinking that this is Qingzhou. Forget that this is Wujing. Do you really think that the current mess is the same as the previous one? Zhang Lin also couldn't help but fall on his sword and said, with a mocking expression on his face. Next to the Su Mingxian, Su Junmo, Wei Nianan and other people, are the state prisons heard of the Hanlin Scholar Parade and came to see. Heard this several people also cannot help but face complex. Shinjun Mo is still the same Shinjun Mo, the impulsiveness has not changed at all, not thinking about the consequences. If this kind of thing becomes a big deal, His Majesty will be furious, and it's a blow to the majesty of the Dawu court. Why don't we go persuade Shinjun Mo to release those people first? Su Qingwan spoke up. Is this okay, Shinjun Mo nowadays? Said Su Jun Mo with a hesitant face. Next to Wei Nianan, but his face suddenly changed looking at the distance. Look guys. Only the sound of hoofbeats could be heard. A row of brocade guards rode up in front of the street. The leading figure had a purple python cape swaying. The python pattern on his body was lifelike, and his face was cold and indifferent. At the same time a party of brocade guards on horseback emerged from behind the street, continually closing in on the candidates. Something's not right with the situation, Colonel. One of the soldiers in the center of the circle asked, a little frightened, to the lieutenant next to him. How is this kind of like trying to suppress? The lieutenant is now looking at the brocade guards approaching step by step on both sides. His forehead cannot help but cold sweat flow down. It should not be. How dare this? Thud. Horses' hooves all together a pedal issued a heavy sound. A group of people could not help but tremble in fear, and at this moment more than 200 people could not help but show a touch of fear on their faces. Don't try to scare us. There was a shout from the crowd that, right, don't try to scare us. We're candidates. The group became enraged again yellers, Yet the 400 brocade guards all spoke not a word, and their eyes showed ferocity under the brims of their hats. Then I only saw the 400 brocade guards slowly draw their swords in unison, and the clear sound of the embroidered spring sword chiming resounded through the streets. What do you want? Some people said with fear on their faces. Within 3 breaths, those who kneel will not be killed. An ice-cold word came out from Shenmo's mouth, his eyes cold and stern. I just don't believe it, you really. A candidate had not yet finished speaking, but in the next second his pupils shrunk violently, incredulously covered his throat, and blood kept coming out and collapsed to the ground. A bunch of self-righteous fools. Passed the state exam and came here not to take the exam properly, to come here to seek death. A group of mole crickets hugging together is still mole crickets. Retracting his crossbow, Shenmore sneered. Looking at the fallen companions in the snow, all the surrounding people couldn't help but take a few steps back in horror. 3, 2. In the next second, I saw all the brocade guards turn their blades and raise their swords with murderous intent. 1. There was a charge of 100 horsemen, and the streets shook with the. Looking at the murderous brocade guards coming from both sides, some of them immediately hastened to kneel on the ground, or even paralyzed with fear, and they don't want to die yet. They still have to take the big test. They still have a bright future ahead of them. Jinyiwei, spare your life. Some were even frightened and shouted that. Instantly all of them kneeled down and begged for forgiveness or were paralyzed on the ground. They were only scholars. How have they ever seen this scene? At the last moment the hoofs of the horses on both sides rose forward, and, with a halting of the reins, stopped in unison. Oh, how dare you come out to seek death without guts? Shenmore sneered. A horsewhip on the side of a scholar taunted. Who led the charge? Point it out, or you will all die. Boo! An embroidered spring sword flew straight in and plunged into the middle of the crowd. The ground cracked, and in an instant everyone was pointing at 3 people in unison. The 3 people's eyes alarmed on the corners of Shenmore's mouth with a slight smile expression. The next second the 3 were brought to Shenmore by the brocade guards and pressed to kneel on the ground. Mercy! Shenmore! My husband is a university scholar. Shenmore! Aren't you afraid that the world's scholars will verbally attack you? Looking at the 3 faces of panic kept talking, Shenmore looked at the 3 hands and inclined his head to indicate. At once several brocade guards came out to pull out the 3 hands and hold them down. What are you doing? At once, the 3 of them were disturbed and alarmed, and the next second Shenmore with a smile on his face toward the side to reach out. The side of the brocade guards immediately handed over a wooden stick. Gathering a crowd and inciting the candidates, since you don't want to write this official will fulfill you. At that moment, Shenmo's eyes revealed ferocity, and the stick in his hand directly smashed down. Looking at the tragic situation of the 3 people, the crowd of candidates all trembled and looked at Shenmo with horror in their eyes. The sound of chains rang out, then 3 people were pierced through the peep of bone, blood splattered in all directions staining the white snow. You guys have to be glad that this is in Wujing. In Xinzhou won't be short of you guys. Okay, go play. Wiping off the blood on his face, Shenmo looked at the crowd of candidates in front of him who had been frightened miserably with a smile on his face and waved his hand for them to leave. Behind the brocade guards immediately make away. A group of candidates at this moment no longer Confucian style, rolling and crawling to escape. In the snow and wind, only 3 corpses were left hanging by the side of the street, with blood dripping slowly and continuously. On the restaurant, at this moment, Su Mingxian, Wei Nianen's faces were pale, and they looked closely at the figure on the street. This is Shinjun Mo. How did he become so cruel and vicious? Chapter 0108, The Struggle Between the Cold Sect and the Scholarly Clan. The Hanlin Academy, formed by the Hanlin Academy's disciples of the Bachelor of Science and the Doctor of the 5 Classics, is considered to be an affiliate of the Hanlin Academy. Maester Tao, these people have been captured for so long, and there's no word on what happened until now. A clean-cut woman worriedly said. Don't worry, Bachelor Tao and the others are at least from the Hanlin Academy. Even the brocade guards wouldn't dare to use heavy punishment. The youth next to him comforted. The parade was also suppressed. Now we can only wait for news from Lord Makoto and the others. The other youth, resigned, slammed his fist down on the stone table and the brocade guards. These executioners. Simply detestable. They just know how to bully us people, and when they meet those dignitaries, they run out of gas. Go get them if you can. Boo! Suddenly there was a loud bang in the distance, followed by noise, panic. The brocade guards are coming. A shout came, and the few young men gathered together immediately changed their faces. The next moment they saw hundreds of brocade guards arresting people everywhere, and the leader was even carrying a corpse towards them. Fang Hao, Nanshang Shun. Are all students of those 3 old undead people in Taojijie, right? The leak of the great examination papers of the Ministry of Ceremony, you can't be unaware of it, can you? The body was thrown in front of several people, and Shenmo said with an indifferent face. At these words several youths immediately changed in color. Grab it!
Dan House, Hanlon House. Dan Shiro residence. Shinmore copied and sealed Hanlon House the next day, only just released from the Forbidden House. The results came out to be told Hanlon House is gone. At this time in the study, Dan Shiro face complex do not know what to ponder.
Alas, the officialdom is like the sea, and now there is no going back. Master, it's bad. The jinyiwei have broken in.
Just then a house servant hurried in and shouted, "What?" Dan Shiro instantly stood up with a furious look on his face and, "There's no need to make a fuss, Dean Dan, the brocade guards always do." The next second an embroidered spring knife on the neck of the house servant, Shinmore slowly walked out from behind him, his face flat and said,
"On your own, or on us? Dean Dan. Shinmore, what are you doing? Just because this official sued you, you're taking personal revenge." Dan Shiro rebuked with an angry look on his face. "Boo!"
The embroidered spring blade directly grazed Dan Shiro's face and nailed it to the wall behind him, and a bloodstain was revealed from Dan Shiro's face. This town envoy is not here to listen to your nonsense. You only have two choices before this official. Retracting his right hand behind his back, Shinmore's pair of eyes stared at Dan Shiro, his tone cold.
"Good. I'd like to see how you jinyiwei are doing."
Looking at the two brocade guards behind Shinmore pulling out hooks and cables, Dan Shiro pupils shrunk, then coldly opened his mouth and said, "The Prince of Zhao's residence." In the hall at this moment Mushin Si with a pale face was saying something to King Zhao Sujin. "This son Shinjungnuo has changed greatly nowadays, whose deeds in Qinzhou I know a bit better than you do, and these unusual means of yours can no longer bring him down." Sujin was dressed in a three-clawed python robe, his face was grave and he stood in the hall with his hands behind his back and opened his mouth. This kid is the official name of the Jade Face Yama, and there are thousands of people who have died in his hands, not tens of thousands. Let everyone stay still, this time let him Shinmore once. The only way to win is to find a lethal means to press him to death with a single blow, such as plotting a rebellion. Now that royal brother of this king is the most worried about this. Sujin eyes showed a touch of sinister sneer, said, "Your Highness, news came from below. Just now the brocade guards started to arrest people in a big way. The Hanlon Academy was also investigated, a group of people were arrested, and Dan Shiro was also taken away by the brocade guards." Just at this moment a henchman came to report. Immediately Sujin and Mushin Si's face changed.
"Dang!"
Sujin slammed his fist heavily on the table next to him, his eyes cloudy, and, "Dispose of the others at once. This time, I couldn't steal the chicken, but I lost the rice. It's planted. My good fifth brother. This time it's really thanks to you." Sujin gritted his teeth and said, "Others may not be clear, but he, Sujin, had guessed who might have done it long before this case occurred." Inside the palace study, Su Lingtian looked at the hands of Shinmore. Action intelligence cannot help but face sank. It's all from the cold school. Seeing this, Su Lingtian probably knew which two were fighting. It never stops. It's all for this seat. The 9 to 5, the lord of the world. Who knows how tiring it is to have so much authority over you? Summer companion, why exactly do you think that is? A hushed sigh of regret resounded in the study. Can the rest of the Shin family afford it? In the imperial prison. Under the cruel torture, the three Tao Zhijia finally could not bear it. They did leak the dossier out, and still to a few of their own students as well as a few of the adults' disciples. Its purpose is to hope that more of its own men will succeed in passing the great examination of the rites this year. This year, the Ministry of Rites examination examiner is the golden purple Guanglu Daifu Peiming, is the scholarly faction of the people, so the cold faction of the people this year. The examination through the examination must be very difficult, and it just happens to be the question is the Hanlon Academy and the Ministry of Rites, so they want to leak the question to let their cold faction of the students to pass some more. But the theft of the scrolls and the murder of the two maesters was not their doing. So there was the scene where the jinyiwei started arresting people. The struggle between the humble and the scholarly. Dan Shiro in the prison was directly hoisted up and looked at Shen Mo incredulously. "Shenmore, I am the head of the Hanlon Academy. You dare to torture me." Pop. Instantly a whip comes in and, "You are Mushin Si, and what would this official not dare to do?" Shen Mo another whip out faintly said, "Into the jinyiwei prison, you are dead or alive who knows." "Shenmore, what do you mean?" Dan Shiro's eyes stared angrily as he said, "Boom." A kick on the abdomen of Dan Shiro, Shinmore sneered and sneered. "It means that this official can get you killed at any time. And by opening your mouth this official makes you suffer less." Before Dan Shiro screamed out, a dagger directly stabbed in his leg and then twisted hard, blood flowed instantly. At once Dan Shiro opened his mouth to scream, but immediately a rag was stuffed into his mouth and, catching its horrified eyes, two burly brocade guards walked out from behind Shinmore, took off the flying fish suit to reveal the upper body full of muscles holding a long whip like thorns step by step. Cold clan of scholars since ancient times, in the great martial arts is divided into two major parties have been opposing, cold students mainly from the Imperial College and the Hanlon Academy, the party to the Crown Prince Minister Maxin Si, General Secretary Yang Chang, In Qing Guanglu Daifu Xiang Si as the head, but really rely on the back of the king of Zhao Sujin. The scholar clan was led by Yu Xianling, the prince's major guarantor, Chukshu, the right royal envoy, and Pei Ming, the golden purple and Guanglu Daifu, with Su Yu, the king of Ning, as their backer. Of course these were only a part of it, most of the scholarly clans and Cold families were dependent on Su Ling Tian, after all, this one was the orthodox one. The Cold family leaked exam questions want to seek more people, naturally the scholars have to sabotage, and the real plotting and fighting is just the king of Ning and the king of Zhao. The humble and scholarly classes below are just their pawns.
Chapter 0109 Execution of Wujing. My lord, the rest of the men are dead, hanged in their own houses. A house in the brocade guard stood on both sides, a figure hanging on the beams, has been dead for a few hours. Dan Shiro confessed to several others involved in one of the people. Hand holding the embroidered spring sword Shinmore stood in front of the body, looking at the other arrangements in the house. A brocade guard came over to report that it's not up to the body to decide what should and shouldn't end when it thinks it's dead. Take the body away and copy the family.
With a cold smile, leaving a sentence of icy words, Shinmore turned to leave the Prince of Ning's residence. Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the youth in front of him with a smile on his face. Envoy Shinjinfu was really different from the old days.
I just don't know what the Shinjinfu envoy is doing in this king's residence without properly investigating the case.
The maid served tea and put it down to leave, Su Yu said with a casual face. King Ning, this town envoy hopes to receive news of the murderer's surrender at the general commandery of the jinyiwei early tomorrow morning. Shenmo's eyes were cold and stern, and his tone was full of unquestionable words. Su Yu could not help but give a beat, then laughed.
What does Shinjinfu envoy mean by this?
Su Yu, this official gives you face to call you King Ning. Don't really take yourself too seriously. How you fight is your business. This officer needs the case closed now, and the murderer. In Wujing, this official can crush you all just as well.
Don't give your face away.
However, Shinmo did not have the slightest bit of politeness, his tone was indifferent, and his eyes revealed a cold light. Su Yu's face instantly darkened, a flash of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes.
Shinmore, don't think that you can really do whatever you want just because you have the Duke of Jinhua. The Emperor is still around. De Wu is still around. The royal family is still surnamed Su.
Su Yu, do you believe that this official has 100 ways to get you killed? However, Shinmo's next sentence directly made Su Yu's pupils shrink and a chill rose in his heart.
How dare you threaten him directly? Threatening a prince? Good. This king knows. As you wish. The murderer will go to surrender tomorrow.
The real murderer had been killed by him a long time ago, but now he had to deliver one without one.
A murderer who knew the process.
Very well, this official likes people like King Ning who know what's good for them. Shinmore stood up, face instantly changed, revealing a smile, turned to leave the moment Shinmore suddenly turned back and smiled. And of course, I wish King Ning what he wishes. As Shinmo left, Su Yu was trembling with anger, his eyes filled with rage.
Outrageous. Shenmore.
Sooner or later, this king will make you die a horrible death. The state prince's eunuch, in which the scholars are all the descendants of ministers of the third rank and above, as well as the descendants of princes, lords, generals, and nobles of the royal family. At this time a few people were gathering in a pavilion platform.
That day.
Was it Shinju Nemo? Su Qingwan said with fear still in her eyes. Before I heard that Shinmore is killing people in Qingzhou, now a glimpse is really. Wei Nianan said to the back of the silence. Actually, he's been like this for a long time, Zhou said with a complicated face. I met him when I was out of the capital trying to make a break for it. He's ruthless and merciless. He killed 10 people in front of me without changing his face. On the road outside the pavilion terrace, some people were hurrying towards the main gate, and they were soon noticed by Su Mingxian and the others. What are you doing? Su Mingxian asked as he called out to one of the men. A look at the princess. That person quickly and respectfully replied, Rapunzel, the West Street Market brocade guards want to execute the murderer of the Hanlin Academy case, as well as a number of Hanlin Academy people are running over to see.
What? Case closed. It's only been a couple days.
A flash of shock flashed in the eyes of Su Mingxian and the others as they looked at each other. Market entrance, at the moment surrounded by the brocade guards' blockade, a group of people gathered together to look at the execution platform. A few figures. A few lofts next to it have even been chartered by some people, and the top floor is filled with more figures of people that
execution.
With the sound of the wire at the word of command, only a few of the supposed murderers were hoisted up in chains. Then I saw a few brocade guards with a knife as thin as a willow leaf cut off a slice of flesh and blood.
Lingering.
Miserable screams spread throughout the streets. The horror of the scene will be some of the people scared pale. All could not help but retreat a few steps. And the presence of all the jinyiwei did not change color. On the stage Shinmore is sitting on the side of the leisurely drinking tea in the hands. Su Yu's eyes in the attic stared. His face was grave. This Shinmo was really ruthless enough.
Public lynching. Shock and awe for all. What an executioner.
I'm afraid that Dean Dan and the others are in dire straits. On another restaurant, Mushinsi gritted his teeth and looked at that leisurely figure with a resentful face. This. Chu Chang, Fong and several people looked at Shinmo with horrified faces. Is this still the same brother Shin?
If a person isn't ruthless, he can't stand firm. Shinmore did it instead. Can you?
Sui braced his hands on the railing, forcing himself to stare intently at the horrific scene, cold sweat running down his forehead, as the voice of the Fifth Order came from behind him. The addict Su Mingxian, Wei Nianan and others were all scared back to the building at the moment, all pale, non-stop vomiting. The bloody scene lingers in the mind.
It's brutal.
An hour later, several white bones were displayed in front of everyone, and a pile of blood and flesh on the ground made people look creepy. Before anyone could react, they saw the brocade guards escorting another group of people up and, seeing this group of people, some people's faces changed slightly. That is, it was expected but did not think that it would really be the head of the Hanlin Academy, Dan Shiro, the university scholar Tao Shui Jijie, and a dozen other people, and a dozen corpses.
I want to see the emperor. See his majesty. Shen Mor. You can't behead old husband. I'm the head of the Hanlin Academy. Shen Mor.
You won't even spare the corpse, you shall not die. Chop. However, Shen Mor put down his teacup and faintly spat out a word that, in the next second the brocade guards' knives were raised in unison, then fell splattering blood.
Heads tumbled to the ground. Dead. Dean Dan.
Some of the people were paralyzed in disbelief, and their faces. However, immediately after another group of young people were escorted to the execution platform, all of whom were students who had received the leaked questions from Tao Jijie and others.
These students kill too. It's too hard. This isn't the Wujing brocade guards at all.
That's right, the Wujing brocade guards don't have this style at all. See the rows and rows of brocade guards in black flying fish suits with armor and cloaks, all from Qingzhou. Committing a crime at the hands of Lord Shen, this is already considered light. The sound of knives rang out, and once again blood was spilled on the ground. This execution directly alarmed the entire Wujing. Even before the execution is also beheading, but Shen Mor actually came directly to a public lynching plus beheading. It made everyone feel a sense of ruthlessness and terror. This execution Shen Mor is also clearly telling everyone not to mess with him. Palace, Su Ling Tian looked at the information that came back in his hand, his eyes obscure and unknown, not knowing what he was thinking.
That's a good tactic. You didn't even get my permission. Give me a return gift?
It's really as rumor has it that Jeru will be punished.
Gotta hurry up. Chapter 0110 Trouble.
At the entrance of Wujing City, a luxurious carriage slowly entered the city. Curtain lifted, a young man stood out, a brocade cloak, face proud look around the people who cast a curious gaze, the corner of the mouth with a sneer.
So much for a bunch of pickles. Wujing, this Gongzi is here again.
The youth's eyes then looked towards the bustling streets behind the city gates, and a flash of excitement flashed through his eyes.
Old ghost. Let's go to the yin embroidery workshop first, my lord wants to relax.
The youth commanded to the coachman that drove the horse. Young master, the master explained, let you enter the capital or first visit the second master, as well as. The driver of the carriage was an old man with dry, wrinkled skin, dressed in a sackcloth, one eye whitish, who spoke sorrowfully and,
this young man knows in his heart, do I need you to teach me?
The youth frowned in dissatisfaction and,
late night.
It was only when a carriage slowly traveled out from the brightly lit streets in the south of the city, full of red sleeves. Inside the carriage the youth had two more voluptuous women in his arms on the left and right, with a cozy, half-drunken look on their faces, drinking the wine handed to them and eating the peeled grapes. However, the next second the carriage suddenly stopped, the wine cup wine spilled all over the youth, then the youth face grim slap thrown in the face of a woman next to the curtain, before looking at the cold asked, old ghost, what's the matter? Can't even set up a car right, dog? Outside the carriage, only a group of 5 patrolling soldiers stopped the carriage, and the leader of the soldiers asked seriously,
what man, inside the wagon we need to see?
In Wujing City, except for Smoke and Willow Street in the south of the city, those who are outside in the middle of the night have to undergo some inspection. Looking at the soldiers in front of him, the old ghost who drove the car turned back towards the car with a calm face and shouted, young master, we met the inspectors to check inside the carriage. Hearing this the youth in the car immediately looked impatient and coldly opened his mouth.
This young man still needs to check? What do you care about them? Charge over there.
Hearing this, the patrolling soldiers immediately showed their vigilance, and all of them made a state of alert.
Please let us inspect. It's a curfew rule. Asterisk.
An angry scolding sound came out, only to see the youth drilling out from the carriage, the wine cup in his hand directly smashing into a soldier.
This young man is Changsun Yao,
the second young master of the Changsun family.
A bunch of blind bastards. What else to check?
Said Nagasudo also tried to kick a soldier with his leg, the kicked soldier subconsciously slapped his palm out and, however, in an instant, the old ghost on the carriage's eyes flashed with cold light, and an instantaneous movement directly grasped and twisted off the soldier's arm. At this instant the remaining 4 sergeants' faces changed dramatically, and they drew their swords in unison.
Good fight old ghost.
Martyr still dares to draw his sword.
How dare you?
The leader of the soldiers said angrily. Humph, let alone killing one of your soldiers, what can happen to this young man if he kills you?
Ha.
In Wujing, this young man just does whatever he wants.
Changsun Yao arrogantly laughed. You, teach them a lesson.
Old ghost, disturbing this young master's interest. Instantly a flash of ferocity flashed in the old ghost's eyes, and a few instantaneous steps knocked the soldier to the ground.
What are you doing?
At this time the street side two figures came over, both frowned and looked at the scene in front of them, both dressed in black flying fish clothes. Yo-ho again to two brocade guards, today do not open eyes so much, just this young did not play happy, the old ghost to play with them, this young to see this group of salacious pain expression, ha ha ha, said Chang Sun Yao taking out a wine pot with a reckless face. In the next second, the old ghost turned into a shadow and attacked towards the two brocade guards. At that moment, the two brocade guards' faces stared, and they raised their bows and crossbows in unison to shoot, however, the arrows were directly rebounded by a strong aura. Immediately two people drew their knives, but instantly a palm force came from the chest directly flew out backwards, spitting blood, one of them had no breath. One of the brocade guards struggled to his feet and tried to pull out a flare that. In the next second, he saw a punch blasted in his abdomen, and immediately the brocade guard fell to the ground. Young master, the hand is too heavy, dead. A flash of viciousness in his eyes, the old ghost spoke quietly. Old ghost. What's this young man looking at when he's moving so fast? It's no fun. Chang Sun Yao frowned in dissatisfaction and waved his hand back inside the carriage, leaving behind a sentence saying, the body goes straight to the gutter. Get someone to clean it up tomorrow. The wagon was once again traveling slowly through the darkness in the dead of night. Chang Suan's house. Today's Right Chancellor, Changsun Oracle, whose sister is today's Empress. Only Changsun Oracle also know that the greater the power of the danger will be greater, and therefore rarely involved in those major events, some are actively avoided. He would like the Changsun family to become the second Shin family but simply cannot be compared to, can only still be cautious point, and the family will not be able to get the money to pay for it. At this moment in the hall, the Changsun Oracle looked at the main entrance, and his face was a bit gloomy down. This nephew of his does this every time. Big brother doesn't discipline him properly. Master, Duke Yao is here. At this moment a house servant hurried in to report. Said behind them came two people, Changsun Oracle half drunk, half awake, next to the old ghost to support. My nephew has met my second uncle, Chang Sun Yao said with a slight salute. Looking at the drunken and disheveled Chang Sun Yao in front of him, suddenly Chang Sun Oracle's face was ugly. Unworthy thing. Don't collect yourself yet. Luckily, this is not his own heir, otherwise he would have been beaten up with a stick long ago. Did you cause any trouble? Changsun Oracle said with a serious face, this incompetent nephew would cause trouble every time he came into the city, although not too big but still enough to make him upset. Nope, Changsun Yao smiled and shook his head. Tell the truth. Changsun Oracle asked in a stern tone as his eyes stared tightly at Changsun Yao. Just killed a few skirmishers. Seeing the expression on the Changsun Oracle's face, it was only then that Changsun Yao spoke up, his eyes not caring. You. The Changsun Oracle was instantly furious. A dike of 1,000 miles collapses in an ant hole. How many times have I told you, come to Wujing and restrain yourself? If you cause any major problems one day, even I won't be able to save you. How dare you kill a patrolman, you're lawless. It's really caused a big problem, even the Changsun family has been victimized. Asshole. Yes, uncle, you're right, Changsun Yao said with a face full of disinterest. You. Bastard thing. Bring him down. Seeing Changsun Yao's attitude, Changsun Oracle was so angry that he didn't want to look at it anymore, and really had to tell his elder brother once again not to let him come to Wujing the next time he was worried about him once. If you can't control it, just kill it. You're sure it's a couple of soldiers? Suddenly the Changsun Oracle opened his mouth and asked. That's right. Changsun Yao thought for a moment and nodded his head. As for those two small banners, brocade guards are also considered to be small soldiers. The Changsun Oracle waved his hand and told Changsun Yao to roll down. Early the next morning, the general command of the jinyiwei in the Qingzhou Zhenfuan. Around the courtyard stood rows and rows of brocade guards, black flying fish suits, their eyes full of angry ferocity. The two corpses covered with white cloths are lying quietly in the courtyard. Shin Mo stood in front of the corpse, wearing a purple python jinfuanpoi robe. His face was calm, but his eyes were filled with coldness. Behind him stood the four scholar. There was a dead silence in the entire courtyard. Only after a long time did Shin Mo crane his neck, revealing a cruel smile. Scour Wooking, people find them. This officer wants it alive. Chapter 0111, Burning the Prime Minister's Mansion. Wujing, the smoky willow streets in the south of the city, a group of brocade guards going around interrogating people, black figures shuttling through all the alleys and lanes. The uniform black flying fish uniforms, clad in black cloaks, made some people instantly recognize that these were Shinmore's men. And who is this that has gotten into this master's way? What's going on here? Willow Street, many rich children, literati, at this time all cannot help but show concern for fear of being arrested by the jinyiwei. Shin Guofu, Shin Baijiang sat in the doorway looking at the people coming and going on the street. Grandpa, don't wait, he shouldn't be coming today either. Shin Nanfeng just happened to come back and saw this scene, could not help but say. I just heard news that the Qingzhou brocade guards are going around interrogating people on Smoke and Willow Street in the south of the city, and it seems that something has happened. Hey, this kid. Busier than old man me. Go, Nanfeng, Grandpa will take you to eat something delicious. Shin Boshan's mouth shattered, then he smiled at Shin Nanfeng and said. The palace, in the back garden. Su Ling Tian was fishing by a pond, relaxing, when Xia Yan hurriedly came behind him. Your Majesty,
Something big has happened. Xiaoyan's opening caused Su Ling Tian to frown. What is it? Right, Prime Minister Changsun Oracle's nephew went to the capital and killed 2 brocade guards. And these 2 brocade guards just happened to be under the command of the Xinjianfu envoy. Now, Mr. Xin is said to be so furious that he's blocked off Smoke Willow Street to check on people. What did you say? Su Ling Tian instantly dropped the fishing rod in his hand and stood up, his face staring at Xin, this kid, a vengeance. Before letting him check the case, all dare to give him a demonstration, direct beheading, this shall not be a mess. Smoke in Willow Street Riverside, a flower boat docked at the shore, full of silk and satin decorative colorful lamps hanging. On a huge flower boat, a figure stood on the top pavilion, with 2 women draped behind him. What does this guy Shenmore want to do again? Su Mingli said with a somewhat puzzled look on his face. The right minister's residence. Changsun Oracle hands of teacups fell on the ground, shattered, tea splashed, abruptly stood up, face changed greatly looking at the front of the family servant. What did you say? A few people died on Smoky Willow Street, and there were 2 Qingzhou brocade guards inside. At once Changsun Oracle then thought of Changsun Yao, last night said killed a few people, directly face furious, forehead veins rippled, a heavy slap on the side table. Assholes. Simply lived enough. Call the men to me. Call them now. Changsun Cheng, who was passing by outside the house, couldn't help but walk in when he heard his own father so angry. What has happened, father, to make you so angry? Changsun Cheng was dressed in a white cymbidium dress, with a beautiful and gentle face, followed by 2 maids. That bastard has caused big trouble for the Changsun family. Just after Changsun Oracle finished speaking, he saw Changsun Yao walking over with a sleepy look on his face, yawning. Seeing this scene of the Changsun Oracle no longer elder style, sleeve robe pulled up a kick out of the uncle. What are you doing? Changsun Yao was instantly confused, looking at the Changsun Oracle in front of him with a puzzled expression. Asshole. Wasn't one of the people you killed last night a jinyiwei? Changsun Oracle asked angrily, pointing at Changsun Yao. It's just 2 brocade guards, Changsun Yao said casually after a moment's thought. All black flying fish costumes? That is to say, already knowing in his heart, the Long Sun Oracle asked, with a shudder. It was too dark, I didn't pay attention, it seems like it. Changsun Yao thought for a moment and said. A big kick in the eye came in the next second. Asshole. Do you know whose men you killed, the brocade guards? Xinzhou Jinfu Shenmore's people. The Jinfu Shen family. Not only are you dead this time, but you might even involve the Changsun family. However, Changsun Yao did not have the slightest fear, dusted the ash on his body with a calm face and laughed. So what, uncle? You are the current right prime minister, your sister-in-law is the empress, your cousin is the princess, and this young man is also a royal relative. I don't believe it really dares to kill me. The Changsun Oracle was shaking with anger, and just when he wanted to say something, he heard the palace eunuch arriving, asking Changsun Yao to enter the palace immediately. See, uncle, what's the matter? Changsun Yao immediately smiled confidently and, watching this scene, the Changsun Oracle sighed. Hopefully. Qingzhou Zhenfuan. Shenemo looked at the information found out in his hands, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Departure, Changsun House. In front of the Changsun residence. At this moment, Changsun Oracle heart some fear too, did not expect Changsun Yao front foot just left. Shenmore will bring people. Shenmore. What are you doing? Looking at Shenmore with nearly 100 brocade guards standing at the gate, Changsun Oracle questioned. Hand over the man. It's gone. Say it again, hand over the person. Shenmore's eyes gradually turned cold. The person has really left and has already entered the palace, Changsun Oracle said in a hurry. At that moment, Shenmore's eyes stared at Changsun Oracle, staring at Changsun Oracle's straight hair. Until he was ready to open his mouth to speak, Shenmore's eyes narrowed slightly and his face smiled. That's kind of your answer, isn't it? Leaving his sentence, Shenmo then turned around and left with the people standing. Looking at the departing back, Changsun Oracle inexplicably felt a wave of uneasiness. The night. A group of soldiers were patrolling in the dark streets, and in the next second a pair of hands reached out from the darkness and pulled the person directly into the darkness in an instant. The dozens of black shadows lurked silently in the darkness in one direction. During the period around the hidden secret spy division, the capital city brocade guards, and even the ground officials have not yet reacted to the black eyes of all together. Changsun House, the hall is brightly lit at the moment. Changsun Oracle's heart is increasingly feeling a wave of uneasiness, filled with anxiety and boredom. Father, it should not be too serious, after all, it is Wujing also dare not mess it. Changsun Xing saw his own father. This appearance cannot help but comfort it, said. Yes, Xinger is right, look at you, are a dignified prime minister being scared like this. On the other side, Changsun Oracle's wife Chungjia also said. Sensing that something was going to happen, the Changsun Oracle called them to the hall and stayed there until the middle of the night. Shenmore, this kid, if before I naturally scoffed and disdained, but now this kid is ruthless, do things some lawlessness. Hanlin Academy until now are still rebuilding recruitment. Harm, I blame that asshole. There were figures constantly coming and going around the Changsun mansion in the darkness of the night, and bundles of dry wood were gathered around the walls of the
Then I saw a group of figures standing every dozen paces, holding unlit torches in their hands, all clad in black, revealing a pair of cold and stern eyes. A figure on the high wall stood unseen with arms folded, his cloak fluttering behind him in the night wind. The next second a lighted torch is thrown from its hand to ignite dry wood. Instantly dozens of torches were lit in unison and thrown on the dry wood, then the kerosene was poured out, and the fire immediately engulfed the building with thick smoke.
Out of the water. It's gone to water. Put out the fire.
Water. Where's the water? Soon the whole Changsun mansion was in chaos.
Master, the mansion is on fire, it's burning fast.
Quickly go out of the mansion to take shelter.
A steward hurriedly ran to report.
What?
The Changsun oracle's face changed in disbelief. He actually dared. On a high attic, Shinemo looked at the blazing fire with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and the flames were burning in his eyes. This officer returns to give you the first step, turning around and disappearing into the blackness the next second, only the growing light of the fire. Chapter 0112 Going to the palace to get someone. Early in the morning at dawn.
The once grand right prime minister's mansion was mostly reduced to ashes, still smoldering, surrounded by many people have gathered, the capital constables, and even the capital patrol battalion have sent people to manage the scene. The scene is a clamor. Being assisted by a group of family servants, the Changsun oracle looked at the scorched earth, full of bewilderment and pain, and there were even traces of smoke on his face.
It's gone.
His own chancellery is gone. If he hadn't been alert and run fast, I'm afraid the fire would have buried him here.
Shen Moore. He is truly daring. Murdering an important court official. It's a capital offense. A capital offense.
Lord Changsun, don't worry, we will definitely catch the murderer.
A chief constable lookalike came over with a fawning smile and said.
Looking at the smiling chief constable in front of him, the Changsun oracle directly kicked over his man and,
laugh your ass off. Arresting people? I'll ing give you the word you dare to arrest.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Changsun oracle was so angry that he directly kept cursing. A prime minister was forced to do nothing by a madman, so it was really a showman's encounter with a soldier's reasoning. On the other side, in front of the palace gates, the wide green stone floor, with rows of stone lions placed on both sides, and near the two sides of that huge palace door were two white jade stone dragon pillars, red walls and yellow bricks. When the morning sun was slightly out, accompanied by a creaking sound of the heavy palace door slowly opened. In the next second a figure stood upright in the middle of the gate, a scarlet and purple python robe, his left hand covering the embroidered spring sword on his back waist, and a pair of cold and stern eyes revealed under the brocade cap. Behind them are two columns of brocade guards in black flying fish suits, all holding swords in their left hands at their waists, wearing bucket hats and helmets and black cloaks, their eyes all filled with ferocity. This scene was directly reflected in the eyes of the forbidden soldiers who were just about to go out to guard the door. For a few seconds the two parties stared at each other but the next moment saw the brocade guards coming straight into the palace gates, striding in unison and, stop! The head commander of the forbidden army hurriedly shouted, and the soldiers behind him immediately made a state of defense and alertness. Yet the brocade guards did not stop in the least, and their countenances did not change. Immediately the commander of the forbidden army drew his sword and shouted again. Instantly a pressure directly crushed on more than 100 forbidden soldiers, and the terrifying power directly pressed a group of people to kneel on the ground. Without uttering a word, the brocade guards just passed them by blithely, the sound of their neat steps ringing in the ears of the forbidden troops. At this moment, the forbidden army commander who was lying on the ground had an ugly face, and his forehead was in a cold sweat.
It's all over now. Someone has actually entered the palace with armaments.
What were the forbidden soldiers on the walls thinking, letting someone so close to the palace gates?
Even the jinyiwei must check. Forced entry into the palace. Aren't these jinyiwei afraid of death?
When the brocade guards had gone far away, the commander of the forbidden army immediately sent someone to report. Soon Shin Moore captured a eunuch and asked where Changsun Yao was.
In a palace, brightly lit.
With a disgruntled look on his face, Changsun Yao walked around the hall.
I really don't know what I'm worried about. A jinyiwei. A royal dog. Make it look like the sky is falling. There's nothing to stay in this palace, and the eunuchs are the ones who bring the food. What a conviction. The old ghost next to him looked at Changsun Yao, who was walking around with a flat face, and didn't say anything more. Old ghost, you take this young man to sneak out, quick. Boo. Changsun Yao just finished his words, the door was directly kicked away, two columns of brocade guards walked in unison and stood on both sides of the hall, and Shin Mo walked from the center with a smile on his face. Why don't this town crier take you out for a little fun? The voice carried a chill that made the people in the great hall go cold, and, in an instant, the old ghost's eyes condensed, one step instantly moving towards Shin Moore to grabbing the method viciously. The next second Shin Moore grabbed his hand and twisted it directly, the bone stabbed out of the skin, then kicked his abdomen. The old ghost directly flew out backwards and hit the rows of candlesticks, the huge tearing force as its arm torn down, blood flowed all over the place. Boom. Have not waited for it to slow down, Shin Moore figure instantly appeared, a hand grabbed its head lifting hard toward the ground, a smash, bone cracking sound resounded through the hall.
then lifted and thrown into the air. Shenmue aerial foot stepped down, heavily smashed on the ground, cracked spider web marks. In a flash, the old ghost will lie on the ground only out of breath, but Shenmue directly into its mouth to stuff a healing elixir.
It's too easy to want to die like this.
Viciously stepping on the old ghost's chest with a continuous bone-cracking sound, Shenmue smiled and said. Only then did he turn his head to look at Chang Sunyao, who had frozen in place. Looking at the icy cold eyes looking at him, Chang Sunyao immediately trembled, and with a horrified expression on his face, he said,
What do you want?
I told you, this is the palace.
His Majesty is here. My little aunt is the queen, and my cousin is a princess.
Instantly a slap directly smacked Chang Sunyao to the ground, bleeding from his mouth and, too much talk for this town crier's liking. Retracting his palm, Shenmue said faintly. Instantly two of the brocade guards on either side stepped forward and drew daggers from their boots.
Dang!
The two daggers directly nailed Chang Sunyao's hands to the ground. Instantly Chang Sunyao issued a miserable scream, his mouth just a mouth, two hooks directly hooked on both sides of the mouth. Looking at the willow leaf blade reaching over, Chang Sunyao kept struggling, his face fearful, shaking his head madly.
Stop!
A cold voice rang out and, swish! In a flash of cold light, a mouthful of blood flowed out of Chang Sunyao's mouth, and the intense pain directly caused him to faint. Su Mingxian was immediately frightened by the tragic situation in front of him, but then his eyes looked at Shenmue.
Shenmue, do you realize that you've already trespassed? Breaking into the palace. Murder in the palace.
The Forbidden Army has arrived. Father has already decided to offer those two brocade guards a generous burial, and will give a pension. 2 brocade guards only. What's the point of you doing this?
Shen Junmuo, why are you still so reckless and wanton?
This word out. Su Mingxian instantly face color change, the whole person directly by the Shenmue choke neck lifted up, a pair of cruel and ferocious eyes to look over. Behind the palace maids instantly face terrified.
The brothers of this Zen Fuzhuang followed me out of Qingzhou well, and now they can't go back.
If they had died on the battlefield on official business, it would have been their fate.
But to die at the hands of a loser.
Then this Shinfu envoy is going to make this punk beg for his life and beg for his death. Whoever messes with this Shinfu envoy will let him have no good death. Su Mingxian, used to see that you are a princess to play with you, really take yourself seriously. This Shinfu envoy is in a good mood to play with you guys, not good you count as. The fierce eyes, the pressure full of murderous aura, and the icy tone made Su Mingxian could not help but let his head go blank, and looked at Shenmue in a stupor, full of disbelief. In the next second Shenmue directly threw Su Mingxian to the ground, twisted his neck and revealed a cruel smile. Life? The head of the Shinfu envoy is right here. It depends on whether Su Lingtian has the guts to come and take it. What fear of death does this town envoy have? Who will kill me? These words immediately made the pupils of Su Mingxian, who was lying on the ground, shrink violently, and looked at Shenmue in a daze, and the group of palace maids behind him were even more changed in color, alarmed, and calling his majesty by his name with no respect. There is. In an instant the brocade guards on both sides raised their bows in unison to shoot the palace maid. The blood of the palace maid next to her even spilled Su Mingxian's face. The smell of blood filled the brain and filled the eyes with red. Su Mingxian completely froze, looked at Shenmue and touched his face with his hand. A hot liquid slowly flowed down, the next second directly fainted. Subsequently, all of the brocade guards all bowed their heads and cupped their fists and knelt down on one knee towards Shenmue. Although there are no words, but they are already better than 10,000 words. At the same time, the entire palace is on strict alert, the imperial guards, the great internal experts, the forbidden army to guard the Phoenix Luan Hall. When Su Lingtian on the Phoenix bed heard the news from Xia Yan, his face was filled with a big change, and his eyes were filled with anger.
Lawlessness! What's going on here? A revolt!
At the same time the news of Shenmue bringing the brocade guards to break into the palace spread throughout the entire Wujing, and the whole city shook. The Duke of Jingguo was soon seen leaving the city in his armor, and its direction was the Jingshan camp. 100,000 blood armor army resident.
Chapter 0113, Shen family and Su family formal encounter. Wujing City, Duke An's mansion. What did you say? Shenmue broke into the palace to get someone. Old Shen Tu has gone to the Jingshan camp.
Wei Huatian stood up instantly with a face full of shock, then looked at his men with a serious face.
This is serious. And accidental.
Thinking of the consequences, Wei Huatian didn't even dare to say it again, and walked around the hall with a face full of gravity.
First, close the door without seeing anyone, and secretly inform Marquis Changwei that they should not move either. The 3 dukes and 6 lords all had soldiers stationed near Wujing, and the rest of them, excluding the Duke of Jin, numbered 10,000 or a few thousand, and were uniformly stationed in the great camp of Wushan. Only the Duke of Jin stationed 100,000 blood armor army as well as 10,000 heavy armor purple flag army in the Jingshan camp. Su Lingtian simply did not dare to put this army in the place, but could only put it under his eyes and watch it closely. Jingshan camp is set up near the 3 military camps, White Tiger camp 110,000, Filian camp 120,000, Wuban camp 100,000, used to do what are clear in mind. Shobua Gongfu, Zhu Yenkong's face was equally grave at this moment. If the old one is a tiger, so is the young one.
Wei Yan of the left minister's office spewed out a mouthful of tea. Early in the morning to hear such explosive news, almost did not slow down.
You're saying the Shen family is going to rebel?
Wei Yan looked at his son Wei Xiaochang in shock and said, "Not yet, I heard it might be." Wei Xiaochang waved his hand and said. At that moment, Wei Yan kicked out in anger, cursing angrily as he did so.
"Brat! Can you say that nonsense? Looking for death, are you?"
The third prince's residence, seeing the news in his hand, Su Fangguan suddenly laughed out loud. "Shen Mo, you're asking for death yourself. Your Highness, the Duke of Jinghua has gone to the Jingshan camp." The attendant next to him couldn't help but remind him. Instantly Su Fangguan's face stiffened, and even he knew what that meant. The fifth mansion, Su Yi's face at the moment is grave and even panicked, anxiously turning around in the pavilion, next to the fifth order calmly drinking tea. The
teacher, this is getting to be a big deal. How did you?
Looking at the panicked Su Yi, the fifth order immediately frowned. What's the point of panicking? A great man who panics when he meets something is not a great man.
Can't fight at all. Not to mention, what can you do now that the pressure is on His Majesty?
As long as Shen Mo walks out of the palace unharmed, there will be no fight. Shen Badian has an army, and don't forget that His Majesty set it up a long time ago. Not to mention those 12 heavenly officials of the Qin Tian supervisor and your royal provider. If we fight now, we'll only lose both. Now, wait. The teacup is placed on the stone table and the shaking tea gradually calms down.
In a compound. Changsun Oracle has been confused at this moment. What the hell? It has directly turned into a fight. How?
Changsun Oracle was rarely flustered at this moment, and his heart was cold. He really did not expect this matter actually developed to this point. Shen Mo is really lawless, actually broke into the palace to take people.
Jin Guigong actually also made a move.
For a while, all the dignitaries in Wujing who got the news looked worried, and everyone was at risk.
Inside the palace.
At this moment, a circle of forbidden soldiers, imperial guards, internal experts, and officials of the Qin Tian Supervisory Bureau have surrounded the hall.
Shen Mo, don't come out and confess.
A general at the head, clad in black armor, shouted out, with a serious look on his face, and, inside the temple, 2 hooks and ropes penetrated Chang Sun Yao's peep bone, directly waking him up screaming in pain. Then when it reacted, the 2 of them, Chang Sun Yao and the old ghost, were directly dragged towards the door, leaving 2 bloody trails behind. The next second a figure stepped out in the middle of the gate, followed by a group of brocade guards. Immediately everyone's eyes vigilantly looked at Shen Mo, and the 2 earth official patriarchs in the air also instantly released their pressure. Roll. Looking at the person in front of him, Shen Mo spat out a word, his eyes cold. Shen Mo, you. The leader of the Forbidden Army general still want to say something. The next moment an embroidered spring sword directly flew to penetrate his body, nailed to the red wall behind him, the other side of the wall of blood along the tip of the sword slowly dripping down.
Fire arrows. At once, hundreds of forbidden soldiers fired arrows in unison.
Shen Mo coldly laughed and took a step out. Instantly the astral wind raged and tore the arrow apart. At the same time more than a dozen big inner experts attacked towards Shen Mo, all of them exuding the aura of the 3rd grade. In the air, the 2 earth officials blasted out with one fist, the fist wind whistling, the other chopped out with a sword, the sword roared in the air, the sword chi directly rolled up the surrounding bricks and tiles. Play alone. With ferocity in his eyes, Shen Mo revealed a sardonic smile. In an instant to a few big internal experts' side, a claw directly break through the astral ripped a person's throat, blood sprayed out, back to a leg whip thrown out will be a person's head kicked burst. Then one hand sucked and then flicked in the air, and the blood turned into a sharp arrow and shot towards the eyebrows of several other people. The next moment the black clouds were dense, the wind was furious, the powerful wind swept up all kinds of bricks and tiles and trees to turn into a huge snake toward the fist sword to attack, like a dragon charging into the sky, crashing through 2 moves, directly knocking the 2 patriarchs off their feet, chattering blood in the air. The bloodshed Big Dipper palm. Shen Mo stepped in the air and stood with his eyes condensed. A vast pressure descended on half of the palace, everyone's face changed, their bodies were confined by the pressure. At the same time, the wind transformed into a blood-colored fog, coalescing into a huge palm as if it covered the sky and pressed down. This scene was instantly seen by the whole of Wujing. Is this a celestial being coming down to earth? This hand. Gods! What realm is this? Under the power of the palm, the palace walls began to crack, the ground cracked, and one by one, their bodies directly exploded, splattering blood in all directions. Stop! A cold voice came out, and then only a sword sound could be heard resonating through the martial capital as a tens of meters of sword chi rose up from the ground and chopped towards the bloody hand. Only for an instant the sword chi knuckles crumbled, but the next second there were 5 more astral energy injected into the sword chi. It still could not be blocked, and finally 12 powerful internal forces came out in unison to block the bloody hand. Phoenix Luan Hall, seeing this scene of heaven and earth, Su Ling Tian's face changed completely. It took 12 heavenly officials to strike to stop Shen Mo. How is that possible? Did Shen Mo transcend the hidden element? Your Majesty, the Duke of Jin has gone to the capital camp. At that moment, Xia Yan came to report in a hurry, with a grave expression on his face. In an instant Su Ling Tian was somewhat unable to stand, his face was disheveled, next to Xia Yan and Changsun Xianyue hurriedly supported,
Can't stop it. Su Ling Tian immediately laughed bitterly. Things are now out of control by now. Hate. Why is the Shen family so lucky?
12 figures appeared in the air, all dressed in black and white robes. 3 women and 9 men are now looking at Shen Mo with a grave expression, and the corners of their mouths are still with a touch of blood. Stop fighting, Lord Shen, all the heavenly officials. His Majesty has decreed that Lord Shen is compassionate to his subordinates, punishes evil and promotes good, and is scrupulously fair and impartial in his duties. His strength is high.
He is hereby appointed Marquis of Dewu. Marquis Qing, a number of rewards. Marquis Shen, stop it now.
Xia Yan hurriedly said with a smile on his face at this moment. The next second Shen Mo instantly appeared in front of Xia Yan. A hand took the imperial decree, upside down to reveal a cold smile. It looks like our sire is scared too. Next to Xia Yan did not dare to answer at all, just a smile on his face, and said,
Marquis Shen, just take this criminal away.
Slaughtering the Prince of Heaven's own guards. Consider it a capital offense of treason.
Shen Mo sneered, his face showing sarcasm. Tell our Majesty that my life is still alive. This officer waits for him.
After saying that, Shen Mo waved his hand and left with the brocade guards, and the way was unimpeded. The 12 heavenly officials in the air stared at Shen Mo in death. At the entrance of the palace, Shen Mo suddenly turned back and looked in a certain direction to reveal a sneer, a hand, and then a light stroke of the neck. Then he turned and walked out of the palace gates, his cloak swaying, and,
Your Majesty, Imperial Doctor, come to the Imperial Doctor. Panicked voices from a tall building.
Chapter 0114. One country, 2 surnames, clouds in all directions. Soon the news from the palace spread throughout Wujing, and everyone was silent. Kill a bunch of forbidden soldiers, the masters of the great household. The 12 heavenly officials had failed to take down Shen Mo. He was made a Marquis Dacheng, and walked out of the palace with Changsun Yao unharmed.
His Majesty is ill.
His Majesty gave in. Everyone knew at this moment that the situation in Dewu had changed.
After today, the Da royalty and the Da Shen family were considered to be completely on opposite sides. Anhui Gongfu, at this moment Wei Huatian looked at the hands of intelligence, a face of emotion.
A feudal lord in his 20s.
The first one in Dewu is also the first person.
It's not a matter of piling up achievements, it's a matter of bringing strength to the table.
Shen Mo the son is a demon. One person is suppressing 12 heavenly officials horizontally. That's one of the great martial arts underpinnings. Hidden Yuan realm, sealed Marquis. Wei Yan has been completely shocked numb at this moment. Is this still Wujing? Suddenly a big change in the sky.
The Changsun oracle in the courtyard, who learned of this news, immediately smiled bitterly. The Changsun family is going to be in big trouble.
Even His Majesty has given in.
There had to be at least one person to come out and take the blame for all this. At least Changsun Yao's lineage must not survive.
In the camp at Gingshan.
At this moment in a tent, Shen Badian is leisurely eating a meal. Well, he just suddenly misses the meals of the barracks to come over to taste it. Marshal, news from Wujing. A general wearing blood-colored battle armor walked in and respectfully said. Receiving the information in the hands of the general, Shen Badian immediately read it. The next moment instantly stood up, his eyes glared, full of incredulity.
Is this my ing grandson? But then Shen Badian couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, good. The old Shen family is expected.
The Golden Dragon Hall of the palace. At this moment Su Ling Tian's face is slightly pale, lying on the bed. Changsun Xianyu with a guilty face is waiting on the side, around standing eunuchs and palace maids as well as the imperial doctor. If it wasn't for those people in her family causing all the trouble, things wouldn't have happened the way they did. There's no need to blame yourself. Sooner or later, I and the Shen family will be like this. It's just that it's ahead of schedule. Su Ling Tian held Changsun Xuanyue's hand and patted it to comfort him.
Nowadays it's just that some things are out in the open.
Said Su Ling Tian, couldn't help but sigh. Dali, North Yen, South Xia domestic are not peaceful. Now it's Dao's turn. From the beginning to the end, Su Ling Tian understood that there was no big problem with the Shen family, but the biggest fault of the Shen family was that they had a high level of success and owned an army, and it was impossible for an emperor to tolerate such a situation.
To say the most wrong person can only be his father, Emperor Wu Ren.
He was kind to the people, reducing taxes from time to time, and his reign was characterized by fewer prison sentences, execution of criminals, and fewer wars. But also caused some things too much hesitation. When the witchcraft scourge only began to be proposed, to immediately send an army to suppress, but Emperor Ren was afraid of hurting the people, has been to send a small army to eliminate. The results of the final control swept through the 8 counties. The North Yen invasion also came. Behind it was the Duke of Jin leading the army to pacify the north. The Blood Armor Army also became famous at that time. 80,000 Blood Armor Army defeated the 320,000 army of Northern Yen, shaking the world. Later on, someone reminded Emperor Ren that the Duke of Jin has grown in power, and should be slowly withdrawn from the military power while it can still be controlled, so that it can go to his old age, and that the Duke of Jin has grown in power. However, Emperor Ren thought it was unkind to do injustice to a meritorious official. He didn't touch the Duke of Jin. By the time Su Ling Tian succeeded to the throne, he still had the support of the Duke of Jinghua, and by this time he already just couldn't control it anymore. The late emperor sowed the seeds of trouble. Su Lingtian then smiled to himself, I didn't expect that I would lose to a junior today, I'm really old. Su Lingtian also hated it in his heart. Why didn't their Su family have such a demon? Could it be that the great martial qi is about to run out? That's just it, we can't move this Shinmore kid now. I'm sure those people from several other countries are watching me laugh, since they want to see it so much then let them feel it. Su Lingtian suddenly smiled meaningfully. Now and Dao cannot move the Shin family, a move is the conflict between the Shin family and the Su family, then transfer. Isn't Nanzhao allied to ask for help? Then send this kid Shinmore, even if he really has the ability to kill all the people of the southern Zhao he will not have a headache. If the death that is the South Xiao harm, then he then ordered the Jingui Gong to send troops to attack the South Xiao, even if Shinbadian is dissatisfied with it, will first retaliate against the direct death of Shinmore's South Xiao, then on the one hand, the occupation of the South Xiao, on the one hand, on the other. After a while Su Lingtian suddenly had a slight change of color, then he let all the palace maids and eunuchs go out, only the Empress and Xia Yan remained in the room. The next moment a figure actually suddenly appeared in front of the bed, a black four-clawed python robe, his beard and hair white, his hands behind his back, the imperial grandfather. Su Lingtian immediately said respectfully, this was a prince in the time of the British Emperor, and has since been in the Royal Hall of Enlightenment. That young man today should not clash in the open for now. He has already broken through the Xian Pass and stepped into Tongxian. Above hidden Yuan is Tongxian, the gate of mysteries, the gate of miracles. It was already the highest realm to appear in the Four Kingdoms. What? He really broke through. Even though he had expected it in his heart, Su Lingtian still looked shocked when he really heard it. There was only one in Dewu right now. Why would such a demon be in Dewu? It's in the Shin family, the city of Xiliang. Inside the palace at the moment in a secret room, a 15 or 16-year-old boy wearing a dragon robe, rigid in appearance, sitting on the dragon chair. In front of them was a group of 15 and 16-year-olds practicing martial arts, each with a killing move. Your Majesty, this is the news from the Dragon Guard. A young eunuch respectfully handed over a secret letter. Xiao Tianfang immediately took it and scanned through it, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Su Lingtian has finally raised a tiger now too. 2 imperial surnames in one country. Now it seems that there is instability within each country. Great Li will still have a chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we must purge the Great Li as soon as possible. Xiao Tianfang's eyes revealed his ambition. Taking power. Put this batch of trained ones into the Dragon Guard. Xiao Tianfang stood up and said, Xiao Linzi, then go back with me and continue to play waste. Inside a county city in the east of Dali, a middle-aged man clad in a 3-clawed python robe looked at the intelligence in his hands with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. If the Shin family is brought together. Northern Yen, Jinyiwei City, at this moment a middle-aged man in a garden looking at the information in his hand could not help but show a touch of sneer. Think he Su Lingtian boasts of Ming Emperor, as a result, now it is not almost 2 families divided martial arts, they cannot be suppressed, ha. The man reveals a big smile freely, but the next second will immediately cough up, pale face, a weak face. Next to the eunuch immediately served a bowl of medicine. No more food, it doesn't work if you keep taking it. Help lure up while it lasts. Northern Yen is now 3 emperors in power, the Empress and the Empress Dowager all want to seize power or raise their own puppets, but better than the Dao, at least it is an internal matter of the royal family. Wujing soon a decree was sent out that Changsun Yaoyao murdered the Prince of Heaven's own guards, and that his family would be copied and exterminated. And the Changsun family immediately severed ties with the Changsun Yao lineage to form their own family a few days ago. Changsun Oracle harbors criminals and is relegated to the common people. Princess Su Mingxian disrespected Marquis Docking and was punished by copying the Confucian scriptures 100 times. And on the second day there were 2 human skins hanging in the vegetable market, as well as white bones bitten everywhere by dogs, and 2 embroidered spring knives sticking straight through the skulls into the ground, with the knives bloodstained. Chapter 0115 East Sea Immortal Trail. Something happened in Yuzhou. Closer and closer to the end of the year, the streets are getting more and more lively. At this time a street in the south of the city in the middle of the 5 people walking, see the people immediately have a change of face, have to get out of the way. Jinyiwei. Recently the things that happened in Wujing they have heard more or less, plus before the vegetable market terror execution cannot help but be afraid of it. The last 5 figures stopped in front of a mansion. There was no luxury and grandeur, ordinary appearance, but the 4 words on the mansion made everyone in awe. The Xingui Gong Mansion. The moment the 2 guards at the door saw the brocade guards both couldn't help but change their faces, but the next second they revealed surprise. The second prince, wearing a python robe, Shinmore looked up at the 4 words on the plaque to reveal a smile. Going home. Under the sycamore tree in a small courtyard in the mansion, Shinbadian was lying on a chaise longue leisurely basking in the sun. As for coming and going to the Kyunsan camp, what's wrong with going to see your own army? Is he a rebel? What report do you need to make? Just notify the emperor. Master. Second Duke is back. Uncle Fu ran in with a smile on his face and said. At that moment, Shin Badian stood up with a happy face, and then thought of the back and lay down again, with a calm face, and said, got it. Let the brat roll over. Soon he saw Shinmore walk in with the 4 scholars. The familiar yard, the familiar sycamore tree and the familiar old man. Yoho, isn't this the youngest Marquis of Qing in our Dao, or the Qing Zhou envoy, and official of the Qing Tian supervisor? To actually come to my humble abode, it really makes my humble abode look like a humble abode.
Shin Badian laid down on the recliner and leisurely said.
Shenmo smiled faintly, and directly lifted his robe and knelt down on one knee.
Grandson Shenmore greets his grandfather.
Hearing these words, Shin Badian also finally stood up, face emotionally looking at the figure in front of him, walked to Shinmo, opened his mouth to say something, and finally slapped on its shoulder, and,
"You've grown up. Already you can hold up your own heaven and earth." Helping Shinmore up, Shin Badian said with relief.
Shin Badian then gazed at the scholarly 4, and immediately the 4 of them knelt down in unison.
"Greetings, Lord Jin."
"They're my people," Shinmore spoke up.
Shin Badian nodded his head, then lay down on the recliner once again and said with a casual expression, "What to think back there?"
These words are directly asking Shinmore whether he has that heart. The 4 scholars immediately went out to guard the entrance to the small courtyard.
A high position of power, the Lord of the 9 states. It looks majestic, but in reality, it's the same thing. It's better to be an emperor than an emperor of the left and right. Beyond the imperial power.
Reclining chair, Shin Badian immediately faced a condensation, pupils shrinking tightly, looked at Shinmore.
You know what this means, no?
This grandson of his own family is just too daring. Even he would at most say to replace the Su family with the Shin family. And Shinmore intended to control the emperor of the world. This meant that there had to be strength and power that absolutely crushed the world.
Emperor?
Oh, give Su Ling Tian a face to call him His Majesty, if not I'll call him an old undead for all I care.
Shinmo smiled disdainfully and
his Shinmore's sword only chopped upwards.
These words put Shin Badian in a daze, and then he laughed out loud. You really are more arrogant than the old man. Ha 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 ha.
But Daewoo is not as simple as you think. There is still an old man sitting deep in the palace. 100 years ago, during the period of Emperor Wujing, there was also a top demon royal family broke through to the clan master after the East China Sea in search of immortality to go. In the hands of the Su family, it is said that there is also a martial forbidden Xian armor army, left behind by the martial ancestor when he fought the world, although there are only a few thousand, but it is likewise an elite-like army that fought in 100 battles.
Shin Badian reminded one by one for Shinmore to pay attention.
The Su family is a great martial arts royal army in charge of nearly 1 million. But Shin Badian has 100,000 elite plus its military disciples. Once the army really started, at least another 200,000 troops to follow the Shin family. So now the Shin family and the Su family maintain a delicate balance. Really fight is a lose-lose situation.
East Sea, are there any immortals? Shinmore asked a question that.
Wuzhu period, once the East China Sea, someone came across the sea water split, the sky lightning and thunder, stormy, like the Taoists in the Ascension scene, the last person is to move mountains and fill in the sea.
That mountain was later named after the mythical Panglai. It is also the center of the islands in the East China Sea today. Shin Badian leisurely opened his mouth and spoke what he knew.
I don't think this is an immortal descending into the world, rather it's a high-level martial arts practitioner who has reached a level of cultivation that is difficult for normal people to understand. It's like the legendary martial realm of seeing God as unbreakable and shattering the void. In today's Dao, the ones who know the most detailed information about the East Sea immortals should be the Ghost sect in Longhu Mountain. Donghai, speaking of which, still owes me a debt. Shin Mo suddenly remembered the matter of Bihai County, revealing a cold smile. At this moment, the scholar at the courtyard entrance came in and reported, Boss, Shinjumu is here. Let this bastard in. Shin Badian flung his sleeve robe and said in a bad mood. Where have you been these days? Shin Badian said in a bad mood, not seeing Shinjinji's figure even after such a big event. I'm going to go fight curses for your grandparents and grandchildren, Shinji said with a lifeless face. Who knows how he feels about one person's tongue? One person sprayed more than a dozen imperial historians, lobbying various ministers to say something good not only for the emperor to have a step down, also for the sake of the Shin family. A group of stinking broken mouth against the sky. A few days, do not scold them, do not know the height of the sky. Shin broke the sky suddenly understood the cold voice. It's fine, I'll pay them a personal visit some other time tomorrow, Shin Moore said indifferently. Shin Watson did not know what to say. The two grandparents and grandchildren are pro, he is an outsider now. Nan Feng, where is Shizhou? Tell him to come out for a while to eat. Shin Badian thought of the other two people and asked. Father, aren't you clear? Right now the two of them don't want to see Junimo at all. One is hard to accept, the other is embarrassingly shameful. The bull asterisk. What's the point of being family? What, still afraid of Junimo beating them up? Shin Badian said without a trace of anger. Next to Shin Moore raised his eyebrows without saying anything. Young master, there are people outside the mansion looking for you, saying that there is something urgent. Suddenly Fu Bo hurriedly came and said. Shinjinji couldn't help but look puzzled, but still then walked out. A few moments later Shinjinji walked in with a heavy face, his eyes full of worry and heartache. What happened? Brat, pose a face. Shin Badian chided with a frown. He's still got him when the sky is falling. The people of Yushu have changed.
Chapter 0116 Supervision of Examinations by the Imperial College. The Royal Library.
Su Ling Tian will be in the hands of the urgent report heavily slapped on the table, anger and laughter gaze at the following a minister.
What? Think I can't do it, or De Wu can't do it.
One by one, they want to conspire, don't they? At that moment, Wei Yan, Li Ruxiao and other ministers all bowed with fearful faces.
Your Majesty, calm down. Calm your anger?
I take what to rest my anger.
Yuzhou 4 counties officials embezzled the court disaster relief officials' silver and food. To the entire Yuzhou 4.5 million people froze to death and starved to death. Millions of people have nothing to eat.
The entire northern part of the country didn't die so many people. Now so many people are killed because of these corrupt officials. Officials force the people to rebel.
These 4 words are alive and well in front of me. Damn them all. What? Think he'll tolerate them if he tolerates the Shen family?
Speaking to the back, Su Ling Tian's face reddened with anger. All the things on the table were smashed hard to the ground. Immediately order Yuzhou Prefect Xin Yan and Jinfu Envoy Yi Zhang to return to Yuzhou to preside over the situation. Find out those corrupt officials and leave no one behind.
Bai Wen Kai.
I am here, the Minister of Households hastened to step forward and respectfully said. Immediately from the Ministry of Revenue to take another batch of disaster relief official silver to buy food to send to Yuzhou in a hurry.
There is not enough money to take from my internal treasury.
If this batch of money is not used on the people of Yuzhou, I will take your head to let the people of Yuzhou vent their anger. These words immediately caused Bai Wensai's face to be startled, and he hastily knelt down to ensure that. Also transfer another 30,000 troops to gather in Yuzhou, and if things don't go right suppress them immediately.
Yes.
Xin Guigong's residence, Xinji was riding on a horse at the moment, followed by a group of guards and henchmen.
Father, urgent matters in Yuzhou must go back now, and I can't spend the new year at home.
Go, it's better for a great man to do something than not to do anything.
Shen Baijiang nodded his head in relief and said, it's an honor to be an officer to be needed by the people.
Shen Baijiang and Uncle Fu in front of the main door watched the back of the distant Shen Yan gradually disappear in their eyes, and finally sighed quietly. Shen Nanfeng Shen Shizhou went to the Imperial College, while Shen Mor just came back to the General Command Center.
Busy, it's good to be all busy. Shen Baijiang shook his head and sighed. Jinyiwei General Command Post.
Order the Qingzhou Jinfu Envoy Shen Mor to be responsible for the examination of the candidates for the martial arts examination of the state scholarship, Your Excellency. In the hall Shen Mor stood straight and directly took the imperial decree without any salute. After the eunuch left, the scholar and the 4 men all looked puzzled.
What does His Majesty mean by this? Letting the boss be an examiner?
Isn't this disgusting to the boss, Mao said with some anger, letting their boss's current marquis, the Jinfu Envoy, to invigilate the exams.
Isn't this a humiliation?
His Majesty isn't so petty. I guess he doesn't dare to let the boss be idle or let the boss go to a place where there's less to do now, to avoid whoever messes with the boss again. After a moment's thought the scribe shook his head and said,
so let the boss run a bunch of brats.
Come on, you wouldn't have seen any of these people before, the scholar said with a blank look. Looking at the hand of the imperial decree Shen Mor cannot help but smile. In the end, is Su Lingtian now only want to maintain the balance, do not want to start a conflict with the Shen family again.
Come on, let's go see the kids.
Only ministers of the 3rd rank and above, as well as princes and nobles, royal relatives and descendants of the royal family can enter the state prison. Because near the end of the year the state children's elementary school will conduct the final examination of the year. The literary examination includes Confucian law books and calculations, etc.
The martial arts examination is the weapons and fists and feet cultivation and so on.
Inside, like a garden with pleasant landscapes, bamboo corridors and pavilions, as well as the sound of reading. At the moment a spacious classroom sitting in a dozen students wearing white robes, above an old man shaking his head and talking to himself about the Confucian scriptures. The following dozen people are also each doing their own thing. The Su Mingxian, long hair bunched up, face slightly pale, is fast pen copying what, next to Su Qingwan and Su Junmo, Shen Nanfeng is also help its copying. Su Fangwen and Su Yenying lying on the table are sleeping. Su Yi and Shen Shizhou sitting together are whispering something, seemingly holding a book of Chungyong diagrams clamped in the book to look at. Su Liyue holding a brush on the paper to draw haphazardly, as well as Jiang Lin these people to pass a note. The few people who watched the scene from the back window, mouse, could not help but facepalm. This is too much of a mix. It's really just a bunch of brats. Tisk, TSK, so that's what studying in the state prison is like. The rat looked staggered, and only the Confucian scriptures are like this. Shen Mor came from the back and said with a flat face, if this were before he would have skipped class. 5 people standing in the back window cannot help but block the light. Suddenly the entire classroom, everyone has a sense of the general, instantly sit straight to look at the husband. After all, the state scholarship priest is a frequent inspector, and when he catches it, he has to tell the emperor and his own elders.
Shen Mor. Jiang Lin, who quietly glanced back, saw the visitor and couldn't help but exclaim, and then couldn't help but ask angrily that, what are you doing here? This sound could not help but make everyone turn their heads in unison to look at Shen Mo, and for a moment they looked differently.
Su Mingxian seemed to think of something immediately scared with the book blocking the face again. No previous Haikul look. Shen Nanfeng also cannot help but face embarrassed. Zhang Lin several people face a sinking. The gaze of the old man who was shaking his head at the sound of the yell also looked behind him. When he saw Shinimo, Zhang Xiankai suddenly had a gloomy face. Shen Junnuo, what are you doing here? The Imperial College doesn't want you anymore. For Shinmore, Zhang Xiankai has always been disliked only in the way of its identity, cannot do anything. Asshole. Lord Shin's name is yours to call. Immediately, the rat opened his mouth and angrily scolded. What class you are dares to call our lord by his name? Disrespecting the son of heaven. The behavior of a rebellious son of a thief. Why don't you just say it? Zhang Xiankai's sleeve robe flung ahead a cold, said. Scholar, four people at once could not help but stare at each other. This guy so head hard? The next second Shinmore suddenly appeared in the classroom. A slap directly Zhang Xiankai head in front of all the people, face pressed on the table. Zhang Xiankai, do you really think you've taught a bunch of noble offspring who should give you face? Just a corrupt man who doesn't know how to change, and he's smug about it. Boom! Shinmore directly grabbed his head and heavily slammed it into the table again, his eyes icy cold. Did this officer tell you to speak? Dog barking? The pain directly caused it to scream out, and in the next second a kick sent the person flying backwards out of the classroom. There was silence in the classroom at the moment, as everyone looked at the scene in front of them. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beating? Take a lesson. Back to Shinmore frowned directly cold heave. In an instant more than a dozen people are all red in the face, want to say something and do not dare to open, all lower their heads to read. On the ground Zhang Xiankai blood spit out, trembling raised his hand to accuse step by step Shinmore, want to say something. Self-righteous fool. No one in the whole of Wujing city dares to trouble this official anymore, and you've come to seek death. Shinmore tone of indifference, a heavy foot on its chest, blood sprayed out. Why don't you let this officer have a nice quiet moment? Tell me, why? The sound of bone cracking in his chest kept ringing. Zhang Xiankai's eyes glared at the smiling Shinmore, and blood flowed straight from the corner of his mouth. Because there's just too many dumbass like you. The next second Shinmore stepped on his neck to break its neck coldly, his eyes cold, and Chapter 0117 Martial Arts Exam, Shili Rating Nanzhao. On the school ground there is a group of young people wearing martial arts robes, showing off their martial arts skills one by one. Next to the high platform Shinmore leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs, leisurely sipping tea. Next to the scholar 4 people are recording. Failed. Next. Mouse yelled and waved his hand straight up for the next one to go on. And mud. Who is this brocade guard? I think it's deliberately making things difficult for us. That's right, I can't believe none of them have qualified so far. On purpose. Who is this brocade guard? This eunuch is looking for someone to teach him a lesson. Seeing this scene endured for a long time, a group of dignitaries' descendants cannot help but face a furious have disgust. Oh, you guys are so bold. Do you know who that person is? Use your brains to know who the one who is so young and still wears the robe of the Jinfu envoy is. Many of the people present whose elders are called adults, but without exception they all have to address this one as Lord Shin when they see him. What's the noise? Quiet. Looking at the following discussion, the scholar frowned and shouted. One fails after another, and all of them can't help but look ugly and worried. Finally, when it was Su Yenying's turn, her face was furious when she heard the sentence fail again. Shen Moore, are you doing this on purpose? He's been qualified before. Su Yenying, if you yell at me one more time, your mouth will be swollen for you, believe it or not. Shen Mo put down the tea in his hands and looked at it. His tone was indifferent and said, flowery fists and wankers, a waste is a waste. This official invigilates the examination that is according to this official's requirements. Who does not serve stand out. Shinmore's eyes condensed coldly said, his eyes swept the whole field. Instantly all people cannot help but creepy. The heart chills seem to be the king of hell staring at the same. Want to pass? Shinemo sucked in the air. The embroidered spring sword came out of its sheath in thin air, then plunged straight into the center of the schoolyard. Qualify with your knife drawn. If you can't, take the test honestly. Anyone who yells again will tear your mouth off. Practice more if you're a vegetable, don't blame the road if you can't make it. Being rebuked by Shinmore, everyone's face was ashamed but did not dare to open their mouths. This is a man to whom even the emperor does not give face. All their identities are worthless in front of him. In the windy and snowy night, a long procession was seen marching on the ice, all dressed in cotton armor cloaked in white, one soldier still freezing and shivering, his face reddening, the hot breath exhaled instantly turning into mist, the flags half rolled. The Jiashan Pass, the first pass of Nanzhao to defend the northwest, used to guard against Shili, and the Helm Gate Pass, which defended Da to the west. At this time on the walls of the city rows of soldiers in the wind and snow constantly patrolling back and forth, most of the idle chatting and complaining about this weather, did not notice the slowly moving snow in the west. Suddenly a rattling arrow flew in mid-air and made a startling noise that, in the next second the soldiers who had just been standing guard earnestly suddenly attacked the idle soldiers beside them, and at the same time a hissing sound rang out in unison. 10,000 arrows came from in front of the barrier, and tens of thousands of men suddenly showed up to charge and attack the city. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! There's been a mutiny!
There's been a mutiny. Get on the defense. The heavy sound of the war drums sounded a vibration in the whole pass. The resting soldiers all went to the city wall in unison immediately. The snow is dotted with blood. Night Song, Nanjiao, the imperial palace. Only to see a eunuch hurriedly running into a palace, kneeling on the ground to report. Your Majesty, an urgent report from the Northwest military. Dali raided and Jiaoshan Pass was lost. On the big bed an old man with white hair was leaning on the head of the bed, and next to him a young woman in a phoenix gown was feeding medicine to. Hearing this news, Duan Chenkong directly and suddenly sat up and knocked over the medicine in the hands of the young woman, agitated and kept coughing up and pointing at the kneeling eunuch. You. Ahem. What did you say? Jiaoshan Pass is lost. The eunuch knocked his head on the floor and trembled. Your Majesty, 50,000 soldiers died at Jiaoshan Pass. Jiaoshan Pass was broken with the cooperation of the rebels, the White Barbarians, and now the Dali army and the White Barbarians are about 100,000 people advancing all the way to the southwest. Damn! What are the Sky Witch Guards doing? Jiaoshan Pass has been infiltrated without even realizing it. The Heavenly Witch Guards in charge of Jiaoshan Pass are all to be executed. Immediately issue an order for General Chao Xia of the West to lead 200,000 men to annihilate the enemy. At the same time, have the western cities send troops to intercept them. Yes. Daemo Imperial Palace, Su Ling Tian who was having his imperial meal saw Xia Yan running in a hurry the next second. Your Majesty, the southwest military situation. Dali is fighting with the Southern Edict. Dali has raided the Jiaoshan Pass of the Southern Edict. What? Now the big departure from the war? Su Ling Tian's face was startled, and a flash of incomprehension flashed across his eyes. Why would you choose now? You know that now is the winter and the snow weather is bad, the soldiers are easy to freeze to increase the difficulty of combat, and the bigly attacked Nanjiao also need to go around a long way in the river, how to get the food and supplies? Or are you preparing for a war with a war? And why the sudden attack on Nanjiao? We must know that Dao is in the middle of the if suddenly sent troops. Dali, these people are dead. Order Yangzhou to prepare for war and increase vigilance. Chimu Xian in the palace of Northern Yan at this time holding this information in his hand also could not help but flash a touch of doubt. What is Li doing? Work with the White Barbarians to take down Nanjiao in one fell swoop? That's not enough at all. It's starting to get windy. Wujing Honglu Temple, since the southern imperial envoys came Su Lingtian met once and then did not call again. Lord Witchfinder, let's go back. This De Wu Emperor has left us out to dry and ignored us. I don't think he's going to help us at all, Luo Tong said with an anxious look on his face at this moment. Now that Dili is raiding Nanjiao, what can we do if we go back? Zheng Xian gazed at Luo Tong and chided. Only by inviting De Wu to send troops can we immediately solve the danger of Nanjiao. With Jiaoshan Pass broken, Dili can send a steady stream of troops from here into Nanjiao. Or, as if he had thought of something, Zheng Xian's eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance. Or what? Luo Tong asked hastily with an anxious face. Or we go to Jinguogong. The two first grandsons of the Duke of Jin haven't married yet, so we can marry the princess to him. But princess, being born amongst royalty, one is destined to take on such responsibilities, Zheng Xian said with a flat face. A willow tree Shen Moore is sitting at the edge of the lake fishing. Boss, something big has happened, the scholar said hurriedly as he walked over. Dali and Nanjiao are fighting. Fighting even on such a cold day? The old cripple frowned and spoke. Nanjiao has already lost a county. Nanjiao has only 4 states, Dao, and a total of 17 counties. In the secret room of the Great Li Palace, Xiao Tianfan looked at the various names on the desktop paper in front of him, and the corners of the mouths of the several major parties revealed a cold smile. Game on! Chapter 0118 Year's End, Departure to Yuzhou. At the end of the year, the whole Wujing was plunged into a bustling atmosphere, with the big red color highlighting the atmosphere everywhere. The restaurant guests in an endless stream, the city south of the smoke and willows on the street warbler, full of building red sleeve strokes, riverside flower boat is the same song and dance endlessly, the street sells art, juggling Jianghu craftsmen countless. Even though the countryside is snowy, there are still many rich and noble families going to temples to pray for a year of peace. Inside an elegant room and yen embroidery workshop at the moment, 2 figures were sitting opposite each other. A man was sitting on the floor, one hand resting on his knee, the wine in his hand drained in a single gulp, his eyes looking across the room at the magnificent figure of opposite only to see a look of the city stunning woman playing the guqin, a white gauze full of temptation, snow-white long hair and waist, temperament and full of cold, the wind and the general. After the song, Beacon Moonlight put her hands on the strings of the zither and looked at Shinemo with her eyes, showing a smile. I thought you weren't coming. Go out for a year and forget about people already. Thinking about how to deal with you, believe it or not. Shinemo put down the wineglass in his hand, his tone indifferent to the woman in front of him. Of course I believe it, after all, my little daughter has also heard of the name of Jade-Faced Yama, it's really powerful. Beacon Moon, she covered her mouth and smiled. A cleric has been with me for 7 years, so why? Shinmo's eyes stared, and a pressure descended on the entire room. However, Beacon Moon, she did not have the slightest panic, face still with a smile straight at Shinmore in front of him. A man, when he lifts up his pants, he talks tough. You bought me 7 years ago, when you were 15, I think, and I've watched you grow up. I'm not a Daiwu man, and I have no intention of harming you. At the last sentence, Beacon Moonshi's eyes looked seriously at Shinemo. The pressure instantly dispersed. Shinemo lowered his head and sipped the wine in his hand, and for a while the room fell into a silence. I'm the head of Great Yan's secret agents in Dao. My heart may be yours, but my person is Great Yan's. Great Yan raised me, and it is impossible for this master of the division to betray Great Yan. If you want to kill me you can do it now, at least I'll have the deceased to collect my body. Fenji Wexi walked over and sat down next to Shinmore, pouring wine for him with a gentle face. The next second Shinmo's eyes met Beacon Moonshi, and its appearance was reflected in his eyes. Remember, stay out of my way. After a drink Shinmore stood up and left. 7 years ago, the grandson of the Duke of Jingwa spent a lot of money to buy a flower girl. That person is naturally him. Everyone loathes to look down on him, naturally often go to Beacon Moonshi. I have to say that she understands the hearts of the people, but also gave herself to Shinmore. Sometimes it's better to forget about each other. Inside the palace, Su Lingtian rarely free to wear a big red cloak walking in the snow, followed by Xia Yan and a group of eunuchs and palace maidens. Reaching out to catch the snowflakes, Su Lingtian looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. How do I get to Daub next generation? Is it still going? After the palace, Su Lingtian now has a premonition in his heart. Once he dies, I'm afraid that Dawu will be in chaos. Originally also said that the next order to make Shinmore become the emperor's son-in-law. Now it seems that all empty talk. It's hard to travel. It's hard to travel. Your Majesty. Urgent report from Yuzhou. Just at this time a eunuch hurriedly ran to kneel on the ground. Hands on the urgent report. At once Su Lingtian had a bad premonition in his heart, opened the urgent newspaper, only read a few eyes, then instantly burned with anger. His eyes were furious. Tell Li Ruoxiao, Wei Yan and the others to come see me immediately. Inside the study, Su Lingtian threw the urgent newspaper in his hand in front of Wei Yan and the others. Look at them all. I gave these people a chance, but I didn't expect them to be unrepentant. How dare you set fire to the state office and assassinate the jinyiwei Jinfu envoy, the state pastor? What? Yuzhou is thinking that it can become independent? Su Lingtian's tone was full of ice coldness, and his heart could not help but be shocked. Fortunately Shinji was saved without much fuss, or else it would really be war. Immediately order Marquis Yuan by Dingwu to lead 50,000 troops in a direct purge. It doesn't matter if it's a civil uprising or these corrupt officials. Kill. Su Lingtian said with a furious expression on his face. Instantly, Wei Yan's several faces changed, actually letting Marquis Yuan go. The Marquis of Yuan fought a war that left no grass unturned and no survivors. As long as the enemy is judged to be all slaughtered, regardless of women, young and old, even livestock are equally decapitated, hit a fierce reputation. Your Majesty, you must not. The people of Yuzhou are only being forced to do this. If we do it we will chill the hearts of the entire people of Yuzhou and cause Yuzhou to stand completely on the opposite side of Dawu. Wei Yan hurriedly stood out and righteously said. The best thing to do would have been to send another person over to preside over the situation. With firm eyes, Wei Yan looked up at Su Lingtian and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, I recommend a person who will be able to pacify Yuzhou. Who? Su Lingtian frowned and seemed to have guessed that the Jingzhou Jinfu envoy, Jingho Shinmore Lord Shin. When these words came out Li Ruxiao and several people immediately pinched a sweat in their hearts for Wei Yan. This would be the end of the line if His Majesty thought that he had come together with the Shin family. For a while there was silence in the study, and after a long time Su Ling genius sighed quietly. He naturally thought of Shinmo. He was ruthless and decisive, plus his father was injured, the best candidate. Just, no matter what, first pacify Yuzhou. At the very least Yuzhou still belongs to Dao, and not taken by Great Yan to take advantage of the weakness or lost, otherwise it will really become a shame. Issue an edict ordering Dao Qingho Shinmore to lead 3,000 brocade-clothed guards into Yuzhou to temporarily take charge of the affairs of Yuzhou, investigate corrupt officials, and solve the problems of disaster relief and civil unrest. Also have the Marquis of Ding Yuan raid 50,000 troops stationed near Yuzhou, and once things get out of control suppress them immediately. Yes. Since these people wanted to die, Su Lingtian would fulfill them. Shin Guigong Fu, in the small courtyard, Shin Baijiang slapped on the table, his face huffing and puffing. A bunch of death-seeking things, eating bear's heart and leopard's guts. Old Fu, fetch my armor. Shin Baijiang has never thought that someone actually moved to Shin family members. Su Lingtian at least is also an emperor. This group of people count a what? No need, Gramps. Shinmore walked in at this time to block the way. The old emperor ordered me to go to Yuzhou to clean up the situation. I also want to see what kind of person begs for death so much. Shinmo sneered with a cold light in his eyes. Well, that's fine too. You're better off going than the old man. I need gunpowder, old man, Shinmore said suddenly. Good. Without asking why, Shin Baijiang directly nodded his head and I didn't see the fireworks at the end of the year. I have to find a place to put it. Shinmo eyes full of grim. A few days later at the entrance to the city of Wujing, the sound of hoofbeats, more than 3,000 jinyiwei all out of the city in one direction galloped away and disappeared in the vast snow. Knowing that Shinmore really left Wujing, some people all couldn't help but sigh in relief and look happy, full of excitement. It's great that this Yama is finally gone. Now we can have a good year as we wish. Chapter 0119 Bloodwashing Xianyu, I. Xianyu County, the first county of Yuzhou. At this moment, in a compound in the county town, several people wearing official robes were gathered together. It's a pity that Shinji's life is so great that they didn't die. That's right, or else the Shin family will fight with the Su family by then. When the time comes, we'll abandon Yuzhou and go straight to Great Yan, and bring those belongings with us in style. A few people couldn't help but laugh. They didn't make such a big deal this time just to take a big bite then prepare to escape to Great Yan. At that time, even if the Shin family Su family can do anything to them. If we fail this time, Su Lingtian probably found out, so maybe he'll send an army to run away earlier. Another person cautiously said. Good point. Let's all go back and pack up and leave after this meal. Dusk, on the official road all the way to the brocade guards sped. Both sides of the road there are constantly freezing to death of the people's corpses, and some have been reduced to wild dog food. On both sides of the road there were still starving people walking slowly in the direction of Xianyu City. Their bodies were stiff, their expressions were numb, and even some of the places were already chapped from freezing. In some counties, there have been riots and revolts in which people have tried to seize food and rebel. A few soldiers at the city gates stood in front of the gates wearing thick cotton coats with a lazy and casual look on their faces. Every now and then a bone is thrown to induce a crowd of starving people at the gates of the city to snatch it up, and then a jeer is given, as if they were walking a dog that. The next moment the ground shook, and a group of figures kept coming closer and a few soldiers suddenly looked alert, and were just about ready to look at something that. A few embroidered spring swords broke through the air and pierced through the soldiers' bodies and nailed them to the city wall. 3,000 brocade guards rushed straight into the city gates. The sound of horses' hooves resonates through the streets. Into the city Shinmore strangled his horse and raised his hand, and behind him 3,000 brocade guards stopped in unison. At this time, the east side of Xianyu City was brightly lit, with big red lanterns hanging high, noisy restaurants, warm red tents, the smell of wine and meat all over the place, and the sound of firecrackers. It was dark in the west, only the wind and snow whistled by. There were dilapidated houses everywhere. A little candlelight brought the last warmth. Some walls were even leaning against the ragged people who had already frozen to death. The street in front of me is also dark and gloomy. Some people gathered together in the cold wind shivering. Sishin more and other body of the jinyiwei clothing as the eyes show panic, dispersed in a flurry, leaving only a 4 or 5-year-old little girl standing barefoot on the snow, her feet already purple, and her body covered with frostbite and cracks, blinking her eyes as she looked at Shinmore and the others, with 2 stiff corpses lying next to her. Jumanji stinks of wine and meat, and the road is frozen with dead bones. All doing quite well, Shinemo suddenly said with a smile, his eyes looking to the east. The next second 3,000 brocade guards headed east. Xianyu County Mansion. At this moment several people were eating and drinking in the courtyard. Boo! The gates of the county hall shattered open, and rows of brocade guards swarmed in and, "What are you doing?" Several constables shouted angrily at the sight of this scene, drawing the knives in their hands and, swish! A few of the brocade guards instantly turned around and slashed their knives across the constable's throat. Shenmore left hand holding the waist knife step by step in the middle of the road, cloak swaying, face indifferent, the road on both sides of the sword, the ground is dyed red with blood. A few people in official robes were still eating and drinking in the backyard when a bloodied constable ran in and, "My lord! They're coming in! The jinyiwei are coming in!" Just after the words were said a hand pierced through the chest of the constable, a heart was cupped in his hand, and in the next second the heart burst open. Shinemo walked out from behind the constable, his eyes full of ice cold. This official will only ask once, where is the official silver and grain for the court's disaster relief? Who are you people? An official asked angrily. In the next second the brocade guards let loose their arrows in unison to shoot. At this moment, the Xianyu County governor, the county minister, the lieutenant, and the Xianyu 1,000 households all changed their faces drastically. How come so soon? Why is there no news coming in? This lord, the situation. Xianyu County guard just opened his mouth. The next second Shinemo appeared in front of it, a kickfly knocked over the back table full of food and wine sprinkled all over his body. Wrong answer. Shinmore's tone was indifferent. Your Excellency, I'm also from the jinyiwei. What are you? Next to him, Genyu Chitos came over and tried to stall first. Pop. In an instant Shinmore did not return his head to backhand a slap out. Xianyu Chindu head directly turned a few circles, his face still with the previous expression. So good at eating? Then eat more, don't waste the food and wine. Looking at the wine and dishes that spilled on the ground, Shinmore sneered. Instantly several Qingzhou brocade guards came out, one pressed down on the Xianyu County guard, one pried open his mouth, and the other brocade guard directly forced the broken pieces of plate along with the wine and food into his mouth. Let me tell you, this captain is in control of 3,000 soldiers. If you guys mess up Xian, you will definitely be in chaos. At that time you will definitely be punished by the emperor. Captain Xian Yu saw this scene and threatened. 2 pieces of debris flew and directly stabbed the lieutenant's eyes. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed out. The sound of chains rang out, for chains immediately pierced through his limbs. Screams rang out, paralyzing the county minister next to him with fear. This kind of guts, wasteful skills dare to plot these things. Who gave you the confidence?
Shenmue stepped on the county minister's finger, sneered, eyes disdainful. The next second a knife into its thighs, then repeatedly turned horizontally. The mercy. Before the county minister could finish speaking, a foot stepped down heavily towards his head, and in an instant his brain splattered. Do trash deserve to live? The handkerchief wiped the blood from his hand, and a cold voice came out. City Defense Battalion. At this moment there is a lot of noise in the houses. A group of soldiers gathered together to drink. Another bunch of soldiers are gambling with excited faces. There are not many people on duty in the whole camp. Even the soldiers on guard duty are drowsy. Several figures suddenly appeared behind the soldiers on duty in the dark night, and in a flash of cold light, the dagger cut directly across the throat. A soldier in a room walks out drunk and ready to go to the bathroom. Looking at the scene in front of him, the cold wind blew, and the soldier suddenly shivered. A cold air went straight to the sky, and his face was horrified. Only 3,000 brocade guards were seen raising their bows and crossbows in unison against each room. Shenmue's raised right hand in the moonlight was released. Enemy! The soldier hadn't even cried out before the sound of bowstring sounded in unison. Arrows broke through the air. The clamor inside the house changed into screams of terror. Even if there were soldiers who ran out of the house, they were immediately shot and killed. Blood gradually seeped out of the room, and it's a good moon tonight. Behind the back of the arrow sound, screams continue to ring. Shenmue raised his head to look at the bright moon in the sky and then directly left. Not for a while the fire burned, illuminating half of the darkness. The 3,000 figures also disappeared in the firelight. The warmth of the blaze attracted the frozen people, and finally drew the attention of those rich families to the east. Some people couldn't help but change their faces. Wasn't that the residents of the City Defense Battalion? Chapter 0120 Bloodwashing Xianyu 2. The Chu family, one of the three great families of Xianyu. In this year-end atmosphere, the entire Chu family compound was hosting a large banquet. Inside the courtyard, red lanterns were hung high. A dozen tables of food and wine were enjoyed by the guests. Servants constantly served plates of delicacies, and those gorgeously dressed people raised their glasses to drink and laugh together. Everyone, today is my Chu family slightly prepared thin intention. Some meals everyone eat well, drink well. The Chu family head dressed in damask and silk clothes laughed out loud and said. In a remote street behind the Chu family, a group of ragged people with their eyes tightly looking at an old wooden door in front of them, and the fragrance coming out of the courtyard made them constantly swallow their saliva. The next second the wooden door opened. A few house servants splashed the leftovers in the bucket on the ground, instantly attracting a group of people lying on the ground to scramble for them. A few house servants seemed to have seen it all. Their faces were bland, and after a few glances they closed the wooden door behind them. A group of people in the compound were still eating and drinking, only to see a butler hurriedly running towards the Chu family's head of the family. Master, the water's gone over the city defense camp. The chubby-bodied Chu family head who was feasting on the food couldn't help but frown all of a sudden. What's going on? What's the big fuss about this, Brother Chu? The group of soldier gangsters in the city defense battalion, maybe they accidentally caused a fire, only a middle-aged man next to him said without any concern. That's right, at least it's a city defense battalion, it's hard not to be sneak attacked. The others at the table sneered and laughed, with casual faces that, no, it's not. Master, someone went to take a look and found the city defense camp littered with arrows, as well as corpses and blood. The butler said, trembling. At that moment everyone at the dinner table changed their faces and their hearts went cold. Just then a cold wind blew, and all the lanterns in the compound went out in unison, instantly causing a commotion. Where are the people? Quickly light the lamps. The Chu family head, Mo Ming, was uneasy in his heart and hurriedly yelled at Immediately a maid lit a lamp ready to be placed beside the Chu family head. But in the next second the maid seemed to see something, and with a fearful face the lamp in her hand fell to the ground, and she uttered a shriek, and, there's someone on the roof. In an instant, everyone's eyes looked at the roof, and when they saw it clearly with the help of the weak moonlight, all of them were horrified, and they all looked at the roof with the help of the weak moonlight. I saw rows and rows of people standing on the rooftops all around, all wearing bucket hats and helmets, their cloaks fluttering in the wind, bows and crossbows raised in their hands and pointed at the compound. On the roof directly across the street, a man stood alone on the ridge of a room with his arms in his hands, and behind him was a bright moon. The brocade guards. How can that be? Some people were incredulous. Didn't the brocade guards of Xianyu City no longer care about anything? Kill! A cold voice rang out, causing everyone's hearts to tighten, and everyone. The Chu family head realized that it was not good and hastily opened his mouth. Instantly 3,000 arrows broke through the air. The arrow feathers startled the night. After a round of arrows, all the brocade guards all landed on the ground and drew their swords to massacre. Blood splattered in all directions. On the ridge, Shin Mo coldly watched everything in front of him. Xianyu now needs strong medicine. Soft means cannot cure this disease. The next morning, the news of the Chu family's massacre spread throughout Xianyu City. However, the next moment the news of the city defense battalion's 3,000 soldiers being massacred and the county house being massacred came one after the other, shaking the entire city. Then before some of the rich families reacted, a batch of brocade guards broke into the house and took the head of their family to the county residence. Inside the county residence at the moment there are still traces of last night's blood as well as corpses. A dozen or so family heads are now walking towards the hall in fear and trepidation. Just see a young man wearing a python robe sitting on a chair, drinking tea in his hands. Did not see the dozen or so people with a flat face. Greetings, my lord. The head of the Li and Xiao family heads reacted to the rush to worship. Behind them also cannot help but follow a worship. But the next second a dozen or so brocade guards holding wooden clubs hit his legs heavily on your knees. A dozen or so men were suddenly on the ground with miserable screams and agonized faces. Who ate the disaster relief official's silver and grain? Shen Mo put down his teacup and asked indifferently. My lord, we didn't. The Qiao family head immediately reacted to the fact that this was a new person sent by the imperial court. He hurriedly shouted. The stuff is all eaten by the sheriff and the others. Then the grain is sold to you, and then inflate the price of grain, Shenmore said with a slight smile. Instantly a dozen or so people left cold sweat on their foreheads, their faces terrified and, this officer actually admires you guys. Shenmore stood up and walked slowly towards the dozen or so people. It's courageous not to know what you're doing. Crouching down, Shenmo smiled and looked at the Qiao family head. My lord, we were wrong. It's all those people from the sheriff who compelled us. We can give all the money and grain to you, my lord, over $5 million. The tax revenue of a county in Da was just over $2 million a year. Don't worry, this official doesn't want any of this, just one thing from you. Shenmo patted the Qiao family head and smiled. Seeing this, the Qiao family head immediately breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It is good to have the need, and then immediately smiled with a fawning face and said, I wonder what your honor wants. Your heads. Shenmo said with a smile. Instantly the Qiao family head's face stiffened and the dozen or so people's faces changed drastically. In the next second the dozen or so brocade guards behind them pulled out chains and strangled the Qiao family head and the others by the neck. Then the chains kept twisting tighter and tighter. A dozen or so people tried to struggle but were held down by the rest of the brocade guards, their faces flushed red or even greenish purple, their veins rippling and, in the end, they were all strangled to death with their eyes wide open and lost their breath. Cut off their heads and hang them on the gates with those in front of them. Copy the house. Distribute all the food. Those who don't follow the rules and mess around will be executed on the spot. The servants of these people's clansmen were all used as slaves, first to tear down their own manor houses to repair the western houses, and then to kill them. Have the Marquis of Ding Yuan send 3,000 soldiers to Xianyu City, and recruit a group of refugees with good character as temporary constables. Shen Mo immediately arranged them one by one. My lord, the Xianyu Chitos is under control. At this time a brocade guard came to report. Go! Instantly Shen Mo's eyes flashed with a cold light, his cloak flung out, and behind him thousands of brocade-clothed guards followed in unison. Ganyu Chitos. In a mess, arrows, knife marks everywhere. There is a body of jinyiwei body lying on the ground, the compound of 300 jinyiwei at this moment all squatting on the ground, as well as a few hundred households, surrounded by thousands of jinyiwei holding a crossbow to watch over. The next moment 2 columns of brocade guards entered the gate in unison at a rapid pace, standing on both sides of the road, their stances erect and Shenmore led the scholarly few people from the center with a big stride. Sir, seeing Shenmore wearing the robe of the Jinfu envoy, a deputy Qianhu stood up and wanted to say something. The next second an embroidered spring sword directly penetrated his body, nailed to the tree behind him. Did I let you talk? Looking at the corpse on the tree, Shenmore coldly opened his mouth, and then his eyes looked at the more than 300 brocade guards who were being guarded. Being a jinyiwei, you ate your way out of the organization. Betraying the organization. Bunch of ES. Shenmore's foot directly stepped on a Xianyu brocade guard, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Don't worry, this official will leave you a whole body. Say thank you. At the end of the sentence Shenmore stepped on the foot to break the neck of the brocade guards, revealing a touch of cruel smile. Chapter 0121, Bombardment of the Sect. At the Xianyue Chengdu office, more than 300 corpses are hanging in front of the door, all of their clothes have been stripped off. 1,000 households in more than a dozen county chancellor chief book, minor officials at the moment shivering, kneeling in the blood on the ground, the smell of blood straight into the nostrils, but do not dare to have any dissatisfaction. On the upper seat sat Shenmore, one foot on the chair, hand on the knee, indifferent look at the group of people in front of him. I've sent all the food and money. You're responsible for all the relief and pacification work. If the slightest mistake is made, the heads on the gates will be more of yours, understand? The ice-cold voice came, causing a dozen or so people to hurriedly kowtow without stopping, and responded in succession. Mute, take 300 brothers as well as those 3,000 soldiers to monitor the entire county, and once something is not right, immediately execute them all. Hearing Shenmore's voice, the mute clutched the embroidered spring sword and nodded. Do a good job, and this officer will keep you alive and well. Walking up to a group of officials, Shenmore patted one of them on the shoulder and laughed. The man's forehead was in a cold sweat, his lips were trembling, and he nodded his head in succession, and, What? You're not happy with me? You can't laugh, can you? You guys have such a stern face. This official is afraid of provoking the public's anger. All ing laugh. Everyone shuddered at these words, and the person who was slapped even hastened to pull a smile out of his face. If I hear a single bad whisper among the people, I will personally twist off your heads. Shinmo's leisurely voice came out, making these dozen people feel ice cold all of a sudden. Waiting for the mute to take away the dozen or so before the scholar spoke. Boss, I found out clearly that the people's riots in several counties of Xianyu County have been instigated by some Jianghu sects. Among them are the Absolute Sword Sect, the Iron Blood Hall, the Spiritual Buddhist Sect, the 100 Flowers Palace, and the Clear Wind Walled City. The Iron Blood Hall, the 100 Flowers Palace, and the Qingfeng village all took advantage of the opportunity to recruit people and spread talk of court corruption, while the Spirit Buddhist sect made some of its people tenant farmers under the temples, and the Absolute Sword sect incited the people to revolt. A group of black sheep. Listening to this, a cold light flashed in Shinmore's eyes. And
the nearest sect is that one?
The Sword Sect. Gather the brothers and set out. A few moments later, more than 2,000 brocade guards altogether from the 1,000 households driving horses straight to the city gate, followed by a dozen carriages pulling things in the middle. Just arrived at the city gates, Shinmo's eyes condensed and stopped his horse. The team behind him all stopped. I saw thousands of people at the city gate kneeling in front of Shinmore, and at the head was an old man holding a handful of grain in both hands.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, adults.
Thousands of people kneeled down, their voices pleading and weeping, and it only took 3 days for this lord to give them hope of life by thunderous means, with money, food, and housing all in hand. You just deserve it.
Shinmore on horseback looked at everyone and opened his mouth.
Get out of the way, all of you. Hearing Shinmore's words, all the people did not get angry, but instead, they all made way. The horsewhip raised down, a group of brocade guards disappeared in front of the eyes of the people are all watching. On top of a hillside in a county, a sect stood, with the 3 big words Absolute Blade Sect written on it, one of the great powers of Xianyu County, sovereign 3rd grade. At this moment, a group of disciples were practicing their sword techniques on the square, and a few old men on the high platform were nodding with narrowed eyes in satisfaction.
This batch of disciples are quite good. Yeah, there's a couple of good ones in there. By the way, what happened to those untouchables we captured a while ago?
Don't mention it. A batch of them starved to death and the remaining ones have bad bones and can only be used as servants, and we'll have to catch another batch later. When the time comes, we can encourage those pariahs to storm the government again. I love to see those officials get angry.
A few of the old men couldn't help but laugh, with mockery on their faces. Boom!
Suddenly a dozen booms resounded through the sky, and everyone couldn't help but stare in disbelief.
What's the situation? It looks like something's flying over. Artillery! It's artillery!
Seeing clearly what flew in, the leading old man's face changed drastically, even yelled.
Run! Spread out! Boo!
In an instant fire shot out in all directions, the ground exploded, houses were destroyed, and smoke rolled out. There were limbs and broken arms everywhere, and blood and flesh flew everywhere.
Artillery! The Imperial Army is coming!
The ruins of a few old men climbed out of the face of panic, but looking at the tragic situation in front of him is the heart of the blood, full of anger.
Dynasty!
One of the old men opened his mouth before he could curse, another round of cannons rang out, and the entire clan was reduced to ashes. Then more than 2,000 guards quickly climbed the mountain and swept through the ruins, shooting any survivors. Thick smoke drifted away with the wind, and dozens of heads were piled up together on the ruins to form a kyokan. Then came the cleansing of the county town, with dozens of heads hanging high above the gates. At the same time, Yan Luo's personal visit to Xianyu and the several horrible things he did quickly spread throughout Xianyu County. The rest of Xianyue was in a panic. Some officials tried to escape during the night but found that Xianyue County had been blockaded by the army, and even those small Jianghu sects were disbanded during the night. With just one name, things instantly became better all over Xianyu County. 100 Flowers Palace, in the entire Jianghu, has a reputation, belongs to the large sect. The clan has a master's town. Shinmore Fengling swings martial arts will kill the people of the 100 Flowers Palace, and later in the spirit state 100 Flowers Palace is sent to want to surround Shinmore. At this moment the 100 Flowers Palace hall in a silence. A few women are all ugly and even alarmed. The upper position of a middle-aged woman looked at the following coy appearance, suddenly face of furious.
Speak up, all of you. The people haven't even hit us yet. You're scared like this.
When Poria had a sulky look on her face, and her hand heavily slammed the table. Palace Master, that Shinmore is strong and powerful. It is said that he has not taken down any of the 12 heavenly officials in the martial capital, and he carries artillery. We have no hope at all.
A woman hesitantly said.
Palace Master, even if we ask for help from Jianghu now, firstly, it's too late. Secondly, once we hear that it's Shinyan Luo now, who would dare to intervene?
Then what do you say? When Poria took a look at this or that angrily.
The bottom of the people looked at each other, in the heart flashed a flash of displeasure. This Palace Master is not as incompetent. Rage. The Palace Master, I think it's better to surrender and return to the court, a middle-aged woman suddenly said. At once all eyes looked at the middle-aged woman in unison, with relief, anger, and,
what did you say? When Fulling said incredulously, let us surrender to the court hawks? Is there any other way?
At these words, the hall was instantly silent. The 100 Flowers Ridge, Shinmore with the brocade guards just arrived here. The brocade guards who scouted the road came back to report that the 100 Flowers Palace surrendered to the Imperial Court, and has already brought people to wait for Shinmore and others at the entrance of the mountain. At the entrance of the 100 Flowers Palace, we could only see several hundred women standing, with a few women at the head and an old crone in the center, emanating the pressure of a patriarch. The moment she saw Shinmore, a flash of hatred in the eyes of the old crone but instantly buried in the bottom of the eyes, leading all the people to pay a bow to Shinmore and the others. The 100 Flowers Palace pays homage to Lord Shen.
You want to surrender?
Shinmore on horseback suddenly spoke. Precisely, Lord Shen, when Fu Ling said hurriedly.
Is everyone here?
Shenmore suddenly asked. When Fu Ling froze and then nodded hurriedly, except for the handyman, the 100 Flowers Palace disciples are all here.
Very good. Shinemo nodded with a sudden smile, and when Poria was inexplicably uneasy in her heart, the next second Shinmore had a bias signal. Instantly more than 2,000 brocade guards all bow raced to release arrows. Some disciples were shot before they could react.
The leader of the old woman's face changed greatly just about to strike the sky. A dark, Shinemo fell from the sky. A pom-pom killed the old woman, brain splattered.
It even splashed onto the face of Winporia next to her, and at the moment the whole person froze in place. Why?
When Fu Ling incredulously looked at everything in front of her, her eyes glaring angrily at Shinemo, questioned, and
this official doesn't need a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised.
The embroidered spring sword passed through Winporia's chest, and a cold voice came out and, you never wanted us to live from the beginning. Winporia laughed miserably, pitying them for still having illusions that,
to the enemy, I would only want him dead.
Drawing out the knife, Shinmore, eyes full of ferocity, a knife chopped out the human head, flying up. Soon the shelling sound of the entire 100 Flowers Palace razed to the ground, the mountain ridge under the rise of another Baijiang Yuan.
Bloodstained fly fishing suits disappear into the sunset. Chapter 0122 Exterminating the Buddha. Spiritual Buddha sect jinyiwei first power. The temple has 4 patriarchs sitting in the town.
The temple range is even directly occupy a mountain, even the Jinyiwei county government cannot control. Under the temple has its own Foda households, that is, sharecroppers, as well as a large area of land. Self-sufficiency do not have to pay a penny of tax to the court, except that these sharecroppers end up with only 1 or 2% of the food in the hands of starvation, only. In addition to this, the spiritual Buddha sect has also widely established branch temples in Xinyu to increase the number of followers. Spirit Buddha Mountain was renamed directly because of the Spirit Buddha sect, and at this moment, the group arrived at the bottom of the mountain. The entire mountain is no longer visible. Trees have been cut for firewood. As far as the eye can see, the mountain is full of cultivated fields and a dilapidated straw hut. The top of the mountain can be seen with the naked eye, a grand and spectacular towering, attic tower, mahogany tiles, smoke curls. From the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain is a straight through the stone staircase. Along the way there are also pavilions.
Oh, what a way to ferry people to themselves.
On the back of the horse Shinmore sneered. Behind him more than 2,000 brocade guards straightened their bodies in unison, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. In the main hall of the temple, the presiding spirit Ming was leading a group of disciples to meditate and recite the scriptures. A young monk hurriedly ran in, his face terrified. Presiding officer,
it's not good. A group of brocade guards have broken into the temple.
Hearing this news, Ling Ming bowed his head towards the Buddha enshrined in the main hall and folded his hands. Amitba Buddha, it's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. All things are destiny, all things are cause and effect. What's meant to be will be. After saying that, Ling Ming got up and said seriously to the little monk, go inform the 4 master ancestors to come. In the courtyard when Ling Ming rate people arrived, the ground has been lying more than a dozen of the body of the monk, on both sides of the standing full of brocade guards all holding the embroidered spring sword, eyes fierce.
Amitba Buddha.
Shin Sure Master has already high strength, but why do you need to kill these disciples? Adding to the sins of killing, Ling Ming said to Shun Mo with a condensed expression on his face. This official sees that it's not easy for them to cultivate, so wouldn't it be nice to send them to the Western world of ultimate bliss in advance? How can this merit be considered killing? Shinmore sneered and sneered. Scholar Shin, you've killed too much and have already entered the devil, turn back to the shore.
A flash of anger flashed in Ling Ming's eyes as he righteously said, whoosh.
The words just fell. Brocade guards bow and arrow. Ling Ming immediately sleeve robe flung astral block, and some disciples did not react to be shot instantly.
What did you just say? Shinmore pulled out his ears and looked at Ling Ming with a brutal face and laughed. Master Shin, you. At once, Ling Ming's face huffed and pointed at Shin Mo.
In an instant, Shinmore appeared in front of him and chopped off his arm, and then his other hand directly tore the astral body and pinched his neck and lifted him up.
Talk to you more, really think you're a human being, don't you? Pointing at my old man, you deserve it?
Shinmo's eyes were ferocious and his tone was cold and stern. Knowing the purpose of Laozi's visit, you're still here pretending with Laozi.
Pretending to be a ninny. Boom.
The next second Shinmore lifted Ling Ming and smashed it heavily on the ground. The ground was sunken, and the blood spat out splashed on Shinmore's face. Ling Ming in the pit is bleeding from all 7 orifices. One hand is trying to clasp Shinmore's hand in death, and his mouth is still trying to say something, but the force on his neck is getting bigger and more suffocating. In the end, Ling Ming's eyes bulged out, his face was blue and purple, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth as he died in peace. Shin Mo wore a cruel smile on his face before he raised his hand and shook off the blood on his hand, took the handkerchief handed by the scholar next to him and wiped it off, and spat out 2 words coldly from his mouth. Slaughter. This word out of a group of monks are all horrified, back and forth to look at all draw their swords step by step approaching the brocade guards. Wait. Just see an old monk flying in the air, face anxious shouted. Shinmore instantly appeared in front of a leg whip kick out. The old monk face changed hands blocking. Then a bone cracking sound could be heard, and a figure crashed through the stone fence and rolled out on the ground. Wait! Scholar Shun! We have treasures! Seeing Shinmore walking towards the old monk with his sword, 3 more old monks came and blocked the way. In an instant a blade of blood moon saber chi crossed the sky, the 3 people's faces changed dramatically and hastened to put out their full strength to resist. The golden bell shadow appeared. A knife fell, the golden bell broken, 3 people also as before the old monk flew out backwards and hit the wall, directly a mouthful of blood sprayed out of the ground and died, the body cracked into 2, kill you and the stuff is mine. Sneering at the 3 corpses, Shenmo's gaze went back to the old monk just now. Shenmore, you devil, Buddha won't let you go. The poor monk curses you to go to the 18 layers of hell. The old monk's face was sorrowful at the moment, and he gritted his teeth at Shenmore and said, monks are compassionate, master should wish me early immortality. Shenmore. Buddha is watching this, you shall not die. Suddenly Shin-Mo revealed a smile, his eyes playful. Good. I'll let Buddha execute you. In the main hall, a golden statue of Buddha was enshrined in it. Hundreds of monks are now surrounded in the square outside the main hall, surrounded by jinyiwei holding bows and crossbows. Tisk, TSK, you guys are still rich, gold-plated Buddha statues. Shin-Mo looked at the old monk with a mocking face. What do you want? The old monk forced himself to endure the pain and said with an ugly face. The next second a copper coin was thrown in front of the old monk. Bet on the face of a copper coin, if you win this official spares you, if you lose you all die. Right in front of your Buddha. Let's see if your Buddha will bless you. Shenmo's face was indifferent and his tone was flat, saying. Hearing this, the old monk's eyes were immediately filled with hope and his face was agitated. Really? Of course, this official says one thing, Shenmo smiled faintly. Poor monk bets on the positive. The old monk said in a hurry. Then this official guesses the opposite, you throw. Shin-Mo reached out his hand to make a please, a gentle smile. The next second the copper falls to the ground in a positive position. Instantly the old monk's face was full of excitement, his body trembled and his eyes were excited. However, only to see Shinmo's face smile, his left hand waved. The brocade guards outside the hall instantly fired a round of shots, half of the disciples instantly fell to the ground and blood flowed all over the ground. What are you doing? Poor monk won the bet. The old monk suddenly looked sad and angry, and went crazy and shouted at Shinmore, The bet is to kill if you guess correctly. Continue. Shinmore's face was unchanged, a smile on his face. The copper money landed on the front side again. The old monk was relieved. Luckily, he had bet on the reverse side. But the next second Shinmore a smile inclined his head, a piece of arrows sounded accompanied by screams. The square was littered with corpses, blood flowed. Why? The old monk's face was frantic, his eyes full of grief staring at Shinmore in death. This time to guess wrong to kill. Shinmore hands holding arms leisurely said. Again, this time kill anyone who guesses right or wrong. If you win, I'll let the rest go, including you. Shin-Mo walked to the old monk and smiled slightly, pointing his finger at the only dozen or so monks left outside the hall. The old monk was trembling with a pained face, trembling and picking up the copper money. How can this win? Unless the coin stands up. Dead. Copper money thrown out, the next moment actually really stood on the ground. The old monk instantly eyes showed surprise, face excited. Buddha bless. Winning. Oh, I forgot to mention stand up and kill too. An icy voice came from the old monk causing his face to instantly stiffen up. Shenmore, you don't keep your word. You shall not die. Demon. Sinful animal. You're not human. You're going to the 18th floor of hell. Bastard. The old monk's face was instantly angry and sad, and in the end, he directly pounced towards Shenmore. Boo. A foot directly kicked the old monk, not yet waiting for it to stand up. Shenmore a heavy foot on its chest. I'll believe it even if I play with you. This official is a jinyiwei. How dare you believe the words of a jinyiwei, stupid. Not to die well? Old man's life is right here, whoever has the ability to come and take it. This official can't wait. 18 layers of hell? I am Yama, what is this official afraid of? Waste stuff. A sentence of irony penetrated the old monk's heart, gasping a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Then there was a flash of cold light and a knife to the head. At the same time there was no one alive outside the hall except for the brocade guards. Blood stained the square, the fury surrounded the. It's no fun. A foot will kick the head out of the hall. Shin-Mo walked out of it with a flat face. Slaughter the temple, raise the temple. Yes. Chapter 0123. A sky in Yuzhou, who won't worship it when he sees it. A few days time the entire Jinyiwei county all Shinmo with people to clean up again, do not serve the big families all copied from the property, not from the Jianghu sects all either direct shells to wash the ground or Jinyiwei massacre door. There were even people who were forced to join together to rebel and want to surround the Jinyiwei. Shinmo personally took action and directly created an additional 10,000 person Jingguan that shocked the entire Yuzhou and even Duwu. Those who went to the back to check it out or the scouts were all stunned in place. There were corpses all over the place, broken limbs and arms, blood staining the earth, a large number of crows circling in the air, and even wild dogs tearing at the corpses, and the people who went to the back to check it out were all stunned in place. Half a month's time the whole Jinyiwei county back to normal, the people get the court food and even money room, some riotous people also all stop, still stubborn people were suppressed public beheading. At the same time the other 3 counties in Yuzhou all received a sentence transmitted by Shinmore. Those who obey live. Those who go against it die. Soon most of the families had money to pay and people to pay. Officials have immediately relieved people. Official silver grain suddenly all popped up. The Daegu County, it is Shinji and the others who were burned in the county, at this time, only to see a team slowly coming from the official road, all exuding a fury, majestic. Both sides of the city gates are now full of people, all of them looking excitedly at the procession that is coming. And the city entrance in the middle of the official road is kneeling a dozen people, head deeply buried in the ground, listening to the increasingly close sound of hoofbeats cannot stop trembling. Lord Shin is here. Great. Bai Gucheng Tian will have it. Look, all these corrupt officials and wicked people have turned themselves in and knelt down. Thanks to Shin Qing Tian. The horses' hooves stopped in unison, and there were people on their knees who were wetting their pants directly from the shock of the who is kneeling. On the back of the horse Shinmore was mighty and overbearing, his eyes cold and stern in question, his left hand holding a horsewhip. The guilty minister Beigu County Guardsman Zhang San pays his respects to Marquis Qing. We are all guilty of arson, and now surrender voluntarily. I implore Marquis Qing to spare my family. Said a dozen people all will body again low, head buried deeper, of course they want to escape, but they are afraid They were afraid that they would be captured before they could escape from Yuzhou, and at that time, they would be exterminated. Who mentioned it, said Shinmore on horseback with a flat face. It's someone from the White Dragon sect, Zhang San said, looking up. They find us compelled to kill Shinjomu and the others, then swallow all the relief officials' silver and grain, then they'll arrange a way for us to leave. The town's ambassador Yi was also injured by the men they sent. Good, this official will allow you to die. Only the family will be copied without implicating your family members. As the icy voice fell, a dozen or so brocade guards thrust their daggers in unison in front of Zhang San and the others. Pulling out the dagger a dozen people cupped their hands and made a bow to Shinmore, and their voices trembled and said, "Thank you, Marquis Qing for making it happen." The next second a dozen or so people cut their own throats in front of the crowd. Let their families come over to claim their bodies, and then plagiarize them. Yes, Beigu Thousand House, at this moment several hundred brocade guards' face has been keeping vigilant. Inside a house in the backyard Xinyan and Yi Zhang were both weakly lying on the bed at the moment. Harm, I don't know how well Jun Mo has handled it on the bed Shinji sighed, his face a bit ashamed. 10 days ago Xianyu was cleansed as well as the news of Xianyu Jingguan spread. Shinji realized that the person sent by the emperor to newly preside over the situation was actually his own son. It's always the old man who wipes the young man's ass, and now it's his son's turn to clean up his own mess. Those people from Xianyu are considered finished. Yi Zhang revealed a cold smile, but he knew the means and character of this guy Shinmo better than Xinyan. The hand is ruthless and cruel, cold and heartless, jerry, lawless, arrogant and conceited. The official name of Yan Luo. This is hard to kill out. My lord, envoy Shinjinfu was here. A Jinyui came in and reported. Soon saw a purple python robe Shinmore into the room. The moment he came in the whole room cannot help but a cold. Yi Zhang, you can't even manage your own territory well, a bunch of assholes, how do you manage it? Is the knife in your hand for cutting vegetables? As soon as he entered the door Shinmore said coldly to Yi Zhang. Yi Zhang's face suddenly changed, a flash of anger in his eyes. Do you really think everyone is like you? You want strength, you want power, you want people. I just wanted to dislike a few sentences back, but once I thought of this kid's character then I just coldly grunted and didn't say anything. Harm, also don't blame the Yizhinfu envoy, before these people have been with those county kings power deep. The relationship is dense, not good to start. Shinji sighed and said. Still too merciful Yi, father. Shinmore shook his head, and it's not for nothing that the world is in turmoil. My lord, the officials of the Feiyun and Shuaimo counties have all been invited here. Those who fled to the Yen border were all stopped by Marquis Ding Yuan and brought here. The words had not been spoken for a few sentences before a brocade guard came to report. In the halls of the Chitos office. As soon as they saw Shinmore come out, hundreds of people directly knelt in unison and kowtowed heavily, and none of them dared to raise their heads and move a bit. Shinemo sat on his but on the upper seat, his face indifferent looking at the hundreds of people directly threw out a dagger to the crowd. Those who participated in the embezzlement of official silver and food for this disaster relief, who took advantage of the opportunity to swallow money, and who instigated the use of the people, cut themselves. Don't make this officer do it himself. A sentence out of hundreds of people collectively trembled, everyone's face was horrified regret, full of fear, After saying that Shinmore was about to pick up a teacup to drink tea, a middle-aged man next to him suddenly had a fawning smile on his face and hurriedly picked up the teacup and handed it to Shinmore, and this man was even wearing a three-clawed python robe. County King. The whole County King Su Fei, the only one who decisively and immediately fell to Su Lingtian sending troops to help in the northern expedition against the Ping King. Later the military power was recovered but the whole County King's house was safe and sound, now the only County King in Yuzhou. The County King served me tea, this official doesn't dare to drink it. Shinemo looked at Su Fei with a meaningful smile and, Ego, Marquis Shinshuing, you're putting me down. Who in the whole of Yuzhou doesn't know of Marquis Shin's reputation for saving the people from fire? Why can't you afford me this cup of tea? A piece of heaven in Yuzhou, who dares to see Marquis Shin and not bow his head? Su Fei laughed with a flattering face. Shinemo took the tea with an odd expression. Su Fei was in the same generation as Su Lingtian, calling himself a younger brother. Wasn't this putting him in Su Lingtian's generation? Was this guy still in the Su family? Lord Shin, if there is something you say, old brother, I have been there. Su Fei as if he did not see Shinmore's eyes, fawning and smiling, completely without the style of a prince. You're kidding. His own emperor can't help this one, how dare he go against him? All the way over he survived until now, relying on a great man who can bend and bend. There is no shame in bowing down to the first Marquis of Dewu, Jade-faced Yama. Chapter 0124, Changes in the Western Palace. Inside the palace of Shilong City in Dali. In the secret room, 3,000 teenagers of 16 or 17 years old stood in unison, all dressed in yellow waistcoats with horseface skirts, with the word Protect the Dragon embroidered on the back of their clothes and a python tattooed on their chests, and all of them held ringed-headed swords. Right in front of Xiao Tianfang standing with his hands in a dragon robe, a flash of excitement in his eyes, next to him stood a few middle-aged commanders. Xiao Linzi, how is that old undead nowadays? Your Majesty, the treacherous Chancellor Gao Ning is now busy with the southern Zhao conquest, and has relaxed his attention to the palace. A young eunuch beside him hurriedly and respectfully replied. It's not a waste of my efforts to get this old undead to fall for it. Hearing the result, Xiao Tianfang let out a cold smile and nodded with satisfaction. If this night's matter is accomplished, you will be the true dragon guardians. You will be the real dragon guards. If you fail, you won't be alone, you'll have me to accompany you. Looking at the person he had cultivated for a long time, Xiao Tianfang said with a serious and solemn face, Willing to die for your Majesty. 10,000 deaths. 3,000 dragon guards knelt down in unison to look at death and shouted. That night, the divine eunuch sect received a message that the great Li Qin Tian supervisor had said that tonight there would be a once-in-a-century star dazzling the world, and thus His Majesty had invited the divine eunuch sect and the other divisional sects to go to the stargazing tower to view the scene. Shin Huanman in charge of the palace eunuch's place, after the first emperor eunuch chief, now the emperor personal eunuch Jia Zhong and the emperor's control at a young age, and even the secret service agency North Division door also took down, after Jia Zhong will be due to take charge of the Shin Huanman changed a teenage personal eunuch to monitor the Xiao Tianfang. Inside the room at the moment sat 10 middle-aged eunuchs, looks white and clean, temperament feminine, all of them are the other division of the door in charge, but 10 people's eyes are all looking upwards. An old eunuch, clad in a python robe and a tall hat, his body was thin, his eyes were slightly narrowed, and his eyes revealed a brilliant light that, Godfather, do you think this little emperor is idle? What's there to see in a broken astrological sign? A eunuch on the chubby side said in dissatisfaction. Lu Chao, words cannot be said so, these what astrological changes, but the emperor convinced it opposite. A holding a white handkerchief crossing the orchid finger feminine eunuch covered his mouth and laughed. So are we going or not? It doesn't feel good to suddenly ask all of us to go all at once. A cold-faced eunuch beside him spoke up, his eyes beady and, Oh, Shang Lin, what else can that little emperor do with his weak and incompetent appearance? Moving a knife can make him cry. The fat eunuch laughed and said with a disdainful face. As he was talking, he only saw Jia Zhong on the upper seat raise his hand, and instantly the room fell silent. Ahem, since His Majesty invited me, I will naturally go, but Shang Lin, Lu Chao, you two are sick, so you will stay and not go, lest Goring catch any more chances to speak up. At once, he saw the fat eunuch and the cold-faced eunuch rise and bow. Yes, Godfather. The rest of you will follow me. Stargazer building on the pavilion platform at this moment has sat some people, Longzhong order, guard captain, court captain, 2 servant and other palace officials. The upper seat on the Xiao Tianfang at this moment is sitting in the dragon chair quietly drinking wine, and next to it is also placed in a luxury seat, above the carving of python pattern, and the seat in front of the same empty 10 seats, the emperor, with a host of officials and a host of eunuchs. Why hasn't Ya's father come yet? Is it because you guys didn't give proper notice? After waiting for a long time, Xiao Tianfang said with a displeased face, and said angrily to a few small eunuchs next to him. Ahem, I've kept your Majesty waiting. Just after I finished speaking, I saw Jia Zhong being carried by 4 eunuchs in a sedan chair, followed by the rest of the 8 eunuchs, and then I saw Jia Zhong being carried by 4 eunuchs in a sedan chair. The moment they saw Jia Zhong, the dozen or so officials who were sitting immediately got up and bowed toward Jia Zhong. Greetings, 1,000 years. Xiao Tianfang also hurriedly ran to the side of the seated sedan chair to support Jia Zhong, and with a smile on his face, he said, "If you can come, you're giving me face, so what's the harm in waiting a little longer?" Said gaze casually glanced behind him, two less wouldn't hurt. Jia Zhong nodded and Xiao Tianfang assisted to sit directly next to the dragon chair position, followed by 8 people. Also do not wait for Xiao Tianfang said what they sat down. Dear ministers, Yafu, in a little while it will be the sight of the stars shining brightly, so let's drink first. Here, I'll drink to Yafu. The gates of the palace were closed at this time, and there were still forbidden soldiers standing on guard inside the doors. Just then the palace gate commander's eyes stared, only to see a team of several hundred people coming towards the palace gate, all of them holding weapons. Stop! What are you doing? The palace gate commander shouted at once. By His Majesty's holy order, the palace gate will be taken over by us from now on. The forbidden troops guarding the gate are at our disposal. A middle-aged man at the head of the group said with a flat face, taking out a golden dragon token in his hand. May I have a warrant from the 1,000 years old? The commander questioned with a frown. The next second a cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, a knife slashed his throat, and at the same time the hundreds of people behind him instantly made a move to decapitate the more than 100 soldiers guarding the door. The commotion instantly startled the guards on the city wall, and they all immediately looked down at the city wall with vigilance. By His Majesty's holy order, the city gates are now taken over by us, the dragon protectors, so all you need to do is stand guard. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will have their clan exterminated and their family copied. Kill without mercy. Hearing this, the commander on the city wall instantly had a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He seemed to have realized what was going on. It looked like there was no peace in the palace tonight. All stand guard. Be on alert. No matter what happens tonight, you must not go down to the city walls. Violators will be killed. At the same time, no one in the city is allowed to approach the palace. The commander shouted in a hurry, his face serious and the Forbidden Army Department. At this moment, the commander of the Forbidden Army, Luo Jun, was arranging for this night's patrol, when he saw a soldier come in to report that His Majesty had sent someone to see him. Thinking of the fact that His Majesty is now feasting the officials at the Stargazer building, Luo Jun's eyes flashed with a flash of doubt. Then he let someone bring in and I only saw the 3 men flash their golden dragon tokens as soon as they came in. Luo Jun, by His Majesty's holy order, no matter what happens tonight, the Forbidden Army will not move. When these words came out, Luo Jun immediately changed his face, immediately turned around and wanted to draw his sword. The next second 3 swords were on his neck. 3 products of astral deities pressed Luo Jun to death. Oh, you guys wanna fight, Chitos? Can you fight? Luo Jun sneered. He didn't know where the little emperor got the guts and courage, but now that most of the palace was 1,000 years old, how could he fight? At the same time a commotion was heard, and a group of soldiers rushed in and, how are you guys going to get out alive if you're even more powerful? Luo Jun sneered. We came here with no intention of going back alive, give the order. A man said with a pale face, the knife in his hand then cut a bloody scar on his neck. Pass the order, all the forbidden troops will hold their positions this night feeling death, Luo Jun said with an ugly face. Shen Huanman, Changlin and Lu Chao were waiting for news in the hall, and the next moment they saw several eunuchs running in a panic. It's bad, 2 chiefs. A group of people are coming in. Said in the distance vaguely came the sword as well as the sound of killing. Changlin, 2 people instantly stood up, face changed in shock. What is the situation? Actually someone dared to kill in the palace. Who else would dare but them? The 2 of them looked at each other in a flash, and their pupils shrank violently. Little Emperor. No good. Godfather and the others are in danger. Changlin too immediately seized the door out. Light power leaped towards the direction of the Forbidden Army Division. But in the next second 2 figures suddenly appeared and attacked with a palm, stopping Changlin and his duo. Who are you people? Changlin looked at the 2 with a somber expression on his face. Dragon Guard. Hearing this name, Changlin, 2 people face ugly, really is the little emperor's people. So many people actually cultivated in the dark did not find out. All ing waste. On the stargazing building, Xiao Tianfang was still accompanying Jia Zhong and the others. A flare suddenly bloomed in the air, emitting a colorful glow in the darkness of the night. At that moment, Jia Zhong's eyes stared, and the 8 eunuchs underneath all had their faces changed to stand up. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that something has happened in the palace. We'll go and check it out, said the 8 eunuchs, and they were ready to leave. There's nothing going on in the palace. Sit down, everyone. Xiao Tianfang said with a bland face at this time, putting down the wine cup in his hand. Your Majesty, we are waiting for. I say sit down. No one can leave their seat today. Xiao Tianfang's eyes stared and his tone was icy cold as he said. This change instantly caused Jia Zhong's eyes to narrow slightly, and the others froze. It looks like your Majesty is hiding something from the world. I have underestimated your Majesty. Jia Zhong looked at Xiao Tianfang next to him and said in a sorrowful tone, his body's patriarchal pressure was released. Even he, Jia Zhong, hadn't expected Xiao Tianfang to come with this hand. He actually wanted to make a move against them. Yafu overpraised, Xiao Tianfang said with a bland expression, the wine cup in his hand falling to the ground. In a flash, nearly 1,000 dragon guards emerged, all holding bows and crossbows, as well as a few middle-aged men surrounded by astral energy. Humph! A cold snort rang out, and a white-haired old man wearing a python robe stood in the air, his body similarly emanating the pressure of a patriarch. The Dali's royal provider as well as the royal hidden Yuan in and more than 10 years ago with the Great Martial War suffered a heavy blow, a hidden Yuan fell, several royal masters died in battle, survived or also closed for healing, and then if not Dali reinforcements arrived on the loss of the ground. After the late emperor directly aghast died of illness, only 4 years old Xiao Tianfang succeeded to the throne, and therefore gave Jia Zhong the opportunity to hold the palace, and the palace that Tongxian old man as long as the greatly royal bloodline has not changed will not care. You guys are good. Jia Zhong's face changed, and his tone was grave as he said, the master hasn't been seen for a few days, and the castrate dog wants to be on the table too. The airborne old man flung his sleeve robe with a disgusted face and said, soon the astral deities of the sect masters ravaged in the stargazers building in the air. The palace is also a mess, all parties are at a loss for words, do not dare to move. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Urgent report! The scouts of the Great Levant have returned. Xia Yan hurriedly ran into the imperial study and reported. 3 days ago, Tyli started a palace mutiny. The emperor of Tyli eliminated the eunuchs of Tyli and took control of the palace. The grand eunuch Zhejiang was chopped into pieces and fed to the dogs, his top 10 eunuchs were lynched, and the rest of the related eunuchs, more than 2,000, were all executed. More than 30,000 people were beheaded. All the officials in the palace were copied and exterminated, all the generals of the Forbidden Army were executed, and more than 20,000 forbidden troops were put in the hands of the Emperor of Li. The 20,000-strong Forbidden Army has been taken over by the Emperor of Li, as well as the city guards around Xiliang City. Hearing this, Su Ling Tian stood up violently, a flash of shock in his eyes. He did not expect the Xiao Tianfang to have such a boldness and heart. If it is then allowed to get rid of the Prime Minister's faction. Su Ling Tian's eyes could not help but flash through a flash of light, then Xiao Tianfang would have taken back another part of the military power. By then Dili would be short of 2 kings with different surnames. Basically, it would be similar to the situation in Dawu. It's hard to believe that Dali is going to be the first of these countries to rise. Inside the palace of Northern Yan, Jimu Xian looked at the information in his hands for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking in his eyes. I didn't realize that it was actually Dili who was the first to usher in change. Chapter 0125, Returning to the Capital. In Yuzhou, after a group of officials had cut themselves off, Shenmore publicly executed those who had escaped as well as thousands of people from the families behind them. Beijio Thousand House, Shenmo just treated Shenji and then received a letter from old master Wujing. When reading the letter, Shenmo's face instantly turned cold. Stupid. Scholar, gather the brothers. Rectification finished. Yuzhou Shenmore has not stayed a few days and then immediately take people back to Wujing. The strays have no years. Wujing Jingguo Gongfu, at this moment in the small courtyard a young man kneeling on the ground, standing next to a woman with a worried face, Shenbadian stood under the sycamore tree with his hands behind his back. Shizhou, you've been punked this time. Shenbadian sighed and shook his head, the matter was both big and small. Grandpa, what should we do nowadays? Shen Nanfeng said with a worried look on his face. Things are due, with our Shen family strength directly rejected also line, no more than some bad influence, small things. Shen Badian looked at the lowered head of Shen Shizhou and sighed again, mainly because he was too disappointed in him this time. After the South Imperial legation to the capital and then begged for Su Ling Tian to no avail, they actually hit the idea to the Jingui Gongfu. First, Shen Shizhou followed Sui was invited to the Southern Imperial Mission residence, and then inadvertently saw the Southern Imperial Princess results moved. The latter followed Sui off and to go. As a result, the day before yesterday, after getting drunk, the South Imperial Mission proposed a marriage, so that Shen Shizhou married the South Imperial Princess, and then so confusedly agreed, but also signed and sealed. The marriage contract was taken to Su Ling Tian. As he was talking, he saw Shenmore, who had rushed all the way back, walk into the small courtyard. Before Shen Badian and Shen Nanfeng opened their mouths, Shenmore directly kicked down Shen Shizhou. Waste! You don't even go back to retrieve your offense after being punked. What's the use of kneeling here for a few days? Said Shenmore, grabbed Shen Shizhou collar and lifted it up, his eyes staring icily, and, or is that your little head controlling your big head, and you're willing to be like that, swept away by a woman? Stupid. Knowing the relationship between the Su family and the Shen family, how dare you go with Sui? Shen Shizhou, you are truly a good brother. Do you have the future of Jin Guofu in your sights? A cold rebuke down, Shen Shizhou, face full of shame and anger, want to say something but simply cannot find words. Shenmore threw Shen Shizhou to the ground with a cold snort. What are you going to do? Shen Badian asked as he gazed at Shenmore. If you want us to go so badly, then of course I'll go. I will definitely help Nanzhao properly. But for now I'm gonna take some interest. Shenemo revealed a cruel smile, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The fourth prince's residence. Before the guards could react, the entrance was surrounded by a group of brocade guards. What are you guys doing? This is. One of the guards was slapped to the ground by the brocade guards before he could finish his sentence. Then 2 columns of guards poured into the mansion, smashing everything and hitting everyone.
Shinmore, what are you doing? Soon Sui rushed over with a group of people and angrily asked. Boo!
Sui just appeared. Shinmore instantly appeared in front of him, a fist blast in his abdomen.
The people following Sui at this moment all froze. This is a royal prince. Beaten just like that. Stop!
The few guards who reacted immediately forced their fear to strike, resulting in Shinmore looking over with a cold and stern look. Several people were instantly crushed on the ground by the terrifying pressure.
Shen! You!
Sui bowed his waist, his face miserable as he pointed at Shinmore. The next second a hand directly grabbed its fingers broken, then a knee tap directly let Sui fell to the ground. A mouthful of blood sprayed out.
You really think that I wouldn't dare to touch you just because of a royal status, don't you?
Shinmore squatted down next to Sui, who was curled up on the ground with a painful face, and looked down.
How dare you count on someone close to me when you don't even have the hair on your head?
Said Shinmore grabbed Sui's head, his eyes ferociously looked at its eyes.
Don't say you're a prince even if you're the emperor. I can beat you up if I want to.
Give face to Su Ling Tian when you are a prince. If you don't give face, I'll let you go into the ground now. Said Shinmore stood up and once again kicked Sui fiercely.
Lay back and come back tonight to beat you. Shinemo sneered as he looked at the miserable Sui on the ground.
After saying that, he left with people in a dashing manner, leaving behind a messy imperial residence and the 4th prince lying on the ground.
Shenmore, I must want you dead. Must.
After watching the back of Shinmore and others disappear, Sui at this moment no longer had the previous kind of mild appearance, face fierce, shouted, eyes full of resentment.
Why? Why is father so weak?
Such a loser. Until now have not cleaned up the Shin family. Thinking of this, Sui's eyes gradually became sinister.
Hong Bluji.
A kick to open the guarding soldiers Shinmore directly with the brocade guards to break in. Shin Xingho, I didn't expect. Seeing the imposing Shinmore and his party, Zheng Xian's heart tightened behind his back, but still revealed a smiling face to welcome them.
Think Nima.
Shinmore directly slap to, the speed of Zheng Xian cannot react, directly by this slap down to the ground, head hit the ground, then a dagger nailed straight through Zhang Xian's palm, blood splattering everywhere.
Witch hunter, what are you doing, Shinmore?
Luo Tong in the back, his face changed angrily and questioned. The next second an embroidered spring knife came through the air, pierced Luo Tong nailed to the wall.
What's the point of living when you can't even see to kill? Shenmore glanced at Luo Tong corpse and said coldly, Marquis Shun, this matter is our fault, but we have absolutely no intention of harming you other than that.
Seeing Luo Tong being killed by a knife, Zhang Xian's pupils shrank and he said in a hurry,
what business is it of mine whether you are right or wrong?
Shinmore smiled faintly, his tone filled with coldness.
The next second, I'll crush his head with my foot.
Soon Shinmore returned to the capital to beat up the 4th prince, broke into the Honglu temple to kill the people of the South Imperial Legation spread all over Wujing. Some of the people all turned pale, the demon was back. Inside the imperial study of the palace, listening to the report of the following people. Su Ling Tian sighed and waved his hand to let people go down, a serious illness now, more than a few strands of gray hair at the temples. Now Shinmore is doing whatever he wants in Wujing even more than he is the emperor.
It's getting harder and harder to do. Chapter 0126, The First Horseman of Dewu, bringing troops to Nanzhao.
Being beaten the next day survived the Southern Imperial Mission. People will meet Su Ling Tian, dead or alive, to return to the Southern Imperial, no longer stay in Dao.
Back to Nanzhao is not necessarily dead, stay Dao they feel dead.
That hot marriage contract is the same day to send the results of the Jingui Gungfu do not want, said a promise of gold how to do, scared them hastily thrown to the Su Ling Tian, and finally the Su Ling Tian had to say that the nullified, the Great Hall. When they heard Su Ling Tian's permission for the Nanzhao delegation and the others to return to Nanzhao, the kneeling Nanzhao people suddenly looked excited and let out a long sigh of relief.
Your Majesty!
Marquis Qing Shinmore is here, a small eunuch hurriedly ran to report. Su Ling Tian's face on the dragon chair condensed, and several people from the Southern Zhao mission in the main hall also changed their faces. The next moment he saw Shinmore stepping into the hall in a python robe, his left hand holding the embroidered spring sword at his waist as he strided in.
Go to the temple with a sword. Su Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't know what is the matter with Secretary Shen seeing me.
Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead the troops to save Nanzhao from the fire. Shenmore casually cupped his fist and saluted, his face indifferent. When these words came out next to the Nanzhao, several people who kept moving away to the side instantly froze, incredibly looking at Shinmo. A flash of light flashed in Su Lingtian's eyes, and he stared straight at Shinmore. He still wanted to think about how to get Shinmore to bring people into Nanzhao, but he didn't expect to actually take the initiative to come and ask for it.
Yes, granted. Issue a decree ordering Marquis Da Qing to lead 30,000 soldiers as well as the Purple Flag Army into Nanzhao to help Nanzhao pacify the war, and at the same time ordering Yangzhou to send troops to cut off the back roads of Dali. Su Ling Tian immediately gave the decree, only a flash of heartache in his eyes. To be honest, he is a soldier, do not want to give Shin more. The Shin family have their own soldiers, but this is too obvious. This 30,000 to give out may be like before the 3,000 jinyiwei have gone without return. Although he only gave 30,000, he has authorized the Shin family's Purple Flag Army to leave the camp openly and honestly. Purple Flag Army, Heavy Armor Cavalry, the 1st Cavalry of Dao, once on the Battle of Desert North 10,000 siege annihilated 120,000 Desert North Hun's cavalry, when attacking the Wesley is 10,000 to break the 150,000 army of Dali. After Su Ling Tian will be Blood Armor Army and Purple Flag Army will have been placed in the capital mountain camp, no order to prohibit them from moving again. Shin Baijiang also do not want to tear the face with Su Ling Tian also so. Glancing at Su Ling Tian, Shin more directly a clasped fist casually said good then turned around and walked away. Did not put Su Ling Tian in the eyes of the slightest. Looking at the departing back, Su Ling Tian showed a touch of sulkiness in his eyes, but then sighed, feeling deeply helpless. Tongxian realm. Even if all the people in the palace put their hands on it, they still might not be able to take it down. Soon an order was sent to the camp at Gingshan and the 3 nearby camps. Open the blocking door. The blocking gates are the 3 fortress gates set up by the 3 camps on the way out of the Gingshan camp. The gate opened only to see the sound of horses' hooves on the road, like thunder. The snow on the trees on both sides all shook down, and in the white mist a purple flag fluttered past. In front of the gate of Wujing city, at this moment, 30,000 troops are assembled and ready to go. In front of the army are 3,000 brocade guards, and the leading figure is Shin Mo, with a majestic appearance. On the city wall stood a group of officials as well as Su Ling Tian. Even Shin Baijiang came at this moment. When he heard that Su Ling Tian actually transferred the Purple Flag Army out, he also couldn't help but be shocked. Why does Shin Mo suddenly want to go to Nanzhao again? What's wrong with you? Su Yenying said with a puzzled frown. Who knows, anyway, it's good to leave Wujing. This Shin Mo is getting more and more arrogant nowadays. The day before yesterday, even the 4th brother was beaten up. Su Fangwen finished with a smile. Finally he was no longer the only one to be beaten up. On the other side Sui looked at Shin Mo who was majestically commanding the army below. A flash of resentment as well as anger flashed in his eyes. Father actually let Shin Mo lead the troops. What are you thinking? Who the hell is the emperor? Is this an attitude towards the Shin family? All a bunch of losers. A bunch of backsliders. Sui's eyes revealed killing intent, and his fists were clenched tightly. The next second they saw white snow flying in the distance. The sound of horses' hooves was like thunder, and people on the ground couldn't help but feel a vibration. The purple flags were hunting. Boom! 10,000 cavalrymen clad in heavy black armor stepped in unison. The ground let out a loud bang, the snow splattered, rows of purple flags fluttered. The naked eye could see a fury spreading out to make one's heart palpitate. The 30,000 troops couldn't help but be shocked by the trembling of. The whole body heavy armor package only reveals a pair of icy eyes, holding a 2-meter-long halberd. The horse's back is hung on both sides with a long knife, bow, and arrows, thistles and thistles bones, and the warhorse is also wrapped in battle armor. The Purple Flag Army, one of the 2 major cards of the old Shin family, had all martial artists in its entire army, and even its warhorses were 9th-grade warhorses fed by pills. Chi-Chi one-stop a murderous atmosphere came to the face, as well as that mighty and spectacular formation let a person cannot help but look at the fear. A flash of scorn flashed in Su Ling Tian's eyes on the city wall. How could he rest assured with such elite soldiers and see the marshal? The Purple Flag Army looked toward the city wall and Shin Baijiang shouted in unison, with a respectful tone. Greetings, your majesty. Only then did the Purple Flag Army shout at Su Ling Tian. The only thing in his eyes was the will to be emperor-less. I'm getting old, from now on you'll be following this Marquis Qing, Marquis Shincheng. Shin Baijiang on the city wall laughed loudly, and then looked at Shin Mo Road. Next to Wei Yin and others are pupils shrinking, face shocked. This is to gradually hand over military power to Shin Mo. See Marquis Qing. In an instant, 10,000 purple banner troops bowed their heads to Shin Mo. Looking at the heavy cavalry in front of him, the corners of Shin Mo's mouth rose. Departure. Soldier to Nanzhao. Hearing this, the Nanzhao delegation could not help but feel inexplicably uneasy in their hearts. How does this sound more like an attack on Nanzhao? Looking at the distant army on the city wall, a group of people had different thoughts. That said, isn't this trip at least half a year? Su Fangwen opened his mouth and asked. It should be, Su Yenying said with excitement on his face. This Wujing is finally their world again. Night Song, Nanzhao. A eunuch inside the palace hurriedly entered the. Your Majesty, a letter has come from the Nanzhao mission. They have invited the Dawu army to help them. Ahem, seriously. Duan Chengkong on the bed, his face agitated, strongly propped up his body and leaned on the head of the bed. Nanzhao in several countries itself belongs to the weak, coupled with the population in Dali is small, the national strength is only more than 600,000, and because more than 10 years ago, more than 30 years ago 2 times by the Daojing Gong defeated, the loss of heavy almost appeared in the young and strong fault. Nowadays, Nanzhao only has more than 500,000 soldiers, if not because of its terrain is difficult to attack plus a lot of poisonous insects and snakes and ants and climate change, it would have been destroyed by Daub or Dali. And now the Dali increased to 130,000 troops with the rebel tens of thousands of white barbarians together. In addition to the border soldiers Nanzhao adjustable is only 300,000, the
What's more, now underneath the several rebellious sons of the power struggle are in control of a few thousand soldiers and horses, the capital's 50,000 troops cannot be moved. The Great Li was the first to change, and I'm afraid that the Nanzhao is the first to face the storm.
Ahem, who is the one leading the troops in Dab? How many people came? Duan Chengkang asked, revealing his curiosity.
Yes. It's Shenmore, the first grandson of the Duke of Jinyiwei of Dao, who was named Marquis of Qing of Dao and also serves as the Qingzhou Jinfu envoy. There are 40,000 people here, including the Purple Flag Army.
Duan Chengkang's face stagnated, and in the next second, he grabbed the eunuch and said in horror, "What did you say?" Chapter 0127 Arrogant Qing Ho.
Descendants of the Duke of Jin. Purple Flag Army. Duan Chengkang at the moment complex face do not know what to say. South Zhao nowadays situation is more or less related to the Daojingwa, hit the South Zhao military strength is insufficient. As for the Purple Flag Army, Nanzhao used to have 100,000 cavalry but they were wiped out by the Purple Flag Army. The Nanzhao cavalry has been rebuilt to only 30,000 now. Now the one who has come to help Nanzhao is the first grandson of the Duke of Jinhua who also has the Purple Banner Army. Things are unpredictable. In another palace within the palace, several youths gathered together all wearing yellow three-clawed python robes.
Where's Duan Zhengming?
Second Prince Duan Shaoqi asked, frowning as he looked at a few others. This big brother of ours heard that a guest is coming and has already hoofed it to meet the others, showing off his status as the host.
The fifth prince sneered in a conspiratorial manner. Duan Zhengming, this idiot, is afraid that father doesn't know that he's arranged people around him, right? The third prince, Duan Guangjie, scornfully said. The person who came this time is Shenmore, who has recently become famous in Dewu, the number one person of the younger generation in Dewu, who has been named Marquis Qing, the first grandson of the Duke of Jin. If I remember correctly, the previous Nanzhao was defeated by the Dao Jinhua Gong, and now sends another Jinhua Gong offspring. What do you mean? The fourth prince's eyes narrowed in dissatisfaction and said, it's rumored that there's also the first cavalry of Dewu coming, the Purple Flag Army.
Next to him, the fifth prince, Duan Kaiyang, said with a serious expression on his face. Oh, all after more than 10 years there is still no previous strength or not good to say it. Duan Guangjie's eyes flashed a touch of disdain. This Shenmore's news says that he's only in his 20s and has already transcended the hidden Yuan. It is said that the 12 heavenly officials of the great martial arts had failed to take him down a while ago.
Duan Kaiyang glanced at Duan Guangjie then said again. Do you guys think it's possible?
Duan Guangjie didn't believe it anyway. Even the most demonic heavenly pride of their southern edict was only a sect master in his 30s. This Shenmore is no more terrifying than a Zhongshu at most. Hearing Duan Guangjie's words, the remaining few flashed a flash of contempt. Intelligence has been sent back even if there is a mistake is estimated to be hidden. Yuan, Duan Guangjie is sitting in a well to watch the sky, really think that the world's heroes and heroes with the same as the Nanzhao.
Another opponent eliminated. Riwu Pass, a pass built by Nanzhao to guard against Dao.
Passing through the 100,000 mountains, we saw this historical pass city standing. At this time the city gate is closed. On the city wall stood rows of soldiers on alert, holding bows and arrows. The soldiers under the city. Shenmore looked at the scene in the eyes of a frown, eyes showing cold light. Turned his head to look at the side of the South Imperial Mission leader.
I sent a letter a long time ago.
The man from the Southern Imperial Legation immediately trembled and hastened to say, who is the visitor? A voice suddenly came from the city wall, and then a young man was seen looking down at Shenmore and the others with a smile on his face and a touch of teasing in his eyes. The next second saw Shenmore take out a bow and arrow and shoot it. The arrow broke through the air and hit the youth. Duan Zhengming, who saw the scene, was instantly confused. No, what words haven't been said yet? One word and you're shooting arrows. Protect the Grand Prince. A group of soldiers on the wall face changed greatly. Next to a few soldiers as a push away Duan Zhengming itself was pierced by an arrow, then blood arrow nailed to the wooden column behind. Release the arrows. A commander on the city wall immediately shouted. Instantly 10,000 arrows were fired. However, the Purple Flag Army who saw the scene did not even move a bit, and straightly stopped their bodies. The heavy armor directly rebounded all the arrows back.
Put a fart in it. Stop it. The reactive Duan Zhengming immediately kicked away the general and shouted, this is the reinforcements that father invited. Soon the city gates opened wide and we saw Duan Zhengming leading people out, full of smiles. So it's the Great Martial Alliance Army. This imperial prince really has eyes to recognize NT. Tai. I believe this is the great Marshal Cheng Ho, really. Duan Zhengming walked towards Shen Mo and was about to praise him, but in the next second, a horsewhip came. Duan Zhengming was directly knocked to the ground by a whip, his face full of confusion as well as pain. Kneel down before talking to this marquis. Shenmore's faint voice came. What? Duan Zhengming finally grimaced, enduring the pain and standing up just about to say something. 2 lashes to its knees directly brought it to its knees. This operation instantly angered a group of Nanzhao generals in the back. To Nanzhao territory and still so arrogant. Unbridled. You. The 2 generals just raised their swords and a knife gas cut through them, and their heads fell to the ground. Thousands of soldiers on the city wall immediately want to release arrows again. All of a sudden the wind and clouds change, the wind whistles, a horrible pressure descends on the city, and then only to see a giant hand probing out of the clouds to destroy the watchtower on the city wall and a group of soldiers with a slap. Blood runs down the walls and stains one side. This scene directly shocked the Nanjiao people present as well as the soldiers in the city all in place, their faces stagnant. Recognize it now? Shen Mo stretched back his palm gaze to Duan Zhengming indifferently said. Duan Zhengming swallowed his saliva, his eyes looking at Shen Mo in horror. Is this a human being? One man is worth an army of over 100,000 men. A whip came again, waking Duan Zhengming up with pain. Recognize. Duan Zhengming nodded frantically, this is inviting a god. If this pulls together that throne, all stand at attention. Warmly welcome the Dao Alliance army into the city. Strongly enduring the pain, Duan Zhengming hurriedly shouted. After setting up a camp for Shenmore and the others 2 counties away from Nightsong City, Duan Zhengming took Shenmore to the palace. Stop, you can't bring into the palace. Before the 2 soldiers at the palace entrance could finish their words, they were kicked down by the scholar and the rat. It caused an alarm at the gates, and drew their swords and bows and, what are all doing? This is Marquis Chang from Dao Allied Forces. Put it down. Duan Zhengming wiped the sweat on his forehead and said hurriedly, this master is also too arrogant. Marquis Shen, this is the palace, why don't we just restrain ourselves? Duan Zhengming whispered. However, Shen Mo directly led the people into the palace gate as if they were oblivious. I can't take it back, that's the temper of this marquis. Wherever he passes, the powerful pressure directly makes everyone get down. Forced entry into the palace. Duan Zhengming, who saw the scene, instantly changed his face. This De Wuqing Ho is simply making a death wish step by step. Arrogant and arrogant. Lawless, even if you're high in force and come here on behalf of De Wu. But this is Nanjiao. It's a lone army now. How dare you? Can it be that they were sent to Nanjiao because they had lived long enough? Unbridled. A cold grunt came from. Only 2 figures emerged in the air, wearing robes with the word which written on their backs, exuding the aura of a grandmaster. Before he could open his mouth, a figure instantly appeared in front of the 2 men. His palms grasped the 2 men's heads and slammed them together. Then the 2 men's heads were pinched and burst by Shenmore's hands, and red and white pulp spilled onto the ground. Duan Zhengming, who was splattered with blood on the ground, stared blankly at the figure in the air. Are you sure this is to help the Nanjiao? Killing thousands of people as soon as they arrived, why did he feel like he had led the wolves into the house? Chapter 0128, Placing the Plague. Stop it all. A voice came from inside the palace stopping all the soldiers, only to see an old crone clad in a witch's robe walking slowly from the air, holding a walking stick, hunched over, her face tattooed with bizarre patterns, and a pair of eyes so squinted that they couldn't be seen anymore, and, yet the power emanating from it caused half the sky of the palace to change, with dark clouds and Tongshan realm aura. Greetings, Lord Godwitch. Seeing the visitor, all the people present couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Even Duan Zhengming made a respectful bow. The guardian of Nanjiao, the divine witch, the Miao Tap tired. The Nanjiao royal family enshrines the temple of the divine witch, which is inhabited by the divine witch, and every generation of Nanjiao princesses are sent to the temple of the divine witch, and follow the Miao surname inherited by the divine witch, and the outstanding princesses are left in the temple, and in the end, a new generation of divine witches is elected. The honored guests, please. Tap number, Miao said gently as she made a gesture of invitation. In the air, Shenmo's face was calm. Step by step in the air and stepped toward the palace. In the main hall, Duan Chenkang is sitting on the dragon chair with a pale and weak face. Next to him sits Miao Tap tired. On both sides of the temple stood Duan Zhengming and several other emperors, all gazing curiously at Shen Mo. Marquis Daocheng is truly a talented man with world-class martial arts skills. Duan Chenkang originally wanted to compliment Shenmore a few sentences, but saw Shenmore indifferent face directly raised his hand to interrupt. There's no need to talk about nonsense, Emperor Nanjiao had better directly talk about the battle situation nowadays. Duan Chenkang's face was stagnant, but then he also immediately opened his mouth and said, nowadays, the allied forces of the Great Li and the White Barbarians of 160,000 and the Nanjiao army of 270,000 are confronting each other in the Castle Peak River Valley and are preparing to break out into a great war. This time, the reason for inviting Marquis Daocheng and the others to come is because we hope that the Dao Alliance army can unite with the Nanjiao army to annihilate the chaotic army. Hearing this, Shenmore suddenly smiled faintly. Since we're here, we'll naturally help Nanjiao eliminate these chaotic troops. Soldiers are precious. This marquis will now bring his men forward to help the Nanjiao army. After saying that, Shenmore directly stood up and turned to leave. A cold light flashed in his eyes. So arrogant and cocky. Looking at Shenmore's back, third Prince Duan Guanjie's eyes narrowed slightly and coldly said, from the beginning to the end, this Shen Mo did not put them in his eyes, along with the father, the divine witch, too. Humph. If you also had this kind of strength, I'm afraid I wouldn't be sitting in this position right now. Hearing Duan Guanjie's words, Duan Chenkang coldly rebuked. It's that throne of the world you want to sit on. Father, rest his anger, my son wouldn't dare. Duan Guanjie's face changed slightly. He quickly knelt down and bowed his head, a flash of indignation in his eyes and, Old thing, why don't you die? When only Duan Chengkong and Miao Tap tickets were left in the hall, a ghostly voice rang out. I'm afraid that your majesty's move is drawing the wolf into the house. This Shenmue is highly powerful. I'm afraid he has a wolf's heart. I didn't think at first that it was actually this one coming, nor did I think that this one coming triggered those people to come as well. Duan Chengkong's eyes were dark, recalling those figures from the day before yesterday. A Tongxian realm in his 20s. It had already caused those old monsters to sit up and take notice. Tongxian alone can defeat at least 300,000 troops. Hasn't it occurred to your majesty that if he fails, the southern Zhao will change the sky? With the character of Shenmo rumored to be ruthless and murderous by the Jianghu, when the time comes, the Nanzhao royal family will absolutely suffer a devastating blow. This is what all countries are happy to see. Even Su Ling Tian was afraid that he would help Shenmue. The Nanzhao is now in the midst of a storm, De Wudili is watching intently, and there are internal and external problems, so it's either break or die. Once they succeed, those few have agreed to help the Nanzhao out for once. The Green Mountain Valley is between two large mountains. Originally there was a large river flowed through the back of the dry gradually turned into a wide river valley flatland. On each side of the river valley, there are more than 100,000 troops stationed in the confrontation, and in the middle of the flatland there are already many bloodstains, broken soldiers, and broken weapons. At this time next to the mountains and forests of 3,000 brocade guards ambushed in it, Shenmue and the scholars several people looked at the army in the river valley. There are a bit too many people, even the purple flag army can't take these 300,000 or so people. Mao stroked his chin and said leisurely. The several Nanzhao generals leading the way beside them immediately changed their faces and their hearts tightened. Ahem, this little brother is wrong, that's the enemy over there, there aren't 300,000 or so, a general smiled sarcastically and explained. It's not wrong, they're all enemies down there, the scholar laughed as he patted one on the shoulder. Have not waited for a few generals to react to the scholar. 4 people in the eyes flashed a flash of ferocity. A hand to cover the mouth of the 4 people pulled out a dagger to stab the chest violently. The junior general who was the first to speak instantly collapsed to the ground in fear, pointing at the indifferent Shenmue with a horrified face. You guys don't keep your word. Hearing this, the scholar, a group of brocade guards immediately showed a mocking expression. The mouse directly kicked him over to the old cripple in front of the. In the next second the old cripple stepped directly on its throat and grinned at its. Credit? What the hell is credit? We are the brocade guards. Making conditions with bad guys depends on the mood of the bad guys, said the old cripple, sneered and kicked to the mute, only to see the mute eyes a flash of cold light. In the hands of the embroidered spring knife instantly pulled out a knife pierced the chest of the young general. Tisk, TSK, don't worry, go, we'll help you destroy the enemy. Of course, we didn't say we wouldn't kill you. The scholar's face sneered, and the surrounding brocade guards all showed sneers. Boss, it's been dealt with, Mouse reported toward Shenmue. Poison. Looking at the River Valley army, Shenmue's mouth coldly spat out 2 words. The plague poison developed by the body refining sect that time. The poison source body was cracked and mastered by Lin Xiaogi and the others after they got it. At night, a dozen figures from each side of the camp sneaked into the tent, the water, and all around the camp were sprinkled with poisonous powder. In less than a day the military camps on both sides began to riot, constantly people with high fever and convulsions, and even coma foaming at the mouth. General, it's like it's been poisoned. There's a traitor in the army. Nanzhao and Dali, 2 sides of the military camp at the moment, all realized, and hastily summoned the military doctor. On the second day, tens of thousands of people fell ill, and some of their skin began to swell and rot. Plague. How can there be plague in winter? And it's so poisonous. In the Nanzhao military camp, a big burly man stood up with an incredulous as well as horrified face and said, quarantine those soldiers who have contracted the disease immediately. After 2 more days the direct infection doubled, large swaths of soldiers were infected and deaths began to occur. It's definitely not the plague. It must be poison. This outbreak is more poisonous and violent than even the plague. The burly man looked at the situation in his hands with a shocked and gloomy face. He had seen that the plague was definitely not this violent. 4 days directly infected 60,000 to 70,000 people. But it seems to be happening on the Dali side as well. Is there really an outbreak of plague? What if we attack in one fell swoop while we're at it? Suddenly a flash of light flashed in the eyes of the lanky man, and he gave up the idea of retreating. Instead of retreating, we should take advantage of the situation to break Dali in one go. That night, the Nanzhao army launched a night attack and collided with the night attacking army of Dali, and a big battle broke out in the river valley. After several hours of killing, both sides will retreat, but also at this time behind the 2 sides suddenly fire light up. Military camp. The stout man and the great league commander all realized what was going on, and their faces changed drastically. There was a sneak attack. Just then the ground shook, the gravel jumped up like a thunderbolt, and the heavy hoofbeats stamped on every soldier's heart. Illuminated by the light of the fires on either side, 2 black, heavily armored cavalrymen galloped in, fury in the air, purple banners fluttering. The smell of death was overwhelming. Chapter 0129 Massacre. Nanzhao changes sky. Heavily armored cavalry. Where did Nanzhao get heavy cavalry? The lanky man's eyes widened in horror.
realizing that they were now in the middle of a flat field, and they were pinned down on both sides by heavy cavalry. Why? An army like this marches without intelligence. What are the Sky Witch guards doing? He was actually ambushed by a mysterious army in his own territory. General, this seems to be De Wu's Purple Flag Army. Wasn't it said not long ago that the Great Martial Alliance Army had come? Could it be that this is here to help us? A general thought of something, opened his mouth to surprise and said, putting nasty on the table. This is for a clean sweep. The burly man cursed angrily and, if you want to raid Dolly, just attack directly from the back of Dolly. I told His Majesty the enemy can't be trusted. This is really self-destructive. Where's the artillery? Release. General. The cannons are gone. The burly man's face was suddenly ugly. This was a good time to come. Retreat. Break out through the back. It's only a few thousand heavy cavalry. Between the words of the Purple Flag Army has rushed into the army, the hands of the halberd directly a penetration of a few people to take away, and then the body will be thrown away. Some of them are holding Thistle's bone, a hammer down the head cracked for chest depression. Most of the people were directly hit or trampled to death by the iron-armored warhorses, and their flesh and blood were splattered in all directions. The swords and spears of both Dali and Nanjiao soldiers were all blocked by the heavy armor on the Purple Flag Army, causing no damage. Then only heard the sound of iron cable ringing, two purple banner heavy cavalry, a group in the middle of hanging a chain covered with spikes and sharp edges, and then orderly and flush back and forth through the chaos of the army. After just one round, blood was dripping from the chains, with flesh and blood as well as broken limbs and arms stuck to them. The entire battlefield was transformed into a hell, with only the heavy sound of horses' hooves and miserable and terrified voices constantly resounding. With a general out to try to interrupt the Purple Flag Army, the next second a halberd breaks through the air and directly nailed him to death, a dozen arms tied with purple cloth Purple Flag commanders toward the various generals to kill. A blood mist in the river valley couldn't help but rise. More than 100,000 troops were killed and kept fleeing towards the big mountains on both sides, or the ones that broke through the heavy cavalry surroundings were exterminated by the Dao armies waiting to be harvested on both sides. In the midst of the chaos, the lanky man was smashed on his chest by one of the thistles and bones of the Purple Flag Army. The powerful impact combined with the force instantly sent him, a fifth-grade martial artist, flying backwards, with a mouthful of blood spraying out and his helmet thrown off. The Dao! Your ancestors! You have betrayed your trust. You will surely perish. Benefits taken, things not done. What a! The burly man roared, his eyes filled with endless anger and grief. More than 200,000 Nanjiao troops were finished off by their own people just like that. The betrayal of the Allies. An assist from your own country. The next second several warhorses stepped over it, leaving a streak of blood and flesh. Soon the miserable sound in the river valley gradually subsided, the blood water converged into a stream, the bloody gas permeated the river valley, the corpses were everywhere, the eyes are all the broken limbs and arms, broken skulls. Blood was splattered by the hooves of the horses, and the cavalry weaved through the battlefield searching for a living victim to patch up. Far away on a cliff Shinemo stood with his hands, his cloak behind him fluttering under the cold wind, his eyes indifferent to everything that happened in the river valley. Boss, 60,000 to 70,000 people have fled into the mountains on both sides, the scholar came to report at this time. Burn the mountain. Yes. Soon 10,000 soldiers who had been arranged in advance to shoot out rockets in unison near the two great mountains, and the firelight was like a shooting star, cutting through the dark night to land in the mountains, and soon the two mountains and forests were transformed into flaming mountains, and thick smoke rose up to. Then the 3,000 guards covered in masks kept dropping poisonous smoke into the mountains and forests, and the white smoke turned into yellow smoke. The flames lit up the darkness, the fire burned directly from midnight to dawn, and then there were people running out from the mountains and forests who were immediately shot by the soldiers who were waiting for them. Until the flames were extinguished and the mountain was turned into scorched earth, 30,000 Dala soldiers immediately went into the mountain to search and kill. It's also the boss who was ruthless, and unscrupulous. Looking at the tragic situation of River Valley, even the scholar could not help but stagger and admire. That's a massacre of over 100,000 soldiers. When this news gets out, I guess the whole world is going to be shaken. It's too ruthless and cruel. It's almost as bad as the Marquis of Wuan. But this backstabbing is considered to have seriously injured Nanjiao. It is estimated that the Nanjiao domestic army that can be mobilized now is less than 150,000. The old cripple laughed as he kicked away a corpse, and I can only say that the Emperor of Nanjiao is also old and dim, so gullible when he is sick and desperate, the scholar said with a disdainful smile. This time we can take advantage of De Wu de Li's reaction and the boss can directly occupy a territory. At that time, regardless of whether Emperor Su Lingtian admits it or not, the boss is considered to have cracked the earth and sealed the king. The king of a different name. All four of them couldn't help but look at each other. If this became a success, then the boss would definitely go down in history. De Wu hasn't appointed any king with a different surname in over 170 years. Even the founding fathers during the time of the martial ancestors were all dukes of state. At the same time, a fire spread to the city of Nightsong until the palace. What? More than 200,000 Nanjiao troops are gone. Those guys didn't make a move. Duan Shenkong on the hospital bed grabbed the eunuch and roared. The next second his face was abnormal, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, directly fainted.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
Call the doctor! Doctor! Seeing this scene in the palace were all panicked and shouted, next to the young queen waiting for the queen also immediately face anxious, only in the eyes flashed a flash of surprise. In the fifth prince's residence, Duan Kaiyang stood up with a horrified face and looked at his men.
Defeated! Totaled by Shen Moore. Father fainted? In an instant, Duan Kaiyang's eyes changed nonstop, and in the next moment, his eyes were ruthless.
Father! Since you've brought Nanzhao into the abyss, it's better to hand over the throne to me.
It's time for you to hit the road.
In the second prince's residence, Duan Shaoqi took the sword aside, his face cold.
Come with me to the patrol barracks. If you don't rebel now, when will you?
Soon the entire Night Song city was thrown into chaos, and at the same time the news of the destruction of the Nanzhao's 200,000-strong army spread throughout the entire world.
Several monarchs looked at the absurd and unbelievable war report in their hands. All could not help but be silent. What does Duan Shenkong think?
Especially Su Ling Tian can't help but doubt life. He, a home family monarch, are on the defensive against Shen Moore. How did Duan Shenkong frankly so believe in Shen Moore, this lawless boy? But soon the army of Dali began to mobilize, approaching towards Nanzhao.